Perhaps this empress would not have thought that after her reincarnation she would become a small green snake, or that kind of water snake with extremely low bloodline, but after all, was once a generation of the most magnificent empress, even if it is an ordinary small snake. She also has the confidence to once again ascend to the top of the world. But the truth was, no matter how hard the empress tried to cultivate, there was always a black snake brother above her who pressed her head, and a white snake brother below her who was in hot pursuit. Just a short time ago there were 3 eggs in a snake nest. I was the first to break out of my shell, and after feeling my lack of limbs and the top of my bare head, instead of being depressed, I was particularly excited. It is well known that an incompetent horse is destined to have no wife and no children, and I was born with the holy body of an incompetent horse in my last life, so I was tired of being an incompetent horse. I wanted to lie flat every day, as flat as a sun-dried, bonny, hard-salted fish, but a great man is born in the world cannot do nothing, so I intermittent vigor, persistent mucking about, and finally tossed myself more tired. And as for being a snake now, I am still satisfied. Ding! Checking that the host's will and the system are a perfect fit. The unlimited blood chi growth system has been automatically bound successfully. I rounded my eyes at once. Listening to this name it seems like I can become stronger without any effort. Every second the host falls asleep will gain a bit of blood chi and there is no upper limit. The system will randomly release tasks. The system will randomly issue quests. Please try to find time to complete them while sleeping. There are 9 levels of demonic beasts in the great wilderness, and the 9th level is the strongest. Please make sure that the host seizes all the time to sleep as much as possible. I now understand that this is a world where demonic beasts and monsters exist, and I'm really a bit worried that my hot pot chopstick-sized body will be shivered as a chili bar when I go out. Becoming a first-order demonic beast requires 1,000 points of blood chi, and a minute is 60 seconds. So I only need to sleep for 2.5 minutes to make a direct breakthrough. I just need to sleep for 2.5 minutes and I will be able to break through. Immediately, I closed my eyes and prepared to sleep until I wake up naturally. Just as I was sleeping sweetly, a woman's voice suddenly sounded in my head. How could I, the Holy Dynasty Ling Frost Empress, die so easily? Ha ha, damn old bastard must not have thought about it. Actually dared to use the beauty trick to count on me. When I go back you guys will be dead. Emperorin, Ling Frost, who is it? I responded slowly, as if I heard a movement outside the eggshell. Has a brother or sister broken out of the shell? I poked my head out to take a look, just in time to meet a pair of PIs on all fours. The young snake was able to distinguish breath, and with just one glance I knew this was my sister. I opened my mouth to greet her, but I saw that the little snake across from me had a look of disgust on its face. Then in my own mind I heard that voice again, this little snake that can't even open its eyes and has a stupid look on its face. Is it the cheap brother of this body of mine? It's also too ugly. Spicy eyes, but in the end it's my brother. I'll give it a favor and let it be a dragon horse that pulls a cart in the future. I have a question mark on my face. This empress is disliked, but she is still willing to give a dragon horse seat that pulls a cart. Atmosphere. I single walk a 6 to show respect. I'm going to cultivate. Even if I become a small snake with a refuted bloodline, I will still be able to achieve the emperor's way and take revenge. The empress with a vengeful heart began to concentrate on her cultivation. I waited and prepared to go back to sleep when I didn't hear her voice again in my head. Just that sleep can be too comfortable. I glanced at the panel. With a time of 2.5 minutes which is a rank. Continue to sleep. As a result, not long after closing my eyes, a man's strange laughter exploded in my mind. Jia jia jia. My father is alive again. It's true that the method of dead recluse conversion is feasible. This laughter doesn't sound like a good person. I muttered in my heart. A bunch of meddling dead bones at home, forcing me, Ling Yunzi, to dissipate my power and recultivate not counting. I didn't even manage to save my own body. Now I've even turned into a small snake. When this Dowlord goes back, I will definitely thwart all of you and refine you into my 10,000 soul streamer. When the voice rang out, the snake egg on the right also moved. Needless to ask, this must be the younger brother that just came out of the womb. I hesitated, but it was still hard to suppress my curious nature and poked my head out to take a look, meeting the 2 pairs of little white PIs of the little white snake on my right. Is this my father's brother in this life? Although the appearance is a little ugly, but it's fine. Refining into the 10,000 soul streamer is a black gas. Then you cannot see the beauty and ugliness. I heard that there is a sense between the souls of bloodline relatives, and refining into the soul streamer as the main soul is even more useful. In my previous life, I had no father, no mother, and no close blood relatives, but I didn't expect to have a blood relative after my reincarnation. But before that have to cultivate its strong point. Weak poor thing is the most annoying. This seat of the 10,000 soul streamer does not accept useless soul. Sniffing at the words I'll go one more single 6. What kind of younger sibling is this? Sister Ling Xiao, the empress from the Holy Dynasty, was a bit better. Although she disliked me for being ugly, she at least gave me a slot to pull a cart. In contrast, the Taoist emperor's younger brother, Ling Yunzi, is even more bullish, and directly wants to refine me into a 10,000 soul streamer, which is very oozy to the ear. The only brother in Two Lives is treated the same as the enemy who caused your death? I can't have this broken brother. I shrunk back into the eggshell, and after communicating with the system, I realized that any being with a spirit within 1 meter and whose cultivation does not exceed my 3 levels can be heard. Next, I slept at ease, and the next instant, my blood and chi increased by 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. I don't know how long I slept, but I woke up hungry. As soon as I opened my eyes I had one thought. Where's my cell phone? I'll order a takeout. It was only when I turned my head and saw myself covered in scales that I finally came to my senses. So how do you fill your stomach as a snake? How about taking a bite out of an eggshell? I heard that some oviparous animals eat eggshells. I stuck my head out and looked at the edge and opened my mouth and took a bite. The snake eggshells were soft and had a weird texture. I just vomited. The eggshell on the left had a little green head, cracking its mouth to show 2 small pointed teeth, and I could tell without listening to my heart that it was mocking me. Then I saw that the other side snake egg also had 2 suspicious little holes in it. You empress also gnawing on eggshells and mocking me. I was infuriated and laughed. At this time, a head also appeared in the right egg, and Dao Juan's brother was also awakened by hunger. A green and a black head turned their heads at the same time and looked over. The Daelord's younger brother was startled in his heart. Strange. Why are these 2 stupid snakes both looking at this seat? Could it be that they have discovered something unusual about this seat? At this time 3 bird eggs rolled in diagonally from the hole. Then I felt a flash before my eyes. The bird eggs are mine. The bird eggs are this seat's. 2 small snakes, 1 green and 1 white, leaped out. They first circled one each with their tails, then turned their heads to bite the biggest one in the center. I jerked my head up. 3 bird eggs and 3 little snakes. Why are you guys still taking more than you can eat? Gotta flush or the meal is gone. And so on. He quickly scanned the panel. Host, Su Chengxian. Race, water snake. Grade, 2nd order. To become a 3rd order demon beast, its blood chi needs to break through 100,000 points. Blood gas, 10. 187. Physical fitness, 13. Divine soul, 63. Avatar battle skills, none. Refining points, 2 halves. System, my physique and divine soul have become stronger? Host, blood chi can moisturize the fleshly body and soul, but if you don't take the initiative to catalyze refining, the rate of enhancement will be slow. See, Su Chengxian said. Now then, I'm going to use the refinement points to enhance my physique. A strong body is good for hitting people. No, it's good for hitting snakes. 1 refining point can refine 10,000 blood chi, and every 100 points of blood chi can raise 1 point of body spirit. Currently 1 refining point can be used for blood chi. Please confirm whether the host will start or not. Begin. Hurry up. I'm going to lose my eggs to the other snakes. Other things can be allowed. Food definitely not. Now refining the blood chi for the host. Please note that for the host's safety, the system has automatically turned on the masking function to hide the blood chi fluctuations for the host. Avoid being sensed by others. If you need to disarm it, you can call out to the system again. Well done, little blood. Su Chengxian was satisfied. Too well thought out and certainly smothered. Then the body flashed with red light, and the blood chi around the body tumbled and rushed, constantly washing over every scale, every trace of flesh and blood, and bones. Within a few breaths, there was an extremely subtle, power-filled feeling that spread throughout his body. It felt searing, hot, and slightly itchy, but it wasn't unpleasant. Instead there was an unspeakable relief. Surge, exuberant, makes him want to fight someone. Ding! The host has a new mission. In the world of demonic beasts, the weak are the strong, but an elder brother is like a father, and has the responsibility of maintaining family harmony and disciplining his siblings. Quest, teach your younger siblings who don't understand filial piety and fraternal duty a lesson. Grab all the bird eggs and redistribute them. Reward for the task, refinement points +3. Random spirit seed *1. Su Chengxian smiled. How can you even complete a mission and receive a reward in the process? Hiss. How dare you rob my bird's egg? The Empress Dowager had to be beaten up as well. Look at my brother's little snake swinging. I'm playing. Chapter 3, Fighting the Empress and Smoking the Taoist Monarch. Gaining a gifted avatar. Swish. The flowering serpent is out. Snap. The little snake swung its tail, which was like a hard whip, and slammed the second sister's head. Hiss. The little green snake was smashed in the head, and under the pain, it instantly not only loosened, biting the mouth of the big bird egg in the center, but also let go of the circled bird egg as well. The whole little snake curled up into a ball. White Snake, who saw this scene, had a bad feeling. Immediately and obediently, he let go of his beak, to curl around his own piece of bird's egg and back away. Unfortunately, it's too late. Snap! Little snake swinging again. Snake tail hard whip. Second smash, third brother tail. Hiss! The little white snake, which had suffered a heavy blow to the tip of its tail, flipped its belly in pain just like the little green snake, let go of the bird's egg, and instinctively curled its body and rolled to the side. Hiss! Su Changxian dashingly swung his tail and drew a circle, one by one, and rode the 3 bird eggs, one by one, in front of him, head held high. Victory, easy as pie. It was a no-brainer. Hiss! Who was sneaking up on me? In the end, it wasn't a normal little snake. The little green snake endured the pain and crawled up, tilting its head to look at the sneak attacker. When she saw that it was Su Changxian, she couldn't help but round her dark little pea eyes. Hiss! Stupid flower snakes! Hiss! Cheap brother! The little white snake also rolled over and assumed an attacking stance, but after getting a good look at Su Changxian, its tail froze, because he realized that this cheap brother's size was thicker and bigger than his. The same as a litter. The breath is very similar, definitely very close kinship. How the other side of the growth rate, so fast? But without any hesitation, they all immediately swung their bodies and rushed towards Su Changxian to snatch the bird eggs. Blood food must not be allowed to give way to each other. Pop! Snap! Both snakes were once again slapped away. Poof! Poof! Successive landing, climbing to his feet again. The little green snake's eyes twinkled with uncertainty. It pondered whether the 2 failures just now were the result of carelessness or whether the enemy was too strong. I have already drawn chi into my body, refined a trace of demonic power, and become a demonic beast. Demon cultivation requires a blood meal to flourish chi and blood. Bird eggs, you can't give up. Ugly flower snake is just relying on its larger size. It is not as resourceful as the little white one next to it, but relying on its larger size. The party must be a coincidence. Fight again. Su Changxian's face was odd as he heard the same content from his Downlord brother. At the same time he heard the heartfelt voice of the Empress sister. Only my self-proclaimed title has been replaced with this seat. Demonic power changed into spiritual power. Ugly flower snake changed into stupid flower snake. That's 6. These 2 guys, not shouting brother is understandable. People, a female emperor and a Taoist monarch, do not know how many years to live. Do not want to recognize the brother is understandable. But one says he's ugly and the other says he's stupid? It's just heads jumping high. You guys are a little over, asterisk 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 asterisk. Hiss! At this time, the little green snake was the first to lose its temper, and with a movement of its body, it opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth and biting towards Su Changxian. It activated a trace of demonic power within its body, and with a faint flash of green light on its body, its speed was much faster than before. It's no use, my stupid sister. Su Changxian held her head still, only lifting her tail up, blocked in front of the body. Ha! The little green snake was delighted, and with a quick cry in his mind, he bit the tail of the snake fiercely. She didn't have to bite to hurt, just bite the other side to hurt and make the flower snake let go of the bird's egg. It was, well, hiss, ouch, so hard. The snake's tail that she bit down on separated her teeth, so painfully. Hiss! Su Changxian laughed darkly. The little greenish-colored movement. He could have avoided it completely, but didn't want to waste time and fight for the bird's egg again. The old man still has to eat and sleep. With a violent swing of his tail, he flung his little green sister out of the way. At the same time, it was drawn towards the little white brother who had come to sneak up on him. Snap! The younger brother doesn't get the same treatment as the younger sister and just smacks his face. 2 small snakes, one green and one white, tumbled out again. Su Changxian, on the other hand, shielded the 3 bird eggs and stood firm. Ling Xiao was thrown off his feet and dizzily climbed to his feet. Ling Yunzi was even worse. His face and tail hurt. The 2 snakes climbed to their feet, both somewhat incredulous. They don't understand. Why couldn't they beat an ordinary little flower snake? Although, this ugly, stupid, flower snake was born before them. But this seat, have refined the demonic, spiritual, power. How could I not defeat him? And it's still being crushed. Didn't take advantage of it at all. How could this seat not be able to defeat a small snake? If you can't even defeat a small snake, where is my majesty? Fight again. Pop. Snap. Poof. Poof. The 2 snakes' renewed charge, unsurprisingly, still ended in failure. After being thrown off this time, they slumped to the ground, neither of them moving. they stared at Su Chengxian with dead eyes. Previously, the cultivation of the divine sense was dispersed once. If not, this body of a young snake could not carry their divine souls, and the cultivation time was also short, but not compared to the small flower snake with a stronger bloodline potential. The Ling Xiao Empress and the Ling Yunzi Dao Lord felt frustrated, yet after all this fuss, they had no strength left to attack. In the end, it's a newborn baby snake with limited stamina. But bird eggs, just give up? The bird's egg exuded a faint spiritual aura, not the egg of an ordinary mundane bird. Eating it will do them great good. Now it was all occupied by a small flowery snake and they couldn't get any of it. I'm not happy about it. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so greedy and should have just swallowed one. It's too late to repent at this point. While they were grieving, Su Chengxian couldn't hold back his laughter. The two small snakes with the appearance of nothing more than chopsticks long and short and the thickness of a fingertip, calling themselves the Empress and the Daogun, stared at him with two pairs of bright, black, moist little pea eyes. Really quite comical. The little snake has a clear body with fine shiny scales, cute and even a little cute. And they also look like they're holding back. And the comedy is even better with the off-screen heartfelt voice. Oof, how about an empress? So what if you're a Taoist monarch? You know this time, don't you? If you don't listen to your big brother, you'll get a beating. Okay, the kids are done fighting, so hurry up and split the eggs and go back to sleep. Hiss, he barked with his head held high. Hiss, hiss. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were shocked when they saw him hissing with his head held high. Could it be that this guy still had the strength to come charging at them? Then, however, he saw the tip of the other's tail point and rattle one of the bird's eggs in front of him, and then, rattled the other one. Two bird eggs, rolling up, rolled toward each of them. Hiss, hiss, a green and a white, immediately rushed up and caught the bird's egg, which was rolling towards them, in their beaks, while swallowing into his mouth. He looked at Su Chengxian with his little pea eyes. I can't believe this little flower snake gave them bird eggs again? Left the biggest one behind though. Then why did it just snatch them all? Why? To complete the mission. Of course, Su Chengxian said mentally. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi didn't know what he was thinking and were worried that he would come back to take it again. So they stared at him defensively while fighting to swallow the bird's egg into their stomachs. 3 birds' eggs, each about the size of a young snake's head, and a strong shell. And they didn't want to waste the egg liquid in them, so they necessarily couldn't use the method of hitting a rock to break them. Then you have to follow your instincts. Open your mouth as wide as it will go, and swallow hard, like a real young snake. It swallows the bird's egg and then twists its spine, using the force of its body to crush the shell and allow the egg to flow out. After struggling a few times, the area rounded by the bird's eggs collapsed. The eyes of both snakes rounded up. This bird's egg, it's really not ordinary. The qi and blood are sufficient, and there is also a hint of aura. The two snakes couldn't care less about anything else, and immediately lay down on their backs, closed their eyes, and ran their gong methods to draw and digest. For them now, any hint of opportunity to grow their power could not be spared. Su Chengxian saw that there was a faint layer of micromist that lingered on the bodies of the two snakes. The Empress sister was green with black on her. On the Daolord's younger brother, there was a faint flash of glistening white. This should be related to the cultivation technique they chose. Combined with the two's previous heartfelt words, it wasn't difficult to speculate. It seems like this bird's egg should be unusual. Su Chengxian no longer hesitated and also opened his mouth in an effort to swallow the bird's egg. Then learn to twist your body to press through the eggshell just the same. As the eggshell broke open, and as the egg liquid continued to flow out, he felt a slight coolness that filled his stomach, followed by a gush of warmth. It was a moment of lethargy. Congratulations to the host for awakening the avatar, eating qi and transforming blood. Swallowing a snake-catching bird egg will result in a divine soul of +11 and a physical body of +33. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and obtaining the rewards, refining points +3. Random spirit seed *1. Awakening the avatar? Eating gas to turn blood? Is it that easy? Thoughts flashed through Su Chengxian's mind, and in the next instant, his eyelids heaved and he fell asleep. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Congratulations to the host for becoming a third-order demonic beast. Refining points +1. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Waking up again, he realized he was going to molt. Chapter 4 Molting. Third order. I'll sleep some more. It's itchy. It's itchy. It's so itchy. It hurts. Slightly. Strangling. I'll go. It's hard. Su Chengxian twisted his body uneasily. He felt uncomfortable with his body being bound by something and was very anxious to break free. It tastes like wearing a shrunken, poorly made sweater that's also reversed, strangling and stabbing and scratching. The key doesn't have claws to scratch and relieve the itch. After a few tumbles, suddenly, blessedly, he hurriedly wandered over to where the cave wall was, found a protruding rock, and began a furious rubbing. Woohoo! Ha ha, comfy. I rub. I dab. I rub. Following the dictates of his blood instincts, he rubbed and rubbed the end of his kisses and his upper and lower jaws against the wall, starting from his mouth and nose. As soon as the skin is rubbed away from the jawline, the head is turned back to rub the upper collar. Having rubbed away all the upper and lower jaw keratinous skin, the head was easy to turn the molt, flinging his head and rubbing his neck close to the stone again. When he turned his head, he noticed that not far from the mud platform where the snake's egg was, there were a couple of pillar-shaped stones, varying in size and angular. It's just the right thing to fit nicely. Su Chengxian's eyes lit up, and with a twist of his body, he quickly leapt over, winding and cutting his way around the stone. After a flurry of work, finally the skin on his body was successfully molted. Phew! Soothing. He lay on his back and took a long breath. It just felt soothing to the body and mind, and the whole snake was relaxed and happy. Lifting the tip of his tail and wiggling it, it felt as if it had thickened. I'm getting bigger? The tip of the thinnest tail was originally chopstick thick, but now it's finger thick. Climbing to his feet, he swam and unfolded his body, which must have been at least half a meter in sight. The thickest part is almost as thick as a rolling pin. I've heard that snakes grow when they shed their skin, but not this much at once? On second thought, this was a world where demons existed, so perhaps his breed of snake was this long. Twisting his head, he glanced at the Empress sister and Daojuan's oldest brother. The shimmering light on the two snakes' bodies was changing with the rhythm of the rising and falling of their breaths, and it looked like they were still in the middle of cultivation. And look how much he's grown. Though certainly not as much as he's grown. Su Chengxian was relieved. The tossing and turning just now, with all the commotion, didn't even disturb them? Concentrated enough, worthy of having been an Empress Downlord at one time. Then he glanced at the panel. Host, Su Chengxian, race, water snake, rank, 3rd order, to become a 4th order demon beast. Its blood chi needs to break through 500,000 points. Blood gas, 412,187. Physical realm, mortal body realm, 298/10,000. Spiritual realm, mortal soul realm, 261/10,000. Avatar battle technique, eating gas and transforming blood, avatar, refining points, 3/3, over 400,000 blood chi, and I slept for 5 days? Converted the time required for the blood gas to grow and quickly came up with the results. Then to my surprise, I realized, hey, I seem to have gotten smarter? Getting smarter isn't really accurate. I should say more cerebral. Then he noticed that something was wrong with the panel. System, what's going on? How come there's an extra realm behind the physical body and divine soul? Refinement points, also 3 points less. 3 points less than he was rewarded for completing the mission. And the spirit seed. Refining points that exceed the retainable amount will be automatically assigned to refine the blood chi to enhance the host's body and soul. Blood chi catalyzes the host's rapid growth in size. And the snake python has the gift of molting, which it can withstand perfectly. Degree of solidification of the divine soul and body, exceeding 100. Successfully opening the realm of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for opening the cultivation realm. Become one of the demons. The rewarded spirit seed has already been distributed. Please pay attention to the host to look for it at his side. Isn't it true that you have to transform into a form to be considered a demon race? Su Chengxian asked as he searched. Demons are different from the norm. Different from the norm but not yet enlightened. Called demonic beasts. Demonic plants. Those who open their minds and know the method of cultivation may be called demons. Among them, those who can take shape are now known as demons. Nowadays? Su Chengxian said. It wasn't like this before? The system didn't answer. He didn't pursue it any further. Not that it mattered much anyway. Might as well ask more useful questions while your mind is clear. For example, judging from the system's automatic allocation of refining points to refine blood chi, there seemed to be an intentional leveling between the physical realm and the divine soul realm. System, is there a balance that needs to be maintained between the two? The difference between the physical body and the divine soul, the realm, is too great, and it will cause the physical body to go out of control, or, the physical body will not be able to carry the divine soul. Indeed, Su Chengxian nodded. To put it bluntly, it's all about fit. What about the innate divine ability I obtained, eating chi and transforming blood? Eating chi and transforming blood, the host can eat all the energy and refine it directly as blood chi to nourish the soul and body. No wonder that before falling asleep, I seem to have heard a prompt that I would receive an increase in the divine soul body. It's certainly nice to be able to just refine it. It's just a little bit less. Doing some rough math. 1 bird egg, digested for 5 days. The two realms combined had raised a total of less than 50 points. It was far less cost-effective to spend 1 refining point and consume blood. Mainly the blood comes easily. Something about sleeping for an hour. And to eat birds' eggs. Mustn't you dig out birds' nests? There are birds that can eat snakes too. What's more, this bird egg contains spiritual power and definitely has an origin. It seems to be a bird egg called snake-catching spirit magpie? Sure enough, there are birds eating snakes. It's not that he's no good. It's the lack of effort. What's the harm in going all the way to the end if you can get stronger by staying alive? Su Chengxian completely quenched his thoughts of going out of the cave and looking for bird eggs to eat. A thin, fat and weak little snake like him will definitely be dangerous when he goes out. System, what kind of seed is this? He turned his head back and found the randomly rewarded spirit seed. It was conspicuous on the edge of the mud table where the snake's egg was, because it had sprouted. The 2 slender leaves are so thin and elongated, with a vague hint of converging mist, that if you don't pay attention you think you're looking at the wrong thing. Gathering spirit grass. What's the point? Gathering of auras? Can gather auras and sleep peacefully? Ooh, this is good. Su Chengxian was happy. Swimming over, he drove all the eggshells aside, coiled up, nosed close to the grass, and was ready to go on to sleep. Coo. But when I closed my eyes, I realized I couldn't sleep at all. Hungry. Getting hungry. When you're hungry, it's not easy to fall asleep. Look again at green snake and white snake. Still no movement. Aren't they all hungry? They're probably not really hungry. The moment this doubt popped up, it was answered by Su Chengxian himself. Can a better gong method compare to the eating chi and transforming blood divine ability? It's definitely slow to digest. Digestion rates and conversion rates are different. Heck, he eats fast and absorbs it alright, but you get hungry fast. Oh. Looking around, the cave was nothing but dirt and walls. Oh, and one more thing. I can't eat the skin I just molted. Can I? Ding! The system has a new mission. Wasting food is shameful behavior. Snake molts are edible, so please don't waste them. Quest content, eat the snake molt. Reward, refining points *2. Random spirit seed *1. System, where's your modesty? Su Chengxian glared. You're sending me on a mission like this, forcing me to eat my own molted skin? The system has no modesty. Ha! Su Chengxian said in his heart. Sleeping and getting stronger system. No modesty, this thing is normal. So, to eat, or not to eat? Speaking of which, he'd never really eaten a snake molt. Taste the fear. You don't say. It's kinda chewy. It has a bit of a beef jerky-like texture. Sure enough, no one can escape my realm Zephyr Emperor's law of true fragrance. Su Chengxian sighed as he chewed. Soon finished eating his snake molt. Not full, but not hungry after all. Close your eyes, go to sleep, and sleep out the blood of the 4th order. Blood and gas +1+1+1+1. Swallowing the snake's molt will give you a divine soul +3 and a physical body +5. Blood and gas +1+1+1+1+1+1+1+1. Congratulations to the host for becoming a 4th order demonic beast. Refining points +1. Blood and gas +1+1+1+1+1+1+1+1. Hiss. Ha. I've broken through to the 2nd rank. Successive breakthroughs. Worthy of being me. While Su Chengxian was sleeping soundly, little green snake woke up from his cultivation, a look of surprise erupting in his eyes, very satisfied with the results of this cultivation, feeling the demonic power in his body. He then looked at a certain flower snake that had grown and fattened up quite a bit, and couldn't help but secretly say, Ugly flower snake, I'm not going to beat out your snake spile this time, unless you haven't grown. Chapter 5, I've eaten. Can you not? Why is it so itchy? Ling Xiao bowed and was about to launch an attack when he suddenly felt a tight, uncomfortable feeling on his body, as well as an uncontrollable itch. Then realized what, driven by instinct, directly leaped to the side of the stone column, coiled caught up. The molt went very well. A few moments later, she completely shed her old skin, revealing a fine emerald-colored scale, and a hint of more spirituality as well. Ah, so this is what it feels like for a snake clan to molt. Molting had consumed a lot of her energy, so she simply plopped down on the stone pillar to rest. During this period, He raised his eyes and caught a glimpse of Su Chengxian, who had returned to sleeping on the mud platform, and could not help but spit. Unthinking lazy snake. I can't believe I'm still sleeping with snot bubbles coming out of my nose. Thinking that this guy ate the biggest bird egg, Ling Xiao was very upset about the bird egg. Not open. The spirit of wisdom cannot be cultivation method. The most can get a little of the aura nourishes the soul. There is a chance to open the spirit of wisdom earlier. Then there is the blood food to strengthen the body, which, like me, can be fully refined. That's why it was able to break through to a second-order demonic beast. No other snake molts were visible in the cave, which means this one hasn't molted yet. Unmolted, but with this body shape, it should have some bloodline potential. Humph. Having empty power and not knowing how to use it is useless, Ling Xiao said in his heart. I'm at the second rank now. I don't believe I can't beat you. When I have rested well, I will definitely get back the loss I suffered before. That's when she also noticed the little white snake on the other side. Glancing at it, he couldn't help but straighten up at once. Him? Sure enough, he's practicing too. Earlier, Egg Snatcher had felt that there was something odd about this brother, and now seeing the aura floating on its body was confirming the suspicion. This little green snake is as spiritual as she is, and by the looks of it, he was cultivating Xianmen techniques. I just don't know what kind of god he is. Ling Xiao secretly pondered that it would not be a bad thing if he could be taken in as a helper. Just don't reveal your identity until you've identified your friend or foe. The relationship between the Sacred Dynasty and the Xianmen sect had always been intricate. The next instant, noticing a flash of aura on the little green snake, she hurriedly withdrew her gaze. Ling Yunzi ended his cultivation. Hiss! The serpent's eyes flashed with brilliance. Him, breaking through to the second order. The spiritual treasure true scripture was truly subtle, to the extent that it could allow a small snake with ordinary qualifications to so easily go from being an ordinary small snake, to becoming a second-ranked demonic beast. And the bird's egg, surely it's not mortal. Somehow, it happened to roll down into the hole? Could it be that this seed has been reincarnated and recultivated, and has been clocked by the heaven and earth's fortune? Then, he immediately looked at the other two small snakes inside the cave. Well, how did the stupid flower snake gain so much weight? The little green snake has grown quite a bit too. Why is it coiled on the stone pillar? Next to this is snake shedding? Ling Yunzi's pupils shrunk, and while on guard, he swam towards the stone pillar that was not tainted with the little snake scent. Soon after, faded all over the old skin. Like Ling Xiao, he rested on the stone pillar. 3 small snakes in the cave, 1 sleeping soundly, 2 each with their own thoughts. For a time no snake moved. The cave returned to calm. After an incense stick burned, Ling Xiao was the first to move. Letting go of the stone pillar, he wandered forward a few steps towards the flower snake on the mud platform and posed for an attack. Then turned back and spat at the little white snake. Hiss! She was sure that the other woman would be able to grasp her meaning. This green snake is inviting me to attack the stupid flower snake together? Ling Yunzi's eyes flashed and he gladly went ahead. It wasn't in his character to have an unreciprocated grudge. Thus, a green and a white, unspoken alliance was reached. The tacit understanding split from both sides. 1 song and 1 tail, toward the small flower snake. Striking out, the movements became unusually swift and precise, and almost in the blink of an eye, they ejected at the same time. That speed was so fast that it brought up residual shadows and directly pounced on the unaware prey. In that instant, the snake's body tightened to the extreme. Each of them activated the power within their bodies. Shimmering light flickered on their scales, and the snakes' mouths opened wide, their fangs emerging with a bit of coldness. That's the difference between being spiritual and not being spiritual. Everything has a spirit, and every race has its instinctive talent. Embarking on the path of cultivation spawned the demon race's natural battle skills. Snake bite, spitting, winding, swallowing, stabbing poison and so on are the racial talents that belong uniquely to the snake python clan. The water-avoiding snake was non-venomous. So what the 2 snakes were now executing was a natural battle skill that non-venomous snakes were more adept at, snake bite. If one is not enlightened and is groping by instinct, I'm afraid I don't know when I'll have to wait. And with the power they now actively catalyze, they can then inspire instinct to exert it. With a subtle but deadly sizzle, the 2 fangs are about to sink into their prey with unerring precision. The 2 snakes didn't want to hunt the little flower snake though, so the locations the fangs chose to pierce were the tip of its tail and the top of its head. It also happens to be where it was hit before. Ha ha, bitten! Ling Xiao was overjoyed, yet immediately, she felt that something was wrong. Bitten. However, the sharp teeth failed to pierce the scales. In the meantime, not good. Ling Yunzi only felt that with the action of biting down, a force of recoil came from his teeth. It made his teeth sink, and he quickly let go of his mouth, twisting around to escape. That was when Su Chengxian woke up. Hiss! Who tickled me? Also scratched are the soles of the feet and the scalp. That's too unethical, isn't it? Feeling uncomfortable, his instinct was a tail wag and a head shake. The divine soul and body that had been continuously upgraded by refining the blood qi caused him to move without thinking, and his speed was astonishingly fast. Spare Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, who had already realized the premonition of bad luck to escape, but were still smashed squarely in the head. Just listen. Pop. Snap. Two sounds. Sweeping. Poof. Poof. Hit the fly and land with a thud. Ha! Su Chengxian sobered up now and looked up. What's the matter? Ding! The host has a new mission. Quest content: teach a lesson to the sister and brother who dared to sneak up on their elder brother and make them eat their snake molts. Task reward: refinement points *2. Random spirit seed *1. Series of quests: be a good brother. Successfully opened. Quest content: discipline your sister and brother and achieve the beat me if you don't conquer achievement *3. Reward: refining points +5. Random spirit seed *1. Ooh, there's more to this? Hiss. Su Chengxian immediately narrowed his eyes wistfully. How dare you sneak up on me? The fight. With a flick of his tail, he charged. Hiss. Ling Xiao was startled at the sight and then chose to meet the attack. Empress. Never back down. Then he was swept over by a tail and thrown straight out. When Ling Yunzi saw the situation, he had the intention to dodge, but Su Chengxian's speed was too fast, allowing him to enjoy the pleasure of flying without wings as well. Hiss. After doing so, Su Chengxian raised his head high, the tip of his tail pointing at the snake shed in the direction of the stone pillar. Eat? I've eaten it. Can you not eat it? At the same time, he turned on the shielding of the female emperor's Daojuan's mind to determine if they could comprehend his intentions. The two proved to be very clever. Not only can you understand his intentions, but you can also learn by example. What does this stupid snake mean? Going to make us eat snake molts? How can I eat? Wait. Ling Xiao suddenly froze. Could it be that the stupid flower snake molted a long time ago? Only the snake molt was eaten by it? This seed has underestimated this flower snake. Ling Yunzi secretly said. It's actually so strong. Is it a great power turned cultivator? Or has it received a bloodline inheritance? Or is it simply a bloodline returning to its ancestor? Chapter 6, Reliable Snake Mother. Friendly brothers and sisters. The little flower serpent's bloodline has returned to its ancestor. But I don't see it cultivating. If you are a heavy cultivator with this seat, you will certainly not be willing to be mediocre, much less eat and sleep like this. Having failed to obtain the awakening of the bloodline of the demon clan secret method, one's future achievements will definitely be limited. Just as well, this seat will tolerate it for a while and claim it back later. Although the two snakes were secretly slandering, neither of them hesitated. And according to what Su Chengxian pointed out, they swam over to the respective snake molts and ate them. Then once again, the Realm Zephyr Emperor's true words of the Great Tao, true fragrance, were confirmed. The little flower snakes are following their instincts and letting us eat the snake's molt. I am really smart. This seat guessed right again. Ha! Su Chengxian grinned. These two guys, they really did owe a beating. He was judged not to be a transmigratory rebirth, on the grounds that he did not cultivate and did not think about it, unlike an enlightened spirit. Therefore it was determined that he was a native and fortunate enough to inspire a hint of bloodline return to his ancestors as a flower snake, and the degree of bloodline rejuvenation was very limited, with little growth potential. So before long, it will be completely surpassed by the two of them. When the time comes, get back what you've suffered now with interest. Poof, Su Chengxian thought to himself. If you guys want to think that way, that's great. I don't have to worry about the old man's mission. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of teaching the sister and brother who dared to sneak up on their elder brother and making them eat the snake molt. Reward, refinement points *2. Random spirit seed *1. The system's reward distribution signaled that the two snakes had finished eating their snake molts. Su Chengxian felt it, the familiar wonderful taste of blood qi being refined, as well as, finally, witnessing a spirit seed that landed on the clay table where he had previously slept. He was about to swim over when he heard a noise at the mouth of the cave. Hiss, kid, awake. Ha! Su Chengxian turned his head to look, and saw a large snake head, poking in. Holy! He was startled by the sudden appearance of a white snake's head. It took hearing the heartbeat to calm down again. Thinking, ooh, it's really my mom? Hiss! Seeing the big white snake swim in, he also got a little curious and came over. It was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had seen his biological mother. The vertical pupil of the great snake imprinted Su Chengxian's current appearance. A half-meter long and somewhat overly rounded flower snake held its head high and stared with round eyes. Is looking a little stupid. Hiss. What's this, boss? It's not afraid of me. The great white snake's heartbeat was gentle. With a strange pause, he was very happy about Su Chengxian's proximity, and his voice was permeated with joy. Hiss. It twisted its body and raised its head, turned and swam out of the cave again. Little flower. Smart. Recognize me. Green, white, and stupid. Bird eggs. It works. Go again. Steal. Ha. Su Chengxian blinked. Did he hear wrong? What did you say, Mrs. White Snake? And then to, steal, bird eggs? It turns out that it was the one that fed the 3 previous bird eggs. I couldn't help but secretly say, I told you. How could it be such a coincidence that just when I was feeling hungry, it just so happened that the bird eggs rolled in, and it just so happened to be 3 of them. Turns out it was the mother who was the one who gave the child the food. Then he thought that just now. The big white snake praised him for being smart and said that little green and little white were stupid, so he was even happier. Thanks for the affirmation from mother. Turning his head, he spat up his tongue at Greenie and White. Hiss. How about Ling Xiao Empress Ling Yunzi? Taking up the flesh of someone else's child and refusing to even recognize his mother. I despise you. Hiss. What is this stupid snake doing? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Is it mocking me? This fool who dares to lean over at the sight of a great serpent has the audacity to mock me. Strange. Why didn't the white snake eat it? This seat will not remember wrongly. The snake and python clan will devour their own kind and will not care about bloodline affinities, especially with snakes of different sizes. The smaller snakes were food for the larger ones, so the snake demonic beasts, laying eggs, are abandoned, and when the baby snakes hatch, they leave immediately, unless it turns on its spirit. But ordinary demonic beasts have to reach at least the 5th stage before they can achieve blood chi condensation fury, using the blood fury to induce aura, nourishing the soul and spirit, gradually opening up the mind to understand cultivation. The white snake doesn't even have any bloodbath fishy mist on its body, so its strength can't be more than the 5th rank. Perhaps, having eaten heavenly materials that contain aura? Rather some luck. Ooh, so it is. Su Chengxian heard and understood. These two didn't know that snakes would eat their own snake molts, but they did know that snakes would eat their own kind. Snakes are able to distinguish the scent between blood relatives. They can know each other as brother and sister. And of course they can recognize that the big snake that came is a mother snake. But the mother snake has no instinct to take care of her young. On the contrary, it is possible that the female snake may, for some reason, eat them as a blood meal. As a rule, it basically doesn't come back after the egg is laid. So the great white snake came in suddenly and they stayed far away. Oh, no wonder the snake kinswoman showed up at this time. Su Chengxian basically knew a rough idea once he synthesized the information he got from both sides. Snakes, unenlightened snakes to be exact, have no concept of family. Their snake mother, however, was born spiritually early due to some special circumstances. I don't know what the idea was to try and be enlightened and getting them to be enlightened as well. Bird eggs. It should be bird eggs. He guessed that the snake mother might have, unintentionally, eaten bird eggs that contain spiritual chi. That's why they steal birds' eggs and feed them. Not in this cave, but also supposedly guarding the outside. In that case, I'm quite lucky this time. Su Chengxian thought to himself, meeting a reliable mother. Before the snake's own mother left, she said she was going to steal the eggs again. Thinking about the flavor of the bird's eggs, he couldn't help but get a little excited. I had just woken up and was a bit sleepy at the moment. Plus I was hungry, so I simply plopped up and faked a nap, waiting for the bird's eggs to arrive. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, however, were in a state of shock as they hesitated whether to leave this cave, lest the great serpent come again and eat them. By then, there may not be a chance to be reborn. Damn it! How could I forget that this cave may not be safe? Why did that white snake retreat? If it opens its mind, it would be a good thing to have it to protect it. This seed is still too weak now. This stupid flower snake is sleeping again? It's so calm. Could it be able to communicate with the mother snake? Or is it too stupid to realize the danger? It's just a matter of leaving. We can't take any chances. The two snakes made an unanimous decision to leave. A green and a white then swam towards the cave entrance. Swimming past the flower serpent, they all stopped for a split second at the same time again. Shall I, perhaps, drive the ugly flower snake away? If it doesn't die, Goodbye, it will still be able to pull the cart for me. This seat sends out a kindness, and when we encounter it in the future, the main soul in the 10,000 soul streamer will also have a place to go. Su Changxian opened his eyelids, just as the two snakes were about to open their mouths and bite him awake. It raised its body, extended its tail, and peeled back both snakes. Forget it. It's not good to keep all 3 eggs to yourself. Where are you going? Don't go anywhere and wait for your mother to deliver the eggs. Seeing as these two were running for their lives and called on him, it was better to leave them behind. Su Changxian had the intention to stop them, and was unable to leave no matter how much Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi wanted to. A dozen exchanges, all blocked. The two men were furious, but they also saw him looking towards the cave entrance from time to time, and their hearts were moved, gradually stopping their movements to rush out. Hiss! It wasn't long before faint movement came from outside the cave entrance. Then 3 bird eggs rolled in one after another. Both the Empress and the Dowlord couldn't help but have their pupils shrink. There really is? The surprises, however, go much further. Chapter 7. What excuse should be found to beat them up again? Hiss! Ha ha! Here comes the meal from the snake mother. I can go back to sleep again. Hiss! I am being fed by a mother snake? Whoops! I have a favor to repay. Hiss! This seat never owes anyone karma. So be it. I'll pay it back 100 times over. 3 bird eggs, 1 for each snake. Not smart enough for Su Changxian to be a hangover. The reborn Empress and Dao Jun were smart enough. The mother snake came and went, and the 3 long worms in the cave understood where the bird's eggs had come from. One with round little eyes. When the bird's egg arrived close, the pupils of the 3 little snakes burst even more. This egg? This bird's egg is different than before. It's bigger than the previous one, by more than a large margin. There was also a faint glow on it, flowing faintly. It's Reiki. Spiritual aura externalization? This is the egg of a demonic beast of the 3rd rank or above, and it has to be a bird or beast with an extraordinary bloodline to give birth. The glow above the eggshell was the phenomenon of the surrounding aura, being recruited and gathered. The strength of a demonic beast was constrained by its rank and bloodline. The rank represented the present, while the bloodline foreshadowed the future. At the same rank, demons with strong bloodlines had a more victorious blood chi and were more likely to induce aura. In other words, it will open up and cultivate faster. Good guy, my dipping mother. Whose egg did you steal? Su Changxian secretly staggered. Looking at the shape, it was very similar to the egg of the snake-catcher bird from before. So, my mother is targeting the snake-catcher's family? You're not going to get into any trouble, are you? Humph. A mere demonic beast egg. In the past, this egg wouldn't even make it into my dining room. Ling Xiao regained a little bit of his composure and redeemed himself in his mind. You can't lose your empress's demeanor over a bird's egg. Well, it's indeed a bit worse, but it's just right for this seat's physical body to enjoy it this time. Ling Yunzi said darkly with reserve. Daoist monarchs without a family clan to drag them down have eaten and seen countless good things. It's the dragon's liver and phoenix gallbladder, and it's not unheard of. So it's slightly out of character, but only because it just fits. Su Changxian, _cut. Pretend. My ass. It's not like there are any outsiders here. And he was hearing heartfelt voices, which meant that the guys were even lying to themselves. And, of course, there was no delay at all, as they pounced on the bird's eggs. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 figures flashed and almost simultaneously pounced on the 2 of the bird eggs. One rolls around one, opens its mouth and swallows it. Obviously learning from previous lessons and realizing that having a flower snake on your side and eating it in your mouth is what does the trick. However, how could Su Changxian let them get away with it so easily? He's got a series of missions to complete. Instantly, he rushed forward, swiftly and inexorably. He raised his tail and smashed. Bang! Bang! The smash was hard and precise. Just enough force not to hurt, but certainly painful. More smashing, experience, and control in place. The 2 snakes that were smashed instinctively let go of the bird's eggs, curled up their bodies and rolled aside, relieving the pain while getting out of the enemy's range of attack. Hiss! Rolled over to see who was hitting him. The little green snake flicked its tail wildly and slapped the ground. Ugly flower snake. Why are you still hitting me? This time I only need a bird's egg. Hiss. The little green snake hissed in displeasure as well. This seat only robbed a bird's egg. Hiss. How dare you be so stubborn? There is no need for a reason to beat you. But the old man, as a brother, will still have a reason. Su Changxian held his head high, his tail raised, and rolled the 3 bird eggs together. The tip of the tail was on top, all nudged up. 3 bird eggs, of separate sizes. Ling Xiao revealed a heartfelt expression. The one she picked was the largest of them all. I'm not used to this, am I? As an empress, the empress of the entire holy dynasty, she never wanted the best. Even before she became the empress, as the holy maiden of the Yanhao sacred dynasty, the good things were all chosen by her first before it was anyone else's turn. How childish. I can't believe bird eggs have to compete for size. Ling Yunzi, on the other hand, had a black face. He didn't even notice this, and just subconsciously, chose the option that was most favorable to him. Su Chengxian cast a sidelong glance at him. Good fellow, you're not childish? You're not being childish. You're running straight for the second biggest bird's egg? I'm too lazy to talk to you guys. With a wave from the tip of his tail, he peeled the largest one to his side. Whether we're talking about by age, or by size, he deserves to eat the biggest. The remaining 2 bird eggs rattled and rolled towards Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi respectively. The bigger one goes to the empress sister, and the smaller one goes to Dao Juan's brother. Hiss. Eat. The 2 snakes looked at the bird's egg and then at Su Chengxian, then rolled up the bird's eggs that belonged to him and walked to the sides of the cave. Humph. Stirring up trouble? I will not be fooled. I will not be bribed by a bird's egg. Give the smallest one to this seat? Good. Very good. This seat will keep it. Su Chengxian. Ha! Each of the 2 swallowed the bird's egg and twisted the shell as before. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi assumed cultivation postures and began to cultivate, glancing at each other before settling in. Ugly flower snakes are not enough to worry about, but white snakes are different. I can't lose to this Xian sect member. I must overwhelm him. This green snake is indeed a reincarnated recultivator just like this seat. The character is overbearing and does not know how to restrain himself, rather like being in a high position all the time, observing the demonic aura on its body. It should be practicing demonic techniques. I wonder if it was a demon or a human in its previous life. Su Chengxian. 6. Good lord. Is something happening that he doesn't know about? These 2. Why do they suddenly seem to be trying to dismantle each other's identities? And it seemed to know more information than he, the enlightened one, did. A member of the Xianmen? Demon cultivation technique? Interesting. With 2 smart guys, and a hungover guy like himself, this game of who can hide better than anyone else is something to play for. Of course, he's not going to lose, as long as he doesn't open his mouth and admit it. Who can guess his identity? Su Chengxian also returned to the clay platform and swallowed the bird's egg, stirring it up. Woohoo! Soothing. The egg liquid flowed out of the eggshell, and the aura filled the air, causing him to float. Swallowing the egg of a snake-catching bird will result in a divine soul of +89 and a physical body of +76. Su Chengxian was startled in his heart. This increase in value clearly confirms that this time the bird's egg is extraordinary. It also made the vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart a little stronger. System, while I'm asleep, use all of the refinement points, all of them, to enhance my physique and divine soul. Okay, host, blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. When Su Chengxian woke up again, it was 20 days later. He was still the first to wake up, and like last time, molted first, then eat the snake's molt. Looked at his current state. Host, Su Chengxian. Race, water snake. Rank, 4th order, to become a 5th order demon beast. Its blood chi needs to exceed 2,500,000 points. Blood gas, 181,087. Physical realm, mortal body realm, 698/10,000. Spiritual realm, mortal soul realm, 733/10,000. Avatar battle technique, eating gas and transforming blood, avatar, refining points, 0/4. The blood chi has grown so much, and the divine soul and physical body have almost doubled in size. This should be enough, right? Su Chengxian thought to himself, taking another look at his size. He had gone from a rolling pin of over half a meter to a small tree trunk of over a meter in length, so it was a lot more stable, but it still didn't feel safe. His eyes couldn't help but glance at the 2 small piles of snakes in the corner. Unsuspecting hissed, Had, let me think. What should be a good reason to beat up my empress sister and Daojun brother again? Chapter 8, My Mother Lu. You went to steal the eggs of the 5th order snake catcher bird? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi ended their cultivation one after another. Awakened from the state of being in the state of being in the state of being in the state of being, feeling the power fluctuations in their bodies, they were all very satisfied. The 3rd rank. Ha ha, ugly flower snake. I'll see you this time. Jia. This seat is at the 3rd rank. This seat this time will definitely recover the previous. Both snakes twisted their heads and froze a little when they saw, on the mud table, the flowery, thick stick that stood up. How did this guy get so much bigger? Has it awakened again? As their cultivation of the gongfu became more and more pure and rounded, their speed of invoking and refining the aura also increased. The same is true for the digestion of the egg. Almost all of the egg liquid was drawn and absorbed for its own power and blood. A portion of the blood chi that had grown was also consumed to be used for cultivation. So the bodies of the two snakes didn't grow too much, not grown enough to require molting. The size of the flower snake, however, was far beyond their expectations. My eyes are blurred? How is this possible? Did it turn all the egg liquid into blood? Hiss. Impossible. As far as this seat knows, the demon saint bloodline can't do it either. Hiss. Hey. They froze, but Su Chengxian didn't. He rushed over and beat up the two snakes. No offense. Hiss. I knew you'd wake up to provoke the old man. In that case, I've decided to make the first move. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with it at all. No? Then we'll beat it up again. I'm coming. Whoosh. Bang. Bang. Damn it. Asterisk. Two small snakes, one green and one white, did not have the slightest power to fight back. Although their strength had increased quite a bit, it was clear that the flower serpent's power had to be even stronger. Not only was his physical strength, but his speed was also faster. It was evident that the degree of condensation of the divine soul had also made great progress. Otherwise, it would be impossible to harness the physical body to such a point, but it seems not to be very familiar with its own power. In the middle of the battle, the tail that slammed into them was weak and strong at times. Is it worried about injuring me? Ling Xiao felt insulted and was irritated. This guy's fighting style, it's weird too. This seat has never heard of a snake using its tail as a whip. Ling Yunzi secretly wondered. Non-twisting and non-twisting, no tearing and no biting. It opens its mouth and doesn't spit out letters. It's really weird. Before he thought it was a coincidence. But now that the flower snake took the initiative to attack, this move was used in a pure manner, and even had a few clever chapters. Quite a few battle techniques took shape. It was just that it had no demonic power, no spiritual power, and it was all based on its strong physical body. Without knowing how to mobilize mana, it is difficult to become a battle technique. But against them, strong physical strength was enough. The two of them were further exasperated, especially after realizing that the flower snake didn't want to injure them, so they intentionally restrained their force. But they had to admit that the two of them, when they joined hands, couldn't beat each other. You can only protect yourself from injury by using your extensive experience in sparring. And as if sensing that they were capable of defending themselves, the flower serpent let go of its collected force. The more you fight, the faster you go. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had been strong men for many years. How could they easily give in? Besides, fighting was a tempering of the body for them. So this battle between the siblings was fought again until the two snakes ran out of energy and collapsed on the ground. Hiss! The victorious Su Chengxian shook his head and tail. Wake up refreshed from a big fight. Beating two little snakes and snakes is nothing to be happy about. If these two little snakes were the reborn empress and the reincarnated Tao Lord, that would be something to be happy about. Congratulations to the host for completing the series of quests and reaching the achievement of Beat Me Up If You Don't Obey *3. Reward, refinement points +5. Random spirit seed *1. This one's a sure thing. Su Chengxian calculated the refining points he was about to obtain, the strength he could raise, and felt that even if the snake kinswoman really invoked the snake catcher bird to come because of the egg stealing, he should be able to withstand it. Just as he thought of this, he heard the movement of birds flapping their wings, just outside the cave entrance. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Puff la la, flop la la, from far away, interspersed with birdsong. Nico Nico, Nico Nico. Really? Listening to the sound, one could conclude that the incoming bird was not small, and there's more than one coming. System. Su Chengxian immediately said. Immediately use all the refining points for upgrading the divine soul body. After saying that, he swam silently towards the cave entrance, ready to go over and see what was going on. Behind them, a green and a white both slowly climbed up after hearing the birdsong as well. Trailing behind him, the hole is small. Outside the cave, it's sunset. The sun was setting late. The layers were dark and the forest was obscure. The river shone sparkling, and the feathers on the big bird shone a colorful black. Su Chengxian didn't dare to go too far out. Sticking to one side of the cave wall and looking out at an oblique angle, 3 curved hook-like bird toenails were seen growing above the iron green, slender legs. The bird's legs and claws were covered in fine scales, and a fishy odor came from the scales. Puff la la. Swish swish swish. Dirt and rocks were raised by constant scratching. This big bird, trying to dig its way out of the hole. Swish dash. Seemingly smelling the smell of snakes on Su Chengxian's body, the big bird's claws, violently, pulled out in the direction he was in. Then came the sharp beak, pecking down. Boo! I'll throw! Su Chengxian hurriedly twisted and retreated. What class of bird is this? So fierce? The bird's toes were a dozen centimeters long, and he felt that with this claw, it could blow out a person's brain. The host has a new mission. Mission content: kill the incoming enemy 5th order snake catcher bird. Reward to be obtained, refinement points plus 15. Extreme spirit locking flower seed *1. Please note to the host, there are 4 3rd order and 2 5th order snake catching birds outside the cave. The danger factor is extremely high. The host can choose not to complete it. Saving his life is important. My mother Lu, you went to steal the eggs of a 5th order snake catcher bird? Su Chengxian was dumbfounded. What a bold idea. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi also stiffened their snake bodies, knowing that something had happened. All pickpocketed the hole, which was obviously coming for them in the cave. The bird's eggs that the mother snake feeds can't be the ones she lays. Now that the owner has come to the door, he is bound to come for revenge. It's a snake catcher bird. I've kept it in my bird garden. The eggs of the birds sent by the mother snake are theirs? Why don't we see the female snake? Most likely escaped. Humph. This seat knew that the great disaster is coming to each. Wow. Hiss. The mother snake emerged from the river with a vapor. The bright red snake's letter was as swift as an arrow, attacking the eyes of the dugout snake catcher bird. The open maw followed it, taking advantage of its panic to bite its neck and twist its body to block the cave entrance. Meanwhile, wind the bird up and strangle it. Nico! Nico! The 2 snake catching birds hovering in midair. When they saw this, they swooped down. A great battle then broke out. Chapter 9. What you say are my words. My mother is mighty. That was a nice sneak attack. Must not have killed many snake catchers before. An opponent was instantly reimbursed. Unfortunately, it doesn't help. The one that was killed was just one of the 4 3rd order snake catching birds. Its death, instead, triggered the ferocity of the other snake catching birds. Su Chengxian hid behind the mother snake and peeked in. And before he had time to be happy, he saw 2 snake catching birds swooping down. Nico! Nico! The mouth cried out shrilly, and the curved hook, like steel, shone with a cold light as it grasped towards the mother snake 7 inches. Snake thief! Stealing eggs! Die! A strange tone of voice, coming from the air. Su Chengxian looked up at the sound, and saw a large bird with spread wings hovering low in midair not far away. The bird was black with golden eyes, and its wings were spread out as if it were casting a dark cloud to the ground. I'll go. This bird can talk. He couldn't help but be staggered. There's also a layer of black and red mist on its body. It's really similar to the haunted goblin in Journey to the West. And the same strange winds. This reddish-black mist, is it what the Empress sister and the others said? Blood gas condensing fury. Blood fury fishy mist? Fishy indeed. Hiss. Nico. While he was distracted, the 2 third-rank snake-catching birds and the female snake were already battling together. There were snakes the thickness of bulls, and great birds like eagles, fighting with great difficulty. Snake-catching birds are superior in numbers and have a natural instinct to restrain snakes, but are slightly less powerful. Female snakes have stolen their eggs twice just to feed their children, and not a few times before. It was even more familiar with hunting low-level snake-catching birds, so it still had a slight advantage when both sides fought against each other. But Su Chengxian couldn't relax, because there was also a 5th order and a 3rd order snake catcher bird that were nowhere to be seen. Nico! Suddenly, he heard a birdsong. Then the mother snake was led aside, deliberately, by 2 snake-catching birds. The hole was exposed at the entrance. Not good. Su Chengxian immediately swung his tail and quickly retreated. The next instant, a fishy wind rushed straight to his head. Boo! A huge bird's claw thrust into the side of the hole. The walls of the cave were also shaken to the point of rustling earth. I'll go. How fierce! Su Chengxian secretly celebrated. Originally he had stepped back a bit because of the fishy wind that he disliked because of the fight between the mother snake and the snake catcher bird, and he saw the opportunity quickly, so that he was not pressed by the bird's claws. After celebrating, he fretted. What should we do? It's so fierce, it's a bit hard to resist. The one that took advantage of the opportunity to sneak up on them was a 3rd order snake catcher bird. And there was a 5th order that didn't show up. Behind him, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. At this moment, their hearts were also incredibly complicated. But anyone who is not stupid and has no intention of acting stupid, understands one thing: there are no favors in this world that can be gained without paying for them. If you get the benefit and you didn't pay for it, someone has given it for you. The female snake that could have escaped is paying that price. Are they going to pretend they don't understand? Hide inside this cave and watch the mother snake be hunted by the predator birds for defending them? It is unwise to go out now. I kill from the heart and am never burdened by morality. Good, evil and morality are nothing to this seat. Nothing but something that can be discarded at any time. The blood fiend congealing fishy mist is a fifth-order demonic beast. I have just entered the third rank. Going out is also a death sentence. But if I don't go forward, when the mother snake is killed, I have no hope of escaping. 2 third-order snake catcher birds will be the mother snake dragged. The sky there is a mouth spitting human speech. Apparently not only opened the spirit of wisdom, but also melted away the mouth of the horizontal bone of the fifth-order snake catcher bird eyeing. Besides, if I use my troops, I will arrange ambushes in the dark to intercept those who take advantage of the opportunity to escape, sacrificing one's life to save the mother snake. Such a stupid thing this seat will not do. But the snake catcher bird is good at tracking and eating snakes and pythons. If the mother snake loses, I will also die. Seeing how easy it is for the mother snake to kill a third-stage snake catcher bird, if we help it, we may be able to fight, kill the third order first, defend against the fifth order altogether, and perhaps drive them away, then burrow in and escape. Most of the birds are not good at water warfare and do not dive. This will avoid the pursuing ambush. Su Chengxian. Cut. Screwed up. Too screwed up. After all, isn't it just a decision to fight alongside the mother snake? What's wrong with being ashamed of the former for one's own sake? What's there to be embarrassed about? The old man, for example, admitted that it was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had a meal delivered by his own mother, and that he was sad to see her go, and wanted to spend more time with her. What's wrong with my own mother being a snake? That's my mother too. If it wasn't for the fear that he wouldn't be able to top it, he would have done so a long time ago. If it was a fifth-order snake catcher bird, it would still be able to carry it. 2 of them, a bit of a mystery. Gotta figure out a way to best screw one and then the other. Congratulations to the host's Divine Soul Realm for breaking through the Mortal Soul Realm and entering the Demon Soul Realm, obtaining the Natural Aptitude, Compulsion Hissing. The host may attempt to enter the Inner Vision and patrol the Spirit Platform Realm to gather Divine Sense. As Su Chengxian was thinking, he suddenly heard the system broadcast and felt as if a fresh breeze was blowing in his mind. There seemed to be a barrier of confusion that was blown and rolled and broken open. The spirit was shaken. The soul was clear. And the perception of the outside world seemed to be enhanced quite a bit. My divine soul has broken through? He was instantly elated and blessed. And without the need for a system prompt, he gazed into the state of inner vision. The body and mind sink into the spiritual square in a flash. Between the spiritual platform is as vast as the sea of smoke. And there is a lotus platform in the fog. The green-colored lotus platform was hidden, seemingly gathering and scattering. There was a shadow on the lotus platform, translucent, with only a vague outline. This is the sea of consciousness where the divine soul resides. The lotus platform is my spiritual dojo, and the silhouette is my demonic body phantom. When Su Chengxian saw these, he had clarity in his heart and knew what they were. It's a wonderful feeling. It's like rummaging around in your mind for an answer that you've already memorized. With a thought, the internal perspective came out of the spiritual platform and into the physical body. Under the blood and flesh covering, he has an extra long stomach, extra long lungs, extra long kidneys, extra long intestines, pairs of ribs, and countless scales. When I can't sleep, maybe I can count for fun. The thought flickered and his mind wandered, and he retreated from his inner vision. The last thing he saw at first glance was countless, silky red mist floating and swimming in his flesh. That's his blood breath. Hey! What are these? The moment he returned to his senses, countless invisible fiber-like threads emanated from his brow, and everything around him became clear and distinct. Divine sense. This is the divine soul coalesced by the power of the divine soul. His mind turned, and his divine sense spread outward toward the cave, instantly gaining an insight into the battle outside, trying towards the fifth-order snake-catcher bird in midair. He could even make out its ear feathers, and the other party was oblivious. Good Lord! Omniscient perspective. Su Chengxian excitedly held his chin with his tail, thinking, this time there's a chance. Check the status again. Host, Su Chengxian. Race, water snake. Rank, 4th order, to become a 5th order demon beast. Its blood chi needs to exceed 2,500,000 points. Blood gas, 181, 287, Physical realm, mortal body realm, 933/10,000. Divine soul realm, demon soul realm, 1033/10,000. Avatar technique, eating gas and turning blood, avatar. Compulsive hissing, avatar. Refining points, 0/4. Data is data after all. How much battle power can be utilized still depends on the actual battle. Su Chengxian calculated that with the 4th rank demonic beast strength at the bottom, it would not be so bad that he could not even receive a single blow from the 5th rank. As long as a move doesn't kill you, you have a chance. If I can't force the enemy, I'll take them by surprise. Sneak attack. This seed is going to win at the smallest possible cost. Su Chengxian glanced sideways at the other two, similarly waiting for their chance to move. Young snakes, the words that you are saying in your hearts are my words. Chapter 10, Empress Sister Daojuan's brother. Help brother top it. Nico. Nico. 2 third-order snake-catching birds were tangling with the large white snake. The 5th stage snake-catcher bird hovering in mid-air had eyes like electricity, staring at one spot. It knows that this is the new nest of the white snake that stole the eggs and dug it to house them. This female snake is very cunning. After it steals eggs and delivers them, it carefully hides them in the river, using the water to mask the smell, making it so that they have never been able to find out what the egg thief is up to. Until this time, tracking caught up to the moment. It would steal a bird's egg and feed it to a young snake. It must be enlightened. It is also possible to form a demonic elixir by hunting it and swallowing its demonic pills. Their brothers would have a chance to advance to the 6th rank. Nico! Nico! The 5th order snake catcher bird urged. With a cry, the henchman fighting the mother snake to hurry up and lure the snake away from the cave. The young snake in the cave, which was fed by the mother, ate 3 bird eggs right after birth. And if it didn't die, perhaps it stimulated the potential of the bloodline. Grab it out and swallow it together. Nico, seeing that the henchman who had been hiding to take advantage of the mother snake being lured away and strike towards the cave, did not succeed. The great snake-catching bird let out a disgruntled cry. Have all 3 third-order snake-catching birds attack the mother snake. The move was to drain the mother snake's strength and test it to see if it had any companions. The chirping was also communicating to his wife to watch out for other snake python demonic beasts. Nico Nico! Nico Nico! Not far in the air came the response of a brother. The golden eyes of the 5th order snake-catcher bird flashed with a single flash of refined light. The edge of the Great Wasteland mountain range has a lack of spiritual energy, so when you reach the 6th rank, you can go deeper and seek out the peaks where the spiritual veins are located to cultivate. It's just one female snake and a couple of baby snakes, which is a bit less than enough to share. However, when we reach the depths of the mountain range, there are high-level demonic beasts everywhere as well as demon clans, and there are brothers traveling with us to take care of them. It wouldn't hurt to share it. Nico! Nico! Glimpsing that the female snake was clearly starting to lose the battle due to the third-order snake-catcher bird joining the fray, the 5th order snake-catcher bird once again let out an urging chirp, and issue orders in human language. Grab the blind. Nest, catch, young snakes. The stupid third-order snake-catcher bird was not enlightened and could only understand the simple commands conveyed by the bird's song, so it speaks the words of men, not for the men to hear. A cunning and expectant light shot out from the eyes of the 5th order snake-catcher bird. Expect the mother snake to fall for it. Nico Nico! Nico Nico! The snake-catcher birds fighting the mother snake chirped in response. This undoubtedly misled the great white snake into thinking that the third-order snake-catcher bird would go and catch the young snakes inside the cave, and reminded it that the reason for its appearance was to protect the young snakes. So, with an immediate and ferocious twist of its body, it forced itself to swim towards the entrance of the nest hole. As soon as he moved, he revealed the breach. Nico! The 3 snake-catching birds seized the opportunity and spread out, attacking towards its eyes, 7 inches, and tail end. Nico! The 5th order snake-catcher bird took it all in and chirped excitedly. With a flutter of his wings, he was ready to swoop down and grab the disabled female snake and drop her. It was about to be one. There were no surprises in this battle. A serpent beast that hadn't reached the 5th rank would not have been enough to worry about. That's why it suspected that the other party had an accomplice for being so bold as to steal the eggs. However, the expected hiss of pain from the female snake did not appear. Instead, there came 2 bird cries of woe. Nico! Nico! The 2 snake-catching birds looked like they had been seriously injured. Their bodies were unsteady and flapped their wings in a panic, trying to fly, but the female snake bit one of them and twisted around to entangle the other one. The next moment, both birds lost their lives. The 5th order snake-catcher birds fixed their eyes on 2 young snakes less than 2 feet long, which fell from the heads of each of the 2 snake-catcher birds. The two birds were left with just two black holes at their eyes. All it saw was a green light and a white light that flashed by. They were then eaten out of their eyes. Nico! Not only was the fifth-order snake-catcher bird not annoyed at the situation, it was also very happy. The young snake destined to fall into its belly as a blood meal. The more extraordinary the better, of course. Hiss! Just then, from within the cave, another small flower snake leapt out. It had a full 4 feet of body. It's the thickness of a small tree trunk. This is a baby snake? The fifth-order snake-catcher bird's eyes glazed over, somewhat afraid to recognize it, but discerning the breath, and indeed have affinity with the white snake. Besides, if it hadn't been for the appearance of the young snake in the snake's hole, the other two young snakes would have been eaten long ago. Upon further inspection, the snake, though large, was very clumsy, far from the dexterity and resourcefulness of the other two smaller snakes. It followed the example of the first two snakes and also went to bite the eye of the third-order snake-catcher bird, but it was a step too late. Not only did it miss, but it was also slapped hard by the wing. Surprisingly defenseless, he was slapped under a tree, 7 or 8 meters away from the cave. Ha! A stupid snake. Nico! The fifth-order snake-catcher bird immediately swooped down and grabbed towards the stupid flower snake. For a young snake to grow this fat, it must have some unusual bloodline potential. Caught and swallowed first its snake's bile, then drank all the blood and left the meat for his brother. And there was talk of contributing to it. Hiss hiss. The flower snake hissed in fear as it saw it lunge and surprisingly coiled its body around the small tree beside it. Nico! To borrow coiled trunks and not get caught up? The eyes of the fifth-order snake-catcher bird had a few more moments of mocking teasing in them. That's impossible. The young snake is so tender that it will be torn in half with just one wing. Nico dash. It curled one claw up and grabbed the body of the flower snake with one claw, chirped fast in its mouth, and then violently lifted its wings high. Didn't fly. The change was sudden and unexpected, and it could not help but be stunned and surprised. Looking down, the flower snake's body was straightened but not broken. Instead, it held its head high and spat snake letters at it. Make a hissing sound. The fifth-order snake-catcher bird knew it was bad, so it tried to loosen its claws. However, he steeply felt a dizziness in his head, and then his body slumped. It was then followed by a sharp pain in its chest that brought it back to its senses for a few moments. Looking down, it saw a hideous snake head, a pair of icy vertical pupils, and sharp snake teeth that had pierced into its chest. Nico! Nico Nico! The big bird suddenly flapped its wings in terror, reaching out its claws and scratching, trying to shake the flower snake free and lift its wings. The huge wings exuded greenish-black demonic power, fanning up a gust of wind, and a small tree nearby was snapped off at the waist. But the trunk of the tree on which the flower snake was coiled was as thick as a bucket, and though the branches swayed, the main trunk did not move. And as the big bird struggled, a gurgle of blood, practically gushing towards the embedded in its chest, the wide-open snake's mouth. With the massive loss of blood, the strength of the struggle quickly became feeble. Within a few breaths, the wings were flapping with less and less force. The fat flower snake's eyes couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression of success in his treacherous plan. Then with a sharp downward yank, the big bird lost its balance and fell heavily on the ground. Su Chengxian bullied his way up, wrapping and binding the bird's body, ripping it open at the chest, the snake's mouth opening as wide as it could and sucking violently. Warm blood slid down his throat, and at the same time, it felt like something a little hot slid in as well. What the hell? He was surprised. The snake-catcher bird doesn't have a hidden weapon in its chest, does it? But now is not the time to go into detail. Nico! Nico! Loud and clear birdsong from the sky. Su Chengxian raised his head and saw a huge snake-catching bird with open feathers pecking at him. It was a big surprise. Asterisk 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 asterisk. With a twist of his body, he leapt towards where White Snake and Ling Xiao Ling Yunzi were. Sister Empress, Brother Dao Jun, help top it off. Big brother, I'm too full to have any energy. Chapter 11, Asshole. You're escaping too dryly. Hiss, hiss, am I dreaming? The ugly flower snake killed that 5th-rank snake-catcher bird? This seat must be hallucinating in his divine soul. Otherwise, how could he have seen that a 5th-rank demonic beast was easily hunted down by the stupid flower snake? Moreover, he could tell at a glance that the big bird was not an ordinary 5th rank. It had opened its spiritual intelligence to spit out human words, and it had definitely formed a demonic elixir, which meant that it had demonic power to protect its body, and it even knew the method of combining attacks. Just by looking at the chapters of the 4 third-order snake-catching birds that surrounded the mother snake at its summons, one could tell that the big bird was not at the beginning of its spiritual wisdom. But it just got killed by a stupid flower snake? It is I who underestimated it. It was pretending to miss the bite? I can't believe the seed didn't see that it was loaded. Both Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were both cultivators who had experienced an unknown number of life and death trials in their previous lives, and were battle experienced to the extreme. That's why it was only expected that their sneak attack would be able to land a hit. But the flower snake was different. It was just a small snake that relied on its bloodline power for some battle power. It was possible to suppress them, but it might not be possible to take advantage of the enemy in front of them. Also of the third rank, an adult third-rank snake catcher bird was not something that a third-rank young snake could fight against head-on, even if it was a sneak attack. In the face of a winged natural enemy, one had to seize the opportunity with precision. Otherwise it was fine to return without any success, and if one was unlucky, it was highly likely that the other party would kill him back. That was why neither of them had ever thought about the possibility of Su Chenxian's sneak attack on the fourth third-rank snake catcher bird, which was unsuccessfully slapped back and flown away, and that there was a possibility of swindling involved. It's normal for young snakes that haven't even been out of their burrows to behave this way. The two of them were then unable to do anything when they saw the fifth-ranked bird swooping down towards the flower snake. Although they had succeeded in their sneak attack, and the female snake had seen the opportunity quickly and hunted down the two third-order snake catcher birds, they had expended a lot of physical strength in the short encounter and had no spare energy to help. In fact, even if there was no consumption, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the ability to save the snake from the claws of a fifth-order demonic beast. So together with the female snake, they first took care of the last third-order snake catcher bird. Turning back again, I thought I saw the gruesome sight of the flower serpent being killed. Who knew that the situation would develop completely beyond their expectations? The object that was hunted became a fifth-order snake catcher bird, until the huge bird gradually lost the power to struggle. Both of them were still in a bit of disbelief. Not to mention the big white snake that twisted to save the child, its whole snake dumbfounded on the spot. My little flower is so strong? How is this possible? Blood chi refining, or bloodline evolution. The flesh of the flower snake. To what extent was it strong enough to remain intact under the full force of a fifth-stage bird beast tearing it apart? And to what extent were its teeth strong and sharp enough to pierce the body of a bird protected by demonic power? And its tactics. First, he showed weakness, pretending to be stupid and incompetent, so that the snake catcher bird would take the enemy lightly, so that it would be careless and thus not be on guard. Not only did he let the enemy fall into a trap, but he also tricked the other party into almost voluntarily giving up the opportunity to utilize his peak battle power. Ling Yunji couldn't help but marvel a little at the flower snake's cleverness. The math isn't complicated, but it's incredibly appropriate. Sometimes the more complex the tactic, the harder it is to get there, and it is precisely the right fit that is most likely to get the job done. Because grasping the enemy's mentality, the fifth-order snake catcher bird's self-reliance was the main reason why it suffered losses until it died. This was by no means the wisdom of a young snake that hadn't been out of the nest for a short time after birth. Is it Cebu wisdom? Or enlightened wisdom? Or bloodline heritage? It won't be enlightenment. Nor will it be a bloodline inheritance. The former would only allow demonic beasts to clear their spiritual platforms and think like a human, even weighing the pros and cons, but would not allow them to become as smart as a human all of a sudden. The latter allowed demonic beasts to trace back through their bloodline and learn about some of the inheritances contained within, and it was unheard of that these inheritances would contain parts of intrigue. Besides, the flowering serpent's performance was near perfect, definitely a veteran of trickery and counting on others. Even if it was in the inheritance, I'm afraid it's impossible to get started so quickly. Humph. I don't know how many proud sons of heaven this seed has seen. Ling Yunji's heart was filled with a mocking smile. Even geniuses needed time to grow, so he could almost conclude that this guy, Flower Snake, was also an old ghost who was heavily living, and extremely treacherous. Ling Zhao's opinion was the same as his. Even if the fat Flower Snake pressed them to fight, he even played dumb and fooled them, which provoked the two's competitive spirit. How many years has it been since the wise and wise empress, and the Taoist monarch, who was known for his clear mind and bright eyes, have been so deceived? The northern desert mountain range, the southern support continent, my holy dynasty and the Shinmen are located in the eastern Earth realm, and the barren yellow sand sea in the west. I'd like to see what kind of god you are. Even if you are not from the Earth realm and have come from the heavenly realm, this seed is bound to find out your details. Therefore, the two of them decided to go back to their cultivation after drinking their fill of snake-catcher bird blood. Now that all the snake-catching birds are dead, the crisis is over. The flower snake was so strong, they were being left behind too much, or they had to catch up their cultivation first. In the world of cultivators, Without cultivation and combat power, everything would be empty talk. But before they could lay their beaks toward the bird's neck, they heard a chillingly ferocious cry. Nico! Nico! Snakebird? And the snake catcher? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi turned their heads violently. At first glance, it was even more palpable. Fifth-order snake-catcher bird. There was another fifth-order snake-catcher bird, and it was heading straight for the ugly, stupid, flower snake. It seems to be the dead snake-catchers group. Heaven is going to kill me? Ling Xiao cursed. 2 fifth-order snake-catcher birds. If she had known that there were 2 fifth-rank snake-catcher birds among the incoming enemies, she would have definitely chosen to flee to her death instead of fighting to the death. But then he thought of the flower snake's performance and couldn't help but perk up again. Expect him to pull the same trick. Ling Yunzi's eyes also darkened and lit up again, obviously hoping the same so. However, the flower snake once again surprised them. Surprisingly, he folded his arms and leaped over, toward where they were. Him, that asshole. He just jumped over here without warning. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn it. The 2 men stiffened at the tip of the snake's tail in that instant of shock. Asshole. You're running away a little too dryly. Even a hint beforehand would be nice. They were unprepared, and it was too late to escape. Seeing that in an instant, the fifth-order snake-catcher bird swooped in close. The 2 once again felt the threat of death coming their way. Yet for a moment, he couldn't think of a way to get out. If it was in the past, there were indeed millions of means to crush a fifth-order demonic beast to death. Based on today's cultivation strength, it was difficult to even escape. Just at the moment when the 2 hearts were in despair, they saw the fleeing flower snake. Its body shape gave a violent lurch. It seemed to have tripped over something, and with a wobble, it planted itself forward and twisted around to turn back toward the fifth-order snake-catcher bird that was coming after it behind it. Raising its head and opening its snake mouth, a string of hisses was emitted. Hiss hiss, hiss, hiss. The moment the serpent's chirping sound was made, the big bird in mid-air, its figure involuntarily stalled. Hiss. As Su Chengxian hissed, the snake's tail flung behind him, the meaning clear. I say, families, don't you freeze. On. Do it for me. Chapter 12. We all have a nest of snakes, so of course we should work together neatly. Compulsion. It's confusion. It's seduction. It is the cause of confusion in the minds of living beings, so that they do not regain the clarity of their spiritual platforms. Therefore, he exerted divine compulsion, causing the fifth-order snake-catcher bird to fall into a momentary stupor. How could Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi let go of this good opportunity, without the need for Su Chengxian to remind them? Their capture of combat opportunities was almost rooted in instinct, and when they saw an opportunity to take advantage of it, they had already leapt and flown over. Hiss, hiss, a left and a right, a green and a white, swooped down on the big bird almost simultaneously, aiming for its eyes of course. The movements are decisive, fast, swift and vicious. Nico! A shimmering light emerged from the snake's teeth, and the mana-enhanced snake bite battle technique easily broke through the most vulnerable vital point of this snake-catching bird. It caused it to instantly wake up and let out a miserable, mournful chirp. Blood ticked down the eye sockets and the snake's mouth. Nico! The snake-catcher bird that suffered this heavy blow seemed to realize that it was not good and wanted to escape. It's because the brother is stronger than it is that it listens to the other. A seemingly weak foe can kill a brother who is stronger than it, and then send himself to the door, and still be able to get a favor? It didn't understand this before, but now it does. However, it was already too late, for the strongest female snake in the litter, by far, was only a split second slower than 1 green and 1 white son or daughter, and rushed after her, raising her neck and growing long, climbing up and taking advantage of the opportunity to unleash her most skillful killing move, entangling and strangling. Wrapping his body around the large bird's wings with all his might, he coiled up its neck and opened his serpentine mouth to slam down on the other's throat. That said, it was the most knowledgeable in the room on how to kill a snake-catcher bird quickly. Nico, the big bird, which was lifting its wings to fly, was pressed to fall, and the screams in its mouth became even more mournful. Under the threat of imminent death, it flashed its wings more violently, first dodging the white snake's beak that was biting into its neck, and then attempting to shake off the enemy on its body and escape. The huge wings rolled up the sound of whistling winds, blowing the neighboring rivers and ponds, all of which rolled up in a clattering ripple of water. Hiss! The female snake spat out her tongue in panic. Yikes! No! It didn't bite. To fall. Going down. Hiss! 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 Su Chengxian heard the mother snake's frightened heart. Hurrying up, he once again unleashed his natural aptitude. The snake-catcher bird, which had just taken off into mid-air, remained unresisting and dim-witted under the divine power attack. The body froze and the wings stopped swinging as it fell towards the ground. Hiss! The mother snake was delighted at the sight and immediately opened her mouth and bit fiercely towards the bird's throat. Bitten! Meanwhile, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, who were hanging on the bird's head, were not idle, taking up the fight again. The bird's pair of eyes were directly swallowed inside his stomach. Nico! Under the severe pain, the snake catcher bird regained consciousness again and began to struggle. Hiss! Hiss! Su Chengxian took a look and immediately unleashed his divine ability. Nico! Hiss! Nico! Hiss! As soon as Big Bird was awakened by the pain, he was disturbed again by the snake's call. In this way, several times, a good fifth-order snake catcher bird, froze by this family, tortured to death. Only when it was completely lifeless did 3 snakes, 1 large, 2 small, and 3 small, roll off the big bird one after the other. Already both are tired to the point of dehydration. Hiss! Ling Yunzi hissed breathlessly. Damn stupid flower snake! Getting a tiny 5th-ranked bird beast killed has made this seat go through all this hard work. It must be a calculating and ruthless old ghost. If such a dicing is used to concoct a cultivator, I'm afraid that all of them will be able to stir up enough resentment to accomplish a severe ghost. Hiss! Ling Xiao responded in return. I knew it. This ugly fellow just can't see me idle. Obviously he has the ability to deal with Big Bird, but he has to toss me around like this. He definitely did it on purpose. Dare to tease me like that? When my cultivation becomes stronger, I must return the favor. Though the hissing of the 2 serpents exists no communication or meaning to each other, but their hearts are so united. That is, they all felt that Su Chengxian was doing it on purpose. It was just as if they had judged Su Chengxian's killing of the first 5th-order snake-catcher bird to be a simple yet subtle calculation to the peak. You guys are really overthinking this. Su Chengxian thought to himself. If I really had this kind of ability, how could I still be worse than a dog in my previous life? The truth was that what Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi thought was the case could not be said to be radically different from the actual situation. It could only be said to be completely different. The plan is there. The one Su Chengxian had wanted to deal with from the very beginning was the 5th-order snake-catcher bird. He therefore first selected a tree of suitable thickness, which he prepared to use as a fulcrum, in case he himself should be caught up by the bird and fall to his death. His intention, however, was to bite the 3rd-order snake-catching bird and fling it away, just in time to use the momentum to fake a fall to land next to a tree and wait for the big bird in the air to fly over and hunt him. Who knew that the origins were not ready and that there was a mistake at the start of the jump? It went from biting the 3rd-order snake-catcher bird and flinging it away to him being slapped away by one of the bird's wings. The moment he was slapped, the man was confused. There's no need to tell them about this kind of disgraceful matter. Su Chengxian decided to let this beautiful misunderstanding continue. What's the point of being so honest? The old man has a face, too. Not to mention that the old man is still awesome. Although the process was off, the result was very much as expected. And that was enough. People. Snake life is because there are accidents to have more wonderful experience. He didn't even have to use his innate divine ability to kill the first 5th-order snake-catcher bird. Instead, he created his own attack. Divine Sense Attack. Pinch and condense the divine sense into a small sword, targeting the enemy's spiritual platform and sea of consciousness with full force to poke and stab. This was the way he learned to use his divine sense in battle, without any teacher. And it was verified to work very well against the first 5th-order snake-catcher bird. Although his spiritual awareness small sword was almost futile, only constraining the appearance of a small sword with his mind, but there was no way that his opponent was even more of a rookie. The 5th-order snake-catcher bird. Human speech is still incomplete. The soul is weak. There is no resistance at all. In the face of Su Chengxian's tentative attack, a touch of collapse, no power to fight back. Breaking through an opponent's divine soul was much easier than breaking through a physical body, and could even be described as a breeze. There was no need to unleash his natural aptitude, leaving enough divine soul power for him to kill the second 5th-order snake-catcher bird. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand the exertion of using the divine ability several times just now. As for why he didn't do the same trick with the second snake-catcher bird as he did with the first, the reason is simple. His fleshly strength was too depleted, and there was no certainty that he would be able to withstand, again, the violent tearing and pulling of a 5th-ranked bird beast. The power of a 5th-order snake-catcher bird should not be underestimated. In the end, Su Chengxian was now nothing more than a newborn young snake, although not in the same physical shape. But the cultivation time is too short. His fleshly body strength wasn't strong enough that he was unharmed in the previous battle. Instead, The sharp claws of the snake-catching bird left several bloody holes in his body. In the tugging and pulling tussle, a number of thin lines of blood cracked across his body, and some of his scales appeared to be askew or even falling off. If we did it again, we might be able to hold out, but we'd certainly be hurt worse. It hurts, and it's not like he's on his own. Why try to be tough when you have help? We're all a nest of snakes, so of course we have to work together neatly. Chapter 13, Promoting Divine Power, Refining Demon Pills, Promoting to the Fifth Order. Su Changxian gave his younger siblings a good chance to perform. He himself, on the other hand, chose to resign himself to a supporting role, willing to be the green leaf that sets off the red flower, the passerby beside the heroes, the Empress, the Tao Lord. Listen, they're all big shots, and old me, I'm just a mediocre, ordinary snake with a system plug-in. Su Changxian shook the snake's tail and thought, alas, there's nothing wrong with honestly being a backdrop brother. Be an earth snake, eat melon and watch the show. Sit back and watch the big man return reborn and take back everything that belongs to him, her. Wouldn't it be nice? It's fun to think about. Good. Now, let's see just what was eaten down before. When he killed the first fifth order snake catcher bird, he swallowed too hastily and something slipped in. The second fifth order snake catcher bird arrived so quickly that Su Changxian didn't have time to take a closer look. The incoming enemies were all dead. The crisis had been lifted, and he could safely enter the state of inner vision. So the mind moved, and in the next instant, it saw the strange thing. What the hell is this? Su Changxian saw a green-colored, reddish-patterned egg. Host, this is a demonic elixir. The demon pills condensed by high-level demonic beasts contain more than 80% of their power. Demon pills? Su Changxian smacked his lips. This is the demonic elixir? If the demonic pills contain more than 80% of the demonic beast's power, then they should be well protected. But he barely felt resistance before it reached his mouth. What's the situation? Could it be that there's a trick in it? In fact, the demonic elixir was in the chest of the fifth order snake catcher bird, protected not only by the blood chi condensation break, but also by a meager amount of demonic power. However, the blood in its entire body was almost sucked dry by Su Changxian, and this power was either sucked away with the blood or dissipated with it. The demonic dan that had lost its protection was just swallowed into his stomach as he was driven by instinct. Up until the entrance of the demon pill, Su Changxian had been able to feel its presence. On this thing, there was a constant stream of power emanating from it, holding him up. Now, more bracing. In the interior state, one can clearly see, in wisps, the rising green mist. This is demonic power, isn't it? It felt like there was a slight similarity in the aura emanating from the Empress sister when she was cultivating. What about this? Spit it out? Su Changxian had a premonition that if there was no way to absorb this power, he was probably going to be in trouble. That's not right. I'm at the 4th rank, and a demonic pill from a 5th rank demonic beast is that strong? Attention host. This 5th order snake-catching bird's demonic dan is knotted with a 7th order water-avoiding snake's mutilated demonic dan as its demonic core. The demon pill contains demonic power that exceeds the host's absorption limit. Should I consume 1,000,000 blood chi to promote my aptitude? Is that even a question? Promotion. Of course I'm promoted. Nice guy. Let's just say that it was illogical for a 5th order snake catcher bird's demonic pills to hold him up. So it turned out that it wasn't the original. The demonic elixir of a 7th order water-avoiding serpent, although it was crippled, had a different power tier, which was much more comfortable to listen to. Ding dong. Host, please note, the avatar chi eating and blood transformation will be upgraded to chi eating and blood transformation. Now will be the time for the host to enhance his divine ability. Please concentrate and meditate. Do not separately catalyze the chi and blood in your body. As the system's inorganic voice broadcast, Su Changxian felt a warm sensation begin to appear within his abdomen, especially in his stomach and intestines and other digestive organs. He seemed to feel his chi and blood churning, quenching. Within a few breaths, the warmth turned into a bit of a burn. It's not so bad that it's a lot like waking up hungry in the middle of the night. It's a little scratchy and a little hard to get through. System, can I eat? Su Changxian asked. After receiving an affirmative answer, he returned to his senses with a thought and opened his eyes, ready to partake of a bit of the bird's flesh. By now, it was dark. The night was dark, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The female snake had already eaten the snake-catching birds it had hunted, 2 of them, into its stomach, propped up a bit to move. It had also drunk the blood of many 5th-rank snake-catcher birds, so it was very slightly drowsy. It was lying in place, spitting out snake letters towards the 3 small snakes still lying on the ground. Hiss! Eat, come on. Eat meat. Eat quickly, eat more and grow faster. It was accompanied by two birds with their necks torn open. Sweet mother, already opened the can for the kids. Hearing its hiss, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, who had recovered a bit of strength, successively climbed up. Instead of going over, though, he swam towards the already dead fifth-order snake-catcher bird. Hiss! The mother snake looked at them and tried to stop it. Demonic beasts will eat the flesh and blood of their enemies because of the power contained within. However, if a weak demonic beast eats the meat of a high-grade demonic beast, it is possible that it will be propped up and spit out blood. Young animals that don't know any better, stealing food and getting propped up all the time. But it had eaten so much that it couldn't even move, so it could only watch anxiously. But it soon became clear that the two little snakes in the house didn't seem to be trying to eat meat. They lay down on the bird and swam around a bit first, as if looking for something. It finally stopped at the big bird's chest. The two snakes then joined forces and made a hole in it. Shortly afterward, the green snake stuck its head in and took out a green-colored demonic elixir. Hiss! Su Changxian raised his head. He wanted to see what these two would do with this demonic pill. The heart said, they should know that it can't be swallowed directly. These two are also both young snakes now, and they don't have his natural aptitude. So if they eat them, the cool article with them as the protagonists can just declare the end. The protagonist does not know the heights of heaven, and because of excessive greed and ignorance, he swallows a demonic elixir and dies horribly. The whole book is finished. As it turned out, the Empress sister and Daelord's brother weren't that stupid. They had a better way to refine this demon pill. I saw the two snakes, one after the other, swimming to a boulder on the river bank, and then the green snake tilted its head up, facing the moon, and used the snake's letter to put the demonic Dan into the air. At the same time, a bit of mana spewed out from her and Ling Yunzi's mouths. The demonic Dan was propelled by the two strands of mana and just floated in midair, turning slightly. Then, each occupying a side, high up the snake head, chest and abdomen contraction, towards the demonic Dan, slowly breathing and exhaling, so that the demonic Dan and the moon gradually reunited. Gradually, there was a moonlight that slowly coalesced on the demon pills. Today is the full moon. This moonlight is also getting brighter. As the two snakes breathed and exhaled, there were constantly green and glistening threads on the demon pills and in the moonlight, which they gulped into their bellies. They're borrowing the demon pills to cultivate and exhale to draw in the moonlight? Su Chengxian's instincts as a demonic beast allowed him to recognize what it was. It's the moonflower, the essence of the moon in the sun's essence. Hiss, hiss. After doing so, the two snakes hissed at Su Chengxian and the mother snake respectively, and then also gave way a bit. The meaning is obvious. Invite them to come over and practice together. To Su Chengxian's surprise, he couldn't help but feel quite surprised. What is the meaning of ugly flower snake's eyes? Does it think I'm going to take the spoils of war all by myself? This demon Dan cannot be swallowed directly, and this seed is unable to seal it now. If we don't absorb and refine it, we can only let it dissipate. It would be better for everyone to refine it together. Then go deeper into the mountain range together and have a look out. The flower snake and the mother snake don't know how to cultivate, so how much can they take up? This seed only needs to go and grab it with the little white snake. Cultivation resources are supposed to be based on each person's ability, so this seed is just the right place to weigh where he's coming from. What kind of eyes does little green snake have? Is he provoking me? Ha! The thing I'm most afraid of is competing with others. The two snakes glanced at each other, and their brief silent cooperation came to an end. Hiss, hiss. The mother snake excitedly dragged her bulky body and swam over with difficulty. Su Chengxian wasn't polite either, following over and plopping down on the rock. The owner of this demonic elixir, counting on the fact that everyone killed it together, deserves a share of the snake. It wasn't long before the burning sensation inside him, too, faded away. The female snake is learning to exhale and breathe like a green and a white. Su Chengxian, on the other hand, coiled himself into a pile and directly began to sleep. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host on the completion of the promotion of his natural aptitude, chi devouring and blood transformation. If the host swallows one low-grade demonic elixir, he will gain a divine soul of plus 304 and a physical body of plus 205. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, hunting and killing the snake-catching bird. Reward, refinement points plus 15. Extreme locking flower seed asterisk 1. Blood and gas plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Blood and gas plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Blood and gas plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a 5th order demonic beast. Plus 1 refining point. Blood and gas plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Chapter 14, Just Bringing a Meal? Why are they all so emotional? Sleeping and waking off and on. It was finally a month and a half before Su Changxian completely refined and absorbed the demonic Dan. The reason I say off and on is because he needs to eat or he will wake up hungry. And they have a litter of 4 snakes, especially the female, which is a horrible eater. Luckily, the generous snake catcher bird had delivered more than just demon pills to his door, but also a whole body of flesh and blood. Moreover, the bird corpse had the presence of demonic power and had been drained of blood first, so it remained intact for many days. Su Changxian had eaten a third-order snake-catcher bird in the first 10 days. The last half of the fifth-order snake-catcher bird that he ate sustained him for another 17 or 18 days without hunger. After that, there's nothing to eat. Got to hunt demonic beasts for food. But hunting interferes with sleeping, so he thought of a good idea. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's cultivation also had to be suspended due to their stomachs. Excessive consumption of blood qi was very unfavorable to the growth of the physical body. They were now demonic beasts after all, and a sufficient blood meal was important to demonic beasts. The physical body equivalent is the foundation. In the qi refining stage that cultivators initially enter, they also need spirit animal meat. It's just that this was something that didn't have to be kept in mind for the 2 men before, because there are others who have everything ready for them. Instead, now, one has to go hunting themselves. Not only do you have to fight your share of blood food, but you have to prepare another one, because Su Changxian thought of a good way to get his dear Empress sister, and Dao Jun brother to bring the rice back for him. I never thought I'd have to catch my own fish to eat. Damn, why has this seat ever done this kind of trouble? Who would have thought that the second battle of their promotion to the 4th rank would be against a group of second-rank demonic beasts, the wave-chasing cyprinids? Since this is the second battle, there is a first battle. The opponent for that first battle was, of course, Su Changxian. He was forced to bring food to the other guy because he couldn't beat him. Flower Snake couldn't have been a pig spirit in his previous life, right? So edible. Ling Xiao slapped a half-meter-long big fish, with a tail, onto the shore and cursed viciously in his heart. This guy will eat 10 of these big fish in one meal. There is no way that there is a chemical food pills in the stomach. 4th meal. This is already the 4th meal. Ling Yunzi's serpentine face was cold and unfeeling, but the anger within him had reached a critical point. Damn Flower Snake. It's been crushing him for 16 days. He was forced to bring his meal 4 times. Wow. The white tail slammed in the lime green water, smashing a large fish, smashing it up, and then slapped it in the air. Snapping. The bouncing live fish slipped through an arc in midair, spilling a mist of water. Hiss! A flower snake on the riverbank, which was trending toward a bucket, lazily raised its head. In the shade of a tree where the slightly warm sun doesn't shine, a head is stretched out and a big fish is taken. A tilt of the neck swallowed it. In the last instant before that, he had just swallowed the big fish that the green snake had flung up. Not just bringing a meal? Why are all of you in such a big mood? Su Changxian grunted in his heart. I have to say, having a brother with a younger sister and brother to call on is still a great feeling to be a brother. And with his sister's brother coming from an unusual source, there was an added layer of pleasure to the squeeze. There is no doubt that life is happy when you don't need to get dressed and you have someone to feed your meal to your mouth. It's a happy time, and it could go on for a long time yet. As long as Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi couldn't defeat him for one day, they would have to be willing to gamble. Thinking of this, in between bites of fish, Su Changxian glanced at his personal status. Host, Su Changxian. Race, water snake. Rank, 5th order, to become a 6th order demon beast. Its blood qi needs to break through 5 million points. Blood gas, 351-0087. Physical realm, demon body realm, 1848-10-000. Divine soul realm, demon soul realm, 1819-10-000. Aptitude and battle skills, aptitude, eating qi and turning blood. Compulsive hissing, battle skills, snake bite, snake binding. Refining points, 5/5. A thrilling battle of life and death. And the divine soul and body realm has only improved by this much. It's a bit worthless. Su Chang had a clear picture in his mind after a single glance. It's all practiced when buying things and weighing the relationship between grams and price to see if it's a good deal. TSK, it seems that my Empress sister, who has just been promoted to a 4th-ranked demonic beast, as well as my Dao Lord brother, will still be living under my shadow for a not-so-short period of time. He wagged his tail twice without any complacency, satisfied with life so far. Through these nearly 2 months of observation, he realized that snakes like to sleep. Female snakes sleep for 2/3 of the day as long as they are fed. Definitely more than 18 hours a day. In the classic eat and sleep category, with most of the time spent either resting or sleeping. so he doesn't have to worry at all about being considered abnormal for sleeping too much. Instead, it was too normal and made the female snake a little worried, compared to Little Green and Little White, who cultivated day in and day out by worshipping the moon. Little Flower was too much like a truly unenlightened water-avoiding snake. He's been on a sleep-eat-sleep cycle. After the bird is eaten, there is more time to wake up, because the fish in the river, unlike the bird, is not as topful, so you have to eat one meal in 3 or 4 days. But Little Flower was so good that Green and White together couldn't beat him. This reassured the mother snake that she didn't have to fear that her son would easily starve to death. But he insisted that his oldest son, who was about to be about the same size as himself, practice together on the rock, especially when the moon is bright. The essence of the moonlight, which is mild and slightly cool, is able to merge the demonic beast's blood-borne aura, and has the ability to nourish the divine soul, open the spirit, and strengthen the spirit. By absorbing the moonlight, demonic beasts open up their spiritual wisdom and condense their demonic pills, thus enhancing their cultivation and quenching their souls. The spirit of the mother snake was not enough to understand the specific utility of the moonflower. It only knew that it was very good. Staying on the stone, with the exhale of a breath, one could feel comfortable, and it could also grow in cultivation. Su Chengxian didn't want to brush off its good intentions, so he stayed on the rock. Anyway, he sleeps wherever he wants and sometimes he doesn't move places during the day. The sun has been getting stronger the last few days before we switched to going in the shade. After this part of the meal and a short nap, it's evening again. When the moon came out, a family of snakes coiled up on all 4 heads, one on each side, and began to act as they had for dozens of days before. There were snakes practicing, snakes learning to practice, and snakes sleeping. Sleep, sleep again, sleep to death you must. A little girl's voice came out from the green snake's mouth as she impatiently said, "Old ghost, your tail has crossed the line, occupying my place. The flower snake is fat and large, and will cross the line from time to time after taking up the piece that belongs to him." This upset the empress, who had a proud figure in her last life and was now set off as extra petite. "Got it," Su Chengxian replied slowly, and slowly tucked his tail back in. That's how they were able to smooth out the deal. The empress sister and Dowlord brother, they, not long ago, refined the horizontal bones in their mouths and were able to speak. Su Chengxian was a few days ahead of them. This demonic elixir should be exhausted by tomorrow night at most. Ling Yunzi also opened his mouth to speak. The voice is clear and childlike as if it were a child. And it is because of this that it is not very talkative. Unless the matter is important. As it is now. Chapter 15. Are you really not going to call me brother? The demonic elixir is going to run out. This meant that the days of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's rapid cultivation were coming to an end. Su Chengxian glanced at it and saw that it was indeed only the size of a quail egg. It will last until tomorrow. And it may not even last all night tomorrow. But this one demonic elixir, being used to cultivate for almost 2 months, was not bad at all. The meat from a few snake-catching birds, along with the 2 demon pills, allowed their family of snakes to molt at least once, more than doubling their size from before. There is no such thing as an endless supply of anything. Ling Yunzi also understood that he was just a bit reluctant to give up the taste of this rapid growth and cultivation. Therefore, after mentioning one sentence, he stopped talking and focused on cultivation. The night passed quickly. After daylight, the mother snake goes out to feed. Su Chengxian was woken up by Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. "Old man, wake up." I'm going hunting with Little White." Ling Xiao lifted his eyelids with the tip of his tail. "Oh, remember to bring me food," Su Chengxian said smoothly without opening his eyes. Ling Xiao was speechless. "This time, we are more than just hunting blood food," Ling Yunzi said. "Looking for demonic beasts that have formed demon pills?" Su Chengxian asked. "Not bad. Me and Xiaoqing need demon pills for cultivation," Ling Yunzi said. "You guys stop calling each other Little Green, Little White. It sounds awkward." Su Chengxian opened his eyes, looked at the 2 small snakes in front of him, and suddenly said prominently, "Do you guys want to know who the other party is? White Snake is the younger brother and Green Snake is the younger sister." So actually being familiar with the White Snake felt awkward to him. And these 2, in order to hide their identities, even changed their self-proclaimed names. It made him uncomfortable. So why not just give them a poke in the face? Just in time to win this game in the end. "What do you mean?" Ling Xiao became anxious, his voice becoming even more shrill and thin. "You know who we are? Impossible." Ling Yunzi was confident that he would never be exposed. "Well," Su Chengxian rolled over nicely. "Whoever calls me brother first, I'll help keep it a secret." "Called brother? What's wrong with this old geezer? No screaming?" Really not screaming? Su Changxian looked at them both. Then I'll say it. How do we know? Are you swindling us? Ling Yunzi said. Yanhao Holy Dynasty, ever heard of it? Su Changxian said it lightly. And the two snakes in front of him, both of their snake bodies shook. The demon sect's Yanhao demon sect? Ling Yunzi twisted his head in surprise and looked at Ling Xiao. He thought that the other party would be a demon race, but it turned out to be someone from the demon sect? A demonic cult? It's the Holy Dynasty. Ling Xiao was dissatisfied. So it's true that the devil sect likes to call themselves the Holy Sect. Ling Yunzi said. Su Changxian. The Holy Dynasty turned out to be a demonic sect? Very reasonable. It's a long time coming. I didn't realize there was a windfall. Old devil. What do you mean? Ling Xiao aimed his spear at Su Changxian. What do you think of the Xian sect's authentic sect? The heavenly Xian sect of Mount Jinmu? Su Changxian immediately gave her a fare. Take Ling Yunzi's information and sell it. 2. Ha? A place where those who sell their reputation are prevalent? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. Little brother Bai. Are you even from there? Can't see it at all. I heard that the people of Jin Demon Mountain are all positively hairy and evil, hating all demons and evil spirits. Shouldn't you just bite your tongue the moment you become a little snake? A snake biting its tongue can kill itself? Su Changxian was curious. Don't compare the seat to those guys, Ling Yunzi said in a cold voice. But the child's voice made the coldness much worse. Oh, calling yourself this seat? Ling Xiao laughed. The strongest Xian sect in the earthly realm is the true immortal realm's Yuanjun. And below Yuanjun are true immortals. If no true immortal has fallen within 100 years, then it should be a Xian immortal. Among the Xian immortals, the status from highest to lowest is Taoist monarch, spirit marshal, spiritual officer and feathered soldier. Among the Xian immortals, only Dao Lords can call themselves the seat. She looked at Ling Yunzi. Little brother Bai. I wonder which Dao Lord you are in person. Ling Yunzi kept his mouth shut. He didn't know Ling Xiao's identity yet, but Ling Xiao guessed his previous cultivation realm from a self-proclaimed name. This round, it's down to the wire. No? Then I'll keep guessing? Ling Xiao laughed. Guess quickly. Su Changxian changed his position on his back again. It's interesting. He loves it. There aren't many Dao Lords in Jinmu Mountain. There are 7 as far as I know. The 2 oldest are always in seclusion. 3 of the remaining 5 are guarding the back of the mountain, and 1 is presiding over the affairs of the door. Only one of the youngest, Ling Yunzi, high-minded and unruly, acting without fear, making many enemies. As a female emperor, Ling Xiao had knowledge of the top forces of the Mongao continent, not to mention the cultivators of the same eastern earthly realm, and she spoke almost as if she were counting her family's treasures. Brother Xiao Bai, I'm guessing that you're that Dao Lord Ling Yunzi, aren't you? What's the basis? This one was asked by Su Changxian. There is not much basis for it, except that I have heard of some of his deeds, and have asserted that he was killed sooner or later. Humph! Empress Ling Zhao's person is overbearing, wanton, and unreasonable. It's no better than this seat, so I've been killed too. 6. In the end, it's still not strong enough. If it's strong enough, there's nothing others can do if they don't like it. Ling Xiao hummed. That's why in my current life, I will definitely not be so easily beaten to death again. Su Changxian hasn't ever thought of being less obnoxious? Old ghost? You call yourself an old ghost now. Why are you still so naive? Ling Xiao nudged him with the tip of his tail. Does it have anything to do with you if other people hate you? Or like you? Some people can't wait for you to die when they haven't even met you. No one likes to be hated. But whether others like it or not doesn't matter to the strong. It's important that people who don't like you can't have the ability to hurt you. Not bad. What this seat seeks is nothing more than to not be subjected to others in my life and to act freely. Ling Yunzi said. This seat cultivates its own. They cultivate theirs. And originally they are not related to each other. However, they have plotted against me, causing me to die. This was a score he would have to settle with those people. A childish voice, evil and impetuous, calling himself this seat. Cute little girl with a mouthful of me. Su Changxian sounded but smooth. After all, you're almost used to hearing it, so you guys still want me to do what I do. What I do? He summarized the point. Aha! The Empress nodded. Aha! The Dao Lord nodded. Line blah. Su Hanging Cheng self-called Old Ghost Immortal sighed. Since everyone is now a nest of snakes, I don't want you guys to be too weak to get me involved. Holy, that was awesome. These words were spoken to the former Empress and Dao Lord. It was so good that he couldn't help but wag his tail. I understand what you guys meant when you woke me up. He pretended to be bashful and said, tell you what, you guys go and search for demonic beasts. Found it. Can't beat it. Can draw it over? I'll help. Whoops. It's dead. But with the 6th rank as the upper limit, too strong won't work, and I can't fight. It's great to fill the cups of the older generation, but a small life is also important. Bravado wasn't something that Su Chengxian definitely didn't have in the label of the persona he added to his old ghost identity. Good. So look guys, I've agreed to help, so you really won't consider calling me brother? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi twisted around and left. Hey, Su Chengxian sighed. The task of making his younger sister and brother call out to his brother had not been successfully accomplished again. Sleep. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Squeak. This. What is this? Spirit gathering grass? And this is, the spirit locking grass? Chapter 16, Sleeping Soundly. Open your eyes and see the great sage? Su Chengxian was sleeping before he was woken up by the sound of squeaking. While he slept, he would go over the information he had recently learned, and sort through it. This situation began at the Divine Soul Realm, entering the Demon Soul Realm, and the source of the information, quite simply, came from what he could hear from his heart. Most came from Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, and a small portion, from the mother snake. The female snake is spiritually enlightened, but not to a high degree, and is simple-minded, not inclined to think, preferring to follow her instincts, eat and sleep, or practice. So they accept their children's abnormality well, and are even pleased that they show it. Its previous protective behavior also made Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi willing to give respect and care. So far this family of snakes, therefore, get along quite harmoniously. Judging from the fact that they were willing to share their cultivation resources with the mother snake, they should have no intention of separating. Su Chengxian also didn't want to be separated from the mother snake and the Empress sister, as well as the Daelord's younger brother. For this reason, in the past month and a half, the system had released several quests related to them, none of which had been completed yet. Then there was the fact that he didn't have to hunt on his own with his sister and brother bringing food, and he could sleep to his heart's content to get stronger. Without them, it's probably hard to find such suitable squeeze objects again. Su Chengxian muttered in his sleep, already knowing from the mother snake that the place they were coming out of was the edge of the northern wasteland mountain range. Without spirit veins, the aura was thin, and it was difficult to raise the grade of the demonic beasts. The 5th stage snake catcher bird was the smartest demonic beast the mother snake had ever known. So when the other died, the mother snake assumed that there was no more danger around, before she took them to live directly by the river and never returned to her cave. This made Su Chengxian realize that he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to meet another spiritually opened object that could communicate smoothly. Too strong to beat, too weak to be smart. On a careful reckoning, there would be no better contestants than his sister and brother, to provide him with a take-home meal. These two were quite principled, willing to gamble if they couldn't win, and even if they were reluctant, they would finish what they promised. So Su Cheng was quite happy to stay with them. If he's strong enough, he can always get there. With the system in place, that was precisely the last thing he needed to worry about. Instead, he had to worry about not letting these two get too much weaker than him. Otherwise the quality of the take-home meal is so poor that it will affect the quality of your sleep. Moreover, demonic beasts of high grade were more delicious to eat. So just now, when his younger brother and sister wanted him to help hunt relatively high-ranked demonic beasts together, he readily agreed. I hope they can find demonic beasts that condense demonic pills. Su Chengxian pondered that for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to keep up with him, it was definitely not enough to rely only on hard cultivation. Demons cultivate in a simple and brutal way. Just one, eating. Eat blood food, spiritual herbs, pills, roots, stones, etc. But the spirit is not open and there is no cultivation techniques. All by instinct. Eat something. The efficiency of absorption and transformation is extremely low, and the average animal has a limited lifespan, no more than a handful of decades at its peak. For 10 years, they followed their instincts to hunt their prey. Often, they muddled through their entire lives, eventually stopping at the tier of low-grade demonic beasts. So how to quickly advance their cultivation and break through the longevity boundaries within their limited lifespan is the difficult part of demonic beasts cultivation. And so 90% of the demonic beast's path of growth was to hunt, digest, and become stronger before hunting higher-ranked demonic beasts, or be preyed upon by other demonic beasts, week after week. In that case, the difference between demonic beasts and wild beasts wasn't that big. It was just one more channel with the chance to grow upwards. These were all the information Su Chengxian had heard from Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. Blood gas condenses fury and refines the spirit into a demon. When the blood aura on the body will get thicker and thicker, condensing the blood fury, the free auras around them would be drawn to converge by the blood fury. The nourishment of the aura targets the soul and opens the demonic beasts to spiritual wisdom. If one was lucky, one day one would suddenly become enlightened and know how to actively use blood chi as a base to draw aura and refine it into demonic power, gathering the demonic elixir, then leaning on the gulping demonic elixir and refining the moonlight. This was the basic cultivation method that all demons, under the rules of the Great Tao, had the opportunity to comprehend. Strictly speaking, it is only after one has formed a demonic dan and passed the cultivation method that one is considered to have set foot on the path of cultivation. Thereafter, freed from obscurantism, the heart turned to the way, and there was a chance to break free from the bondage of destiny. Moonflower, for demonic beasts, is not only to enhance their cultivation, but also has other benefits. Many demonic beasts, at night, would worship the moon in an open place, or an unobstructed high place, picking moonflower to cultivate. Not only could you rapidly increase your cultivation level, but you could also curb the blood fury's infiltration of the divine soul. Demonic beasts and the demon race, who relied on blood food to cultivate, but did not dare to devour blood food without any limitations, was because of the blood fury that was condensed, which would impact the soul, causing the demonic beasts to fall into a frenzy. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi both knew this, so after they broke their shells, instead of choosing the way to grow up faster blood food, they cultivated. Maintaining the balance of refining blood chi and aura and avoiding the demonic power from getting out of control was the key to whether or not a demonic beast could become a demon. If you don't pay attention to it from the beginning, it will become harder to control the further you go. This time, with the help of the demonic elixir of a 5th-rank snake-catcher bird, their cultivation speed is indeed quite a bit faster. Su Chengxian knew that Ling Xiao and the others were using this demonic elixir as a fake elixir in order to harvest and refine moonlight. Instead of absorbing the power from the demon pills directly like he did, it was equivalent to the speed of a demonic beast with a condensed demonic elixir, gulping down the demonic elixir to refine the moonlight. From this, one could also relax and devour blood food without worrying about the imbalance of demonic power. Especially since Ling Yunzi cultivated the Xian sect technique, the exuberance of blood chi would hinder him from transforming into a form and giving birth to the Dantian Violet Mansion at a later stage. In other words, the two men needed aura more than blood chi to cultivate, so before condensing the demonic pills, digging up the demonic pills of other demonic beasts was not a bad idea. But Su Chengxian felt that it might be challenging. The demon pills of the two 5th-order snake-catching birds should have been split between the mutilated demon pills of the same 7th-order water-avoiding snake. That's why it's possible to open your mind early to form a demonic dan, and it was simply impossible for an ordinary 5th-ranked demonic beast to produce a demonic elixir. Not even the demon core had condensed. Thus, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi could only cast a wide net and look for more. Of course, this was a good thing for Su Chengxian for some time in the future. He might not lack 4th and 5th-order demonic beast meat to eat well, sleep well, and keep getting stronger. It's a beautiful little life. The more Su Chengxian thought about it, the more beautiful it became, and he couldn't help but stretch out his mail in his sleep. It was at this time that he heard a squeak. Then it felt like someone was picking at their eyelids. A pair of furry paws opened his eyes. Look up again. The Great Sage? Chapter 17, 6th Order Mountain Shaker. Golden-haired blue-faced ape. Puff la la. The trees were swarming with birds and the branches were swaying. The sun was setting late and the birds and animals were supposed to return to the forest. Next moment, Su Chengxian heard movement in the forest behind him. Rumble. There was a sound of a giant beast treading the ground. He twisted around and turned back, and he heard Ling Zhao's voice calling out to him. Here's your meal, old man. 2 1-meter-long snakes rushed out of the forest one after the other. Behind them came a grunting pig squeal. Ow! Roaring and snarling. A large boar followed close behind and broke into Su Chengxian's line of sight. The huge size was like a mountain of meat, and the small blood-red eyes were bubbling with bloodthirsty light. The fangs flared out and the wind grew under the hooves. The ground rumbled as he stepped on it, bringing up smoke and dust along the way. Taking another look at the scarlet curling black gas rising from the boar's body, he knew that the big guy had cultivated demonic power. Good boy. This is definitely not an ordinary demonic beast. Ding dong. Host, you have a new mission. Hunt and kill the 6th-order demonic beast shaking mountain minister and seize the spiritual root clear heartgrass. Mission reward, you will receive refinement points plus 12. Master servant contract talisman *2. Minister, that's the big boar. The word sealing and repairing snakes was known to Su Chengxian. It was meant to speak of a large boar and a python, and was used to describe the greedy and violent. Good lord! This time the big boar and the big snake have met. Sixth order! It's sixth order! Su Changxian instantly cursed. A big sixth order boar. And the demonic aura on this body was even thicker than a fifth order snake catcher bird. Greeny! Little white! You two have become snakes. You're so anthropomorphic. I told you that the sixth rank is the upper limit, and you two got me a sixth rank? You're so obedient. There are no feral hogs around the mother snake's territory, so these two guys, running out all day, couldn't have found this boar on purpose, could they? This pig has to be several thousand pounds. Not to mention, it's enough to feed their family for 10 days and half a month. But wild boars have thick skin and flesh and are not afraid of tigers and leopards. It's not that easy to get killed. Old ghost, stop yelling in help. Ling Xiao said urgently, this boar is crazy. It's not that we're messing with it, it's that it wants to eat us. Ling Yunzi shouted back. He and Ling Xiao weren't self-indulgent fools, so how could they not know what kind of enemies couldn't be messed with? He went out and circled around first, making sure that the demonic beasts around him were not of a high grade before heading deeper into the forest. When I went to the nest of the fifth order snake catcher, the tree was empty of nests. There were no eggs, and there was no sign of any other snake catcher. After that it was half a day's walk again, and the two men had something in mind. Taking note of the territory of a few third and fourth ranked demonic beasts, these were blood food for the future. Then having penetrated some distance further in, he was ready to beat a retreat. At this time, under a large tree, this large boar was seen from a distance. The other party had demonic clouds on his body, and at a glance, he knew that he had Taoist skills and had probably formed a demonic elixir. However, the strength was certainly not to be underestimated, so they didn't intend to startle the other party, only wanting to memorize the place and come back to hunt when their cultivation level had risen. The cultivation level that had been elevated by harvesting the moonflower with the demon pill before also needed time and days to stabilize. Therefore, they were in a hurry to obtain the demonic pills, but they were not in a hurry to get their hands on them right away. Who knew that this mountain-shaking minister, however, immediately discovered their presence and chased after them all the way? The gap in strength between the two sides made it impossible for them to shake off the other party's tracking. During that time, if they hadn't been cooperating with each other, they would have almost been caught up a couple of times. Ao Nag, the minister of mountain shaking, was exceptionally ferocious, and despite its large size, its speed was not slow at all. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had merely spoken, and with a slight distraction, they were almost trampled to death. Asterisk. Into the water, Ling Yunzi called out. As they spoke, the two of them circled around in front of Su Changxian and rushed towards the river. The instincts of the water-avoiding snakes would allow them to dive into the water and hide from this large boar. While boars can swim, they cannot go deep underwater. This yell of his was also a reminder to Su Changxian to fight if he could, but if he couldn't, then follow him into the water. As soon as the words fell, there were two fluttering sounds, and the two snakes splashed into the river with two clusters of water. Yo, there's still some conscience, Su Changxian grunted, but he didn't jump into the river after him. His own strength was already of the 5th rank, and with a boar of the 6th rank, it wasn't like he didn't have the power to fight. Try first, run again if it doesn't work. Conveniently located behind you is the Grand River. Ow! At this moment, having lost the target it had been chasing, the killing intent of the big boar naturally fell on Su Changxian. It was spiritually enlightened and knew that the snakes were in cahoots. Moreover, the small snake in front of him was even fatter, so the benefits would definitely be greater if he ate it. Ow! The 6th order mountain shaker grunted and ran towards Su Changxian. It turns out that this guy knows that demonic beasts that have developed spiritual intelligence are beneficial to eat. That's why he's chasing after Little Green and Little White. Su Changxian's heart was clear. There was not much fear in the face of the running and charging boar, which came with a terrifying air. Before, the 5th order snake catcher bird's claws couldn't break his scale armor, and this big boar in front of him, even though it was even more powerful, couldn't fly, so it was even less threatening. Whoosh! Su Changxian twisted his body, not dodging or dodging, and lashed out with his tail. Boo! The serpent's tail hit the boar's head hard, making a muffled thunderous noise. Ao Nag! Minister Shaking Mountain shook his head as he was jerked around, and his pace was disorganized as he staggered a few steps to a halt. Hiss! Su Changxian flew directly backwards. That's a hard pig's head. Rumble! Just as he stabilized himself, he saw the boar charging again and hurriedly raised his head to hiss. Hiss! Divine sense condensed. Small sword stabbed. At the same time, he flung his snake tail and charged. Ow! In an instant, the big boar's charge stalled, and at that moment, Su Changxian had already arrived close. Hiss! Natural avatar, compulsion. The snake's body then climbed up the mountain, shaking minister. The snake's head wrapped around the neck, and the snake's mouth opened wide, biting down hard on the boar's most vulnerable place, its throat. Battle technique, entanglement. Battle technique, snake bite. The sharp teeth pierced through the protective demonic power. I suck. Together with the demonic power and the blood, he swallowed it. Ow! Minister Shaker let out a miserable cry as blood burst out like a spring. Frantically, he shook his body, trying to shake his enemy off. Yet how could Su Changxian, who had already tightly wrapped his body around it, let it succeed? Not only were they not shaken off, they got tighter and used it to force out more blood and swallow it. LOL, LOL, LOL. The sound of bones being strangled and broken continued to emanate from within Minister Shaking Mountain's body. Poof! Finally, the big boar couldn't hold it up and fell to his knees as his front legs gave out. The demonic clouds on his body had long since dispersed, and the light in his eyes gradually went out. This mountain-shaking minister died unjustly, without using any battle techniques, without exerting any of his body's strength. He was directly seriously injured in his divine soul, and then killed by a sneak attack. Su Changxian also drank his fill, loosening his entangled snake body and swimming to the side. Whoa! Wow! 2 snakes, one green and one white, burrowed out of the water. Watching the scene, the same thought bubbled up in his mind. What is this old man, anyway? He was more than a little stronger than before. Squeak! A golden-haired, blue-faced ape leapt over from nowhere. It went straight for the mountain-shaking minister on the ground. What is it? Chapter 18. The chance to fill the cup. It's here again. Is there any need to ask? Su Changxian said. How obvious. This is a minion. What is a minion? Ling Xiao was puzzled. This was clearly a golden water monkey. Why did the old ghost have to say it was a minion? Or does this monkey have a special bloodline? I've never heard of a bloodline of apes and monkeys called the minions. Oh, the minions are monkeys. I call them that. Su Changxian couldn't help but scratch his chin with his tail. Awkward. It's embarrassing. It's so embarrassing to say that no one understands the terrier. Why is this old ape here? Ling Yunzi looked at Su Changxian. Judging from the scent, this should be the same golden water monkey that lived on the eastern side of the mother snake's territory. It was the weakest of the demonic beasts around here that had the strength to occupy territory. Although it only had the strength of the 3rd rank, it was extremely fast and it was hard to catch it. It didn't have a few pounds of meat on its body, so it had survived all this time. It came not long after you guys left. Su Changxian laughed, and it seems to be relying on me. He opened his eyes to see the golden monkey and opened his mouth to cry out to the great sage. Seeing the little blue face felt wrong, recognizing the wrong monkey. Besides, this is not the world of Journey to the West. Where is the great sage? But this monkey was very interesting, not afraid of him and helping him plant spirit grass. He'd be whisked away, and before long, he'd come running back. Monkey sneaks off to the side, then tries to get closer. This monkey has opened its spirit and can talk. Will it bear a demonic elixir? When dealing with a monkey that was bent on planting grass for you, or a golden monkey, Su Changxian couldn't really do it and swallow it in one bite. He's not too far off the mark, but the monkey kept disturbing his sleep, so he planned to kill the monkey with a knife. It doesn't have any demonic power on it. Its blood chi isn't strong, and it only has unrefined moonflower aura, so how could it have a demonic elixir? Ling Yunzi said. Demon pills are condensed by demons with their blood and aura refined into demonic power. Apes fishing for the moon and foxes worshipping the moon are natural skills in their bloodline inheritance, allowing them to harvest and refine the moonlight and give birth to spiritual wisdom. Speaking of which, the wolf clan whistles at the moon, and the tiger plate mountain tops, both of which are also for the purpose of adopting moonflower cultivation. That's why beasts almost always have instinctive moon worship. It's just that some heritages are obvious and some are weak. The bloodline inheritance of the ape clan was one of the clearer categories, and for that reason, it was easier for them to open up their spiritual wisdom. Plus, they're mostly vegetarian. Not eating blood food will lead to a lack of blood chi, making it difficult to form a demonic elixir. Yet it will also open its mind earlier. If they could always refrain from eating blood food and cultivate gong methods to refine their spiritual energy, they would not be demonic beasts, but spiritual beasts. The spirit beasts that are kept in the Xianmen sect, other than dogs, are spirit monkeys and old apes. Ling Yunzi said. Old ghost? You don't even know that? Hey, what's so unusual about that? After living for a long time, there's always something you remember and something you don't. Su Changxian casually coped. In his heart, there is nothing strange under the sky. So the difference between a demonic beast and a spiritual beast is the difference between the mana used, whether it is demonic or spiritual. Also, demonic beast grade was an important reflection of strength, but not the only measure, much less a determining factor in warfare. It was also true that if the higher ranks were definitely stronger than the lower ranks, then there would be no need to fight when they met. Everyone reports a rank, and the low one just slumps to the ground and lets the high one eat it and pull it down. It's a waste of time to fight back and forth. Battle techniques, divine abilities, spiritual wisdom, and calculations were also important parts of battle power. Did the 6th-ranked Minister Sheikh die unjustly? Injustice, and no injustice. That combination of tactics against it was something Su Changxian had deduced countless times in his sleep during this period of time when he was sleeping. The timing and the combination of battle skills and aptitudes were done to the best of their ability. Moreover, his own strength, physical body strength, and divine soul realm were not much weaker than the Great Boar. On the contrary, it might even be stronger. On the contrary, the big boar rushed across the street without any rules and regulations, and also belittled the opponent, relying on the strength of his body not to lose, and as a result, he planted a big heel. Same problem as a 5th-order snake-catcher bird. I'll have to be extra cautious and careful from now on, no matter who I'm fighting. Su Changxian, who had won 2 battles by relying on surprise sneak attacks, had secretly learned this blood lesson. Hooray! It was someone else's blood that was used. Squeak! The golden-haired monkey didn't rest while they were talking. It had been reaching its hairy claws into the mouth of the big dead boar. Got blood all over him. It doesn't seem to be pulling it out, though, and it's scratching its head in anxiety. Monkey, what are you pulling out? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. Squeak! Grass! Baby! The golden water monkey turned around, looked at them, and then popped over towards Su Changxian, pointing to the big boar. He said, Baby! There! You pull it out. Here you go. For me? Su Changxian laughed. This pig was originally killed by me. It has a treasure in its stomach. It must be mine, and you need to give it to me? That's what the words say though. Still he swam, starting at the throat and breaking open the belly of the great boar. Squeak! The golden water monkey raked at his stomach a few times and found a small blade of grass, only as long as your little finger. It looks unassuming. Can this be a baby? Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, hunting and killing the 6th-order demonic beast, the mountain shaker, and seizing the spiritual root, the clear heart grass. Reward, refinement points plus 12. Master servant contract charm *2. Su Changxian. Ooh, it's still a real gem. It's just that this baby, it's so unassuming to look at. The spiritual root, clear heart grass, grows like this? Baby, it's time for the sun to shine and the colors to shine. The shimmering and glittering of the, it's not like the spirit root fairy grass. There's nothing out of the ordinary about it. Spiritual roots? Spirit root. You just said it's a spirit root. Clear heart grass? Ling Zhao's eyes glazed over as he looked at the grass in the monkey's hand and then at Su Changxian. Old ghost, are you sure? I'm sure. Su Changxian nodded. The system wouldn't lie to him. What? You recognize it too? Listen to what a fine use of the word also. Don't recognize. Ling Xiao shook his head. Just heard the name and know what it's used for. Then do you recognize the spirit gathering grass? Su Changxian asked proddingly. I don't think I recognize it either. Right? There are several growing under your noses and I don't see you asking about them. Spirit gathering grass? This time Ling Yunzi's eyes also rounded. You're talking about the spirit gathering grass? Yes. Spirit gathering grass? What's wrong? Su Changxian took one look at their reactions and knew. Oh, come on. The chance to fill a cup. It's here again. So the tone grew more and more muted and drifting, showing off the style of the high rollers. It's also true that it's normal for you guys not to recognize such an ordinary spirit herb. You have spirit gathering grass? Ling Yunzi asked eagerly. Do you have spirit gathering grass? Otherwise you wouldn't have mentioned it. I did. Where? Ling Zhao's gaze shifted from the small grass in the monkey's paw and snapped to gaze at Su Changxian. It depends on which tree you ask. Su Changxian said lightly. Which one means that you have more than one spirit gathering grass? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were very excited. Aha! The more excited they got, the more calm Su Changxian became. How many trees? 3 or 4 trees. 3 or 4 trees? The two followed up in unison. Want to know? If you want to know, call out to your brother and I'll tell you. Ugly flower snake. I'm asking you where the spirit gathering grass is. Ling Xiao roared as he couldn't hold back. Chapter 19. I'm going to take it as the chief of the great household. Su Changxian had 4 spirit-gathering grasses in his hand. Not only did he have the spirit-gathering grass, but he even had an extremely high-grade spirit-locking grass. After hearing that there was a spirit-locking grass, the two Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi became even more excited. This is the spirit-locking grass? Ling Xiao asked excitedly as he plopped down on the ground and stared wide-eyed at the grass that was about to grow its 3rd leaf. That's right, Su Changxian said. A grand empress was so excited over a spirit grass. Could this spirit-locking grass be some heavenly treasure? However, he had asked the system, and the value of the extreme spirit-locking grass was only 1 rank higher than the spirit-gathering grass. As for the spirit-gathering grass, in the cultivation world, it belonged to the low-level spirit grass. So, he was a bit unable to understand the excitement of the two. You, a female emperor and a Dao lord, can't even recognize this ordinary spirit herb? I've never seen it before. What's so unusual about not recognizing it? I don't like to serve flowers and plants, and I'm not a spiritual planter who specializes in planting spiritual seeds. Ling Xiao said, what can be sent to my eyes and made me memorize must be top quality and rare exotic flowers and plants. This kind of ordinary spirit grass, this seed didn't care to pay attention to it before. Ling Yunzi, who was checking out the spirit gathering grass, picked up. It has its own outer disciples and handymen to take care of it. Since I refined the first furnace of Dan, I've used all second order or higher spirit plants. Ha! Su Changxian laughed. What's the point of pretending with me? I know you guys had it good in the old days, but heroes don't talk about the old days. Don't pucker your butt on the ground and circle around my spirit grass if you can. Good guys, each one of them is like a stinking hooligan who has seen a great beauty. Where's the strong man in that? See anything? Su Changxian asked. Sensing carefully, there is indeed a subtle gathering of aura. Ling Yunzi said, you've been looking at me for half a day, and this is all you can see? What do you know? Ling Xiao grunted. The spirit-gathering grass alone does not have a strong utility in gathering spiritual qi. Not to mention that this spirit-gathering grass has just grown out not long ago. If one didn't distinguish it carefully, I'm afraid that one wouldn't be able to tell that it was a spirit herb. Without divine sense, the snake body did not have the bloodline talent of searching for spirit herbs, so it could only be recognized as such. What's wrong with pouting? What's wrong with being on the ground? She never cared about image prowess anyway. Damn it, this spirit-locking grass. She still couldn't sense anything special at all. On second thought, if it was so easy to detect, earlier on, they should have realized that these plants growing out of the place where the flower snake was lying were not ordinary. It just grew out not long ago, so you can't sense it? Su Changxian said as if he was surprised. Then you guys didn't say so earlier. As soon as these words came out, 2 pairs of vertical pupiled snake eyes immediately stared at him. What are you glaring at me for? Su Changxian stared back. One of his eyes was bigger than both their pairs. Who was afraid of whom? The old man has said, your big brother me. There are 4 trees gathering spirit grass. Here only 1. That 3. Whoosh, whoosh. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, 2 snake shadows flew past his eyes. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi went straight, rushing towards the cave they were in before. A few breaths later, ha ha, spirit gathering grass. Jie jie, spirit gathering grass. Surprisingly, there are really 3 plants. 6. Su Changxian was infuriated and laughed. Good lord. So these 2 had just taken his words as fart and didn't believe them at all. A few moments later, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi finally calmed down. Old ghost, we have to plant the spirit gathering grass together. Ling Xiao said, that's right, the greater the number of spirit gathering grasses, the stronger the spiritual qi that is induced. Ling Yunzi said, a single spirit gathering grass and multiple spirit gathering grasses represented completely different meanings. A single spirit gathering grass was only a low-grade spirit grass, but the value of several spirit gathering grasses would have to be multiplied by tens of times. Together with the spirit locking grass, a small spirit formation can be set up for cultivation, and it will be twice as effective with half the effort. Ling Xiao finished looking at Su Changxian, looking him over. What are you looking at me for? Oh, are you worried that the old man won't agree? There's no such thing. You guys go dig it out and set it up. I have no problem with that. The gathering spirit herb was acting as a restful sleep for him. Arranged as a formation, not only did it not affect his sleep, but it also induced the aura to converge. With sufficient aura to nourish his soul, he would be able to sleep more comfortably. So of course I won't disagree. No. Ling Xiao shook his head. Old ghost, spirit grass is not easy to grow. We don't dare to dig it up haphazardly. You are proficient in spirit plant cultivation. it is still necessary for you to go and dig the spirit grass out. Ling Yunzi said. The spirit gathering grass was one of the most common spirit grasses in the cultivation world, but that didn't mean that it wasn't important. In fact, forces with some depth would try to do everything they could to cultivate and grow spirit gathering grass and spirit locking grass. However, although this spiritual grass is not difficult to grow, it is difficult to grow on a large scale. For one thing, the germination rate of spirit seeds was extremely low, and for another, spirit plants would also compete for aura amongst themselves and even fight. And it's just that this kind of spiritual plant, the gathering spirit grass, needs to be planted in large quantities, and in a certain area, filled with a considerable number of plants, in order to be of great use, gathering spiritual chi, nourishing the spiritual herbs and making them grow faster. This is the function of the spirit gathering grass. Whether or not one possessed a large medicinal field full of spirit gathering herbs was even one of the criteria for measuring whether or not the major cultivation forces were powerful or not. The minimum number of spirit gathering grasses to form a formation was 4. There are just about only 4 trees at the moment. That is to say, if one tree is damaged, this spirit gathering formation will not be set up. Therefore, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi both agreed that it would be more prudent to let Su Chengxian, who had planted 4 spirit gathering grasses, to dig. Digging it out is not a problem, Su Chengxian said. But who told you guys that I'm proficient in the art of planting spiritual plants? Although he liked to grow things when he was fine, that was a bloodline talent from a previous life. And there's no guarantee of survival every time. There are no hands left in this life, so you have to use your tail to dig it out. Definitely doesn't pack a living. Then how did you grow spirit gathering grass? Ling Xiao didn't believe it. That's how it's planted, Su Chengxian rationalized. There's no such thing as a seed given by the system that doesn't germinate. He'd left it all alone, let it go, and the little grasses had grown quite well. Old ghost, are you really not proficient in the art of planting? Ling Yunzi asked. Anon. Yeah, then you wouldn't also not know how to use spirit gathering grass and spirit locking grass to set up a spirit gathering formation, would you? Su Chengxian froze. What do you mean? Aren't you two the ones who set up the spirit gathering formation? How come it's on my head again? The 2 snakes were silent for a split second in the face of his questioning eyes. I've only used top-grade spirit stones with abundant spiritual chi to set up formations before, and I've never used this kind of spirit gathering grass. So is this seat. Nice guy. I used to be so terrific. So you guys are going to rely entirely on the old man? Unfortunately, neither will the old man. The 3 snakes couldn't help but look at each other, suddenly realizing that it seemed like a big stupidity had just been committed. Those who are close to Zhu are red, and those who are close to ink are black. Ling Yunzi looked at Su Chengxian inside. Su Chengxian. Convex, ******* dish. Don't think I can't hear that you're cursing me. By this time, it was completely dark. The moonlight became bright. I will go and take the demonic pills first, Ling Xiao said with his head held high. The light of the golden crow shining through would accelerate the dissipation of demonic power above the demon pill. So they waited until the sun set at this moment to dig for the demon pills. Said swam towards the shaking mountain minister, crawling towards the chest and abdomen where the demon pill was located. Yet here, the shrunken golden water monkey was seen. Monkey, what are you doing? Squeak, plant, flowers. The golden-furred monkey held the clearing herb in his paw and waved it at her. Planting flowers? Spiritual roots which are so. Ling Xiao was not amused, but in the next instant, she couldn't help but have her vertical pupils shrink. Old ghost, Xiao Bai. Come over here, hold this monkey down. I'm going to take it as the chief of the great household. Chapter 20 Name. I am called the Great Sage. What is this monkey's origin? Can't tell. Might have gotten a bloodline inheritance. A bloodline inheritance that can live like a spirit root? How did it fall to such a mediocre monkey? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi weren't circling around the spirit grass anymore. They surrounded the golden water monkey and commented on it. Where is it mediocre? Su Chengxian couldn't listen any longer. Look at this fur color. Golden yellow. Look at this little face. It's blue. Look at these paws. Pitch black. And this tail. It can even curl up into a circle. The appearance is clearly unusual looking. Put on the tiger skin hat. Put on the tiger skin skirt. Carry a weapon in your hand. 1 stick at a time. You can kill you 2 monsters. All to death. Without divine sense. I can't see more. But it can know that planting spiritual roots with demon blood is bound to be a bloodline inheritance without a doubt. Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao both ignored Su Chengxian's words and continued. Bloodline inheritance. Bloodline return. It was a chance that all demonic beasts might touch at any time during their cultivation, but this vast majority of demons have nothing to do with it. Only extremely lucky demons would have the chance to touch it. The most fortunate, of course, were the bloodline return and bloodline inheritance, obtained together. Powerful strength, rich combat experience, and even ancient secrets, unopened secret realms, and ways to open them. Any one of these would be able to pile up a strong great demon. The ancient demon race, powerful and unrivaled, rampaged across the entire manhwa continent. Both the heavenly realm and the earthly realm were occupied by them, and now even though they are being suppressed by the heavenly Tao, amongst the demon race, from time to time, there will still be existences of exceptional talent. In contrast, a monkey that can grow spiritual roots alive is not so surprising. Ha ha, looks like we're lucky. Ling Xiao laughed. When you doze off, a monkey brings you a pillow. Just now, I was worried that there would be damage from transplanting the spirit-gathering grass, but now that there was a monkey that could bring the spiritual roots to life, what was there to be afraid of? As for setting up formations, there was even less to worry about. The key to setting up a formation with spirit-gathering grasses was planting them in the right place. Maintaining a certain distance will not rob the aura and will nourish each other. This is the key to growing the polygonum well. If monkeys can grow spiritual roots, surely they will also grow spiritual plants. As long as it planted the spirit grass in the right place by virtue of its inheritance or bloodline instincts, the formation would be formed naturally. A companion relationship exists between the locking herb and the gathering herb. If the monkey can place the spirit gathering grass, he can surely place the spirit locking grass. Old devil, did you say before that this monkey wants to plant grass for you? Ling Yunzi thought of something and asked Su Changxian. Yeah, I didn't expect that it would actually grow. Su Changxian took a look at the monkey holding his tail, and thought to himself, is it a bit of a monkey by appearance? He was under the impression that how could a lively and active community like monkeys possibly want to plant flowers and grass? So, it was assumed that the other party had discovered the difference in the spirit-gathering grass and wanted to pluck it and eat it. Monkeys are omnivores. They eat leaves and peels, so surely grass is edible too. Now look, it was he who misunderstood. Squeak! Here! The monkey clutched his tail with one paw and lifted one paw to show him the clearing grass in his hand. Su Changxian smelled blood. This spiritual root, which they thought could not be planted, was currently wrapped in a black mud around its roots. The mud was not originally black. It was a lump of clay that the monkey had dug up from the river, kneaded it a few times and made it into the shape of a goblet. Putting the grass root in, and using the blood of the shaking mountain minister, he filled the small cup, and then carefully pinched and fiddled with it, wrapping the grass root. They all saw the monkey when he did this. They just didn't think anything of it. Then the monkey stayed squatting on Minister Shake's chest, squatting motionless. It should be constantly watering the spiritual roots. At this time, the clear heart grass, with its leaves spreading, gave off a little bit of fresh fragrance, and the smell of blood intermingled, creating a strange odor. Other than that, it was only when the spirit root was compared to the spirit-gathering grass that it was considered more mediocre. Spirit roots, to grow very long. Ling Yunzi said, this clear heart grass, which had just grown out for less than 3 years, was eaten into the stomach by the mountain-shaking minister. Now that it's been planted again, it's not a bad fate. Long? How long? Su Changxian asked. 1,000 years and 10,000 years may not be able to grow to the point where it will be of great use to you and me. Ling Xiao, who had taken out the demonic pills, interjected. Great use? It's fine. There's no big use for it. It's fine if there's a small use for it. Su Changxian decided that it would be best to plant it first. And of course it would be best if it could be planted alive. The addiction to always wanting to grow something, influenced by my past life, is back, along with the addiction to raising something or other. Great sage? He twisted his head and touched the monkey with his tail. The golden water monkey looked at him as well. Ever since it had been called out as a great saint once, it seemed to be quite interested in this title. Quite a bit. You want to plant my grass? Su Changxian asked. The monkey nodded vigorously. Why? Grow grass and get stronger. Xing Ba, seeing as you're sincere, I'll agree. Su Changxian said, but we have to sign a contract. The monkey was a little hesitant. Deeds? Sounds like it's not a good thing. Don't worry. This contract is an ordinary master-servant contract with no mandatory content, he said, cocking his tail and tapping it on the monkey's brow. A ball of light flickered slightly and emerged, stopping in front of the monkey's brow. If you say yes, meditate on yes in your heart. Su Changxian said. If you don't say yes, Think no in your heart. This was one of the 2 contract talismans in the quest reward he had just received. A contract that binds both parties. The binding content of the contract was very simple. The servant who signed the contract with him would be related to each other's interests in the future. And the other party couldn't do anything to harm him, and couldn't rise to the idea of plotting against him. Otherwise, you will suffer the backlash of the contract. But he can't order his servants to die. And the contract is automatically dissolved when one of the 2 parties dies. The math is a bit unfair, but relatively fair. Squeak. Being able to sense the content of the contract, which was easy to understand, the golden water monkey didn't hesitate for too long before nodding at Su Chengxian. In the next instant, the light mass disappeared into its brow. Alright, then we'll be family from now on. Su Chengxian hemmed and hawed. Do you have a name? Or else I'll give you one? Squeak. Name. Me, is Great Sage. The golden water monkey patted his chest. Line. Master De Shang. Now you can go plant some grass. Su Chengxian pointed at the cave entrance with his tail. First, dig out the spirit-gathering grass in the cave and plant it with the spirit-gathering grass here. See if it works. Z. Spirit-gathering formation? The great sage tilted his head and pointed at the spirit-locking grass. That's right, the gathering array. Z. The great sage slapped his chest. That means, no problem. Turning around, he turned his legs and went to dig up the polygonum. Old devil. It's not good to call my chief of the great household the great sage. Or how about the little sage son? Not good. Su Chengxian raised his head and waved his tail. Come, fight. You want my great sage to be the head of the palace? He was going to make this empress sister extinguish the thought today. Chapter 21, Gathering Spirit Formation. Is this the inside of a female emperor? The fight. It didn't work. The mother snake is back. And a few injuries. However, the injuries were not serious. And there were no more demonic beasts around that could seriously injure it. Snakes and pythons are extremely self-healing. And with some good food, they can heal quickly. Hiss. Little flower. No. Fight. It stopped Su Chengxian in a very manipulative manner. Maybe it was because of the more than a month of Kai Yuewa's cultivation. Or maybe it was because the mother snake had heard too much of Ling Xiao and the others talking. And one day, all of a sudden, she opened her mouth and spoke a human language. It's just that not much can be said. And the words that go down best are little flower, little green, little white, and don't fight. It's not like the boa constrictor needs to rely on playing with his siblings and practicing his predatory skills. Of course, Ms. Shi Xiaotui was mainly worried that the good oldest child, who was almost catching up to her size, would accidentally swallow her sister and brother into her stomach. Shi Xiaotui is the female snake's name, which she acquired herself. The snow-white scaled female snake with a small emerald-colored scale on her forehead is presumably where the name comes from. Hiss. Don't worry. I don't eat them. What to choose between a full meal and a full meal? Su Chengxian still had a number in his heart. We want to follow a sustainable path of development. Jade, have you eaten? He asked after observing the female snake's abdomen. Hiss. Eat? Not full. Then we'll have some more later. There's a delivery of wild boar today. It would be nice to cook it and eat it. Unfortunately, the family doesn't have any long hands. You can't even cut and portion meat, let alone build a fire and cook. But no matter, the snake has its own plan. Hiss. Ms. Shi Xiaochui also saw the meaty mountain-like mountain-shaking minister and immediately swam over cheerfully. Circled around several times. The next until the moon was halfway up in the sky. Everyone was going about their own business. Su Chengxian was busy sleeping. The great sage was busy digging up grass and planting it. And Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, along with the mother snake, dragged minister shaking mountain into the water. The mother snake controlled the water to flush the large boar clean, while Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, one transformed their demonic power into a knife, and the other condensed silk threads with their mana, and began to divide the pork. What little pig's blood was left flowed into the water and down the stream. The blood aura attracted quite a number of water demonic beasts to gather around from afar. They didn't dare approach, and Su Chengxian's family didn't care. There was no need to make more killings when one was not hungry, not to mention that these demonic beasts whose blood chi was barely up to the first rank were meaningless to eat. In the words of Su Chengxian, it's not enough effort to fart and get hungry again. It's better to eat the big ones. Top full. Squeak. 1 large, 2 small, and 3 small snakes. And by the time the pork was divided, the great sage had finished planting the grass. It planted the spirit-gathering grass in a circle along the boulder on the shore. And the spirit-locking grass was even planted directly underneath the warped corner of the boulder. The big job was done and ran to the employer for acceptance. without having to look. Su Chengxian knew that this spirit-gathering formation had been completed as soon as he released his divine sense. The spirit-gathering grasses that had been dug out and replanted, instead of having their aura dissipate and their vitality cut off, on the contrary, their vitality was even more vigorous. This was because the soil in which they were planted was blended by the great sage using his hairy claws and digging up soil that had been moistened by the blood of the mountain-shaking minister. At this moment, it seemed that they were nourished by the demonic beast's blood chi, and the plants of spirit-gathering grass were all straightening their roots and stretching their leaves. The spirit grasses were of different sizes, but in good condition as far as the eye could see. It feels a little different. If you view it with your divine sense, you can see the leaf stems, flowing with a faint fluorescence that appears and disappears, as if it implies a certain rhythm. And the 4 spirit-gathering grasses in the same rhythm was like a wind eye, attracting the surrounding spiritual chi to converge here. It's really done? Ling Xiao sensed the change in the aura and rejoiced. Unfortunately, the spirit grass is still small, Ling Yunzi said. It was not obvious at first. After that, as the spirit grass grew up, the effect of the spirit-gathering array would get better and better. The spirit-locking grass was still too small, occasionally wafting out a little silver light, unable to make all the aura gather and not disperse. No harm done. Spirit-gathering grass can grow much faster than spirit roots. Ling Xiao was in a good frame of mind. That's right. Ling Yunzi nodded, feeling the flow of aura with satisfaction. Bad mindset, Su Chengxian said in his heart. From the Empress Dowager to a small snake. From the proud son of heaven favored by the heavenly Tao, down to the edge of the world. This fall is placed in the body of the old man. The old man may not even be able to stand it in his last life, but a little achievement, wealth, freedom. The moment he crossed over, he would first cry for a while, drip a few hot male tears, to pay tribute to the once beautiful life. Squeak! At this time, the great sage grabbed another handful of fresh water from the river and used his furry paws to drop a few drops onto the spirit grass one by one. The slender and tough grass leaves and rhizomes, moistened by the water, look even more watery and emerald-colored. Ooh, Sigma, do you still have to water the spirit grass? Su Chengxian then remembered that he hadn't seemed to have watered the spirit grass. The fact that it can be planted and live just like that shows how much face these grasses give. And of course that face must be for the system. The great sage went back and planted the spiritual root-clearing grass, next to the spirit-locking grass. Not much time had passed since they had just been fed, and none of the family of snakes was very hungry, so one snake swallowed a leg of pork. And that was dinner. Like last time, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi swam up to the boulder and spat the demonic elixir into midair with their mana. Both of them were excited as they felt the converging aura and the moonlight that was being drawn to collect it. Hiss! Ha ha! Now my cultivation will surely grow by leaps and bounds. Hiss! In time, this seat will definitely be promoted to a 5th-ranked demonic beast as well. It's just an ordinary spirit-gathering grass, arranged in a spirit-gathering formation. Is it worth being so happy? Su Chengxian asked as he assumed the stance of a high-ranking person, not purely for the sake of filling the cup with coolness, but to get more information. The way of cultivation is like trekking across a mountain. If it can be 1 point faster, it's all worth rejoicing. Ling Yunzi laughed. With the demonic pills and the spirit-gathering formation, it's more than 1 point faster than this seat's withering cultivation. Yes, extremely. I have cultivated in a spirit vein, but this is a good time to have this spirit-gathering array. There is a sequence of attaining the way, and the one who attains it is the first. Time flies like a shuttle, not wasted. Leave it for the future. Good. Well said. Su Chengxian slapped his tail, all but applauding the 2 past powerhouses. But you too, have you ever heard of a saying? What words? Ling Xiao asked. The dragon lying on the beach was teased by the shrimp. The tiger was bullied by the dog. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi both looked at him and didn't say anything. Who can't hear the intent? Hannah, what do you want? Spirit-gathering grass? Spirit-locking grass? They're all mine. The spirit-gathering formation. My family's great sage set it up. Are you guys just going to whore it out for nothing? Su Chengxian held his head high and questioned. I will pay you back. So is this seat. You can make a request, and I will surely fulfill it. So is this seat. Yeah, I want fondue and starchy sausage. The hot pot should be pure butter pot and the starch sausage should be pure starch. The kind that can't have any meat in it at all. What is that? I have never heard of it. This seat has traveled all over the eastern earthly realm and has never heard of such a thing. Can't do it. Can you? Ha, let's just say the mouth is not too big. Empty check refused to accept ha. This way, one person shouted, Big brother, treating your own siblings, Big Brother is still generous. Chapter 22, Sleeping into a 6th Order Demon Beast. Suddenly needing the upper-level powerhouse's pressure. Congratulations to the host for completing the Elder Brother's mighty quest. Reward, refining points *2. Random spirit grass *1. Ha ha, Su Chengxian was overjoyed when he heard the system broadcast. On the other hand, depression was written all over Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's snake faces. They were skeptical about how the flower snake, who called himself an old ghost, had acted in his previous life. Why the craze to be called Big Brother? I've seen people shouting father, grandfather, ancestor, but it's the first time I've been asked to shout Big Brother. To put it mildly, Flower Snake had broken out of his shell before them, and calling out to Big Brother wasn't considered embarrassing for them. It's just that the face this guy puts on is extraordinarily annoying. This Big Brother shouted out like it was a big loss. What for? Su Chengxian saw that the two snakes were silent and assumed the posture of a good Big Brother. I just don't believe it. Haven't you guys ever had the experience of having to bow your heads when you're under the roof? Even if he was later to be a Daojun for the Empress, he was still born to be the Empress Daojun. People grow up and go from strength to strength. And you guys have never been small and low? I don't. Ling Xiao said. I was born as the pearl in the palm of my family, the moon spirit saint body. At the age of 7, I was chosen to be the holy maiden, sitting high on the lotus platform, cultivating until half a step of the Holy Spirit, and have never been wronged. The same goes for this seat. Ling Yunzi also said, this seat will enter the sect and go through the heart formation, and after that, I will be an inner disciple under the seat of master teacher. Within 100 years of age, I will cultivate to the Jindan realm and become the pride of the sect. Who would dare to bully me? Su Chengxian smacked his lips and held back a sentence. Being a human being, you have to be able to bend and stretch. Perhaps it is because you stretched too hard before that you have now become long worms that cannot move an inch without bending over. That's somewhat interesting. Ling Yunzi looked at Su Chengxian. I'm sure that in your last life, Big Brother, you were just as smooth as us, right? Su Chengxian. Convex, ****** dish. It's impossible to talk this day. Too solid old man. Don't mention the past again. Life is already full of storms. Cultivate yours and go. Big Brother, I'll take a nap. Sleeping again? I'm older and more aware. You are now old. Less than 3 months. That is, if you are reincarnated as a cat or dog. You are still drinking milk. How can you talk about being older? Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. After being reborn as a snake, the Empress's demeanor seemed to be being affected by her physical body, becoming like a little girl. I just don't know if this is a change in her temperament or a release of her nature. Sister, with that voice of yours, consider changing your self-appellation. No change. The Prime Minister said it's not nice to call yourself an old lady. It doesn't fit the identity of an empress. I'm always going to be an empress again. Changing it around is troublesome. Is so confident. Big Brother watches over you. Big Brother went to bed. Little flower, if you don't join us in harvesting and refining the moonflower, is it because your bloodline has returned to your ancestors and awakened your bloodline heritage? Seeing that he really wanted to leave, Ling Xiao directly asked. Sort of. Su Chengxian said vaguely. Ling Xiao didn't pursue the matter any further. Old ghost, blood qi accumulation is too exuberant. Of course the early stage of battle is extraordinary, but on the path of cultivation, it is not a good thing. Ling Yunzi advised. Don't think that if you hold yourself to be spiritually awake, you won't be afraid of going off the deep end. It's hard for the gods to save you when the blood fiend impinges on your divine soul. Besides, if you grow any longer in size, I'm afraid it will be 1,000 times harder to transform into a demon in the future. Thanks for the reminder, old brother. Good intentions appreciated. I know what's in my heart. Su Chengxian smiled. He couldn't say that the system would help him refine his blood qi. Could he? Didn't believe it when I said it. Little brother, don't try to persuade him. With this effort you might as well focus on cultivating to raise your cultivation level. Ling Xiao said, with you and me around, we won't watch this flower snake die casually. Well, that's the thing. Su Chengxian. It's this reasoning my ass. The younger sibling is so good at talking that the older brother doesn't know whether to feel warm and fuzzy or not. Hiss. MS. Seashutue was already up on the boulder and issued a prod. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi sniffed and said with a straight face, if you don't cultivate, it's just as well to sleep here. You can more or less pick and refine the moonlight between breaths, and there's room on the boulder anyway. This position, I have an arrangement. Su Chengxian turned around. Great Sage, come here. He called the Great Sage over and told it to go where it belonged and practice along with it. Hey, when our great sage's cultivation level is high, so that he can grill meat for me. Old ghost, you wait. The two were rendered speechless by Su Chuxian's words, and did not intend to bother with him anymore. But Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth. I haven't asked you yet. Why do you know the identity of my younger brother, I and Xiaobai? Oh, this one. Because you guys talk in your sleep. Su Chengxian had made it up long ago. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were once again speechless. What kind of crazy talk is this old geezer talking about? They couldn't speak humanly before the crossbones in their mouths had not melted. How he heard the dream. But there was a tacit agreement not to pursue the matter. After living for a long time, all of them have secrets that cannot be told to people. What's more, a cultivator's secrets are sometimes a means to save their lives. It is very inappropriate to press hard. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a 6th order demonic beast. Refining points +1. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Wait, I'm 6th order? Time spent immersed in cultivation always flies by. It's soothing to have someone to feed and sleep when you're full. Su Chengxian, who ate when he woke up from his sleep and slept when he was full, almost heard the system beep of the ascension before he realized that already time had passed. He opened his eyes, ready to properly share the good news with his Empress sister. Dao Lord brother, they had just been promoted to the 4th order a few days ago. As a good big brother, you should give them a proper dose of intensity, as well as make them more motivated to cultivate. Puff la la, flop la la. Just as he lifted his head up, before he could speak, he heard a frantic flapping of wings by a flying bird overhead. Suddenly, an extremely oppressive aura quietly spread over from the forest. Su Chengxian felt his chest, as if he had taken a punch. On his shoulders, it was as if there was a big invisible hand that held him down, making it difficult for him to move. What's going on? Ling Xiao woke up from his meditation. Mighty pressure. This is a mighty pressure that belongs to the release of a superior powerhouse. Ling Yunzi's face changed. When he looked up at the sky again, he saw black clouds that were rising like crazy. It's a demon cloud. Su Chengxian froze. What? Couldn't it be that I slept my way up to the 6th step and the heavens couldn't see past it and sent someone to guard me? Chapter 23, Moving and Swimming? That won't work. It delays sleep. Blood chi condensed fury demonic power overflowed, and the aura emitted was demonic chi. Great demons drive demonic power. The demonic energy is thick and diffuse to attract the heaven and earth fury, covering the sky and the sun, only to form the demonic cloud. Although they were far apart, the crowd could still faintly hear the sound of wind and thunder. Roar! Ow roar! A roar as if from the abyss, with a desperate bloodthirsty madness. It was as if a great demon had broken free from its final bondage and was about to begin a wanton killing proclamation. With such might, it's not an ordinary great demon. Ling Xiao looked grave. Demonic beasts that can transform into forms are then classified into the demon clan. The weakest realm of the demon race was the great demon realm. However, unlike between demonic beasts, where the grades are clearly divided by the strength of the chi and blood, between the demon race, there is likely to be a huge gap in the strength of the great demons of the same realm. Therefore, the demon realm, within the great realm, is divided into 4 smaller realms: the beginning realm, the middle realm, the after realm, and the peak realm. Harnessing demonic clouds, calling out the wind and rain, and spreading his voice thousands of miles away, he was at least in the great demon posterior realm. It's most likely a great demon that is about to be promoted to demon general. Ling Yunzi speculated. No, it's a great demon that has failed to be promoted and is about to run out of lifespan. Ling Xiao held his head high and said, I've heard from the Prime Minister that the demons in the Great Desolate Mountains are cruel and savage. Some great demons have reached the end of their lifespan, but they are unwilling to do so, so they will go to the edge of the mountain range and slaughter a large number of high-level demonic beasts, looking for those with strong bloodlines to devour, bringing out the best in the weak and the strong. What was the most terrifying thing to the high-level demonic beasts in the great wilderness? The answer is a great demon whose lifespan is about to end. The path of cultivation is perilous. Imagine how pathetic it was to go through all the trouble of advancing from the 1st rank to the 9th rank, only to be devoured by a great demon before being able to transform into a form. This rumor, is it even true? Ling Yunzi, however, questioned this. But if this is the case, and those with strong bloodlines are devoured, wouldn't it be no different for the entire demon race? The lifespan limit of a great demon was 200 years. There are at least tens of thousands of great demons in the Great Wasteland, and every one of them comes out to kill a bunch of them when they are about to die, and if they really leave them alone, it is impossible for the demon race to occupy a quarter of the Earth's world. In reality, every great demon whose lifespan is about to end will be escorted back to the ancestral land by a demon general. Only by being granted permission by the Demon King will they be given the opportunity to devour the bloodline of a demonic beast. Ling Xiao explains. Moreover, demonic beasts above the 7th rank, those whose bloodline is truly strong and has potential among them, have long since been taken under the banner of the demon generals, and won't be strayed on the edge of the northern wasteland mountain range. In this sentence, there was a key point, which was that the range of the great demon devouring demonic beasts could only be in the land at the edge of the northern wasteland. Most of the demonic beasts opened their spiritual wisdom at the 5th or 6th stage, and the more powerful the demonic beasts with powerful blood chi, the more difficult it was to open their wisdom and take shape. Therefore, after advancing to the 6th rank, the demonic beasts from all parties would choose to head towards where their respective king cities were. The battle power of those with a strong bloodline was not low, so as long as they were in the royal city, or passing by a spirit vein cave with a demon general stationed there, and boarded the ring to show their faces, they would have a chance to be recruited. What if there's a leak? That would be insufficient chance. Ling Yunzi said, in matters of cultivation, poor fortune is sometimes more fatal than poor qualifications. Even if it was the 6th stage of enlightenment, following its instincts, it would head deeper into the northern wasteland where the aura was denser. Before the 7th order, cannot be swallowed by a strong enemy? On the ring into the eyes of the upper power. To win the cave and gong method, the next step is to transform into a demon. My prime minister said that amplifying the demons to come out and kill them is actually a strategy of the demon race. Ling Xiao said, if he could survive the mouth of this great demon, he would also have a chance to be saved by the demon general and continue to cultivate into a demon. If you can't, you're not worth dying for. It also frees up space for lower-ranked demonic beasts to grow. At the same time, it also allows the demonic beasts that have opened their minds to understand what to do next. This kind of broadside is direct, cold, and brutal, but effective. Even demonic beasts that hadn't opened their spirit, as long as they had seen what guys stronger than them did after a big demon kill, they would follow suit in the future. Just look at the reaction of MS. Shi Xiaotue. It's shaking. At the same time, there was only one thought in mind. Hiss. Go. Gotta go. There's even a route along the river, all the way north. So we're leaving? The answer is yes. I think that the time has come to head deeper into the mountains. With our strength, we are strong enough to defend ourselves. Ling Xiao first voted to move. It was supposed to be a walk. Ling Yunzi said, it's hard to bolt a horse with a thick tree and a short rein, and it's hard to raise a dragon with a wide river and shallow water. There's a lack of aura here, so there's no point in staying any longer. As their cultivation level increased, the amount of aura they needed to consume for cultivation increased. The one demonic elixir of the mountain-shaking minister was a bit worse than that of the snake-catching bird, so it had already been used up. He glanced at Su Chengxian, whose size had once again skyrocketed after more than a month. Brother Hua, if you don't leave, I'm afraid the demonic beasts here will be eaten up by you. As demonic beasts advanced in rank, their desire for blood chi only became stronger. Whether it was indulgently swallowing blood food or harvesting aura to condense the divine soul, one had to go towards the place where the spirit vein was located. Su Chengxian nodded when he heard this. Makes sense. Then move. There were no stronger demonic beasts in this area other than the mountain-shaking minister. That's why he rarely, if ever, sleeps for days at a time. You have to wake up in 2 or 3 days at the most and then eat before you can then go back to sleep. Troublesome as hell. There's no way to get much enjoyment out of the meal in the main. His demonic beast body allowed him to not be strongly uncomfortable with blood food, but he could only experience a little bit of satiety. Other flavors are off the table. Perhaps, a higher-ranked demonic beast would taste better when eaten? Neither the Empress Ling Xiao nor Ling Yunzi, a Taoist monarch, mentioned driving away. Obviously, it's better for everyone to get together. After deciding on a move, the next step is to set a time to move. Wait for the demonic clouds to disperse after a few days. Ling Yunzi said, why? When the great demon dies, its cave on the spirit vein will be fought over. Ling Xiao guessed what he was thinking. At that time, we might have a chance to fight it out in the ring. This contention was certainly not a contention for the cave occupied by the great demon. In fact, the great demon's cave should have already settled on who would own it by now when it wasn't dead. Just like Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi both defaulted that it would die. Because promotion failure relies on devouring demonic beasts and going to live on. No demon has succeeded in a few hundred years. The chances of bumping into a demonic beast with a strong bloodline, and the chances of eating them and succeeding in stimulating one's own bloodline, were both too low, not to mention the two combined. With this fortune qualification, how can you still fail to be promoted? Therefore, it was an established fact that the great demon would die, as much as its cave, which had nothing to do with Su Chengxian and the others. However, the Spirit Vein Cave is built on a high mountain, and in accordance with the strength of the progressive upward, there will always be one at the bottom of the empty, or more than one. There are good and bad spirit veins. Our first stop is definitely the outermost Spirit Vein Cave. Who doesn't want a better cave? Therefore, it didn't matter which Spirit Vein Cave the great demon came from. They go for this one. Surely they can have more chances than ever before. Su Chengxian nodded. Good lord. He was kind of experiencing what it was like to be carried away by a big brother. The opponents won't be too strong and will be able to practice first. Ling Yunzi said confidently. By the way, there might be something else. Ling Xiao glanced at the great sage nestled behind Su Chengxian. This monkey may have the bloodline of a spiritual treasure god monkey. Legend has it that the spiritual treasure divine monkey can tend to luck and avoid misfortune, search for traces and find treasures. And the most powerful thing is that it can understand all the methods of applying spiritual objects. Spirit plants are also considered spiritual objects, so it's reasonable that it can grow. Su Chengxian twisted his head to look at the monkey. The monkey looked at him. It's fine. Su Chengxian thought to himself. It made sense that those called great saints were all bullish, so the move was scheduled. That leaves only one thing left to do. How we're going to move? How to move? Ling Xiao was puzzled, saying it was moving. They didn't have anything to bring. You don't even need a package. You just swim along with your tail. That won't work. Su Chengxian shook his head. I still have to bring the spirit herbs with me. Most of all. Of course, it delayed his sleep. Tell you what, let's take the water. I'll think of something. What can you think of? Chapter 24, Letting the Purple Gold Wind Chasing Turtle Be a Mount? Crazy. Boo. A great horned bull beast of the 8th rank was instantly killed. The great demon was in the air, like a god or a demon, but he did not stop to devour it. Clad in scale armor as black as ink, his eyes flickered with a dark green aura, as if they were two bizarre lanterns, and he traversed amongst the tumbling demonic clouds. It's hard to see straight. The low-level demonic beasts on the ground, startled by the demonic wind lifted to look, were swept by this gaze, and stiffened in fear. The next moment it goes bang, blasted into a shower of mincemeat. Roar! The huge and incomparable body of a great demon at the level of demon general set up a demonic wind that blew past the mountain between whistles. The sound was like thunder, shaking the mountains, as if it had the power to shake heaven and earth. Knock knock, knock knock. Losing his mind, he suddenly flipped over and landed on his back, and would rampage through the mountains and forests, each step falling, accompanied by the roaring of trees, dust flying and ancient trees collapsing. Those beasts that were unfortunate enough to be caught in the wave felt unprecedented fear and despair. Those who are losing their lives are losing their lives, and those who are fleeing are fleeing. They growled or wailed and scattered in all directions, trying to escape this death. However, the great demon's pressure was like an invisible chain, tightly binding their wills, making it difficult for them to get rid of the suffocating sense of oppression even if they tried their best. For a while, the raging demonic clouds and demonic power harvested away countless lives. In the face of great power, the wail of life was just a raucous noise in the ears of a great demon. He didn't care. It just annoyed him, and become more tyrannical because they can't search for the target they want to find. The beasts that were disturbed by him ran forward in desperation, quickly forming a tide of beasts. The raging tide of beasts was like a wave that rolled up, trampling on blood and flesh, as well as countless grasses and trees wherever it passed. Those weak beings, struggling in despair, can only be left to the mercy of fate. Wrapped up and engulfed in this unprovoked holocaust, only the extremely lucky ones will escape, and even more fortunate were the demonic beasts that were not within the range of the great demon massacre. They would be lucky enough to have no high-level demonic beasts around them. There are no great demons to seek out. This great demon is dead. Ling Xiao observed the demonic clouds in the distant sky and came to a conclusion. He looked fierce and powerful, but he had actually messed up and given up hope. Otherwise it wouldn't have been such a messy kill to begin with. How easy is it to be calm when death is near? Ling Yunzi said, unless one is like this seed and has prepared for it early on. Little brother Bai, what gives you the premonition of being killed sooner or later? So you save for a rainy day? Ling Xiao teased. I really want to know. This seat does not have the premonition that your majesty spoke of. It's just a precaution. It was commonplace to travel between life and death on the way to cultivation, but I just didn't expect it to be used at the Tao's sovereign realm. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been reduced to a young snake with ordinary qualifications. Then you'll have to remember this time to think about the follow-up when you make your preparations. His Majesty's mouth is like being cast into a viper. Yes? Thanks for the compliment. By the way, where did the ugly flower snake go? Ling Xiao asked. We might have to leave early. They were at the edge of the mountain range. There were no high-level divine beasts, and the only mountain-shaking minister had even been hunted down in advance, so they were definitely not in the range of the great demon kill. But once the beast tide formed, the territory affected would be greatly increased. This great demon's heart was poor, and the careless killing was a few days earlier than expected. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi expected that he would last at least a few days before falling into complete despair. After all, he was about to be promoted to demon general, so he should have a bit of stamina, so the move has to be early. The mother snake was sleeping. Only the flower snake and the monkey were not there. The monkey was definitely following Su Changxian, so Ling Xiao only asked where he was. What a rarity! That ruined snake wasn't even sleeping. It's on the other side of the big river behind us. Ling Yunzi said. What is he doing there? Ling Xiao wondered. Coaxed that violet gold wind-chasing turtle to give him a mount. Ling Yunzi said. What is he dreaming about? Ling Xiao smiled. You didn't persuade him? The purple gold wind-chasing turtle clan was most famous for its hard shell, as well as its long life and slow growth period. On their turtle shells, they were born with purple golden lines that were an innately formed rune formation. From birth, it can automatically absorb the aura to adopt the moonflower. After only one lunar cycle, it could be so strong that it was unbreakable by non-spirit treasure-level magic weapons. Moreover, the purple gold wind-chasing turtle swims extremely fast in the water, and it burrows into the turtle shell to escape, so the general public can't do anything about it. Of course, there are still plenty of means to kill it and take the turtle shell. But this kind of demonic beast that is at least in the demon marquee realm as long as it doesn't die, guess if its pro-ancestor is still alive? There is also the most frightening. This group is scarce in number. Within 100 years of newborn purple gold turtle, never more than a palm number. So the people who killed the purple gold wind-chasing turtle, how they died in the end is unknown. But one thing is certain, that is, they all died very quickly. This small turtle in the river, only 2 feet in size, should be less than 10 years old. According to the purple gold wind-chasing turtle, it only reaches adulthood at the age of 500. It was claimed to be a spirit species among demonic beasts. No persuasion. He thinks it will work. Ling Yunzi said. He can do it? Ling Xiao snorted. How can he coerce or bait? Mighty, with their battle prowess, none of them could break through the purple gold turtle's defensive turtle shell. It's even harder to catch up in the water. The reason why that small turtle, which might have been attracted by the formation of the spirit-gathering grass, or the fact that they were gulping down demon pills and harvesting moonlight, stopped on the opposite side was because, as long as they moved, the other party could flee several feet away with only the effort of entering the water. Seduction? Not to mention, what else could the ugly flower snake hold besides those few spirit herbs and a freshly grown spirit root? The purple gold turtle would give him a ride for these things? How is that possible? Crazy. Chapter 25. Don't worry, Master Turtle. My sister and brother are good at hunting. Su Changxian certainly wasn't crazy. However, it was also true that he didn't know that the purple gold wind-chasing turtle had such an unusual origin. Didn't even realize that the other guy was still a baby turtle. After all, under normal circumstances, who has a small turtle with a shell that is 5 or 6 meters in diameter? So he stood 10 meters away, opened his mouth and said, Master Turtle, have you eaten yet? The great sage was behind him, probing. No, I've got this new fish I caught. You want to try it? Su Changxian said and handed over the fish that was curled around his tail. As he handed it over, he couldn't help but marvel once again at the wonder of creation. Only a place like the northern wasteland mountain range, with a 100-meter-wide river, could raise such a large turtle. Of course, it was the fact that the turtle's shell was large enough for him to think about it and have the other one serve as a mobile caravan for him. The visual estimate of the usable area was over 20 square feet, more than enough to pack their family of big snakes, mainly enough to carry him and Shi Shaochuei. Su Chengxian's current body had already surpassed that of a normal small bucket, with a tendency to develop in the direction of a small tank. Critical, he felt that he would soon be molting again. After completing the molt, the size will surely skyrocket again. The waistline might exceed a small tank and rival a large pickle jar. or a wine jar with a volume of 100 pounds. The average 100-pound tank is just over 40 centimeters in diameter, so I don't feel like there's any difficulty. His waistline is currently, visually, in the mid to upper 20 centimeters, and this, however, is the result of 4 months, so it was just a matter of time before it became a wine vat. And my size, it seems to be growing faster and faster. Su Changxian pondered that he wasn't just thick, he was also long. Conservative estimates put it at 4 meters now. It has to be at least over 5 meters after molting. This RV is smaller, for sure. It would be nice if this RV could grow with me, he murmured in his mind. It's not a big problem to not follow the length though. With the snake's body coiled up, it only took up 2 square meters, and the space on the turtle's shell should be enough to last until they reach their destination. It's still spacious. Look at the color scheme, the green and black base, the vaguely noble purple, the dazzling gold, intertwined with intricate patterns, flat and nice looking. It's so satisfying, and the more you look at it, the more you warm up to it. However, after waiting for half a day but did not wait for the big turtle to respond, so he moved forward again, raised his voice and shouted, "Master Turtle? Are you home? Are you calling me?" The purple gold turtle in the river had long sensed Su Chengxian's approach, so it burrowed into its shell. However, the other party didn't come any closer, so it didn't run, curious to see what the other side wants. Only it didn't expect this flower snake to open its mouth and call it, "Master Turtle?" and give it fish to eat. "Call me, Master Turtle?" the purple gold turtle asked as it turned around in the water, revealing its head and looking over with a pair of small eyes. Oh ho ho! As soon as Su Chengxian heard this voice, he thought, it's going to be destroyed. Got it wrong. The clear childish voice was at most 4 or 5 years old. Still a little girl. You. Su Chengxian momentarily speechless. Good guy. How to get this? It's not appropriate to call sister. You. Call me Master Turtle. It's nice, the purple golden turtle said. Good? What's good? Su Chengxian was puzzled. System. Unlock the heartbeat shield. Good host. Then he heard the purple and gold turtle snicker inside. Ha ha. They call my grandpa turtle as Grandpa Turtle. And this flower snake calls me Master Turtle, which is similar to Grandpa Turtle. Grandpa is awesome, so he's a grandpa, and I'm not awesome, so I have a grandpa too. 6. Su Chengxian also didn't expect that Master could still be so understanding. You're looking for me. What's the matter? The purple and gold turtle asked. Why did you send fish? For me to eat? Strangely enough, its heartfelt thoughts were very fluent, yet its speech was a bit stuttered like other demonic beasts that had not long opened their minds. Please eat the fish and get acquainted. Su Chengxian handed the fish over again. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. It's poisonous, and I'm not afraid. The purple golden turtle looked at him, and with a wail, it took the fish in its mouth. A few bites were swallowed, and again, what do you want from me? What for? Ding dong, the host has a new mission. Quest content, sign a contract with the purple gold wind-chasing turtle. Reward, refining points *4. Transformation grass seeds *2. Su Chengxian, who was just about to open his mouth, was delighted when he heard the system's mission. This is not a matter of hitting a rabbit in the grass. Incidentally, Master Turtle, I was trying to. That guy, he's actually really hitting on the purple gold turtle, Ling Xiao said as he looked at the turtle and snake on the opposite bank. Your Majesty, do you believe that this flower snake is an old ghost? Ling Yunzi asked. Don't believe it, Ling Xiao replied dryly, regarding the ugly flower snake's words and demeanor. Where is a bit of the old ghost's depth? Although he called himself an old man, he acted exactly like a young man. What about you, Dao Jun brother? Unbelievable. Why don't you ask? Why do you ask? All the things of the past life, if cut off, can be dissipated with the physical body? Refusing to part with it is just an obsession that's hard to get rid of. You and I are not good men and women, nor are we transcendent beings. Since our sanity still exists, we naturally have to avenge our enemies and pay back our grudges. Each has karma to carry, so why probe others? Besides, I see him as somewhat transcendent. It's also a blessing that someone can step outside of past life karma. It is not necessary to be the evil one who pulls people back to the mundane world. Speaking of which, this life has only just begun, and you and I have taken advantage of this guy quite a bit. Hey, you're out of line. Dao Jun brother, we're a family of snakes. What are we talking about? Right? Your Majesty. Wise. Ha ha. Wait, have I blurred my eyes? Look, on the back of the purple gold turtle, isn't there an extra pile of, well, Fancy stuff? Your Majesty, that piece of, is none other than our big brother An incense stick of time passed. During this time, De Sheng finished transplanting the spirit grass. Ms. Shi Xiao Chui was woken up. The 4 snakes got onto the back of the purple gold wind-chasing turtle. Yet Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi still hadn't figured out just how Su Chengxian had done it. The Tao Lord was obviously more composed, and closed his eyes and coiled up, cultivating. The Empress, however, had failed several times to meditate and concentrate because she was puzzled and had difficulty entering the state of forgetfulness. So, it was decided to ask directly, "Old ghost, what did you say to the violet gold wind-chasing turtle? Why did it agree and carry us?" Master Turtle. "What? Dee, from now on, your family with us, and you can call him Master Turtle." "Right, Master Turtle? Aha!" The violet gold wind-chasing turtle Dai nodded in response. As a small turtle that had just come out of the clan and slipped in the street, he was obviously fascinated by the sound of this turtle master. The small eyes even looked behind it, obviously waiting for Ling Xiao to call it Master Turtle. Once Ling Xiao saw this, he simply swam directly to the front. "Master Turtle, how could you agree to sign a contract with the flower snake? Sister Chang, Master Su and I, we're sleeping partners. He even takes care of the food." Ling Xiao had a bad feeling as she turned back to look at Su Chengxian. "Hey!" Su Chengxian bared his teeth at her. "Sister, don't be skeptical. I'm counting on you from now on." "Master Turtle, don't worry. My sister and brother are always good at hunting." Chapter 26, Molting. Size surge. Picking up the pieces. 1 rotten green peach. "Stupid flower snake. You die for this seat." Ling Yunzi learned of this good news a few hours later. Immediately, he was about to storm out. Then it was ruthlessly suppressed by Su Chengxian. Hey, old brother. You can't beat me. How about practicing again?" This line came from good big brother Su Chengxian. Hey, trouble you little white old brother." This line, on the other hand, came from the family's new hungry beast, the purple gold wind-chasing turtle Dai. His Ms. Shi Xiao Chui, heartbroken for her children. Xiao Cheng, Xiao Bai, mother is with you, catching fish. In order to make the trip, they don't plan to go ashore these days. That's why the hunting targets, mainly, fish from the big rivers. This great river was a truly great river, hundreds of meters wide, and in some places the water was more than 10 feet deep, supporting an unknown number of demonic beasts in the water. Some of the first and second order walleye can grow to hundreds of pounds. There will be no shortage of food along the way. Ling Xiao refused Xiao Chui's kindness. Let it cultivate on the turtle shell at ease. It wasn't that he was worried that it would be dangerous if it went into the water. A few hundred miles ahead of here, it was considered the area on the edge of the mountain range, and the river was still too shallow to raise too strong a demonic beast in the water. Mainly, hunting was also a kind of cultivation for her and Ling Yunzi. It's a means to hone your battle skills and improve your battle prowess. If you want to have a good battle record in the ring for the Spirit Vein Cave soon, you must start preparing from now. Until then, it's best to advance to the 5th rank. The chances of winning were too small for a 4th-ranked demonic beast to participate in the fight for the cave. In addition, Shi Xiao Chui was already a 5th-ranked demonic beast, so if she could ascend to the 6th rank as soon as possible, she would also have a chance to fight for it. As for Su Chengxian, there was no need for her to worry. Seeing how calm and relaxed this fellow was, entering the Spirit Vein Cave should not be a problem. She couldn't help but look at Flower Snake at that thought, and sure enough, the other woman was asleep again. Sleep you. You'll know how to cry when you get in the ring and get beat up. However, once he thought that this guy had thick skin and a strong body, and that he could win over many demonic beasts of the same rank just by relying on physical suppression, he was a little discouraged again. Surprisingly, I can quite sympathize with what kind of mood the other heavenly prides who were suppressed by her across the generation when she was the Empress. The next moment, however, she put away these stray thoughts. Thinking about all this is useless except for delaying the practice. So he discarded distractions and focused on cultivation. By the end of the night, together with Ling Yunzi and the mother snake, they borrowed the demonic elixir that was still a little bit left to gulp and collect the moonlight. Woohoo! Master Turtle, who was carrying them through the water, let out a quick little cheer as he felt the moonlight fall. For the purple golden turtle, being in a place where the amount of aura actually had little effect on cultivation, as long as it wasn't a place where the aura was isolated and the turtle shell was there, they could cultivate. But when it came to places with plenty of aura, there would be no additional increase in the speed of cultivation. They don't even have demon pills, the aura and the moonlight. However, made them feel extraordinarily soothed and sleep more soundly. That's why Su Chengxian was able to come to an agreement with it. And in addition to sleeping hitchhikers and managing food, planting all the spiritual herbs and roots that he obtained, now and afterward, on its back was also one of the conditions that convinced it to do so. And for Debbie, it's the same wherever she slips away. There were benefits to be received, and it didn't take much to pack them, so they agreed. In the violet gold wind chasing turtle's natural aptitude, there was the item of controlling water, and it had an uncle who was in the eastern earthly realm of the earth, and was ordained as the river bow water god. So with a single thought, you can be in the river, floating in a set direction, during which you can sleep as usual. Grandpa said he could make a few friends, especially ones that seem to have lived a long time. Those who love to sleep usually live a long time. The flower snake loves to sleep and calls him Master Turtle, a friend he would love to have. Flower Serpent's sister and brother were indeed very powerful, being able to induce so many moon flashes. It's just that this demonic Dan is a bit small. If it were bigger, is it possible for the moonlight to be so much that it would envelop it all? Grandpa had it in his storeroom, but he wouldn't let her bring it out. Without the demonic elixir, she hadn't been sleeping as comfortably as she had at home since she got out. That's why they slept on the other side of the river when they found the flower snake family harvesting and refining the moonflower. Dee Dee's eyes rolled, thinking about where she could get a large demonic elixir. But after spinning, not expecting the idea, I spun myself into a corner. Aha! Yawning, he decided to go to bed and think about it tomorrow. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. From this day onwards, were practicing on the turtle shell and catching fish on the turtle shell, feeding 3 hungry beasts. One had to fish once in 4 days on average, catching at least 20 demonic beasts in the water of the first rank or above each time. Luckily, these 3 aren't picky eaters either. The great sage would take the blood of demonic beasts and use it to water spiritual plants and roots. Su Chengxian was unchanged from before, eating and sleeping and eating. On this day, he realized that a few more plants of spirit grass had sprouted from the turtle shell, and had already grown to a small thumb height. It dawned on me that at least 10 more days had passed. The demonic clouds in the sky, surprisingly, hadn't dissipated yet, and they were getting closer and closer to the demonic cloud. It seemed. The itch on Su Chengxian's body, too, grew heavier and heavier, finally molting in the evening, and nearly doubled in size over the next 2 days. On this day, the demonic cloud was in sudden proximity to them before moving steeply away. Let's find a place and go ashore to take a look. Ling Xiao looked at the demonic aura that was not dispersed, not far away, and spoke. Bring along the great sage. Where the great demons have passed, there are high-level demonic beasts. Rumor has it that there are exotic treasures that are guarded by exotic beasts. So their intention was simple: go over and pick up the pieces. It doesn't matter if you don't have any. You can see if you can get some beast blood and grow spiritual plants. Su Chengxian instantly glanced at the panel and nodded in agreement. Host, Su Chengxian. Race, water snake. Grade, 6th order, to become a 7th order demon beast. Its blood chi needs to break through 10 million points. Blood gas, 561-0087. Physical realm, demon body realm, 2490/10-000. Divine soul realm, demon soul realm, 2-689/10-000. Aptitude and battle skills, aptitude, eating gas and blood. Compulsive hissing, battle skills, snake bite, snake binding. Refining points, 0/6. Before he set off, he let the system, all the refining points he got, were all used to enhance his strength on the way. There was no break in practicing battle techniques even in his sleep. The snake's body was currently more than 30 centimeters thick, and its length was close to 7 meters. Feeling the power that filled his body, he estimated that he could strangle Minister Shaker alive. If he ran into a 7th order demonic beast, even if he couldn't beat it, he shouldn't have much of a problem defending himself and escaping. It's just that the accounts, they don't seem to match up, do they? System, what's the situation with my physical body and divine soul enhancement? Although it was an extra, Su Chengxian still felt that it was necessary for him to know the reason for it, especially in the divine soul realm. The increase must have been over 100. Even without looking at the panel values, he sensed something when he drove his divine sense. The host's blood is strong, and between breaths, he picks and refines aura and moonlight. The aura and moonflower are much more effective in condensing the divine soul. It can still be like this? Su Chengxian was staggered. Nice guy. Doesn't this mean that by sleeping in an environment filled with aura and moonlight, the rate of strength increase could be even faster? All of a sudden, there was a little more anticipation of picking up the pieces. So leaving behind Shi Xiao Chui and Master Turtle, he took the great sage and Ling Xiao Ling Yunzi to the shore. He ran straight to the place where the great demon's demonic aura remained the heaviest. 1 hour later, with only bits and pieces of flesh and blood left on the battlefield, the great sage touched from the shattered roots of a 1,000-year-old tree. Is this a green peach that's mostly rotten? Su Chengxian recognized it for half a day and hesitantly said, "Is this still edible?" Squeak. Chapter 27. Come all you can. One of the 4 great spells. Not a single peach tree in the entire grove. From underneath the root of the tree, the great sage reached in with his hairy paws for a moment and pulled out a rotten peach. Something that just didn't make sense. This green peach is from somewhere else. Everything around them had been destroyed because of the great demon and the beast tide. Before Su Chengxian and the others came over, this place had experienced at least 2 major fights. For the first time, it should be the high-level demonic beasts in this place, hunting and preying on the demonic beasts in the beast tide. The second time was when the great demon struck at it. What a great rendition of the weak and the strong. Su Chengxian had a visualization of the cruelty of the northern desolate mountains. Of course, once a high-ranking demonic beast died, it would also be shared by lower-ranking demonic beasts. There was quite a bit of licking of the beast's blood here, but hardly much broken flesh. However, probably because of the previous life as a human being, so instead of how much, the rabid death fox sad things hurt their feelings, but rose more grateful and alert. Thankfully, not wrapped up in this disaster. Shi Xiao Chui, with average qualifications, originally lived at the edge of the mountain range, and because she was laying eggs for the first time, she went a little further to the edge, and escaped with her life. At the same time, the mind is alert. Even with the system in place, it's not always possible. To avoid becoming weak need to be eaten by the strong. There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens, and there are even more strong people among the strong. Su Chengxian said in his heart, "Woe to the man who is mad, and rain to the sky, and the snake who is mad is easily shivered as a chorizo. So it's better to sleep well and wait until you're strong enough not to be eaten randomly. We're lucky." Ling Xiao looks at the green peach. There's a bit of aura on this peach. Although the peach flesh was definitely inedible, the peach kernel could be left behind, and it might be possible to grow a peach tree that bore spiritual fruits. Ling Yunzi also looked at it, and said with some regret, "The demonic power of the great demon, lingering and undispersed, and the corrupt and dead chi in it, staining the peach flesh, is indeed inedible. Things that contain aura basically won't decay as long as the aura stays intact. However, auras are noble and pure in nature, so if a spiritual object is tainted by other forces, the rate of decay will be accelerated instead. A few hours with this green peach and the flesh is about to rot out. Great sage, place the peach on the ground," he said towards the great sage. Knowing that he was Su Chengxian's brother, the great sage complied and placed the green peaches on the ground. Ling Yunzi then used his tail, and nodded on the peach, a little flash of spiritual energy transitioning to the green peach. The peach flesh on top comes off in droves, revealing a clean peach core. Old devil, look inside this peach kernel and see if there is any vitality. After doing so, he turned back to Su Chengxian. Let me see it? How can I watch? What's the point of pretending to be stupid? Use your divine sense to probe. Ling Xiao snorted. TSK. Su Chengxian thought to himself. In front of these 2 guys, he really couldn't hide anything at all. Of course, he didn't seriously hide it is all. Concentrating, he probed his divine sense over and touched the peach kernel. Passing through the surface hard shell, it contained a bit of a light green halo. That's vitality. It should be able to be planted. Ling Yunzi nodded. Look at the surface again. Is there any grayish-black demonic chi? No. Su Chengxian shook his head. It all followed the peach flesh being stripped clean. He saw it clearly. That's good. 3 snakes and a monkey, picking their way around again. Found nothing. So ready to go back. Squeak. The great sage pointed to a spot and popped over a few times. Getting down, he peeled back the leaves on it and held out a handful of dirt soaked in beast blood. Obviously wanted to dig it up and bring it back. There's nothing to load. Ling Xiao said. This is good. Su Chengxian said. The big tree that the battle snapped off was as thick as 2 people could hold together, and it had just fallen to the ground, and the bark was still dry and tough. Strip off a section, roll it into a tube, fill it with soil and use vines to tighten the ends with a tie. Roll up the tail, and just drag it along. The soil soaked in the blood of high-ranking demonic beasts was not a rare thing, but it was good for spiritual plants, so it would not be a loss to bring it along. Then they returned to the river with both ends pointed up. Getting on the turtle's back, the great sage began a flurry of work. using the soil he had brought with him, planting the peach kernel in the center of the spirit-gathering grass. Everyone proceeded to catch up. 2 days later, once again, they brushed shoulders with yet another wave of beasts. Ling Xiao was surprised that this great demon was still alive, but immediately, he greeted Ling Yunzi and Su Changxian, taking the great sage with them, and went ashore to search for the treasure. Unfortunately, no luck this time. Not even the soil of the beast's blood has been seen. It was directly swallowed by the great demon, Ling Xiao said with a sweeping glance. After that, the great demon struck out much more frequently than before. They staggered each time and went over to check it out, but several times in succession, all to no avail. And due to the presence of the great demon and the beast tide, they didn't meet a single 4th rank or higher demonic beast, not to mention obtaining the demonic elixir. Therefore, the nightly cultivation of borrowing demon pills to harvest moonlight was forced to end. It turned into meditation and cultivation, and the speed of invoking the moonlight was much, much slower. Boo! Roar! On this day, the moon was in the middle of the sky. A miserable howl came from the forest. The great demon, striking again. Ling Xiao woke up from his meditation and looked at Ling Yunzi, then at Su Changxian. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Su Changxian saw this and got up. The demonic beasts that were killed are getting weaker and weaker, Ling Yunzi said hesitantly. The great demon had turned from picking and choosing to hunt demonic beasts of the 7th rank and above to killing them indiscriminately, and he refused to let go of the 5th and 6th ranks that were slightly out of the ordinary. That's why the hands are so frequent. Otherwise, where would there be so many high-level demonic beasts for him to kill? Of course, their family, either their cultivation time was too short, their mana fluctuations were not visible, and their bloodline qualifications were not high, or they had no mana fluctuations at all, which was not enough to be seen by a great demon. The only thing that was a bit eye-catching was Su Chengxian's size, but if you don't know, he was born less than half a year ago, and this size is only the size of a 4th or 5th order mountain python, so it wasn't so much that he was worried about the danger of going over there, but he felt that it was a bit of a waste of effort. Demonic beasts with weak strength, even if they had heavenly materials and treasures, they couldn't hold them. Older brother, don't dilly-dally, we're all here. Su Changxian stretched his body. If I don't go and take a look, what if I miss it? When I find out later, my intestines will be black with regret. Besides, if there are no heavenly treasures, or if there is beast blood-stained earth, it's still a gain, not a wasted run. To incidentally hunt down a few more panicked demonic beasts to add to the meal would be even better. It's important to hoard resources. As the saying goes, if you have food in your hands, you won't panic in your heart. Accumulate grain widely, claim the throne slowly, and accumulate slowly in order to accomplish something. Su Chengxian said as he swam. Isn't that how we cultivate? It all has to be accumulated little by little. We can't rush, he said. Look at my blood. Isn't it just a little bit of sleeping up? Heck, it's been almost half a year since I slept on the 6th step. Old ghost, these few words of yours are interesting. Ling Xiao smiled, especially the sentence, come all the way here. This, I heard it, and I also think it's something I need to go see. Ling Yunzi followed suit and got up. I have to admit, the words, come all the way really seem to have some kind of magic that is impossible to resist. Humph, it's one of the 4 major spells. What are the other 3? I'll tell you all about it later. Ling Yunzi said, coaxing who? And the 4 major incantations? This seat comes from the Xian sect proper. I've never heard of it. Half an hour later, together with Ling Xiao, he was suddenly a bit skeptical about the sapling that the great sage had dug out from the demon beast cave. It is they who are too insular to doubt that the 4 great mantras really exist. This is the dragon blood tree, Ling Xiao said. This is indeed a dragon blood tree seedling. Aha! Ling Yunzi nodded his head. The treasure of the snake python clan's bloodline evolution. The two of them exchanged glances and both looked at Su Chengxian, looking him over. What's wrong? What's wrong with the tree? This tree is not a problem. You, Ling Xiao wanted to say, you are very problematic. She was about to ask if the remaining 3 major incantations also had the utility of a prayer, when she heard in the distance a sudden, heart-stopping sigh. A great demon. Dead? Then, a voice that resounded through the mountains. Pass on the order of the Southern King's seat, led by the white-fronted demon Marquis, the fully demon commander. Chapter 28, the great demon's body dies. The demon general sends orders to rush to the ring. Any demonic beast of the 5th rank or above. You can rush to the left spirit vein cave on the same day. Participate in the cave ring set up by the demon generals. The winner will be rewarded with a cave. And the loser will also be able to compete to live outside the Spirit Vein Cave. By 10 days. 10 days later. The ring opens. It lasts for 5 days. And it's out of date. The sound was like muffled thunder rolling in the distance, going straight up into the sky and scattering again. The sound was deafening. This was not just a simple roar. It contained deep demonic power with soul-shaking power. It pierced through all parts of the forest, echoing in the ears of every demonic beast that had opened its spirit. Even if the spirit is in its infancy, it will not affect the delivery of critical information. The sound made Su Chengxian think of a lion's roar. As the afterglow faded away, the demonic clouds in the distance, too, began to dissipate. That big demon is dead? He couldn't sense the other party's demonic power fluctuations. Well, dead. Ling Yunzi said. Just die? Su Chengxian was a little surprised. Just now, he was so brave. And before that, he had set off such a great noise, triggering a wave of beasts, leading to the death of how many beasts and the destruction of grass and trees. Let many low-ranked demonic beasts give him a burial. Even more, he had personally killed many demonic beasts of the 5th rank and above. Just like that. Dead, death without a word. What else are you going to do? Ling Yunzi said. I thought that he would die a magnificent death. Su Chengxian said. A magnificent death is still a death? Ling Xiao said. What's more, when the body dies, the soul leaves the body not by him. How is it magnificent? It's not like you're actively courting death and picking a way to die. The great demon was refusing to die, and struggling so hard that he had to die. It was up to him. Also, when Su Chengxian thought about it, there was nothing wrong with saying that the movement of death was big or small, and that he was going to die anyway. Then he turned to ask, the great demon is dead. Should we go over and take a look? What do you want? Ling Xiao laughed. You still want to go and see if there are any bargains to be had? He. That's not true. I've mainly never seen a dead great demon. Of course, I've never seen a living one either. So, is there a bargain to be had? There's a fart. Ling Xiao grunted. Do you think the demon general who passed on the order just came to see if he was dead or not? If it is only to confirm the life and death, just a sweep of the divine sense, or there is a soul lamp or something like that. The lamp is extinguished. The demon is also dead. No more. There are still demon soldiers under the demon general. Why do you need to come all the way here yourself? He came here to collect the corpse of a great demon. Ling Yunzi whispered. The value of a great demon's corpse can be comparable to an extremely high-quality magic weapon. The most basic magic weapons in the cultivation world were categorized into lower, middle, upper, and extreme grades. The price of an extremely high-quality magic weapon in the earthly realm was 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. This wealth was enough to give his descendants the resources to cultivate to transformation. Furthermore, he is a great demon who failed to promote to demon general, so his value is even higher. There may also be spirit weapons or even magic treasures on his body that he has refined with his own natural aptitude. Above the extremely high-grade magic weapons were spirit weapons and magic treasures, which were similarly divided into 4 grades, lower, middle, upper, and extremely high grade. The difference between the lower and upper limits of the value of spirit weapons and magic treasures was so great that it was difficult to measure. However, no matter what, even if the value was low to the limit due to the extreme limitations of use, the exchange would still be higher than an extremely high-grade magic weapon. So how could the demon race let the corpses of great demons stray? What do you mean by that? Su Chengxian was taken aback. No way? Why wouldn't it? I think this is good. Ling Xiao said. After all the deaths, wouldn't it be better for the body to benefit the future generations than to be buried in a grave for nothing? Empress Ling Xiao, is this why you pry into people's graves and take their bones? Ling Yunzi looked sideways at this. The Prime Minister wants to grow flowers and needs fertilizer. I inquired. And the bones of the practitioners' corpses are more than suitable for planting that flower. Ling Xiao laughed. I was afraid that if I asked them for it, they wouldn't give it. So I had to go and get some. 6. Squeak. While they were talking, the great sage took the blood-stained earth and dug it up. Still wrap the tube in bark and roll it back. On the way back, the one who passed the order behind is the lion demon. Ling Yunzi said as he swam. That's right, he used a lion's roar. Ling Xiao nodded. And it's still the demon marshal's order that was transmitted. So it looks like we're in luck. What do you mean? Su Chengxian turned around and asked. Great demons are led by demon generals. And demon generals belong to different demon marshals. Ling Xiao said. Demon generals that belong to the same demon commander are also not under each other's command. The demon race of the northern desolate mountain range, according to their orientation, had 4 demon kings in the east, west, south, and north. The demon king and his demon marquis all resided within the king city. The mountain ranges outside of the king city were left to the various demon marshals to sit on. The demon commander sent his demon generals to guard the mountain ranges where the major spirit vein caves are located. Demon generals have different sizes of territories under their jurisdiction due to their strength, but they are equal in status. The strong cannot annex the weak, nor can they get their hands on each other's spiritual veins. To do otherwise would be to provoke the demon marshal. So the death of a great demon and the empty spirit vein cave involves only the demon generals he is subordinate to, in the distribution of the spirit vein cave under his command. That is to say, at most, the level of the demon general will be alarmed. But the demon general who had just passed on the order was starting with the southern great king, mentioning the demon marquis and demon marshal. The pass is the order of the demon marshal. What does that tell us? It means that there are quite a few empty spirit vein caves. Su Changxian said with realization. All the major demon generals had vacancies in their spirit vein caves before allowing demonic beasts to board the ring at all the demon generals. By the way, how do you guys know that the one just now was a demon general? He asked curiously. Is there some means of judging strength? But they clearly couldn't see the grade of the demonic beast. He addressed the demon generals as all demon generals. Ling Yunzi said, don't think that the demon race doesn't pay attention to titles. If it is a great demon, addressing the demon general, it will be referred to as a general. Got it. Su Changxian nodded. This point of knowledge, along with the knowledge that the corpse of a great demon would be utilized just now, left him with a strong sense of severance. Back on the turtle's back, the great sage went to plant a tree as usual. Didi looked back and couldn't help but notice when she saw that they had something. Yikes! Dragon's blood tree! It blinked. This one. The fruit is delicious. Not good to grow. It's fine. We have the great sage. Su Changxian laughed. Master Turtle, did you hear the orders from the demon general just now? Ling Xiao swam up and said, can we hurry up and get to the nearest spirit vein cave? If we can, when the dragon blood tree bears fruit, I'll treat you to a few. Yeah. Didi nodded in agreement. Hissy ms. Shisho Sui came over, puzzled. Why? The rush? There will definitely be a rally before the ring starts. Ling Xiao said, instead of wasting your efforts here, why don't you try your luck there? Ling Yunzi nodded. That's right. This seed also wants to see if it's possible to exchange it for a Dan furnace. Chapter 29, Spiritual Vein Cave on Mount Luyang. Duo Bao Lecture Session. Dragon's blood trees are not only difficult to grow alive, but they are also slow growing. I don't know how many years it will take to grow to blossom. This, however, was not a problem for Debbie. The monkey on his back planted spiritual grasses and planted them very well. It could feel the vitality of the spiritual grasses, so it might really be able to bring the dragon blood tree to life. Anyway, hurry up to catch the road. Also only need a thought. Harness the water, and do not need it to struggle to slide. Why not say yes? Get there faster. Didn't say how fast with her limbs and head and tail scrunched up in her shell. Didi blinked. It's fast to chase the wind and the moon. It's fast to follow the water. And it's fast to ride the waves. It's just not as fast. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were unaware of this. They knew that the purple gold wind-chasing turtle was extremely fast when wading through water, but they didn't know exactly how fast. The violet gold wind-chasing turtle that he came into contact with when he was a female Emperor Dowlord didn't have the chance to sit on its back. Rather, I didn't expect to have this rare experience of becoming a normal young snake. Hearing Dai Dai's heartfelt voice, Su Changxian, who inadvertently knew the inner workings of the situation, probed the left and right sides, quickly backward scenery, and felt that this speed could be enough. It's flat and steady and doesn't interfere with sleep. It's not good to go too fast. It's easy to get into an accident if you're going too fast. And he didn't squeak. Close your eyes and go back to sleep. Didi was traveling fast even though she had gotten herself a speed limit. 2 days later, they arrived at the nearest spirit vein cave. When I got to shore, I met a probing little demon. Upon questioning, I inquired about this place being the Lushang Mountain Spiritual Mansion. Good to let your honor know that this is the 1,000-mile ascending Dragon Ridge, and the head of the mountain range is Wangyun Mountain, which is where the Marshal Fu Li's handsome residence is located. The eloquent little demon introduced Su Changxian and the others. This Luyang Mountain Spiritual Vein Cave is under General Yu's command. Cat-faced little demon. Incompletely transformed. Humanoid but covered in hair. Thin and short. With a cat's head and paws and a tail behind it. The eyes have a godly look. And the spirit is not low. After saying that, he even made a bow towards them and asked if they wanted to hire him to spy on them. The reward is only a piece of beast meat from a low-grade demonic beast. Su Changxian looked amused, and Ling Xiao inquired with it. Do you know if there have been any gatherings for exchanging things here in the last few days? Yes. The bobcat spirit arched his hand towards Ling Xiao. In the past 2 days General Yu has had people in the east, getting a multiple treasures sermon. Many enlightened demonic beasts went to listen, where they can trade treasures. Okay, tomorrow you come and take us there. Ling Xiao said, the beast meat will be given to you together. Yes, sir. What's your name? Cat 19. Why do you ask more? Su Changxian asked after Cat 19 left. This bobcat spirit looked smart and spoke human language no differently than a human. It's good to chat a bit more and get some more information. But how can you get rid of them with just a few words? A group of enlightened demonic beasts gathered over to fight in a ring. What news is worth inquiring properly? Ling Xiao was unimpressed and said, when we see them tomorrow, a glance over will tell us all that we should know. Besides, what can a small demon whose reward is only a piece of low-grade demon beast meat know? Receiving demonic beast meat as a reward showed that hunting low-level demonic beasts was not an easy task for him. Its battle power can be imagined. And battle prowess determines almost everything among demonic beasts. This is true even if the spirit has been opened. What he knows won't be too valuable. Many demonic beasts were still disgusted with such weak little demons, forbidding them to come close to their sides. That's why Cat 19 had watched from afar earlier, waiting until Ling Xiao spoke up to let it come over. In the world of demons, weakness is the original sin. Su Changxian smacked his lips. It is indeed better to ask it, than to see it for yourself. As for fluency in speech, there is nothing to be surprised about. As long as the people around you speak human language more often, it won't be long before they will. Ms. Shi Xiao Chui has been listening to them a lot in the meantime, and now she speaks human language with style. Your Majesty, where did these little demons come from? He asked with some curiosity. Are they demons? In the division of strength realms of demonic beasts and the demon race, there was no existence of lesser demons. Before meeting Cat 19, he didn't even know that there was a demon race like the lesser demon. Of course the little demon is a demon. Small demons, also called half-demons, they come in a variety of ways. There are some demonic beasts with weak flesh, but the innate spirit is opened very early. The second or third stage can be born in the demon core, but once the cohesion of the demon dan, it will be transformed. And because the strength is not enough, the transformation is incomplete, can only be into a half-human, half-demon appearance. Such a small demon, before it transforms into form and after it transforms into form, is not strong in battle. It almost doesn't exist outside of the spirit mansion because it simply doesn't live long enough to transform into a form before being eaten. There's another kind. It's a ninth-order demonic beast that failed to transform and didn't die, or was interfered with by other forces, and then transformed. The former is well understood. Ninth-rank demonic beasts that transformed into forms were great demons if they succeeded, and 99% of them would die from the lightning tribulation if they failed. However, there is also a chance that it will live on as a half-demon. The latter is complicated. There are many interfering forces, such as mistakenly eating heavenly herbs, elixirs and the like, or being nudged by a strong person to become a demon, or they are forced by other pressures to start morphing early. The last kind is born as a half-demon. It is possible for both demonic beasts and demonic races to give birth to half-demons. A child born to a human and a demon could also be a half-demon. Half the children born to half-demons are probably half-demons as well. Actually, the lesser demons are the demon race's most numerous existence. Ling Xiao said, there are hundreds of thousands of lesser demons in the demon race's king city. There are also many small demons in the various Hofu Shuifu spirit vein caves. There is also a difference between high and low battle power of the lesser demons, and they follow orders and are better managed. More importantly, if the lesser demon continued to cultivate, it might not be impossible to advance to a greater demon. Although there is little hope, the second transformation is also dangerous. But which time? When cultivation advances, is there no danger? Demonic beasts transforming into forms. 9 deaths. A great demon fails to be promoted to a demon general. His lifespan is exhausted, and he is just as dead in front of his eyes. On top of that, it's only going to get harder. So, now you know how powerful it is for me to be able to sit on the throne of the Empress and for Little White's younger brother to cultivate as a Dao monarch, right? Can old me be worse than you guys? Su Changxian immediately decided to enrich his own persona. Back then, when millions of people fought to cross the river, I crossed the river with a single reed and managed to make it to the shore. He's talking about the high school entrance exam. When I was a teenager, I went through several 10, 000 person selections and never chickened out along the way. Secondary school examination, college entrance examination, and college entrance examination. It is the art of language to say only that you have not chickened out, not to say what your grades are, whether you have succeeded or not. Where the old man's clan is located, even ordinary people can travel thousands of miles in a day, and the magic treasure in the palm of his hand can observe the affairs of the world. Su Chengxian held his head high. One can't always think about how much of a failure they are individually. They have to think about how great they are collectively, so they can also appear to be more awesome individually. A magic treasure that can observe the world's affairs? Ling Yunzi, who was meditating, couldn't help but open his eyes and look over. Spirit moon treasures? The heaven viewing compass? It can't be the heavenly realm Haotian mirror, right? No, a magic treasure in the palm. Could it be the heavenly eye technique? Ha! This is certainly not. Su Chengxian snorted and said, it's a magic treasure refined by a lineage within the clan, and I don't know how to refine it. Close the loophole. 2. By the way. So it is. Ling Yunzi nodded. Traveling thousands of miles in a day is simple. Learning recluse techniques, or flying techniques, such as the earth recluse sword can be done. But this also requires the foundation establishment stage to practice. Old devil. All the people in your clan can do so. It is really amazing. Aha! It's actually possible to rent large flying spells. Being willing to rent out flying spells to ordinary people, your clan must be very strong. Ling Xiao sighed as he listened and said, only the powerful can enjoy such treatment in my holy dynasty. Ha! Su Chengxian thought to himself, this topic can't be continued. Though he kinda wanted to see if he could agitate his empress sister to overthrow the empire. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Cat 19 came. After bowing first and then speaking, he said, Your Honor, if you are going to listen to the sutra, or if you want to set up a stall, you still need to go early to take up a position. There's no rush. We'll wait until there are more people, then we'll go over there. This fish is yours first, so wait on the sidelines when you're full. Ling Xiao emerged from the water and threw a half-meter long fish to it and said, wait until we've eaten. Yes, sir. Cat 19 wailed and grabbed the big fish, so happy that he rolled on the ground several times. Look at Su Chengxian's tail twitching stupidly. Half an hour later they ate and drank and rushed to the Duobao sermon. Chapter 30, How about our family name is Bai? Under Cat 19's guidance, Su Chengxian and the others took less than half an hour to arrive at the place where the Duobao Sutra sessions were held. In the middle of several hills was a relatively flat clearing. There is the high platform where the sutra is being preached on, Cat 19 said, pointing to a large rock 7 or 8 meters tall under one of the hills. The one who has been preaching these past 2 days is Captain Wolfgreen. School Captain is the honorific title for great demons in the demon race. The roots of this lieutenant are also evident in the name, Wolfgreen. It should be a wolf with green fur. The way of naming oneself after one's bloodline race was common among the demon race. Of course, there are those who don't name themselves that way, but most demon clans, especially those in the immediate family, still have names that are related to each other. Cat 19, for example, is named after the ranking in his family. Situations like Su Chengxian's and his family, where all the family members had surnames and first names but none of them were next to each other, were instead the least common. It's your infrequency. Little brother Bai and I, when we were preparing to enroll, had the surname Shi. Ling Xiao heard Su Chengxian's muttering and said, Shi Xiao Chui, Shi Ling Xiao, Shi Lin Jianzi? Su Chengxian stared. Shi Ling Yun. Ling Yunzi opened his mouth to correct himself. Good lord, are you guys isolating me? Is this a case of isolation and bullying? Shi Ling Xiao, Shi Ling Yun. Sounds like siblings. Why don't you change too? I don't need to change it. Su Chengxian hemmed and hawed. I take my father's surname. Our father. We don't even know into whose belly it went. Ling Yunzi said faintly. According to the information they got from MS, Shi Xiao Chui, their father was a fourth-order water-avoiding snake. At that time, the spirit was not yet enlightened. Later on, the fifth-order snake-catching birds had chased down a wave of water-avoiding snakes, and then the great demon overran the sky to startle the beast tide. So this father might have already died. That's fine. It's dead. It doesn't delay its surname Su. Su Chengxian rightfully said. It hasn't opened its mind. So it definitely doesn't have a name either. It's just right. 6. Ling Xiao said an exclamation that Su Chengxian often used. I'm telling you, snakes with the surnames Su and Bai are going to be very lucky. Why? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi both showed obvious interest in this. There was once a great white snake surnamed Bai who worshipped a very powerful master. practiced for 1,000 years and then descended to earth. Married a man surnamed Su, had a child, and then slept in a tower and woke up as a god. Is it true? Ling Yunzi asked. One of the paths for the snake python clan to cultivate was bloodline evolution. The path of evolution culminates in the transformation into a dragon and ascension to the heavenly realm, cultivating for 100 years as a boa, after 500 years as a scaly dragon, 1,000 years to cross the thunderbolt and ascend to the heavenly realm, shedding his mortal body to become a chi dragon. Only after another 1,000 years of cultivation in the heavenly realm can one enter the dragon pool as a true dragon. The 100 years and 1,000 years mentioned here is an imaginary number, referring to the fact that one can live up to this year without cultivation and also become a dragon. When you cultivate, it's all about cultivation. Chi dragons, or baby dragons. The earthly and celestial realms are all the same, with a small character, mostly meaning pseudo, as in the case of the small demon, Karaptara. The status of the heavenly realm was also imaginable when they arrived, but this is already the demon race's cultivation, the easiest path. And once you ascend, you will have 1,000 years of life. We have the dragon's blood tree now. Therefore, the most suitable path for Ms. Shi Xiaochui to take was the divine path, which was bloodline evolution and ascension into a dragon. If that's the case, how about persuading Ms. Shi Xiaochui, surnamed by? Ling Yunzi asked. The lightning tribulation of the divine Tao was much less powerful than the heavenly Tao's lightning tribulation, but for the ascending demon race, it was still a 9 deaths. I thought that I could. Ling Xiao nodded his head. In the story told by the flowering serpent, the great white snake managed to ascend and also became a god, which is definitely a good luck. And by Ling Xiao, by Ling Yun, obviously sounded better. Su Chengxian, I think it works too. By Su Zhen's son, Su Shilin, became a scholar or the star of literature. The people of the flower planting family might not have been less sentimental about the other gods and goddesses, but they definitely would not be insensitive to Wenchu Xingjun and Wenchang Dijun. He is an existence that, as an object of worship, can, at certain times, even win over the god of fortune. Although he felt that the heavenly realm and earthly realm of the savage continent did not have a clear-cut distinction between high and low, unlike in the myths he knew before, it was because Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi didn't have much to aspire to when they talked about the heavenly realm. But still, the temptation to rub off on the fortunes of the Mandarin was too great to resist. The qi, the luck of the draw, such things, in a previous life, were superstitious to care too much about. In the Mangu continent, everyone was superstitious, no matter if it was the demon race or the human race. Just look at the Duobao Sermon Assembly in front of us. There are hundreds of demonic beasts that have arrived here. Those who made it this far are the lucky ones. The unfortunate ones, except for the ones in hiding, are mostly dead, died in the mouths of other demonic beasts, died in the dying kills of great demons, died in the tide of beasts, and even died in their mouths. This made Su Chengxian think of civil service recruitment. The country doesn't need bad luck players. Put in the context of the demon race, or even the entire cultivation world, this appeared to be more reasonable, because the thing called chi luck, it seems to be nebulous, yet it is so inescapable. The path of cultivation is full of robberies. Some look like they can get through, but inexplicably die. Some people have little hope, but they can get through it safely. Everyone aspires to be strong, yet only a few end up becoming strong. How many guys with great talent didn't make it to the end? There is really no excuse for not believing in the existence of chi, and no excuse for not wanting to have better luck. So the three of them agreed that they would go back and convince Ms. Shi Xiaotui to change her surname to Bai. It won't be hard. Shi Xiaotui she was also just a surname picked out based on race, with no significance that could never be changed. Your Honor, there's a stall in front with some human cultivators things. Cat 19 ran over and said, as the three of them chatted idly. This little demon had the good sense to avoid it and went to the front to help find the Dan furnace Ling Yunzi wanted. However, it didn't recognize the Dan furnace, so it just looked for the stalls of the human cultivators and then came back to inform them. Good. Then go and take a look, Ling Yunzi said immediately. Hiss. Wait. Su Chengxian suddenly remembered something, and in a moment of shock, he didn't hold back from spitting out the snake's letter. Good guys, did you forget that we don't have any money on us? Money? Demonic beasts don't recognize money either. Ling Xiao hummed and laughed. By the time you worry about it, it's too late for anything. Come on, go over there first. Followed Cat 19, to the stall it said it was in. Ling Yunzi saw, at a glance, a small ebony tripod in the corner. It's filled with grass. Chapter 31, So, snakes in the hole? The booths at the doppelganger sermon were set up in a very casual manner. The attendees were mostly demonic beasts, with some small demons walking through them. There weren't many stalls either, scattered along both sides of the stone platform, a dozen or so on each side. As the demonic beasts were generally larger in size, the stalls were separated from each other, pulling away from each other for a distance, which in turn appeared to be somewhat molded. Moreover, in the open space in front of the stone platform, dozens of demonic beasts with different forms had already occupied good positions, either squatting or sprawling. They were waiting for the arrival of the great demon who was going to preach the sutra. It also sets off the rally not being so cold. Su Changxian swept over with a single glance, making a stop at almost every demonic beast. I can't help it, not to mention that I've never seen it in my previous life, but this is the first time I've seen it in my current life, so I have to look at it a few more times. 3 of them caught his attention the most. A black bear with a large body and fur as deep as the night sky. A black eagle with wing feathers on its wings that shone like knives and sharp eyes. There was another, large, lithe brownish red-furred fox. This was because not only were they rich in demonic aura, they were also aware of the divine sense that Su Changxian was emitting. This indicated that they had at least condensed their demon pills and their divine soul power was stronger than other demonic beasts. All are objects to be careful of if encountered in the ring. The demonic beasts in the clearing generally had little interest in the stalls on either side. The business of the stalls, therefore, was very dismal. Of course, when you wait until you get closer you realize that dismal is normal. The things that were used to trade in most of the stalls were various demonic beast bones, beast skins, medicinal herbs, wild fruits, tree roots, and so on. These things were not as valuable to most demonic beasts as a piece of low-grade demonic beast meat. And the objects peddled by the stalls didn't seem to be demonic beasts, but rather some half-demons with accessories other than leaves on their bodies. Almost no one of the demonic beasts wore clothes, while some half-demons would have a circle of leaves around their waistwood. Instead, there were some half-demons here, holding blades in their hands and wearing leather armor, walking among the stalls in groups. They are also the only ones in this assembly with any apparent willingness to buy. Other than them, sporadic demonic beasts walked by the stalls and basically didn't take a second glance before heading straight for the open space. Or maybe go to one of the stalls at the very end, which sells demonic beast meat. The stall was set up by a huge demonic wolf. Su Changxian judged that the other party should be a 7th-order demonic beast. Your Honor, the stall of the Green Spirit Wolf clan has the meat of demonic beasts of the 3rd rank and above, but they only accept medicinal herbs that have a spiritual chi. Seeing them looking at the demon wolf stall, Cat 19 spoke. The so-called medicinal herbs with aura is itself an ordinary herb seed, but in the process of growth, stained and absorbed the aura, in addition to the medicinal properties, a little more nourishing the efficacy of the soul. It can be used to make elixirs. Spirit medicine, a refined spirit elixir? Su Changxian asked. To refine a spirit elixir you need an elixir formula. You need to be able to control fire, and you need to be able to pinch the spell. Ling Yunzi picked up. Most importantly, the spirit plant allotment. Spiritual plants also had to be in a subtle concoction in order to withstand the blending of the Dan flame. Water and fire work together, and mana is added to make the elixir. Herbs with just a little bit of aura, when they go into the Dan furnace, they will turn into flying ash in a matter of moments. And there is one more thing that he didn't say, and that is that demonic power bursts are not suitable for alchemy. So there are very few demons in the demon race who are proficient in the art of Dan. Alchemy is time-consuming and laborious, so it's not as good as practicing. Not to mention that the demon race can harvest and refine moonflower aura, and their demand for ordinary pills is not as strong as the human race. Therefore, the spiritual medicine should be to concoct the herbs and then blend them into pills with honey or something like that, or simply like the mortal prescription, which is formulated into herbs and boiled for consumption, sold to demonic beasts and small demons. Your Honor is really well informed. The elixir is precisely the pill. Cat 19 hurriedly said. There are also medicinal packs. It's just that people mostly don't like to use fire. In contrast, of course, the pills blended with honey are more to their liking. These pills were made, and in addition to keeping them for their own use, they were handed over to the demon generals and taken to the king's city to be sold. Your Honor, this is the place. As the few people talked, they arrived at the stall that sold the things of the human cultivators. There was dirt that hadn't been wiped clean and some blood residue on the small ebony tripod. Ha! Su Changxian subconsciously probed with his divine sense, but felt a blocking force when he touched the small tripod. It felt like something that was, well, kind of interesting. Ling Yunzi glanced at Cat 19, and the little demon understood and stepped forward to ask, Two of you. This little cauldron of ebony gold of yours, how do you sell it? There were two stall owners, a pale wolf and a climbing python. The python was even thicker and longer than Su Chengxian, and the pale wolf was more than 2 meters tall, with blood fury overflowing through its demonic power. Its strength was not bad. At this point one was napping and the other was boredly gnawing on a large bone stick to sharpen his teeth. The cackle was so loud it was hard to hear. Hearing that someone had come to inquire, Song Wolf raised his head and looked at Cat 19 as well as Ling Yunzi and the others behind it. Tripod. Not for sale. Grass. For sale. We're not buying herbs. Ling Yunzi's vertical pupils swept over the herbs in the small cauldron, all of which were ordinary herbs. Buy the cauldron. What do you want? Not for sale. Song Wolf shook his head, then looked askance at Ling Yunzi. Unless, spirit grass. Ooh, that's a tough price to pay. Su Chengxian, who was in the back, couldn't help but be staggered. The edge of the northern wilderness mountain range is barren of resources. Spirit plants were as rare as demonic beasts with special bloodlines. With so many demonic beasts in front of them, not a single one of them had revealed its divinity. And along the way, after searching so many times, they had gotten a peach kernel and a sapling. It was still a gain that could only be made with the presence of a great saint. So think and know the value of spiritual plants here. Of course, for a small cauldron of ebony gold to be seen by Ling Yunzi, it could be worth more than a single spirit grass, but there was no way that this thing would be worth that much at the Kangwolf stall. Coyote's lion's share of the money. How dare he ask for it? Spirit grass. No. Ling Yunzi said, a first-order demon fish. Ooh. Su Chengxian twisted his head to look at him, and the brothers' price was also cut towards his heels. They picked second-order demonic fish to eat for their meals, and the first-order ones didn't even look at them. Now take the unattractive first-order fish and meat and exchange it for the wanted Wu Jin Xiaoding. Old brother, you know how to do business. No change. Coyote shook his head. At that moment, the python opened its eyes, raised its head, and said in a hoarse voice, use it, and I'll trade it with you. This it? Who is it? Su Chengxian blinked, just to see the python's eyes, looking at none other than him. Him? Ling Yunzi looked toward Su Chengxian. No demonic power, no light in the eyes, an undeveloped spirit. Is this fat striped snake a demonic beast that you caught and sold? Or is it a waste brother? The python narrowed its eyes. Give it to us to eat, and the herbs in the tripod, together. Oh ho! Su Chengxian said in his heart that this big long worm was not sick. He stepped back and gave his place to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi so that they could go to the stall to talk about this deal. But I didn't realize that it was being used by Python as something that could be used in exchange. Captured demonic beasts. Or, waste brothers? Says who you? Not a bit of eye candy. I have no light in my eyes? That's from just waking up. However, from these words, one could also hear the attitude of demonic beasts that had opened their spiritual minds towards their brothers, especially their unenlightened brothers. Can be bought and sold at will. Gee, when you think about it, when the Empress sister was willing to let him pull the cart, it could even be considered as having a brother-sister relationship. He is not for sale. Ling Yunzi paused and said with some regret, selling is not an option, and mostly he can't beat the stupid flower snakes. Yoo-hoo, this Dao Jun brother is not bad at all. Then this tripod of mine, it's not for sale either. The python's greedy gaze swept over the three snakes, especially Su Chengxian Dao. This look made Su Chengxian's heart flutter, suddenly wondering what the other party was thinking. So he summoned the system and unblocked the mind reading. In the next instant, one could hear Song Wolf snorting in his heart. The old python really hasn't given up on devouring his fellow clan members. This flower snake, too, is indeed big and fat enough. No. This white snake and green snake's breaths are a bit different in general. So that's how it is. Let's go. At this time, seeing that they couldn't come to an agreement, and Su Chengxian had been staring at the python, Ling Yunzi turned his head and left the stall as he was worried about him getting into trouble. This is a no-fighting zone, and getting caught is grounds for eviction. Su Chengxian paused for a moment and followed. Ah ha ha, rubbish brother. Before he could walk out much farther, Ling Xiao couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Old ghost, how does it feel to be treated as a demented demonic beast that hasn't opened its mind and named as a blood meal? Ah ha 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 ha, not how. Su Chengxian lazily said. What's more, you don't think people only want to eat me, do you? Of course not. Ling Xiao sneered. The salivation in the eyes of that mountain climbing python is so obvious. How could I not see it? Those two guys, they didn't press their luck with them. Avoid? That pitch black little tripod is a good alchemy furnace. Ling Yunzi said. If it is sacrificed and refined, it can be used. There's no top of the furnace. Does it really work? The top of the furnace is in the tripod. So draw the snake out of the hole? May. Aha. Chapter 32, Calculated Counterkill. Something happened at the river. The wealth is revealed to be white. Just enough to draw the snake out of the hole. What fortune is revealed? How can they show their whites when they are clearly naked? However, Su Chixian's words, apart from Cat 19 who heard them for a split second, the other two understood them instantly. The three didn't talk much after that. Here is the duo bow sermon. Around a lot of demonic beasts. Speak even more quietly. It is hard to guarantee that there are sensitive ears of the guy herd. They reached the center clearing and found a corner spot. Your Honor, Cat 19 bowed. In a few moments, Captain Wolf Green will be here. If there are no other orders, Little Demon will also go find a place to listen to the scriptures. You go on your own, and there's no need to come looking for us afterward. Ling Yunzi said. Then Your Honor and the others must be careful. When going back, follow the road we came from. Don't go out of the circle drawn by the spirit mansion. Cat 19 admonished. Outside the spirit mansion, when a fight occurs, the school captain doesn't care. Life and death are at your own risk. And if anyone lures you out, be on guard that it's without good intentions. If you say so, is something has happened in the past? Su Chengxian asked. Which is in the past? Every year, there are quite a few demonic beasts that die in these days for no apparent reason. In these 2 days, only the ones that Little Demon has seen have disappeared 4 or 5. Outside of the Spirit Vein Cave, there is no limit to the killing. Any demonic beast is a hunter and a prey. Thanks for the reminder. Go ahead. Su Chengxian nodded his head to show that he appreciated its good intentions, and told it to go and find a seat near the front to listen to the scriptures. When Cat 19 left, Ling Xiao said, it turns out that people are acting habitually, not leading us to be special. She thought it was just bad luck that she hadn't been there long enough to stroll through a stall before she was targeted as a fat sheep. I don't want it to be the culture of this place. The theme of this place was murder for wealth, and the demonic beasts themselves were also a type of wealth. Su Chengxian rubbed his brain with the tip of his tail, feeling a little irritated. The process of sifting through the luckless players is not even close to being over. It is expected that this naked killing will only be put to rest for the time being when we get to the ring. Ow! There was a sudden hiss and a wave of pressure, coming from the hill behind the boulder. Then a tall figure, riding on top of a huge wolf body, descended from the sky. The sound is extraordinary. The demonic beasts in the field were all startled and hissed in response. Silence! The giant wolf stabilized itself and opened its mouth to roar. Captain Wolf Green has arrived. Greetings, Captain Wolf Green. Greetings, Captain Wolf Green. No need to be polite. The thin man who stood on top of the wolf's back got down from the wolf's back. Today's lecture is about the method of gathering moonlight. Perhaps the demon race does not have so much red tape. Perhaps it is the feeling that in demonic beasts do not have to will some false rituals. So Wolfching sat cross-legged on the stone platform, directly began to preach the sutra. The so-called sermon, of course, would not be like a real cultivator who had attained the way, who would talk about the great ways enlightenment and the Dharma's wonderful secrets. Instead, it was about the basic demonic beast cultivation method. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi nearly dozed off listening to them. These things to them were similar to listening to a husband reading a book on monks. It would be strange if they could raise their spirits. Su Chengxian was even more outrageous. He didn't cultivate at all. It's not that you don't want to fix it. It's that you don't have the time. You don't even have enough sleep. How can you have the time to practice? Besides, his brain wasn't considered smart in his previous life, and his physical body qualifications were average in this life. Sleeping could still raise his blood qi to become stronger, taking the time to cultivate, but he might not be able to achieve anything. That's why people have to be self-aware. It's good to lie down peacefully, but for some purpose of not wanting to attract attention, they stuck around to hear most of the sermon. Then the great demon Wolfgreen said that those who couldn't understand could leave first, and the three of them looked at each other, got up and followed the other demonic beasts that had left the venue, and left the place where the assembly was located. No demonic beasts chose to travel with them, and the demonic beasts scattered as birds and beasts when they exited the clearing. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were in the lead. Su Chengxian followed, and the three of them headed back. The walk, however, deviated slightly from the original main road, and proceeded to wind up a small fork in the road. It was very natural to step out of the safe zone. The object of the reckoning is the two demonic beasts. The trap doesn't need to be set too deliberately. The simpler the better, Su Chengxian thought, subconsciously glancing at his panel like he did every time before he had to make a move. Host, Su Chengxian. Race, water snake. Grade, 6th order. To become a 7th order demon beast, its blood chi needs to break through 10 million points. Blood gas, 683-0166. Physical realm, demon body realm, 2514/10-000. Divine soul realm, demon soul realm, 2767/10-000. Aptitude and battle skills. Aptitude, eating gas and blood. Compulsive hissing. Battle skills, snake bite, snake binding. Refining points, 0/6. The physical body and divine soul realms have, once again, improved. Judging by the state I was in when I killed the 6th ranked mountain shaker, there shouldn't be any major problems in hardening myself against a 6th ranked demonic beast right now, Su Chengxian said after weighing the situation. In the battle to kill Minister Mountain Shaker, he had taken the trick of utilizing his innate divine ability to first compel the other party's divine sense, and then killed him afterwards. But so what? Tricks can always be used as long as they work. Today is no exception. There was no need to worry about missing until he encountered a level of divine soul solidification that would immunize him from this divine ability. At this moment, the divine sense he dispersed detected the approach of his prey. Hiss! Su Chengxian suddenly hissed with his head held high. Ling Xiao took a stance to hunt, and Ling Yunzi glanced at each other, immediately getting ready to strike. Next moment, whoosh! A dark shadow came flying in from the forest behind them. The pale wolf opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Su Chengxian 7 inches. A large python wordlessly scurried to the side of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, its body enveloping the two snakes before violently tightening and tumbling, surprisingly greedy to hang them all together. The black vertical pupils and the golden pupils flashed a cold and cruel red light. The demonic power in their bodies also erupted in spurts the moment they were completely close. Unbridled, Ling Xiao roared. The demonic energy in his body followed suit, fending off the other party. Ling Yunzi also condensed his spiritual energy into his sharp teeth and opened his mouth towards the python. Humph! Junior, you still want to bite me? The python disdained it. Hiss! Another snake chirped, coming from behind it. The fat snake? It's time to get bitten by the wolf brother. Ha! What's going on? Python only felt his head spin. Then a sharp pain came from both eyes. It was about to struggle. Yet then an even more intense pain came from its 7 inches. Hiss! Su Chengxian's snake call was the drumbeat of the attack. It was not the first time that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had cooperated for a long time. This time, because of the increase in battle power, the two also expanded the number of vitals they attacked. Ling Yunzi unleashed his battle technique Snakebite, instantly blinding the python's eyes, and Ling Xiao took the opportunity to raid its 7 inches. The python, which was supposed to be a hunter, had all of its demonic power out in order to kill in one blow, so much so that the 2 key points were easily lost. There was a small difference in strength between the two sides, yet the battle was barely a ripple. The fight of life and death. Fighting with all their might. One side not only calculates the counter-kill and seizes the first opportunity, but also has a natural aptitude of bewitching the soul, which is invincible. The Tsong wolf, who was weaker than the python, ran into Su Chengxian, the strongest of the three, and was more than not without suspense. The lumbar vertebrae was directly broken by a blow, and the neck was bitten open and drained of the beast's blood. Stupid! Ling Xiao cursed disdainfully as he drank his fill of the python's beast blood. The three of them then took the 2 demonic beast corpses with them and quickly returned to the safe area. To simply fight hard and leave immediately so as not to attract other high-ranked demonic beasts was a tacit agreement that had long been reached without the need for collusion. No good! As he was walking back, Su Chengxian suddenly felt a strange sensation coming from his divine soul. His face changed, and he called out, "Older brother, you take the python." With that, he let go of the python and hurried forward. Ling Yunzi was flashed to plant outside. "What's wrong?" Ling Xiao asked. "Something's happened at the river." Chapter 33 The Arrogant Golden-Backed Dragonfish. Su Chengxian and the Great Sage, as well as the violet gold wind-chasing tortoise Dai Dai, all formed separate servant contracts. The most important point of this relatively fair contract, aside from the fact that the servant could not betray the master during the contract, was that when either of them was attacked, the other party's divine soul would be able to sense it. However, right now, the divine soul power of the Great Sage and Dai Dai, both of which were still relatively weak, were unable to take the initiative to send out a distress message. That just moments ago, the danger he sensed meant that they had been attacked, so he didn't hesitate, and immediately he quickly rushed toward the riverbank. Damn it! Looking at his distant back, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi also became anxious. The DD turtle shell not only has MS, Shishu 2A on it, but also all their belongings. How can you not be in a hurry when someone is stealing your home? But there was also a bit of reluctance to throw away the pale wolf and python that had just been hunted. While hesitating, they saw a familiar little demonic figure. Cat 19. Your Honor. It's not good. Cat 19 came running, yelling under her breath. Old lady is going to be plundered by the golden-backed dragonfish. Got it. Ling Xiao said. Hold it for us. Come back for it, and pay you a fish just like it was in the morning. This is a safe zone. No killing. Hiring this little demon to guard it is to show that this is something that has a master, not allowing the demonic beasts on the side to pick it up, and it will not be dangerous. As you wish. Cat 19 responded loudly. Your Honor, do you want to hire my brothers to go fetch the things they have set up in the stall? Go get it. Ling Xiao and the two of them said that they had already rushed out. Yes, sir. Cat 19 shouted back, looking at the dead song wolf and python on the ground. While staggering, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. It knew it was right to come and report. This family of water-avoiding snakes is truly a battlefield. Then he whistled, beckoned a bird or beast, and called at it, Go and call my brother. Let's take these two deadbeat stuff first, and wait for a few honored guests to come back. If they came back, then they must have won that golden-backed dragonfish, and it could get a big reward. If they don't come back, then this one is even more profitable. Just the two demonic beast corpses on the ground were enough to cover its travel expenses back to King City. But I, Cat 19, still hope that these few honored guests can win. The outgoing generous speech was also kind, and the main thing was that the strength was also very strong. In the northern wasteland mountain range, great strength was everything. If they win the dragonfish, they will definitely be able to win a cave in the spirit mansion. 2. In the future, they can be in contact for a long time, and maybe they can. In Cat 19's case, winning means defeating and driving away the golden-backed dragonfish that had come to nuisance, instead of killing, because this dragonfish had a trace of auger dragon bloodline. It was extremely strong at controlling water in the water, and it also knew a method of strangling opponents with water. As soon as he came, he occupied a cave in the big river and became a hegemon in the water. And although Su Chengxian and the others were strong, they looked like ordinary water-avoiding snakes. The word water-avoiding meant that they also had some water-avoiding talent, but in front of the dragonfish, they were afraid that it would be difficult to take advantage of them. Su Chengxian had already rushed to the riverbank. A great splash was seen in the water, and amidst the sound of the crashing water, all that could be seen was a dark figure, and a flash of golden light. Squeak! Brother Su, the main mother is in the water. From a large tree on the opposite bank came the voice of the great sage. Wow! A large turtle with a number of transparent water balloon covers over its shell emerged from the water. Dai spat out large bubbles to cover the spirit grass on her back, the dragon's blood tree and other things, so that they wouldn't be washed away or destroyed by the water when she dove underwater. At this time, when he heard the great sage's shout, he was busy showing his head and said, Big brother, Xiao Chui, danger, I'm coming. Wow! Su Chengxian angled his head and plunged into the water. Suddenly, the current fluctuated violently. Underneath the murky water, he saw a large white snake, half entangled in two jets of water, struggling desperately to free itself. Immediately afterward, a huge black shadow violently rushed out from the darkness. It was a strange-looking beast that looked like a legendary dragonfish. The dragonfish was slender and covered in dark scales, making it very convenient to hide under the dimly lit water. Its head bulged slightly and its long whiskers swayed gently in the water with some unassailable arrogance. It's really a bit of a dragon. Of course, it's more of a fish look. Its back was covered in golden scales, and on its massive head, it had a pair of dead fish eyes, while the corners of its mouth were flanked by sharp fangs that pierced out beyond its lips. Wow! Like an arrow off a string, the massive fish lunged at Whitesnake at a blistering speed. However, the big white snake seemed to have anticipated this, and with a twist of its body, it avoided this fatal blow at an incredible angle, while its tail flung out, stirring up a circle of raging water waves and counterattacking towards the dragonfish. In the water waves, the two forces collided fiercely, setting off a burst of water waves. But the power of the white snake, after all, inferior to the dragonfish, but also by the other side of the spell aptitude, control of the body, can only dodge in a limited space. One slip and the other's bite. The blood was instantly flowing. Seeing this, Su Chengxian directly crashed into it. Boo! Su Chengxian's sharp teeth interlocked with the sharp dorsal fin of the dragonfish. Natural battle skill, snake bite. The next move is entanglement. This collision was accompanied by a deafening sound of splashing water in all directions. The surrounding water plants were torn apart by this force, and the vibrations under the water reached the surface of the river and stirred up a wave. The dragonfish seemed to understand the snake python's fighting style, so Su Chengxian's snake body entanglement didn't work. Su Chengxian knew that he couldn't let the dragonfish have the opportunity to unleash his natural aptitude in spells to manipulate the water currents and trap him. And the closer the distance, the more effective it would be when he seized the moment and used the hissing avatar by surprise. So stay close to each other all the time. The thick snake python and the dragonfish, which was more than 10 meters long, stirred together. The battle immediately entered a white-hot phase. With its amazing strength and toughness, Su Chengxian continuously launched fierce attacks at the dragonfish. The dragonfish, on the other hand, used its ferocious stance and experience, as well as its sturdy scales, to fend off the attacks and look for opportunities to counterattack. The battle between the two was presented as an even match. At the bottom of this turbid and deep river, this tense, intense and thrilling battle, the spectacular sight of the two forces intertwining with the roar and splash of the water, exuded a tremor that caused all the living beings in this place to avoid it from afar. After several exchanges, no one had an advantage. A demonic beast with a strong bloodline, even if it was also of the 6th rank, the natural aptitude it possessed and the battle power it displayed was not comparable to an ordinary 6th rank demonic beast. Su Chengxian even suffered some losses, as he was pierced with several bloody holes of varying depths on his body, by the dragonfish's fangs, and a careless sweep of the opponent's tail. Boom! A snake and a fish, separated by a distance of several feet. Ha! Are you the child of that mother snake? I was worried there wasn't enough of one to go around, and you bring it to my door? Ha ha! You, not to mention the demonic pills and cores, you don't even have any demonic chi on your body. You're just a stupid snake with brute strength. How dare you come to fight me? Simply looking for death. Chapter 34, he swallowed the demonic elixir. He should be in a bad way now. What a lot of crap. Who are you looking down on? Without the demonic elixir, I can still beat you to death. Su Chengxian was in an extremely bad mood after suffering a loss, and when he was unhappy, he was not talkative. Straight up twist, swing and kill. So an idiot with a newfound spirit who can't even speak. The golden-backed dragonfish, whose eyes had been locked tightly on him, snorted coldly at the sight. Take his lack of response as a failure to refine the crossbones and not being able to speak. Since you're looking for death, go ahead and get it on. Said body flashed out a bit of green aura, inducing the water under the water to stir, quickly stirring up a whirlpool. Toward Su Chengxian rolled. Boo! Whoa! Wow! Su Chengxian rushed forward to see or slow step, was rolled by the current, involuntarily followed 2 turns, tensed the body before barely stabilized. Then with a thought, he urged the blood chi on his body, which violently bulged up and raised a layer of red aura around his body. In the next instant, it was about to shatter the churning current. At that moment, the dragonfish suddenly roared. Kid, you die. Look baby, lay, then, open your mouth. A shimmering bead of light burst out of its mouth in a flash. Whoosh! When Su Chengxian heard it shouting, he subconsciously looked over and saw the beads, instantly in front of his eyes. Want to hide? It's too late. Boo! This magic treasure that was sacrificed by the dragonfish, in a flash of lightning, smashed right on top of his head, smashing him into an instant dizziness. There was also a white light in the bead, which in a flash drilled directly into his spiritual platform. Buzz, buzz. There was a shaking within the spirit platform, and the divine soul Dharma phase silhouette on the lotus platform flickered slightly. Bad. He screamed in his mind that it was bad, sensing the white light running towards the lotus platform. Su Chengxian, who had never encountered this kind of crisis before, had a momentary loss of his sanity, and his snake body stiffened as instinct took over, only to see that the Dharma phase silhouette sitting on the lotus platform had slightly opened its mouth and sucked in this white light. Su Chengxian, who returned to his senses in the next instant, shouted 3 ventings in a row. What's the situation? What the hell? You just ate it? No, I'll just eat it? Taking another look at the top of his head, the bead that had smashed him was dripping and spinning, but it hadn't been retrieved? What the is this baby? Aren't you afraid of being robbed if you don't take it back after fighting your opponent? Ding dong. Host, you have a new mission. Quest content, swallow the demonic elixir of a 6th order golden-backed dragonfish. Task reward, refining points *12. Transformation elixir formula *1. It's a demonic elixir? Su Chengxian's brain wasn't completely clear at this moment, but he received the most crucial information, And then he opened his mouth without hesitation, probed, and swallowed this demonic dan that smashed his head. It's a demonic elixir. It's not like I haven't had it before. Good stuff coming up. At the same time, he drummed up his blood chi and unleashed his natural divine ability, devouring chi and transforming blood. The host devours the demonic pills of the 6th order golden-backed dragonfish, and refining all of them will gain the divine soul realm plus 389, and the physical realm plus 355. And as he probed and swallowed the demonic elixir, his divine sense viewed 2 sneaky figures that were quietly approaching the dragonfish from behind it. It was the 2 of them, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. These 2 guys are finally here. It should be the battle between the dragonfish and him. The commotion was so great that it obscured the 2's whereabouts, and these 2 probably have a way of keeping their tracks hidden as well. If he hadn't used his divine sense, it would have been difficult for him to detect it. Of course, the dragonfish seemed to have sensed something when the 2 of them leaned in close, but it immediately saw its demonic pills being swallowed, and under great shock, it seemed to have forgotten about the abnormality behind it. Stunned for a moment, he actually laughed out loud. Stupid, do you know what that thing is? Just dare to go to. Su Changxian didn't bother to hear it out, and directly opened his mouth and spat out the snake's letter. So, it has to be done quickly. Hiss. Natural avatar, compulsion hiss. He hadn't forgotten how hard it was to digest the last time he ate demon pills. After spending millions of blood chi to enhance the innate aptitude, it wouldn't be so bracing to refine it, but it would still be slightly hot to begin with, and it felt warm in the stomach, especially good for sleeping. It improves the quality of sleep. Mouth stuffing. That's a demon. That's the demon pills. Demon pills. When another person's demonic power enters the body, the meridians, flesh, body, spirit platform and sea of consciousness, will all be violated. What's with the stupidity? Even unenlightened demonic beasts would not make such a foolish move. Was he in a demented and crazy funk after his sea of consciousness was broken by the demonic elixir? Treating the demon pills as real treasure. So you ate them? Ha ha. It's pathetic as hell. The golden-backed dragonfish wanted to say all of this out loud and properly taunt the stupid flower snake in front of him, but he only felt a sudden trance drift in his mind after hearing the other hiss. Hiss. Su Changxian didn't even give it a chance to return to its senses and hissed again, at the same time, condensing my divine sense into a small sword. I stabbed. You think you're the only one who can attack the sea of spiritual sense? I will too. Zip. A sound so tiny that it could only be sensed with the divine soul. Only Su Changxian, who had sent out the attack, could hear it from everyone present. That's why the golden-backed dragonfish didn't even know what was happening until the moment it was pierced through the spirit platform. Poof. Poof. 2 water-avoiding snakes, 1 green and 1 white, spat out mana from their bodies and went straight for its eyes. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, who did not know how many times they had cooperated with this kind of tactic, still grasped the battle opportunity with such finesse that there was not a single mistake. Wow! The stream of water that had entangled the great white snake lost the support of its power and spilled out and disappeared. Hiss! Shi Xiao Chui, who had gotten free, also immediately rushed up and joined the siege of the golden-backed dragonfish. There was no need for Su Changxian to help. Among the 3 of them, Shi Xiao Chui was previously of the 4th rank, but later followed along with the cultivation and promoted into a 5th-rank demonic beast, which was why she was able to temporarily save her life under the attack of the golden-backed dragonfish. Although Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were still a hair's breadth away from the 5th rank, the techniques they cultivated were both top-notch techniques in their respective cultivation paths, especially the control of mana and the execution of battle techniques, as well as the detection of the enemy's weaknesses, allowed them to strike a bludgeoning blow with every strike. Otherwise, what makes them confident that this ring will be a winner? The vast majority of the demonic beasts that converged were above the 5th rank. A dozen breaths later, wow! Su Changxian emerged first. The blood-stained red river then tumbled with splashes, and Ling Xiao and the others dragged the dead golden-backed dragonfish and followed them to the shore. I have to sleep. Without waiting for them to open their mouths to say anything else, Su Changxian hurriedly said, No, I can't. I must go to sleep right away. I can't. My stomach is so warm and cozy I want to sleep. 1 second later. This wonderful feeling. 1 second less to enjoy. Then he coiled his body and closed his eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the reward refining points *12. Transformation Dan Formula *1. In compliance with the host's previous statement, the refining points will directly refine the blood chi and enhance the cultivation and battle power. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. He swallowed the demonic elixir. He must be having a bad time right now. Ling Xiao said, don't wake him up. Let Xiao Chui stand guard here. Let's go find Cat 19 and drag the Tsong wolf and python back. Aha! Ling Yunzi nodded in agreement. Chapter 35, Eating. Eat. Come on, come on, come on. Pour it in my mouth. The battle ended quickly. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi followed the original path. Looking over, they saw Cat 19 still guarding the spot. Seeing them return so quickly, the little demon was very surprised. Your Honor, how did you come so quickly? My brothers who fetched the things have not even rushed over yet. There's no rush. You wait over here, we'll bring these two guys back now. Ling Xiao said, you know where to find us. My brother knows where to take things and send them to. I'm with Your Honor. I can also help carry and carry. Cat 19 said, if Your Honor is too tired, I'll let my brothers help carry it and send it there. It's not necessary. Ling Xiao didn't want to delay much here. 2 attacks in one day made her realize that this place was dangerous everywhere. Ling Yunzi had the same idea. They are a family of snakes. Or in one solid piece. The bodies of the Tsong wolf and the mountain climbing python were brought back first, and it wasn't long before a small demon, carrying a package, rushed over. The inside contained the items taken from the pulpit. This included, among other things, the small cauldron of ebony gold that Ling Yunzi had his eye on. Where does this thing exist? Ling Xiao asked. The Sermon Green Spirit Wolf Clan's booth. They'll help look after it. Your brother goes to fetch it and they give it? It was my brother who brought the fur of the pale wolf, and the blood of the climbing python. Cat 19 said, they will only give these if they show them to the little demon that watches over them. The guard is a tilting dog, with nostrils that can sniff out authenticity. Ling Xiao nodded and thought, I'm afraid that I can not only sniff out authenticity, but also whether the owner of the thing is alive or dead. But looking at it this way, the demon generals and great demons in this place are quite disciplined and willing to abide by the rules. No one would feel wrong about embezzlement when the owner who hosted the stuff is dead, yet still willing to give something to the winner is a bit of a pattern. Of course, whether or not there was, among other things, an intention to prompt the demonic beasts to kill each other was beyond her consideration. This little demon, is it also your brother? Ling Xiao glanced at the little demon that handed something to Ling Yunzi, and it turned out to be a macaque monkey. Cat 19's brothers, Ling Xiao and the others had seen one. The little demon ate some of the fish they gave him in the morning, and he called a brother to come and take the rest away. Not the one in front of me though, but a cat demon. Good to let Your Honor know that I have 7 or 8 brothers who hang out here together. Cat 19 laughed. If you need anything, just greet me, and I will definitely make you satisfied. Good thing, too. Are you guys well informed, by any chance? That's for sure. Ling Xiao and the others wanted to cultivate, so they hired this group of small demons to spy on the news. If there was something important, Cat 19 would send a small demon of the Mountain Mouse clan and come over to tell them. And they didn't leave the confines of the riverbank for the rest of the day. If a demonic beast wants to enhance its strength, apart from trying to harvest Aura Moonflower for cultivation, it is to devour the meat and demon pills of other demonic beasts to enhance its blood chi. The latter is a quick fix, and if you don't pay attention to it, it is an effective means of improving your battle power in a short period of time. So at night, from the bottom of the river and from the darkness above, a number of prying eyes would fall upon them. No one really leaned up to make a move, although with the coyote and the climbing python and the dragonfish carcasses in front of them, and a family of water-avoiding snakes staying together the whole time, no one really leaned up to make a move. But it also shows that near the time the ring opens, even the zones where fighting each other is expressly forbidden are not so safe. Around the Spirit Vein Cave, there were constantly miserable hissing howls that came from everywhere. It is evident that the fights and attacks in the dark colors never stop. Most of the demonic beasts, especially those that came from the fringe mountain ranges, did not have a high level of spirituality and could easily fall into traps. I wonder how much will be left when the ring opens. Ling Yunzi lamented. What are you lamenting about? There's always a victor on stage. You don't have to worry about not having an opponent. Ling Xiao grunted. I don't believe it. You didn't see this when you were initiated back then? When it comes to fighting, these demonic beasts are far inferior to them. Whether it was the means or the heart, it was still the human race that was superior. Within the clan, in order to win, the whole clan of others will be destroyed. Which here there are not a few cases. Some children, from the time they were chosen and qualified for cultivation, were taught by adults to start taking on the competitors around them. Ling Yunzi didn't retort, saying something about how this is only for your devil sect. What's more, in the Xian sect, interests competed with each other, and the degree of misery was no less. He has excellent qualifications and has been protected by his masters and brothers since he was initiated, and without going through those, he doesn't know how many abominations and calculations he has attracted. Later on, Master Sifu and the others, thinking of the faces of some people, Ling Yunzi's mood instantly became extremely bad. It was Ling Xiao who saw that he didn't say anything and said somewhat strangely, little brother Bai, why aren't you saying anything? This seat is too lazy to bother with more words. Ling Yunzi closed his eyes. Ha, I see that you have nothing to say, right? Ling Xiao laughed. It seems that there are quite a lot of sordid and dirty things in the Xianmen sect. Wow, why don't you say a few piles? How about giving me a listen? Ling Yunzi ignored him. Hissed beside her. Shi Xiaochui couldn't help but spit out her snake's letter. Little Green and Little White were saying inexplicable, incomprehensible words to the snake again, taking another look at the good oldest child, Little Flower, who was still asleep. A worried look spread across the pupils of her eyes. In the battle with the golden-backed dragonfish, Little Flower was injured quite a bit and hasn't woken up after sleeping for several days now. How can you stay asleep and not wake up? To wake up for dinner, eat your fill and then go back to sleep. To sleep and not eat like that is to starve to death. Ms. Sayashu Chui's concern proved to be very necessary. On the second day, Su Chengxian woke up hungry. Without opening his eyes, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Food! Eat! Quickly, quickly, pour it in my mouth. Greenie, Little White, quickly serve Big Brother a meal over here." 1 second later, "Big Brother, I'm going to starve to death. What are you shouting for? It scared me." Ling Xiao, who had been awakened from his cultivation by the sudden shout, heard Su Chengxian's words and was so angry that he jumped up on the spot and shone a headbutt at the back of his head. "The food is right next to you. Open your mouth and eat it. I'll feed it to you." You're right. Those who had enjoyed the treatment of being fed by the Empress, apart from one who had been poisoned by her own hand, there were also 2 old men who had been the Emperor's dying words to his old ministers before he died. She died the next day after eating it, and counted her hand in sending it away. "If you don't mind, old ghost, I can also." Ow! How could Su Chengxian have the heart to hear her out? Already pouncing on chunks of golden-back Chinook meat and slamming it open. Squeak! Great King! Great King! The great sage monkey came over and bounced around him several times, rejoicing. "Great King?" Su Chengxian took the time to express his doubts in between swallowing meat. Cat 19 said that the followers in the demon clan call their masters as Great King. Ling Yunzi said, "The great sage heard that and called you Great King." Flower Snake was the Great King, and Ling Xiao and him were the second Great King and the little Great King. "Maharaja, you're awake?" Dai Dai in the river also poked her head out and looked. "Great King, are you alright?" Chapter 36 Big Deal. I'm going to ring in the guise of Rongmu. Zap zap zap. "It's okay, it's fine." Su Chengxian swallowed a piece of dragonfish meat and said in a hurry, "Just feeling hungry." As he spoke, he swallowed 2 more fish in a row. In order to make it easier to swallow, the golden-backed dragonfish was cut by Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi with magic power, and each cut out was a few dozen pounds. He swallowed 4 or 5 cuts, which amounted to 200 pounds, and only then did he feel less hungry. Aha! Come to life. Let the old man try another meat. While twisting his body to squeeze and crumble apart the fish he had swallowed, he changed direction and placed his mouth towards the pale wolf meat, looking from side to side as he ate. "Hey, how come I don't see the meat of the climbing python? Is there any left?" "No more. Let's eat." Ling Xiao frowned. "What? These aren't enough for you to eat?" She couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat at the words. Did the damn flower snakes, their meals grow again? Most of the golden-backed dragonfish, plus a small half of a pale wolf, weren't enough to fill him up? After carefully surveying the flower snake's body again, he saw that his snake body had indeed become another round thicker, and he couldn't help but curse the hell out of it. How did this guy grow up so fast? Is he a water-avoiding snake? Or is it the black boa of the basalt water? The Xian Shui black boa was a python race, the largest of the python races in terms of size. So Ling Xiao suspected that Su Chengxian had the bloodline of a black boa. Enough to eat is enough to eat. It's just that I want to taste it, Su Chengxian said with a hefty smile. In the past, he used to like to have a few more dishes for dinner, to enrich the flavors and to change the chopsticks. You're kinda picky. Ling Xiao couldn't help but twist his head to measure him. I'm a bit convinced that you did live within a powerful clan before. Only in strong and prosperous clans with no low status could one develop such a habit. It's not a deliberate attempt to manifest something. It's normal. It's taken for granted that something is required. I'm afraid that someone has been saddled with it since childhood. Ling Yunzi said. It never occurred to the seat that demonic beast meat would have to be mixed with food. It was also fortunate that it was enough to eat, or else he and Ling Xiao wouldn't have to do anything else if they just prepared food later. The 6th rank climbing python was shared between them and Shi Xiao Chui, as well as Dai Dai and the great sage within these few days. The flower snake had just eaten the golden-backed dragonfish, which had almost advanced to a 7th ranked demonic beast, as well as the meat of the 5th ranked song wolf. If it were to be replaced with a lower ranked demonic beast's meat, it was estimated that he would have to eat even more. Of course, it wasn't impossible for all future hunting ranks to be based on the 5th rank, as long as the flower snake willingly hunted with them. Su Chengxian didn't explain. Feeling that he had eaten almost enough, he twisted and crawled around a few times, adjusting the position of the demonic beast meat that he had eaten, and then returned to his original position, plopped down and collapsed his head and proceeded to sleep. The demonic pills of the golden-backed dragonfish had not yet been refined. Once asleep again, I didn't wake up again for days. Until this day, Cat 19's brother, Mouse Lai Pa, came running and informed the crowd. Your Honor, Spirit Vein Cave ring? It's opening. When? Ling Xiao asked. Your Honor, when the sun rises tomorrow, you need to rush to the ring in front of the Spirit Vein Cave. Almost 10 days had passed since the death of the great demon who had startled the beast tide, and the demon general had sent the order. Today happens to be the 10th day. Ling Yunzi said. How time flies. Early the next morning, Su Chengxian was woken up, knowing that the ring was going to start today, and the first thing he said when he opened his mouth was this. He didn't feel comfortable enough to sleep, but there was no way around it. Not wanting to be stared at and salivated over as if it were a big piece of fat meat so much again, it would be best to get a good result in the next ring. Go sleep in the Spirit Vein Cave. He also couldn't help but be thankful that he had his Empress sister and Dao Jun brother, as well as a 5th-ranked demonic beast's own mother on his side, allowing him to sleep without having to be mindful of his guarded surroundings. Still, this sleep wasn't that restful. After all, they had to be careful of high-level demonic beasts, running to use them as monsters to brush up their long experience. How big of a heart must one have to sleep dark and heavy with the miserable howls of demonic beasts as soon as the middle of the night arrives? When you get to the Spirit Vein Cave, there is a demon general's prestige in place, and I heard that the cave entrance is also guarded by defense formations, so you can sleep in there as long as you want, and no one will disturb you. Ling Xiao said, as long as you are sure that you can get a cave. What do you mean? Aren't you guys going to rob a cave? Su Chengxian asked. What we are fighting for is to reside in front of the Spirit Vein Cave. Ling Yunzi said, His Majesty and I haven't advanced to the 5th rank yet. The demon pills of the Tsong wolf and the mountain climbing python. The two of them used one each. The cultivation of these few days was quite rewarding, but unfortunately, the time was too short, and they still hadn't been able to advance to the 5th rank. Although our battle prowess is definitely stronger than the average 5th-order demonic beasts, if we happen to meet a strong one and there is only one Spirit Vein Cave assigned to 5th-order demonic beasts this time around, we will have to settle for the second best. I thought you guys would be imperative. Su Chengxian thought to himself. Where is the arrogance of the Empress and Dao Lord? It's true that cultivators have pride and have to be brave to fight, but in front of a strength that cannot be crossed, being meaninglessly bent on fighting will only bury the future. Ling Xiao said, I don't think it's wise to fight to the death for the sake of a spirit mansion. Of course, if the fight to the death had a good chance of winning, she wouldn't mind giving it a try. Everything still depended on how strong the demonic beasts involved in the fight were this time. Sometimes looking ahead can lead to missed opportunities. Let's just go earlier and improvise. Ling Yunzi said. That's right. Ling Xiao turned his head to Su Chengxian and said, Old ghost, go clean up the leftovers. We've eaten. You remember to eat it all, or you don't know who you're cheaper for. Su Chengxian ignored her and turned his head to eat. The Empress sister talks tough, treating him like he's cleaning up the leftovers, when in fact the leftover dragonfish meat was left just for him. In the morning they ate 1st and 2nd order walleye caught in the river, belonging to the same snake and python category. The mountain climbing python as a blood meal should also be beneficial to their cultivation, so they ate it first, in order to improve their strength, but leave him the better lobster meat. Aside from Ms. Shi Xiao Chui, who was going to take the path of bloodline evolution cultivation, a golden-backed dragonfish was what he ate the most. Sister brother does things with care, when big brother can't be worse. Su Chengxian ate the fish and grunted in his heart. Let's see big brother give it to you guys and grab a cave back. For that, he's still a bit sure. A glance at the panel instantly gives you more certainty. Host, Su Chengxian. Race, water snake. Rank, 6th order. To become a 7th order demon beast, its blood chi needs to break through 10 million points. Blood gas, 753-0166. Physical realm, demon body realm, 3508/10-000. Divine soul realm, demon soul realm, 3797/10-000. Aptitude and battle skills, aptitude, eating chi and turning blood. Compulsive hissing, battle skills, snake bite, snake binding. Refining points, 0/6. Eating demonic beast meat could also raise one's blood chi, but the blood chi obtained from refining the meat of low-rank demonic beasts was too little for becoming an immortal. Far less cost-effective than padding your stomach without hunger and sleeping to raise your blood. But the flesh of the dragonfish still provided him with more or less blood energy. Both the physical realm and the divine soul realm had been raised by 6 or 700 respectively due to the swallowing of the dragonfish's demonic pills and the refinement points gained from completing the quest, crossing the 3,000 and moving towards 4,000. Not to mention other things, his natural aptitude followed suit as a result, especially the compulsion hissing, and my divine sense little sword. Su Chengxian thought to himself, if I really can't, when I get into the ring, I'll disguise myself as Sister Roan, and I'll zap zap zap. Finished eating yet? Ling Xiao shouted. It's time to go. Coming. I'm coming. What's the rush? You're rushing me to eat. Chapter 37, Roar. General Yu arrives. Where's the ring? Your Honor. The ring is ahead. I know. I was asking where the ring was. Your Honor. The ring is just ahead. Su Chengxian looked at the clearing in front of him and was silent for a split second, blinking his eyes as if he saw some traces in the clearing and asked, not very sure. So the circle drawn on the ground is the ring? Aha! Exactly. Your Honor. This, too, is a little too hasty. Draw a few circles and call it a ring? At least make a fence to separate. No wonder the great sage drew a circle for the longevity monk back then. Put. Ling Xiao, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but burst out laughing. She probably knew what Su Chengxian was thinking. The rings of the other spiritual mansions of the demon race might not be like this, but the spiritual mansion at the very edge of the northern wasteland mountain range here, the conditions were definitely the worst. Just look at these surrounding demonic beasts and you'll know how remote this place is. With a glance, there were only 70 to 80 people who were ready to enter the ring. Then they were divided into different levels and fought against each other. So it was estimated that the competition could be finished in a day. The demonic beasts at the very front were even fewer than 10. Ling Xiao even doubted that there were any 9th order demonic beasts present here. Of course, this number was the result after everyone worked together, and the demonic beasts that initially arrived were definitely more than that. Should we, move forward? Su Chengxian asked. He looked ahead to the big black bear sitting cross-legged at the very front, a large empty space around him. Squeeze over to the ring to get a better look. It's been half a year since I traveled across the country, and this is the first time I've had a good time. So do I have to find a good spot? You go ahead. We can see it from here. Ling Xiao glanced at him and said in an inexplicable tone, why are you so polite? Isn't it embarrassing? Su Chengxian indicated that he understood. It was understandable that his sister, being an empress, didn't like to be crowded around. Then he nodded and said, that's fine. Like this. Big brother, I'll go and open the way. Go over and take up a good place, then you guys can come over. The demonic beasts were all big, so he squeezed past them and plopped up onto the ground, not blocking anyone. So while swimming in, he turned back to greet Mouse Lai Bao. Brother Mouse, keep up. The fruit I asked you to bring. Did you bring it? Your Honor. Bring. The short Mouse Lai Bao, holding a netted pocket containing a lot of fruits, tremblingly followed his side, shivering and shivering back. The vines were woven into a mesh pocket that contained the fruits that the little demons had picked ahead of time, all washed and cleaned, with droplets of water still on them. As he shivered, the water beaded down. Just bring it. Su Chengxian was so focused on swimming forward that he didn't notice its abnormality, and soon reached the very front. Jill plopped down on the ground and turned around. Hey, brother rat, where's your rat? Coming. Mouse came up with a pop and followed. Brother Mouse, don't be nervous. I haven't passed a mouse, you can rest assured. Later on, when I open my mouth at you, you'll throw a few fruits in for me. Understand? Ming. Got it. Mouse Laipa is about to pee in his pants. The blood fury oppression of the high-ranked demonic beasts around here was going to scare the rats to death, if it wasn't for the fact that it had received a reward and promised to follow the flower snake's honorable body today, and had to keep its word. It would have turned around and run away. He. That's fine. It's my turn to go on. Just stay here and wait for me. I'll come down and continue eating. Su Chengxian had it all figured out. This fruit of yours, it can be renewed, right? Yes, yes. Mouse Lai Bao hurriedly said. 19th brother and the others are still picking outside. It was agreed that the fruit could be exchanged for demonic beast meat, and they would supply as much as this big snake ate. That's good. Su Chengxian nodded his head in satisfaction and smacked his lips again. This being a snake had one bad thing, not being able to chew food items without taste, not to mention getting high on melon seeds. Regrets. Forget it. Snake life, always have some regrets. When Mouse Lai Bao heard his exclamation, his small eyes blinked, and it could sense that this honorable driver beside him was truly not afraid. Is it possible that you are a high-ranking demonic beast? Demonic beasts with a rank of 7th and above were only qualified to be called high rank. Then why didn't he radiate his might and make the other demonic beasts get out of the way? Instead he had to squeeze himself forward? Not to mention that Mouse Lai Bao, a small demon, couldn't understand it. The two extremely intelligent characters at the back were also a bit confused. This Su Chengxian fellow, what exactly is his strength? Ling Xiao whispered suspiciously. She thought Su Chengxian's comment about going up was a joke. As a result, this guy smothered his head and went forward, passed and even slapped his ass on the ground to get down. He's really lying down. Yeah, he's really lying down. A hint of admiration flashed through Ling Yunzi's eyes. When a demonic beast was promoted, it would sense the changes in its own blood qi in the underworld, thus knowing its rank. Demonic beasts between different grades, high grade against low grade, could judge each other's grades through their blood qi. If a low rank was against a high rank, they could only sense the bloodbane might emanating from their body and deduce the strength of the other party. The blood fury might could not cause substantial damage to the low-ranked demonic beasts, but it would disturb their souls and make them fearful so that they would consciously flee. At the time of the hunt, this prowess would be reined in, and casting it at this time is exactly what powerful demonic beasts do to reveal their strength and force away potential opponents to give up fighting them. Ling Yunzi guessed that it might have something to do with the ring rules. Both he and Ling Xiao coincidentally chose not to fight, and first watched from the wall. There was certainly the consideration of avoiding their front line before waiting for an opportunity to move. However, it was undeniable that the might of the previous few demonic beasts made their divine souls, likewise, feel uncomfortable. So back off. But Su Chengxian just acted as if nothing had happened, and plopped down there. He lay down on the side of the forefront, the most powerful one, the golden light tiger. Little brother Bai, do you think he's pretending? Or is the degree of divine soul condensation really far stronger than ours? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. As she gazed, the fat flower snake not only plopped down there, but also probed and tried to strike up a conversation with the golden light tiger beside her. When people ignored him, he turned his head and said something else to the black moon bear at the back of the side. The two demonic beasts ignored him, and surprisingly, he didn't give up yet, stretching his neck backward, finally chatting with the two green spirit wolves. You think you have a long neck? As if that wasn't enough, he bypassed the green spirit wolf and spoke to another great white ape. Why didn't I realize before that this guy talks so much? You don't even look at who's on your side and want to talk to them. Didn't you realize? Ling Yunzi whispered. When flower snake he's not sleeping, he's talking. Ling Xiao thought about it, and it seemed to be true. She thought for a moment and asked, then you say that guy, is it possible that he simply doesn't know why the demonic beast in front of him is emitting might? The blood fury might could frighten away unenlightened beasts, and demonic beasts whose spirit had been opened, because the former had the instinct to sense danger. The latter knew what it represented. The only ones who have a spirit but not much of it are the ones who will suppress their instincts with their spirit and lean in to see what's going on, driven by curiosity. Although Su Chengxian, Ling Yunzi paused suspiciously for a split second, but still continued, he is not yet. But then again, it's all snakes in one nest. They were still a little short of advancing to the 5th rank. The flower snake was stronger than them, yes, but it shouldn't be so strong that it could be amongst the ranks of high-ranked demonic beasts. That golden light tiger, it should be of the 8th rank. The black moon bear was stronger than it, and it was unknown if it had been promoted to the 9th rank. Su Chengxian sat with them and poked people in the neck with his tail. This guy, crap, this guy turned back. Ling Xiao twisted his head. He must want us to go over there too. She's not going over. It's so humiliating. The stupid flower snakes are acting like they have a brain disease. Ling Yunzi also slammed his head down, not meeting Su Chengxian's eyes. Even Shi Xiaochui felt that it was better not to respond to the good Darret this time, and followed by hanging her head. Hey! Su Chengxian turned around and was about to shout when he saw that his family wasn't looking at him. A tiger's roar was heard from the short hill ahead. Roar! General Yu has arrived. Chapter 38, 9th Grade Demonic Beast. Upper Grade Cave. General Yu settled into a stone chair on the short mound, and as his eyes looked down, he just frowned. This year, the demonic beasts that came to his spirit mansion and participated in the ring were surprisingly 10% less than in previous years. However, when his eyes fell on the golden light tiger and the black moon bear, his face looked much better, and the corners of his mouth saw a smile. Then he saw a flower snake on the side of the black moon bear. There's something about this flower snake. 6th ranked demonic beast? The blood chi on his body was indeed of the 6th rank, and he should still be quite a bit short of being promoted to the 7th rank. However, he was able to be in the middle of a group of high-ranking demonic beasts and was frankly comfortable, so it seemed that he had something to rely on. And, lo and behold, not very old. Avoiding water snakes? General Yu's eyes flickered. The last water-avoiding snake that walked out of his place was now a party of demonic lords. It was a pity that when the other party was cultivating here, he himself had not yet been able to become a demon general. If one's own spiritual mansion went out to a demon candidate, one wouldn't have to be this tiny demon general in this barren land. There are millions, if not millions, of water-avoiding snakes in the northern wasteland mountain range, and this flower snake is definitely not a descendant of that demonic candidate, or else it wouldn't have come here. However, if this little snake has a chance to cultivate into a great demon, think of a way to send him to the king's city, and the Marquis of Water Avoidance will surely be very happy to have a descendant of the same clan as his subordinate. In the future, we can have an ear for what's going on in the king's city. This kid is going to be a creation, and he might be able to help himself out in the future. It's just that it's early to say this, so take your time later. General Yu waved his hand and said, Wolf Green, Tiger Whistle, you guys go make the arrangements. Yes, the two great demons, Wolf Green and Tiger Whistle, received the order and leapt down from the short mountain. Just as the two of them landed in front of the demonic beasts and were about to make a move, General Yu, who was on the stone chair, laughed softly again and said, That black moon bear, and the golden light tiger, why don't you guys show your true abilities and show them to this general? This general is in the process of having 2 upper grade caves set aside for the demonic beasts of the 9th grade to enter. The moment these words came out, there was chaos in the group of demonic beasts. A superior cave? 9th grade demonic beast? There is a vacancy for a superior cave here? There is a 9th grade demonic beast among us? What is a superior grade cave? Su Changxian, adhering to the principle of asking questions if you don't understand, lowered his head and asked Mouse Lai Bao in a low voice. This question, the mouse came to the treasure to ask, almost forgot to be afraid. Holding the paw of the net titan said, Your Honor, the spirit vein on the cave, divided into the upper, middle and lower 3 kinds. Upper class, middle class, lower class. This grade is ranked according to the highest grade of spirit stones that can be dug out. As the name suggests, within the top grade cave, top grade spirit stones can be dug out. So relatively, the aura in it is also much more abundant and plentiful. As for the spirit stones excavated by the demonic beasts, apart from the share that was handed over every month, the rest could be left for their own use. Digging up spirit stones? Turn it in? Su Changxian blinked. So this cave is not a free place to live. You still have to pay rent. After saying this, even the black moon bear, who had never paid any attention to him, couldn't help but earn out. You flower snake. Talking Nimzad. It was the first time it had ever heard the spirit stones that were turned in described as rent. Hey, brother Xiong, so you can talk? Su Changxian laughed. Poof. Black moon bear rolled his eyes. How could a 9th ranked demonic beast not be able to speak? I don't care about you. You're just a little flowery snake who's not afraid to die. Lunar Lang, what do you say about this superior cave? The golden light tiger, who was seated slightly behind the great black bear, spoke up. It was huge, with golden fur that seemed to glow in the sunlight. The character for king on his forehead was as black as ink dye, and there was also a hidden stream of light flashing. The bear family? Of course you want one. Black moon bear said as he stood up, 2 steps forward. Knock knock, knock knock, knock knock. As he stepped forward, a shallow layer of black demonic chi surged around his body. Then the bear's body drummed with demonic power, and its originally large size was even several circles larger between walks. Holy! Su Changxian couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he looked at the black moon bear that had fully displayed its strength. He also felt that he was not small in size, but compared to this black demon godlike bear in front of him, it was nothing. Give it to someone as a scarf and maybe it will be just the right size. At the same time, When the Golden Light Tiger saw that the Black Moon Bear had made a move, it also followed suit and got up. Taking a step forward, the full shape is revealed. A golden-haired tiger, whose size was not inferior to that of a big black bear, appeared in front of the crowd. The dragon walks in the clouds, the tiger walks in the wind. A gust of wind suddenly swirled up between the Golden Light Tiger's walk, blowing the demonic chi on the two demonic beasts, even formed a black demonic mist. Black Moon Bear Clan Yuejialang. Meet General Yu. The big black bear, who was a head taller than the dwarf mountain, clasped his fists and arched his hands to General Yu on the stone chair. Li Xiaomao of the Golden Light Tiger Clan. Meet General Yu. The Golden Light Tiger also bowed its head towards General Yu. Ha! Su Changxian, who was originally looking dumbfounded, subconsciously let out a laugh when he heard that the Golden Light Tiger's name was actually called Li Xiaomao, but fortunately reacted in time and stifled the latter. Yet, it still drew the two great demons to look over. Su Changxian hurriedly twisted his head, trying to pretend the illusion that it was someone else laughing and he was looking for it, but to his dismay, he realized that there were no other demonic beasts around. A large clearing with just one of his snakes coiled around it. The other demonic beasts had been forced to retreat more than 10 meters by the pervasive blood fury and demonic aura as early as when the Black Moon Bear Golden Light Tiger had fully displayed its strength. Bad, Su Changxian said in his heart, playing it off, cursing this guy, Mouse Lai Bao, for not being righteous enough, running backwards without calling him up. It was useless to think about this at this time. So he simply twisted his head and swung his tail, and with a swimming drift, he bared his head and burrowed into the rear group of demonic beasts. He thought to himself that the two great demons, too, could not come after him and beat him just because of aha. Sure enough, he burrowed all the way to the back of the group of demonic beasts, and when he looked back, the great demon's eyes had long since moved away from him. Ooh, luckily I reacted quickly. Su Changxian sighed in relief at the sight. Had enough of the limelight? Ling Xiao appeared beside him and snorted. Why don't you show your true skills and take up a top-grade cave as well? Your Majesty, are you kidding? I'm just a 6th rank. Su Changxian plopped down and grunted. Besides, didn't you hear General Yu? There are only 2 top-grade caves. Nice guy. Just gave him a scare and now his body is a bit flaky. Did you see something when you went to the front? Ling Yunzi asked. No, I'm purely watching the fun. Su Chengxian's divine sense did sense that there was a difference in the fluctuation of demonic power on the black bear and the golden tiger, and there was an intention to take the opportunity to watch the spectacle and observe in passing, but it was still more eager to see what was going on, also was interested in high-level demonic beasts and went to make contact. In front of the demon general's spirit mansion ring, these high-ranked demonic beasts didn't dare to move at will, so while his move seemed risky, it wasn't actually dangerous at all. Instead, they could take the opportunity to test out the strength of the higher-ranked demonic beasts. Your Honor. At this time Mouse Lai Bao drilled over from nowhere. Ah! Su Chengxian saw it and immediately opened his bloody mouth. Your Honor. Here. Mouse Lai Bao froze and immediately pulled out the fruit and raised his hand. It was a maneuver it had thought about in its mind several times, and now that it saw the snake's mouth, it was a subconscious fruit throw. Your Honor. Sweet? It's even more bitter than my snake gall. Su Chengxian sighed. It's just a little sweeter than my last life. Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi, why does that sound so netherworldly? Silence, you all, come forward in order. The voice of Great Demon Wolf Green came from the front. The demonic beasts were next divided into 4 groups. 1 group of the 4th and 5th orders. 1 group each of the 6th, 7th and 8th orders. Shi Xiao Chui, Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao were divided into a group. When it came to distributing Su Chengxian, Wolf Green hesitated for a moment and still distributed him among the 7th rank. Lieutenant, I am. Su Chengxian wanted to say, I am the 6th rank, but before his words left his mouth, he felt his tail being pinched by the great white ape who had struck up a conversation before. He paused. What is it? Wolf Green gave him a look. It's okay. Chapter 39, 7th Order. Su Chengxian, get in the ring. That white ape may have some connection with General Yu. Whether it was the great demon Wolf Green Tiger Tsunami or the demon General Yu, although what was revealed was in human form, they still retained some of the characteristics that belonged to the demon body, but there would definitely be no demonic beasts that would recognize them as lesser demons. The most obvious difference between a great demon and a lesser demon was the pressure formed by the demon chi. This kind of demonic fury aura was a unique aura belonging to the high-ranking powerhouses of the demon race, an aura based on one's own mana. The aura on each great demon was different. However, there may be similarities between bloodline relatives. Ling Zhao's cultivation level is still low, so there is no way to confirm this latter item, and she made the inference from the similarity in appearance between the white ape and General Yu. Even if it's not, being the same white ape, there are still a few moments of incense and fire, so it might be in the future. Ling Yunzi said, the demon race is not like the human race, paying attention to the bloodline clan relatives, but the higher power, the same need to enlist the power belonging to their own, mastery of power to obtain cultivation resources. Communities that share the same bloodline have a natural bond. The reason why they were discussing the white ape was because, of course, they had seen the scene where Su Chengxian had given up his plea because of its intervention. Is that good or bad? Ling Xiao was puzzled. We'll find out soon enough. Ling Yunzi said, because the great demon, Wolf Green, would soon declare the rules of the ring. Su Chengxian was judged to have the strength to compete with the 7th rank, depending on whether the ring rules were favorable to him or not. Each group, 2 against 2. The winner advances to the next round. The loser is eliminated. 4th order. 5th order contested inferior spirit mansions. 6. 6th ranked demonic beasts fighting for lower middle grade spirit houses. 3 of them. 7th order demonic beasts fighting for medium grade spirit mansions. 3 of them. 8th order demonic beasts fighting for top grade medium grade spirit mansions. 4 of them. For the first 3 days, it was a battle of the same rank. The last 2 days are a step-over challenge. In addition, each demonic beast, respectively, had 2 chances to mount the ring. If it wins one, it will be granted the right to reside near the Spirit Vein Cave. In other words, the defeated demonic beast had 2 more chances to challenge the winner. Within the first 3 days, you can only challenge on the same level. The latter 2 days can then be challenged like a high or low level. After Wolf Green and Tiger Whistle read out the rules, they took out 8 signing cylinders and handed them to the 8 little demons at their sides. When the gang was split up before, just about every demonic beast was given a stick. At that moment, the little demon shook the signing cylinder, and in a short while the signatures that fell down decided the order of boarding the ring. The bamboo stick of the victor is the only one that will be left inside the stick cylinder. There are 5 8th ranked demonic beasts, grabbing 4 spots, and one will probably be on the stage again in the next 2 days. 4th and 5th order demonic beasts were the most numerous, and Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi Shi Xiao Chui ranked very far behind. Su Chengxian wasn't one of the first few to take the stage, so a family of snakes came together for a brief little meeting. There are 9 7th ranked demonic beasts including you. There are 17 of the 6th order. The rest were all 4th and 5th order. 47 in all. In that case, it seems that the white ape may not have good intentions in dissuading you. Ling Xiao turned his head to Su Chengxian. How can I see that? Su Chengxian asked. You are clearly the weakest amongst the group of 7th ranked, and will become a target for the defeated demonic beasts. Ling Yunzi said, it's not just you. Any winner who is in the ring, showing signs of decrepitude, or suffering from serious injuries, is likely to become a target. Ling Xiao said in a deep voice, so not only do you have to win, but you also have to quickly win over your opponent while trying to preserve yourself as much as possible. Persimmons picking the soft ones? Su Chengxian was puzzled. How else can it be done? Why can't it? If the demonic beasts are spiritually intelligent, with a few moments of human treachery, and take advantage of it, it is also something the demon race would be happy to see. Anyone who relies only on treachery knows that you can't go far in cultivation, but this ring, or strength is honored. And then again, the treacherous must be honestly on the stage, honestly fight the ring. You can see that there is something to be gained from your opponent, and you have to have the strength to win it. Moreover, how do you know that the demonic beast on the stage is not playing tricks, deliberately revealing its flaws? Many demonic beasts used the ring and also as a hunting ground. It could not be ruled out that there were strong ones that deliberately seduced the defeated demonic beasts to initiate a challenge, and then took the opportunity to hunt them down. So there are 2 chances to get in the ring, but may not be able to get in the ring again. Xiao Chui only needs to win one battle. Ling Yunzi said, if there is a demonic beast challenge afterward, you can avoid the battle. Little brother Bai and I, we will see what happens. Ling Xiao said, lower grade spirit mansions, earning them doesn't mean much. After saying that, the 2 of them looked at Su Chengxian. Inferior middle grade spirit mansion. How sure are you? What do you mean? Su Chengxian didn't understand. Isn't what I'm fighting for a medium grade spirit house? If he remembered correctly, he was among the 7th order group. The 7th ranked demonic beasts contending for the land were 3 medium grade spirit mansions. Instead of falling and getting hurt, we should retreat. How do I back off? If you go up to the stage, you will admit defeat, and nurse your essence until the next 2 days. and challenged the third of the sixth order. I don't. Su Chengxian refused. Although currently only know the difference between the lower grade, middle grade, upper grade spirit house, and is not clear why the same grade of spirit house, and then divided into the upper, middle and lower three classes, but think also know that the middle is better than the lower. Wow. Why give up? Are you sure you can rank in the top 3 among the 7th rank? Ling Xiao said. Then are you sure you can win the 8th rank? That great white ape's purpose was most likely to get Su Chengxian to take up a position for it, or at the very least, to add to the fight for the 7th rank. It's plotting its own way back. If the 8th order is not favored by the competition, it will be reversed to the 7th order. You guys don't think too badly of Big White. And don't think me so stupid either, okay? Su Chengxian laughed. Let's put aside whether that guy is well-intentioned or not. The person who makes the final decision is me. If he didn't feel favorable in it, he could have found a way to talk. Not to mention the other party pinching his tail or gagging him. Since he decided to compete with the 7th rank, it was of course because he was certain. In fact, from the very beginning until now, Su Chengxian's mindset was, well, relaxed. Because only he himself knew that his own current strength, in terms of his soul and flesh power alone, was more than twice as strong as when he killed the 6th order mountain shaker minister, and the power and strength of divine sense of the compulsion avatar on top of that had likewise progressed greatly. Don't talk about medium grade spirit mansions. Can you guys have some faith in Big Brother me? Su Chengxian tilted his tail. A top grade medium grade spirit mansion. I don't have no chance at all. You haven't even fought a 7th rank demonic beast. Ling Xiao retorted calmly. What's the big talk here? It's true that I haven't fought against a 7th or 8th rank, but that doesn't mean that I don't know their strength. Su Chengxian laughed with intent. Ling Yunzi's vertical pupils narrowed slightly. You really did have another agenda when you ran to the front earlier. You've tested them? Ling Xiao also immediately comprehended. Humph. Mostly to watch the action. But incidentally, I also observed my opponent. Or do you really think he's stupid? Eyeballs running ahead to act cute. Know your enemy and know yourself. Ever heard of that? But this playing the cutie. The feeling of it was actually quite enjoyable. You took an 8th ranked demonic beast as an opponent right from the start? That's not true. Su Chengxian shook his head. His idea was simple. He wanted to have as comfortable as possible environment to sleep in. The more aura you have, the more comfortable you will sleep. Spirit mansions were likely to be divided into good and bad, so by normal logic, the more powerful the demonic beast, the easier it would be to obtain a good spirit mansion. If there was a chance, Su Chengxian certainly wanted to fight for it. However, the main thing was to make a comparative measure regarding his current strength. Knowing that the 6th order had basically lost its reference value, the target was placed on the 7th order demonic beasts. But after he tried with his divine sense, he found that the 7th order present, the fluctuation of demonic power, flesh strength, divine soul state, surprisingly, and the 6th order gold-backed dragonfish in the as-if between. I suspect that the golden-backed dragonfish is eager to devour Xiao Chui because it wants to impact the 7th rank and participate in the competition for medium-grade spirit mansions. Then I wonder if I, who swallowed the dragonfish demon pill, have the ability to challenge the 8th grade? Thus Su Chengxian simply squeezed his way to the front and swept through the 8th and suspected 9th grades, all with his divine sense. So you're not relying on your long neck, you're relying on the degree of divine soul condensation, which is far beyond the crowd. What? Nothing. Ling Xiao turned. Why do you think White Ape is being kind? It's strong. Su Chengxian didn't press the issue. It's one of the strongest among the 8th rank. Not only was it strong, the other party also had a bloodline aptitude. There was no need to stay back. Of course, there was no need to tell the Empress sister about being able to read each other's minds. Then how confident are you against the 8th rank? Ling Xiao asked again. This mainly depends on. Su Chengxian just opened his mouth before he could finish. A small demon was heard saying aloud. 7th rank. Su Chengxian, get in the ring. Chapter 40. He swallowed the demonic pills. The demonic pills of a 7th rank treading cloud deer. Coming. Su Chengxian turned his head and twisted his tail, scurried out and went straight to the ring. Ringer. Little green. This guy seems to be really sure of himself. Looking at his leaping back, Ling Yunzi couldn't help but speak. If his divine soul power is really strong enough to detect the strength of an 8th rank demonic beast, then he does have the certainty of defeating an opponent of the 7th rank. Ling Xiao said softly, divine soul power. How can a demonic beast have any divine soul power to speak of? The strength of the flesh and blood chi of low-ranked demonic beasts was the foundation of their strength. Afterwards, the blood fury adopts the aura and moonlight, and the cultivation aura flushes the sea of spiritual consciousness. The soul was continuously nourished, shedding its obscurity and opening up its spiritual wisdom before it began to coalesce into a divine soul. When a high-ranked demonic beast condensed its demonic pills, it must have condensed its divine soul phantom as well. And having a divine soul phantasm is the foundation of transformation. However, condensing a divine soul phantom did not mean that one possessed divine soul power. In the sea of consciousness opened up, the spirit platform is raised, and the phantom of the divine soul ascends to the platform and sits in peace before the divine knowledge can be condensed. Having divine sense was considered mastering a trace of divine soul power. Ninth-ranked demonic beasts weren't necessarily able to do this either. The golden light tiger and the black moon bear just definitely don't have divine sense. Ling Yunzi said, divine sense probing was an extremely offensive and provocative act in the cultivation world, almost comparable to declaring war. If they also had divine sense, it would be impossible for them to be unresponsive to Su Chengxian's divine sense probing. In other words, Su Chengxian was able to do so with impunity because he hadn't sensed the fluctuations of divine sense on the other demonic beasts. Divine sense was one of the important means of defense for cultivators. Since birth, it is placed around the body to protect against possible attacks. Unless they are deliberately restrained, they are bound to sense each other. For sure, his divine soul power, why is it so powerful? Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder. Perhaps, it has something to do with his natural aptitude. Ling Yunzi thought of a possibility. They had matched up several times in previous battles. Su Chengxian's hissing sound had the power to compel the soul. This was inevitably a divine ability that was dependent on the power derived from the divine soul. Wow! At this time, a mournful cry attracted the attention of all the demonic beasts. The two couldn't help but follow the roar and look over. It's a battle of 8th order demonic beasts. On one of the sides of the ring was none other than the great white ape that Su Chengxian said was the strongest of the 8th rank. At the moment, it was battling a hawk. Die! The eagle's wings unfolded and grabbed down towards the white ape's face, and after being agilely dodged away by the white ape, it clawed at the air and was about to raise its wings to hover higher and launch another attack. But listen! Bang! The white ape jumped up violently and grabbed both of the hawk's claws. His arms vibrated, and his body's demonic power surged crazily. The long arms split viciously to both sides. Die! At the same time, his body flipped and his back leg kicked towards Cthulhu's abdomen. Boo! Fresh! With a scream that made one's scalp go numb, a shower of blood rained down on the white ape, dyeing its snow-white fur with a layer of blood powder. Die! The white ape's hindclaws kicked through the Zhong Ying's body before pulling out a demonic elixir that emitted a shimmering light from its chest and abdomen that had been broken open by demonic power. Holding the demon pills and carrying the corpse of the Zhong Ying, he walked straight out of the ring area. It's too fast. The eagle died too soon. It didn't even get to yell admit defeat. By shouting the word admit defeat in the ring, the opponent can no longer kill. The two great demons, Wolf Green and Tiger Tsunami, as well as the demon General Yu, who had been bored but had not left the short mountain, were all trying to prevent unnecessary casualties. But the reason why the tragic deaths are still unavoidable lies in the fight between the demonic beasts. The means used in the battle techniques are meant to capture and kill the prey, and it is all about killing in one blow. Especially if there is a clear difference in strength and weakness, there is simply no way to avoid the outcome of one side being pounced upon. And seeing this scene, the first thing that came to Ling Zhao's mind was, that guy Su Chengxian, he might actually have a chance to participate in the competition for the upper grade medium grade spirit mansion. There weren't many 8th order demonic beasts in the first place, and now another one is dead. If one more died, one of the 4 upper medium grade spirit mansions would have to be left empty. The top 3 in the 7th order should all have a chance to contend. I just don't know if this guy can crack the top 3 anymore, but no matter what, he doesn't have to worry that, having made it into the top 3, there will be 8th ranked demonic beasts picking on him as a soft target. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was about to turn his gaze back to Su Chengxian's side, when he heard a sound. 5th rank, water-avoiding snake, Shi Xiao Chui. Shi Xiao Chui's name came from the mouth of a small demon next to the ring where the 4th and 5th ranked group were competing. Hastily turning back to look, he saw that his mother's mother in this life, the great white snake, was indeed nervously spitting out snake letters. Hiss, it's fine, just try your best, admit defeat if you can't beat them, Ling Yunzi counseled. It's fine, there's no harm in losing. That's right, we're here, Ling Xiao also said. The difference in strength between low-level demonic beasts was too small, and non-combat could not be used to separate the strong from the weak. Otherwise, It would have been possible for Su Chengxian to measure the combat strength of these 4th and 5th order demonic beasts, and pick out the ones that Shi Xiao Cui couldn't defeat to avoid. The strength between the 4th and 5th orders would not have had two obvious boundaries, and how the battle strength would be known only after the fight. That was why demonic beasts of 2 grades were put together to fight for the spirit mansion. If you meet a strong opponent, admit defeat, Ling Xiao said. The 5th rank Shi Xiao Cui has just condensed the demon core and hasn't refined the demon pills yet. Her demon power is limited and her battle skills are average, so I'm afraid that it's hard to rank at the top of the list in terms of battle power. Hiss, won't lose, Shi Xiao Cui said with her head held high. She was very good at hunting, how could she lose in the first game? With that said, he twisted around and rushed to the ring. When he was in the 4th order, he dared to steal the egg of the 5th order snake catcher bird. Now that he is in the 5th order, can he still admit defeat casually? This figure was very similar to Su Chengxian. Not bad for a mother and son. Su Chengxian. Ling Xiao instantly remembered and went to focus on Su Chengxian's battle. And Ling Yunzi was one step ahead of her. So the two men, one after the other, saw the big fat snake on the stage, with its mouth open. Wretch, what's he doing? Apparently, he's dry heaving. What's going on? He just swallowed his opponent's demonic pills. The demonic pills of a 7th ranked treading cloud deer. Chapter 41. Sorry. Why don't you let me eat you together? Wretch. Su Chengxian opened his mouth wide. Nima. It's over. It's over. It was a 7th grade demonic beast's demonic pills. 7th grade demonic beast. The demon. Dan. The demonic pills of the 6th order golden-backed dragonfish. At this time, still had a small half in his stomach and had not finished refining. The divine ability to devour chi and transform blood talent was not omnipotent and could transform anything. Even if it can be melted, it's not like it can be melted clean in a moment. Refining takes time. What's more, there are limits to what the body can handle. Just as, theoretically, a man could eat many pigs in his lifetime, but he certainly couldn't eat a whole one in one sitting. The current Su Chengxian was the one who had suddenly swallowed a whole pig. It's going to be propped up, isn't it? He couldn't help but regret it greatly. What do you mean? Your mouth is faster than your brain? Just now is. At that time, when he entered the confines of the ring, the system's quest reminder rang in his head. Ding! The host has a new mission. Quest content, defeat the 7th order demon beast treading cloud deer. Reward, refining points * 12. Transformation grass * 3. At the same time, a tall, fat deer jumped across the street. The antlers that grew on his head were unusually thick, spiraling and circling upwards, the tips sharp as blades, facing forward, eyes upturned with a strange hint of condescension and evilness that was off-putting. Hooves stomped on the ground and vibrated with a thud. This should be the 7th ranked cloud treading deer. Su Chengxian puffed up his blood chi and was on guard while calculating whether or not he should make a preemptive strike and seize the first opportunity. However, he was worried that if he directly cast his natural aptitude or used his divine sense, would he expose his bottom card too early? Otherwise, it's better to get through a few moves and then take the opportunity to wrap the bondage up before hissing. While he was thinking about it, the cloud treading deer on the opposite side made a move first. Moo-oh-oh-oh. It spewed out white demonic mist from its mouth and nose, and then with a spit, a haloed self-generated pearl turned into white light and struck towards Su Chengxian's head. Su Chengxian was shocked. At this time, the system's beep hadn't stopped. Ding! The host has a new series of quests. Mission content, defeat your opponent and compete for the medium-grade spirit mansion. Mission reward, refinement points * 10. Transformation grass * 4. For each opponent defeated, you will receive refining points * 4. For every demonic elixir swallowed, you will receive refining points * 4. Swallow a demonic elixir. Swallow a. He then opened his mouth and swallowed a demonic elixir. A tilt of the neck, a probe, a welcome pass and a swallow. The angle and result of the strike was so quick and perfect. The cloud treading deer on the opposite side of the street were shocked and dumbfounded by his gallantry. Wretch! Su Chengxian, who had regained his senses, first thought was that he had to spit out the demonic elixir. So swinging his body, he endeavored to surge the snake's body in an attempt to whisk out the demonic pills that he had swallowed. Unfortunately, however, the demon pills were getting further and further in. Ah! Su Chengxian cursed. Damn it! What's wrong with you demonic beasts? Why do they all like to hit people with demon pills? Didn't you consider that a snake might eat it by mistake? Moo-woo! Ha ha! The cloud treading deer let out a sound similar to a snort, and then it even threw back its head and laughed. Ha ha! Ha ha! You actually swallowed my demon pills into your stomach? I have never seen such a stupid snake. Its scoffing was so loud that it drew the attention of quite a few demonic beasts. Even the two great demons in general you on the short mountain penetrated over for a glimpse. Doesn't he know that swallowing another human's demonic dan will cause his body to explode and die? I'm afraid that before he burst his body and died, he was washed out of his spiritual platform and his divine soul was dissipated. He doesn't even have any demonic power, so he definitely hasn't condensed a demonic dan. And why would a demonic beast of the 6th order be divided into a group of the 7th order? Great Demon Murphy? Shoo! The great demon Wolfgreen also heard this sentence and couldn't help but glance at the demonic beast that spoke and gave a light hum. He had enough to eat to embarrass a freshly arrived water-avoiding snake. The other party wasn't even considered a demon race, so there was no need to do something so obvious in front of the demon generals to get it killed. Tiger Whisper snorted. He could know why Wolfgreen did what he did. However, it was because he saw General Yu's gaze, stopping for a moment on this flower snake, and thought of the allusion to the ascending dragon ridge and the water-avoiding hoe of the king city, and got up the idea of selling it. Why is it a sellout? Not a backstabbing? It was only because they all knew in their hearts how many people were killed or injured in the ring fights every year. With the strength of the flower snake's physical body, coupled with the solidity of the divine soul and the thickness of the blood chi, even if there is no demonic power, it is still stronger than the general 7th order. Moreover, it has this kind of strength, most likely have the natural aptitude inherited from its bloodline, and is proficient in battle techniques. There is another demonic aura on the body that has not dispersed. Obviously not long ago when other demonic beasts have competed with each other. There is no need to ask about the result. It must have won. This kind of strength and 8th order demonic beasts may not even be incapable of fighting. Ranking in the top 3 of the 7th order was not to say that it was easy, but it was also not difficult. Just how could this cunning wolf spirit not expect that Flower Snake made a big mistake as soon as he stepped into the ring? Surprisingly, he swallowed someone else's demonic pills. Big cat, what are you snickering about? The flowering serpent divine soul is solid. It may not be dispersed by demonic power. Wolfgreen heard Tiger's snort and couldn't help but send a divine sense voice. Ha! Little green dog. When will you change this hard-mouthed problem? Tiger Shao sneered back. Even if its soul can withstand the demonic power, can its flesh and organs withstand the power of the demonic Dan? We'll see. Wolfgreen said this, but in his heart he was also complaining. Is Fat Flower Snake out of his mind? The treading cloud deer used its demonic pills as soon as it came up, in order to preserve its strength, not wanting to tangle with its opponent, lest it get injured and fall into a predicament. It is also that this deer does not have divine sense and does not know that the flower snake's divine soul is solid. Seeing that it does not have demonic power, it thought that the divine soul is its weakness. He also expected that it did not have any demonic pills, so he took the lead in the attack. Attacking an opponent with a demonic elixir as a magic treasure is most feared when the opponent meets them with a demonic elixir, and both end up losing. But unexpectedly, the flower snake opened its mouth and swallowed the demonic elixir. The flower snake was able to easily catch a demonic Dan that came flying at it. This reaction speed was extraordinary, but it really shouldn't have swallowed the demonic Dan. This flower snake is dead. I don't know who shouted out the hearts of the onlooker demonic beasts. There really wasn't much to see in a battle between 4th and 5th ranked demonic beasts. The battle of the 8th order didn't dare to get close, and could only look at the result. So most of the demonic beasts, as well as the small demons who were watching, gathered around the two sides of the 6th and 7th orders. The two rings were next to each other, left and right, and now that the 7th order was out of the oubliette, it was getting even more attention. In other words, there were more of those who wanted to see Su Chengxian explode and die. The demonic beasts that were killed and maimed were seen a lot, but the ones that were stupid enough to swallow demon pills and explode their bodies, they had never seen before. It's hot and still looks good fresh. Stupid flower snake. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse. Acting stupid. I'll make you act stupid. Now that's going to be stupid. He didn't die that easily. Ling Yunzi said. I know. I just can't help but curse. They had all seen Su Chengxian swallowing demon pills, and the golden-backed dragonfish was also a demonic beast that was about to be promoted to the 7th rank. So didn't he eat it without any problems? I'm sure it'll be okay this time, too, right? It's not that certain. Su Chengxian muttered. Of course, it's not always death. With the chi devouring and blood transforming talent aptitude, the demonic Dan would not directly burst him, but the demonic Dan will constantly emit demonic power, not timely refinement, accumulate more, sooner or later or bear the upper limit. Both the body's ability to endure and the refinement of natural aptitudes depended on the elevation of the divine soul and physical realm. So, I need refining points. Su Changxian quickly came to a conclusion. Then without hesitation, he swooped down on the cloud-treading deer, who had been waiting in place for him to die, and so had been slow to launch another attack. Sorry about the fawn. Eat your demon pills. As an apology, why don't you just let me eat you together? Chapter 42 Your Majesty. Which of these rumors is true and which is false? Humph. Trying to die? I will not give you that chance. The cloud-treading deer grunted contemptuously when it saw Su Changxian pounce on him. Knock. How stupid is it to tangle with your opponent and fight with it when you know it's bound to die? So with a heavy step of its feet, it leapt forward, easily crossing over Su Changxian's head, turning back to give a mocking smile. Stupid flower snakes. Not sure what to make of the word treading clouds and treading clouds deer. The gift of their group is that they are known for their speed, running and dodging at full speed. It was not in a water-avoiding snake that could catch up. It's not like this is water. In the next instant, however, the smile froze on deer's face. Phew! Boo! A thick snake tail smashed directly into its face. With absolute strength, the snake's tail whistled and shattered the shallow layer of protective demonic light on the deer's head, solidly pumping it. Moo! The treading cloud deer tossed its head in pain, then countered with its antlers, but it's still slowing down again. In the instant it flung its head, Su Changxian had already calculated its movements, and his entire snake body stuck up, gulping his snake letters and letting out a hiss. Hiss. Natural avatar, compulsion hiss. General Yu, who was on the short mountain, once again turned his gaze to the 7th stage ring because of the hissing sound. Taking a good look at Su Changxian, who was killing each other, he muttered, a talent aptitude that targets the divine soul class? Interesting, too interesting. The two great demons, Wolf Green and Tiger Tsunami, who were leaning closer, didn't feel anything about the snake sound. However, apparently their divine sense didn't notice anything unusual. This had something to do with Su Changxian's innate divine ability, which wasn't issued against them, but it could also be seen that there was a difference in the power of the divine soul between demon generals and great demons. Dang! The cloud-treading deer that was targeted, even more so, didn't even know what means it was being attacked by, so it only felt that its mind was dim and its feet stumbled, almost didn't fall, and in that instant, the wide-open snake's mouth took a vicious bite and struck its neck. A deer? Laughing my ass off. Ugly. I suck. The cloud-treading deer was fast, but Su Changxian was faster than it, because he's in a real hurry. It's almost urgent. If you don't hurry, you might actually die. So, it had to be urgent and fast. Forced by the crisis, he exploded to his full potential. Natural battle skill, entanglement. Natural battle skill, snake bite. The battle technique that had been rehearsed countless times in his sleep was executed at this juncture, so fast that it even exceeded Su Changxian's own expectations. Together with the cooperation and prediction of his divine sense, he rightfully strangled the cloud-treading deer, completing more than half of the battle of killing the opponent. And the remaining half will be completed at a very fast pace with the active cooperation of the cloud-treading deer. The treading cloud deer that had lost its demonic elixir and had been entangled and strangled, biting into its vitals, had almost no hope of survival at all, unless it yells and admits defeat. Yet it was completely lost to the possibility of calling for help as the flower snake's sharp teeth, piercing its neck and biting through its throat, were blocked by the sputtering blood pressure as it struggled violently. At this moment, Su Changxian was even more seasoned and vicious than when he had used this move several times before. His strength and size had also grown tremendously, and he even accelerated the death of the 7th-ranked demonic beast by winding and strangling his enemy's body, forcing the beast's blood to flow into his mouth. Therefore, it didn't take long for the cloud-treading deer underneath him to fall head over heels, completely silent. The system's beep, too, sounded at this time. Congratulations to the host for defeating the 7th-order demonic beast treading cloud deer, and obtaining the following rewards: refining points *12, transformation grass *3. Congratulations to the host for swallowing a demonic elixir and gaining refining points *4. Congratulations to the host for defeating an opponent and gaining refining points *4. System, use all of the refinement points for realm enhancement. Su Changxian said silently almost immediately. Received. The system will allocate refining points for the host in a balanced manner for the purpose of upgrading the lodging's physical realm and divine soul realm. No. Su Changxian had his own ideas. Maintain the status quo of the divine soul realm being more advanced while ensuring that nothing goes wrong. The divine soul realm was higher than the physical body realm, which was more conducive to his control over his physical body. and he would be more rounded and comfortable in executing his battle techniques. Received. I won, didn't I? Su Changxian, who confirmed that the cloud-treading deer was dead and could no longer suck out the beast's blood, then stretched his body and climbed up from its body. Angsty had gestured to the little demon on the side. Yes, Your Honor. The little demon immediately returned to his senses and shouted, 7th rank ring, Su Changxian, win. Then he asked, Your Honor, would you like to continue participating in the ring? Of course, Su Changxian replied back, at the same time feeling strange in his heart. Why did he ask this sentence? Other demonic beasts won. They all put the bamboo stick directly into the bamboo tube. He didn't bother to ask though. He was tired from the fight and just wanted to plop down and get some sleep. I wonder how Xiao Chui and Ling Xiao, and the others, fought. Standing up and looking with his head high, the next moment, he saw Ling Yunzi. Then he swam through, courtesy of the demonic beasts. Well, it all went well. Where are Xiao Chui and Ling Xiao? They're preparing for the second one. Ling Yunzi looked at him. How are you feeling? Not bad. What's wrong? This sudden concern Su Changxian was a bit uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but look at this Daylord's younger brother a bit strangely. Why do you care about feelings? Even if you didn't see him play, it's not like you can't see that he's not injured. You swallowed the demonic pills of a 7th rank demonic beast. Ling Yunzi said, everyone is guessing how long you can hold out. Ha? How long will it take to burst? Who is everyone? Many demonic beasts. Humph. Sorry to be a disappointment. The old man won't blow up. That's good. We're all counting on you to earn a top-grade medium-grade spirit mansion back. After less than half an hour, Su Changxian got good news. He took his turn and advanced straight through. Obtain a qualification to enter a medium spirit house. Meanwhile, the results of the ring at the 8th rank there came out. Unsurprisingly, another 8th order demonic beast died. The slot for the upper medium spirit mansion was left empty. Su Changxian couldn't help but look towards the 7th rank side. The strongest few demonic beasts. His gaze lingered for a split second on the strongest demonic beast that resembled a lion. I didn't expect to provoke hostility from the other side. What are you looking at? Do you still want to compete with me? The curly-haired yellow-maned beast said with a cold snort at him. No? Su Changxian immediately asked back. Good lord. He didn't even still say anything. He just glanced at it. And the other guy said it so well that he was close to pointing his nose at him and calling him. You deserve it. At this point, how can you wimp out? The other side wouldn't dare to do it now anyway. You're a big lion with a perm. Why are you being so mean? What's wrong? We're both at the 7th level. You can, but I can't? How to fight? The curly-haired yellow-maned beast shook its big head. Swallow my demonic pills like you did with the cloud-treading deer as well? Ha ha. No? Su Changxian said as he repeated his previous words. Good, good. I'll be waiting for you. The curly-haired yellow-maned beast, however, seemed to be completely enraged as it yelled. 3 days later, I'll be waiting for you, and at that time, I'll beat you to death alive. Ha! It's not certain who beat who to death. Roar! You stupid snake! I'm going to eat you. Humph! General Yu is sitting up there. How dare you? The curly-haired yellow-maned beast didn't dare, so it grumbled in anger and left with a big stride. Back to the riverbank. Before Su Changxian and the others could look at their mouths, Dai Dai poked her head out of her shell and looked at Su Changxian. Great king, I heard that you swallowed the demonic elixir of the treading cloud deer and are about to die. I also heard that you made a big bull in the ring to swallow the curly yellow mane beast and become the strongest in the 7th rank. Which one is real? It's all true. Ha! Chapter 43, 7th Order. Can't beat you? Wait for me to take a nap. Next day, early morning. Is that flower snake that swallowed the treading cloud deer demon pill today still alive? Still alive. Not only alive, but alive and well. The 16 refinement points from completing the quest raised the physique and divine soul realm, allowing him to not worry, for the time being, about being burst by the demon pill. What? Old Mi's Empress sister and Dao Jun brother have finally been promoted to the 5th rank? Su Changxian opened his eyes without any good humor and looked at Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi who were standing in front of him and couldn't help but grunt and laugh. You guy, you can sense this? Ling Xiao was startled, doubting just how strong Su Changxian's divine soul power was. Perhaps, it's already comparable to a great demon? That's not true. Su Changxian shook his head. It's that every time you guys get promoted, you pose as if you want to provoke me like this. In fact, he saw the two snakes when they molted just now. Every time they were promoted, they didn't necessarily molt their skins right away, but every time they molted, it must mean that they became stronger. Moreover, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were only a little bit short of being promoted to the 5th rank before. What? Want to fight? Hiss? MS. She small Trisha angled her head, casting a concerned look. What fight? Who wants a fight? No. I'll let you off first this time, Ling Xiao said. This seed is going to save its strength to fight against other demonic beasts. Ling Yunzi also said. The two of them, under their desperate efforts last night, had finally been promoted to 5th order demonic beasts before sunrise. It's to compete for the Spirit Vein Cave. How can you consume yourself here in advance? I don't really care about the old man. Su Chengxian didn't have to go to the ring for the next 2 days. Whether he's on in 2 days or not depends on his mood. Just be complacent. Anyway, before long, me and little brother Bai will completely surpass you, Ling Xiao said confidently. Oh yeah? Su Chengxian was curious. He wanted to know what gave Ling Xiao such confidence. I condensed the demon core last night, and in half a month at the most, I'll be able to condense a demonic elixir. And the same goes for Ling Yunzi. Ling Xiao did not want to see Su Chengxian lose his mind to chase after stronger cultivation and die out into the crowd because he indulged in a moment of power. So to put it bluntly, the techniques that the two of us cultivate, although one is the Demon Dao Emperor technique and the other is the Xian Sek proper technique, yet they are both the top techniques in heaven and earth. With the demon pill, as long as there is enough aura, cultivation will be 1,000 miles a day. In just 1 or 2 years, it will be able to transform into its form. You should know that after transforming into a form, the path of cultivation is truly a straight path for us. The cultivation experience and heritage of his previous life would truly come into play at that time. It was not impossible to enter the immortal realm with a single epiphany, like in the Legends of Mortals. And you, right now, don't even have demonic power. Transform? Su Chengxian suddenly came to life when he heard this. Sister, if you take shape, will you look the same as your previous life? He hasn't met the Empress yet. Maybe. This question was asked in such a way that Ling Xiao was a bit unnatural and his gaze wandered. Cough. Old ghost. A strong blood chi can only last for a while. Otherwise the demon race today wouldn't all be cultivating demonic power. Ling Yunzi saw that the topic was going to run off again and hurriedly continued with a straight face. This seat doesn't know what you have to rely on, and I also don't know what you got from the bloodline inheritance, other than the natural aptitude. But you need to be careful. Times have changed, and some legacies may not still be suitable for today's Mang wasteland. Aha! I also mean the same thing, Ling Xiao said. Alright, after saying what needs to be said, I'm going to go on an imperial expedition. Xiao Chui, let's go. Yesterday, Su Chengxian had taken a medium spirit mansion slot, greatly stimulating the two. Again, all reborn as snakes, or from the same litter. If they couldn't even compete for a lower grade spirit mansion, wouldn't it be too humiliating as well? It's a fight. It has to be a fight. So putting the previous words of lower grade spirit mansions are of no great use even if they are earned to the back of his mind. Last night, he broke open the one thread that was still missing, and did his best to advance to the 5th rank. In today's ring, this seat, must win. So energized, Su Chengxian couldn't help but sigh as he looked at his mother's back as she led his empress sister, and his Dao Lord brother majestically. Does he then have to rise to the occasion and practice? The answer, of course, is no. There are better ways to get stronger. Why do you have to work hard to cultivate? He cast his eyes aside. There's a deer there, a 7th order cloud-treading deer, grinning. My naive empress sister. It's not that easy to surpass your big brother me. Normally, sleeping would raise the blood chi, and Su Chengxian didn't want to make things too difficult for himself. For example, swallowing another cloud-treading deer when there was a half-demon Dan in his body that hadn't been refined yet. This mouth has to open wide enough to fit the deer's millstone-sized head. Wretch, this image must be very terrifying. Despite his words, Su Chengxian opened his snake's mouth wide and swallowed the dehorned head. In his mouth, before twisting and continuing his swallowing maneuver, the bones and limbs of the treading cloud deer's entire body had already been strangled by him before this. Executing his natural battle skill, snake entanglement binding, he used his snake body to tightly cover the treading cloud deer, binding it into a deer meat sausage. Humph, if it were someone else, he wouldn't necessarily be able to think that battle techniques can still be used this way. Su Chengxian was quite smug. If there was one thing that he had, that was better than the Empress and the Taoist monarch. It had to be a brain that was alive enough. Living in a world where you are forced to take in countless messages every day, boredom plays tricks with the whole job. In the place of Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi and the others, they would at most think of cutting the deer into pieces. Then why didn't Su Chengxian do it? That's because I can't do it. Of course, why else would I bother? The blood chi bulged and burst out, coalescing in a single strike that would directly poke and prod this deer. While a knife can cut flesh and an axe can chop, a hammer can only poke a deer or smash it. As for why you don't let people who can do it help, the reason is simple. Humph. Let's see me put on a big one for you, Su Chengxian thought to himself. And the curly-haired great lion, saying I can't beat you? Wait for me to eat this deer and have a good night's sleep. What about you watching it again? See you again. I'll scare you to death. A quarter of an hour later, he finally swallowed the cloud-treading deer, completely into his stomach. Even after being rolled into deer guts, it was still quite a struggle to swallow prey that was bigger than his own head. The serpent and python's talent for devouring prey makes this unlikely, into something very laborious but doable. Then by twisting and squeezing the body, the prey is further compressed into a better digestible form. Finally swallowed, Su Chengxian strongly endured the feeling of holding on until he wanted to vomit, and drummed up his blood chi around his body. Unleashed the innate divine ability, devouring chi and transforming blood. Feeling a gust of burning in the pit of his stomach, he said, not without regret, Mother I've never tasted what venison tastes like. Due to the influence of his previous life, he had always been stubborn about knowing how to value food. There also has to be a minimum of respect for the ingredients. At the very least they have to be made to taste good and then happily eaten. Nowadays, this kind of respect could no longer be done. But food was used to satiate the stomach, and refining it directly felt a bit wasteful. So, he had never done so. Of course, the main thing is that it's not economical for him either. However, now that the situation was special, it was more important to refine it first to advance to the 7th rank. Ding! The host devours a 7th ranked treading cloud deer, and will continue to gain blood chi plus 100, blood and gas plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. Phew! Su Chengxian let out a long breath of relief. It was done. Then he dragged his lumbering body in a slow swim toward the river and climbed onto Didi's turtle shell. Master Turtle, I'll take a nap. Blood and gas plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Blood and gas plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. Blood and gas plus 1 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 plus 1. Blood and gas plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Blood and gas plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus. Congratulations to the host on his successful promotion to a 7th order demonic beast. Chapter 44. Why don't you spit out the demonic elixir and try to see if I dare to swallow it? It really isn't cost effective. Su Chengxian woke up 2 days later and opened his mouth. A 7th ranked cloud treading deer would normally guarantee him at least half an extra month without having to worry about his stomach. But now, only 2 days had passed and it had been completely refined. The harvest, of course, still met expectations. Holy, although when the promotion was successful, not only was there a prompt from the system, but there was also a feeling of blood rising from his body. He still looked at the panel out of habit. It startled him instantly. Grade, 7th order, to become an 8th order demon beast, its blood chi needs to break through 20 million points. Blood gas, 100001133. Physical realm, demon body realm, 4501/10. Divine Soul Realm, Demon Soul Realm, 4618/10. Sure enough, it had managed to be promoted to a 7th order demonic beast. So close, just made it past the promotion barrier. Becoming an 8th order demonic beast required 20 million points of blood chi, and at first glance, Su Chengxian's vertical pupils couldn't help but contract for a moment. Good lord, how long does it take to sleep? But then realized, what's the point of worrying when you can sleep through it anyway? Even if it's not good enough, swallowing 27th ranked demonic beasts will allow you to directly advance. That would fall under the category of being a dream fart eater. How many 7th order demonic beasts had only come in total to the Spirit Vein Cave of Mount Luyang this time? Of course, there were quite a few 8th order, 9th order, and great demons and demon generals within the Spirit Mansion. If Su Chengxian could stand to eat it in his mouth, right now, I definitely don't have the strength, Su Chengxian thought to himself. But right now, there's a 7th ranked curly-haired great lion, so it seems like there's a chance. Something to think about. That guy doesn't seem very smart. I wonder how Ling Xiao and the others are doing. At that thought, he couldn't help but stretch his legs and look up the bank with his head held high. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi and MS Shi Xiao Chui, along with the great sage, were all cultivating on the shore through the demonic pills they had obtained from gobbling up and killing the Tsong wolves and mountain climbing pythons earlier. It didn't look like it was hurt. raising his head to look at the sky. It should still be a while before it dawns, so he didn't make a sound to interrupt a few people's cultivation. Instead, he plopped back down, closed his eyes slightly, and began to think of a way to deal with the big lion. Hey, this dragon blood tree. It seems to have grown quite a bit. After thinking for a while without thinking of any good solutions, and twisting his head to change his position to continue thinking, Su Chengxian suddenly realized that the spiritual herbs planted on Dai Dai's shell were all growing well. Especially the dragon's blood tree. It's almost grown to be a meter tall. It's also a few turns thicker than before. Before, it was as thick as a finger. But now it's maybe 2 fingers thick. The great sage watered it with the blood of a climbing python and a golden-backed dragonfish. And it grew fast. Dai Dai said as she poked her head out. Mountain climbing python and golden-backed dragonfish? Su Chengxian froze for a moment, as if he understood a bit, and confirmed with it again. Were only these 2 beasts' bloods used, or were other beasts' bloods used as well? Although the beast's blood had been mostly drunk by him, there was still a residue. The great sage would take the leftover beast blood and mix it in the soil to grow spiritual plants. He knew that. It's just interesting that Debbie specifically emphasized the climbing python and also the gold-backed dragonfish. Other things are put in too. These 2 are put in the most. Didi said. Oh, Su Chengxian nodded, thinking thoughtfully, is that because they follow the cultivation path of bloodline evolution? Or is their own bloodline related to dragons? The blood of these 2 demonic beasts would be specially used by the great sage to plant the dragon blood tree, which would accelerate the growth of the tree. The only connection he could think of between them and the dragon blood tree was the dragon. Snake python takes the dragon. Carp jumps the dragon gate. These 2 types of demonic beasts should both be able to cultivate the path of bloodline evolution and soar into a dragon, right? There are numerous demonic beasts in the world that are capable of transforming into dragons. And there are rumors that they are all dragon breeds, with true dragon bloodlines, so they are capable of transforming into dragons. Ling Yunzi just happened to wake up from his meditation, and hearing Su Chengxian's words, he spoke. Their blood can grow the dragon blood tree. It should have something to do with containing a trace of true dragon bloodline. It's hard to tell how glimmer this glimmer is. Old ghost, you're sheer awake? Ling Xiao also gathered his strength to end his cultivation at this time, and when he heard Su Chengxian's words, he grunted and said, eating a whole treading cloud deer, how come it didn't prop you up? Not only did I not brace myself to death, I've even advanced to the 7th rank. Angry or not? Su Chengxian laughed playfully. Sister Empress, I'm sorry, big brother. I'm 1 step ahead of you again. Expected it. Ling Xiao was not enraged, but instead laughed lightly. I knew you wouldn't swallow that cloud-treading deer for no reason. It seemed like what they thought. This flower snake fella's bloodline inheritance might have a means to grow his strength directly through refining blood food. However, for a hastily promoted 7th rank to fight the strongest curly-haired yellow-maned beast of the 7th rank, he didn't know how much of a chance he would have of winning. But on second thought, with Flower Snake's character, he probably wouldn't even get in the ring if he didn't have a good chance of winning. Hiss! Shi Shaochui swam over it this time and rubbed against Su Chengxian. Little flower, are you alright? Nothing, what can I do? Su Chengxian said strangely. Everyone says that you're going to die. Shi Shaochui was worried, saying that you will die after swallowing the demonic elixir. When Su Chengxian didn't show his face near the ring in the past 2 days, some demonic beasts took it for granted that he was in danger of bursting at any moment because he had swallowed the demonic elixir. So just hide and wait to die. That big lion even asked today if you're dead. Ling Xiao laughed out loud. Humph, there really are rumor mongers everywhere. Su Chengxian was all but exasperated and laughed. Good lord, hasn't this wind passed yet? A bunch of enlightened demonic beasts that don't cultivate properly and have damaged and broken mouths. I'm just waiting for me to die. I'm not going to die. I'll go out and scare the out of you later. And the big lion. Hey, Su Chengxian's mind suddenly flashed with an idea. The idea might be a bit retarded, but it should be enough to deal with a big lion. When does the ring start today? He asked. Do you really want to go and seize a superior medium-grade spirit mansion? Ling Xiao asked instead of answering. I've also fought for a lower-grade spiritual mansion with Ling Yunzi. And with the medium-grade spiritual mansion you've already gotten your hands on, it's enough for us. She'd inquired about it from Cat 19. Between different spirit vein caves, in addition to the different grades of spirit stones that can be extracted and refined, it is the difference in the amount of spirit chi that can be refined in a day. With their 5th rank demonic beast cultivation, the lower grade spirit mansion was enough to satisfy their cultivation needs. The top grade medium grade spirit mansion, although it's a bit denser in terms of spiritual chi than the medium ones, It's also easier to mine medium-grade spirit stones. But for us, especially for you, the difference is not much. Ling Yunzi said. The medium and superior spirit mansions were just a place to sleep for Su Chengxian. If that's the case, why take the risk? I can't use it, but you guys can. Su Chengxian said with great righteousness. The top-grade medium-grade spirit mansion has enough spiritual qi, so our family can all live in it to cultivate, and our cultivation will still be able to rise even faster. Don't you guys stop me. I'm going for it. Half an hour later. 8th order ring. You're here? I'm coming. You came anyway. Have you come to seek death? The curly-haired yellow-maned beast glared angrily. The two of us, we still don't know who's looking for death. Su Chengxian responded calmly. Not only do you want to win me, but you also want to kill me? Ha ha. The curly-haired yellow-maned beast laughed as if it had heard a big joke. How do you want to kill me? Swallow my demonic pills as well? Yeah. What's wrong? Su Chengxian, still looking deadly crooked, tilted his chin toward the big lion. Why don't you spit out the demonic pills and try to see if I dare to swallow them? You dare to swallow? The curly-haired yellow-maned beast roared. You dare to vomit? Su Chengxian grinned. Shouldn't you not dare? A poorly thought-out provocation. It was clumsy, so clumsy that he couldn't help but blush to himself when he actually used it. But Snakeskin couldn't tell. But, spit on it. Chapter 45, 7th Order Demon Pill. Swallow. You're going to die together? I haven't lived long enough. Roar. I have to say, the curly-haired yellow-maned beast is a real man. Do what you say you're going to do. Opening his mouth, he sprayed a white light that came straight at Su Chengxian's face. This made him, who was secretly ashamed just now, instantly put away so mind, and the divine sense was set on the demonic Dan, raising his head high. Open your mouth. Swallow. Promoted to the 7th rank, the talent aptitude has been refined again. Swallowed. Will not die for a while. Gulp. In a split second. I don't know how many demonic beasts and lesser demons present. Couldn't help but do the same as him. Swallowing action. Dumbfounded. He watched as he once again took a demon pill and swallowed it into his stomach. Holy. He really ate it. Don't kill yourself. You're so desperate. After eating the demonic pills of the cloud-treading deer and still not dying, he dares to swallow the yellow-maned beasts again. Bereft of heart. Is this guy out of his mind? For a while, the loud-voiced demonic beasts let out exclamations of admiration one after another. Praise the fat flower snake, a guy who doesn't know how to die, for yet another death-defying act. In the last 2 days of the Overstep Challenge, no one from the 4th and 5th ranks dared to challenge the 6th rank. Among the 6th order group, there were those who originally wanted to try and challenge Su Chengxian, but they had to wait for Su Chengxian to finish fighting the curly-haired yellow-maned beast. The only thing on the field right now was the ring of the 8th order, where two guys who had made it into the top 3 of the 7th order were fighting for the last spot in the 8th order. That was why the demonic beast lesser demons that came to watch the battle, along with the 2 great demons, Wolf Green and Tiger Tsunami, as well as General Yu on the short mountain, were all watching the battle. Stupid. This was Wolf Green's assessment of the curly-haired yellow-maned beast, which, after being enraged, went along with Su Chengxian's wishes and spat out the demonic pills to attack. Stupid indeed. Tigress agreed with him in a rare moment. General Yu on the short hill frowned slightly and unnoticeably. Seek death. The curly-haired yellow-maned beast was also flustered. But then it moved. It was different from that stupid cloud-treading deer, which had been swallowed the demonic pills and still stayed put and waited. Roar! It roared out and leapt towards Su Chengxian. At the same time, the blood fury that emerged from his body coalesced into a cloud of blood mist, which was mixed with greenish-black demonic power, and slapped his head around. What kind of power is this? Su Chengxian quickly sidestepped, dodging the blood mist that slapped at him. But in a flash, he sensed that the roar of the great lion seemed to contain a special power. A hint of power to attack the divine soul? Sound attack? Lion's roar? If it wasn't for the fact that his divine soul was solidified and his lotus platform was stable, this roar would definitely cause his movements to, for an instant, come to a standstill. Then he was enveloped and trapped by the blood mist that was transformed by the blood fury and demonic power. Surprisingly, it's a talent aptitude similar to my compulsion hiss. This caused a shock in his heart, only compared to his hissing, which was cast by relying on the power of his divine soul. The other party's move was more like a sound attack that relied on mana. It's true that you can't underestimate any opponent. There's something about a big lion. No wonder he dares to get a self-curl. Roar! Damn little loach. I'm clearly born with this. Seeing that the blow didn't work, the curly-haired yellow-maned beast became furious. Its demonic power erupted from its body. and it slapped its palm down towards Su Chengxian's head. Sharp claws stabbed out, cold light flashed, and demonic aura filled the air. Extremely fast, the flower snake must be killed as soon as possible to retrieve the demon pill. The longer he lost the demon pill, the weaker his power would become, and he couldn't afford not to be in a hurry. If this palm hit, if Su Chengxian's head wasn't smashed, he would be scratched out of his skin. It could even go along and break his snakeskin open with several large slits. Another large palm followed, sealing his retreat. If you can dodge one blow, it's hard to dodge a second one, Su Chengxian thought to himself. The great lion's battle technique seemed to specifically restrain him. The demonic pills that had been swallowed also had a tendency to jump out of the belly under the proximity of the great lion's demonic power. You want to take back what I ate? Nice try. Hiss. Great lion. You want to taste my natural aptitude? Compulsion hissing. The snake chirped out, taking advantage of a lurch in the big lion's movements. With a short stance, Su Chengxian approached instead of retreating, burrowing headfirst underneath the yellow-maned beast, baring his teeth and scurrying over. The body was too long, the tail was slightly slower, and blood instantly bubbled up as it was brushed by the demonic power-wrapped lion's claws. Su Chengxian obediently twisted around and turned back, opening his snake's mouth, ruthlessly heading towards the big lion's buttocks with a heavy bite. Natural battle skill, snake bite. Howl. The big lion's reaction was also very fast, prancing and leaping up to avoid this bite. The snake's bite mostly fell short, but the snake's teeth, which were bubbling with red light, still pierced through its fur, cutting out a long bloody gash. It hissed in pain. A round went by and neither one was able to do anything about it. Both are hung up. Alright, big lion. Su Chengxian gritted his teeth and laughed. Again. He wanted to see how long the curly-haired great lion could last without the demonic elixir. Roar! The curly yellow-maned beast's eyes were bloodshot. It didn't have the ease that Su Chengxian had. The longer the demonic pills were inside the other party's body, the more unfavorable it would be for it. So without answering at all, he lunged again. Boo! This time, Su Chengxian didn't dodge, but met the attack head-on. He also had the intention to try out his true strength now, and sharpen his battle skills in the process. The big lion's strength is good, stronger than him, but not so strong as to be outrageous, and there is no demon pill defeat is a foregone conclusion. It's a good sparring partner. Therefore, he didn't use his natural aptitude again, nor did he take out the killer technique of transforming his divine sense into a small sword, and only executed his battle skills to fight with it in one place. And the divine ability of the curly-haired yellow-maned beast was of no use to him. The battle between the two of them instantly fell into a stalemate, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. But moments later, as the injuries on both of them continued to increase, one side's aura gradually climbed, while the other side unsurprisingly revealed its decadence. Die. The one whose aura climbed was Su Chengxian, who fought with ferocity, his battle techniques executed with more bloodthirsty fury. The bulging blood aura colored his snake body, all of it, with a reddish hue. With red eyes, the snake's mouth was wide open, and the snake's teeth with red light soaring. Under a negligence of the curly-haired yellow-maned beast, it heavily pierced into its back. Roar! The curly-haired yellow-maned beast howled in pain, and the blood fury and demonic power all over its body appeared to be scattered and not gathered. And in the next instant, the thick serpent wrapped around it, a strong force strangling it violently, almost crushing its bones. Howl! The curly-haired yellow-maned beast roared ferociously, a bloodthirsty madness flaring up in its eyes. Since its bloodline returned to its ancestor and awakened a trace of the heaven and earth Fey inheritance, it had never suffered this kind of bullying. Once he thought that the demon pill had been lost, if he couldn't get it back, his future would be ruined. He couldn't help but feel hatred rushing to his brain. It has one more trick up its sleeve. Same thing, detonate the demonic elixir inside the flower snake. Oh no! Su Chengxian only felt a wave of cool air rush straight to his aura, a great sense of bad luck. Cursing that he had overplayed his hand, using the great lion as a chaperone. He didn't realize that the chaperone was too rigid and was in a mood to try to pull him along to his death. Who the wants to die? The old man hasn't lived long enough. Enough! At this moment, a strong demonic force attacked. In an instant, the two entangled demonic beasts were separated, and it sealed the curly-haired yellow-maned beast's entire body's demonic power. The race, it's over. Chapter 46, Superior Medium-Grade Spiritual Mansion. Entry. Su Chengxian, I will exchange this peach for the demonic pills of the yellow-maned beast. In your belly. Will you? No one had expected General Yu to step in and stop the fight between Su Chengxian and the curly-haired yellow-maned beast. With a lift of his hand, he took out an aura-filled peach from somewhere and handed it over, saying, "General, I would be willing, but I can't spit it out." Su Changxian agreed without hesitation, but also made it clear that there was no way to be difficult. The general will have to find a way to fetch it for him if he really wants to change it. It shouldn't be hard to defeat a demon general. It's still in the ring, so many eyes watching, and with the other guy's position, it's not like he's going to harm him. One had to bow his head under the roof, refuting the face of the demon general. What about the future? Guilty as charged. I won't hide it from you, General, but I swallowed 2 demon pills in a row, and I also feel a bit overwhelmed. Su Changxian spoke the truth. It's just been a bit too much to eat down these last few days. Moreover, when he said that he had swallowed 2 demon pills consecutively, it didn't include the one he had just swallowed, but rather the 2 from the golden-backed dragon fish and the cloud-treading deer. 2 demon dan, now that which one has not been able to finish digesting. 2 days ago also put the flesh of the 7th order treading cloud deer, directly whole swallow refining, more or less indigestion. General Yu was willing to trade him spirit peaches of similar value. So why not? You snake, you're quite honest. General Yu laughed lightly at his words, feeling that Su Changxian was giving him face by saying so. After all, it wasn't like Su Changxian knew that he would intervene in the fight, so if he dared to swallow the demonic pills, he must have the ability to resolve it. It was rare to see such a knowledgeable demonic beast, so in a rather good mood, he gave Su Changxian the same favor. This peach was exchanged for the demonic pills and counted on the yellow-maned beast. This general went up to the stage to stop you, but it's not good enough not to give you some compensation. In this case, the upper-grade medium-grade spirit mansion you reside in will require you to pay 10 lower-grade spirit stones every month. I will exempt you from paying your share for half a year. How is that? Thank you, General. General Yu then reached out and pointed a finger. A demonic force entered Su Changxian's body, forcing out the demonic elixir that belonged to the curly-haired yellow-maned beast, gave it back to the other side. At this point, this time Spirit Mansion Ring was considered to have ended early. If we had known this, we wouldn't have fought for the lower-grade Spirit Mansion. Ling Xiao followed Su Changxian with his head held high as he entered the upper-grade medium-grade Spirit Mansion that he had obtained. Surveying it as he did so, the edges of the mountain range had thin auras and fewer enlightened demonic beasts, so the overall competition wasn't too fierce. Relatively, it was also because the Spirit Vein Cave here in Mount Luyang was not as good as other places, but no more than that. A middle-grade Spirit Vein Cave. How can it be better than a lower-grade spirit house of other spirit veins? And extremely spacious. Behind the cave's stone door, there were even a couple of separate cavernous chambers. As it was carved into the mountain above a spiritual vein, the aura inside the cave was more than 10 times as dense as that outside. The cave's defense formation also did not limit the number of demonic beasts that could enter the cave. It's just that more demonic beasts cultivating in it will inevitably share the thinning of demonic power. So very few demonic beasts will invite other demonic beasts to share the cave. However, the several snakes in their family, none of which had a high cultivation level, plus a monkey of less than the 4th rank, cultivated within the upper medium grade spirit mansion, which had more than enough spiritual chi within it. In this way, Ling Xiao felt that the lower grade spirit mansion that she had fought for by cooperating with Ling Yunzi was redundant. You also have to submit 2 lower grade spirit stones every month. If not, we don't want it? Shi Xiaochui opened her mouth. Yes, why not? Su Changxian listened strangely. We don't live here. We can rent it out. Rent it out? Ling Xiao and the others froze. Right. Su Changxian nodded. We can have Cat 19 seek out those demonic beasts that didn't seize the cave and ask if they want to rent it. How can you say you don't want the lower grade spirit mansion that you've worked so hard to seize? A house that is divided, and a good one at that. Is there any reason not to want it? Think about what? We'll be the second landlord, and we'll collect the money just sitting on the ground. Doesn't it smell good? Since we need to pay 2 inferior spirit stones to the demon general every month, we don't ask for more than 1 spirit stone's rent every month. Su Changxian also didn't want to bother thinking about the issue of housing prices, and directly said, the share of the lower medium spirit mansion to be paid in is 5 lower spirit stones. Medium is 7. That shouldn't be a very high price, should it? The spirit mansion's spiritual chi was thicker than outside, and it was safe and undisturbed, so there were definitely demonic beasts that were willing to rent it for cultivation. This method is good. Ling Xiao immediately agreed. Spirit stones were hard currency in the cultivation world. By itself, it can be used directly for cultivation, array deployment, weapon refining, alchemy, growing spirit medicine and spirit plants, and so on. so used in exchange for other resources. It's just as popular. More of such a good thing is certainly better. I'll instruct Cat 19 to do it, she said rather excitedly. By the way, do we still have to send the things in our snakeskin to the great demon for sale? The snakeskin that she and Ling Yunzi had later molted in had not been eaten. Because of the reason of gongfu cultivation, this thing does not gain much by eating it, so it is kept for loading. What was loaded was mainly the demonic beasts that were hunted and killed before, and the things that were saved such as the skin of the Tsong wolf, the bones of the mountain climbing python, and the scales of the golden-backed dragonfish. There's also the recent new treadmill antlers. A normal snake demon eats its prey, digests it, and then spits out the unabsorbable parts. In this way, those things are bound to be corroded and can no longer be used. However, their family now ate demonic beasts and would cut off these parts first, preserving them fairly intact. After concocting them, they could be used for alchemy or weapon refining. All of them were constantly tempered by the blood of demonic beasts and even demonic power. And no more, they could be used to build weapons and armor for the young demons. Sell it and exchange it for demonic beast meat whenever possible, Su Changxian said. Originally, they had planned to use the contents within the snakeskin to try and see if they could offset the lower-grade spirit stones that had been offered. Together, it would be good to cover a few months of monthly payments for the lower-grade spirit mansion. In this way, the effort of refining spirit stones could be freed up for cultivation. Now that General Yu has exempted them from making monthly payments for a year, it would be better to use it for demon beast meat. This would save time for hunting and cultivate in peace. Ling Yunzi said. I'll do it. By the way, he had also learned the spell for refining spirit stones. The method of refining spirit stones was stripped from the Xianmen alchemy, and of the 4 snakes, it was most appropriate for him to go and learn it, and come back to teach it to everyone. Then I'll go to sleep first, Su Changxian said. Great. Everyone split up and go about their business. You sleep later. Eat the spirit peaches first. Ling Xiao resists the urge to curse the snake and says, eat it and give me the kernel. Bring it to the great sage to plant. Oh, right. Hearing this, Su Changxian suddenly remembered and said, Yunzi, remember that when you change the beast meat, try to ask for the whole thing, and say that we like to eat blood tofu. This seed is Ling Yunzi. I know, old man. Yunzi, Ling Yunzi. A stupid flower snake. This seat must beat you up severely sooner or later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing this series of quests to defeat the opponent and compete for the medium-grade spirit mansion. Reward, refinement points *10. Transformation grass *4. The host devours the wood spirit root small peach and will gain the divine soul realm plus 408 and the physical realm plus 129. Su Changxian ate a peach full of juice and thought, older brother, if you want to beat me, that's a bit hard to do. I wish you success. Keep up the good work. Yo! Chapter 47, it must be the 2 big wolf cuties next door again. Mount Luyang, Spirit House. Within a top-grade medium-grade spirit vein cave, a large coiled snake, sleeping, between one breath and the other. There was a faint white gas that lingered between his both mouth and nose. The blood-colored red mist around white flower snake's body filled the entire cavern as his breath rose and fell. There are 4 other caves around the perimeter of this cave. There was a green snake, a large white snake, and a purple and gold wind-chasing turtle, respectively, along with a golden-furred monkey on its back. Not bad. Xiao Chui is at the 5th rank. Su Chushian's divine sense swept through them one by one, and he had a number in his heart. With the strength of his current divine sense, he was already able to distinguish the situation of the cultivation strength of the crowd. Ling Xiao was cultivating, his body's demonic power fluctuating frequently, and it looked like he had reached a critical juncture to be promoted. Before long, it will become a 7th-order demonic beast. Ling Yunzi wasn't in the cave. He should have gone to the depths of the cave to dig up some spirit-refining stones. The great sage is at the 4th rank, and there is still a distance from the 5th rank, and the purple gold wind-chasing turtle is still the same as before, except that its body size has become much larger again. The spirit plant on its back, on the contrary, had grown quite a bit. Under the continuous efforts of the great sage and the beast blood, the spirit-gathering grass and the spirit-locking grass, which had already taken on their first mature forms, grew into 1-foot-tall emerald-colored spirit grasses. Even the transformation grass, which was only planted subsequently, had grown close to half a foot in height. No one was surprised by this extra spiritual grass. After all, if Su Changxian could grow spirit-gathering grass and spirit-locking grass around him, he could also grow other spirit grasses out. There's nothing to be surprised about. It was also possible that because he was busy cultivating, No one even came to ask him what this spirit herb was. Everyone was fighting for their lives, grabbing all the time they could to cultivate. Ling Yunzi couldn't wait and wanted to team up with Ling Xiao again after advancing to the 7th rank to fight another battle with the stupid flower snake. Both the Tao Lord and the Empress confidently believed that under the same rank, theirs would inevitably win. And all Su Chengxian, who is the original of the stupid flower snake, can say to that is, I wish you all success. After all, it was hard to tell for himself how strong he was now. Great opportunity, too, to practice. After settling into the upper medium grade spirit mansion, he once again started, miserably, a life of eating and sleeping and eating. It's inhuman, but the snake loved it. Through plenty of sleep, and a good digestion. The takeaways from before and after the ring. First of all, the demonic pills of the golden-backed dragonfish were finally completely refined after 10 days. Su Chengxian had also completed another molt. This molt was a little different than the previous ones, and he went so far as to burst right through the old skin. The size of the body after the molt was another amazing increase, and with sufficient demonic beast meat to support it, this rapid growth continued for quite some time. It wasn't until another 3 months later, when the Treading Cloud Deer's demonic pills were also thoroughly refined by him, that it gradually slowed down. At this moment, Su Chengxian had already become a giant snake with a body size infinitely close to 7 jiang and a waist diameter of more than 3 feet. Shi Xiao Chui Ling Xiao Ling Yunzi put together is not half as big as him. Fortunately, the cave of the medium-grade spiritual mansion was really very spacious, so it wasn't so much that it couldn't fit him. It also used all the previous refining points to raise the divine soul realm and body realm. Moreover, after advancing to the 7th rank, the huge blood chi and abundant spiritual chi also caused his divine soul and fleshly body to be constantly tempered while he slept. The value of the enhancement was long ago not the negligible 1 or 2 points that it was before. His current physical body strength and divine soul power were at least 1 step stronger again compared to when the curly-haired great lion fought. Therefore, for the 2 Ling Xiao, who had just been promoted to the 7th rank, it would not be generally difficult for them to win over him in the middle of a challenge. It just so happens that the share of demonic beast meat that was exchanged is about to run out. Su Chengxian pondered that it was time to find a proper reason for his younger sister and brother to bring food to his big brother, or else find a way to let them do the work of refining spirit stones as well? 2 against 1. If you still lose, should you agree to 2 demands? This will give him more time to sleep, for improving his strength. However, on second thought, it seems like he didn't do much now. Although it was agreed that several people would take turns going to the bottom of the cave to collect spirit stones, but sometimes, Su Chengxian overslept and forgot about it. Ling Xiao or Ling Yunzi, or even Shi Xiao Chui, would help him dry up his share. Although there was no need to make a spiritual stone offering for a year, the mining of spiritual stones itself was one of the benefits of obtaining a spiritual mansion. One could not just focus on cultivation and leave this behind. Spirit stones have many uses, directly absorbing cultivation, but also can be twice as effective. So we discussed the division of labor to go to the bottom of the cave to pick refining. Because this cave was won back by Su Chengxian, during the previous discussion, Ling Xiao had proposed that he was not needed to mine spirit stones. Or was he curious himself and asked to participate in the labor? If you don't attend at the beginning, it's normal not to go later. But if you say you're going but don't go, you're suspected of breaking your promise. Isn't it a bit cheeky of me to bring it up as a request when everyone hasn't brought it up again? He scratched his chin with his tail and decided to let it go. It's not impossible to have a little FaceTime now and then. My Empress sister is at the 7th rank? A few days later, Su Chengxian had just woken up from his nap and was ready to go out for some food and a sneak around. He hadn't been out of the cave for more than 3 months, so it was time to go out and take a look at the situation outside. Then he felt a familiar fluctuation of demonic power coming from one of the caves next door. The demonic power fluctuations were in the aura that belonged to Ling Xiao. The demonic aura that permeated over indicated that she had successfully advanced into a 7th-ranked demonic beast. The Empress sister's promotion to the 7th rank has been successful. And Tao Lord brother thinks that it should be soon as well. Su Chengxian thought of how the two had once told him before that as long as there was sufficient aura, the speed of their cultivation would skyrocket if they condensed demonic cores. Now it looks like it wasn't a bluff. In less than 4 months, from the 5th rank to the 7th rank, this speed, it was indeed very astonishing. It was no less than him sleeping to raise his chi and blood. How? One could only exclaim that it was worthy of being a character who had once cultivated to the level of a female emperor Tao Lord. Of course, wanting to win against me is still a bit short. Su Chengxian finished lamenting and glanced at his situation. It was also close to being promoted to the 8th order. with less than a month at most. It's not much of a problem as long as he maintains the quality of sleep he's currently getting. Besides, when it comes to the advancement of demonic beasts, the higher up each stage, the difficulty is several times that of the previous one. No matter how much Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had improved by leaps and bounds, it was impossible for them to advance to the 8th rank in a few months. It seems really happy. He swept his divine sense over Ling Yunzi and said in his heart, by the way, passing by and looking at the others again, Ms. 2A is also making great progress. Just a little too slow compared to her amazing son or daughter. Walking to the very edge, the great sage sat on Didi's back and fiddled with the leaves of the dragon's blood tree. It had been almost 4 months, and the tree had grown a small amount, but probably because it hadn't been watered by the right beast blood, its growth was average. Instead, 2 small leaves have grown out, no longer the dry, bald tree it was before. Great King! The great sage saw him and excitedly leapt and popped over, hugging Su Chunxian's neck and standing on his back. TSK, calling me king with your mouth, but letting the king carry you on his back. Is that like it? Is that decent? But great king, I can't carry you on my back for miles, so it's my turn to carry you? Hey, if the great king doesn't want it, forget it, the great sage said with a wink as he let go of the paw holding it. Forget it, seeing as you're also called the great sage, Su Chengxian said in his heart. Sins, which guy who had read Journey to the West could say no to a monkey that was also called the great sage? The great sage beamed with joy. A snake and a monkey, out of the cave outside. Surprisingly, it's already all silver outside. The northern wasteland mountain range also has to change in 4 seasons, but each season is much longer compared to the eastern earthly realm, so the leaves of the grass were starting to yellow a bit by the time they raced, yet it was more than 3 months before winter set in. Boom, boom, boom. There is something else about a mountain scene with snow falling. Su Chengxian was looking a little mesmerized, but suddenly, at this time, he felt a slight swaying at his feet. Then came a couple of loud bangs. Then there was a loud, oozing wolf howl. Ow ow, ow, ow. His father, Su Chengxian cursed. It's those 2 little cuties next door. Wolfie and Wolfie again. They must be mining spirit stones again regardless. Why is it that when you've crossed over, you still encounter nuisance oddball neighbors? Chapter 48, Noisy? If you don't like the noise, you'll become a big demon. Wolf big. Wolf 2. You guys get out here. Come out. Hear me. Su Chengxian, who had been nuisance for a few months and finally felt that he couldn't bear it anymore, stood in front of the wolf demon's cave entrance and shouted aloud. Come out. Come out. The great sage tucked in his paws and shouted for him from the sidelines. The cave's defense array, which had the effect of blocking sound, could not be used without raising his voice. Of course, thinking about it, he knew that this basic and rudimentary formation was generally effective. Otherwise he wouldn't have been disturbed by the noise. The 5 senses of an 8th-rank demonic beast, especially the ears of the green spirit wolf race, were extremely sensitive. Therefore, the 2 wolf demons inside the cave could definitely hear his shouts, even if they were quarrying spirit stones at the very bottom. Come on out, or I'll break down the door. Squeak! Smash the door! Smash the door! Click! With a soft thud, the stone floor of the cave opened upwards. The great sage made a backward leap and hid behind Su Chengxian. That fat flower snake! Why are you screaming at the entrance to my big brother's cave? A large wolf's head, from which stretched out, looked askance at Su Chengxian and said, Wolf second. Call me fat flower snake again and we'll fight. Su Chengxian said in a deep voice. Good guy, is it who dares to call him a fat flower snake? He doesn't want to lose face? Humph. Surname Su. Why are you scaring my brother? Another wolf's head, sticking out from the side. Rare. You're still alive? Wolf big. Come out and let's fight. Once Su Chengxian heard this, he simply didn't want to bull asterisk with these 2 brothers anymore. Just do a straight up fight. He had a good idea of the battle power of these 2 wolves. As long as it wasn't a life and death struggle, beating them both was bound to be easy to take. I don't have the leisure to fight with you. I still have to pick spirit stones. Wolf Dish shook his head. If you have nothing to do, then hide away a bit. Don't yell in front of my house and disturb our cultivation. Asterisk. You guys come out. Let's discuss the Tao. Who is disturbing whose cultivation? Su Chengxian was all but exasperated and laughed. Mother asterisk. You're a wolf spirit. And you're learning a trick from Piggy, you're playing it backwards. If there was anything that displeased him after entering the spirit mansion, it was these 2 brothers next door. In the competition for the upper medium grade spirit mansion, among the top 3 of the 7th ranked demonic beasts, aside from that strongest curly-haired lion, there was also this wolf demon of the Green Spirit Wolf clan. The other man brought one of his brothers, and the family, and stayed almost back to back. The two families never really crossed paths. Demonic beasts don't have the habit of moving into a new house and visiting their neighbors amongst themselves. If they met in the wild, they might even hunt each other in an attempt to turn each other into blood food in their mouths. The spirit mansion of the demon general is strictly forbidden to kill each other. Demonic beasts that have obtained the qualification to stay in the house, and all of them take cultivation as the most important thing, so that they can barely maintain peace and quiet. But fights are still inevitable. Date fights happen all the time. In the next valley, there were often fluctuations of demonic power coming from it. There was no way to settle disputes between demonic beasts. It was better to reason than to use one's fists. That was why Su Chengxian had said that he wanted a fight as soon as he opened his mouth just now. Wolf Dai had seen Su Chengxian fight with the curly-haired lion, so of course he wouldn't be willing to fight him, and grunted without saying anything. "We didn't go to the entrance of your cave to yell," Wolf 2 shouted with a glare. "I'll throw it." Su Chengxian was happy. "You guys didn't yell. How much noise did you make when you picked the spirit stones? Don't you have any idea in your heart?" The spiritual mansion of Mount Luyan was built on top of a spiritual vein. A mountain range often forms above a large spiritual vein. There are several peaks in the mountain range, and the overall situation shows a vein-like distribution. Some mountains were next to each other, and some would be separated by valleys, so the distance between the spirit vein caves that had been excavated at the bottom of the mountain peaks would be both far and near. And the cave that Wolf Big had been given happened to be right next to Su Chengxian and the others. Although one was a medium grade spiritual mansion and the other was a top medium grade spiritual mansion, the caves were actually just split between the two sides of the mountain. These two wolf beasts tossed around at the bottom of the cave, causing the entire mountain to shake with them. Su Chengxian, who considered himself an accomplished sleeper, had a few times been woken up directly. The reason why they didn't hit the door until now was because these two brothers and the great demon Wolf Qing were both of the Green Spirit Wolf clan lineage. Ling Yunzi took the kitchen waste and exchanged it for demonic beast meat. Wolf Green not only gave a fair price and agreed to try to give the whole demonic beast, but also gave a lot of extra beast blood. There was no need to offend such a great demon who was still peaceful, so he tolerated what he could. "Can't you guys keep it down?" Today, Wolf Big Wolf 2's commotion was extraordinarily loud, and Su Chengxian really couldn't help himself. He just didn't believe that after beating up these two demonic beasts, Wolf Green could find trouble with him specifically for this. "Knew you guys were quarrying spirit stones. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were tearing the house apart." Speaking of which, as he looked at the two wolf spirits in front of him, the more he looked at them, the more they really looked like the huskies from his previous life. "We're digging for spirit stones in our own cave. It's not like we're digging into your home." Wolf De grunted. They didn't want to make such a big deal out of it. However, this month's cultivation forgot the time. Looking at the end of the month again, need to quickly pick and refine the spirit stone submitted to the line. If you can't pay, you will be charged more next month. It's quite a lot of work to harvest spirit stones, and they're not doing well with their Dharma skills. What's the point of delaying it like this? So stopping is not an option. If you think it's too noisy, it's because your heart isn't quiet enough. On the strength of the fact that he was not out of the stone door and Su Chengxian couldn't fight his way in, Wolf Dada boldly said, "How can one be so easily disturbed by external objects when one is in meditation and cultivation?" "It is. That's it." Wolf 2 also shouted, "Too noisy? If you don't like the noise, you can become a big demon. When you become a great demon, you'll have a small spirit vein all to yourself, and a whole mountain will be your family's cave, so no one will be able to argue with you anymore. What the are you guys talking about?" Su Chengxian heard the fire and was about to open his mouth to scold them that it was just a noise? A noise that makes the whole mountain vibrate slightly with it? Normally quarrying spirit stones wouldn't have such a commotion at all, and these two guys were using brute force. Without thinking about it, one would know that it was to save time, and even more so, to save demonic power. Many demonic beasts would do this at the end of the month when they were in a hurry. In fact, the loss does not outweigh the gain, but rather misses the opportunity to use this as a refining to improve the ability to manipulate mana to cast spells. If the two wolves had spoken to him properly, he would have mentioned a few things, but now he just wanted to beat them up. But Wolf 2's words made him swallow back his curses. It also put away the serpent's tail that it was about to whip over. "Second dog, what did you just say?" Su Chengxian looked at Wolf Air. "You said that when you become a great demon, You'll be able to monopolize a small spirit vein? What's going on? Wolf 2 took a step back, but his mouth was still hard. Su Changxian, what are you going to do? Wolf Data blocked in front of his brother. The Little Wolf Mountain, where our Green Spirit Wolf Clan's land is located, is where the clan master, the Great Demon Wolf Ching's cave is located. If you can cultivate into a great demon, you can report to General Yu, and seek out a small spiritual vein within Mount Luoyang to open a mountain and build a residence. I'm just afraid you don't have the luck or the ability. Chapter 49 Great Sage Planted? Planted what? The cave of a great demon is a mountain and a cave. A whole mountain. A cave. Exclusive possession of a spiritual vein. Su Changxian had just one thought in his head. The living conditions of a great demon. Compared to what he had now, it was the difference between a detached house and a hotel apartment. Big Wolf 2's words were solid. And he even pulled out Big Demon Wolf Green to talk about it. So it definitely couldn't be false. If you have your own cave, it's as spacious as you want it to be. This is very important for a, flower snake that will continue to get bigger in size. Moreover, in this flower snake's house, there was also Ms. Shi Xiao Chui, whose growth in size was not as exaggerated as his, but was likewise developing into a giant snake. In addition, the size of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had grown to 4 or 5 meters long and more than half a foot wide due to the increase in cultivation. Not to mention there was another one. The purple and gold wind chasing turtle Dai Dai. Dai Dai's back was planted with all of his current spiritual grasses, and was a fairly safe and portable spiritual plantation, and made a contract with him. Su Changxian should also take into account, as a matter of course, the other party's residence. So all in all, he did need a better cave to live in. Click. Then just as he had such a flash, Big Wolf 2 closed the stone door of the cave. It looked like he had made up his mind, and definitely didn't give him the chance to settle the dispute by way of a fight. The next movement that came from behind the stone door also made Su Changxian understand that the communication did not work this time. Ow! Ow! Amidst the howling of wolves, the feverish operation of quarrying spirit stones was once again opened. 6. Su Changxian grinned. What kind of wolf is this? It's clear that they're just two rascals. And Wimpy and Doggy. What a disgrace to the wolves of the Green Spirit Wolf Clan. But on second thought, if the wolf is big, this is the wise thing to do. No matter how much external forces interfere, do what is most important to you first. Shrewd, persistent, and in keeping with the character of the wolves, Su Changxian circled around the entrance of the cave twice and felt that there was no point in standing guard here. The two guys inside were clearly going to play tricks, and even if they came out, as long as they didn't agree to a fight, they would still fall in line if they took the initiative to attack. Dating fights are not prohibited inside or outside the spiritual mansion, but unprovoked killing is prohibited. Never mind, I'll find a chance to beat them up later. After thinking about it, Su Changxian decided to return to his cave first. Having just returned to the cave, he met Ling Yunzi, who was about to go out head on. When the other party saw him, he was quite surprised and flirted. A rarity. Old ghost, you went out today? Is it raining red outside? It's snowing outside. Su Changxian hummed. The old man was in a poetic mood and went out to watch the snow for a while. Yikes! You even wrote a poem? Ling Yunzi didn't believe it at all, and was unforgiving too. Why don't you read it out? Just read it. I'll read it and you listen. Su Changxian thought to himself. A limerick is not something that comes out of the mouth of a chapter. Immediately chanted. I don't want to sleep in the cold winter months, and I wandered out of the cave to see the snowy sky. The god of heaven branded a big cake yesterday and spilled a good white flour. Well, Ling Yunzi didn't expect him to really be able to read out a poem, nor did he expect it to be such a poem. Completely unable to comment on it. Surprisingly, he was momentarily speechless. Not good. Ling Xiao came from the back and said suspiciously, You two snakes, why are you still up to poetry here? Do you still want to go to the earthly realm to take the scholarship exam? This seed is going to fetch the food for the past 2 days, and it just so happens that I ran into our outstandingly literate big brother returning to the house. Ling Yunzi said in a teasing tone. Big brother's literary talent is indeed outstanding. Ling Xiao laughed. It's just that the heavens are bad, throwing down good white flour. There's no way to steam the buns, he said and laughed. Ling Yunzi laughed along with him. Whenever they were willing to call big brother, it was bound to be in such a flirtatious tone, and Su Changxian didn't bother with them. But he was in the middle of something that he wanted one of these two to do, so simply lend a hand. Immediately, he hummed and laughed. Sister Empress, is that funny? Funny indeed. Ling Xiao nodded. As always, The Empress spoke bluntly, directly, and without mercy. As a sister laughing at her big brother, is that like it? Su Changxian raised his neck. You've advanced to the 7th rank, right? A fight? Cool. It's cool. It's so cool. Every time he talked to someone about a fight, he got a dark feeling. When the other party was replaced with the Empress sister, the feeling, well, it was even better. Especially, being very sure that his opponent couldn't beat him was so cool that he wanted to wag his tail. Just fight. As usual, Ling Xiao would not refuse such a provocation. However, she also knew that she didn't have much of a chance of winning against Su Changxian alone, so she wisely pulled Ling Yunzi along with her. When little brother Bai advances to the 7th rank, we'll team up to fight you. No problem. Su Changxian agreed in one gulp. This caused Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to look at him at the same time, then exchanged a SOSO look. Old ghost, what is it that you want us to do? Let's hear it first. Ling Xiao opened his mouth. Having lived together for a long time, the temperament of a few people had gotten to know each other quite well. Sometimes, before a few words are spoken, you can almost guess the other person's intentions. Su Changxian must have had his own agenda when he took such initiative to say that he wanted to fight. Mostly, there's something for them to do after they win. Knowing that it was a trap, it was not wise to go into it, and Her Majesty chose to explore the situation first. I want to live in a big villa. Su Changxian didn't hide it and said directly, because he knew that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi would likewise not refuse a more independent living space. After all, they're all guys with secrets. They should prefer not to be disturbed while practicing. Furthermore, Ling Yunzi had been making preparations for alchemy. Ling Xiao was trying to recruit juniors and form his own force. All of this he saw in his eyes. Don't look like they hadn't gone out of the cave. But on the premise that the two hadn't deliberately hidden their whereabouts, Su Changxian was considered to know their movements like the back of his hand. So he simply made his attitude clear. I want one of us to cultivate to the great demon realm as soon as possible. Why isn't this person you? Ling Xiao asked. Good question. Because of my special gong method, with the strength of a great demon, I can't even necessarily reach the realm of a great demon. Su Changxian casually made up a reason and said, in actuality, he didn't know when he would reach the 9th rank, grade, 7th order, to become an 8th order demon beast. Its blood chi needs to break through 20 million points. Blood gas, 17804679. Physical realm, demon body realm, 6100/10,000. Divine Soul Realm, Demon Soul Realm, 6218/10,000. This was his current state of strength. The only way to know the blood chi points needed to break through the 9th rank was after the breakthrough of the 8th rank. After breaking through the 9th rank, it was also unknown if it was the Great Demon Realm. Moreover, Su Changxian had a vague feeling that he himself should not be able to transform. This was because he had secretly tried to find out that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were at the 6th rank, and had started preparing for their transformations. But the system didn't prepare him for that. The most crucial thing was that he didn't want to be this transformed great demon, the lord of a cave, because it's too much trouble. For the time being, he enjoyed this life of experiencing strength enhancement and practicing battle techniques in his sleep, with no urgent desire to transform into a human. Besides, he hadn't thought about what kind of appearance he should have if he were to transform into a human, as in a previous life. It's still, actually, I knew about this matter you mentioned a few days ago. After Su Changxian finished speaking, Ling Zhao's expression was a bit strange as she paused and continued. Moreover, if you want a separate cave, you may not have to wait until you advance to the Great Demon Realm. No need for the Great Demon Realm? Su Changxian was puzzled. What do you mean? It's not that you don't need to, it's that you don't need to wait until the Great Demon Realm. You only need to take form first, and then you can pick a spirit vein to build a cave. Ling Yunzi said. Then one of you two, hurry up and transform. That's easy to say. How do you take shape? Ling Xiao grunted. And it needs to be perfectly transformed in order to be granted permission. Do you know what it takes to be perfectly transformed? On what terms? Need to practice the transformation technique. It also requires transformation grass to refine the transformation dan. Transformation grass? I have it. Su Changxian's eyes lit up. Where did you get the transformation grass? The great saint is planted. The great sage seed. Great sage seeded? Seeded what? The transformation grass. Chapter 50, Who will transform? Su Changxian not only had the transformation grass, he also had more than one strain of transformation grass. Upon learning that only one transformation grass was needed to refine a furnace of transformation dan, he immediately puffed up his chest and said to Ling Yunzi with a big smile on his face, Yunzi, do you have a high success rate in refining dan? Don't be afraid. Big Brother's inventory is more than enough for you. Ling Yunzi was already too lazy to correct him on the name-calling issue, but instead turned around with Ling Xiao to go to the cave hall where Dai Dai and the Great Sage were. It's not enough to have only the transformation grass. A few moments later, had gone to the cave hall where Dai Dai was located, had seen it on its back. Indeed, long after the transformation grass, Ling Yunzi could not hide his excitement. Still need the Dan formula? Su Chengxian's tail wagged. Brother has one too. Say it for you to hear. Dan formula. I also remember part of it. Ling Yunzi sighed in relief. Su Chengxian had the complete Dan formula, which saved him the effort of slowly deducing it. After jotting down the Dan formula in excitement, Ling Yunzi added, with the transformation grass as the main medicine, but there are still a few supporting spirit herbs missing. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said, that's right, but transformation grass is the most difficult to obtain, and I can think of a way to get the other few medicines. First, I'll ask Cat 19 to ask around and see if there are any in the hands of other demonic beasts or lesser demons. Even if General Yu's coffers had them, they could be exchanged for spirit stones. In the past few months, with the rent and the savings from picking and refining, they had more than 24 lower-grade spirit stones in their hands. As for where the transformation grass came from, they didn't even ask. Or rather, everyone was already used to the fact that spirit grass seeds would pop up around Su Chengxian from time to time, and mindfully not prying. Who hasn't got a secret to keep? The other party was willing to take out the spirit herb and share it with them, so why bother with the minutiae? That's great. Su Chengxian's eyes brightened. Then which one of you wants to transform first? Take shape and take on human form. He was curious as to what choices the Empress sister and old brother Daojun would make. Does it look the same as it did in its previous life? Or does it take on a new look? If it was the former, one couldn't help but look forward to seeing the Empress Dowager. Ling Yunzi, what do you think? Ling Xiao asked. The matter of transforming into form is not a small danger. Ling Yunzi mused. I'm afraid I won't be able to transform before the 9th stage either. It's not that you can't take form, but you're not sure about taking form perfectly. The Shenmen Zhengfa that this seat cultivates the immortal Dao. The demon race cultivates the immortal formation tribulation, and has to go through 12 of the most treacherous heaven and earth divine thunder. With the flesh of a 7th or even 8th rank demonic beast, I'm afraid that it wouldn't even be able to prohibit the first 6 passes. If they couldn't perfectly transform into a form, and had their fundamentals injured by the thunder, they would be like Cat 19, becoming a weak little demon. Neither may still have a chance to take shape twice. Thunder tribulation? Su Chengxian froze at the sound of it. Transforming into a form to cross a tribulation. A thunder tribulation? It's the same as what's written in the novels. Good man. He's going to be struck by lightning. Thunder, also known as the might of heaven and earth. That would literally split people to death. What's more, it was a thunderbolt against demons. He suddenly realized that he was the one who had thought things through. Otherwise, let's just forget about it. Su Chengxian said. And you can't push your sister and brother to get struck by lightning just to get a bigger villa. It's just as well to wait peacefully until you've reached the 9th rank. Then take form again. Then I will come. Ling Xiao ignored him and said in a direct manner. Forgetting it is impossible to forget it. I need a separate cave, she said without question. It was the same as what Su Chengxian knew. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were more desperate than him, wanting a relatively more spacious and comfortable cave. Facilitates undisturbed movement. The former wants the right place to practice and develop the right help. What empress is a bare-bones person without even a flag waver around her? The latter needed an independent and undisturbed cave, to set up formations, prepare spiritual materials, and refine pills without worry. Therefore, the two of them were even earlier than Su Chengxian. Noticing the news that a great demon was able to monopolize a mountain, he even further inquired that here in Luyang Mountain, if he perfected his transformation in advance, he would be able to get permission to seek spiritual veins and open a cave in advance after reporting to General Yu. It's just that in order to be perfectly transformed, you have to have the transformation grass. Eat the transformation grass to have a chance to perfectly transform. It was also for this reason that this spirit herb was very rare. In the demon race, this kind of spiritual grass that was not of high grade was far more scarce than quite a few high-grade spiritual plants. Now that I have the transformation grass, I am certain that I will be able to transform after advancing to the 8th rank. Ling Xiao said. Would it be too risky? Su Chengxian was now a little regretful that he had picked this topic. Crossing the thunderbolt. This sounds like no joke. It's too dangerous. Mount Luyang was again in a remote location, and there were still quite a few demonic beasts, but there were only 2 great demons. The perils of this can be imagined. He was the one who was so mesmerized by the big house before that he didn't think about it that much. There is definitely danger, but it's not that dangerous. Ling Xiao smiled and said, comparatively speaking, there's not much difference between an 8th or 9th order transformation. The most dangerous place for demonic beasts to transform into form lies at the Divine Soul. Whether or not the Divine Soul spiritual platform is able to manifest the external appearance of a complete human body is the key to whether or not the transformation can be successful. The Divine Soul Dharma phase coalesced into the outer phase of the human body. Then the physical body is under the summon thunderbolt, and then it is transformed into a human form in accordance with the external appearance of the human body in the spiritual platform. The so-called perfect transformation is that both the former and the latter must be complete human beings without the slightest flaw. This was no difficulty for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. In their previous lives, they were real human beings, and they were also cultivators, and they had had countless internal inspections of their physical bodies during their cultivation. So the hardest level is the easiest. As for the 8th order and 9th order, it's just that the qi and blood are full of flesh and blood and the degree of refining is different, so it can hold out a little longer under the thunderbolt. After holding on, the Divine Soul would have a better chance of condensing a complete human phantasm, and the physical body shaping could be closer to perfection. By transforming in advance, the thunderbolt will also be less powerful. Why is that? The demonic gong method that His Majesty cultivates stimulates the bloodline and forges the blood and quenches the bones. Transformation is to use the place where the demon Dan is located as the Dantian, to create a human body through the thunderbolt, and to open up the violet mansion of the demon path. Demons cultivate the immortal road, but the shape is completely physical body into a person. Recast Qi Jing 8 veins 12 heavy floor, open Dantian Zifu, before you can build the foundation of cultivation. In other words, a demon cultivator who practiced the demon way was just a false appearance with unchanged roots. Taking on a human form was merely because the human body was similar to the innate Tao body, through which it was more convenient to cultivate. For the demon race to cultivate the immortal way, it is a complete change of Dharma body. So not only are there 3 fewer robber thunders than this seats, there will also be an increase or decrease in robber thunder power due to the difference in demonic power. The obvious difference between the two is the battle of life and death. The former is now in its original form, is unbound mana greatly increased, to fight to the death. The latter is now in its original form, but is dying. Mana can't sustain the person. Of course, the benefits gained from being strong and enduring a powerful thunder tribulation will also be greater. Thunderbolts are robberies and opportunities. After the success of the tribulation, the sky descends to nourish the divine soul and flesh. Speaking of which, amongst us, Xiao Chui's transformation is the easiest. As Ling Yunzi said this, he thought of Xiao Chui who had already settled down and practiced the path of dragon transformation. The mother snake is on the path of ascending to heaven by transforming into a dragon. So although she also has to go through 9 thunderbolts, this thunderbolt is not a heavenly thunderbolt. Instead, it was the purple sky thunderbolt. The one who cast the thunderbolt was the spiritual officer above the purple heaven. Except for the ascension calamity, the other calamities are nothing more than a walk in the park. Why is that? Chapter 51 Empress Sister. Transform. There are 9 heavens in the sky, and the purple heaven is the Taoist saint's Dharma field. Ling Xiao laughed and said, although it is the Taoist spiritual officers who cast thunder spells to descend the thunderbolt, the augur dragons that ascend to the heavens all enter the red sky where the heavenly emperor is located, and cultivate and offer their services. Ooh, Su Chengxian thought to himself, good lord, if you're going to say that, I'm going to have to resist thinking of conspiracy theories. There's probably some real reason for that, so I won't tell you. Ling Xiao hadn't specifically inquired about this, and looking at Ling Yunzi's face, he didn't look like he knew the inside story either. Think about it. Augurs were not an extremely rare existence in the Earth realm. After the demise of the ancestral dragon, even the true dragon clan was not considered strong anymore. When she was an empress, the dragon horses that pulled her carts were said to be of the dragon breed variety. It's too early to think about that today. It's not too late for us to explore when Xiao Chui evolves the Jiao dragon bloodline. Ling Xiao laughed. Although the lightning tribulation for Xiao Chui's transformation was easy, its cultivation level was not yet at the 6th rank, without 3 or 5 years, much less to the 7th order. This was the normal cultivation speed of an ordinary demonic beast. Besides, Xiao Chui didn't have memories of her past life like they did, so the matter of transforming into a form would be more prudent to wait for the 9th rank before considering it. So, she becomes the most suitable and preferred choice at the moment. Then it's settled. When I advance to the 8th rank, I will take form. Transforming in advance is actually not without its benefits. It was the ability to cross the transformation tribulation, and the thunder tribulation for breaking through the great demon realm. Separately, if they reached the 9th stage of transformation, they would be forced to complete their transitions in a very short period of time, or even at the same time. At the great demon realm, what was looked at was the demon pills and demonic power. The heavenly mind heist was condensed by sensing demonic power. Before it is completely condensed, it can be summoned first to cross over. However, if they never invoke it, when the demonic power reaches the point where it has to break through, the lightning tribulation will descend at any time, and they will fall into passivity instead. After perfectly transforming into my form, my cultivation will grow by leaps and bounds, and within half a year, I will break through to the great demon realm. Ling Xiao was very confident. I'm afraid that this is also the reason why General Yu would agree to advance the quasi-perfectly transformed demonic beasts to search for spiritual veins to excavate a cave. In my opinion, we can find the spirit vein. It also takes time for the cave to open up. When the excavation was done, it was time to break the boundary. This fringe area can still be used as a way to keep great demons, lest when he had cultivated to the great demon realm, he would leave Mount Luyang and head deeper into the northern wasteland mountains, where the spiritual veins were even more victorious. Really? You're so sure you'll succeed in transforming into a form? Su Chengxian listened and followed suit with excitement. Of course. Ling Xiao immediately nodded his head and said, moreover, if you give me all the accumulated spirit stones to use for cultivation, within 3 months, I will definitely be able to advance to the 8th rank. The spirit stones they mined on a daily basis were all kept in one place and accumulated. Since General Yu had waived the monthly payment for a year, this portion of spirit stones was divided into 4. Su Chunxian's share he could not use himself, so in addition to taking out 12, divided into 2 for Dai, 10 of which were given to the great sage for cultivation and planting spiritual plants. Burying the spirit stone in the soil and pairing it with the blood of the beast will make the spirit plant grow faster and better. Other than that, he promised to give Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi the rest of those on credit. The two promised to double it back later. The spirit stones that Shi Xiao Chui Ling Xiao Ling Yunzi and the rest of their 3 shares were directly used for cultivation. Otherwise, the cultivation speed of the two would not be so fast, and the portion beyond the monthly payment, and the 4 collected from rent, added together, accumulated untouched. Only about 2 dozen have accumulated so far. For one thing, it won't be used for a while. With their cultivation levels, the amount of spiritual qi they could refine each day was limited. The spiritual qi within the spiritual mansion itself was enough for cultivation, and like Shi Xiao Chui, the spiritual stones that it had divided, all still had a small half left. It was only Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, who were practicing top-notch techniques, and after their divine souls had settled, they were able to cultivate with ease, and also consume additional spirit stones. Second, just in case. So what Ling Xiao meant by this now was that he wanted to take the spirit stones he had accumulated and use them for cultivation. At the same time, the spirit stones for harvesting and refining afterward would have to be supplied to her first. Elder Dao Jun? Su Chengxian didn't think it was a problem. He couldn't use spirit stones and didn't go down to the bottom of the cave much to refine stones. However, Ling Yunzi also needed spirit stones for his cultivation, so he wanted to consult the other party first. Your Majesty, don't be in a hurry. The transformation grass will still need some time to mature. Seeing this, Ling Yunzi had to speak up. My Dan furnace has also not been sacrificed and completed, so I cannot make pills. Moreover, the missing elixir was still unknown where to find it. Furthermore, I also need to advance to the 8th rank in order to be more certain of my alchemy. How come it's been 4 months and you still haven't succeeded in sacrificing it? Su Chengxian knew that the Dan furnace he was talking about was that small cauldron of ebony gold. He remembered that Ling Yunzi had said that there was a seal on the small Dan furnace, as well as a divine soul brand left behind by the original owner. It had to be cleansed before it could be used. But I didn't expect to be able to use it for alchemy after 4 months. No wonder there's been no movement. Could that Dan furnace be an extraordinary treasure? And that's why it's so difficult to scrub? It's because I haven't condensed my divine sense yet, and I can only impact it with my spiritual energy. Hence the slow progress. Ling Yunzi explained helplessly. It wasn't like he was shuffling the Dan furnace all the time. Compared to alchemy, cultivation was obviously more important. So it was all about sacrificing the Dan furnace in between cultivation sessions, but just that alone slowed down the cultivation speed. Ling Xiao was already at the 7th rank, while he still needed a few more days. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Chengxian was slightly disappointed. He also thought that old brother Dao Jun had excellent luck, and that the small cauldron of ebony gold that he got from the ground stall was a great treasure. The little cauldron of Yujin is considered a good magic weapon, but I will have to finish sacrificing it thoroughly before I can know exactly how it is. Ling Yunzi could see his disinterest. Then hurry up and refuel, Su Changxian casually said. Once you've refined the transformation pill, let everyone have a taste. Taste? Ling Yunzi spat out his snake letters and was speechless at this. Still, it continued. Alchemy, 2, requires spirit stones to catalyze the Dan fire. Ordinary wood charcoal fire cannot be used for alchemy at all. They can't even heat up a Dan furnace. Before he was able to have the ability to transform into a human, he wouldn't have a Dantian violet mansion, and he wouldn't be able to condense the various ranks of Dan fires. In order to make pills, one could only use external forces to catalyze the fire first. After he finished, he looked at Su Changxian. Ling Xiao was also looking at Su Changxian at this moment. Ding! A system beep sounded in Su Changxian's head. Host, you have a new mission. Task 1, urge the second sister Empress Ling Xiao to take shape. Task reward, refining points *12? Ningxin flower *1. Mission content 2, help the third disciple, Daogun Lin Jianzi, refine the transformation pill. Task reward, refining points *12? Ningxin flower *1. Got it. Su Changxian grinned. Isn't it all about spirit stones? I'll take care of this. Your great big brother, old me, has decided to sacrifice a portion of his precious sleeping time to go get you spirit stones. And you guys, my Empress sister, and Dao Lord brother, he bared his snake teeth. You guys will be responsible for making Big Brother me live in a big villa within 3 months. Chapter 52, Collecting Spirit Stones. Advancing to the 8th Order. Boo! Boom! Boom! Ow! Wolfie was awakened by a series of tremors beneath him. The movement seemed to be coming from the bottom of the cave. Lao Air is so diligent today? He went to dig for spirit stones early in the morning, but then he turned his head and looked around and heard another snore. Turning back to the sound, he saw Wolfie too was sleeping on his belly, on all fours. Not a dick? Boo! Boom! Boom! There was another tremor, more violent than before. What's going on? Wolfie rolled to his feet, bent his body low, pricked up his ears, and carefully discerned. The sound seemed to come from the spirit mansion, next door. Ow! That family of snakes? It's a fat flower snake. Wake up, penis. Come on, stop sleeping. Wolfie rushed over and woke up Wolfie with a slap. Ow! Wolf too woke up with a blank look on his face as he was slapped in the face. Big brother? Get up! The fat flower snake next door is declaring war on us. Declare war? Wolf too shook his head. Big brother, let's just ignore him. We can't beat him. Just then, the sound of thumping, 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 thumping came over again. Wolf Big lowered his voice and said, even if we can't beat him, we can't allow him to be so provocative. Let's go. Let's go and collect spirit stones as well. We can't let him have his way. Big brother, you actually just want to pull me up and pick spirit stones, right? Nonsense. Big brother is teaching you how to fight. And so, soon, at the bottom of this side of the cave, a thumping commotion also resounded. Bang, 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 bang. The sound traveled to the other side, startling Ling Xiao and the others who were still cultivating. Su Changxian at the bottom of the cave also heard it. The two rascal doggies next door. So early today? Muttering under his breath, he didn't stop moving. Blood chi poured out at the end of the snake's tail and slapped violently towards the cave wall. Boom! Boom! The walls of the cave cracked open with his slaps in several gaps of varying lengths. Then there was debris rolling down. Su Changxian let go of his divine sense to probe and enter along the gap, looking for traces of the spirit stone's existence. The power of divine sense played an extremely significant role at such times. I don't know how much more accurate it was than sensing with demonic power, and being able to accurately determine where the spirit stones are, and then focusing on the excavation. The efficiency is of course significantly increased. Spirit stones. It is the essence of the stone that is nurtured in the spiritual veins and contains a rich spiritual chi. The texture is hard and glossy, warm and delicate, and the color is pure and bright. The colors varied depending on the spirit vein produced, either blue or green, red or purple, yellow or white, and transparent or colorful. Appearance is like jade. After picking and refining, it is even more colorful, as if it were a spirit. No, this spirit stone, it was originally a spirit object. Boo! Su Changxian flung out another tail, surging blood chi, impacting one of the cracks and knocking down several more pieces of debris to widen it. The bottom of the cave that nurtured the spirit stone was very close to the root of the spirit vein. so the walls of the surrounding cave were very hard and difficult to break through under the scrubbing of the spirit chi. The denser the aura, the stronger the stone. As a result, higher grades of spirit mansion cave bottom would also require a higher level of mana in order to ensure mining efficiency. Otherwise there wouldn't be a need, after the ring is contested, to distribute the spirit mansions. This was done to ensure that the demonic beasts that stayed there had enough power. TSK. Su Chengxian looked at the results of the battle and wasn't very satisfied. Outside, with this tail, he could have smashed at least a 1-ton boulder. Here, however, there is only a small window of a few feet. There is an upside to this, though, which is that you don't need to worry about cave-ins at all. It can be administered with confidence. Again, drumming up blood chi, the snake's tail became a whip and slammed. It was just the right time to forge the flesh and raise the physical realm. Bang! 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 After smashing several times in a row, he finally approached the place where, judging by divine sense, the aura was the densest. At this point, one could already feel it, the coolness of the aura on one's face. Reiki has no temperature, and this feeling comes from the sense of clarity that Reiki gives to the spiritual platform of the sea of consciousness. Zip! Take the serpent's tail and flick it in the window that opens up a few feet, pouring vigorous blood chi into the window. Among the dots of crimson that were revealed, the red light gradually disappeared, and Su Chengxian performed the technique of refining the spirit stone, using his blood chi to pick and refine the 3-foot square piece of jade. Anyone else wouldn't, and wouldn't dare, do that. The consumption of mana would take time to recover, and in addition, it was impossible to tell if this essence of stone had reached the level of condensing a spirit stone. Spirit stones, or ordinary spirit stones for that matter, are not in a state of being bred piece by piece, waiting to be dug up and mined. Rather, it requires the collector to judge the part of a piece of jade that contains the most intense spiritual chi, and use mana with the magic skill to cut and collect it. According to Su Chengxian's feelings, the process of harvesting was a kind of quenching, or melting, the aura in the jade, which did not reach the concentration of a lower-grade spirit stone, would crack or even outright open under the rush of the mana exerted with the mantra. It's done. Another one. A quarter of an hour later, a dark green spirit stone, drawn out by the blood chi, floated in front of him. Divine sense swept through to make sure there were no flaws. A spirit stone must be free of cracks and leaks in order to qualify. Otherwise the aura in it would keep overflowing until it turned into ordinary jade. Just like the jade stones left around after this quarrying and refining of spirit stones, the spirit chi in them was rapidly overflowing. This was also the reason that within the spiritual mansion, it could always be filled with aura. Aha! Su Chengxian felt very comfortable in this kind of aura-filled place. Instantly decided to get down and take a nap. Without the thickest part of the aura, this piece of cave wall would slowly become less hard than before due to the dispersion of the aura. So taking a nap and then proceeding to mine is sharpening the knife. Giving himself a good excuse, he plopped down without any mental burden. With his efficiency, he would be able to mine at least 2 spirit stones today. This was something that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi couldn't compare to in any way. Normally, a demonic beast of the 7th rank would be able to mine a spirit stone for 2 or 3 days in a top-grade medium-grade spirit mansion, and it would be considered good. And Su Chengxian rely on the divine soul solid, the divine sense tough and keen, but also the blood chi is majestic. The body vigorously not lose. Learn the Wave Big Wolf 2 brute force mining method, will be the efficiency of the pile-up several times higher. It doesn't even get strenuous as a result. Therefore, even though he spent more time sleeping at the bottom of the cave than working, Ling Xiao and the others above did not find it strange when he couldn't hear the movement. At most, he thought that he had overdrawn his blood chi. Blood chi was different from mana such as demonic power, spirit power, which could not be restored through meditation and cultivation. Therefore, it is normal to need more time to rest. So from that day on, the bottom of the cave was occupied by Su Chengxian. 1/3 of the time is spent mining spirit stones, 2/3 of the time is spent huffing and puffing. Occasionally, he took the time to fill and pull the shattered waste spirit stones, that is, the remaining jade after harvesting and refining the spirit stones, in a snakeskin bag, a bag made of real snakeskin, and gave it to Ling Xiao to deal with. The Empress, who had yet to cultivate into a great demon, had displayed the domineering aura that belonged to an empress ever since she had determined that she would transform into her form first. Thoroughly collected a group of small demons, such as Cat 19, to run around for her. Within a short period of 10 days, 18 species had been found. One of the spiritual materials that complemented the transformation grass, refining the transformation dan, An auxiliary material called red gold crystal is used to pad the bottom of the Dan furnace to control the temperature. Refining the transformation pill not only requires one main herb, transformation grass, plus 12 auxiliary herbs, but also several spiritual materials used to mix the Dan fire. Su Chengxian felt troubled just thinking about it. Luckily, it didn't have to be his concern. As long as the spirit stones and waste spirit stones that were harvested and refined were given to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, they would go and find a way to obtain them. In this way, he was busy for another 10 days. On this day, after waking up from sleep and just about to get up to work, I scanned the panel and realized that I was just a little bit short of blood chi from being promoted to an 8th order demonic beast. So, it was decided to sleep until promotion. Closing his eyes, he fell asleep again, surrounded by aura. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to an 8th order demonic beast. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Chapter 53, If you dare to sell out, take your cat's head and dye it pink again. You're at the 8th rank? Ling Zhao's vertical pupils, in an instant, became slitheringly round from surprise. Aha! That's right. That's right. After advancing to the 8th rank, Su Chengxian, who had specially run to inform the Empress sister of the good news, put on a smug face that didn't need to be deliberately acted out, but was more of a genuine show of affection, and quickly nodded his head. And then there's also a playful follow-up question. Ha, sister, how about it? Am I able? Saying the 8th order is the 8th order. How about you? The distance from settling on the matter of transforming into a form is only a little more than a month from now, and Ling Xiao, whose cultivation hasn't made much progress, forcibly resisted the urge to angrily curse the heavens for being unjust. Although the spirit stones collected and refined became more numerous under Su Chengxian's sudden diligence, she didn't use most of them for cultivation considering that she had to use them to exchange for spirit materials for alchemy. Moreover, she still needed to deal with waste spirit stones, take in small demons, and deal with all sorts of chores. I was thinking of straightening things out in January and then going all out with my cultivation. For cultivators, a month, or a year, was an extremely short period of time. As it turned out, the good big brother had just about gotten busy when he came running upside down to tell her such good news. He had actually promoted to the 8th rank first, just this January. This made Ling Xiao, who even though he was busy with his chores, did not relax his cultivation as a result, feel that the words often heard from his mouth, complaining about the unfairness of the heavenly Tao, were really quite reasonable. How long has it been since the stupid flower snake broke through the 7th rank? Less than a year. No, it's not right. It's a few days short of the full 6 months, half a year, from the 7th to the 8th order. The growth speed of a divine beast bloodline is nothing more than that, right? The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the sharper his eyes became as he surveyed Su Chengxian. She was really a bit curious at this point, what exactly this guy had to rely on. Sister, don't envy Big Brother. Big Brother is just one step ahead of you. Su Chengxian, however, cheerfully laughed. So you have to hold on a bit tighter. That one. It's kind of a figure of speech. In order to urge the Empress sister to successfully transform into her form, this was a great sacrifice on his part. Not only do you give up precious sleep time to quarry spirit stones, also leave to rush in right after the promotion to inform the person of the good news in order to achieve the motivational effect. Big Brother, when it comes to this, he is self-conscious and loving. Of course, Ling Xiao was definitely touched by this. Look at that. She's moved beyond words. #carrot. Carrot #. Dao Jun old brother. After expressing his friendship to the Empress sister, Su Chengxian found Ling Yunzi again without stopping, probing and baring his teeth at him. Big brother, I'm at the 8th rank yo. Ling Yunzi, this seat knows. If they had hands, they would have clenched their fists to hit someone by now. Oops, how can you just know? Su Chengxian hemmed and hawed. You have to learn more from Big Brother me and comprehend what I'm trying to convey to you. Like, for example, you have to understand that I just first told Ling Xiao the news of Big Brother I'm stronger. This news, Su Chengxian said fervently, with her character, she will inevitably be cultivating in a single-minded manner, striving to advance to the 8th rank at an early date as well. Therefore, you should also have a bit of a sense of crisis. While cultivating well, seize the opportunity to sacrifice the furnace and prepare to refine the formation pill. Understand? This seat knows. Ling Yunzi was silent for a moment, realizing that there was no way to refute this, and could only respond with a slightly stifled voice. Oops, that's right. Big brother, I will prepare the spirit stones and pressure to your side. Of course, your cultivation cannot be relaxed either. Su Changxian spoke in a serious tone. Strive to advance to the 9th rank and transform into a human earlier. You know? No. Ling Yunzi, who hadn't been mentioned like this for a long time, and crucially hadn't been reminded so bluntly of the need to cultivate properly, felt extremely subtle. When he was initiated, his cultivation speed was too fast, and he was instructed by his master and elder brother to tamp down his foundation, now reborn as a snake, by the cheap big brother. The words of the whip, to practice well, do not drag everyone's legs. There is a world of difference and it is a real test of the mind. Fortunately, he Ling Yunzi is not a generation that has not gone through the storm, but in a flash, he stabilized his mind. Thinking of Ling Xiao, who was about to take shape, he couldn't help but say, "Old ghost, the matter of taking shape is not trivial. Ling Xiao knows what's in her heart, so don't bother disturbing her mind." He, old Dao Lord brother, you're being overly concerned. Su Changxian laughed in disbelief. The Empress sister's state of mind is stronger than yours. She will only grow more and more courageous under my provocations. She is a woman after all. Ling Yunzi said. Ooh, you dare to look down on women? Su Changxian exclaimed. You're finished. I'm telling you, you're finished. 9 times out of 10, you're going to fall into the hands of a woman. How arrogant. How dangerous. How dare you look down on women? Half of the sky is female. Let's not talk about anything else. In this one cave, there are 3 females. Which one is good to be messed with? Being so cocky is a recipe for disaster. Ling Yunzi was silent for a long time as he sniffed. This caused Su Changxian to realize something, and he immediately said in surprise, Oh, exempt. Yunzi, you didn't just die at the hands of a woman, did you? No. Ling Yunzi denied. Ha? Su Changxian tilted his head. Brother, do you see me believing? But it has to do with this. TSK. It's not what you think. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but explain. Yoo-hoo, I wasn't thinking anything. Great king, my little one has news of the water cloud stone. One day, Cat 19 ran to pay a visit to Ling Xiao and told her that she had found the last spirit material. This bobcat spirit was weak in its own battle, but had a high heart. It had been intent on finding the right great demon to follow and serve with its brothers for the future. But in front of the real big demons, they can't rank up, so they want to find the high-level demonic beasts with potential, and worship under the door first. When the other becomes a great demon, it is logical to follow around. However, the general demonic beasts are not likely to have this mindset, and are even more focused on cultivation, not looking at these small demons that are not very useful to them. So until Ling Xiao appeared, they were able to meet great kings that they could follow. Later on, when he met Su Changxian and the others, Cat 19 had his mind set on getting in touch with them more often, especially when a few people lived in the upper medium grade spirit mansion. The brothers even agreed to defect. There was just some hesitation, wondering when a big demon could come out of this family. I'm afraid that even if it's faster, I'll have to wait 3 or 5 years, and if it's slower, 10 or 8 years, there's a possibility that I'll have to wait even longer. It is not known whether or not they will succeed in crossing the threshold. However, a few months ago, when Ling Xiao put out the word that it would perfect its transformation first, it decided not to wait any longer and worship under the throne first. Since then it had been running around for the needs of its own great king's transformation. Today, finally found the last of the same, in the hands of whom? Ling Xiao rejoiced at the news. Another 3 months passed, and she wasn't far from advancing to the 8th rank. As long as this last spiritual material was gathered, everything was ready, just waiting for the east wind. It's a pending transformation pill only. Su Changxian's big head stretched out, asked Cat 19, Kitten, who has the water cloud stone? You'd better speak up. If you dare to sell out, I'll take your cat's head and dye it pink again. Chapter 54, Danchang. The calamity of transformation descends quickly. Who has the dolomite in their hands? It wasn't that Su Changxian opened his mouth to scare the critter. It was Cat 19 who had a previous history. Previous soliciting employers have developed a penchant for laying down buttons to keep things in suspense and draw the mind into curious follow-up questions. So as soon as he saw that the little demon was about to get up, he directly interrupted the other party and said, Back to the great king. I have inquired that Lord White Ape has a few pieces of water cloud stones in his hands. That great white ape of the 8th rank? Exactly. Although Cat 19 had inquired about the other party's hand, it had no way to get on the line. Its brothers and these high-level demonic beasts couldn't deal with each other, so they all knew the news and ran to report it to Ling Xiao. waiting for the great king to visit the exchange. Alright, I'll take care of this. Su Changxian was happy to hear that he still owed the great white ape a little bit of a favor that he hadn't returned. Now that everyone is in the 8th order, it's a good time to string along. The two caves were not far from each other, and just separated by a valley. Thus, he appeared outside the white ape duke's door a few moments later. It didn't take long to return with 7 or 8 pieces of dolomite. Handed it over to Ling Yunzi. Unico, these are for you. The fist-sized dolomite was covered with dense little eyes that looked a lot like volcanic rock. It could be slightly cool to the touch, and there was a hidden fluctuation of water energy in it. If it was placed without the use of mana to isolate it, there would constantly be water vapor gathering towards the stone. Su Changxian brought it back in his mouth with the illusion of drooling. Why did you bring so many? Ling Yunzi was surprised to see this. I thought you didn't take anything out? What's with the dolomite exchange? This was a spirit that contained the 5 elements of qi, and although it was of ordinary grade, it was not easy to find in a place like Mount Luyang, otherwise it wouldn't be the last, as it were, spirit material that hadn't been found yet. How much do you think these pieces of water cloud stones are worth? Su Changxian didn't answer directly, but asked first. It's this size, and the water elemental energy it contains is average, but it can be used. Ling Yunzi sensed it and said, 8 pieces. If sold in the spirit pavilion, about 200 lower grade spirit stones. Alchemists and refiners need a large amount, so then the quality is general. As long as it can be used, the price is not low. This was almost as much as they had gained from their hard work, picking and cultivating for more than a year in this medium grade spirit mansion. Even Su Changxian would have to spend 6 months. As a matter of fact, this seat only needs 1 for this alchemy. The words were so, but Ling Yunzi wished to leave all the water cloud stones behind. This is something you'll need later, too. Exactly. Shui Yunshi, among the auxiliary materials used in the refining of the transformation dan, was used to press on the 4 corners of the dan furnace to harmonize the water and fire. As the saying goes, water and fire mingle to refine the elixir. Not only was it used for refining the transformation dan, it was indispensable for refining any spirit elixir. Now that this seed has not transformed into a form, I'm afraid that my control over the alchemy fire is far less than before. Ling Yunzi spoke to Su Changxian briefly about the way of alchemy. In the way of alchemy, there are 3 things that are most important: the furnace, the spiritual materials, and the fire. Simply put, it is the good or bad of the furnace, the mixing of spiritual materials and auxiliaries, and the control of the fire. Speaking of which, as long as one had a good dan furnace, a complete dan formula, and learned a fire control technique, one could begin to make pills. But whether or not the alchemy can be successful depends on the control of the fire. That is, the mastery of the fire. The pot, the drug, the fire 3, of which the pot is easy to pass on, the drug easy to know. Only the fire is difficult to pass on, difficult to know, and repeat, difficult to do. Ah, understand. Su Changxian nodded. The master leads the door to practice. It's the same thing as cooking. The same tutorial, as clear as it is, will still taste very different from person to person. High heat, low heat, a little salt and oil, the proportion of which is up to you. Each sect of alchemy has specialized techniques, spells, and secret skills. Among the Xian sect, almost everyone knows how to make pills, but good pills masters, however, are still a rare breed. Dancher in the poem said, the saint passes the medicine, does not pass the fire. From the fire less people know. If you want to know the secret of the secret, you need to ask the master to penetrate the sky, calling the fire a heavenly opportunity. You can imagine how hard it is to crack. Besides, sometimes it is not that the master refuses to teach, it is that the pupil may not be able to learn. It's something that especially has to be eaten with flair. Even look at the qi. Therefore, to open the furnace alchemy, not only to calculate and select the auspicious day, some people will also worship the ancestors of the master. However, these had little to do with Su Changxian. It wasn't like he was going to learn alchemy. So after listening to it, he only asked, the function of the dolomite is to control the fire? That's right. When refining pills, it's easy to start a fire but hard to stop it. Easy to gather fire but hard to move it. Easy to produce fire but hard to adjust it. Easy to move it but hard to know it. Ling Yunzi said, but knowing that the fire is not right, how to deploy the water and fire in the furnace is even more difficult. Of course, the alchemist has his own way of dealing with this. Place the water cloud stone in the dan furnace beforehand, or cast a spell to put it into the dan furnace when needed, to catalyze the water elemental qi in it and lower the temperature of the fire in the furnace. Also, The water cloud stone helps, after the spiritual materials are hydrated, to polymerize into a dan. Moreover, once the water elemental chi was depleted, the water cloud stone would be useless. As a result, it's extremely consumable. It belongs to be a treasure trove of many sects and forces, which reserve cultivation resources all year round. In that case, then all of them will stay. Su Chengxian waved his snake tail and said in a big, sweeping voice, "Then, Lord White Ape, what will be exchanged for this?" Ling Yunzi was not a pretentious person. This water cloud stone he did need, and did not refute, but asked how he wanted to exchange it. "It wants the transformation dan," Su Chengxian said. After saying that, he explained, "I promise to exchange it for one. Also, if we refine it and have more, we'll sell it another one." In other words, these 8 water cloud stones were exchanging away one transformation pill, along with the preferential purchase status of the other one. "That's fine." Ling Yunzi nodded, recognized that he didn't lose out on this exchange. The market price of a transformation pill must be far more than 200 lower grade spirit stones. However, if you provide spiritual materials to the alchemist, according to the rules, you can be qualified to purchase the spiritual pills he made with them at a very low price on a priority basis. How many transformation pills can you produce in one furnace? Su Chengxian only remembered to care about this crucial question. If we were to go by the spirit materials, 8 to 10 pills would come out of a furnace. Ling Yunzi said, "But this seed is now in the body of a demonic beast, and it's the first time I've made pills, so I'm afraid the rate of pills is not that high." "How much can that be?" "Around 3 to 4. Still a sure thing," he said after a moment of deliberation. "That's great." Su Chengxian slapped his tail. He had thought that there would be at most 1 dan in a furnace. "Nice guy. That's a 3 or 4-fold turnaround. It's more than not a loss. It's a bloody profit." Moreover, according to Ling Xiao, the spiritual materials they had collected this time were prepared according to the number of pills that could be refined in 2 pots of dan. After all, there was enough transformation grass on Dai's back. Just in case, prepare as much as you can of the other spiritual materials. Ling Xiao, I got the water cloud stone. The rest is up to Yunzi." On Su Chengxian's way to the bottom of the cave, he passed by Ling Zhao's cave hall. "You're almost at the 8th rank too, right? Our family, when we can live in a big house, we are counting on you." I was just about to leave after saying that when it didn't feel right. Why does that sound so awkward to me? It's like the scumbag big brother who wants to take his sister's dowry to buy a house. No. He's been working so hard. Why is he still a scumbag? It should be that everyone prepares the money together and then occupies the sister's eligibility to buy a house. Heck, that doesn't sound like it's any better. Whatever. Ling Xiao, don't worry. The best room in the big house is definitely yours. "Big brother," I said, "even if you marry." The thought of his sister getting married suddenly made him want to hit yellow hair. Gotta find a chance to beat the curly-haired lion up again. Although the big lion didn't mess with anyone, Su Chengxian didn't care. Who let it be the only yellow hair in the neighborhood? He gritted his teeth, and out of nowhere, a sense of malice toward creatures like his brother-in-law arose. "You ate something unclean, right?" Ling Xiao, who originally didn't want to pay attention to him, still couldn't help but come out and look at this guy whose sanity didn't seem to be normal. "No." Su Chengxian's tone was heavy. "I did suddenly realize that in this life, I really do have a sister." Ling Xiao, roll. Boom. 3 months later at night, a thunderbolt exploded. Ling Yunzi's first furnace of transformation dan, practiced, out of the elixir 6. 10 days later, Ling Xiao, who had been promoted to the 8th rank for less than half a month, triggered a lightning tribulation. The calamity of transformation descends. Chapter 55, Thunder Tribulation Rumble. Empress Ling Xiao, transformation. Boom. Rumble. Thunder rumbled throughout the southern flank of MT. Ow. Wolverine Big woke up to the sound of thunder and flipped over and leapt up. That's an odd sound of thunder. It was as if it was overhead. In the ear, the rolling thunder seemed to contain, among other things, a power that caused demonic beasts to panic. This is no ordinary thunder. Summer rains are plentiful, and it's not uncommon for thunder to roar before a thunderstorm, which is especially scary when it lands on a mine, but not as loud as this. Ordinary thunderbolts would not conceal this kind of terrifying pressure that would frighten its soul. 2. It went over and slapped the still sleeping wolf to awake. "What's going on out there and you're still sleeping like a dead pig? What a lack of alertness. Sooner or later, the wolves will take it and eat it." Ow. Woken up by the blow, Wolf 2 was confused. "Big brother, do you want to hear what you're saying?" Our brothers are wolves themselves. Besides, it's not like it's going to sleep so much. Blame it on the flowery snake next door. It's abominable. Everyone was quarrying spirit stones in the same way, favoring his extraordinarily large movement. Every time the ground shakes, not to mention, but always mining for a while, and then stop for a few hours. A few hours later, then mining again. It's not like their brothers did it when they knew it was the end of the month and they couldn't make the monthly payment. The fat flower snake that did this for most of the year in a row. Most of the year. Every day. For more than an hour. The whole mountain was shaken by the thumping and banging at the bottom of the cave. And he doesn't fix the time. This side had just settled down to cultivate. And his side thumped. This side just ate and slept. And his side thumped. This made Wolfie, who already liked to sleep, become more and more appreciative of the calm halcyon days when there were no tremors and he could sleep peacefully. Once you're asleep, you're asleep. Scrambling to sleep and having to be woken up by his big brother slapping his face. Wolf too felt aggrieved. Alright, get your ass up. Wolf Big gave it another slap. Come on, let's go out and take a look. See what? Look at the thunderbolt. It remembered that the family next door, the green snake among them, had been searching around for spiritual materials to refine the transformation pill for some time. It seems to be intentionally morphing. Combine that with the unusual sound of thunder at this time, and you can guess what's going on. 9 times out of 10, it was the thunderbolt of transformation. Wolf Big hadn't personally experienced a thunderbolt, but it had heard about it. The last time Luyang Mountain had a great demon crossing the threshold, although it was more than 10 years ago, but the clan even had elders to mention it. Tell them that if they meet someone having a thunderbolt, they must stay far away so as not to be affected. However, after dodging it, one could observe the process of crossing the tribulation and feel some of the power of the tribulation lightning, accumulating experience for future tribulations. It just so happens to be today, so of course I'm going to check it out. By the way, we also have to see if the water-avoiding snake next door can succeed in crossing the threshold. A few moments later, Wolf Big Wolf 2 ran out of the spirit mansion, climbed up to the top of the mountain, and saw from afar that not far above the valley was shrouded by a layer of dark robbing clouds. It was as if there were countless electric pythons traveling through the swirling clouds. Rumble! Boom! The thunder rises again. In the next instant, a robbing thunderbolt, swiftly falling towards a point in the valley. Boom! Is this trying to perfect the transformation? Thinking of that day, when the fat flower snakes had listened to their brothers and shown their intention, Wolf had a great suspicion. Its gaze, tightly fixed on the robbing thunder in front of it. With this kind of sound, could the 8th rank really stand up to it? I heard that the 4 water-avoiding snakes of the white family, in addition to the mother snake, by Xiao Chui, the green snake and the little white snake, as well as the fat flower snake, have all been promoted to the 8th rank. I wonder which one will be the one to cross over today. Boom! Rumble! The 6th thunderbolt. The 7th thunderbolt. Boom! The 8th way. Su Chengxian silently counted in his heart the number of thunderbolts falling from the sky. Not only him, but Ms. Xiao Chui, who had already agreed to change her surname to Bai, Ling Yunzi, as well as Dai Dai and Deshang, were all tilting their heads, looking at the valley where the thunderbolt had fallen. Each swift fall of thunder was like a blow to the hearts of the crowd. The pressure is overwhelming. Aside from their family, around them in all directions, there were also quite a few demonic beasts watching. This scene of the tribulation, which hadn't appeared for a long time in Mount Luyang, attracted the attention of almost all the demonic beasts and small demons, and even the 2 great demons. General Yu, the demon general, did not appear because recently, a 2-headed black water poison python of the great demon realm was likely to stray to Mount Luyang after being injured by the demon marshal's guards. The news came a few days ago. There's a bounty on it. However, Su Chengxian's family did not care to pay attention. Their entire mind was on the matter of Ling Zhao's tribulation. This tribulation thunder, it's truly terrifying. Su Chengxian said darkly. I don't know if Ling Xiao will be able to succeed in his tribulation. Bai Xiao Chui shook her body anxiously. Definitely. Su Chengxian said without thinking. This sister of his, she's no ordinary person. Empress, a former empress, and still with the memories of the previous life. Reliving this one. It's easy to cross a thunder tribulation, isn't it? Taking a step back, even if we fail, our lives will certainly not be in danger. God wouldn't take her life back so easily, since he'd let her start over. Big brother, you have a lot of confidence in His Majesty. Ling Yunzi said. Of course, I have just as much faith in her as I do in you, old Daogun brother. Su Chengxian smiled and said, You also hold on tight and cross the threshold as soon as possible. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but move away from him. This guy seems to have a demonic disorder lately, and when he sees people, he urges them to cultivate and raise their cultivation level. Boom! The ninth way. Right in the gap between the two of them talking, the ninth robotic thunderbolt fell. The robbery clouds in the sky began to slowly disperse. Then a pillar of aura light pierced through the robbing clouds and shone towards the valley. Well, Su Changxian bounced up. Did it work? Then a figure was seen, appearing in the pillar of light and rising into midair. Surrounded by aura, it was impossible to see the details of it. Hiss! Look! Look! He exclaimed. It must be Ling Xiao. The aura transformed into clouds, obscuring the silhouettes in the pillars of light. Then, it gradually merged into the figure's body. About an incense stick of time passed. The clouds disappeared, revealing the man. Just see it in mid-air. There stood a tall woman. She was wearing a robe embroidered with gold and phoenixes. The body of that robe had a deep sea blue background, inlaid with 10,000 strands of gold silk, glittering in the sunlight, as if it had gathered all the light in heaven and earth. The phoenix crown towered above her, and on it were set 9 brilliant jewels, each glittering with precious light. But none of this could compare to her glittering eyes. The features and appearance are like carefully carved. The skin is delicate like jade, with a light luster. Like a good jade, she has an inviolable majesty between her eyebrows. Although the corners of her mouth show a few points of light smile, but more is the full arrogance. What a domineering, noble and magnificent Empress Majesty. The head was slightly raised, and I don't know if it was an original problem or a habit developed from being a snake for a long time. The eyes slowly swept over, and it was as if the eyes could see into people's hearts. She strolled and descended from the sky, that pace steady and strong. Each step had this out-of-this-world aura that made people involuntarily bow their heads in submission. This is only belongs to the Emperor's momentum, very long time and reside in the people. Used to do the position of 10,000 people, cannot raise this kind of temperament. It's the aura of a higher power. Residence moves the chi and nourishment moves the body. The ancients were true to their word. Handsome, big sister. Su Changxian yelled excitedly. Chapter 56, entering the deep mountains to search for a spiritual vein. There is something odd ahead. Daisuke, let's go. Out the door. Z, great king. I'm here. Before dawn, Su Changxian greeted the great sage and exited the cave's stone door. Leaving where the spiritual mansion was, he went straight to the west. Ding. The host has a new mission. Mission content, find a spiritual vein and open a cave. Reward content, refining points *16. The system beep sounded. Appropriately enough. This is really becoming a laborious life for me. Su Changxian muttered as he swam forward. That's fine. I can earn a refining point on the way. Ling Xiao had just transformed into a form and had to stabilize his cultivation realm, so he couldn't easily go out of the cave. After the tribulation, there was heaven and earth aura to nourish the soul and flesh, but after all, they had endured 9 tribulation thunderbolts and needed to recuperate and recover. A bad one can easily collapse in human form. MS. By Xiao Chui had reached the critical juncture of advancing to the 6th rank. Not only did Ling Yunzi have to be busy refining the second furnace of transformation Dan, he also had to cultivate as quickly as possible to advance to the 8th rank. That was why the matter of searching for a spirit vein had temporarily fallen on Su Changxian, who made it so that it was just him and Dai Dai and the great sage in the cave, with no other important things to do. Didi is slow to walk on land and is too big to move around easily, so the only ones who ended up going out were a flower snake and a monkey. Busy all busy. It's good to be busy, Su Changxian thought to himself. In the future, I'll count on you guys to take the old man flying. After Ling Xiao transformed into her form, her cultivation progressed at a rapid pace, and within a year or two, she would be able to cross the 9th rank and cultivate to the great demon realm. The Empress sister was not short-tempered, but she never talked big. I don't think it's a big problem. I wonder if she looks the same today as she did in her previous life? Haven't had a chance to ask yet. This guy, Yunzi, surely won't let himself fall too far behind. He's already a step behind Ling Xiao. Now he has to catch up. As the saying goes, bystanders. Between these two reborn great powers, there was a hidden competitive mentality of differentiating between each other and going hand in hand. And Su Changxian, as a salted fish who was motivated to lie down, saw it in his eyes and was happy in his heart. It's good to be motivated. Roll it up. Roll it up. Both of you have a vendetta to avenge, so you should rise to the occasion and cultivate yourselves by leaps and bounds. Take care of Big Brother, by the way. Birds follow Luan and phoenixes to soar far and wide. Squatting on the side of these two dragon and phoenix figures, I deserve to be lifted up as well. Su Chengxian's heart beautifully calculated. Although he is a stronger big brother, but he is still allowed to enjoy the pleasure of getting something for nothing? Who let us have this condition? This fellow, Yunzi, even knows how to refine weapons. It was only in the past few days that he realized that Daelord's younger brother also had this skill. Because the transformation Thunder Tribulation was even more treacherous, Ling Yunzi had to make preparations. The second furnace of transformation Dan that was refined was prepared to be exchanged for a body protection magic weapon from General Yu. Protective artifacts were hard to come by. One transformation Dan was definitely not enough. And, at General Yu, there might not be a suitable one. Therefore, he wanted to refine all the remaining spirit materials into spirit pills and send them first. Next month Luoyang Mountain's Spirit Stone, to be unloaded to Wan Yun Mountain's handsome tent. You can entrust the escorting demon generals to help change a suitable. If you can't exchange it for a ready-made magic weapon, you can exchange it for some materials for refining weapons. The demon race was not good at refining chi, but there was no shortage of spirit materials. It would be too late to refine the exchanged spirit materials into magic weapons. Just so, Ling Yunzi was pressed for time. Another alchemy, another artifact refining, and also cultivation. So I can't be left behind by Ling Xiao. TSK, that's busy enough. Su Chengxian was quite emotional. Of course, there was no way to share him. All that can be done is not to add to the other side. Originally, I also wanted a storage spell. When you sleep, you can store the demonic beast meat inside. When you want to eat it, you can open it and eat it. There was no need to go out of the cave when you were hungry like now, and let Cat 19 go and exchange it. He had inquired about it, and the storage bag had an array nested in it, which could draw on the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to keep the things put into it. Long-lasting. Since Ling Yunzi was so busy, it would be too embarrassing to ask him to work more. No matter how you say it, you're still a big brother. You can't squeeze your oldest brother like that. Su Chengxian searched. Dao Sovereign's oldest brother could be squeezed, but it had to be done in moderation, or else he would easily blow up. When the time comes, I will also entrust the escorting demon general to bring one back. The big deal was to harvest and refine more spirit stones. It's just a pity that it's been almost a year and I haven't harvested a single medium-grade spirit stone. The exchange of medium-grade spirit stones and lower-grade spirit stones was not a 1:100 ratio. Instead, it fluctuates up and down 1:1000. Also, almost no one would use a medium product to exchange for a lower product. The reason for this was still unclear to Su Chengxian, but it was enough for him to know that a middle-grade spirit stone could definitely be worth 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. If you can extract a piece of this, it can be worth working for 3 or 4 years. TSK, Great Sage. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but turn around and call out to the little golden-furred monkey squatting on his back. Z, Great King, you have to look hard. Is there any good spiritual vein around here? Let's find the best one. Su Chengxian wished to the monkey as the true Great Sage, who made the Great Sage really a bit of a treasure hunter and was so spiritual that he named himself Great Sage. In a world where chakra really exists, it might actually work. Z, the best. The Great Sage sniffed and patted his chest. I'll help the Great King find it. It means, teach it and be at ease. Alright, Su Chengxian grinned. When we find it, I'll give you 2 more spirit stones, so that those 2 peach trees grow fast, and bear fruit early, so you can eat the spirit peaches. 2 peach trees were on Didi's back, both planted by the Great Sage with peach kernels. One was a half-rotted green peach picked up on the way here earlier. One was the one that General Yu had used to exchange for the curly-haired Great Lion's spiritual elixir. They're all growing well now. They're all 2 fingers thick. They're just a long way from bearing fruit. Moreover, the fruit that came out of planting peach trees for the spirit stones still mostly went into the bellies of their family of snakes. How many can the Great Sage eat? So Su Chengxian is just painting a cake for the Great Sage. No different from those bosses who tell their employees to do a good job. The company gives you a platform, and you get more bonuses at the end of the year for your accomplishments. Employees receive year-end bonuses to buy a battery-operated car, and the boss earns just enough money to replace it with a Land Rover. But the golden hair monkey doesn't care about these. It can't help rubbing its hands together and nodding its head. Its 2 eyes looking around, bent on finding a good spiritual vein. Thousands of miles of ascending Dragon Ridge. Only here in Mount Luoyang, there are 500 or 600 miles in circumference. Probably because of the barren location, the area under General Yu's jurisdiction was divided a bit larger. It was the middle of summer, and the grass and trees in the mountains were most abundant. Su Chengxian swam his way through, not knowing how many birds and small animals he had startled. Some low-ranked demonic beasts, sensing the blood aura on his body, also avoided him early. Among them was a 5th-ranked cloud-treading deer, which fled away from a distance when it saw him. This gave him a very intuitive sense of his strength today. Couldn't help but just stop by and look at his own cultivation. Host, Su Chengxian. Race, water snake. Rank, 8th order. To become a 9th order demonic beast, its blood chi needs to break through 50 million points. Blood gas, 31294677. Physical realm, demon body realm, 7600/10,000. Divine soul realm, demon soul realm, 7808/10,000. Aptitude and battle skills. Aptitude, eating chi and turning blood. Compulsive hissing. Battle skills, snake bite, snake entanglement. Refining points, 0/8. It had been more than half a year. Quarrying spirit stones at the bottom of the cave and sleeping in them had caused Su Chengxian's cultivation on his physical body and divine soul realm to improve considerably. But the difficulty of advancing to the 9th rank could be much greater than before. He would have to be small for at least a year before his blood chi could reach the level to break through into the advanced stage. When we find a suitable spirit vein and open up a cave, we must sleep for a while, he secretly calculated. Promote to the 9th rank first, then slowly wait for Ling Xiao and the others at the front. Those two fellows, they must not have imagined that they were one step ahead of them, advancing to the 9th rank. As Su Chengxian thought of this, he couldn't help but reveal a smile that had a few hints of cunning to it. This smile appeared on the face of a snake, odd and bizarre. At once, it was as if the sound of insects around them had been scared out of existence. Not right. His vertical pupils suddenly shrunk as he realized something was wrong. What do birds and bugs know about beauty and ugliness? They will only be shunned at a distance out of fear. There is definitely terror ahead. Escape. Chapter 57. A fishy odor came to the surface. Go forward, or back. Su Chengxian was a little hesitant. Going forward is likely to be dangerous. Backing out, again, was a bit disheartening. Great King? The great sage pointed ahead and inquired why he wasn't walking. Let me think. He couldn't help but angled his head and surveyed the front of the room. In fact, switching to tomorrow night would only be a one-day delay, and there's no fear of not being able to find a place. But after days of searching, this place, just the front, has not been seen. Just retreating like that, resentment grew out of thin air. What if there's a superior spiritual vein just up ahead? You're here. Why don't you go over there? Who is the old man to delay a day? Better go in and take a look. Su Chengxian clenched his teeth. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid even if the 9th rank came. The big thing was to escape. Of course, there can't be 9 steps ahead. The 9th order in the vicinity of Mount Luoyang were all practicing in the upper-grade spirit mansion. He couldn't help but feel a little more at ease when he thought about it. Since it wasn't the 9th order, there was no need to worry at all. A demonic beast of the 8th rank, bumping into it in this place that was not part of the spirit mansion's range, was just the right thing to trap and kill for an extra meal. So after a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to swim forward. There were still a dozen hills ahead that had not been viewed. To find a spiritual vein, you have to follow the mountains. It is a heavenly rule that there is a spiritual vein underneath the high mountains. There are just some mountain ranges with spiritual veins underneath that have yet to be birthed, or because of the change in the aura of heaven and earth, it has long since dissipated. So not every mountain peak had a spirit vein existing underneath it. Moreover, under some mountain ranges, there could be more than one spirit vein intertwined with each other. The latter was unlikely. However, to appear in this aurapore Mount Luoyang, spirit veins had sizes and grades just like spirit mansions. The demon race is not like the human race. The name to pay attention to the meaning. And what metaphor more often tend to straightforward and simple expression. So even the concept of dividing the good from the bad is just as clear and unambiguous. The size of a spiritual vein is calculated according to the amount of spirit stones distributed in the vein. The grade is determined by which grade contains the most spirit stones. There were no top quality or extreme quality spirit veins in Mount Luoyang. There were no medium grade spirit veins, only lower grade spirit veins. Among the lower grade spirit veins, there were also upper, middle and lower classes. The best spirit veins within a region, of course, became the residences of the strongest. So here in Mount Luoyang, the best spirit vein is underneath General Yu's cave. Spirit veins that were not of high grade, but contained great, barely large spirit veins would be constructed as spirit vein caves for demonic beasts to mine and cultivate. It was also where Su Chengxian and the others were living now. Once again, the spirit veins will be occupied by the great demons who came first. and those who came later will each rely on their own luck and seek their own fortune. General Yu's cave, as well as the quarters of the great demons Wolf Green and Tiger Tsunami, were all in the northeast. Thus, Su Chengxian wanted to find a spirit vein, so he thought to look to the west. Although it was said that the spirit veins in the west were not abundant, the place was still quite wide. Looking carefully, one might, perhaps, be able to find a good place for a spirit vein. Then there were the few people in their family who were thinking of staying away from the other great demons. Whether one was talking about practicing or alchemy, one didn't want to attract the attention of too many pairs of eyes. And it has to be done fast. They're kind of crooked and touchy-feely. According to the information that Cat 19 had inquired about, nowadays, within the Luyang Mountain Spirit Mansion, there were 6 ninth-ranked demonic beasts, 2 of which were stationed with them, and were still some time away from transforming into their forms. However, there are also 2 that have been living within the Spirit Mansion for several years, and I'm afraid that they are not far from transforming. It is also possible that they are not sure, so they have been dragging their feet and not crossing the threshold. The conditions of the spiritual veins of Mount Luyang itself are here, and there are definitely not many good spiritual veins. If they stay here when they take shape, they will have to find spiritual veins to build a cave. Ling Xiao had kind of stepped in and grabbed the lead. If we can find the best spirit mansion first, this bargain will be even greater. Su Chengxian was delighted at the thought. There were a few more leaps of joy in all the divine sense that had been released to search for spirit veins. That's the spiritual bonus of taking advantage of the situation. The best way to find a spirit vein was, of course, to probe with divine sense. The power of the divine soul naturally had a very keen sense of the fluctuations of spiritual energy and where auras were located. So having Su Chengxian find the spirit vein wasn't all because everyone was busy, but also because in this regard, he was the strongest. TCH, it's just limited in strength and too tiring. Divine sense had strengths and weaknesses, and it was almost impossible to go deeper under the mountain. So Su Chengxian still had to get close to the mountain and carefully probe against the ground. If a demon cultivator or even a demon king had the power of divine sense, he would be able to take in the situation of the spirit vein in his heart with just one sweep. It is said that all the present-day demon commanders' quarters were surveyed by the demon king. The demon generals didn't have this qualification, but there were also specialized geomancy masters in the royal city. Some great demons would hire these geomancers to find the spiritual veins, or borrowing spells is fine. But the old Bai family is now too thin and doesn't want to go to the king city to hire someone. And besides, they may not be able to hire someone. Swoi, their family had Su Chengxian and the great sage, so even if they couldn't find the best, they could definitely find a spiritual vein. But Su Chengxian himself was still very spirited. Since we've taken advantage of this, wouldn't it be a loss if we couldn't get the most out of it? So he hit the ground running, looking and comparing carefully. He had made 2 trips to Mount Luyang in this direction westward. The first 2 times, he took 2 separate paths. It also made a note of where a few small spirit veins were located, but none of it lived up to heartfelt expectations. So there was no small amount of expectation given to this journey, which is why it was so disheartening to have to retreat just now. However, the further in he went, the more Su Chengxian became a little hesitant. Great King, there are powerful demons ahead. As he went deeper inside, the great sage also sensed the abnormality and whispered to his ear, "There's a powerful demon?" Su Chengxian's heart skipped a beat. Monsters, not demonic beasts. The great sage had a keen sense of scent, and it wouldn't refer to a high-level demonic beast as a demon. Demons, in the human population, referred to all demonic beasts and demonic races. However, in the case of demonic beasts here, it refers to demon clans above the level of lesser demon. So ahead, that great demon that fled over? Su Chengxian violently thought of the order that General Yu had passed down before Ling Xiao had crossed the threshold. They were ordered to search for a 2-headed black water poison python of the great demon realm. It was just that their family was focusing on Ling Xiao and didn't take this to heart. Moreover, although this great demon had suffered a serious injury, it was a vicious character, and now it was at the end of its rope. If they bumped into each other and the other party fought to the death, I'm afraid it would also be very dangerous. Involved in a manhunt? There's no need for that. So they didn't even bother to inquire about what the poison python had committed and what exactly the reward was. He didn't put much thought into it after that. So much so that Su Chengxian couldn't even think of this just now. So, there's a good chance that the big demon is up ahead? He really planned to walk back this time, even though he felt that the mountain peak in front of him had a significantly denser aura. But it was still a bit too risky to run into a great demon realm, especially an outlaw great demon realm. Go before you startle the other side. Ding! Host, you have a new mission. Quest content, kill the great demon black water poison python Wushan. Quest reward, refining points * 12. Phantom mushroom * 2. *********. When Su Changxian heard the ding, he was just about to twist away. But the sound made him realize instantly that he couldn't leave, because at the same time, the spiritual awareness that had been spreading out detected the aura of a certain being, and seemingly seeing that he was going to run, the other party directly launched an attack. A fishy odor came to the surface. Chapter 58. It's not like you're a great demon in your heyday, so be godly my ass. A valley deep in a dark and dense forest. The moon was slightly gone. The morning light was showing. It was the moment when it seemed bright and dark. The dappled shadows of the trees were barely outlined as far as the eye could see. It should have been the most lively morning, but here there were no birds, and even the chirping insects had disappeared. Quiet. It was quiet to the point of being eerie. Add a layer of mystery and tension to an upcoming life and death battle. The two sides of the confrontation exchanged blows for a split second a few breaths ago. Both sides were feeling a bit incredulous about the outcome of the encounter. A great demon? Yuzhen? The air was filled with a heavy dampness and a hint of imperceptible toxin scent, and Su Changxian felt that even his breathing became heavy. However, his state of mind at this moment was a lot more peaceful than before the enemy showed up. It was because the other party, in the strike just now, had displayed a power that was not as strong as imagined. Hide in the shadows, collect your breath and sneak up on you. These factors together were enough to be able to rule out the possibility of the other party deliberately hiding their strength. There's no need. A great demon, dealing with a demonic beast of the 8th rank, still needed to hide any strength, so he couldn't help but somewhat wonder if the other party was the great demon Wushan, though both the scent and the two huge, hideous snakeheads were telling him that such suspicion was unwarranted. Humph! A low, disdainful cold snort came out from the mouth of the huge black poisonous python on the opposite side. This contemptuous disdain was tinged with a few moments of irritated indignation, and there was no intention of talking to Su Changxian at all. To him, a demonic beast of the 8th rank was not worthy of talking to him. Only a mouthful of blood food. Even if he dodged a blow, it was just a fluke. Die! It violently raised its head, and the bifurcated twin heads opened their huge mouths at the same time, spraying out two streams of dark green venom. Whoosh! The venom was like two deathly arrows, cutting through the night sky and coming straight at Su Changxian. Wherever the venom passed, just the dark green mist emitted caused the surrounding grass and trees to wither instantly. Even the leaves that were too close to be stained by the breath were corroded with a shocking charred black color. Oops! Su Changxian saw the opportunity quickly, and when the poisonous python reared its head, he had already made a slide and sidestepped. But seeing how powerful the venom was, he knew he hadn't dodged it thoroughly enough. Good lord! No wonder this great demon snake venom just spewed out with a big grin, without any movement or battle technique to go with it. Turns out it's because it's not needed. Something so poisonous, even if it couldn't be touched by the venom, just swept by the poisonous gas, it would be hard enough to live. At the same time, he was glad that the moment his divine sense sensed that something was wrong, the great sage was swept far enough away by his tail. Otherwise, if you inhale it, you'll definitely not survive. Want me dead? Good for you. It would definitely be too late to hide at this point. Su Changxian once again drummed up his qi and blood, and immediately thickened the layer of dark red protective blood qi that had been condensed on his body by several more layers. Zip! The venom didn't manage to hit Su Changxian, but the poisonous mist didn't manage to dodge it completely as expected. It was stained on top of the bodyguard's fury qi, making a nuisance and oozing sound. Those dark green mists were as if they had transformed into countless threads, trying to drill into his flesh. Luckily, his blood qi was thick enough to block it. Ha! Since he was able to consume it with his blood qi, Su Changxian took a look and knew that it was fine. Then the degree of blood qi thickness, not his arrogance, the opposite side of the great demon, is to spit venom a few more times, as usual to catch. Yet even a great demon didn't necessarily have much venom in its body, did it? It would be a little out of character to have a lot of something this awesome. Captain Wu Shan, what are you fighting me for if you don't hurry up and run for your life? At this moment, Su Changxian was completely detached from the fear he felt earlier, when he was attacked by the great demon, and his brain had returned to normal levels, so he immediately thought of the reason why Wu Shan's strength didn't match the great demon realm. This guy must have been seriously injured in his escape. Also, these two strikes that Usagi Shan had attacked him with earlier were most likely his opponent's killer moves. That is, the strongest move. The logic is simple. This great demon on the opposite side was a bereaved dog that was wanted and rewarded. being constantly hunted down and killed, facing the danger of being pursued and killed at any time. This is Mount Luoyang. In general, you can be busy searching for you. If Su Chengxian were Wu Shan in his place, and he were to kill an 8th order demonic beast, he would also go all out and fight quickly, lest he make a commotion and invite the resident demon generals. However, Usama certainly didn't expect to be able to dodge it. Even if the strongest had dodged it, what was there to fear? But Su Chengxian didn't want to continue fighting with Wu Shan either. In my opinion, you'd better run. I promise not to chuck you. This monster was more than 10 feet long, with a body as thick as a 1,000-year-old tree, covered in shiny black scales, which flashed with a cold green light in the faint light. Its bifurcated twin heads each spat out bright red letters, and its eyes flashed with a cunning and ferocious bloodthirsty light. Other than that, the size was too much bigger than Su Chengxian. What was even more palpitating was the fluctuation of demonic power on the poison python's body, a power that was several levels above him. For a moment, it wasn't that he didn't move, hunting the other party, swallowing the flesh and blood demon pills, and raising his cultivation level, and a bounty on the side. But he immediately gave up an existence of the great demon realm. Even if he was heavily injured, he, an 8th order demonic beast, could not take much advantage of fighting the other party. Injured for sure. How painful must it be to be seriously injured? In case of poisoning, it would be even more troublesome. Thus Su Chengxian hoped that Wu Shan would wisely choose to retreat after realizing that it would be impossible to kill him quickly. Don't waste time on yourself. Hurry up and get on with your escape. Die. However, his words seemed to have completely angered the black python across the room. With his 2 huge heads held high, he didn't give Su Chengxian a chance to open his mouth again and directly pounced over. In this low roar of death, a very strong pressure, also from his body, emanated out. There's that trick again, Su Chengxian cursed. This was the move that Wu Shan had used to attack him from the front. The pressure of a great demon. For demonic beasts there is a kind of upper-level power that naturally suppresses even the lower level. The most menacing point was this suppression, which specifically targeted the divine soul sea of consciousness, but it was dodged by him under the dual prompts of his divine sense and the system mission. Moreover, his divine soul power, itself, was not weak. Even if it was no match for Wu Shan, it was not so much so that he would be unable to move just because of the suppression of the realm, the impact. But Usagi clearly didn't think that he had dodged it by virtue of his own skill. So once again he was up to his old tricks. This was bad news for Su Chengxian, because it meant that this demon on the other side was not willing to let him go just like that. Still feel like I can eat him. Mother asterisk 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 error. Su Chengxian couldn't help but curse. Think I'm easy to bully. It was obvious to feel that Yusin was treating him as a blood food hunt. It was an attitude that irked him greatly. Since we can't hide, let's fight. Don't know how to carry yourself. Su Chengxian roared. I told you to leave, but you didn't. You had to be stubborn with me. Then don't go. It's not like he's a great demon in his heyday, so what's the point of being godly? Chapter 59, The Black Mudloach is a bully who refuses to drink wine. District Great Demon, you also dare to provoke the old man? The narrow road is won by the brave. Besides, if I can't beat you, can't I drag you to death? This 2-headed big guy is looking for death. So let him have it. As long as they make a big noise, General, you will soon arrive. Still a loser. Watch me kill you. Thinking of this, in the face of the attack unleashed by Wu Shan, Su Chengxian didn't dodge and directly met it. He was confident that in terms of physical strength, Wu Shan might not be much more powerful than him. It's just the right time to sharpen your battle skills and harden your muscles and bones. It's not good to be meticulous, and it's not possible to have a strong fighting force when you're avoiding a fight. There is no room for complacency. When will there be an end to complacency? So it's time to strike. If you can't beat them, you can run away again. Anyway, you have General Yu to back you up, so you're not afraid of anything. Die. Of course, in order to make General Yu come as soon as possible, and also to disturb Wu Shan's mind, he met the attack while roaring wildly. The sound shook in all directions. The roar, though, was far less than a tenth of the noise of the two parties facing each other, fighting and moving. Boo! Dang! Dang! A large and a small, 2 huge serpent pythons, instantly entangled together, rolling, tearing, entangling. Each collision was accompanied by deafening sounds. The serpent's tail slapped the ground with a shocking commotion that echoed through the valley as if the earth was trembling. The twin heads of the 2-headed black water poison python constantly tried to bite the big snake's vitals, while the big snake, with its huge body and astonishing strength, constantly suppressed its opponent, trying to completely strangle it. Boom! 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 In an instant several rounds of exchanges, between the two sides churning, several large trees over 100 years old, were broken and fell to the ground. The battle grew more intense, and the air was thick with the scent of blood and death. Mother asterisk 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 Su Chengxian fumed. Obviously, he suffered a loss in the exchange. The smell of blood, most of it, came from his snake body. As he expected, Wu Shan, a black water poison python of the great demon realm, was too powerful than him even if his strength was greatly reduced. After all, whether it was the tempering of his fleshly body or the thickness of his protective demonic power, it was 2 realms higher than him, and it's still 2 big realms. The damage brought to the opponent by his battle technique was minimal, especially since the other party's combat experience was much better than his as well. Can't take advantage of it in the slightest. Damn Black Loach. It's hard to control your mind when you fight together and fight with real fire. At this time, Su Chengxian was filled with the thought that this loss could not be taken in vain. Since they were both from the Snake and Python clan, Yusen was even better at entanglement than he was. Divine Sense was also unable to break through the other party's protective demonic power. It was also detected by the other party, and the two sides' divine soul powers clashed. Indistinguishable. The great demon's divine soul solidification was rightfully one step better than Su Chengxian's. With such a disparity, compulsion hissing is probably going to be hard to work. Thus, the undeterred Su Chengxian unleashed his battle technique. Snake bite. Blood chi surged around his body, and once again, he tried with all his might to break through his opponent's defense. Zip! A toothsome sound came from where the snake's teeth had pierced. Su Chengxian's heart sank. This strike, surprisingly, still hadn't broken through this layer of the opponent's protective demonic power. Ha ha, Junior! Still dare to make a mouthful? A flash of tyrannical anger flashed through Wu Shan's eyes. He had been whisked around like a lost dog all this way. If the demon pill hadn't been shattered by the demon waiter, how could it have been reduced to this state? However, the one who chased him before was not a demon general but also a great demon realm and the same general as him. And now it's just a hungry stomach to eat a small 8th order. This even dared to talk back? Not only was the opponent not shocked by his pressure and obediently suffered death, he also blocked 2 attacks, forcing himself to tangle with it in the flesh. It was all doubly humiliating for him. And to talk nonsense and insult me is outrageous. Damn you. Now that he saw that Su Chengxian couldn't even break through his own protective demonic power, Wu Shan didn't feel happy. Instead he got even angrier, especially thinking about what this flower snake said earlier. What do you mean you can go? I won't kick you out? Does he think he's a dog or a chicken? Damn you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. As if he had been subjected to a great humiliation, he suddenly surged with nameless fury, and the 2 huge heads, with killing machines blazing on him, fiercely tore towards Su Chengxian's 7 inches. He was going to eat this water-avoiding snake alive who dared to resist. So weak and still dare to challenge the strong. On the basis of what? Mother asterisk 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 Su Chengxian was shocked at the sight. Good lord. What's so crazy all of a sudden? A mad dog attack? No hard feelings at this point. The difference in strength was not small, and hard resistance would surely have to suffer. So in a panic, he dodged and pushed away. Not to mention anything else. In terms of his evasive and retreating stance, even if they were like Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, who had top-notch feats and battle techniques and stances that complemented each other, they would still have to chip in and seek out an opportunity in order to be able to touch his shadow. It's all been rehearsed countless times in my sleep. So he tried to dodge it, and Usagi Shan was unable to pester him. However, the other were completely crushed in size, and the elder had 2 heads. So although Su Chengxian had dodged, he was still sliced by the snake's teeth from one of the heads, cutting a bloody scar on his torso. It doesn't hurt. Oops. Toxic. Su Chengxian immediately realized that the lack of pain was inevitably because the other party's snake teeth were poisonous. Mother asterisk 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 This guy has venom. The previous few injuries were not paralyzing feelings that were hidden from use. So he was careless, playing with this kind of mindset even when dealing with an 8th-ranked demonic beast? And I don't know if it's smart, or stupid. If it's smart, it shouldn't waste time here. It should run and guess right. Su Chengxian dared to be certain that General Yu was definitely on his way. Might as well. Then, put up a fight. Hiss. He turned back violently, opened his snake's mouth wide, and bit up at Wu Shan's python body. Roar. Die. Probably because he felt that he couldn't bite the protective demonic power. So the 2-headed poison python didn't even dodge. And with a flash of cold light from its grim vertical pupil, it directly twisted its body and similarly bit at him. the ebony demonic power on the snake's teeth churned. Roar! It hurts! Su Chengxian's body was pierced by the snake's teeth. No matter how thick his protective blood qi was, he still couldn't block the great demon snake teeth, but he bites Ushin just the same. Zip! Like the previous times, it only penetrated the demonic power, but this time, he didn't let up. Instead, it was a sharp intake. A wave of protective demonic power that was bitten by him was just sucked into his mouth and then swallowed into his stomach. Natural avatar eating qi and transforming blood. Hiss! Ouch! Same as swallowing a knife. And it's a knife with ice residue. But Su Chengxian didn't stop and swallowed several more large mouthfuls one after another. Instantly, it felt as if his abdomen was being poked and stabbed by countless knives made of cold ice. It hurt to sweat, but there was the illusion that the whole snake was going to freeze. The demonic power of the great demon realm was not trivial. If the talent couldn't be devoured, then his internal organs would have to suffer greatly. Fortunately, it was soon felt that the blood qi was continuously refining the demonic power after the qi devouring and blood transformation was unleashed. It was extremely slow though, which made it doubly agonizing. However, it still bit Wu Shan to death and kept swallowing demonic power. Eat, as long as you can't die. You have to not let this guy go. Su Chengxian was fuming. The black mudskipper is a bully who refuses to drink until he is forced to do so. Of course, it would be even better if the qi devouring and blood transformation could be refined faster. His mind flashed. Ding! Attention host! The great demon two-headed black water poisonous python Wushan, devouring many of his own kind to cultivate. His demonic power is bizarre and contains intense poison. The demonic power exceeds the upper limit of the host's absorption. Does the host need to consume 10 million blood qi to promote the avatar? Chapter 60 Promotion. Promotion. Swallowing and refining. Promotion. Promotion. Su Chengxian was overjoyed at his words. The heart cried out repeatedly. I thought I was going to suffer a lot, but I didn't realize that the peak was coming. A long time had passed since the last divine avatar talent. From eating qi and transforming it into blood, spending millions of blood qi, and advancing to devouring qi and transforming it into blood. No more promotion prompts. During that time, he had also swallowed the demonic pills of the golden-backed dragonfish. Even when he swallowed the demonic dan flesh of the seventh order treading cloud deer, he relied on himself and slowly refined it. Because of this period of time, the divine soul realm and body realm continued to grow stronger. His two natural aptitudes, compulsive hissing and qi devouring and blood transformation, had both been significantly enhanced as well. Su Chengxian thought that it was a natural talent aptitude, that there was no more room for forceful leaps, and that it would only gradually improve as his overall strength grew. Yes, host, please note, the avatar eating qi and transforming blood will be upgraded to devouring and refining. We will now raise the aptitude for the host. Please concentrate and meditate, and push the blood qi with all your might. As the system's inorganic voice broadcast, he felt the same warm sensation inside his abdomen. Once again, as last time. No, there was a stronger burning sensation than last time. That marvelous feeling of qi and blood churning and quenching the flesh. It's hot. Within a few breaths, the burning sensation spread throughout his body and grew more intense. It's harder than the last time. Snakes like warm, humid environments, but dislike high temperatures. Even the spiritual platform and sea of consciousness, where the divine soul was located, had a feeling of agitation due to the boiling of qi and blood. Su Chengxian noticed and hurriedly concentrated and quieted his mind, urging his blood qi around his body with all his might. Accelerate this promotion. At the same time, he remained deadlocked and eager to kill the great demon Yusin who had killed him. And it continuously swallowed the demonic power from this two-headed poisonous python. Yusin was furious with him for this, biting and not letting go. In particular, Su Chengxian's blood qi surged all over his body, and his snake body twisted violently, which also caused the attack of this great demon, tearing into his body, to fail to reach the expectation of seriously injuring his opponent. Even more so, due to the loss of the demonic elixir, the mana appeared to be weak afterward, forcing him to give up, and continue to pierce and tear through his body. His anger had completely taken over Wu Shan's sanity, so he failed to immediately notice that the reason for his lack of demonic power might be more than just the absence of the demon pill. All it wanted now was to eat the flower snake. The moment he pulled out his fangs, he hissed, and the two heads twisted in different directions, immediately heading straight for Su Chengxian's 3 inches. At this moment, however, Su Chengxian realized that his act of devouring the other party's demonic energy was becoming soothingly silky. The strand of demonic power that he had swallowed was also being refined at a rapid pace as his body was burning. Blood and gas plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10. Realm of the divine soul plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Physical realm plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Blood and gas plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus. The sound was like immortal music, as if it were a war drum encouraging him to charge, and it played continuously in his ears. He didn't have the option of shielding it either, because it doesn't affect his sanity. On the contrary, it made Su Chengxian's fighting spirit rise. There was only one thought in his mind worthy of being a great demon. Great tonic. Since it's so tonic, wouldn't you be sorry if you didn't take a couple more nibbles? And so it came to him, a bold idea, avoiding the vitals, but not completely. Since it wasn't as large as Usagi's, it was inevitable that it would have to spread its mouth if it wanted to completely avoid its opponent's attacks, give up on continuing to swallow demonic power. And he, unwillingly, just don't let go. Instead of spreading his mouth, Su Chengxian bit harder. Between his throat and tongue, he vigorously sucked in, swallowing more demonic power in one big gulp. It took millions of blood and gas to promote the talent. Gotta take back some of that. Then, Yusin also bit him again on the back of the snake's back. Sharp snake teeth, deeply piercing the flesh. In the next instant, a pain that drilled through his heart nearly caused Su Chengxian to faint. It hurts too much. In 2 lifetimes combined, it didn't hurt that much. Under the severe pain, he couldn't help but turn evil to evil, wishing to immediately turn around and fight with Wu Shan. The more it hurt, though, the clearer his mind became. No, you can't mess around. Although he acted like he was pulling down, the other party was a real head of a big demon, but to be beaten and not retaliate back was an aggravation he couldn't stand. Immediately, drumming up his blood qi, he fiercely gritted his teeth, fiercely and long sucked in a mouthful of Wu Shan's protective demonic power, and took advantage of this gap to stab the snake's fangs downward a few more points. Finally, on the next bite of demonic power swallowed, a taste of what the blood of a great demon tasted like. Fishy, can't taste it, but it's cool. I suck. Blood and gas plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10. Blood and gas plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10. Feeling the power contained in the great demon's blood and listening to the increase in blood qi in his ears, Su Chengxian felt the pain subside a bit. But, not enough. Sensing the body, for swallowing into the abdomen of the demon power and demon blood, are able to quickly refine? No longer as if swallowing ice-sharp edge feeling of it. At that moment, regardless, he vigorously inhaled and swallowed. Moreover, the power of the talent aptitude and the promotion gradually began to show up more and more. With just one big suck, he could easily seize and swallow the demonic power that Wu Shan had been refining for years, more than one at a time. After a few more breaths passed, he sensed that the obstruction to the serpent's teeth, which had pierced into the great demon's body, was becoming smaller. Wu Shan's protective demonic power was a whole, and the part that was bitten by Su Chengxian, after the demonic power was sucked up, there would be other demonic power flowing in time to make up for it. That's why he wasn't able to immediately break through this defense with the method of swallowing demonic power. Even if you take advantage of the situation, it's a little bit deeper. Now, however, this flow, there is a gap. Good chance. Su Chengxian immediately realized that the damage to Wu Shan's strength was greater than expected. Maybe he actually had a chance to get this guy killed. And at that moment, Yusin finally felt it. The flow of demonic power. Can't help but roar in shock and anger. Damn! Little what wacky tactics did you move? Without the presence of the demon pill, his mobilization and perception of mana was much more sluggish. So much so that it took a few breaths to realize what had happened. Demonic power. Why is it draining away? Because this flower snake took his demonic power and ate it. This can't be right. Compared to the disappearance of his protective demonic power, it was the point of being eaten that shook his heart with fear. Why was a demonic beast of the 8th rank able to swallow his demonic power? Between a great demon and a demonic beast, they were forces of absolutely different magnitudes. If he swallowed Su Chengxian's blood and demonic energy, he could still forcefully refine it with the absolute power of a superior powerhouse. And in turn, it was impossible to refine the mana of an 8th rank demonic beast swallowing a great demon. What's more, there was no fluctuation of demonic power at all on this 8th order water-avoiding snake. That's impossible. You swallowed my demonic power. Why aren't you dead? The demonic power Su Chengxian had already swallowed was enough to burst him. Or, is it refining the demonic power of a great demon with blood? Blood qi was able to refine aura into demonic power. And of course, it was also able to refine the demonic power itself. Nope. This kind of consumption of blood chi was far beyond what a demonic beast could possess. Could it be a natural talent? He had never heard of a gifted aptitude that could allow demonic beasts to swallow and refine great demonic mana. Unless it's a divine beast bloodline. Impossible. Under the shock of Wu Shan, countless thoughts flashed through his mind one after another in an instant. But the thought popped up, and then he pushed it back on himself. Although he had lost the demon pill, his divine soul power had not been damaged. Divine beast bloodline. Even if there was only a trace of it, it was impossible for him not to sense it. The bloodline aura on Su Chengxian's body was pure. Not only did he not have any strong sheltering aura, he didn't even have demonic power fluctuations. That was why Wu Shan was still moved to hunt it down as a blood meal while being hunted down. But now, he felt, he was wrong. Probably shouldn't. Hiss. Suddenly, he heard a snake's cry. Chapter 61, Can Divine Sense Be Swallowed? Hiss. Due to the fact that it was too unbelievable, the momentary flurry of thoughts caused Wu Shan's mind, for a moment, to become unstable. Su Chengxian didn't let go of this opportunity. In a flash, another natural aptitude was unleashed, compulsion hissing. In fact, the divine sense that he had dispersed had been surrounding the great demon, constantly looking for a moment to break through the defenses and attack the other party's spiritual platform and sea of consciousness. After all, compared to breaking through the protective demonic power and attacking the strong physical body, the divine soul domain, which the demon race was generally not good at condensing, was a better breakthrough. This theory comes from the Taoist ruler Ling Yunzi. Very believable. So, when an opening was perceived to be exploited, there was no hesitation and the attack was immediately launched. Bet on it. It's not just the avatar. Su Chengxian also simultaneously condensed his divine sense into a small sword, poking and stabbing at the center of the eyebrows of one of the great demon's heads. The two heads of the two-headed black water poison python looked almost exactly the same. Moreover, he didn't have the ability to distinguish which of the other party's spiritual platforms, the sea of consciousness, was inside. It can't be both heads, can it? But again, he didn't have the ability to condense two divine sense small swords. Simply one hit, one of the main hitters, and at the same time, taking advantage of the opportunity, once again the snake's mouth opened wide, as fast as lightning, rebiting Wu Shan's python body. Natural battle skill, snake bite. I suck. Swallow the demonic-powered demon blood and refine it. This time, he finally broke right through the great demon's defense with a single strike and pierced into his flesh. Natural avatar, devouring chi and transforming blood. Roar! Wu Shan first felt that there was a moment of dizziness, and then one of the heads. It was poked and prodded by a force, and the divine soul could not help but feel a stabbing pain. And then something terrible happened. Hiss! Hiss! His second head, thrashing uncontrollably, hissed from the pain. The two heads, though one primary and one secondary. When the head that is the secondary, does not obey, his upper body falls into a state of being held back. Compared to that, Su Chengxian's attack on his abdomen was less important. The second head must be regained control first. Otherwise he couldn't fight anymore. Losing control of his head would result in all of his battle techniques having no way to perform them properly. Hiss! Take advantage of your illness. Seeing one of the heads of the two-headed poisonous python in an abnormal state, he violently tore off a large piece of meat from the python of Yusin. Swallow. Once again, he unleashed his natural aptitude. Compulsion hiss. It was a pity that within a short period of time, the divine sense could not condense another small sword, or else he would have to give the rest of his head a poke as well. Kicking Crippler in that gimpy leg is actually a pretty good tactic. And this time, of course, it was the same sober head he was targeting. Roar! Roar! Drenching blood bubbled up from where the flesh had been torn off. It didn't hurt much relative to the massive flesh, but Yusin was furious. He had his flesh damaged by an 8th-order demonic beast. However, anger can do little good. Presumably because of the loss of control of the second head, his divine sense and demonic power had collapsed, so it didn't fend off the attack. God's soul was lost and his movements stiffened for a moment. I bite. I suck. Su Chengxian, of course, seized the opportunity and performed the battle technique snake bite again, sucking and swallowing in large gulps. Though it was clear that if he wanted to pose a fatal threat to a great demon, the best option was definitely not a physical body. By continuously swallowing the demonic power, to now swallowing it along with the demonic blood and refining it in the abdomen, it lasted for several times, but failed to give Wu Shan damage that could be considered a heavy blow. Still too slow. Compared to the fleshly strength of a great demon, The speed at which he devoured it was too slow, and the damage that Ozan had brought to him could not be ignored. Why hasn't General Yu arrived yet? Su Changxian said darkly. He didn't want to get hurt again. Therefore, it was important not to give Usama any openings to counterattack. Must keep casting the needle talent aptitude compulsion hiss. Nor can you stop swallowing. If you swallow one more bite, you will rise one more point of blood. Furthermore, the promotion of the talented avatar was surprisingly able to take the demonic power that was swallowed and directly refine it for use in the divine soul realm and body realm. It's an ability that wasn't there before. So the battle took a weird turn. Pretty spooky. The two heads on Wu Shan's neck, one hissing frantically, the other head, in the midst of Su Chenxian's serpentine chirping, constantly vacillated between wakefulness and dizziness. Su Changxian, on the other hand, was repeating the circular motion, biting down on Yusen. He desperately sucked in a few mouthfuls of demonic power and demonic blood. Then, upon realizing that he was showing signs of consciousness, he violently tore off a large chunk of flesh and blood and swallowed it, refining together. Then came the hissing behavior. Blood and chi +10+10. Divine soul realm +1+1+1+1+1+1. Physical realm +1+1+1+1+1+1+1. Blood and chi +10+10+10+10+10+10. The pleasing plus sound was inspiring him constantly. As a result, he went overboard and kept the bizarre situation. 4 dozens of breaths. There was no way to make it last due to the fact that compulsion hissing was very draining of the soul's power. So after emitting the 6th snake call, Su Changxian failed for the 7th time. Roar! Asshole! The moment he came to his senses, Yusen's eyes were red and stormy. There were several more wounds on his body, and his demonic power, as well as his flesh and blood, had been gnawed away by a 10th. The longest wound was torn deep into the bone. He was actually made to feel so wretched by a demonic beast. At this time, the second head, which had already drooped down, would not cause him any drag. But he did not directly pounce on Su Changxian, because the cunning great demon, from his enemy, learned the means of divine sense attack. His vertical pupil shrunk into a line, and a condensed divine sense went straight towards the other party. Condensing divine sense into a small sword could not be done in haste. However, a divine sense that was strong enough to condense into a spike that pierced into a demonic beast's spirit sea and then exploded was enough to put the other party to death. Divine sense. Instantly killing. Can't hide. Su Changxian's heart jumped in shock. He couldn't avoid it. What to do? If you can't avoid it, then take it. Catch it with your mouth. He opened his snake mouth and directly swallowed the divine sense. The host devours a strand of divine sense. Divine soul realm +40. Ha ha, it really works. Su Changxian, whose heart was palpitating, felt alive again. Opposite him, Ushan, was stunned. Sense of God, also swallowed? But he immediately cursed. Stupid as hell. What's the difference between swallowing divine sense into your belly and having it drilled into your sea of consciousness? Is it trying to stall for a few breaths? Blast me, he yelled. So it is just as well that the soul will be left with an intact body, leaving him with a full stomach. Then, the divine sense after falling into Su Changxian's mouth was completely lost. Apparently, it did actually get eaten. It was as if, like the demonic power and blood and flesh he had been eaten. None of it had caused any damage to this flower snake whatsoever. Leave. Run away. Otherwise, it might get eaten. Being slowly, little by little, chewed clean. Creepy fear grew in Yusen's heart. Even with the strength he had left, he still far exceeded Su Changxian. The great demon that had been fleeing for thousands of miles seemed to finally come to its senses, dragging its other head that was hanging down and its body that was littered with blood puddles, twisting its head and fleeing. Trying to run? No way. Usagi Shan's heart gave out. But Su Changxian was unwilling to let him go. Su Changxian immediately chased after him, performing his battle technique and uttering a bite that wouldn't let go, and then suck and swallow hard, devouring the demonic power of a great demon tear as well as flesh and blood. The feeling of growing strength is truly addictive. Even if Wu Shan's demonic power erupted and the mad dragon swung its tail, throwing him out, he would still immediately whisk him on regardless of his injuries. Soon, on the body of the great demon, there were tens of pounds of flesh missing again. Suddenly, Su Changxian sensed a strong force arriving instantaneously. Then a voice with doubt and surprise was heard coming. He was in the middle of a death bite on Yusen's tail when his heart palpitated. Could it be that this two-headed poisonous python has a companion? Chapter 62, Surprise. A pinch. Boo. Click. In an instant, a figure arrived close by. It was almost the instant Su Changxian noticed it. He raised his hand in midair and exerted a surge of demonic power, condensing a raised hand. It pinched the neck of the two-headed blackwater poison python, ripped off its head. 2. Then a little finger pinched a hand sign, and drew out the soul of Wushan, and confined it. Then, the head of the python was taken, and still returned to the body of the python. Quick, easy, smooth, ruthless. Understatement. From start to finish, there was no exhibition, too many mana fluctuations. In the last instant, the great demon Wushan, who was still able to lift Su Changxian off the ground with a single tail, just like that, without a sound, lost his 2 snake heads. The soul was taken. It's too fast. It's too strong. Even Yusen's chest, raised by swimming, remained erect after the head was removed. Gulp. Su Changxian witnessed it with his own eyes and was staggered in his heart. Was this the strength of a demon general in its heyday? A great demon in front of him was nothing more than a handful to be crushed to death. Although this great demon had reached the end of his strength, he was a genuine great demon realm, still stronger than yourself. The point of arrogance that had risen in Wushan was immediately crushed by this palm. It was also because it was so surprising that I couldn't help but suck in a breath and swallow hard. However, he forgot that he was still holding the snake's tail of Yusen. So this mouthful, mixed with the saliva of demonic power and demon blood, choked him to the point that he erupted, with a violent cough. Ahem! Ahem! General Yu? Su Changxian? The person who came was none other than General Yu, who was dressed in brocade. The impression that this demon general gave Su Changxian was that he was unassuming in appearance, preferred brocade clothing, was generous, and handled things fairly and reasonably. I did not expect the original so decisive, acting so ruthless and dry. With the scene just now, Su Changxian couldn't help but look at General Yu a little more differently, and the way General Yu looked at him was even stranger. This will pursue this poisonous python for several days. I did not expect that he fell into your hands. Mouth. He shot a few glances at Su Changxian, and then at the dead through and through Wushan. There were quite a few bloody holes gnawed out of the two-headed poison python's body. Just a quick glance told me that, at least, being without the little half of the meat, I think it all went into the belly of the water-avoiding snake in front of me. I couldn't help but look at Su Changxian again with quite a bit of surprise. Your cultivation has progressed, but it's also so fast. It was still only the 6th rank in the ring, but now that only a year has passed, it has actually been promoted to the 8th rank. Saying that, seeing that Su Changxian was still holding Wushan's tail and not letting go, he added, to be able to gnaw a great demon realm's existence into this, it is evident that your battle prowess, too, is extraordinary. Ha! Su Changxian's heart was shocked and he hurriedly loosened his mouth. General, this is fighting your great demon. Can't we eat his flesh? He just wanted to. Before General you took away Wushan's flesh. Sneakily shiver all the meat from this great demon's tail. Anyway, the two-headed black water python was not like this, so there was no need to hide it. This was all good stuff that could be refined into blood chi and enhanced cultivation strength. One more bite is earned. Of course, in order not to reveal his entire base card, he resisted the temptation to suck and extract the demonic power of Wushan. But now General Yu's words made him a little flustered. Thinking about the system hint, the reason why Yusen was being hunted down with a bounty, it seemed to be, he devoured his fellow clan members to cultivate? Then he wouldn't have violated some taboo of the demon race by eating Yusen's meat, would he? No harm done. General Yu dispelled his misgivings. Wushan has been designated by the demon cultivator as an evil demon expulsion, and all the demon race can hunt and prey on them as much as they want. In reality, compared to the reward of a middle-grade spirit stone, Wushan's black water poison python of the great demon realm, its own value, was the key to getting the great demons, and even the demon generals, to make a move. If it wasn't for the demonic pills on Wushan's body, as well as his own magic treasure, all of which had been destroyed by the guards under the demonic waiter, he wouldn't have been able to escape from Mount Luyang at all. With only a physical body left, that would be worth a lot less. At least it wasn't worth a trip for the demon general. What's more, chasing across the compound, one would have to share the profits with the other demon generals. The flesh of a great demon wasn't worth laboring 2 demon generals to make a move. Even General Yu himself wasn't really into it. If it wasn't for his duty and someone witnessing Wushan coming straight to Mount Luyang, he wouldn't have had to delay these few days and not be able to cultivate in peace. So now that Usagi-shan is dead, he's in a good mood. Then he waved his hand at Su Changxian and said, since it was your discovery of this Wushan's trail and your entanglement with it that caused this general to slay this evil demon, then this physical body of his will be yours. Because of his gongfu cultivation, He loved spirit fruits and plants more than blood food. Furthermore, having been chewed to this state, it would be better to be generous and just give it to this flower snake. Many thanks, General Yu. Su Changxian heard and hurriedly thanked and responded. With the flesh of the black water poison python, the 10 million blood chi he had consumed out might be able to make up for it. General Yu is indeed fair in his dealings. This is what you deserve, so there is no need to thank me. But this general has a word to remind you. General Yu was just about to walk away, but then stopped in his tracks. Turning back to Su Changxian, he said, "You and other snakes and pythons have the problem of devouring your own kind to cultivate. However, not only is this not the right way to cultivate, it is also forbidden by the laws of the demon race. You need to keep that in mind and not offend." "Thank you, General, for informing me. We know that, and we will certainly not disobey." These words were not spoken by Su Changxian. He was just about to open his mouth when a woman's voice responded first for him. As he spoke, the woman's figure came through the forest, appeared in front of the two. Behind her, there was a white snake. "Ling Xiao has met General Yu. Ling Yun has met General Yu." A man and a snake, bowing first, greeted the demon general in mid-air. "There's no need to be so polite." General Yu waved his hand as his gaze swept over Ling Yunzi and eventually landed on Ling Xiao. The eyes twitched slightly. The female demon that had just transformed into a form was tall, with an extraordinary temperament and a pretty face. But it was not this that caught his attention. "By Ling Xiao, was it you who crossed the transformation thunder tribulation a few days ago?" Back to the general. "Exactly. This general is aware of your transformation." General Yu smiled and nodded. "But I didn't expect that not only did you perfectly transform into a form, but you even manifested your own vestments. Not bad, not bad. Congratulatory. Cultivate well. This general is looking forward to the day you become a great demon." "Thanks for the compliment, General," Ling Xiao said. "I will live up to the general's expectations." "Good. And you guys?" General Yu turned his gaze, again, to Su Changxian and Lin Jianzi. "You too. Since you were able to make such great progress in your cultivation in just a short period of time, you might as well soar a little higher. Cultivate to the 9th rank as soon as possible and break through to the great demon realm." He could see that the white snake's cultivation, too, was on the verge of being promoted to an 8th order demonic beast. More and more, I feel that the family surnamed White, who avoided water snakes, had some interesting things to say. Originally, they were intent on doing so, but now that they saw that they were indeed capable, they didn't mind mentioning a few more things. "If within 3 years, any of you, can achieve the great demon realm," General Yu laughed with deep meaning in his voice, "perhaps, this general can let you catch a good chance." "A chance? What chance?" Su Changxian stretched his neck. Chapter 63. What chance? "I know. 3 miles further on, there are nameless peaks. For the best place for spiritual veins within the limits of this place." General Yu, however, did not continue to talk about the matter of chance that he mentioned, and instead said, "If you trust this general, why don't you choose that place as the location of your cave?" He expected Su Changxian to come over. He should also be here for the purpose of searching for spirit veins to open up a cave. Simply did another favor and pointed out, directly, the exact location, so that they can go straight to explore a bit, and also to avoid still have to spend effort to find. After saying that, he instructed that he should cultivate well, and then he turned around and performed the method of Tang Yun and left. The heart said, "You don't need to hammer a loud drum." Being able to take a surname for their own family, and each taking a name with a good meaning, and doing things in a rather organized manner, it was different from ordinary demonic beasts in general. Even more so, he was able to understand and cultivate the art of magic clothes when he was in his transformed form. With his words at this level, the 3 demons should be able to understand them. "What chance? Why don't you just leave without saying anything?" Whether others understood or not, Su Changxian didn't quite know. Looking at General Yu's back as he left, he was a bit confused. However, it was not the time to talk about this for the time being, as he lowered his head and took a bite of Yusin's tail, swallowing the demonic power in a big gulp, while not forgetting to ask, "Ling Xiao, Yunzi, why have you rushed here?" There was a considerable distance between this place and the Spirit Vein Cave. Although the battle with the great demon Wushan had made quite a commotion under his deliberate efforts, it should not have been perceived by Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's cultivation levels. Furthermore, from Wu Shan's intention to attack him, to the two of them engaging in battle, to General Yu's arrival, not much time had actually passed. It was just a long process for him because it was too dangerous. How did the two get here so fast? Just a little slower than General Yu. Nothing happened at home, right? There is nothing going on at home. Ling Xiao frowned at him. It was the great sage who ran off and summoned Cat 19's red-winged bird brother and had it come to the spirit mansion to report the news. The great sage? Su Chengxian then realized that he had been too involved in both fighting with Wu Shan to notice the great sage's whereabouts. Hurrying to ask, "Is the great sage alright?" "It's fine. Unharmed," Ling Xiao said. "On the contrary, it's you. Why are you hurt so badly?" Wu Shan, who had his neck pinched and his head twisted and had multiple bloody holes bitten into his body, undoubtedly died a very miserable death. But Su Chengxian didn't look any better. The large and small wounds on his body, even if they were locked in time by the tumbling blood qi and no longer bled, the blood that spewed out at the time of the injury still stained the snake's body. By now it had turned into a dark red scab of blood, especially by the teeth of the two-headed black water poison python. The places pierced and penetrated. The skin was split open and still glowing with a dark green ghostly aura. It's obviously poisoned. "I'm fine. None of it is fatal. I'll be fine after a nap." Su Chengxian took the time to look up and said. He wasn't giving the two men a break, but it was true. The natural aptitude of devouring and transforming blood was still in the process of being promoted. The benefits from this are still growing. A slight tingle could already be felt where the venom had been injected. This meant that he was likely even able to refine the toxin. Moreover, the gushing and flying blood qi was driving the toxins away and removing them. Overall, not much of a problem. Otherwise, could he still be so at ease, swallowing blood and demonic power in large mouthfuls? This two-headed black water poison python is the great demon Wu Shan who fled? Ling Yunzi, on the other hand, swam to the side of Wu Shan's head and shook his head slightly after checking it out. God's soul is not there. The demon pills are gone too. The unicorn horn on top of the black water poison python's head was even gone. Thinking about it, I know that if those things are still there, he won't be able to escape here. Ling Xiao said. That's what they figured out on the way here. When they heard the transmission, the two knew instantly that it was bad. Guessing that Su Chengxian was possibly on his way to search for a spirit vein, he bumped into the great demon Wu Shan, who had been placed a bounty and was being chased all the way here. Snake python has the vice of devouring its own kind, because the bloodline of the same family is similar, and devouring each other, on the growth of blood energy demon power, to enhance the strength of the bloodline, with other races, incomparable benefits. That's why Su Chengxian is dangerous. Usama was trying to eat him up. The difference between an 8th-order demonic beast and a great demon was too great. So panic and rush over. I didn't expect that in the end. It was you who ate him. Ling Zhao's eyelids couldn't help but jump as he said this. This guy, Su Chengxian, was really eccentric. This large amount of hardy, devouring the great demon's flesh and blood, surprisingly didn't have any abnormal reactions. She even sensed that some of the demonic power was swallowed together. Old ghost, you seem to have gotten stronger again. Ling Yunzi swam over and couldn't help but speak. At first they all thought that even if they got to the place, they might not even find the remains of the flower snake. It was only when he was halfway there and heard that there was still movement that it suddenly occurred to him that Usagi-shan might have suffered a serious injury during his escape, and his strength was far from what it used to be. However, they still felt that Su Chengxian would be in a bad way. As a result, looking at all the bloody holes in the twin-headed poison python in front of him, as well as the large flower snake that was feasting on it, it was clear that something had happened in the middle of the battle. Ling Yunzi was a little glad that he hadn't transformed into a form yet, otherwise it is not even known the face of this matter. What kind of expression should be put on the appropriate expression? It's gotten a little stronger. Su Chengxian acknowledged with a nod. You guys didn't see it. It was too dangerous just now. Luckily, in times of crisis, my natural aptitude has become stronger again. As Su Chengxian spoke, he cut off a piece of Wu Shan's tail and gnawed it clean, and then it wasn't going to be eaten again. Full. You can bring it back as reserve food. The flesh of a great demon can be stored for several years without breaking down. Eat when you wake up and are hungry. More cost effective. Let's go back first. Or should we check out the mountain general you mentioned? He asked. Go back. You have to nurse your wounds. Ling Xiao immediately said. The mountain is there. It can't run away. Since it is General Yu's own words, it is considered that the report has been finalized. It doesn't matter if you watch it or not. When we get Cat 19 to run and sit down on the marker tomorrow, we can get to work on the cave. So there's no point in carrying around an injury and having to check it out. Alright, then let's go back. Su Chengxian nodded as he listened. Ling Xiao was unable to recover his snake body for the time being, so he joined Ling Yunzi in dragging Wu Shan's physical body back. As he walked, he said, I'm also unlucky this time. Such a big place. How come I've stumbled upon it? It was probably a given that you would run into him, Ling Xiao said as he walked next to the two. General Yu, the demon general, and the two great demons' caves were all on the eastern side of this mountain range. After all, Wu Shan is a big demon. Can escape in the hands of the demon waiter guards? Must be a little skillful means. Must have noticed. So avoid them. Hiding here. Su Changxian only had to keep looking for spirit veins in this direction, and sooner or later, he would stumble upon them. Also, furthermore, Wu Shan is running towards Mount Luyang. He should be trying to escape to the southern mountain continent. Ling Xiao said, that is the land of disorder, where evil demons gather. He is most likely waiting for an opportunity to avoid General Yu. Without a great demon of much value left, the demon general wouldn't be too interested in finding one. These days the big demon didn't find him. If he had patiently for a few more days, he might really have a chance to escape. It was just a pity that he still met Su Changxian and lost all his efforts. So, to put it mildly, he's still more unlucky. Su Changxian felt comfortable in his heart. Serves you right. Who made this one greedy and wanted to eat him? Look at that. You're just a mouthful for me, aren't you? Humph. Then he remembered. Again, the chance that General Yu had mentioned, and asked Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, do you know what this chance refers to? Both men shook their heads. I know, Su Changxian said. Chapter 64, Son-in-law. Son-in-law? You know? Ling Xiao didn't believe it. General Yu didn't make it clear. How did Su Changxian know? Did you hear it from somewhere else? How would you know? Ling Yunzi didn't believe it either. Within the entire cave, Flower Snake went out the least. Where can you know more than they do? That was known in a previous life? From the two men's observation of Su Changxian, this fellow knew very little about the affairs of the demon race. It makes no sense to be partial to knowing about this one. I really know. In between his words, Su Changxian couldn't help but nibble another bite of the great demon Du's blood and flesh, swallowing it down before continuing. Although it's a guess, it's definitely not far from 8 or 9. Oh, so sure? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. Why don't you tell me? The chance that General Yu is talking about is most likely whichever strong person from the demon race is recruiting his son-in-law. Recruitment? Recruitment? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were both stunned. Do you have a basis for such a judgment? Of course. Su Changxian angled his head. Am I that credulous person? For that, no one refuted when he finished. Apparently, in the eyes of those two, he was. All right, I admit to speaking a bit casually at times. Su Changxian thought for a moment. But this time, I'm sure I guessed correctly. Ling Xiao, think carefully. What did General Yu say before he talked about chance? Speaking of your and Ling Zhao's cultivation, Ling Zhao's memory was good. She remembered that it was talking about encouraging the two of them to cultivate to the 9th rank as soon as possible, and then break through to the great demon realm. That's right. Su Changxian nodded. General Yu first praised Ling Xiao, but did not mention the chance. Now that you have perfectly transformed into a form, according to common sense, you will definitely advance to the great demon realm before the two of us. If this chance could have landed on Ling Xiao, General Yu would have encouraged her directly. But then he named Ling Xiao and me, and said things like, you wait for two. Su Changxian grinned. So yeah, this chance, is it possible that it's going to land on one of the two of us? Once this was said, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi went back to review the party and couldn't help but realize that he had made a few valid points. General Yu's words did seem to imply that the prerequisite for obtaining the opportunity was for one of Ling Xiao and the others to reach the great demon realm. It's a bit far-fetched to use this to determine the chances recruiting a son-in-law. Ling Yunzi said, which is far-fetched. Su Changxian grunted and laughed. Oh old brother, if there's anything that you and I can do that Ling Xiao can't, old me can only think of such a thing, to some powerful man as a son-in-law? It's the daughter of a powerful man who is pregnant. Although reluctant, Ling Yunzi had to admit that Su Changxian was right. There is a unique aura about the Empress that is hard to define simply as male or female. Cover up and dress up as a man if she wants. I'm afraid that there will be quite a few strong demon clan members who are willing to recruit him as a son-in-law. Humph. That is. Ling Xiao raised the corner of his mouth. Even though she was the Empress, and had seen countless people groveling before her with extreme compliments, there were very few men that would admit it so openly. Admit that she's awesome. Some people, no matter what on the surface, would secretly still think that a woman achieving the imperial throne was just a fluke. Normally, when one reaches the great demon realm, they should also take shape. Su Changxian continued. This should be the minimum standard for recruiting a son-in-law among the demon race, right? Indeed. Ling Yunzi nodded. The gap between a 9th-ranked demonic beast and a great demon was the difference between a demonic beast and a demon race. And once one accepts Su Chengxian's claim, one can look back and speculate and realize that it makes complete sense. The demon race seems to be in the habit of recruiting son-in-laws. Ling Xiao said. She hadn't thought about it before. At this time, it was discovered that the so-called chance was most likely what General Yu knew, that a certain powerful person would be choosing a son-in-law for his daughter within 3 years. However, I remembered that the demon race recruits son-in-laws. Ling Xiao paused and looked at Ling Yunzi. This seat has also heard that the recruitment of a son-in-law by a strong demon race member is similar to the recruitment of a door-to-door son-in-law by the human race. Ling Yunzi nodded. Ha! Su Chengxian was dumbfounded. A son-in-law? Nice guy. A flunky. This he knew. I heard that you have to work as a cow in your daughter-in-law's house, be called around, and have children who don't take your name. And when he was beaten and scolded to death, all he had to do was pay his parents some money. In ancient times it was a pariah status. Other than the last one, how is it different from a woman marrying? Ling Xiao seemed surprised. Why are you making such a fuss? The article on pariah status is also a defense against a flunky who doesn't do what he's told. After all, men are stronger than women. The son-in-law, in addition to the poor family, cannot survive. To find a solid family to live, or some people in order to get ahead, to the big family to join the family. Not bad. Ling Yunzi nodded. If you don't want to, just don't agree. Since ancient times, there have been many forced marriages of women, but very few forced marriages of son-in-laws. Recruitment is all about having children. How can you put pants on you and have them taken off at will? Su Chengxian looked at Ling Yunzi with a confused expression. Old brother. You this? Forget it. Why are you so shocked? What this seat said, did it not come out right? Ling Yunzi was puzzled. Even if you are a flunky, what's the harm? In this world, where is it not that the strongest man reigns supreme? A mere flunky status won't hinder my seat's path to the green clouds. Is that right? For a Dao Lord to say this was overly naive, and it was clear that he hadn't gone through the world. Su Chengxian glanced at him. Older brother, your words are a bit full out. If you meet a tigress in the future, she will take you as her son-in-law, beat you up and force you to give birth to 17 or 18 children. Let's see if you can still talk about this kind of sarcasm. Not to mention that this is in the demon race. Ling Yunzi continued. They are different from the human race. The demon race didn't have that much red tape. The idea of propriety and honor. What a flunky. A son-in-law at the door. A term that only exists in the earthly realm. Low status and humiliation are even more non-existent. Here in the demon clan, strong men choose their son-in-laws in order to select descendants with good strength and potential to be used by the clan. Being able to be selected, and having to contribute to the family in the future, one was bound to receive the cultivation of a strong person, and the pouring in of their family's cultivation resources. So it's perfectly fine to call it a good chance. Whose last name will that child take? Su Chengxian asked. Whoever is strong follows whoever's surname. Ling Yunzi said indifferently. Nothing wrong with it. Very reasonable. Awesome. Su Chengxian blinked and couldn't help but nibble another bite of python meat. He needs to be pressed. Ha ha, who else's surname does the child take? Ling Xiao laughed. Should the child of Cat 19 have the surname Cat? Cat 19's first name is Cat 19 and it has no last name. It wasn't just the little demons that were like this, but the big demons as well. Just as the wolf green tiger whistle. But according to the prototype of the demon body, their own name. Others don't bother to think about it. And a community just follows someone else's name and comes up with something similar. Most of the time it will be a choice. To follow the name of the strongest. When Wolf Green became a great demon, there were quite a number of young wolf demons within his quarters that also took the word wolf and named themselves after him. For example, Wolf Big Wolf 2. These are already sort of chapter and verse. Many of the names of the demon race were even taken haphazardly. They also have no concept of family bloodline inheritance at all. Got it. Su Chengxian couldn't help but nod his head as he listened. So whoever is strong takes whoever's last name is not wrong at all. Ling Xiao wanted to say that they were not named after wolves, but on second thought, the emergence of human surnames seems to have come about in the same way. In the long run, the Wolf Green clan might just take the name Wolf. In the demon race, usually only the strongest of the demon marshals and above will form a family force and consider passing down their own bloodline. Ling Yunzi also said, that's why there is a son-in-law recruiting process. Oh, so that's it. Su Chengxian took the opportunity to nod his head, nibbled another mouthful of meat and swallowed it with his head tilted back, then asked the two men, so the question is, what do you think? General Yu is trying to get Yunzi to be a house son-in-law to whom? Chapter 65 Ling Yunzi. 8th Order. Big brother. Ling Yunzi looked at him. It's a good time to glance so clean. Okay? What's wrong with that? Su Changxian glared. If you look at big brother's body like mine, can I look good after transforming into my form? Earlier, he was still struggling with what kind of appearance he should take when he took human form. However, when Ling Xiao took shape and saw the Empress appearance, he felt bad. The Empress sister's appearance, and her demon body archetype, gave off a very similar feeling. And his serpentine body, in its current state, how to describe it? It's not an exaggeration to say that it would be very evocative if coiled into a ball and made into an emoji with words. For example, heartbreakingly hugging my chubby self. JPG. Mom, am I eating too fat? JGP. It was now hard for him to imagine what this adorably overstuffed snake body, in human form, would look like. Thinking of this, Su Chengxian couldn't help but nibble another bite of python meat. Little flower. Are you joking or do you really think so? Ling Xiao looked at Su Chengxian with a should I hear what you have to say expression. Regardless of what kind of gong method is practiced, transformation is clearly the external phase of the human body that is condensed with the spirit phase of the divine soul, and the illusion of the human body. What does it have to do with the demonic body phase, and how your demonic body is? If Su Chengxian was a true water-avoiding snake that hadn't seen many human races, he might still be affected by his demonic body, because of looking at his serpentine physical body day in and day out, while in the outer phase of his cohesive human body, a bizarre situation occurs, like looking like a snake, or, as he feared, being overly fat, ugly in size, etc. But it's not like the stupid flower snake is a true water-avoiding snake. Do you need to worry about that? Needed. Su Chengxian said. The transformation thunder tribulation was like a very important exam in his case, and his biggest fear was the exam. He gets nervous when he takes a test. When you get nervous, you make mistakes. Must go to the bathroom before the exam, in case the morphing is also strained. Then, unwarranted worries. Ling Yunzi commented on Su Chengxian's worries thus. Ling Xiao still has the strength left under the transformation robbery thunder to visualize his vestments so beautifully. There is not a single bad thing about it, whether it be physical appearance or accessorized clothing. This seat sees that you don't need to dress up like this. Just take on a human form. What's so hard about that? That's right. Ling Xiao also said. Even if you also love beautiful clothes and want to condense your vestments to be gorgeous, it's nothing more than a little more divine sense. So what are you afraid of? The beauty of the vestment does not detract from its effectiveness. This kind of magic treasure that was condensed with the aura of heaven and earth under the demon's transformation thunder tribulation was similar to the companion magic treasure of ancient demons in the ancient times. Ling Xiao's vestments were made by refining the shed snakeskin with her aura. Not only can it be covered over other vestments later to increase the power of defense, you can also take the skin you shed each time and refine it to enhance its power. It is a treasure that can grow with her. I take it you don't want to go and be a door-to-door son-in-law? The style of the vestments was even slightly altered from her previous favorite garment. The end result can be a perfect fit for her, and it didn't go down without a hitch. Therefore, she felt that Su Chengxian's worries had another reason. Don't even know yet. To whom as a door-to-door son-in-law? How can I be afraid? Whoever it's going to be for, you're scared. Don't think we can't see that. And, you must have made some speculations, haven't you? Ling Xiao looked at Su Chengxian and smiled. That means, you still want to fool me? Yeah. Su Chengxian also suddenly reacted and said, I do have some ideas. You guys. He looked at the two men with a look in his eyes that said, if you don't know, I'm going to have to play hard to get. Showing off the old man's ingenuity. What's so hard to guess? Ling Xiao laughed. I've already thought of it. What? Su Chengxian glared. It's not hard to guess? Where it's not hard to guess. He has such good reading comprehension that it was all just guessed. Unico, what do you think? Indeed it is not difficult. Ling Yunzi said without turning his head. The chance that General Yu is talking about. If it is a son-in-law, then the one who chooses his son-in-law will definitely be a senior from the same clan as the snake python in 9 out of 10 cases. Or, it's directly the same water-avoiding snake clan. Can it be right? How did you guys guess? Same race. Better to have children. Ling Xiao said. Thanks for the reminder. Between demon clans, 2 parents out of the same clan are more likely to have children with a good bloodline. Since the choice of a son-in-law is for the purpose of passing on the bloodline, this is certainly a key thing to consider. TSK. Su Chengxian was a little frustrated. A female emperor and a Dao ancestor. It was really difficult to pretend in front of these two. His strength compared to these two is in his active and unconventional thinking, so it's possible to find a certain entry point from an angle they wouldn't expect. But once he stated the entry point, these two were able to quickly get more answers with their insight and eyesight. But fortunately, above strength, he was still the strongest. One more nibble of python meat. Gotta stay ahead of the curve. I'm going to bed. Although Su Changxian was injured and still dragging the flesh of a great demon, the three of them were not slow and soon returned to the Spirit Vein Cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he opened his mouth. MS. By Xiao Chui is practicing, so don't disturb her. Letting her know about the injury must have worried her. These are flesh wounds of mine. I'll sleep for 10 days and half a month and I'll be almost healed. So I'll tell her then. Good thing too. The other two had no objections. Then they each returned to the cave hall. Su Changxian wandered over to the place where he often slept, plopped down on the ground, and coiled his body and closed his eyes. Within moments, he fell into a deep sleep. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Congratulations to the host. The avatar talent of devouring and transforming blood has been successfully promoted to devouring and refining. +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. He's too tired, both physically and mentally. They had been depleted in a great battle with Yusin. This sleep was the passage of 3 days. On this day, waking up from sleep, he happened to hear the prompt of the successful promotion of the talented avatar. At the same time, it was also sensed that there was a fluctuation of mana that came from within the cave next door. Couldn't help but sweep his divine sense. Ling Yunzi? The mana fluctuations came from within the cave where Ling Yunzi was. This guy, 8th order? Jia. This seat has been promoted to the 8th rank. Ling Yunzi's laughter, which he hadn't seen for a long time, at this time, also came over. Ha! Su Changxian smiled, thinking, older Downlord brother has finally reached the 8th rank as well. The next step is to hit the 9th rank. The old man must be there first. It was at this moment that Wolf Green's voice came from outside their cave. Su Changxian, are you there? Chapter 66, Can I swallow this spirit stone? Wolf Green's arrival wasn't for anything beside the point. It was coming to hand over a medium-grade spirit stone to Su Changxian. The other thing was to inquire with him if Ling Yunzi knew how to concoct formation pills. If there was a refined transformation pill that was available for sale, he could do it on his behalf. This time, he would escort the spirit stones to the city where Marshal Fu Li was located. The demon race spoke directly to each other, and he told the few people, according to the usual practice, with the help of the name of the resident demon general, anything that goes out of the way will have to draw a 20% share, but Su Changxian and the others could not have to come out. Just leave the sale to him. Of course, the price will never be a disadvantage to them. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi looked at each other and nodded in response. Selling pills with the help of General Yu's name. There was at least one demon general endorsing the pills, which saved a lot of trouble. Many elixir stores would, for some reason, not accept elixirs of unknown origin. How to trade spirit pills within the demon clan, they are not very clear, and they can't make a trip thousands of miles away. At present, teaching Wolf Green to maneuver is the most stable and provincial. The fact that General Yu was able to send this one mid-grade spirit stone proves that he is not a rat-eyed, insatiable person. When Wolf Green was gone, Ling Xiao laughed. In other words, this demon general did not, for the time being, have the idea of exhausting himself? Or maybe it's that we're not worth it and he's breaking the rules. Ling Yunzi said, killing demonic beasts under one's command at will, especially high-ranked demonic beasts with potential, was strictly prohibited. If General Yu made a move against them, in the next instant, all the demonic beasts here would run clean. As for the existence that had already become a demon general, even if he ate these demonic beasts, it would not be very beneficial to his cultivation progress. Instead, the gains outweigh the losses. More than their flesh and blood, General Yu needed superior battle techniques that boosted their battle power. Techniques, divine powers, and spirit pills that boosted their cultivation, as well as the opportunity to gain more bloodline heritage. Every once in a while, the demon clan had a bloodline inheritance secret realm open. To qualify for entry into it, one needed the recommendations of the demon marshals, as well as the support of the demon candidates of the king's city. I'm afraid that this was also the reason why General Yu wanted them to advance to Great Demon as soon as possible to catch up with the so-called chance. I didn't expect that we would guess correctly. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. She might not be that clear about the demon race, but after all, She was someone who had been an empress for a dynasty. And General Yu couldn't hide this thought from her. The resident demon generals were like local officials. The strongest, then, are the high officials and marquises of that dynasty. To climb up the ladder, especially to climb into a close relationship. Gift giving is the next book. Why? Ling Yunzi wondered. It's not good to just give gifts. It's not good to give less. And those who can't give gifts are still prone to accidents and trouble. Although Ling Xiao had never given a gift, she had seen too many people receiving them. And then, there's the fact that you have to take sides. Give a gift plus stand in line and you're on your own. But it's not enough. Everyone knows that the good stuff has to be reserved for your own family. One of the easiest paths to maneuver in order to become a self-made family member is through marriage. Nepotism. But we have neither bloodline affinity nor similar closeness with General Yu. Ling Yunzi said. Among the clans, there is also a struggle for the power of interests. Never been involved, but have been a spectator countless times. So what Ling Xiao said, he had seen similar scheming, and in order to be joined in marriage, one needs a close descendant, either biological or heirloom. Anymore, it should be from within their own family. You can't just pull someone from the sphere of influence and tie the knot. No? Think again. Ling Xiao lifted his chin, signaling him to look at the medium-grade spirit stone in Su Changxian's hand. Medium spirit stones, roughly red, it's in the lower class. However, for them, such a piece was enough for one of the several people to cultivate to the 9th rank. With their feats, and their utilization of aura, it wasn't difficult. Nodding with favor? Ling Yunzi realized. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. When we walk out from Mount Luyan later, there will be a natural alliance between us and General Yu. Walking in this world, who doesn't have a human condition? What's more, wherever you are within a power, there will be an interest involved in factions entangled. It's not even possible to go it alone until the individual is, well, strong enough to challenge the rules and flip the table. Borrowing is inevitable. Just as we are now. Don't we need General Yu's help to get through the joints and sell spirit pills to buy magic weapons? Ling Xiao mentioned the idea of asking Wolf Green to help find protective artifacts, or refining spirit materials. The other party agreed with alacrity. It also complimented Ling Yunzi very much. Is your majesty deliberately revealing what this seed is capable of? Humph. Show your skills, or let General Yu put down more money to pull it together. Ling Xiao said with a smile. If General Yu wants their family to send out people to climb up the ranks of the powerful, can't they give them more favors? It was also to make the other party more convinced that they could advance to the great demon realm within 3 years. 1 medium-grade spirit stone. That's a generous offer. No less. But it's a bounty on Usama from above. The two-headed poison python was killed by General Yu, but the reward also had a share of the stupid flower snake. It might be an understatement to say a smoothie, but it's not much of a stretch to say it's valued. Just wait. Wolf Green is bound to have more to show when he sees that you've been promoted to the 8th rank. Not necessarily. Su Changxian, who had been looking at the medium-grade spirit stone and hadn't said anything, spoke up. General Yu isn't a demon general who needs to show us goodwill and use it to make friends with the strong. What makes you say that? He's strong. Very strong. Su Changxian said. I've seen him strike. In the past few days, while he was asleep, he had repeatedly thought back to the previous battle and came to the conclusion that General Yu was very strong. For him to be stationed at the edge of the mountain range, his own strength must rank high amongst the demon generals. Ling Xiao nodded. I heard from Cat 19 that General Yu was promoted to Demon General 10 years ago, and under the account of Demon Commander Fu Li, his ranking can be in the top 3, and it's only been a year since he practiced. It was also with this strength and a long lifespan still to come that he would give a medium-grade spirit stone, just as he said. A demon general who occupies a place as a minor demon king of this garrison. Wushan was killed by his hand, leaving this bounty on the table, and telling it like it is, giving Su Changxian a waiver of 3 months of offerings. Those who do not speak up, not only do they not have to give something, but they can also say, I will give a favor and not expect to be repaid. After all, it wasn't like outsiders knew what was going on at the time, nor did they know how good Su Changxian's battle prowess was. Most would have thought that if the demon general hadn't appeared, he would have had to be swallowed into his stomach by Wu Shan. But it's also that I'm thinking poorly. Demon generals were different from ordinary human officials. After all, cultivators are mostly arrogant, and demon cultivators are even more unruly. With his own strength, I'm afraid he doesn't need to pull anyone in. As long as there's a reason to hook up with a strong person, you'll be taken seriously. So, it's better to say it's a gesture of goodwill than an unspoken deal. The exchange was for Su Changxian and the others, who were willing to come and be the cause of this. Even helping them sell spirit pills and promising to buy body protection magic weapons was more like a goodwill boost. If that's the case, then this medium-grade spirit stone will be enough, Ling Xiao said rather regretfully. This means that the latter will not receive any more favors from the demon general. In addition, a kindly lift is, for them, instead something that must be reciprocated. So it's going to be a no? Of course, no. Can I take this thing and just swallow it? Su Changxian looked at the medium-grade spirit stone and suddenly ventured out. It startled Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. What did you say? Are you crazy? Chapter 67 Too weak? Too slow? I think you are too indebted. I'm not crazy. It's just that I feel I'm a bit weak. Su Changxian sighed. I can't even defeat a half-crippled great demon, and I'm still in such a sorry state. And I also feel that the cultivation is too slow. Weak? Too slow? Ling Xiao was speechless to the extreme. You've only been cultivating for a few years? A full count is only 2 years. From an ordinary water-avoiding snake, promoting an 8th order demonic beast doesn't count. But he also fought a battle with a great demon. Weak? Slow? Do you know how long it takes for a beast with an ordinary bloodline to be fortunate enough to cultivate into a demonic beast? Ling Yunzi said. At least 10 years of work. 10 years is also the stage when the beast's blood is at its peak. When you become a low-ranked demonic beast, you step into the path of cultivation. Not only do you have to be able to live, but you have to live well to have that chance. In the northern wasteland mountain range, there are countless beasts that die every day. After becoming a demonic beast, one advances to the high rank within 20 years before having the chance to impact the 9th rank. That means that it would take 20 or 30 years for everything to go right. Of course, among the demon race, the bloodline inheritance determines the cultivation potential and speed. And there are also beasts that will encounter all sorts of chances. It's not non-existent for chi to be added to the body to run into strange encounters. But it was absolutely impossible to be like them and advance to the 8th rank in 2 years. And that's just too slow when it comes to the ugly flower snake's mouth. Old man, you're sleep deprived, aren't you? Ling Xiao had the heart to slap him to wake him up, saying you're weak, and putting me and Dao Juan's younger brother on the spot. But Wu Shan, he was pinched to death by General Yu. Su Changxian hadn't been able to resist remembering that General Yu had pinched Wu Shan to death. The more I think about it, the more I think it's too strong. Then, one can't help but feel weak. The stimulus is that it tends to stimulate greed. As the saying goes, the heart is not enough to swallow the snake. He was a man before, and now he's a snake, and he's got both. It gave a boost, and the salty fish lying flat wanted to roll over and rise up a bit. Of course, this rise is likely not to last long. Sleeping to raise his blood was the only way he could have the confidence to hold on. Therefore, Su Changxian didn't even move to cultivate, thinking that there was some kind of quick pass, such as swallowing a medium-grade spirit stone or something, to quickly raise his strength. Is it really impossible to swallow? He said undeterred. My battle power is even weaker than Wu Shan. General Yu used one palm to pinch him to death. Pinching me is estimated to be enough for 3 fingers. I really want to cultivate even faster. On the surface, he was talking to Ling Xiao and the others, but in reality, he was asking the system. The system was silent and did not respond. No response. Just no. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, at his words, were also silent for a while. Unlike the system, though, it was as if there was some sort of deafening cussing in the silence between the two of them. Su Changxian was wise enough to shield his heart immediately. As long as Lao Fu can't hear me, you guys can't scold me. But he forgot that these two could still talk. Old devil, you're deliberately making me unhappy, aren't you? Ling Xiao hugged his chest and frowned. Otherwise, how about a fight? Su Changxian glanced at her, thinking, you can't beat me. But he's not healed yet. Not wanting to worry Jade or completely piss off her Empress sister, she didn't say anything. Even if Wu Shan's strength is severely compromised, he is still a genuine great demon. Flesh strength and battle power. It's right there. As powerful as Ling Xiao is, it's hard to tell anything from his snake face. Still continuing, isn't it only natural that you, an 8th rank demonic beast, are weaker than him? The path of cultivation is all getting more and more difficult. However, the demonic beasts that had been promoted to the higher ranks would soon realize that the promotions before the 8th rank were far from being comparable to the ones after that, and that feeling will stay with them. If they have a chance to go all the way, the hurdles will always be there and become increasingly insurmountable. The 8th to 9th order is the first hurdle. 9th order to transformation is the second hurdle. Successfully crossing the 2 hurdles and transforming into a demon within 10 years could be considered a leader amongst the demon race, and there was a 90% chance that it would be reduced to flying dust under the thunderbolt. Human cultivation. 2. Ling Yunzi said, a normal 9th rank, accumulating demonic power to transform into a form, would be more than just 10 years, and if within 50 years, one can cultivate from a great demon to the demon general realm, one can be called a heavenly pride among the demon race. The difference in the degree of difficulty between the two can be imagined. General Yu has only been cultivated into a demon general for 60 years, so it is evident that his natural talent is indeed extraordinary. The bottom line of Wushan was something they had gotten to know well in the past few days. The 2-headed poison python has been cultivating for 80 years and is at the late stage of the great demon realm's cultivation strength. Ling Xiao paused when he said this. What she wanted to say was that Wushan had good natural talent, and was confident in his own strength when he dared to have the heart to flee to the southern continent. Not to mention, to cross the endless sea. Even if he was crippled, Su Chengxian was able to stay alive in front of him, and even took advantage of the fight that had come and gone. This is already strong. Therefore, this is just a matter of strength and strength, so there is no need to feel sorry for yourself here. However, when the words came out of her mouth, her eyes narrowed and turned into General Yu nowadays. I'm afraid that he's reached the middle to late stage of the demon general realm. That's why it was so easy to kill Usama. It seems that he has the intention to impact the demon commander realm within 100 years. It is with this goal that one needs the help of a strong man to gain more chances. Sure has some luck. General, you didn't know that they were at the bottom of the list. What's more, whether or not they would succeed in advancing to the 9th order was, in the eyes of outsiders, an unknowable matter. You guys won't let General Yu down, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Within 3 years, this seat will be able to transform. Ling Yunzi said. He was convinced of this. I'm not sure. Su Chengxian said. Not necessarily? Then how long do you have to advance to the 9th rank? Hey, it's estimated to be more than 9 months. Su Chengxian replied in frustration. He had spent millions of blood qi to promote his talent, and the pace of advancing to the 9th rank would have to be delayed. With Yusen's flesh to refine, it was estimated that it would take more than 9 months. Only then can you sleep to the 9th degree. Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi, one man, one snake, turned around and walked away, each back to the cave. Over 9 months? The fact that Su Chengxian could accurately say it meant that he could definitely be 9th rank during this period. Otherwise, if you don't have this certainty, when expressing yourself, even if you don't intentionally blur it, you will only be like Ling Xiao saying when he will break through to the great demon realm. Using some terms such as within a year, or within a year or two, none of them could be sure that they would be able to advance to the 9th rank within 9 months. In that case, what's the point of wasting your breath with this guy here? Extra! Hurry back and practice. The novel was downloaded via the open source, free Starstring downloader developed by Star Summit. If you obtained the novel file through a proxy download and the merchant did not provide the source code or open source address of the software, please refund and report the merchant immediately. Author email, Shing_YV@Outlook. Author QQ20175937110. Official QQ Exchange Group 149050832. Official TG Exchange Group, https://t. me/FQTool. Chapter 68. But hurry up, or this won't fit me. Hey, how come you're leaving? Su Chengxian blinked. You were talking a good game just now. Why are you just leaving? What's the hurry? What's so urgent? Or is it just that they don't like it when the old man talks? But he didn't say anything. He was telling the truth. Never mind. I'll go too. Go back to bed. Hurry up and upgrade to the 9th order. It was only when he was promoted to a 9th ranked demonic beast that he could know the conditions required to cultivate to the next stage. Su Chengxian pondered as he swam around. He could gain 10 million blood qi in about 4 months now. The grades of demonic beasts were promoted from low to high, and the amount of blood qi required for each grade was much higher than the previous grade. By a lot. Nearly doubled. The amount of blood qi needed to advance to the next realm after raising to the 9th rank wouldn't be more than 50 million. Would it? That's a lot of sleeping. For almost 20 months. Count the time you had to wake up in between. I'm afraid it would be close to 2 years of light. TSK. Su Chengxian was indifferent. He was just a little worried about Ling Yunzi. Transformation within 3 years. Will Yunzi be able to do it? Thinking of this, he looked at the I-grade spirit stones. After thinking about it, he decided not to use it until the 9th rank. After the promotion of the natural aptitude, between breaths, the speed at which the blood qi refines the aura and raises the divine soul realm has increased again compared to before. but he doesn't practice feats. If a spirit stone couldn't be swallowed, it couldn't be refined using the innate aptitude, so it would have to be broken to allow the aura to spill out. It was incorporated into the body with the breath and slowly refined by the blood qi. Or, I swallow it in one big gulp? The corners of Su Chengxian's mouth twitched. A large, thick, flowery snake, with bulging eyes and a large mouth, kept sucking air into its mouth and swallowing it. The picture is so beautiful and very stupid. It's also wasteful. It's a waste of spirit stones and a waste of sleep. It would be better to give Ling Xiao alive Ling Yunzi and let the two trade for something else. For example, the elixir. Ling Xiao has already perfectly transformed into her form, and judging by her meaning, the great demon realm is just around the corner. That's why he was inclined to give the spirit stones to Elder Daojun. Whatever. Sending a Dao Lord to be a door-to-door son-in-law. This is a hilarious event that old man still wants to see. Had ha. Snake life can not only eat and sleep and eat. Gotta have fun once in a while. Besides, what's the point of always staying in a small mountain valley? Going around the demon race's royal city, he could still open his eyes. Su Chengxian thought. Passing by the cave hall whereby Xiao Chui was, his divine sense was released and he took a look. The great white snake had just been promoted to the 6th rank and was in the process of stabilizing its blood qi and cultivating its demonic power to condense its own demonic pills. Observing the fluctuation of demonic power around it, and the flow of blood-damaged qi, it seemed to be going well. Inside the cave next to her, Didi was asleep. It's gotten a whole lot bigger, with the spirit gathering grass and spirit locking grass on his body. A spirit gathering formation was set up to coalesce the spiritual qi in the cave without dispersing. The aura tumbled and formed a spiritual mist that enveloped it and the spiritual plants on its back. Within it, the great sage was balled up into a furry ball, sitting in the center with his 5 hearts facing the sky, apparently cultivating. 2 more, soaked in animal blood. Planted inside were 2 nimbus flowers, and 2 ghost mushrooms. It hasn't even sprouted yet. The former was a quest reward obtained by urging Ling Xiao to transform into a form, and helping Ling Yunzi to refine pills. The latter, who killed Usama. Although Wu Shan ended up dying at the hands of General Yu, the rewards given by the system were distributed without any discount. Includes refining points. System, all the refinement points, as before, are all directly used to raise the realm. Returning to his cave hall, Su Chengxian mentally moved his mind. Yes, host. Then he closed his eyes and fell asleep. At the same time, activating the innate aptitude that had just completed its promotion, devouring refinement. A familiar white noise rang in his ears. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1. Physical realm +1 +1 +1 +1. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Realm of the divine soul +1 +1 +1 +1. The blood, flesh, and demonic power of Wu Shan had been swallowed and had yet to be fully refined, so the white noise content of the companion sleep has a little more layering. However, this did not affect Su Chengxian's sleep quality. Woohoo! Asterisk 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 asterisk. 10 days later, it was only then that Su Chengxian completely refined the blood, flesh, and demonic power that he had swallowed in his body. During the battle with Wu Shan, taking a long stretch, he realized that the injuries on his body were almost as good. Only the stretching of the body revealed that the cavernous hall seemed to have become narrow again. First of all, spacious cave halls don't get smaller on their own. He stretched out his serpentine tail and tapped the cave wall at the far back rear. Confirmed. And this move, in fact, was completely unnecessary, because he had just used the word again. It meant that this was not the first time he had made this discovery. He, old man, growing up again, hey. Only this time, the interval was a bit short. Great demon, great tonic, wow. Su Chengxian very naturally estimated in his mind how long this cavernous hall would be able to accommodate him if it continued to grow like this. Then draw conclusions. At most, I'll last until the 9th rank, and then I'll have to find another place to live. Thus, he had to consider urging his empress sister to build the cave as soon as possible. At this time, a commotion could be heard outside, which seemed to be a discussion about the construction of the cave. Su Chengxian immediately swam out, ready to participate in the construction of his new home as well. And seeing him appear, Ling Xiao was abruptly startled. What are you doing out here, old man? When Ling Yunzi heard this sound, he whooshed and twisted around, his eyes gleaming as he looked at him. Ha, can't I come out? Su Chengxian froze. What? What happened? Can't he come out? You, promoted to the 9th rank? Ling Xiao asked. Of course not yet, Su Chengxian replied. As soon as he spoke, Several exhalations were heard. A vivid demonstration of what it means to breathe a huge sigh of relief. Nice guy. Su Changxian was instantly delighted. In your eyes, I won't come out of the nest if I don't get promoted, right? How come the old man doesn't know when he set up such a good and strong persona? Look at how scared you guys are. He swung his snake tail, promoting to the 9th rank. How can it be that easy? It's still a long way off. Then you came out to be? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. It wasn't that they were making a fuss. It was this guy, Flower Snake, who had always disliked bothering with other trivialities. All you can think about is sleeping and eating. Eat and sleep. Sleep and eat. Then it was to inform them that the promotion had been successful. At other times, he was nowhere to be seen. I just woke up from my nap and heard you guys say that a new cave is going to be excavated. So I wanted to make a small comment. Su Changxian said. Oh, it's to have your cave. Extraordinarily spacious, right? Ling Xiao laughed. I know in my heart. So don't worry. She then said, Fat Flower Snake. Why did she run out? So that's what this is about. From urging her to take shape, to picking and refining spirit stones and searching for spirit veins, all of them showed unprecedented positivity. For the sake of the future, there would be a large enough cave. Yeah, that's the thing. Su Changxian smiled heatedly. Also, our cave, how long will it take to build it? Well, we'll have to hurry, or we won't be able to fit him in here. Chapter 69 Ninth Order. The cave was completed. It's got to be faster. Ling Xiao couldn't help but nod as he looked at Su Changxian's size and thought back to before. There's also Dai Dai's cave. It has to be bigger as well. She thought of the wind-chasing turtle that didn't have to grow much slower than Su Changxian in terms of size alone. Of course, as an existence that carried the Bai family's spirit plant garden. Soaring in size was not a bad thing. Not only should it be built large, but it should also leave room for expansion in the future. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but speak. No one knew how massive Su Changxian's size would grow to be. The size of the purple gold wind-chasing turtle. Its growth rate also depended on the bloodline inheritance. Building big at this point may not hold up for a few years. Moreover, there is no telling how long it will stay here. Why don't we leave space when we build and dig again when there is not enough? I also mean the same thing. Ling Xiao nodded. That's why I intend to build the cave. Like this, she said with a casual point of her hand, drawing a 5-petaled flower on the ground. Just like this. Around where the spirit vein is, carve out 5 separate caves. The peak above the spiritual vein was in the shape of a lotus flower. Just 7 or 8 petals spread out. Taking 5 of these areas and excavating them, the place is definitely big enough. The rest of the place can be divided among the smaller demons to live. Their family would be cultivation-oriented from now on, and some trivial matters would be left to them. There would have to be a place to put Cat 19 and others. Su Changxian and Ling Yunzi were fine with it. Shouted out by Xiao Chui Dai Dai and Deshang, asked and had to agree. The matter is settled. Everyone went back to their respective cave halls and proceeded to cultivate. This seat almost thought that he had really advanced to the 9th rank. Once Su Changxian left, Ling Yunzi couldn't help but sigh and say, it was clear in his heart that only a dozen days had passed, so how could he be promoted so quickly? Besides, how long has it been since the flower snake was promoted to the 8th rank? But still, I couldn't help but feel my heart skip a beat when I saw him come out. I was also surprised before I reacted. Ling Xiao shook his head slightly. Ling Yunzi and her were both existences that had returned from rebirth and walked to the top of 10,000 people in their previous lives. In his previous life, he was overqualified and the pride of heaven. The path of cultivation is not to say that it has been smooth, but the cultivation enhancement is also beyond the ordinary. In this life, he was a water-avoiding serpent with an ordinary bloodline, but with the accumulation from his previous life and a top-notch technique, he still cultivated by leaps and bounds. They were so focused on cultivation that they didn't think much about it. It wasn't until before, when Wolf Green sent him medium-grade spirit stones, that Su Changxian suddenly brought it up, disliking him for being too weak and too slow in his own cultivation. And the two of them talked to him about how much time and light would be consumed by an ordinary demon race's cultivation. After saying that, they realized how amazing their own cultivation speed was. Su Changxian, on the other hand, was still more terrifying. He has, after all, been one step ahead of you and me, Ling Yunzi said. When they were the same low-level demonic beast, it could still be said that the bloodline inheritance was different. Ling Xiao said, after condensing the demonic pills, he was still able to advance one step faster. Not only that, Su Chengxian's battle prowess was such that he could tangle with a half-crippled great demon. His natural aptitude, too, is amazing. To be able to swallow a great demon's flesh and blood with the body of an 8th-ranked demonic beast, it was rumored that only the descendants of some ferocious beast bloodlines could be enough. Is the technique he cultivates superior to you and me? Ling Xiao frowned. Your Majesty, when have you seen him cultivate? Ling Yunzi, however, said, heavenly realm cultivation techniques come from the Taofather. A general outline of the Earth realm's cultivation techniques, from the Xinmen clan's authentic sect. Both come from the same lineage, and the same goes for the demon race's gong methods. This seat has never heard of a gong method that allows one to become stronger just by sleeping. How odd. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Could it be that among the demon race? Something I haven't heard of. A special bloodline? The demon race relied on their bloodline talent, and their battle prowess was stronger than that of the human race of the same rank. Occasionally, special bloodlines would be born and amazing talents would appear. I have heard of ferocious beasts swallowing blood food, or other chi of heaven and earth, as a way to enhance their battle power. But, he said, with more incomprehension in his voice, that also requires condensing demon pills, cultivating demonic power, and refining the blood fiend chi. Otherwise, they will lose their sanity and transform into senseless demons. There wasn't an ounce of demonic power in the flower snake. Never spit out a demonic elixir either. It's fine that we can't speculate on the origin of this flower snake old ghost, but now we don't even have a clue about the technique he cultivates, or his natural aptitude. Ling Xiao frowned. She didn't like this. The feeling that things were out of her control and that there was no way to get out of it. The ancient demon race, once flourishing for 10,000 years. It's normal to have secret stories that you and I don't know, Ling Yunzi said. Since it is currently a friend and not a foe, we will see in the long run. This seed is going back to cultivate. He glanced at Ling Xiao. Your Majesty, deal with trivial matters, and don't delay your cultivation. They could have been dabbling in Su Chengxian's favor all along. There's no point in talking too much. You still have to go all out with your cultivation. A Dao Lord, a female emperor, being pressed all the time, face dignity-wise, it didn't look good. Humph, I know. Ling Xiao lifted his chin slightly. From this promotion to the 9th rank, I will definitely press you guys. Your Majesty's words should not be too full, Ling Yunzi said as he swam. How do you know that this seat won't be one step ahead of you, advancing to the 9th rank and ascending to the great demon realm? Little green, little white, are you guys also certain that within 9 months, you will advance to the 9th rank? A white snake head, poking out from the front, spat out a letter and asked, MS. Bai Xiao Chui was concerned about whether or not all of her pups could be so powerful. Then let's see who will invoke the thunder tribulation first. After Su Chengxian returned to the cave hall, he didn't bother to pay attention to what was happening outside, but he didn't need to release his divine sense to know how much Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi wanted to surpass him in terms of cultivation. So, how can you lose to your sister brother when you're a big brother? Even if you are female emperors, Taoist monarchs, that won't work. Thus, he hurriedly ate the flesh and blood of the great demon. The physical body of the two-headed poison python had been in his cave hall. The other people in the cave were simply unable to consume this because of the gap in their realm of strength. Therefore, it could only be enjoyed by Su Chengxian alone. In order to make up for the depleted blood chi more quickly, and also to advance to the 9th rank more quickly, this time he didn't want to fail to keep the flesh and blood and use it simply as food to fill his stomach. Instead, he chose to swallow it, unleashing his natural aptitude to refine it in his sleep. And, of course, it is not to be wasted. The great demon was dead, and his soul was taken in and imprisoned by General Yu. The demonic power in his physical body would then continuously dissipate. It was better to swallow and refine it in time and use it to directly enhance the divine soul and body. First, a full meal, then close your eyes and go to sleep. Unleash the natural aptitude, devour and refine. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Physical realm +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Realm of the divine soul +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. After that, he had never left the cave hall. As long as the blood, flesh, and demonic power within the abdomen were refined cleanly, they would then proceed to swallow, and then continue to sleep and refine, until this day 6 months later. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Congratulations to the host, promoted to a 9th order demonic beast. Su Chengxian woke up with his eyes open once. The prompting sound of promotion to the 9th rank was heard. Just as he was about to glance at the strength panel, he heard someone yelling outside. Little flower, little green, little white, wake up quickly, the cave is completed. Bai Xiaochui's voice resounded within the cave. We're ready to move. Chapter 70, My brother. I've advanced first. The cave is built? I didn't realize it was built so well. Su Chengxian immediately burrowed out of the cave hall, flicking his tail cheerfully and rushing towards the front hall. As his body was too large and heavy, he moved a lot and touched the stone wall of the cave and rumbled. Once Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi and the others saw this, they simply got out of the way and waited for him to rush out before following behind, swimming out slowly. So when he got to the cave, he realized that no one else had arrived yet. Hey, get out of the way. Ling Xiao is at the back, kicking Su Chengxian's snake tail. Don't you know what size you are? With such a block, I don't even have a place to put my foot down. The ugly flower snake went through another molt 4 months ago. After that, Su Chengxian's serpentine body would once again enter the stage of surging. Every time he passed by and saw it, Ling Xiao was worried that if he grew any longer, he would collapse the cave. Fortunately, after the blood and flesh of the great demon was eaten, returning to eating the meat of ordinary demonic beasts for the past 2 months, the growth rate of Su Chengxian's flesh gradually slowed down. Otherwise, I'm afraid that before he could wait for the heart cave to be completed, he would have to first go to the valley outside the cave and sleep for a while. Of course, this flower snake probably wouldn't care. Where to sleep is not to sleep. Little flower, you're growing so fast. Die. The violet gold wind chasing tortoise expressed her appreciation and envy for Su Chengxian's size. It's good to grow. The bigger you grow, the stronger you get. Master Turtle, you're not slow either. Su Chengxian returned with courtesy, twisting his body in the process to make way for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. You two need to stop complimenting each other here. Wasn't it said that it would still be at least a few months before the cave was built? Su Chengxian didn't go out of the cave hall, but he still heard some of what was happening outside. 3 months ago, Ling Xiao had said that the cave construction would take another half a year to complete. With you two around, can't the new cave house be built faster? Ling Xiao said with a grunt. In order to speed up the speed of the cave excavation, she had gone so far as to empty all the Fei Ling stones. Of all the Fei Ling stones, nothing left at all. Ling Yunzi had also taken out 2 of the transformation pills he had refined and handed them over to Wolf Green to sell. Of course, these 2 spirit pills were not only exchanged to get the cave built in advance, the rest would be used to exchange for refining materials. During this period, General Yu gave a lot of convenience, but it's all a show of hands. It did look like there was no intention of pulling them in completely and making them their own, just hoping to lend them a hand. General Yu, as a demon general, and himself and the others, the difference in strength was too great. For quite some time, there was no competition in terms of cultivation resources. So Ling Xiao, of course, readily accepted this. It was because of this that the White family's cave could be built earlier than expected. Build it earlier, so that Cat 19 and the others can go down to the bottom of the cave to help us harvest spirit stones. Here in the Spirit Vein Cave, no lesser demons are allowed to enter or exit at will. When you get to your own cave, you don't have these rules. Then is it possible to move now? Su Chengxian asked. That's all he cares about. It's also uncomfortable to sleep in a cramped area. Turning over is uncomfortable. Hurry up and get a bigger house. Aha! We can move there today, Bai Xiaochui said with a smile. Seeing it so happy, Su Chengxian's heart stirred, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he instantly said joyfully, Xiaochui, you've been promoted to the 7th rank? That was fast. Distance from the advancement of the 6th order to now, the past has. Full counting words. 7 months? Little Chui is at the 7th rank? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi also looked at the Great White Snake. The original Great White Snake, at this point in time, could not keep up with his sons and daughters. Even Ling Yunzi, who was the last to pursue a huge physical body, had surpassed it. The mother snake was an ordinary water-avoiding snake with average bloodline resources, and to have this growth rate was still somewhat beyond their expectations. On second thought, though, that's to be expected. After all, during these few months, the family snakes were cultivating, and except for Su Chengxian, everyone else had an open supply of spirit stones. Ling Xiao had also previously sold Wu Shan's skeleton, packaged and sold to Wolf Green. It's all been exchanged for spirit stones. Although it didn't sell for much due to the demonic power dissipating too hard, Su Chengxian swallowed it. It was exchanged for 10 lower-grade spirit stones. In addition, the technique that Bai Xiaochui was currently cultivating was also the complete version of the Dragon Transformation True technique that Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao had picked and chosen to find. The two would also take the time to point out the mistakes and omissions in its cultivation. Sufficient aura, suitable gong methods, and the protection of the Empress and the Tao Lord. Within 7 months, the promotion of the 6th order to the 7th order wasn't surprising. Then our family, today is considered a double happiness. Ling Xiao laughed. It's the 4 joys, that's right. Su Chengxian heatedly laughed. The great sage is at the 5th rank, and he's also condensed a demon core. Oh, Ling Yunzi smiled. That's great. This seat will, for you, seek out a suitable gong method. In his place, however, whenever a demonic beast cultivated a demonic nucleus and condensed a demonic dan in the next step, it would be able to pass on its techniques. By that time, cultivation would have skyrocketed. The great sage was now in charge of tending to those spirit plants, and if its cultivation improved, it might be able to ripen them. They knew what the great sage was capable of. Your Majesty, do you have a cultivation method for the spirit monkey bloodline there? If one could cultivate the appropriate technique, it would definitely be like a tiger with wings. It might be worth considering buying some spirit seeds and giving them to it to grow. Ling Yunzi was going to refine pills, and in the future, he would inevitably need spirit roots and spirit plants. Plant it early and save yourself the trouble of searching for it. The reason I didn't move this thought before is because the spiritual seed of Mount Luyang is hard to find. At the same time, it was the feeling that spirit plant cultivation and growth took too long. There is no more effort on this. Let the great saint seed Su Chengxian knows. I do not know where to come out of the spirit of the seed, but now that this little monkey has already condensed the demon core, he can't help but think that he needs to plant more useful spiritual plants. I remember that there is a Green Emperor 10,000 laws. I just don't remember it fully. Ling Zhao's face was a bit odd at this moment, but he did not look at Ling Yunzi when he spoke. Instead, he stared at Su Chengxian. No harm. Ling Yunzi laughed. This seat also remembers some. Let's mutually corroborate some that. And so on. It also dawned on him that something was wrong. For happiness? The cave is completed. The little Chui is of the 7th order, and the great sage is of the 5th order. That's only 3. Where did it come from? 4. Then he noticed Ling Zhao's strange reaction and couldn't help but stiffen his body. A thought flashed through his mind. It's not. Is it? Is that possible? Didn't we say it would be 9 more months? It's been less than 7 months. Ling Yunzi slowly turned his head and stared at Su Chengxian along with Ling Xiao. You don't think so? He. Su Chengxian bared his teeth at the two, happy for the two men's hearts to skip a beat. Then he was heard to say, the 4th joy. It's here with me, Sister Empress, Elder Daojun. I'm sorry, Brother Mi-ah, another step ahead of you guys. Advancing to the 9th rank first yo. Chapter 71, 3 9th order in one family. Remarkable. Had ha. Su Chengxian finished his high-profile announcement and looked at the two with an expectant face. Surprised? Surprised? Abomination. Damn. Again. I let this guy get the jump on me. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, one expressionless, the other with vertical pupils slightly narrowed. The minds at this point are all thinking the same thing. What's coming? Finally, is coming. Little flower. You've reached the 9th rank? MS. Xiao Chui didn't have the same complex state of mind as they did. Only knowing that the good elder child was at the 9th rank, she immediately shook her head in great joy and praised. Awesome, my cub. Perhaps having spent a lot of time with Su Chengxian, the content and tone of its speech had been affected. It wasn't just it. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were the same. If Su Chengxian hadn't spent more of his time sleeping, they feared that even the number of times they had addressed themselves as both me and this seat would have been much less. 9th rank so soon? Dai Dai was also jubilant. Little flower. Marvelous. Squeak. Great king. Terrific. The great sage had raised his hands high in the air and surrounded Su Chengxian with a burst of hand-wringing. A most hearty celebration for the Maharaja. Aya. Ha ha. I didn't expect that it would be so fast. Su Chengxian held back, but in the end, he didn't, and laughed out loud. There's not a small amount of credit for Wu Shan here. The blood and flesh of a great demon is really tonic. Simply too complimentary. By refining all the blood and demonic power of his flesh, all of it was not only replenished to make up for the blood and chi that had been used up to promote his natural aptitude, the divine power realm and physical realm, too, had improved significantly. 9th rank? Isn't that not far from the great demon realm? Ling Xiao asked with a raised eyebrow. That's not true. It's still far away. Su Chengxian shook his head. How far is it? Ling Yunzi asked in a smooth voice. And, I'll take a look. Su Chengxian remembered that he hadn't looked at how much blood chi was needed to advance to the next realm. It's just the right moment to open it up and take a look. Host, Su Chengxian. Race, water snake. Grade, 9th order, to advance to the great demon realm. A breakthrough of 10,000. 000 blood chi is needed. Blood gas, 50093677. Physical realm, demon body realm, 9, 620/10, 000. Divine soul realm, demon soul realm, 9798/10, 000. Aptitude and battle skills, aptitude, devouring and refining, compelling and hissing, battle skills, snake bite, snake binding, refining points, 0/9. Good lord. I can't believe he actually guessed it. Seeing that promoting to the great demon realm required a breakthrough of 10, 000 blood chi, Su Changxian couldn't help but marvel. Then he saw the current blood chi, which was nearly 15 million short. 10 million blood chi takes about 4 months. It takes 20 months. By the way, I glanced at the current battle power. The physique and divine soul had indeed grown significantly. The reward you get for killing Yusin is 12 refinement points. There was also the reward of refining chi points *16 for finding a spiritual vein and opening a cave, all of which had been used by the system to refine the blood chi and raise the realm in the past half a year, as he had intended. There were still some left, which had risen up one after another by using their natural aptitude and constantly swallowing the demonic power of Wushan. And then, there's the part about getting stronger naturally. As the blood chi in his body grew larger and larger, the enhancement of the divine soul and physical body strength by drumming up blood chi to fight became clearer and clearer. Even when he was sleeping, between his breaths and the flow of blood chi, he would quench the snake's torso, absorb the aura, and nourish his soul. The effect, of course, was far less than that of cultivation techniques. However, due to the vigor of the blood, it can also increase by a few dozen values in January. Thus, Su Changxian estimated that while advancing to the great demon realm, there would also be a breakthrough in the divine soul and body. I just don't know what will become of it. Of course, there's no need to wait too long. Within 2 years, we will see. See? What are you looking at? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were first puzzled. Then he saw Su Changxian's eyes close up slightly, as if he had entered internal vision. The two of them then thought that he was checking on his cultivation, so they stopped speaking and waited at ease. In the meantime, De Shang and Bai Xiao Chui had already been unable to resist leaving the spirit mansion and heading towards the newly constructed cave. So wait for Su Changxian to open his eyes. Only Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi remained, still waiting for Su Changxian's response. What? Can you determine now when you will be promoted to the great demon realm? Ling Xiao asked, holding back his strange mood. Ling Yunzi was also curious. Both he and Ling Xiao were still a bit short of advancing to the 9th rank. It was clear that their cultivation was smoother than even expected. Without surprise, it would stand to reason that the progression would be completed earlier than previously predicted. It's not like there's no chance, in 9 months, of success. Yet Su Changxian was still a step too early. Not only did it not take 9 months, it wasn't even a month, 2 months, but almost 3 months ahead of schedule. When he was a Dao Lord, he hadn't heard that anyone's cultivation advancement was measured in months. Cultivators, apart from the first 6 of the 9 layers of chi refinement, each layer beyond that would take more than a year, even for the pride of the clan. The demonic beast's 8th stage promotion to the 9th stage was even more analogous to the breakthrough from the 8th to the 9th level of chi refining. Just because you have memories of a past life doesn't mean you can do it overnight. Is it possible to advance, but reduce the light time by more than double? Su Changxian, what kind of demon was he in his previous life? 20 more months. Su Changxian answered Ling Zhao's question honestly. Maybe it could have been scaled back if the waking time in between had been a little less. That one, he didn't say. Because, even though the Daelord's brother's face was unreadable, the expression on the Empress sister's face was already comparable to ferocity. 20 months? Another time frame that is accurate to the month. It's 20 months, not even in 2 years. Ling Yunzi lost interest in pursuing the matter any further, and Ling Xiao even grunted and turned his head away. 20 months, right? Within 20 months, I am bound to invoke the Thunder Tribulation and break through to the great demon realm. Of course, before that, she had to advance to the 9th rank, to be promoted to the 9th rank within 2 months. And then it's like what was said before. Let's see who triggers the thunderbolt first. Ling Yunzi had the same intention as her. It doesn't hurt to be one step ahead for a while. As the realm rises, it will become more and more difficult to raise one's cultivation level and break through the realm to cross the threshold. But for them, it's the opposite. Su Changxian had yet to condense his demonic pills or come to refine his demonic power. How is he going to break through? Is it possible to use blood chi to induce the aura of heaven and earth to condense a thunderbolt? That's a lot of blood. Hey! Su Changxian raised his head and cheerfully followed behind the two. going to a new cave. When it comes to moving, there's not much to move. Waste spirit stones and the like. Ling Xiao had long since finished dealing with them. The spirit stones that were well mined under the cave were all quarried and refined beforehand, packed in snake molts, and placed on Dai's shell. So, their move was just to walk from this one spirit vein cave to their own newly constructed cave. Then Ling Xiao made a run for it and handed the attribution back up. Next, within the White Mansion, everyone returned to their own cave, still practicing as usual. Except for the occasional need to go quarrying spirit stones, there was no change in other times. 1 month later, in General Yu's own cave, he felt 2 fluctuations of demonic power one after another. General Master? Wolf Green inquired suspiciously. A demonic beast has been promoted to the 9th rank, General Yu said. But the 2 water-avoiding snakes, one green and one white, from the white family? Exactly. For snakes from the white family, 2 are at the 9th rank. Not bad, Tiger Xiao interjected from the side. Not 2, but 3, General Yu said. There were no fluctuations of demonic power on Su Chengxian's body, so the 2 great demons didn't sense it. He's even going to advance to the 9th rank earlier. 3 ninth order in one family? That's great. Chapter 72. Who's going to cross the lightning tribulation? Unusual indeed. General Yu stood with his arms folded, his eyes slightly closed. A family of 4, 3 of them, were all promoted to 9th rank demonic beasts. Key if you count carefully. It's only been more than 2 years since they came to Mount Luyang and settled in the Spirit Mansion. General Master remembers correctly. Wolf Green chimed in. More than that, as I recall, when they arrived, the strongest flower snake was only 6th rank. General Master, this flower snake is odd to say the least. It doesn't seem to have condensed a spirit elixir to cultivate demonic power. Tiger Xiao also interjected. It should have its own plans. This family of water-avoiding snakes that claim to be surnamed Bai, all 4 of them cultivate different gong methods. With General Yu's eyesight, even if he couldn't see the full details of Ling Xiao and the others' cultivation techniques, he could still detect the general direction. One cultivates the Xian Men Zhenghua. One cultivated a demonic magic skill. The technique cultivated by the flower snake could not be seen, but looking at the battle power it displayed, as well as its cultivation speed, it did not appear to be much worse than the previous 2. Instead, it was vaguely better. What that female serpent cultivates is the method of ascending the dragon. And if we talk about strength and future achievements, I'm afraid it's the lowest of the low. In fact, in terms of bloodline qualifications, the latter should be the best choice. The road ahead is as limitless as it gets, and you have to be able to walk the road ahead. The path of cultivation is treacherous. To the snake and python, the method of ascending the dragon, the heavenly realm is considered to be a wide open door. It's 1,000 dangers and a 1 in a million chance of ascension. On the contrary, the other paths, the degree of difficulty, I do not know how many times must be increased, but Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, on the other hand, chose this to be even more rare. General Master, could it be that they have some kind of treasure? Tiger Xiao's eyes glazed over as he stepped forward and said softly, it doesn't make sense that a family would be so awesome, even for demonic beasts. There were more than 2 of the rarest feats. Demonic beasts cultivate, mostly by instinct, self-understanding the most basic breathing method, as well as worship the moon to pick and refine the moonlight. Or, have they gained the inheritance of the mighty? In order to obtain a merit law, apart from bloodline awakening, there are only a few ways to obtain a merit law inheritance. Coming from a clan with the presence of a great demon or above, one might have the chance to be taught. If one was in the deep mountains and old forests and cultivated oneself to a high-level demonic beast, one would only have the chance to obtain the basic technique when they arrived at the Spirit Mansion. Previously, the scripture that Wolf Green taught at the Duo Bao lecture was the most ordinary demon formation technique. If you want better techniques, you will have to spend spirit stones or heavenly materials to exchange them. Spirit stones should be used for cultivation, and heavenly materials and treasures are even more difficult to obtain. So the general demonic beasts are through the transformation thunder tribulation, and then find ways to obtain a copy suitable for their own bloodline of the Gongfu. For example, like him and Wolf Green, who worshipped under General Yu and called him General Master. They were each given the greedy wolf Xiangong and the tail fire heart sutra. These are relatively safe routes. You can also go to the Endless Sea or the Land of Chaos, slaughtering and hunting ferocious beasts and demons, accumulating military merits and exchanging merits. These water-avoiding snakes of the White family don't look like they've awakened a powerful bloodline. Wolf Green also said with intent, as for the inheritance of the great powers, then surely in addition to feats, There should also be some treasures. They have no body. Maybe it's hidden somewhere. Or maybe swallowed it? The flower snake's gift of swallowing could be the reason for that treasure. After the two great demons finished speaking, they secretly turned their gazes towards the demon general. Ha ha, how about having a treasure? And how about not having a treasure? General Yu laughed. You and the others don't need to test this general here. This general has a bright future ahead of him, and he doesn't want to give up the right path and take the sword to the wrong side yet. He had warned Su Chengxian that the demon race had its own laws. The upper-level powerhouses had no reason killing and maiming the lower-level demon race, and if they were denounced, there would only be one way out of exile. The point of that statement, of course, is that the future is bright. If he is at the end of his rope, he will not care about the rules of the law. General Master, they are still just demonic beasts, but their battle power is extraordinary. General Yu waved his hand and laughed. What's more, the so-called treasure, it's not yet clear if there is one. What's more, even if there is one, it may not be able to be used for me. Some of the treasures in the demon clan could only be sacrificed by, well, clans with the right bloodline. There are too many unknowns. Plus, the target is too big. The White Mansion now not only had 4 water-avoiding snakes, but also a purple gold wind-chasing turtle that would be troublesome to kill, as well as another 20 to 30 lesser demons. All butchered? Too risky. A treasure that was likely to be a sublime one was not enough of a reason for him to go out of his way. It's not worth it, nor is it necessary. It would be better to wait. A few smiles appeared on General Yu's clear face. It's not like this general is that murderous. Why should such a promising descendant, who can be bonded with favor, be bonded with enmity? He was doing so before. No reason to change your mind now. If you break the law, you are not under the protection of the law. The demon race in the northern wasteland can be killed by all means. This general doesn't want to be a pawn for others. General Master is wise. Wolf Chang and Tiger Xiao, making a picture of obeisance, arched their hands and said, You too, no need to compliment me. General Yu waved his hand and laughed. Ling Yunzi and the others' techniques were just as good as they were, and he couldn't use them. If you really want it, there are still other ways to do it, too. As for how to ask for it, it depends on the value of the feats. This general, just now, was just lamenting that they were able to advance so quickly to the 9th rank. He laughed. So it seems that there is a chance to fulfill the chance that this general promised. The General Master has promised a chance? Wolf Green's eyelids fluttered. This general agreed with them that if they managed to break through to the Great Demon Realm within 3 years, he would send a stake of opportunity to them. General Yu laughed. Promote to Great Demon within 3 years? Tiger Xiao shook his head repeatedly. This is impossible. This is definitely impossible. 5 or 10 years is about right. Advancing from the 8th rank to the 9th rank in a year was already an astonishing speed. If he had broken through to the Great Demon Realm within 3 years, and also managed to cross the tribulation, that would be even more appalling. How many 9th-ranked demonic beasts that were promoted 10 years ago were still accumulating demonic power, not daring to easily invoke the heavenly tribulation? 3 years, but I'm just saying it off the top of my head. General Yu smiled and said, in fact, it's not impossible to transform within 5 years. Or 10 years. He was thinking that day that the flower snake and the white snake, like the green snake called Ling Xiao, were also perfectly transformed in advance. Breaking through to the Great Demon Realm would be logical. Therefore, 3 years is but a word of urging, lest they should slacken. General Master, how is it that this chance seems to be, like, waiting for them? Wolf Green asked suspiciously and tentatively. Yeah, if there's a chance, why don't you give it to us? But it looks like it's specifically for snakes. Tiger Xiao also reacted, eyeing General Yu. This chance, you guys can't meet it. General Yu laughed. What kind of chance? We can't, but those snakes can? The water-sheltering Marquis family has 3,000 daughters, all of whom have yet to be married. A wolf and a tiger looked at each other. The demon cultivator's son-in-law recruitment would indeed try to pick the same clan as much as possible. You guys don't need to be frustrated. Just focus on your cultivation. General Yu looked at them and encouraged. When I am promoted to Demon Commander, I will also bring you all together to the Commander's Mansion. I, General Master. I, General Master. The two men bowed and saluted. At this time in their hearts, they were all thinking, I wonder, who will be able to take the first step, advance to the Great Demon Realm and succeed in transforming into their forms. These 3 ninth steps of the Bai clan. Wouldn't it be fun to watch if both brothers took form, or at the same time? Since the chance falls not on oneself, it is good to have a hilarious show. However, everyone, including General Yu, felt that this hilarity would have to wait for a few years. I'm afraid, if you can't get it right, you'll have to wait until the last of the water-sheltering Marquis 3000 genes is set up to recruit a son-in-law. So, when the day came 2 years later, suddenly, a tremor of demonic power caused the sky's robbery clouds to coalesce. A palpitating pressure descended. Wolf Green and Tiger Whistle were both stunned. Rising in disbelief, they gathered together. What's going on? Who wants to cross over? A few ninth-ranked demonic beasts from the Spirit Mansion. I haven't heard that they're going to cross the threshold. It wouldn't be the White House in the West, would it? Impossible. Even if we go by the 3 years that General Yu said, we're still a year short. Chapter 73, Yunzi. Thunder Tribulation. Can your second sister do it? Boom. Rumble. Outside. There came, suddenly, a roar of thunder. Oh wow. Su Changxian, who was boredly digging a pit at the bottom of the cave to harvest spirit stones, immediately rounded his eyes when he heard the sound. Instant spirit. Who's going to cross over? Is it the two from their family? Second sister of the Empress? Or the third brother of the Taoist monarch? Immediately, his divine sense dispersed, and in the next instant, he let out an ow, turned his head, and rushed outside the cave. Sister Empress, you finally thought about it. Good lord. Someone is finally going to cross the great demon thunder tribulation. How bored had he been with waiting all these months? Bored enough to count the ribs and scales all over his body. On the snake's body today, there are a total of 1,399 pairs of ribs and 9,894 scales. Not only that, but he also dug through the bottom of the hole towards the bottom of the spirit vein. The lower grade spirit stones alone were quarried and refined out to more than 40 pieces. There's nothing to do after you've had your fill. There's no cell phone to pass the time, and sleeping blood chi doesn't go up anymore, which gives me boredom to think about practicing. Fortunately, the feats were not learned. Learned a few minor spells though. The pinching and chanting of the incantation to cast it was also decent. It was just that spells required mana, which was used to mobilize the spiritual chi of heaven and earth with demonic power or spiritual power. He didn't have demonic power, and casting it with his blood chi was a bit less rounded and smooth. Of course, Su Changxian didn't care. It was just to pass the time anyway. More than 2 months ago, his blood chi value was over 10,000. I was thinking of being cautious and stopping for a while when I got to 90 million or so sleeps, waiting for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to reach the great demon realm first. It wasn't that Su Changxian had developed a filial and fraternal heart, feeling that he had been pressuring his younger sister and brother, and worrying that the Empress and Daojun would be damaged. Not to say that those two mighty minds showed not the slightest sign of being discouraged by it, but he, too, had not grown the fine mind of this good brother. The main reason was that he hadn't crossed a thunder tribulation, so he didn't know how powerful it would be. Fear of being struck by lightning. Wanted to observe and have a mental note. Although Ling Xiao had crossed a lightning tribulation before, who knew if the transformation thunder tribulation and the great demon thunder tribulation were the same? It's a deadly thing, and it's right to be cautious and prepared. It was also that thunderbolt that made Su Changxian deeply realize that he still had to be a bit reverent towards the might of heaven and earth. But I didn't expect to wake up and sleep right through it. The blood breath is over 10,000 and several thousand beyond that. Fortunately, however, it didn't immediately invoke a thunderbolt. It was also at this time that he blessedly remembered that Ling Yunzi and the others had mentioned several times that they should use demonic power to induce heavenly thunder. That said, there's likely a grace period. Not 2 days after that, Su Changxian realized that the fluctuation of demonic power in Ling Zhao's body had changed. It is even thicker and vaguely has a sense of vastness for a few moments. The power appears to be hierarchical. If I were to describe it, it probably transforms from cloud to water. Ling Xiao then began to continuously condense his divine sense, suppressing the fluctuations of the demonic power in his body. And at night, when he was collecting and refining the moonlight, he no longer even released the demonic pills out. At this time, Su Changxian realized that the other party had also broken through to the great demon realm. Not bad for a former empress. It was only a few days later than he was. Then, not more than a few days later, Ling Yunzi's cave, too, had mana fluctuations coming from it. This guy has also entered the great demon realm, with the human race's mold, which was the innate Tao body, and then cultivating top-notch techniques. And with the experience of their previous life, their cultivation speed was like a leap through the air. It only took more than 2 years to go from the 8th rank to a great demon. Saying that within 10 years, crossing the 9th step to the great demon realm is the best of the demon race? Su Changxian thought to himself. Isn't this just a variation of praising themselves? Fast, of course, or he's faster. But at the same time, he developed a bit of a crisis. These two guys, they're chasing too close. However, when he thought about it, he had also used his blood chi in the middle and enhanced his innate aptitude twice, and now he was even able to directly refine the blood, flesh, and demonic chi, so he was only a little more relieved. Big Brother is still Big Brother. Big Brother was born first. Big Brother broke his shell first. So Big Brother was destined to be one step ahead. The Empress and the Taoist monarch? That was all in a previous life. Except for this one, however, the older brother, who had never crossed the thunderbolt, decided to let his experienced sister and brother go first. Boom! Boom! A few bolts of lightning split the dark clouds. How tolerant you guys are. Su Changxian looked at the thunderclouds in the sky and couldn't help but sigh, as it was not known how long the grace period for crossing the threshold was, whether it was related to the growth of blood chi, but seeing Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao suppressing the fluctuations of their demonic power, they also guessed something. So next, he was afraid to sleep. He was afraid that if he fell asleep, the thunderbolt would strike down and fry him to a crisp. Has been sleeping and eating and sleeping snake life. Suddenly no sleep this item, which gives him idle 5 ridges and 6 beasts so hard. He also ran to Ling Xiao's practice field and wandered around a few times. It's so close to holding its own snake tail and playing a game of gluttony. But he couldn't be bothered to rush Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. It was also clear from the reactions of the two men that they were clearly building up their strength. The two of them were a female emperor and a Dao lord, and they had a good idea of when they should cross the lightning tribulation. Not to mention that the thunder tribulation is not a joke, and it's a bit too old six for one to rub off on other people's experience and to go and rush them. No matter what, in this life, it was also someone's own big brother. Whenever the thought of being too much of an animal arose, Su Changxian advised himself so. Boring? Just pick and refine the spirit stones and count the scales on your body again. The latter, however, has to concentrate and meditate, or else you'll get sleepy easily. Finally, Ling Xiao was finally going to cross the threshold. Finally, the day has come. At this moment, the dark green thunderclouds were rushing in like 1,000 armies, a rumbling sound that goes on and on. The thunderclouds were layered and black and deep, as if from the depths of the 9 heavens. The gods and demons were awakened and hissing in anger. It was midday. Dark clouds cover the sky, but they swallow up the day. Each dark cloud seemed like a heavy mountain range, carrying an irresistible force that slowly but surely pressed down on the earth. The air was so oppressive that it was as if even breathing had become heavy. Thunder, quietly brewing in the midst of this oppression. At first it was a low rumble, like an ancient beast turning over in its slumber, and gradually the rumble became louder and louder. It was as if it was going to rip a hole in the sky and let something even more terrifying out. Click! In a flash of lightning, a bolt of lightning cut through the sky, silver white and blazing. It illuminated the world shrouded in darkness. Asterisk. As Su Changxian ran out of the cave, he sped towards the place Ling Xiao had chosen to cross over a valley far away from the spirit vein they were in. Looking up at the sight, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle, unable to stop moving forward. The lightning certainly wasn't enough to scare him, but the aftermath of the lightning exuded an aura that made his heart skip a beat. Concentrate. Meditate. Ling Yunzi appeared at his side. Don't let the lightning tribulation not arrive yet, but your divine soul is scared and unsteady first. He felt strange at Su Changxian's reaction. It's not like you haven't been through it before. Why are you so nervous? Su Changxian said in his heart. You may not believe it when you say it. The old man has not really gone through it. But no. You can't say that. Easy to drop the horse. So he snorted and said, it's too long ago for the old man to remember. Then hurriedly added, Yunzi, this thunderbolt, can your second sister? Can she do it? Chapter 74, The Empress Transits the Thunder Tribulation. Thunderbolt, can you stop it? Come on. Say something about the thunderbolt. The old man needs your commentary. Su Changxian looked at Ling Yunzi with anticipation. A mere thunderstorm. Ling Yunzi looked at Su Changxian rather strangely, seemingly puzzled by his concern. Your Majesty was once an empress, so what can't you do? You also said that she was once an empress. Su Changxian was unimpressed. Now, we can all start from scratch. The use of the word we in this we is slightly shameless, but that's the truth. Though he had a system plug-in and could raise his blood chi just by sleeping, doesn't that also go up from 1? Moreover, he was just completely clueless about the matter of cultivation. Due to the limitations of his cognition, it was difficult for him to even get started with cultivation techniques. If doing PPTs and writing copy could grow his cultivation, then he could barely cultivate to try. Similarly, the two of them, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, started completely from scratch, and they didn't even manage to retain much of their divine soul power, though with the memories and experiences of his previous life, as an empress and a Tao lord. But in this life, it was just 3 water-avoiding snakes with mottled bloodlines. When you break out of your shell, don't you still have to start by refining your chi into your body? Then, honestly promote from a first-order demon beast, if it wasn't for an extraordinarily reliable Xiao Chui's own mother, who even thought of stealing bird eggs with spiritual chi to feed them. The difficulty of cultivation would have to increase quite a bit. It took more than 3 years of puffing and puffing to get to the point where he was now crossing the great demon realm Thunder Tribulation. Of course, this speed, among the demon race, was the absolute best. It's the level of greed that can induce countless greed. That's why the family never mentioned to the outside world their own age, the experience before arriving at MT. Liu Yang was also kept quiet, but compared to the bloodline of divine and ferocious beasts, and their cultivation in their last life, what was a great demon? The dragon horses that the Empress used to pull the carts were all at the demon general level of cultivation, right? Su Chengxian tried. How long has it been since she's seen a great demon realm existence in her previous life? Still know how to cross over with their cultivation level? This is really getting more and more worrying. Don't think he's bad at math, but he also knows that the same problem is solved differently in elementary school and middle school. To put it more bluntly, when a young girl in her flower season meets a hooligan, and when a square dancing mom meets a hooligan, can she think of the same way to deal with it? The latter can strip a hoodlum naked, throw him on the road, and blackmail him so much that he can't afford to put his socks on. By the same token, the same thunderbolt, when Ling Xiao was still at the cultivation level of a female emperor, he was afraid that he could break it up with a wave of his hand, right? But she's not an empress now. It was a water-avoiding snake that had just broken through to the great demon realm. Click, boom, rumble. Su Qixian's words fell. A bolt of lightning illuminated the opposite valley. Accompanying it was, along with the robbing clouds, a thunderclap that seemed especially deafening as it came closer and closer. The two are intertwined and released at the same time. It was as if the entire world trembled at that moment. Hoo. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind that rose steeply. Scraping and whistling, it raged wildly, whistling and weaving into the valley, swirling up dust and fallen leaves, forming a furious vortex. Trees were swept and swayed and branches snapped in this gale. Others were even uprooted, thrown up with the vortex and falling heavily again. In an instant, the valley became a scene of woe. No wonder the birds and beasts in it had to be driven away in advance. Boom, rumble, dark clouds, thunder, lightning, tornadoes. Boy, the scene in front of him reminded Su Chengxian of the end of the world that he had once seen in a movie. But that's all fake. This is real in front of you. Moreover, the real thunderbolt had not yet fallen. Sure enough, the caution of waiting a bit is wise. This time, the lightning tribulation was a bit more gruesome than when he was transformed. And under this terrible situation, his gaze suddenly coalesced in one place, mid-air above the valley, surrounded by a faint greenish-golden radiance. A tall woman dressed in phoenix robes appeared there. She stood with her arms folded, looking off into the middle of the sky. Above the phoenix robe, it seemed as if a golden phoenix embroidered with gold silk was fluttering along with the hem of her sleeves, which were swept by the gusty wind. It seems to be lifting its wings and soaring in the 9 heavens. The long hair behind her was like a waterfall, gently pulled up by a strand of delicate golden hair ornaments, gently fluttering with the wind, adding a few points of extraordinary and noble temperament. Ling Zhao's face was expressionless, appearing cold and absolutely beautiful, revealing an inviolable dignity and toughness between her brows. The eyes were deep, looking upward at the end of the robocloud. It seemed bland, but Su Chengxian could tell at a glance that this guy was being provocative. Provocation. Thunderbolt? Good man. Awesome, my high and mighty empress sister. What puzzled Su Chengxian even more was, Yunzi, why isn't she wearing a phoenix crown? Ling Xiao? The vestments are a set. A phoenix crown, a phoenix robe, and a pair of cloud shoes. After the mana was activated, it could form a defense formation that covered the entire body. It's a stronger protection than body protection demonic power. A stronger protection. To be missing one thing, the defense is 30% less. But right now Ling Xiao just happened to not be wearing a phoenix crown, and was only wearing a robe and cloud shoes. The golden hair ornament on her head looked beautiful, but it was just a random illusion with mana. No defense at all. Nothing. There is. It looks more dashing than wearing a phoenix crown, yes, But what time is it? What about the fairy? Changing your headdress just to look good? Uncharacteristic. Old devil. His Majesty is not someone who disregards his safety just to look good. Ling Yunzi couldn't listen anymore and said, she certainly has her reasons for doing so. What reasoning? Su Chengxian grunted. Ling Xiao is not such a person? Stop it. When the second sister of the Empress Emperor was first reborn her sanity might have been affected by her physical body. Reveal all the nature. Not only because he was disliked for being a flowery snake with an unattractive flower color, it is also happy to be a green snake because it is a solid color itself. What happened to the Empress? Can't an Empress like nice things? You won't let your love of beauty get in the way? If I remember correctly, at that time, Ling Xiao said that she was being counted with something? It's a beauty trick. The boundary-breaking calamity lightning is triggered by the person crossing the calamity. Their own demonic power. Ling Xiao doesn't know this. He explains for Ling Xiao at the time of coalescence. There will also be a brewing of robberies and thunderbolts based on the strength of the person who is crossing the robberies. That is to say, the same realm of the transmigrator, the stronger cultivation, to undergo the thunderbolt, is more vicious than the weaker. However, accordingly, after the thunder tribulation, more heaven and earth aura would descend. It will be directly proportional to the power of the robbing thunderbolt, and all the power in the body of the person who is crossing the tribulation, outside of the body's magic power, will also be sensed by the tribulation cloud, increasing the power of the tribulation thunder. With the help of external forces, such as body protection spells, a more powerful robber cloud would be attracted. Spirit phase vestments were considered in existence between one's own mana and external forces. Therefore, the experience of the human cultivators, as long as the vestments were not all on, the power of the robbing clouds would not increase. Su Chengxian was silent for an instant. So it is, sure enough, no matter what world's human race. To summarize the lessons learned, the ability to get stuck in the bugs belongs to the self-contained bloodline talent. At this moment, the robbery cloud in the sky had already brewed to the extreme. The thunderbolt, it's about to begin. Click. Boom. There was no chance for the person who had crossed the threshold, and the bystanders, to react. In the midst of the robbing clouds, a robbing thunderbolt, in the midst of the gale, came down with a bang, splitting through the grayness, straight into the sky. It was as if it contained the power to destroy the sky and the earth. It illuminated the entire sky as if it were day. Wow! Heavy rain poured down. Su Chengxian's snake mouth opened slightly, looking at the shocking thunder that seemed to be capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth with an unearthly sound. Mentally, I wondered if this would turn into a fried skewer if it landed on my body. It's not just him. The surrounding demonic beasts that were either far or near, paying attention to this thunderbolt, couldn't help but feel a terrified fear in their hearts. Low-ranked demonic beasts, moreover, had already prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to look directly at the figure in midair, not to mention the thunder. At this point, those who dared to continue observing the robbing thunder were not generalized. However, in the face of the heavenly tribulation that made people tremble, Ling Xiao only nodded slightly with a firm gaze. The first heavenly tribulation fell, and the lightning struck. Her figure didn't move. She just gently raised her hands, both palms facing upwards. The mana that had already been mobilized on his body rushed like a river, instantly above his head, colliding with the lightning. There was a roar. The thunder light collided with her mana and dissipated a lot of its power. But still, a few moments landed on her personal phallic form. The lightning caused her fluttering phoenix robe to be instantly covered in lightning. Robbery lightning that can be blocked? Su Chengxian couldn't help but let his eyes light up. Chapter 75. What is the most important thing at the time of the transition? Can you stop the robocloud? If it was possible to block it, why didn't Ling Xiao do so in the previous transformation thunder tribulation? Instead, you chose to fight hard with your flesh? Su Chengxian looked at Ling Yunzi, hoping to get an answer. Thunderbolt, a calamity and a chance. Ling Yunzi also looked at him, as if wondering just how long Su Chengxian had lived in his previous life, that he didn't even remember. Thus, generally speaking, cultivators do not choose to resist with their mana. It can be blocked, but few people do. When the thunderbolt of the calamity passed through the cultivator's body, not only could it quench the physical body, it was also a test for the sea of consciousness. There were even some bold and daring people who would condense their divine souls with the lightning of the calamity. After experiencing the thunder tribulation, both the body and the soul could receive great benefits. It was of great benefit to the cultivator to cultivate his divine soul into a young god. And the Yangshan condensed by the calamity lightning will have an advantage that is incomparable to others when they cross the calamity in the future. When Ling Xiao transformed into his form, he also utilized the power of the robbing thunderbolt. It also gained the same amount of heaven and earth aura as a result, manifesting the vestments. Ling Yunzi continued, but this time, when she entered the great demon realm, it seems that she doesn't intend to let the lightning tribulation penetrate the physical body and the spirit platform sea of consciousness, or, rather, not to use all of the robotic lightning in the cultivation of both. She was unsure? Su Changxian was puzzled. So she used her mana to consume a few robberies first? It won't. Ling Yunzi shook his head. He knew that Ling Xiao had, in fact, entered the great demon realm for 2 months. It's been building up demonic power all along. Since he had decided to cross the threshold now, he had already had complete certainty. For her, winning over Su Changxian was important, but she would never waste the opportunity to raise her cultivation for that. Cultivating with the use of robberies and lightning is certainly a chance to cultivate. If Her Majesty the Empress was that confused, she wouldn't have been able to sit in that position. The position of the Supreme Being who holds the power of the world is not something that can be secured with only cultivation talent. There are a total of 9 robber thunderbolts. This is only the first one. Ling Yunzi said, look at the back. She should have other plans. Boom! Rumble! Click! Between the two men talking, the second heavenly tribulation has fallen. Regardless of what kind of robbery, the robbing thunder was one more violent than the other. However, Ling Xiao was as immovable as a god. She gathered her mana once more, coalescing it completely in the palms of her arms. Like responding to the first lightning strike, he raised his hand and used his mana to resist it. Hoo. It was as if the fierce winds that could tear everything apart could not get even a fraction of an inch closer to her body. The vestments were glowing with a faint green light. Her figure was in the midst of the thunderous light, this time penetrated by more thunder, but remained expressionless and graceful. It was as if this heavenly calamity was nothing more than a small trial on her cultivation path. It doesn't look like it's unsure. Su Changxian looked on and said so. Transitioning, and there were no subordinates around who would be disrespectful when they saw her panicking. Cat 19 they didn't come out of the cave, so there was no need for Ling Xiao to put on a show. And pretending is a distraction. The fact that she was still able to take care of her expression management meant, at least, that she wasn't terribly flustered on the inside. Then why is she letting go of the benefits of tempering her body with robotic lightning? Su Changxian didn't understand. Ling Xiao followed the path of demonic cultivation. The pursuit was the return of the bloodline, the extreme strength of the physical body, and the power of the divine soul. There's no reason for her to do that. This seat knows. Ling Yunzi was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, Ling Xiao is consuming his own demonic power. What the hell? Su Changxian was immediately taken aback. Consuming one's own demonic power? Demonic power was the mana of the demon race, the power they could exert in battle. Without the demonic power at their disposal, the demon race became tigers with their claws and teeth pulled out. You're still at the mercy of the people? Although Ling Xiao was now in the midst of a tribulation, not a battle, but after consuming the demonic power, what about the robbing thunder in the back? Before, when he hardened himself against the robbing thunder, he also used his demonic power to protect his vitals and counteract some of the damage of the thunderbolt, in order to avoid being chopped into flying dust by the robbing thunder. Right? It's consuming demonic energy. It's not like it's consuming all of it. Ling Yunzi's tone was relaxed as he guessed. Ling Xiao's purpose for doing this. What purpose? Su Changxian was dissatisfied. What kind of riddler is this? However, just in the gap between the two men who hadn't finished a few words, the third robotic thunderbolt. Here we go. Boom. Click. Ling Xiao's corresponding method was still the same as before. Parry some of it and let some of it hit itself. Immediately after. It's the fourth path. And the fifth course. By the end of the fifth course, the sixth robbing thunderbolt did not fall immediately after. Instead, there was a pause. Look up again at the hijacking cloud. Within the dark clouds, electric light rotated, as if the power of electric pythons and thunder snakes were constantly devouring each other within them. This was brewing the sixth thunderbolt. Obviously, this robotic thunderbolt would be even more terrifying than before. All the more so the heavens had the good sense to give the ferryman a little time to prepare? Su Changxian couldn't help but be humored by this thought of his. It's a thunderbolt. It is the spirit of heaven and earth that produces a calamity in order to suppress cultivators. And the virtue of good life? Heaven and earth are unkind and take everything as ruminants, which means that kittens and puppies, lice and fleas, and people, are all the same in the eyes of the heavenly way. cultivators have to be a bit more abhorrent. Similar to cockroaches that suck blood. Wretch. Convex, asterisk 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 dish. Su Chengxian was sickened by his own imagination. Old devil? Ling Yunzi slightly distanced himself from Su Chengxian. Are you, going to be sick with fear? He had seen it before, where the timid had mistakenly entered the place where the cultivator had crossed the threshold, and had been frightened to the point of incontinence and vomiting. Spit? Humph. How is that possible? Su Chengxian held his head high, then seeing that Ling Yunzi didn't seem to believe it, he added. I was just thinking that if I swallowed the robbing thunder, would it be very zappy? When I think about it, I feel like I'm sticking in my throat and retching dryly. Hiss. Ling Yunzi spat out the snake's letter. Su Chengxian rubbed his scalp with his tail, also feeling that the bull was blowing a little too big, and hurriedly changed the topic. So what? You just said that Ling Xiao wasted a couple of robberies and lightning. If what this seat thinks is not wrong, she wants to use the next 3 thunder tribulations to temper the demonic body. Ling Yunzi narrowed his eyes slightly. He was also eager to discard certain associations that had just appeared, because of Su Chengxian's words, and so, obediently picking up the conversation, he said, and, perhaps, the previous robotic lightning wasn't wasted. The robbing thunder that had been counteracted by demonic power for most of its power was just the right amount to be used to condense the spiritual platform sea of consciousness. It can also make the human body phantom more solid and stable. The demonic body would thus adapt to the horror of the thunder a bit first, paving the way for the next quenching. To quench the demonic body, why do we need to consume demonic energy first? Su Chengxian still didn't understand. At the same time, he realized that he knew too little about cultivation matters. Maybe there should be more exposure to kung fu tactics after that, especially spells and such. It would be nice to have the handwritten travelogues of his predecessors, which he was interested in. It's perfectly fine to read through it first and exist in the sea of consciousness. Play it as a movie while you sleep. It would be nice to use your imagination and make a TV show out of it. Hey, it seems like I've found that great way to make a lot of sleep and not get bored. Demonic power, if not consumed, will be forced to activate the drums and resist the robbing thunder when the demon body is damaged. Ling Yunzi sighed. The Empress, the decisive one too. To suppress the demonic power and not to resist the robbing thunder. It is bound to distract the power of the divine soul. It's not conducive to the whole body and mind to condense the divine soul. And what Ling Xiao wanted was precisely the strength of the divine soul power, followed by the demonic body. But the spiritual platform and sea of consciousness, which was too important, would be irreparable once it was damaged. Therefore one cannot allow the power of the robbing thunder to fall entirely on the sea of consciousness. Instead, it was necessary to take most of the thunder and land it on top of the demon's body. There were still 3 of the most sinister robberies left. She must be sure that she can withstand it. But the pain of it is not abated in any way. What a terrifyingly strong heart. Ling Yunzi sighed with delight, then looked at Su Chengxian. Big brother, since you don't remember about the thunder tribulation, you should have forgotten what is most important about crossing the tribulation as well, right? Then you must remember it. The most feared thing about crossing a tribulation, whether it's a thunder tribulation or a tribulation of wind and fire, is that the divine soul is shaken, the mind is uncertain, and fear and cowardice are born. So the most pressing thing is absolutely unshakable. Tough faith. Click. Boom. The 6th lightning bolt fell. Chapter 76, Empress Sister mustn't turn into a roasted snake. Ha ha, the one who was going to cross the tribulation, turns out to be the one that, before, transformed into a green snake. When he saw that it was Ling Xiao who was going to cross the tribulation, Tiger Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. It really scared him. Thought it was the little white snake and the flower snake that were going to cross over. In contrast, Ling Xiao, who had already successfully transformed into his form at the 8th stage and revealed his extraordinary features, had to undergo the great demon realm's thunder tribulation, which in turn was more acceptable to him. Though, the speed of this cultivation was, again, amazing. Taking another look at the gathering robbery clouds in the air, he couldn't help but frown again. This robbery cloud, Wolf Chang and General Yu, were also looking at the robbery cloud. The former was puzzled. The latter raised an eyebrow. The power of thunder contained in this robbery cloud seemed a little too strong. Then, when the first thunderbolt fell, Wolf Green even couldn't help but let out an eep. It was indeed stronger than his thunderbolt. Then, what surprised them even more was Ling Zhao's method of dealing with the transitions, surprisingly consuming demonic power, outside of the demon body, to use to resist the robbing thunder? This Ling Xiao, why is he so calm? When Tiger Xiao saw this, he immediately frowned and said. He took it for granted that Ling Xiao was incapable of crossing the tribulation and couldn't suppress his cultivation and had to do so. Either that or see a thunderbolt that is more powerful than expected. That's why it's the next best thing. It's to be a broken can that can take a few thunderbolts. Big cat, don't jump to conclusions yet. Why are you still so furtive? Hold your horses for a moment and take a look. Wolf Green didn't agree with him. He had a few encounters with Ling Xiao and felt that she did not look like an average demonic beast that did not have any success. The matter of the thunderbolt is something that even stupid people know that they should be careful and prudent. This green snake of the Bai clan, since she was able to transform successfully, it meant that her divine soul power was not weak. It should be possible to suppress your cultivation and not cross the threshold for the time being. It was no longer so bad that one could not even sense the power of the thunderbolt in advance. General Yu watched with his arms folded without making a sound. The fall of the lightning was extremely fast. The first few passes were almost one after the other, not giving the ferryman any respite, until the sixth course, before it fell. But this short interval meant the arrival of even greater danger. At this point, Tiger Xiao had already expected that Ling Xiao would die for sure. The demonic power of this green snake has already been consumed too much. And the next lightning of the calamity will most likely split her to the point where her spiritual platform is shattered and her physical body is damaged. Or even, in the midst of the thunder and fire, turned into flying ash. Wolf Green couldn't help but frown as well, stealing a glance at General Yu. General Yu's face was expressionless at this time, unable to see what was going on in his mind. It didn't take long. Here comes the next lightning bolt. The sixth way. Underneath the robbery cloud. The suffocating sense of oppression was as if even time was frozen for it. Suddenly, a dazzling slit opened up in the sky, and a thunderbolt roared out like a silver dragon, straight to where Ling Xiao is. Boom! Rumble! Click! In the nick of time, the woman in midair did not react in any panic. A burst of radiant light blossomed from her body. As the lightning touched her body, changes slowly began to appear on Ling Xiao's body. The vestments wrapped tightly around her body in the lightning. Hoo! In the midst of the lightning flare, in the midst of a raging storm, with a low and long hiss, from within her body, a green-colored halo violently erupted. Ling Xiao's human-shaped Dharma body seemed to be torn by an invisible force, revealing her true essence, a green snake with a verdant green body. Amidst the light, a huge green snake slowly manifested itself, its scales flickering even more under the light of the thunder. Full of vitality, with his demonic body, Ling Xiao met the strike. Its vertical pupils, calm and proud, looked straight at the thunderbolt that kept falling without the slightest fear. The lightning ran through her snake body. Thunder, fire, and lightning danced continuously on the scales, leaving countless wounds. It also brought out countless beads of blood, slowly dripping under the rain. Hiss! Su Chengxian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. He didn't expect that Ling Zhao's so-called quenching of the demon body was such a complete lack of any power, only using his physical body to withstand it. On the body of the green snake, blood and flesh began to flake off. And this, however, was only the first of the strongest thunderbolts. Boom! Click! The seventh lightning strike, descending. Come on! With a soft chortle, a demonic elixir that was bubbling with green light was spat out from Ling Zhao's slightly opened mouth. Above her head, spinning and floating, this thunderbolt became more and more violent. Buzz! The moment the demonic dam was enveloped by the lightning of the calamity, a burst of green light erupted. In that instant, the green snake raised its head and swallowed the demonic elixir into its stomach. Let the lightning, together, run through. Hiss! The green snake hissed. Her body rolled in a sinuous coil through the air. Each swing was like a dance with thunder. Lightning traveled over her body. As the fire spread, vigorous demonic power gradually appeared on the snake's body. More wounds appeared on her scales from the tangle of lightning fire and demonic power. The scales were crumbling. A layer of pallor came out of the snake. Then this layer of pallor was torn open in huge gaps. The lightning, then, followed these large openings and set the layer of pallor, which seemed like an aged veil, ablaze. The ignited lightning fire enveloped Ling Zhao's body in an instant. She's molting? Su Chunxian's eyes widened in disbelief. Molting while transmigrating? The snake and python are at their most vulnerable when they are molting. As for Ling Xiao, she was surprisingly under a thunderbolt. A very crisis time like this. Molting? Not only did she molt, she also shattered part of her demonic dan. Under the lightning, Su Chengxian was unable to probe his divine sense out to check, but as long as he wasn't blind and had a normal brain, he would be able to discern what happened the moment Ling Xiao spat out the demonic elixir just now. the demonic elixir was struck by lightning. Above, cracks appeared, and after Ling Xiao swallowed her, the demonic power that was already in his body was already depleted. Then what was it that was on the green snake demon right now? Fighting with the thunder and lightning against each other? These demonic powers come from the demon pills. It should not have shattered in its entirety, but left behind the most refined core. Ling Yunzi's vertical pupil flashed with a brilliant light, saying with appreciation, "Good ingenuity. So it can still be." Su Changxian glanced sideways. "Nice guy. You sound like you still want to learn from me." Boom! Click! The lightning fire on the green snake was not extinguished. The seventh lightning bolt arrived. This is the last and most terrifying of all the robberies. It came with a roar. The entire heaven and earth were changed. But Green Snake closed his eyes. Let the thunder strike. The lightning was so strong that it actually sent out the thunder fire on her body. Instantly. Then, however, an even bigger thunder fire sprang up. Hiss! The green snake let out a hiss of pain. The emerald color of the snake's body turned scorched black. Around the valley, the smell of blood and flesh being roasted, which was already, if anything, extraordinarily strong all of a sudden. Asterisk. Su Changxian stretched his neck anxiously. Ling Xiao must not be made into a roasted snake by the thunderbolt. Chapter 77. Why hasn't the robbery cloud disappeared? Who else is going through the robbery? No, it won't. Su Changxian shook his head. Oh Empress. This is the Empress. How can you die so easily? Or such a stifling death? Sure enough, Ling Xiao didn't give up. The green snake in midair tumbled violently. On the snake's body, a burst of dazzling greenish light erupted. It was the coalescence of all the demonic power and will within her. It's really the last bit of defense. If this power also wore out, what awaited her would be the failure of the thunderbolt. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. All that was left in heaven and earth was the intense entanglement of those two rays of light. Boy, that's too risky. Su Chengxian's heart was in his throat. He felt that Ling Xiao's transits had no reference value for him. This is a calculation that misses the mark by 1,000 miles. And if you miscalculate by a tiny bit, you are dead. Can't play like that. No, necessary. Luckily, he still had this Ling Yunzi guy to be his next reference. Of course, Su Chengxian also believed that since Ling Xiao had chosen to do this, it should work out. This Empress sister, still waiting for the Emperor to return, has a grudge to avenge. How can you beg for death? So, again, it's like a death wish, but it's just a matter of maximizing profit. It's really convincing that this guy will do anything to get stronger. That's too much to ask. Seeing the lightning fire extinguish and gradually reveal the green snake that was now in its current appearance, Su Chengxian couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch. That's right. Thunder fire, extinguished. The power of the thunder, too, began to dissipate. The lightning is scary, for sure, but it is, after all, not a sentient thing. As long as the person who transited the tribulation, having endured the last of the tribulation thunder, within 10 or so breaths, could still have his spirit and soul still intact, and his physical body had not collapsed. Of course, there has to be demonic power in the body. Within 10 or so breaths, the succeeding lightning was driven away. Then you can be considered to have survived the disaster. But these dozens of breaths were enough to make the ferryman too dead to die. It was guys like Ling Xiao, who had crossed many lightning tribulations in his previous life, and had countless others who had taught him the method of crossing tribulations and had their own hearts, who dared to do so. Bad. Sister Green Snake turned into Sister Black Snake. Su Chengxian joked as he breathed a sigh of relief. How can you see any green color in the green snake now? It was so dark that it looked like a baked sweet potato that had just been pulled out of the bottom of a pot. The top layer is all carbonized and hardened, right? Hey, speaking of baked sweet potatoes, I'm getting a little hungry. Su Chengxian muttered. Why don't you go back and eat some? Ling Yunzi was silent for a split second and proposed. He felt that if Flower Snake continued to spout such nonsense, when Ling Xiao finished transiting, the two would have to fight. But it's not good. Mostly, he wants to be involved. Want to have to wait a while? Though, buzz, buzz. The gale stopped and the pouring rain, too, tapered off. In the midst of the robbing clouds, however, there was suddenly a violent aura fluctuation. A strand of aura that was hard to see with the naked eye, swirling, fell into the valley, and it began to converge towards the circumference of the green snake that had successfully transited. A cloudy white mist formed. It wrapped around the green snake and enveloped it. The silk nourished her flesh, down her mouth and nose, to be gulped and refined. Within a few breaths, the body of the green snake resounded with the faint, cracking sound of something. Barely. Boo! The green snake landed in the valley, climbed a 1,000-year-old tree and swam. Her huge body almost covered the entire tree, but her movements were exceptionally graceful, as if every inch of her scales and every twist contained endless power and beauty. In the midst of the writhing, countless black and red snakeskins were stripped from her body, exposed all over. Bright green scales. The color of verdure is even more beautiful. In the midst of all the sultriness and weirdness, it was powerful and noble. These scales, they must be getting tougher and tougher. All the dust has settled. The heavens and earth, which were originally in turmoil due to the heavenly calamity, had also regained their calmness at this moment. The green snake not only did not show the slightest sign of defeat, but instead borrowed the power of the thunderbolt to complete its own metamorphosis again and again. Her aura grew stronger. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and raised his head in all directions. The light shone brightly in the vertical pupils. Not only did she successfully pass through the 9 heavenly tribulations, but in the process, she also realized a leap in her cultivation, and also condensed her fleshly body and divine soul, to the limit of what she could currently endure. The power of this thunder tribulation was far superior to an ordinary great demon realm. If you can successfully cross over, your strength is bound to be stronger. It's even possible to cross the lightning tribulation like this? Wolf Green couldn't help but marvel. He had also crossed the great demon realm thunder tribulation that Ling Xiao had crossed, and the ferocity of it was still fresh in his mind. At the time, losing most of my life was hard work. Ordinary demon race with no foundation, no gungfa, no strong shelter, can only rely on what they heard from the bystanders, just a few words, and comprehend the key points on their own. Then, that is, each according to his destiny. Woe and fortune depend on the will of God. Not to mention taking advantage of the thunderbolt like the green snake. It would be lucky to escape from death. If only I had known. He, and Tiger Tsunami, were considered the blessings of all blessings. Although the injury is very serious, to raise 7 or 8 years to get well, but at least did not hurt the root. Cultivation still have the opportunity to improve. Now that he saw Ling Xiao crossing the threshold, how could he not be moved? I should have known that we are afraid that we won't be able to use this method of hers. Tiger Xiao shook his head and said, don't forget that Ling Xiao was first transformed into a form and then crossed the great demon realm thunder tribulation. Would an ordinary demonic beast dare to transform into a form in advance? Even if they dared, it would be difficult to transform successfully. If you enter the realm of a great demon and then take shape, you will not only have to endure the thunderbolt, but also have to condense your body. So how can you think of doing anything else? And on the contrary, under the great demon realm thunder tribulation, it was also the best time to transform. Otherwise, the demon body will be certain, the demon power will grow, and then to cross the lightning tribulation to transform into a form, the power of the tribulation thunderbolt will be several times that of the previous one. Unfortunately, there's no way to learn. Wolf Green nodded slightly, recognizing that Tiger's whistle was right. Then, is this method of transmigration able to be used? He looked at General Yu with a flutter in his heart. The lightning tribulation at the demon general realm may be able to use this method. General Yu smiled and nodded. At that moment, the 2 great demons' eyes were filled with radiance. Hu Zhao's heart fluttered. Then will you, Lord? It may also be possible to give it a try. General Yu smiled broadly. Demon clans are all afraid of thunder tribulation. In other words, no cultivator was not afraid of thunderbolts. With his cultivation at the late stage of the demon general realm, it might be a bit early to consider the lightning tribulation for promotion to demon marshal. Without a few decades, or even 100 years, I'm afraid that there is no possibility of breaking the realm of the demon marshal, but it's just early enough to be more prepared. This Ling Xiao, on the contrary, had brought him an unexpected joy. This robocloud? Since all 9 robberies have descended, why haven't the robberies clouds dispersed? Feeling that the sky was a bit dark, Tiger Xiao looked up into the air. As a result, he saw that the black clouds that covered the sky had not yet dissipated. Not only has it not dispersed, but it also has a vague sign of gathering again. This, Wolf Green and General Yu, were equally surprised. Yunzi, you're going to cross over? Su Chunxian's heart beat wildly. Since Ling Xiao has become a great demon, Ling Yunzi smiled proudly. How can this seat, in turn, fall short of her many? Afterwards, it swam towards the valley. To cross over. 12 Thunderbolts of Transfiguration. Chapter 78. It's okay, there's no rush. I'll add interest anyway. What's going on? Someone else is going to cross over? It's not still the White family's snake, is it? Tiger Xiao wrinkled his brow. At this point in time, other than him and Wolf Green in general there were only two snakes, one flower and one white, on the opposite side of the room, and they happened to be, all of them, of the ninth order. He looked at the hijacking cloud and then across the room. No, a family of snakes, one of them is a big enough deal, right? Furthermore, the three snakes of the Bai clan had all been promoted to ninth-ranked demonic beasts within an extremely short period of time. How long has it been? Now there was another one, who had just successfully crossed the great demon realm Thunder Tribulation. Still coming? It's okay. That's fine. And don't go too far. If we were to promote the great demon back and forth again, would there still be a heavenly reason? However, no matter how unbelievable he felt, he could only believe it when he saw a giant white snake, swimming towards the valley. These two snakes, one green and one white, from the Bai clan were really planning to cross the threshold back and forth. What's going on? Is it for good luck? To cross over together? Ridiculous. Somewhat. Overly hasty. Wolf Green chimed in. It's still a year away from the agreed time limit with General Yu. What's your hurry? Ha? Wait a minute. Doing the math. Tiger Xiao blinked a pair of tiger eyes. Didn't it take another year for Green Snake and the others to advance to the ninth rank? If we do the math like this, together with the 2 years used to promote to Great Demon, it would be exactly 3 full years. If it's really for the promise of the Lord General, it's really indescribable. Ling Xiao and the others had come from the edge of the mountain range, so they definitely did not have a channel to know what the chance that General Yu was talking about was. You're going to risk your life for a chance that you don't know why? If it wasn't for the fact that the General Master was right in front of him, Tiger Xiao would have wanted to yell at him for not knowing what he was talking about. But to call it out now is a bit of an accusation against the higher-ups. Although he wasn't as resourceful as Wolf Green, he wasn't stupid, so he only said, this white snake's tribulation is going to be transformed in the realm-breaking tribulation together. It's even more menacing than the green snake. No, he cultivates the Xian sect technique. General Yu shook his head slightly. It's more than just treacherous, it's 100,000 times more dangerous. Looking at the demonic clouds that were once again converging in the sky, one could see a few clues. Boom! Rumble! Amidst the tumbling clouds came a roar of thunder. The sound was even better than the previous time. 12 heavenly mine robberies are not so easy to cross. Cultivating the way of the demon race. The root is the demon body. And when you take the path of cultivation, the root is the human body. Therefore, the white snake this time transformed into the tribulation, but also to borrow the power of the tribulation thunder, completely shaped the physical body into a human body, recasting the 12 heavy floors of the strange meridians and 8 veins, opening up all the body's orifices, and most importantly, opening the Dantian purple mansion and building the foundation for cultivation, in order to be ready to conjure the golden pill afterward. This white snake, is he this good? Yeah, I almost forgot that he cultivates the immortal way. Tiger Xiao was shocked. Immortal way, could it be that you have to completely give up your demon body? Immortal way, of course, does not need to give up the demon body. The snake body was not only the demon body, but also Ling Yunzi's physical body. If you give up your physical body, how can you still cultivate the immortal way? At this time, he had not yet attained Yangshan, so he was afraid that he would not even be able to cultivate the way of the ghost immortal. What's more, it is the achievement of Yangshan, without the physical body to protect. Cultivation into the ascension can only go to the Jinyao days as a small magistrate. Years and years of servitude. What is the purpose of that practice? If not, he wouldn't have also been reincarnated in a military dissolution. Cultivating the Xian sect of the true sect seeks to live a long and free life, not to languish. In this life, this seat will definitely not repeat the same mistake, and to go farther than in the previous life, on the path of cultivation, and to scorch the eyes of those mediocre people. Boom! Rumble! Underneath the dome of dark clouds, thunder and lightning, a giant white snake snaked through the valley. Spiritual energy surged around his body, making his scales, in the increasingly dark scenery, faintly glowing with a white halo, appearing more and more silver white as snow. It was like some divine beast that had fallen into the mortal world. TSK. Su Chengxian twisted his head and said to the green snake beside him, Sister, other than that, our third brother's selling face, it's really good he. Suddenly a few bad points popped up. The heart said, wait for Ling Yunzi to take shape, learn a little bit of the art of change. Should he have to find an opportunity to let the other party become the appearance of the White Queen, cast a spell, sing a fairy love or something? Hey, wanna see? Selling? Be careful of letting him hear you and pull you against the lightning. Ling Xiao originally didn't want to pay any attention. But who let it be Su Chengxian, who had just run to the tree to carry her back while the robbing thunder hadn't fallen. So enduring the feeling of weariness after crossing the threshold, he coiled up his body to lie on the stone and returned. Su Chengxian glanced at her and couldn't help but tsk again. It's a bad attitude. But just say it back or not. This sister-brother thing is not cute at all. But who made him a big brother with a good heart and a tolerance for others? So instead of being upset, he was also concerned, taking advantage of the thunder that struck the third brother, which hadn't yet fallen, to ask about the second sister's situation first. Ling Xiao, why do you stay in snake form? It can't be that there's no way to transform into a human body after the thunderbolt, can it? There was also a considerable period of time when he was previously incarnated that he could not return to his original form. This thunderbolt is even more dangerous. There won't be any after effects, right? Thinking of Her Majesty's brazen behavior, Su Chengxian found it hard to believe that she was fine. I don't even know if the demon pills have been split. Tired. Ling Xiao said indifferently. It's not that it's impossible to take human form. It's that it would take less effort to show up in your original form. She had benefited greatly from this thunderbolt. Especially after this, the transformation changes between the demon body and the human body would be more rounded and smooth. The enhancement of her divine soul power and the condensation of her divine sense would be instrumental in making her control over her demonic body even better than before. And after the plunder lightning-tempered flesh, strong and tough degree, more than ordinary weapons are difficult to hurt her, is the same level of the great demon, perform battle skills, to break through her defense, also not so easy. Most importantly, her demonic body had gone through this thunder fire, shedding its skin twice in succession, forging blood and quenching bones. And while the snake body appeared to have no obvious changes, a hint of bloodline return was inspired within. What bloodline? Su Chengxian was immediately curious. Ancient giant snake. Ling Xiao did not hide it. Moreover, she was vaguely showing signs of awakening her natural aptitude. However, the lightning tribulation has also caused my spirit and demonic power to be greatly depleted. I'm afraid it will take a year and a half to recover, especially for the refining of the demonic Dan. It would also take time to recoalesce. Of course, this time the recoalescence will be far superior to the previous several times. The injuries on my body, they haven't healed all the way either. Ling Xiao is suddenly a bit uncomfortable. Su Chengxian, do you have any more spirit stones? Lend me some. Hey we're brother and sister. What's all this talk about borrowing or not borrowing? Su Chengxian very much had the look of being a big brother and said with his head held high, I'll give it to you to use. When I recuperate from my injuries, I'll find a way to get you the blood and flesh of a great demon to eat. That's a good feeling. Su Chengxian laughed. Ling Xiao even used one of my medium-grade spirit stones, so when the time comes, the two of you will be paired together. Get more meat. I'm a big eater. After his thunder tribulation, the time to recuperate from his injuries will, I'm afraid, be longer than me. After all, it's not 9 thunderbolts that come next. Instead, it's 12 channels. It's fine. I'm not in a hurry. Su Chengxian tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. Interest will be added anyway. Ling Xiao glanced at him. Boom! A sudden bolt of lightning exploded over the valley ahead. Raising his eyes, he looked at the rumbling thunder and the rolling clouds of plunder, which hadn't stopped increasing. She glanced at the robbing cloud and couldn't help but look at Su Chengxian again. It was because of the flower snake's medium-grade spirit stones that Ling Yunzi was able to cultivate to the transformation stage so quickly. His defense spells were all refined only 2 days ago. I wonder if, this time, the thunderbolt will go well. Another 10 or so breaths passed. The sky's robbery cloud finally brewed its first robbery thunder. The clatter started and the rainstorm arrived. The wind is blowing wildly. Boom! Chapter 79, Thunder Tribulation. Ling Yunzi transformed into his form. White rumble. Click. Thunder. Like an electric python. Surging towards the white snake below. He devoured it. Its body was huge and incomparable, stirring up the wind and clouds, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble slightly. The white snake in the valley, too, raised its head defiantly. Be full of spiritual energy. Welcome. Boo! The lightning struck through the snake's body and hit the ground. It made a loud noise. Boom! Boom! The white snake tumbled, the lightning and fire on its body instantly igniting. Hey! Su Chengxian was startled. How come it's only the first lightning strike and it's already on fire? Ling Yunzi's snake body is not fat. This burning for a while, the oil is roasted dry. This is the immortal Tao transformation revenge for him to remake his body. Ling Xiao looked at it and said, "It's 100 times more painful than me taking shape. Is that why you don't fix it?" Sort of. She also knew a few techniques for practicing the immortal way. But none of them are top-notch and the crossing is tough. Not to mention the immortal Tao's techniques. Even the demon's sacred Tao that she had cultivated in her previous life, she had not chosen. It is because the demon race has to cultivate the human race's gongfu, and the thunderbolt that transforms the human body is 10,000 times more painful. What's more, I have no obsession with being human. Me too. Su Changxian nodded in agreement. So he didn't even have much of an idea about taking shape. Surprisingly, Ling Yunzi still chose to follow the old path. Could it be that he doesn't know the top demon race techniques? Ling Zhao's curiosity rose. Or is there something else going on? Willing to put up with this kind of suffering? A redhead? Love and hate? A green snake and a flower snake, twisting their heads and meeting their eyes. Both saw in each other's eyes an interest in inquiry. Looking for a chance to test it? Ling Xiao blinked. Agreed. Su Changxian nodded. Why don't your majesty use the beauty trick to exchange it? Poof. I refuse. Ling Xiao crossed his eyes. Flower snake wants to go all the way. No way. Boom. Click. While the two were talking, the second calamity lightning that struck Ling Yunzi arrived. As the second heavenly thunderbolt roared down, it was like the heavenly god's furious sword splitting through the void, striking directly at the top of the giant snake's head. The white snake did not hide and moved forward with his head held high. Boo! The moment the thunder light collided with the snake's body too, a dazzling light erupted, as if there were 10,000 fire snakes roaming around its body surface. But it still stood, with silver light vaguely flowing under its scales. That was the protective divine light of Ling Yunzi's cultivation, made of demonic power. But that didn't stop the bombardment of the robbing thunder. The white snake's scales burst in the thunderfire, revealing bright red flesh and blood, followed by a third and fourth. For successive robberies of lightning fell one after another, one following the other. There was barely a pause in between. Su Chaixian's heart, too, followed the thumping. Even if he was some distance away, the pressure that pressed down from the calamity clouds, as well as the power fluctuations when the calamity thunder descended, made it difficult for him to remain unaffected. What's more, in order to adapt to this environment, he hadn't puffed up his blood chi to resist. Before the exam, of course, I have to familiarize myself with the environment of the exam room. Moreover, since he wasn't sure about his own thunderbolt, which one it would be, he still had to gather some more information. And so, when after the fourth lightning bolt, the fifth did not fall, he then turned his head and asked Ling Xiao, why did it stop? 12 divine thunderbolts, every 4 of them, will be separated by a tea break, Ling Xiao said. So humanized? Su Changxian wondered. Humanize? Ling Xiao had never heard of this word, but was able to understand the meaning well. So he snorted. How can the lightning have a human nature? There are intervals to prevent cultivators from practicing tricks and resorting to external forces. So this tea time is not for the cultivator to rest, but for the robbing cloud to do sensing and adjustment? Su Changxian staggered. Marvel at how well heaven knows the human race. Of course, borrowing or not borrowing external power, the thunderbolt was going to get stronger and stronger. Therefore, this pause was also to leave a gap for the robbing cloud to store up its power. Boom! Click! The tea was over in the blink of an eye. A heavenly thunder boomed, causing the entire valley to tremble. And this time, the 4 robbing thunderbolts fell even faster than before. Not only fast, but ferocious. Boom! Rumble! Boom! Rumble! Endless lightning power poured down, completely wrapping the white snake. In the midst of this destructive force, the giant snake's body began to undergo astonishing changes. Its scales gradually falling off and dissipating into dots of fluorescent light in the air. The spiritual energy in Ling Yunzi's body was transformed into a cloud of mist that enveloped his entire body amidst the lightning and thunder of the robbing thunderbolt. The rays of lightning and the spiritual mist engulfed the white snake. Boom! 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 Only the sound of rolling over and slapping the ground from the pain kept coming. The valley that had already been devastated once, by Ling Zhao's crossing, was ravaged once again. Within the halo of light, splatters of blood and scales, with burning lightning fires, were blown everywhere by the gusty winds. Luckily, it was doused in time by the heavy rain that fell from the looming clouds. Otherwise, the valley will turn into a sea of fire. After 4 robberies of lightning, there was another cessation of tea. Thunder rumbled and thundered in the overhead robberies, and electric snakes drilled. The giant serpent inside the valley also had a chance to catch its breath. He ignored the thunder and fire spreading over his body. the white snake coiled up. Raising his head high, he spat out a demonic elixir. Spit towards the demonic elixir. Each exhale was accompanied by an even more majestic fluctuation of spiritual energy. More spiritual energy bubbled up from his body, and his flesh and blood scales were rapidly growing back. Roar! Before the ninth thunderbolt fell, Ling Yunzi's snake body had already recovered as before, but he didn't take the demonic pills back. So, boom! Click! As the first streak of thunder cut through the sky, it struck the demonic Dan hard. Phew! This demonic elixir, surprisingly, was instantly set on fire by the lightning fire. Asterisk. Su Changxian glared angrily. Nice guy. What a guy. This guy, Ling Yunzi, wants to learn from Ling Xiao, like a death wish. How is it that these two men can so calmly and frantically test the waters on the edge of life and death? Could it be that this was one of the test criteria for becoming an empress and Taoist ruler? Roar! The thunder ignited the demonic pills and also landed on top of the white snake's massive body. The protective spells on his body were split apart in an instant. A scent of burning and destruction filled the air. The white snake's body trembled violently, but it didn't see the slightest retreat. Instead, it raised its head and let out an earth-shaking roar. He raised his head and swallowed the burning demonic elixir. Boom! The thunder fire on his demon body suddenly sprang up in a big way. A fierce red light enveloped the white snake's body. Spiritual energy and electric light constantly entangled and cancelled out. Before the second robotic thunderbolt fell, there was a change in the snake's body. Unable to see the exact details of it, no one dared to probe their divine sense toward the robbing thunder. Su Changxian could only see that White Snake's body was trembling violently. Then the figure began to blur. Gradually, the serpentine shape slowly disappeared and was replaced by a human figure. The morphing was faster than expected. Boom! Click! The third thunder, descending. When this lightning dissipated, almost in the blink of an eye, Whitesnake transformed into a person. It was just hard to see the features, and even a bit hard to see the figure. Boom! Click! There was another clap of thunder in quick succession, the last of the robbing thunderbolts that fell. When the last trace of thunder light dissipated, a handsome Taoist dressed in white with long hair like a waterfall stood in the middle of the valley. He tilted his head to look at the sky's robbing clouds, a faint aura surrounding his body. A faint smile appeared. 12 robberies of thunder. The end. His transformation, too, was successful. Chapter 80. It's over. What? The thunderbolt is over. The wind and rain also dissipated in an instant. Skyfall aura. It's dense as fog and drizzling rain. The white-robed Taoist sat in the valley, his eyes slightly closed as he meditated to recover. Wisps of spirit mist then surrounded his body, although he had just crossed the threshold and transformed into a form. But with this stance, he couldn't see the shadow of a snake demon at all. The eyebrows are handsome, and the temperament is unassuming. Rather, it was more like an immortal relegated immortal. TSK. Su Changxian let out a strangled sound of uncertainty. Surprisingly, the aura has also transformed into rain? Ling Xiao glanced at him. What she was more concerned about was the harvest of the transformed Ling Yunzi's journey through the tribulation this time. Going through the Xianmen Orthodox sect and crossing the transformation tribulation was certainly vicious and painful. However, once crossed, there would be great benefits in cultivation in the future. Of course, for Ling Yunzi, the biggest benefit was to retrace his steps back the way he came, and it was a breeze. And it's still as smooth as silk walk? This fellow is resolute, learning from me to borrow the thunder tribulation and scorch the demonic pills with thunderfire shattering. Ling Xiao lightly hummed. Such a devilish approach to teaching was certainly not found in the Xian sect. Ling Yunzi was a quick learner. This guy cultivated the Xian sect proper, but was in a demon body before he took form. In order to cultivate, you need to condense the demonic Dan, and the demonic Dan cultivated by spiritual power will inevitably be tainted with blood demonic power in it. Therefore, before taking human form, the reason why the demon pills had to be shattered was to get rid of these blood sirens and the demonic power. And this time, learning from her to use robbing thunder, not only did she have less trouble shattering her own Dan, she avoided the demon Dan shattering and the mana running around in her body. You can also take the remaining demon pills back into your body. The mana contained in the demon pills that had been calcined by the lightning fire was not only pure, but also less explosive. Just the thing to use against the lightning. But it's a huge risk to be able to make that choice. After all, there was a big difference between shattering a Dan on its own, and a demonic Dan being shattered by a calamity thunderbolt. Of course, looking at the results now, he's clearly doing well. The way of heaven is merciless. The way of heaven is fair. Skyfall aura is not given casually. Is there anything to be said about the amount of aura given by the heavens and earth after the thunder tribulation? Su Changxian asked curiously. Of course. Ling Xiao nods his head. When you harmonize with the heavenly Tao, the aura descends like mist, like rain, like a waterfall. If you don't conform to the mind of heaven and earth, you are as spiritual as silk. Just give and give. That. You want to ask how you can harmonize with the heartbeat of heaven and earth? Yeah. I don't know. Oh, A+. I really don't know. But the human race of the eastern earthly realm has speculated about it. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, but still said, it is said that it is related to the technique that the cultivator is practicing. Just as she cultivated the law of the demon clan, she used her demon body to undergo the fiercest of several lightning tribulations. Ling Yunzi cultivated the Xian sect technique, so he shattered the demonic Dan with thunder fire, and he also somewhat gave up his demonic body to cultivate with his innate Taoist body in a single-minded gesture. However, the upper body, the heart of heaven, is not so easy to do, and, with this kind of thing, it can't be done. They both made it, not necessarily because of that, so just listen and don't take it seriously. It is difficult to align people's minds, and it is even more difficult to think about alignment. The heart of heaven and earth, the mind of heaven, even if you know it, I'm afraid it's hard to obey. What's more, cultivators, for the most part, were unwilling to be mediocre and unruly. I'm afraid it's hard to really go against your heart to follow the way of heaven. Instead, it's counterproductive. Since human beings have selfishness, it would be better for each one to cultivate his own personal path, all according to his ability. It's better to stay true to your heart above all else. In the midst of the thunderbolt, don't let your mind be disturbed by fear and be disturbed by the demons of your mind. Heart demon? Su Changxian heard the key information and hurriedly asked. In the thunder tribulation, there are heart demons? Thunder can shock the soul and ward off evil spirits. When you have any delusion in your heart, it will be disturbed by the robbing thunder and reveal itself. Ling Xiao said, that's why in the eyes of outsiders, there are only so many robbing thunderbolts, and from the time they fall to the time they dissipate, it won't take a moment. But for the ferryman, it's days and years. So it is. Su Changxian nodded. That's why the thunderbolt is a dual test of the divine soul and the physical body. The calamity of transformation has passed, and in the future, Little White's cultivation will truly grow by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao looks at him and laughs. Old ghost, when are you going to cross the tribulation? What do you think? When is the right time for me to cross the threshold? Su Changxian asked. You're asking me? Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Such a matter of life and death of cultivation, but to ask so casually? Could it still be that when I say when, you'll be able to cross the threshold at the same time? What a joke! Unless it's that he's already. Ling Xiao thought of a possibility and couldn't help but turn his head in disbelief, looking Su Changxian up and down. Let me hear you say it first. Su Changxian said. Good. Then if you want me to say it, today is just the day. Ling Xiao's vertical pupils narrowed slightly as he looked at him and said. Why? Su Changxian pursued. When do you think today? There has to be a reason, right? Reason? Of course there is. Ling Xiao smiled. Have you ever heard of the matter of fortune? In the cultivation world, there has always been the saying of borrowing luck. Ling Yunzi and we both successfully passed through the thunder tribulation this time. And we both also obtained the aura that descends from heaven and earth to transform rain after the tribulation. The so-called 100 shun. Isn't this a good omen? If you also cross the threshold, you might be able to capitalize on the momentum as well. Makes sense. Su Changxian pondered. Makes sense, doesn't it? What I have said are all golden words. How can there be no reasoning? Ha! Ling Xiao did not believe that Su Changxian would actually choose today to cross the tribulation because of this. So when I finished, I laughed at myself first. That's all. In my opinion, little flower, you'd better hurry back to cultivate. Time is not on my side. She held back a laugh. If you don't hurry up, you can be dumped by me and my little white brother. Before the result was finished, he saw Su Changxian twist around and swim toward the front. I can't help but be surprised and ask, where are you going? Asking the question, a certain thought in his mind shook, and Ling Xiao thought of the possibility that had just occurred to him. Su Changxian, could it be? Transition. The flower snake was seen to flap its snake tail and cheerfully returned. Ling Xiao, it was good that her premonition, after all, had come true. The hijacking cloud dispersed. The hijacking cloud dissipated. The robocloud finally dispersed. Ha ha, Hu Xiao nodded happily. Not bad, it's finally over. Seeing that the thunderbolt robbery, the descending spiritual chi, were about to be absorbed and refined cleanly by the white snake. The robbery clouds in the sky also dissipated a lot. He thought to himself, now, there won't be a third thunderbolt, will there? With 2 consecutive thunder tribulations, just watching from the sidelines, one felt the pressure. This green and white of the white family, the thunderbolt of the 2 snakes was extraordinary. The way of crossing the threshold was also a great test of the tolerance of this onlooker. One great demon realm, one immortal Tao transformation foundation establishment. This family is really lucky. Especially this white snake. After the thunderbolt transformed into a form, it actually looked like a true immortal who had attained enlightenment. Quite a looker. Hey, white boy. It might be very pleasing to a leprechaun. To say it is also strange. Not cultivated into human form before. No matter which clan's female. Love to find him this majestic. But this and other transformed form. There is a lot of favor that scholarly Taoist. It's more fun to say what you like about pestering this urbane and cool one. What love interest? Ugh, isn't it just about being handsome? Don't you think we don't understand? And then there's the one with unique tastes who travels thousands of miles to mess with bald monks. It's not like they're all specifically picked for good-looking crust. These female demons are just not as good as our male demons. Tiger Xiao thought to himself. We male demons are just very specialized. Only like to look good no matter what. Hey! He couldn't help but tilt his head in self-satisfaction at the thought. Then it's, a tiger's eye was rounded. Hey, General Master. Look, what are you looking at? Look at the robocloud. The robbery clouds that were about to dissipate began to converge again. Ah, there's no end to it. Tiger Xiao jumped to his feet as he watched. Chapter 81, This Thundercloud. Isn't it not quite right? Good. Very good. Ling Yunzi successfully crossed the threshold. General Yu looked at the Taoist in the valley who was practicing cross-legged and smiled with his arms crossed. 2 great demon-level demons were born within this Luyang mountain of his at the same time. Kind of good news for him. That green snake is not going to talk about her for now. This white snake could become a rare existence in the demon clan in the future. I'm afraid. First of all, he can make pills. It is rumored that he can also smith. I just don't know if he can successfully build a foundation. Judging from the spiritual rain falling from the sky, this transformation thunder tribulation was very successful. After remodeling the human Tao body, the next step was to build the foundation, unclogging the meridians and orifices and opening up the Dantian and Violet mansion, thus building the foundation of the immortal way. I wonder how far this green snake has gone. The lightning tribulation had just ended and the other party was recovering their mana. It is at its weakest and most guarded. Since General Yu had no intention of making an enemy of the other party, he certainly wouldn't rashly check with his divine sense. In a few months, just find an opportunity to have Wolf Green ask about it. Between him and the several snakes of this white family, there was not only no barrier, but also some sheltered affection. Besides, there's still a stake of opportunity here that hasn't been honored. Whitesnake is not so bad that he has to hide his cultivation. This white snake, called Ling Yun? General Yu looked at Tiger Xiao, who did not know what he was thinking about, and said to Wolf Green with a sideways glance, back to General Master. I heard Green Snake call him by his nickname, Little White. Wolf Green said, there is also a big name, called Bai Ling Yun. Bai Ling Yun? This general remembers. General Yu nodded. Earlier, Green Snake and White Snake had saluted him and reported his name. Ling Xiao, Ling Yun. For water-avoiding snakes have 2 last names. The great white snake is the female snake, with the lowest cultivation level, and is called by Xiao Chui. The green snake and the white snake followed its surname, both surnamed White. That flower snake, however, was surnamed Su, called Su Changxian, all names that are extremely rare among demons. Speaking of which, when he promised the chance at that time, there were also a few reasons for this name in it. Smart demons don't always become strong, but except for the very few that are gifted and lucky, there are almost no stupid ones that can walk smoothly on the path of cultivation. Since he has the art of alchemy, he should have some other arts as well. General Yu thought to himself that if he didn't have any, he could try to find some for him. It's best to seek out a few danmaku. The former was for that chance, but the latter was for itself. Spiritual power had too many more convenient features than demonic power. It could be compatible with the spells and complement them when cast in tandem. This is not the result of any human race, clocked by heaven and earth, and those statements are nothing but the human race putting gold on themselves. The reason why this was so was simply because those gongfu phrases were all created by the great powers of the human race. The mana they cultivate is spiritual power. Could it still be that demonic power is stand up and be more effective? Even the demonic power burst is not suitable for alchemy, but also because the demonic gongfu, compared to the human gongfu, will be rough and not fine enough. However, if they made it too fine, it would be more difficult for the ordinary demon race to cultivate it, so they just had to give up. Of course, amongst the demon race, it was not as if there were no people who were proficient in alchemy and weaponry. There will be no shortage of them in the king's city, but they are lacking in Mount Luyang. Not to mention Mount Luyang, but the entire ascending Dragon Ridge. There was a shortage of pills. At the demon marshal's place, it may be possible to dredge up the situation. As the resident general of Mount Luyang, General Yu's mind, constantly turning thoughts. But what was being plotted also left Ling Yunzi the benefit of the doubt. Although, he didn't have the pills that he desperately needed. Having such a great demon under his command who was proficient in alchemy would be of no small benefit to him. Later on, it might come in handy. Besides, if White Snake could refine pills that would benefit his cultivation, even if the enhancement was not great, he would still come. Even better, these two great demons had just opened up their caves in his territory. It doesn't look like there will be any plans to leave this place for a while. Thinking of this, General Yu was naturally quite happy. Seeing that the apocalypse clouds were gradually dispersing, he had no intention of stepping forward and disturbing the two demons who had just passed through the thunder tribulation, so he was ready to turn around and leave. After that, I'll send someone to send some congratulatory gifts. When you become a great demon, you will be the rightful lord of a cave, and of course it qualifies to have to be congratulated by the general. But just as he was about to turn around, he heard Tiger's tail suddenly ouch and yell twice. Then I heard this tiger demon shout, "General Master, let them, look, what are you looking at?" General Yu turned back and followed Tiger Zhao's outstretched finger to the sky. Surprisingly, he saw that the robbery cloud, which had dissipated a bit before, was rapidly gathering back. "What's going on?" Wolf Green asked in shock. "And who's going to cross over? Look at that valley over there." Tiger Whistle yelled. "See that? That flower snake." He saw it just now. This huge flower snake, whooshing and swishing with 3 twists and turns, leapt into the valley, rushing at the green snake that seemed to have sensed the change in the calamity cloud as well. He just waved his head. That means, tell his oldest brother to go away. This place, he's going to use it. This family of snakes surnamed by has come to cross the threshold in a group. Tiger Shao grunted. It was this general who was negligent. General Yu also couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He couldn't help but sweep his divine sense from Su Chengxian's demonic body, previously unnoticed. Now that he took a closer look, he knew that Su Chengxian was indeed about to cross the threshold. The growth of his blood qi seemed to have reached the limit of what his flesh could bear. Everything grows at an end. When a demonic beast reaches the 9th stage of growth, in order to continue to become stronger, it must undergo a lightning tribulation. However, on second thought, it seemed that he had never seen a demonic beast that had reached the 9th rank and was about to be promoted to the great demon realm without a trace of demonic power in its body. It was just that there had been no mana fluctuations on this flower snake. How was it going to take shape? The blood qi within the demon body was even stronger. Could it really withstand the robbing thunder? General Yu frowned. He had never seen a completely manaless 9th ranked demonic beast cross the threshold. However, he had seen many demonic beasts with insufficient mana despite their large size die in the lightning tribulation. The valley. You're going to cross the tribulation as well? Ling Yunzi looked at Su Chengxian. Aha! Su Chengxian nodded his head and urged him to leave quickly. Oh old brother, hurry up and go, or else I'll have this thunderbolt fall and strike you again. But you don't even have mana. I know it in my heart. Su Chengxian used the snake's tail as a hand and waved it back and forth at him. Go away, go away. You be careful. The lightning tribulation is not trivial. The corner of Ling Yunzi's mouth twitched. Seeing that his body was already raging with blood qi, he stopped persuading him and just admonished. After saying that, he turned around with a flourish of his robe sleeves and took off into the air. With a straight back, black hair and white clothes, and a dashing posture. The TSK. Su Chengxian couldn't help but make another odd sound, then twisted his head back and looked to the sky. The sky was filled with robbery clouds that were converging. Because he had come all the way here, he was already drumming up the blood qi in his body. The blood aura rushed up to the sky, tickling the aura fluctuations of heaven and earth. So the thunderbolt rises. Boom! Rumble! The thunder was like a drumbeat, and it became dense in a flash. This thundercloud. Looking at it, isn't it not quite right? Su Chengxian was holding his head high and staring high into the sky. Suddenly, he realized that the pressure coming from the constantly gathering clouds between the tumbling, seemed to be a bit stronger. Chapter 82, Heist Thunder? Come on. Thunderclouds. But in a moment, just changed the look. Countless ebony green rubber clouds rolled in as if they were ink dragons tossing and turning. It quickly converged into a vast, ebony sea. Boom. Rumble. Rolling and roaring. Straight away, he wanted to devour all the light in heaven and earth. Deep in the clouds, electricity danced wildly like silver snakes, intertwining into an impenetrable heavenly net, and every flash was accompanied by a deafening roar that shook the earth. Rumble. Click. The sound, surprisingly, is still growing. Each sound shook the hearts of the people, as if it was the wrath of the heavenly Tao to cleanse the world of all impure things. My goodness gracious, am I some kind of filth that must be eradicated, laboring you with such great divine might? Su Chengxian looked at the robbing thunder and fell into deep self-doubt. He didn't seem to have done anything, in his life plus his life, to hurt the world. Did he? Not to say that there is no such opportunity, and he is not capable of such evil. In my last life, I was a cow and horse, and this life is just starting out, and usually, besides eating and sleeping, I am bullying the female emperor's younger sister and the Daelord's younger brother. This isn't going to be a lightning strike, is it? Even if he knew very limited information about the lightning tribulation in the cultivation world, Su Chengxian could be incredibly certain that he was in trouble. This robbery cloud in front of me was unusual in any way, especially since he had only just seen Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi crossing the threshold. From the beginning to the end, he hadn't missed anything from how the robotic clouds appeared and gathered to the first robotic thunderbolt falling. Even the cuties can all see that it's not the same at all. Click. An electric light traveled across the sky like a giant dragon, cutting through the sky. Holy! Su Chengxian really couldn't hold back and exploded in foul language. It was accompanied by a blinding blue and purple glow that illuminated everything around it for an instant and quickly sank into deeper darkness. The light seemed to contain a heaven-destroying power, tearing apart the robbery clouds and leaving behind shocking arcs of electricity. Phew! Whoa! Instantly, the wind blew and torrential rain poured down. What kind of lightning tribulation is this? Ling Zhao's eyes rounded out as the snake's body reared its head out of surprise, looking at the plunder clouds above the valley, and Su Chengxian below. She's like pitted old ghost. This seat has witnessed many thunder tribulations. Ling Yunzi stood long and frowned. This kind of noise shouldn't appear at this time. Su Chengxian was only a ninth-order demonic beast. The thunder tribulation he had to endure was the thunder tribulation of breaking the boundary to ascend to a great demon. The cultivation realms of the demon race and the human race could be compared to each other. The great demon realm was similar to the foundation establishment realm. Refinement of qi into 90% to build the foundation. But there will not be this kind of robbery cloud of great magnitude. Cultivator's conjugation is divided into 9 grades, and the lowest grade of conjugation thunderbolt is just a few points stronger than this. Within my sacred sect, there have been people who have crossed the threshold, and the sound was different from others. Ling Xiao paused and said in a very puzzled and confused manner, but those are only those who acted in an unthinkable manner. To be able to be called an unbelievable generation by the Empress, whether it was cultivation qualifications or something else, it was definitely a leader among his peers. Oddball. Oddballs with powerful cultivation. After she reminded him of this, Ling Yunzi also remembered something. There was a senior in my clan. Ling Xiao immediately turned his head to look at him, curious to know which senior from the Xian sect's authentic sect would enjoy the same thunderbolt treatment as the holy sect's oddball. That senior. Blisteringly evil. Ling Yunzi pondered, but still used the evaluation of the elders within the sect. What a cynic. In other words, killing people. Sure enough, it's a positively hairy evil Zenmanshan. Boom. Click. But it was a matter of saying a few words. Su Chengxian's first lightning tribulation, just like that, caught him off guard and fell. The two men couldn't be bothered to say anything else, and hurriedly turned their attention to the valley. The wind transformed into a furious roar, carrying an endless might that swept over everything on the earth. Trees stooped, even snapped, and broken branches and leaves were strewn about. The rain poured down as if pouring, turning the valley into an ocean. And when this thunderbolt broke through the sky, everything seemed to be heckled to a halt. Time, as if stopped, mixed with deep blue and ghostly purple, like the light of judgment and punishment from the heavenly Tao. With a boundless and horrible might, it fell down with a bang. Boo! Accurately, it struck the flower snake below. At this moment, the air seemed to be ignited, erupting into a deafening roar, accompanied by a dazzling light that illuminated the earth as if it were day. The ground trembled and splashed with mud and water. The surrounding rocks and trees crumbled and turned into pieces under this force. After the thunderous light, a pungent scent of burning flesh and blood quickly filled the air. Scorched blackness appeared on the flower snake's body, but an unyielding flame burned in its eyes, a desire for survival, a quest for power. He opened his mouth slightly and a plume of black smoke emerged. He spat the snake at the sky. He said. Su Changxian was furious. The thunderbolt came too quickly. He tilted his head back to look at the looming clouds, and the shocking thunder crashed down. What does it mean to be as fast as thunder and as quick as a shooting star? It was that before he could even blink his eyes, the robbing thunderbolt landed. In an instant, it broke the scarlet protective blood chi on his body in dozens of places. Thunder and lightning struck the snake, tingling and stinging. Blood and flesh bloomed and scales shattered a bit. The pain is somewhat painful. However, as this calamity thunderbolt came down, Su Changxian's heart, however, was a little more solid, as if it can be carried. A light flickered in his vertical pupil. The most dangerous time for a sword hanging overhead is when the landing has not yet fallen. Threats, in their constantly anticipated consequences, are magnified. And when the tribulation thunderbolt really fell, after feeling the power of it, he was reassured instead. The lightning, indeed, was terrifying. Not only was it able to dissipate the blood chi, but there was also a trace of it, which burrowed into his aura's sea of consciousness. But in Su Changxian's sea of consciousness, the lotus platform blocked it. It's the blood chi that seems to be consuming quite a bit. Su Changxian didn't dare to distract himself from looking at the panel to check the exact value of the blood chi depletion. However, since he had crossed over, he had spent almost every day in the growth of his blood chi, and he was very keen on the changes in his blood chi. So with his senses, he was also able to roughly judge how much of this thunderbolt had worn away. Nearly 100,000 blood chi. For an average 9th-ranked demonic beast, this exertion was considered to be very dangerous. After all, there were at least 8 more robber thunders to follow, and one, more powerful than the other, is more powerful. But for him, Su Changxian couldn't help but hum and laugh. The thing I'm not afraid of the most is consuming blood. With a thought, the blood chi in his body tumbled and drummed, gushing out, instantly patching up the broken, protective body defense power. The injuries on his body were also 80 to 90% healed in this instant. Then he tilted his head once more and looked at the robotic cloud, waiting for the second thunderbolt. Come on. Chapter 83, 9 Thunderbolts. Is it over? Boom. Click. The second robotic thunderbolt roared down. Immediately after that, there was the third thunder. Thunderbolts came one after another, one more violent than the other, one more shocking than the other. Moreover, the almost seamless connection between the second and third robber thunderbolts caused the surrounding bystanders to hold their breath. A big sweat for Su Changxian. What's even more agitating is that this is only the first 3 robberies. Behind that, there's no telling what will happen. Even if it was a demonic thunderbolt of 9 channels, there were still 6 left. Boo! Boo! Lightning strikes. 2 robberies. Falling. Roar! The lightning dissipated, and in the valley, there was a hiss. Obviously still carried it off, though from a distance, he looked very much like a large, patterned worm, tumbling through a valley that had been made as if it were a quagmire by the gusty winds and torrential rains. The snake's body was scorched and blackened, and there were more wounds where the blood and scales had crumbled. It looks ugly, very lousy. In reality, though, he wasn't seriously injured. The few clusters of lightning flames that sprang up were extinguished in a breath under the gush of blood chi around them. And it's not just as simple as blocking it. Due to the third lightning bolt, it came too fast, beyond the prediction. He looked up then between twists and turns to look upward into the sky, just as he saw the thunderbolts running in. Therefore, when this robbing thunder fell, it directly landed on the snake's mouth that he had slightly opened under the shock. Thunder passed through the snake. Inevitably, there was a very tiny trace of thunderfire that followed the broken blood chi and drilled into his mouth. In the heat of the moment, he habitually activated his innate divine ability, swallowing refinement. Surprisingly, he refined this bit of electricity, and the electricity that was refined did not turn into blood chi, but rather, it elevated the divine soul realm. Su Changxian couldn't be sure if he had heard the system's prompt in that instant. However, in his perception, the refined electric light, transformed into a tiny electric snake, appeared beside his divine soul phantom, and the electric light that drilled into the sea of consciousness, surrounding the lotus platform, tangled and fought. In the midst of this tussle, there were strands of lightning spirit light that merged into the divine soul, the aura of heaven and earth. the light of the 5 elements is the most difficult to obtain. Instead, he took advantage. No less. However, it cost almost 100,000 blood chi. And the taste of it, very bad. Wretch. Su Chengxian couldn't help but dry heave twice. Lightning roiled across his throat, and he was more irritated than the first time he had swallowed demonic power. Ling Xiao and the others who were watching from the sidelines, of course, couldn't possibly know that he was even able to swallow the tribulation lightning. Much less would he know, in his spiritual sea of consciousness, what was happening. So after seeing him in this scenario that looked like he had been struck by a thunderbolt and spit out, they all had different colors on their faces. I don't understand why someone who crosses the threshold would look like this. Does the lightning even irritate the intestines? Or maybe Su Chengxian's soul was shaken and he vomited? If it's the latter, that would be dangerous. Ling Yunzi frowned. God's soul and flesh under the thunderbolt. If one of them collapses, it is certain death. Su Chengxian had only passed through 3 robberies. At this point, his divine soul was damaged, and I'm afraid that the next heavenly thunderbolt would cause his sea of consciousness to shatter. I see that his blood chi state is very full. It doesn't look like something is wrong with his soul, Ling Xiao said after carefully observing. Immediately after the robbery lightning, he mobilized his blood chi to restore his defense to nourish his fleshly body. Reflections are rapid, and sanity is evident. As for why you're vomiting, she did recall one possibility. This guy, he didn't eat something he shouldn't have again, did he? The last time this scenario appeared, it was after swallowing the demonic elixir of the treading cloud deer. Ling Yunzi obviously also thought of it. His expression was stunned, but then he said, "This is in transit. He can eat. What can he eat? A jar thunder? This conjecture. It's ridiculous. Who would eat hijacked lightning? The legendary true beast of the flood? Tao Tai? Chaos? How is that possible?" The internal meridians and orifices were the most difficult part of the tempering of the physical body, completely incomparable to flesh and bone. Swallowing the robbing thunder in the belly was undoubtedly like letting go of the defense and letting the enemy burn in vulnerable places. More can't be swallowed. Less might be fine. Ling Xiao, however, said, "Don't forget that he has a natural aptitude to swallow the flesh and blood of great demons. The flesh and blood of a great demon contains demonic power. If he could refine the demonic power, swallowing a few threads of thunderflame shouldn't be a problem either. Hopefully, he won't get carried away to the point that he'll go and actively take advantage of the lightning tribulation." Ling Yunzi heard this and said with a slight pensive expression. He wasn't a few percent sure about that. After all, the stupid flower snake had finished swallowing the demonic elixir of the treading cloud deer and then proceeded to swallow the curly-haired lions. Although, spit it out later. But this time, he won't necessarily have the chance to spit out the robbing thunder. "Your Majesty," thinking of this he said after a pause, "you say, this fellow, Little Flower, do you know that the thunder tribulation he has crossed is likely to be more than 9? Since they didn't know the technique Su Chengxian cultivated, they couldn't be certain that there would be several lightning tribulations. But judging by the current hijacking clouds, there must be more than just 9 channels. If the flower serpent treats the thunderbolt as if it were 9, it will use up all its power before the 10th appears. That would be bad." Boom! Click! The 4th robotic cloud, descending. Boom! Click! The 5th way, again with the streak. Hiss! Still into the previous general, carried through the front a heavenly thunder. When a thunderbolt fell behind him, Su Chengxian, however, jerked up, raised the snake's head high towards the robbing thunder, opened his mouth. He stretched out his long snake letters. It popped out quickly and then retracted instantly. Boo! Boo! The snake's body, along with the robbing thunder, fell back to the ground. Thunder and fire burned in a flash. He hurriedly drummed up his blood chi to resist the robbing thunder. Natural avatar, swallowing and refining. Ouch! 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 Su Chengxian, as Ling Yunzi had expected, still couldn't help himself and took the initiative to take advantage of the heavenly Tao. However, he wasn't foolish enough to actually swallow the robbing thunder. So just stick your tongue out and lick it. Of course, just that one hit took a lot out of him. That's a bit more than a hint of what was there before. This is a bit more than that. The pain was more than 100 times more intense. It even overpowered the body for a time. The pain of the thunder fire burning. Luckily, although it was a bit choppy and took a dozen breaths, it was still refined. Only, the blood she consumed had to be 7 or 8 times more. Mother almost played myself to death. Su Chengxian cursed, but it didn't give up and continued this death-defying behavior. After all, consuming blood chi could counteract the thunder that drilled into the sea of consciousness. and it could also boost the power of the divine soul. Blood and guts. He's got it in spades. Boom. Click. The 6th and 7th passes Su Chengxian carried through smoothly as he had done. Then came the 8th and 9th courses. When the 9th channel falls, he tilted his head back to look at the robotic clouds in the air. Is it over? Chapter 84, the 14th path. There's an end in sight. The robocloud. Unbroken. Sure enough, there is more. Boom. Click. The 10th lightning bolt. Here we go. The lightning struck and flashed like electricity, as if it were a giant silver blade that swung down heavily, to harvest and take away the ferryman under the hijacking thunder. It's not the demon race's 9 thunderbolts. Ling Xiao transformed into his human form, and together with Ling Yunzi, he watched Su Chengxian's movements with some concern. I don't know if he'll be able to, keep going. After all, the fact that this heavenly thunder fell signaled that there would be more afterward. There will be at least 2 more passes. Throughout the ages, the number of heavenly thunder in the thunder tribulation has been chronologically 3, from 6, 9, 12, and so on. Ling Yunzi said in a deep voice, the heaven, the earth, and the aura give birth to all things. Cultivators, with essence, Qi and God as the base, pursue the great Tao. Therefore, the heavenly Tao sends down thunderbolts to test all beings, and the thunderbolts are counted in 3s, whether what is sought is strong power or the way of the heart. The time of the thunderbolt is the same. No mana, no demon pills. How is Su Chengxian going to get through these 3 robberies? He has a thick blood qi, so I think he will have a way. Ling Xiao said, but although the words were said, but looking at the stupid flower snake before, licking the virtue of thunder, it was clear that the blood qi consumption was not small. It was hard to say whether the remaining blood qi could carry the day. It's a death wish. How dare you lick the heavenly Tao's lightning? Xi and Ling Yunzi dared to take the risk because they were sure of themselves and calculated to the minute. The stupid flower snake had even forgotten about the matter of crossing the threshold, and had the audacity to do so. This seed even suspects that he didn't forget. He didn't cross over. Ling Yunzi suddenly said, you mean? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. If so, no wonder he's so bold. There is no fear for the ignorant. Stupid enough to not know what's going on. They have the audacity to act recklessly. The snake's bile must have grown quite large, under the lightning of the calamity. If you can't get through it, you'll be turned into flying ash. She laughed coldly and scolded with some hatred. It's better to dig it up and make wine for me to drink. Sure enough, there is more. It turns out that I also have to cross the 12 heavenly thunders. Su Chengxian is in okay shape. The mind was also calm in the face of the 10th lightning bolt. Although he did not have the insight of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, he might not be as smart as them. But there is still extra care for your own little life. The thunderbolt against itself would likely be the strongest, and the heart was prepared for it. Not to mention the other things first, on his identity as a traveler. Is it reasonable to cross the threshold without some special movement? Of course it doesn't make sense. Are there surprises beyond the unreasonable? Why did Su Chengxian have to, with bated breath, wait for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, both of them, to cross the threshold after they had crossed the threshold? Aside from the fact that he was inexperienced and wanted more references, it was also because both of them came from somewhere, so he wondered if they would be targeted for their transits. As it turned out, there was not the most worrying situation. The 2 men crossed the threshold, and the perils of it were all of their own making. Well, that's a relief for him. He's not like those 2. The old man would never die. Then, stepping forward, he met the falling 10th lightning bolt, took a lick. Wretch, it seems that for a while, he won't be able to die. Ling Yunzi's eyelids fluttered as he made an assertion. Not only can't die, it looks like it's still alive and kicking. Ling Xiao snorted, though it was struck by thunder and lightning and had to bounce and squirm. At the same time, she was curious. Just how much blood qi does this guy have? Blood qi fluctuations were not like demonic power fluctuations, which were so easily perceived. What's more, Su Chengxian's cultivation level had always been higher than theirs, so the 2 of them knew that he was strong. But they didn't know to what extent. However, it was still astonishing to see this kind of thickness that had survived 9 robberies in thunder and still managed to go and lick the 10th. Speaking of which, I have always wondered why every time he breaks through, there is no trace of any power fluctuations. Ling Zhao's long beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Have you ever sensed it? This seat also feels strange. Ling Yunzi shook his head. He didn't sense it either. Every time Su Chengxian managed to get promoted, he would make a point of coming to tell them. Then after both of them were also promoted, the 3 of them would fight, and the result of the battle made the 2 of them very certain that the other party's strength had indeed increased. If Su Chengxian knew what they were wondering, It must be dark. And of course you can't sense it because the system covers it for him. Not only realm enhancement, refining demonic pills, demonic beasts' blood and flesh, demonic power, promotion of talent was painful and so on. These moments of violent drumming of blood chi. Even now, therefore, the blood chi around him, originally superficial, looked voluminous, and at this point, he didn't have the heart to focus on that, because the heart has long been shielded. You're still distracted by the calamity. Are you looking for death? TCH, there's 2 more to go. Su Chengxian glanced at the wounds on his body, and with a thought, his blood chi surged. The defense was quickly patched up. Then he tilted his head back to look at the sky's robotic clouds. The power of the heavenly thunder so far is also within the expected range. It was no more terrifying than what Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had experienced. Su Chengxian still had some certainty regarding this tribulation. Otherwise, how could he have arbitrarily decided to cross the threshold today just because of Ling Xiao's words? I want to borrow a good color and I don't want to put it off any longer. It's hard not being able to sleep as much as you want. So, one has to hurry up and cross the threshold. After crossing the threshold, you can happily eat and sleep and eat again. Moreover, the Empress' sister, Daelord's younger brother. What virtues he knew very well. After these two solidified their realm, they would definitely provoke him. Humph. I'm a big brother. Why take a loss when you can win? Even if it's more than just 12 channels. I'm not afraid, Su Chengxian said in his heart. The damage to his physical body wasn't great, and his spiritual platform and sea of consciousness was even more solid than before. The blood chi was depleted by less than 10 million, ready to deal with special movements. Boom! Click! The 11th thunderbolt. It violently cut through the sky, as fast as a silver dragon running into the sea. Straight down. Boo! The thunderbolt touched the snake's body, and the lightning and fire photoelectricity immediately intertwined into a net of death, instantly wrapping Su Chengxian's figure tightly within. Thunder and lightning intertwined, erupting with a blinding light that darkened the entire heaven and earth. Mother Su Chengxian cursed. That's really something. He felt himself, all half-cooked, immediately after. Boom! Click! It's the 12th path. Here comes the most menacing. Surprisingly, there's still, like, a 13th course. In the crowd's shocked gazes, 1 gold, 1 purple, 2 heavenly thunderbolts, falling almost in hot pursuit. Boo! Boo! Put! Su Chengxian spat out a mouthful of black smoke. Good man! Now! That really almost turned into a roasted snake. When he looked up again, he saw that the robbery clouds were still rolling in the air. It didn't dissipate. That is, there is likely to be more hijacking thunder yet to come. Boom! Click! The 14th, the lightning. Nima. As good as Su Chengxian's mindset was, it was also a bit broken at this moment. Is it over? Chapter 85 Not 16 Roads. Surprisingly, there's more. This, surprisingly, the 13th channel. Stunned, Ling Xiao couldn't help but move forward and take a step. He was pulled back by Ling Yunzi. Your Majesty, be at ease. He was equally shocked, but was still quite steady. Do not be impatient. Ling Xiao returned to his senses and looked at him. Little White, did you see that? This is the 13th heavenly thunder. Aha! Ling Yunzi nodded. How could there be a 13th tribulation lightning? Ling Xiao was completely unable to comprehend. He's not a Dan formation. Ling Yunzi was silent for a moment. Originally, the two were relieved to see Su Chengxian, having successfully crossed the 12 thunder tribulations. Feeling that the jinx, for sure, is over, was wondering why he hadn't taken the opportunity to take shape. It was then seen that the 13th lightning bolt came. Only the thunderbolt that enters the Jiedan realm. No, to be precise, it was only when the Dan Chang was above the 6th grade that it would undergo more than 12 robberies. 7 grades, 15 courses, 8 products, 18 paths, 9 pints, 21 courses. There was a similarity in the promotion of the demon race to demon general. Demon generals are born into the realm, and are similarly divided into 9 classes, but a demonic beast of the 9th rank, directly crossing a large realm, promoted to demon general or Jiedan? No way. Ling Xiao thought about it and shook his head. Impossible. The cultivation level is too different, even if his kung fu is special. But what feats would attract what shouldn't be there? The 13th thunderbolt? No, not just 13 thunderbolts. More than that, 15 ways. When he saw the 16th thunder, the expression on Ling Xiao's face even appeared to be stagnant for a moment. On the other side, General Yu and the other 3 demons who were spectating the tribulation. it had long since gone into a state of petrification. Dumbfounded, he looked at the robbing thunder, which kept falling. Ray, is that too much? What was even more strange was why the flower snake, up to now, hadn't taken form. Transformation? How could Su Chengxian still have the heart to care about any transformations? After carrying through the 15th course, he was a bit unable to hold on. The 3 thunderbolts in the back caused the blood chi to be depleted by nearly 10 million. Together with the previous ones, at least a small 20 million blood chi was consumed in the midst of resisting the thunderbolt overriding the electric fire and recovering from the injuries. Of course, Su Chengxian's remaining blood chi was still plenty. However, his physical body and also his divine soul were getting more and more injured, and it's totally too late to recover. His father's, what to do? The huge blood chi that continued to rise and tumble was also a great test for the strength of the fleshly body, plus the striking and burning of the lightning fire. At this rate, the flesh will crumble. Inside the spiritual platform sea of consciousness, the electricity was also harder to eliminate one at a time. Even if it still holds up, it won't help. Once the physical body collapsed, a divine soul that couldn't even withstand a hint of thunder fire could still exist? Totally beyond expectations. Su Chengxian was in a hurry. Can you blame him? Who would have thought that there would be so many robber thunders? Even if it's a special motion, 1 or 2 more, 3 at the most, would be fine. Mindfall is not a dumpling. Why is it still raining endlessly? How many more heavenly thunders are there? 15 courses. Is that enough? To which the hijacked cloud replied. Boom! Click! 16th heavenly thunder. With a posture that was almost oblivious to distance, it instantly crossed the barrier of space and pushed straight down, as if it wanted to turn all existences that stood in its way into ashes. Su Chengxian had only one thought in his head, run. But the thunderbolt, it can't run away. Ding dong! The host will face a life and death crisis. Is it necessary to expend blood and energy to raise the realm of the soul and body to withstand the lightning? Needed. Su Chengxian did not hesitate at all. Crap! Hesitate at this point, and you may be dead. Attention of the host. Resisting the robbing thunder and breaking into the great demon realm. The blood chi consumed starts from tens of millions. Please confirm. Confirmed. Confirmed. Received. Boo. Almost at the same time that Su Chengxian's mind confirmed and the system replied that it had received it, the robbing thunder struck his demonic body. The brilliant yet incomparably deadly thunder pillars fell with a loud bang. The whole heaven and earth seemed to be lit up, and instantly returned to silence. The figure that was struck by the pillar of thunder appeared small but stood tall. The snake's mouth opened slightly. It was as if he had used up all his strength to declare to this endless sky his unyieldingness and resistance. He said, "The light of the thunder is too bright, so an outside bystander must not see it." Su Chengxian's body instantly vaporized with blood aura. In an instant the blood chi around his body was mobilized as if it was boiling, protecting the vital points on his body. The parts that spilled out were transformed into thick red clouds that wrapped around the countless electric lightning and thunder flames. It tangled with it, quenching his flesh, sinews and bones, and even his internal organs. The natural aptitude, swallowing and refining, was also catalyzed. Heat, searing, old man now. It must be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. In a flash of lightning, in his mind, only this one thought flashed. Then, the divine mind went blank for a few breaths. The lightning that had been refined by the enormous blood chi in an instant transformed into pure thunderfire that gathered in the lotus platform of the spiritual sea of consciousness. Meekly, it circled around the lotus platform, hovering with the divine soul spirit phase above it. Wisps of warm breath wafted toward the divine soul, causing it to become more and more solid. Su Chengxian seemed to see, in a single thought, the 5 senses of the Dharma body, gradually becoming clearer. However, when he withdrew his inner vision, he realized that his flesh, already, was charred. His father's, the process is hard to describe. For all the relief of the divine soul, the physical body was undergoing great pain. Also, the depletion of blood chi in the body was very alarming. But it was within a few breaths that 10 million chi and blood were consumed. Hiss. Su Chengxian couldn't help but let out a meaty hiss. It's real flesh pain, and flesh pain in another sense. Then he couldn't resist rolling over. Snap, snap, snap. As he twisted his body, a surprising sound came from his body as if a glass was shattering. Twisting around, it was the surface layer of the demon's body, the charred black shell, that began to peel off, revealing the freshly grown scales inside. I seem to have, grown up again? Su Chengxian wondered. He seems to be molting, but the skin was charred by the lightning fire, so it was out of shape. Please pay attention to the host in order to break through the realm and cross the threshold more smoothly. The system will be released to cover up the changes in the host's body blood chi. Please prepare the host to receive the great change that the fleshly body truly presents after the complete release of the blood chi. Okay, I will. Su Changxian had just nodded his head when he suddenly realized something was wrong. You wait. What do you mean? What do you mean? In order to break through the realm and cross the threshold more smoothly? The old man himself had carried through 15 lines of the lightning, and had just spent 10 million more blood chi and had already carried through the 16th line. You haven't made it through the tribulation yet? 16 ways to go. It's time to tie the knot. Boom. Click. Ein yet. Not 16 ways. Surprisingly, there is. Chapter 86, 21 Thunderbolts. Descent. The color of the lightning in the robbery cloud turned to a dark purple, intermingled with arcs and sparks. The sound was even more terrifying and appalling. The 17th Thunderbolt. It was still following the pattern that each lightning bolt was stronger than the last. Su Chengxian's vertical pupils reflected the thunder that roared in. Ling Xiao. He opened his mouth and wanted to scold Ling Xiao, but the decision was made by him, and the abnormality of the thunderbolt could not be blamed on anyone else's head. What's more, initially, he secretly hoped that the robbing clouds would appear to be in a state of force due to multiple convergences. Took a chance. Don't even think about it. Would Tendo be that stupid to be stuck with a bug? If it did, it would have been stuck until it had to be fixed by those extremely clever cultivators of the human race. There is no way. It can only be fought hard. System. Received. Will consume chi and blood to ward off the thunderbolt for the host. Boo! The lightning reached his body, and the thunder fire instantly burned. In a single breath. There was also a bubbling scarlet blood sea of power that filled the huge flower snake's flesh. And thunder and lightning, and arcs of fire, entangled and fought, and gradually, it took over the top. Ding dong! Please note that the host has consumed 10 million blood chi and has successfully resisted the robbing thunder. Su Chengxian's heart was dripping blood. Blood was also seeping out of his body. The power of this robbing thunder was not only terrifying anymore, but it even carried a few chilling sensations through the body, ice cold, to the body's flesh. Meridians, lungs and internal organs constantly penetrate and enter. It was again dispelled and dissipated by the blood. Torture. Another layer. Phew. Click. Click. He exhaled a mouthful of cold air with his head held high, surprisingly freezing the raindrops that kept falling into hailstones that smashed into the ground, embedded in the ground in a torrential downpour. His father's, Su Chengxian's heart jumped. Luckily, blood is abundant. Otherwise, wouldn't you be frozen into an ice sculpture? This thunderbolt, how there are new tricks. Boom. Rumble. The robbery clouds in the sky were still rolling over. A new calamity of lightning was brewing. Su Chengxian watched coldly, calculating in his heart that he could still block a few more. The first consumes 20 million. The 16th. The 17th? 10 million each. The total number of tens of thousands of blood chi was missing almost half of it in the blink of an eye. It'll last 6 more passes at most. His heart sank. Ding dong. Attention of the host. Is it necessary to refine the remaining blood chi into essence blood chi, with the help of participating in the power of thunder and fire after the thunderbolt? Essence and blood chi? Su Chengxian asked. What is essence and blood chi? Host. Those who live forever must cultivate and condense the essence of blood. To condense essence blood, one needs to refine the blood chi first, refining it into essence blood chi and later promoting it to essence blood chi, and then the essence and blood chi, condensed into essence blood, forging the path to immortality. What does it mean? Su Chengxian was delighted. System, does it mean that not only will I be able to cross the tribulation, but I'll also have blood chi left over? The system did not respond. His heart sank. No response means no answer. Withstand the lightning tribulation as the first priority. He hurriedly collected his mind. If there is any left over after the tribulation, refine it. Received. This time, the system returned, and Su Chengxian looked at the robbing cloud. He can still live to carry 6 more robberies. Can it be over within 6 kalpas? He doesn't know. No one can answer that question. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, as well as General Yu included, the few that were still able to watch the thunder tribulation in front of them, had all given up on doing any recourse regarding Su Chengxian's thunder tribulation, gave up on the conversation as well. No one spoke again. They didn't know how much more of the robbing thunder there was. The thunderbolt in front of him was beyond too much common sense, completely unrecognizable. Whether it was the number of the robbing thunderbolts, the change in the power in the robbing thunderbolts, as well as the fact that, up until now, Su Changxian had not yet shown any signs of transforming into his form. It was not known that Su Changxian could last until the first few passes. Can you make it to the last course? So what they're doing at this point is just watching from the sidelines, waiting for the final results. Boom! Click! The 18th Thunderbolt. Here we go. This one robbing Thunderbolt, outside of the Thunder Pillar, bubbled with a layer of flame. It was like a dragon of thunder and fire, swooping down. Boo! The lightning fell and actually set the rain on fire. In the valley, because of the thunder and fire raging, the grass and trees that have long been 10-1, this time completely in a desperate situation. A blazing fire that engulfed everything. Such a majestic heavenly thunder fire. Ling Zhao's eyes reflected the fire. Flowering snakes, more evil than good. The 5 elements of qi? Ling Yunzi could see a bit of a clue. Is this lightning method designed to break Su Chengxian's organs? Thunder is born of the qi of yin and yang. Thunder is yang and thunder is yin. Thunder line heaven and earth in the gas, can produce 5 elements, so it is said that the thunder between heaven and earth law, collectively known as the 5 thunder, the qi of the 5 viscera is saved and gathered together as one, so that one can reach the great Tao and master the wonderful use of the 5 thunders. However, the internal organs are the most difficult to refine, more difficult to take into account than the orifices and meridians. However, in the midst of the thunderbolt, one point of attack is feared to be a total loss. Therefore, these 2 robberies of thunder were even more terrifying compared to the dozen or so in front of them. Su Changxian, can you hold out? Rumble. Just then, thunder roared from the sky as the robbing clouds. It was as if the gods of heaven were shaking with rage, and 10,000 pounds of force were among the clouds. The next instant, a dazzling heavenly thunder ripped through the sky, roared, and fell. Boom! Boo! Thunder crashed to the ground, and the light, 100 times brighter than the most incandescent flames, shone brightly. Ling Yunzi's heart was beating wildly. In the valley, thunder flames blazed. The flower snake's originally modeled scales flashed with a demonic light when the lightning fire was reflected on them. But in an instant, it was swallowed up by this destructive force. The piercing lightning roared down like an angry dragon. Only the flesh of the flower snake was seen, completely engulfed. Immediately after, an unnameable power rose steeply. Phew! The wind rose up and swirled with torrential rain and mud. The water columns rushed to the sky, and between heaven and earth, there was chaos. Amidst the chaos, a huge tornado suddenly took shape. It whirled and roared, like a god or devil opening its huge mouth, above the sky, to devour everything in the mountain. The center of the tornado, in a few breaths, became a deep and dark vortex, emitting a suffocating aura and sending out bursts of sharp whistling bursts. The wind and thunder moved, and the thunder and fire were even better. There's still the gold thunder and earth thunder to go. Ling Yunzi's eyes burned. He hadn't seen how powerful it was when thunder manifested the 5 elements. Thunder contains the 5 elements, all of which are contained but not revealed. It was as if thunderbolts bombarded the cultivator's body and spawned thunder and fire. It was the first time I had seen such a distinct manifestation as the one before me. If Su Chengxian can go through such heavenly thunder and not die. Rolling, the 20th lightning bolt, from the sky. It was more than twice as thick than the previous one. Quickly, back off. General, you let out a breakneck roar, but it was completely hidden under the thunder. The 2 of them, Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao, couldn't have heard it at all. However, they also foresaw that extreme danger was coming. Almost simultaneously, they flew back. Just in the next instant when the several figures moved away. Jaguar thunder. It blasted right into the valley where the thunder fire burned. Blasted on top of that vortex. Boo! Boom! Rumble! The sound, which resembled a thunderous movement, did not come from the sky. Instead, it came from within the valley. It was as if the earth's dragons rolled and shook. Boom! Click! The 21st lightning bolt. Advent. Chapter 87. An immense and incomparable snake's head emerged. Jaguar thunder. Dark clouds, like ink, rolled in and obscured all bright light. The heavens and earth were filled with winds rippled by the raging power. And the eye of the storm is the valley where the lightning falls. Within the valley, the water roared as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Thunder struck the storm vortex, and the burning thunder fire. The 3 collided together and erupted with great devastation. Boom! 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 Buzz! Buzz! Boom! Rumble! The earth shook. A tremor that seemed to originate from the depths of the earth's core. Then the ground at the bottom of the valley, as if the sleeping beast was violently awakened, broke free of the restraints and rolled over. The rocks broke loose, and huge blocks of stone, crumbling from the steep mountain walls with a deafening roar, fell like meteorites, smashing into the valley floor, stirring up a frenzy of electrified water jets and mud. The ancient trees that used to stand in the sky, which were originally not in the center of the chosen crossing, were now like fragile scarecrows, being uprooted or snapped off by the relentless force. The moment it fell, it made a dull, desperate sound, only to be overshadowed by the sound of the ground moving. The whole valley, the sky is falling. All of this movement happened in a matter of moments. So caught off guard, the overflowing power even rippled beyond the valley, within tens of miles around. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, in a single leap, flew out at least 100 meters, and yet you can still feel it, the pounding wind and rain, and the scent of thunder and fire mixed in with the wind and rain. Old ghost, was he an absolute devil in his previous life? Ling Xiao flung his sleeve to stop his form and waved away the incoming vapor. I have heard that those who have committed great crimes and evil deeds will have countless heavenly thunderbolts added to their bodies when they have done all the bad things, chopping until you die. It is called heavenly punishment. 21 thunderbolts of heaven. What kind of great treachery and evil must one have done to deserve such treatment? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth twitched. The matter of heavenly punishment is just a rumor, and in the rumor mill, it's a sinful punishment inflicted on the common man, and practitioners without amnesty. After all, if all thunderbolts descended because of sin, wouldn't the cultivation world be full of sinners? However, he didn't bother to refute Ling Xiao. Instead, he gazed into the valley. Raising his head again, he glanced up at the sky, at the robotic clouds. The robbery cloud that was previously tumbling and rushing, and constantly rotating, gathering more dark clouds, was now showing a relatively calm state. The power of thunder in it also seemed to be slowly coming to a standstill. Within a few moments of him looking over, there was no more major movement. It seems, it's over? Thunder tribulation. It's over? Ling Xiao also noticed the calamity cloud and raised his eyebrows. That stupid flower snake, is it dead, or alive? The valley of the fairy was completely shrouded in water vapor. The collapse caused by the shaking of the earth and mountains had even more closely obscured the scene therein. Without releasing one's divine sense, one would not be able to see anything at all if one only looked with the naked eye. Should we go over and take a look? She looked sideways at Ling Yunzi. Wait a little longer. Ling Yunzi said. The 3 robberies in the back came with great ferocity, especially the last one. If he hadn't gotten away in time, he was afraid that all of them would have been affected. Now in the past, the aftermath of the thunder and fire had suddenly risen up in case it had been crushed under the mountain, or another calamity thunder falls. It would be dangerous. The 2 who had just crossed the threshold didn't quite dare to take that risk. The thunderbolt is over. If Su Chengxian had held on and was still alive, he wouldn't have been able to die if he had gone a moment late. If he was already dead, go early or late, it's all the same. I still very much want him to live. Ling Xiao said. This seed also feels that he won't die that easily. Ling Yunzi said indifferently. Both of them had their eyes on the valley. In unison, they began to drum up and accumulate mana. If he dies, I will preserve his flesh. Her Majesty's elder brother, who is dead, cannot be food for his mouth. This seat should accompany your Majesty. Ling Yunzi said. Although, according to common sense, the flesh of the dead demon race was also a blood meal for the other demon races. The strong devouring the weak was considered a rule in the cultivation world. Su Chengxian had also eaten a lot of demonic beast blood and flesh. If he died under the thunderbolt, and there were still remnants of his flesh, it would be reasonable for him to be divided up by General Yu and the others, or by the demonic beasts that rushed in to crash the opportunity after the cloud with the calamity dissipated. Although, I don't care about what's behind me, Ling Xiao said. Her ashes, it wouldn't hurt to take them and plant them. Dead are dead. But Su Chengxian had also been a human, so he should not recognize this rule. That being the case, he should not be allowed to be partaken of. Your Majesty is the man of penetration. Ling Yunzi hooked the corner of his mouth. This one, not in sarcasm, the Devil's Gate Empress, sprightly and uninhibited. It's a sex maniac, but he also felt that there was nothing wrong with acting in such a way. The human race has always been domineering. One of them was a female emperor and the other was a Tao Lord. And they were even more used to being domineering, putting aside the fact that they owed Su Chengxian. It was that in this life, the other party was the elder brother in bloodline, and they had to protect his flesh and blood for burial. The 2 of them were poised and ready to go, just waiting for the robbery cloud to dissipate and the thunder and fire in the valley to weaken slightly. Then he rushed over to check it out. Hijacking clouds. The robbing cloud isn't moving. Look, the robbing cloud isn't moving. The great demon tiger tsunami pointed at the sky and roared. At this point, He was no longer where he had been on the sidelines before. He and Wolf Green followed along and retreated to the distant peaks after General Yu's order. He had just used his demonic power to vaporize his body, the water mist that contained the aura of thunder and fire. Staring at the valley where the flower serpent had transited, he looked at it for a few moments and didn't see any movement. When he looked up again he saw the robbing clouds in the sky, which seemed to have stopped, blinked and made sure once more. It did stop. And, looking at it, it seems to be showing signs of dissipation. Ha ha, Tiger Tsunami laughed. 3 thunderbolts. Goodness gracious. The third one to cross the tribulation has 20 tribulation thunderbolts. This is finally. Woohoo! You can stop your mouth. Wolf Green gagged him directly. The corners of General Yu's eyes couldn't help but jump several times. If he hadn't known that Tiger's whistle was a spotted tiger becoming a spirit, he really suspected that this guy had the bloodline inheritance of the Annunciation bird. Or, perhaps, there has been some kind of ferocious beast in the ancestry that informs of bad omens. Seeing Wolf Green blocking Tiger Xiao from opening his mouth, he did not open his mouth to stop him. MT. Lu Yan. It's been a long time since it's been this busy, but it doesn't need to be so hilarious. A successful transition is indeed pleasing, but the sound is so amazing. It's better to come less often. This one valley. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to recover for decades. The Master General of Mount Luyan let out an emotional sigh. He didn't mention that Su Chengxian, who had crossed the threshold, because in his case, it was almost confirmed that this flower snake was 10 dead. How can one be alive when there are 21 robber thunders and the last few are still so treacherous? Wolf Green said. The words just fell. Boom! There was a loud bang. A fog surging from the valley, quickly diffused. First a light blue-gray, then turned into a rich milky white, and finally turned into a chaotic undivided gray world. The thunder and fire went out and the storm dissipated. There was another shaking of the ground. An immense, incomparable snake's head emerged. Chapter 88, Your size, why haven't you gotten any smaller? Sunshine. Golden light poured down. Clouds. The colors are brilliant and cover the sky. This view. The setting sun melts gold and the twilight clouds merge. What a peaceful evening for the ages. The golden crow falls in the west, and the afterglow gilds every inch of the land with a dazzling layer of splendor. Right in the middle of this intertwining of light and shadow, a huge and incomparable flower serpent was silently coiled between the mountains. Beside him, spiritual mist surrounded him. Emerald colors were pleasant, and flowers bloomed. Also a mountain stream waterhole. Its body meanders like a river flowing with splashes of color, not much smaller than the waterways that float away around them. The scales shine brilliantly in the sunlight. The red ones are like flames, the green ones are like emeralds, the blue ones are better than the deep sea, and the yellow ones are like gold. Mixed together, the images composed seem to contain, as it were, dizzying power. It makes you afraid to look at it more. Shoo! Between the flower snake's breaths, the spirit mist traveled down his mouth and nose, drilling in. It was as if he had transformed into several small, milky white snakes. That countless spirit mist was also following his scales, constantly converging and seeping in. Who dash? With a light breeze, the massive body moved gently and rolled over. Boom! Driving the surrounding mist, mountains, and earth, all seemed to tremble. Hiss! He braced himself, raised his head, and uttered a low, long hiss that, like a demonic beast from the ancient flood, it suddenly awakens. The sunlight pierced through the thin layer of halo on the snake demon's body, shedding dappled light and shadow, adding a bit of mystery to this quiet valley. All around, wildflowers were in full bloom and the aroma was overwhelming, as if the altar was specially laid for this gigantic being. Butterflies and bees are busy and happy as they move from flower to flower. Their buzzing sound intertwines with the gurgling water of a distant mountain stream, forming a melodious natural music that adds a bit of vividness and harmony to the valley. However, in the midst of this splendor and harmony, that flower snake serpent demon seemed to be beyond everything. Its eyes were deep and cold, looking into the distance through the layers of light, and only those who can hear the hissing know what he is waiting for. Even if you don't understand, it's okay, because he had just, with his divine sense, precisely, simply and powerfully, conveyed the meaning of hissing. Of course, you certainly can't guess just by guessing. His cry was, hungry, 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 bring food, and the so-called deep indifference is just, well, just waking up. Great king, the little ones are here. A group of small demons, pushing a cart, came over with joy. The large cart made of ancient wood was loaded to the brim, red and white. All of them were flesh and blood spirit fruits sealed with demonic power. Great king, a monkey, bouncing around, arrived first at Su Chengxian's side. The meat this time? It's fish meat from the endless sea. How are we going to eat? Fish meat? Su Chengxian swept his divine sense and knocked on the texture of the meat, deciding instantly, half of it will be stewed, and half will be roasted for dinner. Great sage, Cloudy Skillet, is it ready yet? He asked the monkey. Maid Miles. The golden-furred monkey scratched his paw. Only this time, he didn't bring it. It's fine. Su Chengxian smiled. Immediately, he raised his head and hissed again. Hiss. At the same time, divine sense was released towards the cave where Ling Yunzi was, sending a message. Yunzi, Yunzi, bring big brother a skillet. Hungry, 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 hungry. Damn flower snakes. Ling Yunzi's forehead was bruised by the noise. However, his divine soul power, for the time being, was not as strong as Su Chengxian's, and he was unable to block the other party's divine sense transmission. So after thinking about it, I got up. Taking the things that had been refined aside, he flew out of the cave. If you don't want to be continually disturbed and unable to practice, the best thing to do is to go early and return early. And not long after he left, Ling Xiao also rushed out from the next cave, from the next door, because the good big brother, Su Chengxian, thought it was inappropriate to have spoken to his brother and not to his sister. Just send a message to her and ask her if she's coming for the fish soup. By the way, I also asked, by Xiao Tuwei and Dai Dai. The main hid one didn't spare anyone. Damn stupid flower snake. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and cursed. As soon as he woke up, this was it. To eat and drink. How come you didn't get struck by lightning? He didn't die even after 21 robberies. So he's really a scourge. By the time she got close, the valley was, long ago, a busy scene. The little demons transformed into, more than 3 meters high appearance. One tied an apron with a hat. Chopping vegetables, brushing pots and pans, brushing pots and pans. There is no need to wash the meat. Clean as a whistle. The demonic power sealed on it was opened by Su Chengxian's mouth and sucked into his stomach. These little demons. How could they be so quick and skillful in performing illusionary form techniques? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows in some surprise as he saw the little demons busy and moving naturally and smoothly. Whether it is the main body or the Dharma body, changing size, the most famous one is the Dharma heaven and earth. The true Dharma heaven and earth is a natural aptitude. Similar to this is the change of being able to go bigger and smaller. The lesser demons certainly didn't have the talent to practice these two divine abilities. So what they were casting was a demonic technique created by imitating the Dharma heaven and earth, the illusionary form technique. And it's one of the worst of the illusionary forms. It can only change the size of a human phantom, and cannot yet be used in combat. Instead, it was used to cook for Su Chengxian just right. This guy is eating thousands of pounds of meat in one meal these days. Also got picky about flavors. However, for the lesser demons, this kind of technique was already extremely difficult to cultivate. With their weak divine soul power and incomplete personalities, their control over demonic power was mediocre. Now, to be able to cast it so skillfully was certainly a good thing. There is a gradual process in everything. If you can practice the simplest arts, you can cultivate the slightly more difficult ones. These little demons were already quarrying spirit stones for the Bai family, but they were only limited by their strength and were not fast. When they were stronger, there would be more spirit stones to harvest and refine. Currently, there was a spirit vein underneath the cave where all but one of the White family lived. There are also several places where spirit stones can be mined. The cause was still Su Chengxian's thunderbolt. With the last robbing thunder, the earth energy in the thunder light triggered a flash flood. Together with the thunder, fire, mountain and wind, the 5 elements of power collided and exploded. In the midst of the sky turning upside down, several surrounding mountains collapsed, also revealing unformed spirit veins underground. Attracted by the spiritual chi that fell from the sky after the calamity lightning, these spiritual veins were converging towards this valley. There were signs of a new spirit vein forming quickly, and there were some spirit stones in those few unformed spirit veins, but the quality was poor and the quantity was small, just enough for the little demons to practice. And this valley where the 3 of them had crossed over one after another had now completely turned into a place where the spiritual chi was extraordinarily rich. Otherwise it wouldn't have gone from scorched earth to birdsong and picturesque in just 3 months. Of course, this was in addition to the 3 successive heavenly descents of aura. The main thing was that after Su Chengxian had crossed the threshold, the heavenly descents of aura, until now, had not been completely refined. The aura of heaven and earth is truly extraordinary. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he was within this spirit mist. No wonder these little demons, once they heard Su Chengxian's summons, joyfully ran here. The aura that descended from heaven and earth after the lightning of the calamity was the most pure and incomparable, even if it cannot be refined by others other than the transmigrator. However, being in it, allowing the aura to follow the breath and naturally exhale, there was still a sense of relief for the soul. She was like that, not to mention the little demons. Your size, why hasn't it shrunk at all? Her relief only lasted until she saw Su Chengxian's demonic body in its full form. Chapter 89, Sister. A fight? The snake and python bloodline has innate magical powers, but in the great demon realm, they practiced the art of body shape change. 3 months ago, Su Chengxian succeeded in crossing the threshold. When drilled out, the size is immense. Only awake for a few seconds, he fell into a deep sleep. A few days later, he woke up again, and there was no change in his demon body. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi realized that this was not a tactic he used to deal with the heavenly tribulation, but more like being bound by his bloodline before and unlocking his confinement at this time. With such a huge snake, the cave can't go back. It's just going to have to be enlarged. You'll have to dig through the mountain. If it didn't expand further into the ground toward greater depths, it probably still wouldn't fit him either. Together with the fact that the heavenly descending aura had yet to be refined and finished, Su Chengxian stayed in the valley for the time being. Anyway, he was now, also, not afraid of water and fire, not afraid of cold and heat. But it's not convenient to always be in such a behemoth state. That was why 2 months ago, Ling Xiao had already taught him the technique mnemonics for performing the great and small divine abilities. Now that I see him still looking like this, no different from before, I can't help but frown. The previous time I came over, didn't I say I was close to learning? How come it hasn't changed by now? Are you slacking off again? Thinking that the stupid flower snake eats and sleeps and eats, with no desire to advance, and still manages to refine her cultivation faster than her. Ling Xiao has an urge to raise his whip and whip the snake. It's comfortable to lie down like this, Su Chengxian justified. In fact, he was still getting used to it, this huge physical body of his own. Right now, his demon body, at its thickest point, definitely exceeded 3 meters in diameter. The thinnest tip of the tail can poke a sewer in the ground, effortlessly. The length of the body is even more horrifying. Even the head to the tail, I'm afraid there must be 70 to 80 meters. He reckoned he'd have no problem taking up a basketball court on his own plate. Moreover, during these 3 months, he had not only recuperated from the injuries caused by the lightning tribulation, but he had also stabilized. After breaking the boundary, the divine soul realm, as well as the physical body realm, the feeling of being filled with power is really wonderful. There's another reason why. I'd like to see a couple more of myself now that I'm handsome. I've never seen a snake this big. Can't I see more? Ling Xiao frowned as he listened. This guy, Flower Snake, is talking nonsense with his eyes open. The art of change that can be big or small has no effect on the demon body. So what's the point of being comfortable or uncomfortable? As for this latter claim, it's even more bull ********. In his last life, he was a human being, and in this life, he has not been reincarnated as a snake. So where is the cognizance of the snake race? And handsome? Ugh, are you going to stay that way? She frowned. TSK, it's not like I'm going out, Su Chengxian said indifferently. Let's talk about it when we go out. Then with a flip, he brought up a rumbling vibration with the arrogance of I'm in charge of my territory, not at all worried about having a bad attitude and annoying the Empress sister in front of her. After the thunderbolt, I don't know if it was the size that was too big, or the robbery thunderbolt bombardment that caused him to sit out several hundred pieces of inferior spirit stones underneath his buttocks. He couldn't use these spirit stones, but he had lent them all out. Ling Yunzi was so good at talking, willing to use his refining technique, refining baking pans and soup pots and pans for him, and that's where it came from. In comparison, Ling Xiao hadn't paid back any interest at all. It's not right to help him order spiritual meat and fruits, and let the small demons under his command help to cook, which is also a little bit of payback. Oh, it's okay. What's a little interest? Even if the principal was paid back, Su Chengxian still had one more trick up his sleeve. If he remembered correctly, after the thunderbolt, when he was asleep, the system sent out the quest. The content was probably for him to beat up Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi? System. Su Chengxian's mind moved. Attention of the host. It is a brotherly and friendly task, and a good elder brother should keep and maintain his own majesty as it should be. Quest content, battle with your sister and brother, who have successfully transformed. Reward for the task, refinement points *10. Spirit mending elixir formula *1. Sure enough there is. Su Changxian said in his heart. He was in the midst of the thunderbolt, and the system beeps he heard were all about consuming blood chi by millions, which made his heart ache. That's a little bit of sleep. Then it was simply ignored automatically. Even the series of announcements later on when he succeeded in crossing the threshold and the system congratulated him for breaking the boundary were directly treated as a whisper. So this mission, too, is just an impression. Now that March has passed, both form and mindset are largely restored. It's time to do some business. People had to look forward. Not to mention, he managed to survive the thunder tribulation. The sin was painful to suffer, but the benefits were also amazing. Not to mention the change in the snake's body because of the complete release of the cover and the release of all the blood aura. The data on the system panel, too, speaks for itself. Host, Su Changxian. Race, water snake. Grade, Great Demon Realm. To promote to Demon General Realm, it is necessary to condense 10,000 points of essence blood chi. Blood gas, 200,3320. Essence and blood chi, 676. Physical realm, essence realm, 10,189 out of 100. 000. Spirit realm, essence realm, 10123/100000. Aptitude, devouring and refining, compulsive hissing, size changing, battle skills, snake bite, snake binding. Refining points, 1/20th. In the midst of the thunderbolt, the lightning that fell on him was itself a force of heaven and earth. It's just too strong for practitioners to afford. But in the dissipation with the blood chi, it brought him a lot of benefits all the same. Quite a few were also refined and left behind, becoming as powerful as he was now. The few licks that I risked were, in turn, the least rewarding. The blood chi consumed by resisting the lightning of the calamity was also consumed within his physical body and divine soul. It has a very amazing effect on the refinement and solidification of both. Not only were they elevated, but the divine soul and physical body, too, were promoted by a large realm. Su Changxian could clearly feel that although there was no huge change in the values, but after crossing a barrier, the power level was very different. His divine sense nowadays could easily pass through the ground and go deep underground. Separated by tens of miles of mountains, they were also able to transmit sound with divine sense. The strength of the fleshly body was even more so. He had a hunch, a high mountain next to him that he could easily coil around and winch right through. Sure enough, with great investment comes great return. Of course, at this point in time, the dealer is still himself, so through and through, but both the data and the feeling of self can be unintuitive or biased, and an increase in strength doesn't always translate all the way to battle power. Therefore, he thought it necessary to verify it. Exactly how much has been converted? How is the war effort today? This all needs to be verified. As for the method of verification, that's pretty simple. Fighting. Find an opponent for a big fight. With his current strength, he cast his natural aptitude as well as his battle skills to see the actual battle power. So Su Changxian, following the old tradition of the old Bai family, sent a friendly invitation to Ling Xiao to cultivate the feelings of brother and sister. A fight, sister? Chapter 93 Demons Battle. You two can fly? MT. Lu Yan. The main peak. General Yu had just woken up from his cultivation initiation. With a wave of his sleeve, he removed the formations around the cave. This is mainly used to isolate the outside world's movements of the spell formation. Once removed, the divine sense swept. They heard a lot of small demons in the chattering. The flower snake in the western mountains woke up again. When you wake up, you have to eat meat. Not only meat, but also soup. More than soup. I want grilled fish. Grilled fish is not good. Fishy. What do you know? That's a demon fish from the endless sea. Where would it smell fishy? I heard from the bird demon who flew by that it was roasted in a big black dish and smelled great. As the little demons spoke, they couldn't help but talk about the earth-shattering thunderbolt that occurred 3 months ago. In one day, dozens of robberies and thunderbolts blasted. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to go out from the cave. The valley to the west was split. It's all changed. Then came the envy. The White House's family of water snake avoiders was really good at what they did. Now there were 3 existences equivalent to the Great Demon Realm, and also the Great King's generosity. That's right, our Great King has a big heart, to have given them such a large area in the west to live in. The young demons talked and laughed and turned back to praising their king. General Yu couldn't help but smile as he listened. His heart also stirred, remembering the situation of the 3 demons of the White family. The one green and the other white were quasi-Great Demon Realm strengths. Green Snake Ling Xiao walks the demon cultivation path, currently transforming into a form and breaking the realm of the thunder tribulation. all successfully transited. It's unquestionably a great demon. White snake, White Lingyun, is a bit worse in terms of cultivation. I heard that they were trying to find a way to refine the foundation establishment pill. When he succeeded in building the foundation, he would cross over the beginning realm and directly enter the great demon middle realm. It's just that it's not easy to say that this flowery serpent is allowed to become immortal. The flower serpent's lightning tribulation unexpectedly had 21 tribulations. General Yu also couldn't decide what kind of gong method the other party was cultivating. What kind of gong method it was. Everyone knew that the more treacherous the robbing thunderbolt was, the more lucrative the benefits would be when it was crossed. So how much did the flower serpent that survived the thunder tribulation increase in cultivation? The robbery cloud dissipated, and he would have had the presence of mind to scrutinize it. And because of the green snake and the flowering snake, who preempted the other side of the guard, it was stopped. Both demons showed an extremely strong sense of wariness, and the battle intent on their bodies was obvious. The meaning of not skimping on a battle if anyone is plotting to do something wrong is unmistakable. These few snake demons of the White Mansion have quite a good relationship between their bloodline relatives. General Yu was quite emotional. How difficult it is to have people on the same path who support each other and cultivate together without pulling back. The path of cultivation is destined to be dominated by the lone brave, not wanting to get into a fight with them, and having no reason to defy the laws of the demon clan and jeopardize his own reputation. He simply swept a hurried glance, seeing that the other party's fleshly body was strong and far beyond that of a normal demon after a robbery. Now that 3 months had passed, it was time to have recovered and consolidated his cultivation. In that case, it would be good to find an opportunity and go and see. Unlike the other two demons, the flowering serpent did not transform into a form at the thunder tribulation. Are they not allowed to morph? Or is there a side plan? He was musing when he heard a clamor outside the cave. With a thought, he actually found that outside. For some unknown reason, there was a tremor coming from the ground. It doesn't seem drastic. However, as soon as the divine sense probed out, it was discovered that even the peaks of the western mountain range, where the commotion was the most violent, were shaking slightly. A small demon yelled, "Fight! Fight! Flower snake! Flower snake! Holy, what a big snake monster!" The main peak of Mt. Lu Yan, the highest mountain to the north. The young demon stood on the mountainside, looking far to the west where the commotion had come from. Surprisingly, he saw, between the peaks, the figure of a flowery serpent. Holding the serpent's head high, he hissed at the sky. "I'm afraid this has to be more than 20 feet high. How had they ever seen such a huge snake monster?" "Some knowledge, but I have heard that some demon generals and marshals show the size of the magic power. The body can have dozens or even hundreds of feet. But such a huge Dharma body was extremely consuming of mana, so who would reveal it at will? They never met anyway, not to mention the fact that the flesh is so huge." A group of small demons, pushing and shouting, making a startled noise. "Curious to see, but know that the west is far away from here. Running over to the round trip will take an hour. Besides, it's just that if you go over there, you won't dare get close. Being crushed to death by a piggyback would be an injustice. On the contrary, in the spirit mansion, a few ninth-order demonic beasts, after hesitating, decided to take a look, make mischief." General Yu's divine sense was powerful, and in an instant, he was able to understand what was happening in the west. Couldn't help but be chortling. On the thin face, an odd color flashed by. Immediately, he stood up and flew out of the cave, toward the west. But in a few moments, it was in place. I stood by with my arms folded, only to see this barren place below me being fought over. Shoo! Shoo! Two figures, a man and a woman, dressed in vestments and riding the wind and clouds, stood on top of the mountain. At this moment, for some reason, the wind was blowing wildly, hunting around them. The two of them stood upright in the wind, their gazes fixed on the snake demon in front of them. One person pinched his knuckles and infused the long whip in his hand with mana, waving it out, stirring up the aura of heaven and earth as if it were a spiritual snake attacking and killing. The other person, on the other hand, was imperializing a flying sword and killing towards the flower snake. Hiss! The huge flower snake serpent demon, which stood out from the slightly darker valley, had an immense body with colorful scales that shimmered eerily in the sunlight, like a flowing rainbow, but like a hidden deadly poison. It stood tall with its vertical pupils dark, spat out a long scarlet letter, and emitted a low and powerful hissing sound that shook people to their core. Su Changxian was angry. He snaked, not in the sense of urging his gifted divine ability to compel hissing, but in the sense of simply expressing his anger. It wasn't because of the talk of a fight that Ling Xiao called up Ling Yunzi to join him. 24, and a habit that has been with all three of them since they were born. He's pissed. It's because Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, they can fly. Nima. They are, surprisingly, flying. When he saw the two of them, with handsome postures, flying up, Su Chengxian's eyes turned red with envy. When I was a child, I only dared to dream of practicing a Lingbo Weibo, dashing across everywhere, walking whenever I wanted to. It's so convenient to go to and from school. Growing up, they all read Netflix, and others wanted to soar and live forever, but all he wanted was to be able to fly. It will fly. How many car payments have to be saved? If he was given another storage magic weapon, he would be able to deliver takeouts and couriers and get rich. It doesn't matter if it's a sword, a wind, or a hard flight with a pinch and a spell. It's not picky. Of course, the Imperial sword. That sword would be even better if it could get bigger, and then around it to block the wind, with a cover on top to keep the wind and rain at bay. I didn't expect that crossing into a snake, all cultivated to the point of crossing the thunder tribulation, but I didn't think about taking off about it at all. The main thing is that he hasn't seen anyone fly either. Is not correct. Before that general you flew through the clouds. So, all the great demons can fly, but only old man can't? Su Chengxian felt upset. Was he being targeted? Sister Empress and brother Daojun can fly, but they don't take me. Their big brother. With them. Big brother is very sad. As soon as his big brother was upset, he had wanted to have a back and forth fight, but now he wanted to purely beat the two up. If he wins the fight, it's good to ask, so that the two can teach him how he can fly. This one, gotta win quick. He's almost, can't wait. Whoosh, boo, a little confiscated, a full-on tail flick. It smacked hard against the mountain where the two stood. At that moment, the mountains trembled, boulders crumbled and rolled down. Roar! Su Chengxian let out a hiss as blood qi rolled over his body. Millions of blood qi, completely without any suppression, gushed out from the nearly 10,000 blood qi quenched snakes under the urging of the essence blood qi. Invoke the aura of heaven and earth. In an instant, a gale, mingled with a chilling wind, hooted and swept toward the two, causing them to have to sidestep out of the way. The two men's long whips and flying swords that attacked him were directly deflected by the impact. It reached his body and struck the scale armor, and failed to break through and zap it. Bang! Bang! Under the collision of mana, the two masses of light exploded, and the magic weapon flew backward. Ha ha! Su Chengxian laughed as he watched. Let you fly. Instead, he found that the two men got out of the way of the gale and flew over to catch their spells again. Floating like a fairy. Angry, he wailed and threw another snake's tail, flinging it over. Boo! Chapter 91. It wasn't that they were weak. It was that the flower snake was too strong. The snake's tail was like a giant whip, smoked hard into the mountain. It made a loud, booming sound, even without using much blood qi. Just by brute force, the mountain peak was shaken. Again, the ground shook. Between the crackles, the huge rubble that crumbled apart either burst out or rolled down the cliffs. All of them made a whistling sound in the air. The ones that hit trees with a few thumps and flames. The ones that fell toward the bottom of the hill rumbled. The earth also trembled, especially when there's a gale blowing with a chill. All of a sudden, the air was thick with the scent of dust and scorched earth, with a hint of imperceptible fishy sweetness. That was Su Chengxian's body. The smell of steaming blood. Damn it! Asterisk. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were somewhat lumbered by Su Chengxian's successive attacks. It could not help but roar in anger at the same time. What's this guy doing? Why the onslaught right off the bat? All three of them had just broken through not long ago, and were not as familiar with their own and each other's strengths, as well as their battle prowess, as they were before. And Su Chengxian's offer to fight was clearly motivated by this aspect as well. Therefore, both people agreed that when they first started to fight, they should focus on testing. As a result, the ugly, stupid guy, he surprised me by striking hard. Abominable. As for what he said, the two of them didn't believe it at all. A guy who was lazy and greedy, who didn't seek advancement, and who hadn't even been able to master a natural aptitude for changing size for 3 months. Could it really be that? Just because they had practiced the body technique of driving clouds and breaking wind, and he had not yet practiced it, he was so angry that he struck out angrily? It must be a pretext. Ho! Looking for a fight. Thus, the two figures stormed up, one on the left and one on the right, like two bolts of lightning cutting through the sky, their magic weapons in their hands flashing with dazzling light as they rushed towards Su Chengxian. The two of them and the giant Dudu flower serpent. engaged in a fierce exchange of words on this. Ling Zhao's snake whip and Ling Yunzi's duster. Every time they swung up and down, they were channels of green and white radiant mana that drew the aura of heaven and earth and transformed them into blades to surround and kill the flower snakes. Every time the blades struck around the flower snake's body, it was accompanied by a deafening roar. Demonic power, spiritual power, constantly condensing and dissipating. Where the power rippled, it caused the wind and clouds to change color. Su Changxian wasn't willing to show weakness either. His huge body twisting continuously in the valley, his tail sweeping across, a gust of wild wind, in which he was induced by the blood chi that was churning in his body. Then the attacking blades were dispersed. The scales shimmered with a ghostly blue-violet luster, making it all the more mysterious in the waning light of the setting sun. Every twist it made was accompanied by the earth shaking, dust and fallen leaves being swept up by the tremendous force, forming a tornado that covered the sky. Wherever it passed, the grass and trees were withered and the earth and rocks flew. The sound was even more voluminous than Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. Deliberate curls toward the two. The rolls forced them to mobilize more mana to maintain their stances unperturbed. Ha ha! Su Changxian laughed extremely freely. The ground shook continuously during the fierce battle between the two sides, cracks spreading out like spider webs, some even too deep to see the bottom. Dust rose in all directions, obscuring the sky and making it difficult to discern where to go. When General Yu arrived, this was the scene he saw. When he stabilized himself, he took a closer look. It was Ling Yunzi, taking advantage of Ling Zhao's long whip waving and transforming into channels of green demonic light to kill the flower snake, flung his duster. The hand clenched the spell and mobilized the aura of heaven and earth. Using his own mana as a guide, he mobilized countless spiritual chi to condense into a spiritual sword formation, interweaving it into an airtight net in the air, spreading it out towards his opponent and covering him over. Hoo hoo hoo! The sword formation pierced through the gale and whistled. The flowering serpent's body was like electricity, but it didn't dodge at all. The tail swept violently across, bringing up a destructive force. Boom! 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 The two forces collided, erupting with terrifying mana fluctuations. In an instant, the mountains and rocks crumbled, the grass and trees turned into pieces, and the entire valley seemed to tremble and groan under the strike. Sword formation, broken. It's not that they're weak. Rather, the flowering serpent was too strong. General Yu watched with cold eyes and could not help but sigh in his heart. The flower serpent after the thunder tribulation was completely revealed to be despairingly strong. The skin is thick. Even the protective blood chi was dispensable. Even if the enemy broke through, it would be difficult to injure his flesh and blood. The scales on his body were no longer even like those of an ordinary python, which were just a layer of outer skin with pieces attached. Instead, it became like the scales of an augur dragon, with distinct and extraordinarily hard pieces. The divine soul power of the flowering serpent was also very strong. General Yu even realized that when he radiated his divine sense over to probe, some of it would be resisted by his divine sense when it approached Su Chengxian's side. This made him wonder if the other party was far stronger than the ordinary great demon middle realm as far as cultivation strength was concerned. In terms of divine soul power alone, it was feared to have the battle power of the great demon rear realm. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's divine soul power didn't seem weak either. The battle technique spells they performed were even more powerful. The techniques these two cultivated were definitely not mortal. It's a pity that Su Chengxian hasn't transformed, General Yu said darkly. If the flower snake took form, he would certainly come out on top in next year's water-sheltering Marquis son-in-law recruitment. If this is really the case, Mount Luyan and the Marquis, even if they are in-laws. Unfortunately, before it takes shape, it is an uncertain future. The water-sheltering Marquis would not give his own family a son-in-law like that. What's more, nowadays, in the king's city, the female demons of all families favor those who look good in human appearance. Nor is it just today. Although General Yu was impatient and paid attention to these things, it was just that in his lineage, he had nothing to rely on and had to exhaust himself for his own cultivation. Instead of waiting for heaven and earth to give us a chance, we should take the initiative to fight for it. That's why he was concerned about the affairs of the king's city. In the king's city, there were numerous small demons, and the big demons had no human form and couldn't show any specialness. But although Su Chengxian hadn't taken form, his brother, White Snake Bai Lingyun, looked quite good in human form. With just this face, he was able to take advantage of a lot of things. The strength isn't bad either. There might be a chance. Even if it doesn't work out, it won't be hard to take advantage of the opportunity to make connections. Is it possible to send such a fine young talent to the door and still end up in a good place? What's more, Bai Lingyun's excellence didn't stop there. Boom! Rumble! How come it's still getting bigger and meaner? As General Yu thought of this, he heard from below a movement. A look at the fact that it was still in full battle made him frown. If we make too much noise at this time, won't we reveal the bottom in advance? It would be bad if it was seen by other people, passed on, and attracted attention. It's going to be detrimental for them to get in the ring. As rival demons, it would be even worse if they took precautions in advance, or if a demon general or demon waiter used some means out of his own intentions. Even if we don't consider this, if these three demons of the Bai clan, fighting out of true fire, hurt anyone, won't it be a mistake? Furthermore, Flower Snake Su Chengxian was very strong, and Ling Xiao had a pugnacious fighting style, so conversely, Bai Lingyun, who had not yet built his foundation, would more than likely be injured first. Stop fighting! Thinking of this, General Yu gave a loud shout. With a flutter of his sleeve, a strong golden demonic light transformed into a giant sword that cut between Su Chengxian and Ling Xiao Lingyun's three demons. With an extremely brash stance, he stopped them from continuing the fight. Then it flew. Standing with his arms folded, he laughed. I'm a small place here, so I can't afford for you to toss and turn like that. Besides, what's the point of fighting your own family? It's not like you can lay down a hard hand and fight. He glanced at Su Chengxian and then at Ling Yunzi, and couldn't help but nod. Laughing, he said, in my opinion, you guys might as well go back to practicing again. Wait for me to find a place for you. A place where you can exert your full battle power. Chapter 92. There's no rush. It's better to eat first. The resident demon general of Mount Luyang stepped in and stopped the fight. Su Chengxian and the others still gave General Yu this face. It's no good not giving face. You can't just hold the demon general down and beat them together. Mostly, it's not always a fight either. Besides, the purpose of the fight was more or less achieved. Both verified their respective battle strengths and showed off their strengths like the surrounding area. Thus, each of the three demons closed their hands. General Yu was also satisfied and nodded. Without staying longer, he turned around and was about to ride away on a cloud. Su Chengxian hurriedly greeted. General, we've barbecued fish here. Will you stay and eat some? He wanted to set more information, and General Yu, not surprisingly, politely declined. What do you think? When General Yu's figure disappeared into the clouds, Ling Xiao couldn't help but transmit his voice. And you want him to stay for dinner? Due to Su Chengxian's current size being too large, when he spoke, his voice was like thunder. A few people exchanged, and very tacitly chose, divine sense transmission. This will also avoid being heard by others. One still can't change his name to me. Another one opens his mouth to be this seat, and another one, with a lot of blabbering nonsense. Therefore it was clearly better for divine sense to transmit sound than to speak. What's wrong with keeping him for dinner? Su Chengxian wondered. Our food, it's not bad. Pan-fried mushrooms, and grilled fish with some fresh, watery wild greens. He just smelled it all. Cat 19. This little demon had the ability to get him a lot of seasonings, including onion, ginger and garlic, and peppers and chili peppers. You can't beat the flavor of garlic grilled fish. You guys smell this? Doesn't it smell good? In a world with aura, these things are not spiritual plants though, just like the fruits picked by the little demons. Not in the grade, but in the end, it was tainted with aura, and the flavors were all quite a bit better than in the previous life. And the little demons that were recruited, there happened to be a pig demon in the middle, who was surprisingly quite talented in cooking. As long as Su Chengxian thought, he could do 8 or 9 things. It wouldn't be a matter of whether it smells good or not. Ling Xiao grunted and said, first of all, let's not mention that the demon general has already dispelled the valley, and with his status, he can't do without the valley dispelling pill, even if he agrees to stay. Are you still trying to get some words out? Aha! Su Chengxian instantly admitted. Isn't that bold? Isn't that smart? It's stupid. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. With your brain, you still want to get words out of him? General Yu, how shrewd. Apes and monkeys, by nature, are dexterous and penetrating. I have heard that General Yu is good at clarifying right and wrong, and can tend to good fortune and avoid evil. What can you hide in front of him? Don't get tripped up and have your old self lifted out. Don't forget, they had already guessed most of the chances for what General Yu had said in his mouth. And looking at the other party's veiled attitude, it seemed that there was no explicit intention to say so. At this point, wouldn't it be embarrassing if Su Chengxian put words in his mouth? And that, still, is the least fatal point. If you want to talk about ulterior secrets, it's the 3 of them that come from the biggest. Old devil, calm down and don't mess with General Yu. Ling Xiao warned Su Changxian, don't let him see anything. Also, beware of his temptations. She has a lot of small demons under her to rely on. Has long been within the Luyan mountain. Noteworthy news. To find out clearly. Which of course includes, in this territory, the most powerful being. According to the information they had received, they judged that this demon general with a great future would not be so bad as to do something to them. And that was why they decided to stay. But any judgment is subject to error. What's more, money moves people. Su Chengxian's 21 thunderbolts were also too eye-catching. There was no guarantee that General Yu wouldn't have any thoughts about him whatsoever. Kill the demon and take the elixir. This is something the human race often does to the demon race, and the demons themselves, no less. She and Ling Yunzi would rush over as soon as Su Chengxian woke up. It's just that I'm afraid he'll have more contact with General Yu. Inadvertent bottoming out. It was also to show that the three demons were one, lest the other party have delusional thoughts. The demon race has a law against killing each other. But if we can really curb greed completely, then the world will really be peaceful. In the earthly realm of the Eastern Land, there is a network of divine laws, and none of them can stop the plotting and murdering of people's lives. What's more, the law is even looser in the northern wasteland mountains. Although you don't have a demon pill, this demon body of yours can barely be considered a treasure. Ling Xiao holds his arms and sizes up Su Changxian. By skinning you and splitting your bones, not only will you be able to refine pills and weapons, but your blood and flesh will also be able to sell quite a few spirit stones. Su Changxian, knowing full well that Ling Xiao's words were mostly to scare him, and yet it's still hard not to feel a little creeped out. After all, General Yu's scene at that time, when he crushed the great demon Wu Shan with a single palm, had brought him no small amount of pressure. Today, it's still fresh in my mind. The three of us, with our cultivation strength rising too quickly, we're bound to attract attention. Ling Yunzi, who hadn't spoken all along, also said, but we can't. For that reason, slow down our cultivation speed. It is not advisable to choke on it. In my opinion, it would be better to go even faster. To ensure your own well-being, you shouldn't pin your hopes on others. It must be strong in itself to ensure this. It's not just General Yu. Whether or not anyone who happens upon them will covet them is beyond their control. But if you make the other side, even if you have a killing heart, but still do not dare to do it. But the little way. Simply, cultivation is so strong that they are unsure and can be taken down easily. General Yu was a demon general post-realm. Demon generals with divine domains in their bodies would have their cultivation suppressed and weakened if they fell into them. Those with weak strength, once suppressed, are like fish in a case. By the time we reach the great demon after realm, the three of us should be able to have a fighting chance when we join forces. Ling Yunzi said, their divine soul power was stronger than ordinary great demons, so the suppression of the divine realm is then weakened. Dai Dai can take the great sage and Xiao Chui away. Ling Xiao said. When Su Changxian heard this, he knew that these two had gone through some deliberation. Well thought out. From it, he smelled that there was still blood and ruthlessness on the path of cultivation. You can do no harm, but you can never do no defense. He lamented. A little thought makes it clear that this isn't wishy-washy. Ordinary people can kill for a bit of wealth, power, status, wealth. The heart grows black with profit. And what if it's for the greater good? Cultivation resources means stronger cultivation, greater power, longer life. TSK. Su Changxian twisted his head and looked at the snake's body. When I first crossed over, I was worried about being shagged as a chili bar. Now it seems that it is still not possible to let your guard down. Gotta keep getting stronger to do that. Well, he decided. Eat your fill and get to bed. Amazed face, See him pondering. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, very covertly, exchanged a look. Now, this guy, little flower, should practice properly, right? Strength, the cornerstone of everything. The only way to take more initiative is to become stronger. The three of them, allied as one, were obviously safer as well. Since we have an alliance, it is a matter of both honor and dishonor. How can you watch Su Changxian waste his time? Little flower, when are you going to transform? Ling Xiao asked first. You quickly transform into your form, and I can pass on to you the method of riding the wind in clouds. This seat can also grant you the top-notch recluse techniques that I know. Ling Yunzi then said. Really? That's great. Su Changxian laughed. He had just thought that it was not good to open his mouth to ask for spells when the sparring match was not a win or a loss. I didn't expect the initiative to come to my door. And may you learn it now? There's no rush. It's better to eat first. Su Changxian realized that the little demon's meals were all ready. Grilled fish, It's not good when it's cold. After saying that, with a flick of the serpent's tail, he twisted his head and scurried towards the valley where he was crossing the river. Punch it. Open the meal. Chapter 93, No spiritual plants? That's fine. Buy it. Ha ha, it smells so good. A roaring laughter echoed through the valley. Su Changxian would catalyze his blood qi and invoke his aura to manifest a pair of arms. He even coalesced chopsticks in the palms of the pair of arms. And, it's a pair in one hand. Then left and right, they pick up the fish in the skillet and shove it in their mouths. Eating that is a magnificent thing to do. Oops, how convenient. It's so good to eat like this. Su Changxian yelled as he ate. When a snake has a big body, it has a big mouth. It didn't matter though, the arms he conjured up, the chopsticks, were all sized to match. Eat it, it doesn't feel out of place at all. The skillet, too, was the size of a small boat. The fish inside, not to mention, it's all in the endless sea. Fished up big fish, cut into sections to fit. He not only ate it himself, but also greeted the little demons and came to eat the meat together. And of course, not forgetting his sister and brother. Green, white, come on, don't be polite. As the saying goes, if you don't eat aggressively, you have a problem with your mind. Abominable. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. This guy, little flower, is really oil and salt. Then turning his head, he asked Ling Yunzi, where did he say the proverbial words? How come she's never heard of it? Ling Yunzi shook his head. He hadn't heard of it either. Again, the two had never given up until now, probing into Su Chengxian's origins. Unfortunately, it was nothing. Though this guy is simply a big leaker. As long as he's not sleeping, his mouth is blah 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 blah. But strangely enough, they tried to sort out what he had revealed, only to find that they were completely unable to piece together anything that fit the bill of existence. Even if, for example, it was difficult to find out where the other person had come from in their last life. Even Ling Xiao had speculated that Su Chengxian might be someone from the heavenly realm. However, based on the two men's knowledge of the heavenly realm, they still dismissed this possibility. Whether it was the Xianmen Orthodox sect or the Sacred Dynasty, they all counted on some understanding of the 9 heavenly realms. There is no heavenly realm that could possibly have such an oddity as the flowering serpent. With both of their insights, this shouldn't have happened. If you get less information, it's excusable. But what Su Chengxian gave out was plenty. The strangest thing about him was that he didn't seem to have a strong obsession with cultivating to become stronger. Not that he didn't. Rather, they are not like them, so keen on cultivation. He was obsessed with mouthfuls of food. An unfathomable insistence on making food delicious and then putting it in his mouth. When you are not in a position to do so, you have been thinking about it. The first thing he did when he woke up after the transition was to have someone go get him spices, because he was able to taste it. Habits developed over the years are hard to hide or change, especially in the midst of spending time together. For example, Ling Xiao's aversion to clutter, such as Ling Yunzi's own preference for alchemy and weaponry. As for Su Chengxian, he doesn't seem to have a special preference. The only thing that showed favoritism, besides sleeping and eating, was for the monkey that, at that moment, came up to him, the Great Sage. A few days ago, the Great Sage brought back a black and white furred monkey from a sinking ship, which he named Little Sage. It was hard not to suspect that this guy, in his previous life, was affiliated with a saint-level powerhouse. But Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao both felt that Su Chengxian shouldn't have been very old in his previous life, because he was, at times, kind. There's even a whole good-evil concept. His attitude towards the little demon was almost a compassionate friendliness. This will only occur with involved, well-cared-for young people. Never an old ghost. As it should be. It's incredible. The last thing the two men came up with was that this guy, the flower snake, was a virtuous man who could only have been raised in his previous life in a country where he lived in abundance and where the laws were strict. He had seen cruelty and could understand it, but not really experienced it. Maybe it's still one of the regulars, because he knew nothing about cultivation. Manhwa continent, is there such a place? Or is he from some small world? But the beings of small worlds, whose divine souls are not complete, can only reincarnate in their own worlds. It was simply impossible to break through the world barrier. Really, it's baffling. Of course, Ling Yunzi had to admit that it was because the flower snake was harmless and at the same time had been the strongest of the three that had prompted this alliance and cooperation between them. At the moment, Ling Xiao was also well aware of this, so both of them looked at Su Chengxian with a bit of a tangle in their eyes. once perceived. The fellow who had overwhelmed them was probably a young man posing as an old geezer. Just feel like laughing in anger. The point is, so far, they're not sure, either, that they can win the fight. Before they made their move, Ling Xiao was self-conscious that he was the first to cross the threshold and had the demonic elixir in place, while Ling Xiao and Su Chengxian, one of them had not yet succeeded in building their foundations, and neither of them had any demonic power. At the end of the fight, she was bound to get the upper hand. However, when the battle came together and she faced Su Chengxian's attack, she realized that she had thought wrongly. This guy's battle power was far stronger than expected. Just by mobilizing his blood qi, he was able to block the attacks of both her and Ling Yunzi, before they could even execute their battle techniques and innate divine abilities. Their mana was, well, consumed. Ling Yunzi was no less than a Xian sect authentic sect, and the battle techniques he could perform after transforming into his form were unknown how much stronger than before. In other words, the cultivation and battle power of all three had been greatly enhanced after the realm-breaking succession. Su Chengxian, however, was still the most powerful. Ling Zhao's mood was predictable. She could ascertain that Ling Yunzi was, at this point, no better. In contrast, Su Chengxian didn't have as many thoughts as they did, and he's in a good mood, not only for eating, well, delicious grilled fish, also because, ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of having a big fight with his sister and brother, who have already successfully transformed. Receive quest rewards, refining points *10, spirit tonic formula *1. Will the host please decide if the refining points are to be used? Put it away for now. Su Chengxian mentally responded. He hadn't thought about exactly where to use the refining points, but for the Dan formula that appeared in his mind, he had already figured out where to go. Cloudy. He summoned Ling Yunzi. It's so nice to be able to send a divine message. It doesn't delay eating at all. What is it that calls me? Ling Yunzi was about to leave when he heard his call and stopped in his tracks. Ling Xiao and he were not going to stay and eat fish together. So thinking about going back to practicing, I remembered an elixir formula. Su Chengxian directly said, I'll tell you about it, and you refine it for me to taste. What kind of Dan formula is it? The formula for the spirit mending pill, Su Chengxian said, reciting the contents of the Dan formula to him. The Dan formula given by the system could be more than just the spiritual materials used. There was also the recipe for the refining technique. That's what makes it a complete Dan formula. This Dan formula, as opposed to what this seat knows, is a bit different. Ling Yunzi was quite surprised after hearing this. He also knew of an elixir formula that was also called the spirit mending elixir. There are just a few spiritual plants missing. It can be refined then, right? Su Chengxian only cared about this. Refine it and taste it. Can't refine it. Why? There aren't many spirit materials needed in the spirit mending pill, but there are dozens of flavors of spirit plants. No spiritual plants? Su Chengxian thought something was wrong. That's fine. Buy it. Chapter 94, Partnering to Open a Spiritual Plant Bank? Ling Yunzi looked at him like a little cutie. General. Looking at Su Chengxian, trying to scold it with my eyes, but there was no help in realizing that this guy, surprisingly, was still burying his head in the sand, didn't even look at him. There was no choice but to speak. Does this seat look like someone who would even think of that? Su Chengxian thought to himself. That's really hard to say. Not that Ling Yunzi was stupid. From the previous performance of old brother Daojuan's, when this guy was weak, he had a clan to provide for him because of his good qualifications. After leaving the clan, the strength is strong again. Other than that, with a handful of skills in alchemy and weaponry, in the Eastern Earthly Realm, one would still need to worry about resources? There are people holding things and begging for them. It's kind of reasonable to not know what to buy when you don't know the spirit plants of the demon race. Is it still impossible to buy? It just can't be bought. Ling Xiao heard them talking about spirit plants and Dan formulas and walked back as well. The heavenly materials required for alchemy, even if they were some that could not be cultivated. In the human race, there would be clans that would uphold the belief of inheritance and protect them. The northern wasteland mountain range, where the demon race was located, was blessed with many spiritual veins. Together with their cultivation techniques, their need for elixirs was not as prevalent as that of the human cultivators. Various spiritual materials, then, rely mostly on innate nourishment. Demonic beasts of all ranks, as well as demon clans of different cultivation levels, encountered spiritual plants and herbs, and many of them swallowed them in one bite. The demon race still believed in the simple idea that only what was put into the stomach was one's own. For example, when they hunted the mountain-shaking minister from the other party's stomach, They dug out the spirit root clear heartgrass. That's something you should be able to understand since you're more demonic than the demon race, right? Su Changxian heard mockery in it. Next, Ling Xiao used 3 words to explain why he couldn't buy a spirit plant. It's not completely unavailable. It's difficult. And it's expensive. This seed has previously intended to refine, such as the spirit replenishing pill, an elixir that enhances cultivation. Ling Yunzi said, cultivate with the help of elixirs, as long as it is moderate, with half the result with half the effort. That's why he had inquired about the market of spiritual materials properly after he had transformed into his form. Only the King City had places that specialized in cultivating spiritual plants and herbs and preserving spiritual materials. Occasionally the Demon King would issue an order to collect spiritual materials. Some demon cultivators, demon marshals, and demon generals would issue bounties when needed. In other words, the best way to have enough spirit materials to make pills was to rely on these powerful people. The demon race also had caravans that dealt in spiritual materials. There are also stores that operate within the major cities. It's called the Spirit Pavilion. Otherwise, Ling Xiao and the others wouldn't have been able to buy spirit meat. The southern continent, surrounded by the endless sea. In the northern wasteland mountain range, there is the secret realm of chaos. All of them are descended from flood beasts and are unable to take shape. This side is the source of a great deal of spiritual meat for the demon race. Compared to spiritual meat, there are also 5 elements of spiritual ore and such like. Easy to pick and refine the preservation of spiritual materials. The picking and sealing of spiritual plants, however, requires special techniques. Improper storage will reduce the effectiveness of the medicine. Even sometimes, a spiritual plant, flower and fruit roots need to be picked with different techniques. The price, therefore, is more expensive. The other thing is that there are so many spiritual plants that it is impossible for the Spirit Pavilion to stock each and every one of them. Moreover, there is a difference between lower, middle, high and very high quality of the same kind of spiritual plants. If there is no suitable spiritual material in the pavilion, the buyer is required to pay a deposit to purchase it according to their own situation. Although we have some spirit stones on hand, it's not enough to use them to purchase spirit plants, let alone order them. Ling Xiao said helplessly. However, only when all the spirit materials were gathered together could the pills be refined. Bought several of these to no avail. Lack of money? Su Chengxian froze. That's a problem that's not easy to solve. In his last life, he was missing a small part of his life. But if he couldn't buy a spirit plant, he still had a way out. Well, what about growing our own? You can't buy the finished spirit grass, but you still can't buy the seeds? Planting spiritual plants? Ling Xiao smiled. You think I didn't think of that? Not only did she think of it, she was already laying it out 2 years earlier. Having at least been a king for a dynasty, how could one not know the benefits of hoarding resources, enlisting small demons, harvesting spirit stones, collecting spirit fruits and roots and seeds, and so on. Every time Mount Luyang, Wolf Green or Tiger Tsunami went to the demon city under the demon marshal's tent, she would entrust the other party to collect some spirit seeds back, the skins they had molted, and the spirit stones they had accumulated, as well as Ling Yunzi's alchemy, and the few transformation pills that were left over, were all used in exchange. The family had golden water monkeys that could only plow spiritual fields and plant and cultivate spiritual plants, so how could they be wasted? The spirit plant on Didi's back was in her care. Demon beast blood and flesh, waste spirit stones, and even spirit stones, as long as the great sage wanted it, there was nothing he wouldn't give. However, the great sage, using the spirit gathering grass and spirit locking grass to lay down a spirit gathering formation, coupled with the fact that they now had sole possession of a spirit vein, the aura was sufficient for those spiritual plants to grow, save the consumption of spirit stones. Right now the spirit gathering grass is almost at maturity. Just the matter of increasing spiritual plants has yielded very little. Why? Seeds are scarce and expensive. Seeds are expensive too? Su Chengxian was puzzled. Spirit plants are understandably expensive. How come the seeds are so expensive too? There are no demons to plant, and it's not easy to grow spiritual plants. It's troublesome and time-consuming. Then shouldn't this kind of sub be sold cheap? On the contrary, spiritual plants are harvested to make medicine when they mature, so seeds are hard to come by. There were very few places in the demon race that cultivated spirit plants other than the royal city. In other words, it's buying spiritual plants, and there's a spiritual pavilion. When you buy spiritual plant seeds or seedlings, you really have no place. At first, His Majesty wanted to buy seedlings. Ling Yunzi tugged at the corner of his mouth, and was laughed at by Hu Shao. Humph, I forgot about it if you didn't mention it. It seems like I should find an opportunity to beat up that big cat, Ling Xiao said. Advising is never risky. I see, Su Changxian said. The northern wasteland, which relied on the spiritual veins of the mountains and ate wild spiritual plants from heaven and earth, had no market for selling these two things. Things that aren't worth much in themselves, even if they're derivatives, and aren't produced and supplied on a large scale, will only be difficult and expensive to buy, and there won't be, as one might imagine, a big sale at a low price. Getting together the spirit materials for the transformation pill seems to have gone quite smoothly. Su Changxian thought of the last time, when he refined the transformation pill. The refining of the transformation pill will go so smoothly because it is considered the most demanded pill amongst the demon race. Ling Xiao said, many demonic beasts that aspire to cultivate to the point of transforming into shape will also prepare in advance. Among them, the most expensive and difficult to obtain is the transformation grass, and they happen to have it in their hands. Other spiritual plants and also auxiliary materials were also quickly found. No wonder, in the hands of the great white ape, there would happen to be water cloud stones. Su Changxian also thought of one of the spirit materials that he had gone to exchange at that time. It had only been a short time ago, and he remembered it well. This fellow, White Ape Gong, was smart enough to hoard the water cloud stone that was indispensable as long as alchemy was being practiced. Most of the other requirements in the transformation pill are also. I exchanged them from the demonic beasts that live in the spirit vein cave, Ling Xiao said, especially the demonic beasts above the 7th rank. In particular, there are a few 9th-ranked demonic beasts that have quite a few spirit materials, but most of them refuse to exchange them. At that time, Ling Yunzi hadn't revealed his skill in alchemy. Therefore, she also took quite a bit of effort to make her hands rich in spiritual materials and even out some of them. In that case, the great white ape is quite trusting of us. In Su Changxian's heart, ideas began to bubble outward. Now then, these former neighbors, should they trust your alchemy very much? He asked Ling Yunzi. After all, Ling Yunzi had refined the transformation pill very successfully both times. Not to mention, he had the ability to refine weapons. That's for sure. White Ape Gong had already gotten the transformation pill. As for the quality of the transformation pill, I'm sure we all have a good idea in our hearts. Mount Luyang had added 3 new great demons, 2 of which were perfectly transformed. What are you asking for? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. If we promise to refine the transformation pill when they need it, will they be willing to take the spirit materials with us? More than likely. Ling Xiao pondered. But what does this have to do with the spirit plants we need? Elixirs such as the spirit mending elixir, not the transformation elixir. Not something necessary for demonic beasts to cultivate. Refine it as it is, but in their hands, they may not have the spirit materials to refine the spirit mending pill. It's okay, they don't have it, they can find a way to get it. Su Changxian hemmed and hawed. Sister Empress, Elder Daojun, how about we partner up and start a spirit plant bank? Chapter 95. Lieutenant, can that be true? Collect spiritual plant seeds, or seedlings to plant. It is by far the most affordable and feasible approach. The quarrying and refinement of spirit stones was not something that could be overwhelmingly rewarding in a moment, and the price of available spiritual plants, purchased directly, is unlikely to be a sudden jump in price. Instead, because of the presence of the great sage, planting, on the contrary, is more desirable. It's not a bad idea to save for a rainy day in the long run, at least until they were strong enough to cross the endless sea and head to the realm dominated by human cultivators. Alchemy spirit materials would be a nuisance that needed to be resolved. Unless it's not alchemy, but with fewer pills, there was one less means to raise one's cultivation level. Su Changxian was also in great need of elixirs. Of course, choosing to plant spiritual plants, not only need to solve the problem of seedling, but also need to face, in a short period of time, cannot change, the lack of alchemy resources. Therefore, he thought, it could go both ways. Just because you can't buy a spiritual plant doesn't mean you can't get it by other means. For example, exchange. But it's not like they have a lot of Benjamins. If there's more, it's a no-brainer. It's also impossible to go through the spirit pavilion. In business, those guys in business are surely shrewd. Must be not see the rabbit not spread the eagle. Not give the spirit stone not work. Not that good to deal with, not to mention that it's even harder to take advantage of each other. What should we do? It's best to look for the kind that will allow us to make money out of empty gloves. Su Changxian said. This isn't it? Is ridiculous. A hesitant expression appeared on the faces of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. To say that they'd grab it outright, they probably wouldn't be so hesitant. Instead, it was Su Changxian, who had explicitly said that this kind of stance was clearly intended to pit people against each other, making them somewhat unable to put up a fight. What's wrong? Su Changxian's eyes, which were as large as wind lamps, glared. You guys are embarrassed? One who had just been reincarnated and had to make his elder brother a dragon horse pulling a cart, and one who opened his mouth and smoked people into the 10,000 souls. You guys have the face to be embarrassed. Besides, who said I'm a pit bull? He clearly wanted to join forces with everyone else to rationally integrate cultivation resources. Too lazy to say any more to the two, Su Changxian directly rushed the people. Alright, leave this to me. You guys go back to your cultivation. The little demons stay. I have something for them to do. The next day, noon. The weather was sunny and breezy. It's almost fall and it's cool. In the valley, some guests came one after another. Yesterday Su Changxian asked the little demons to send a message and called in. One of them, a black bear, and a tiger, were the most eye-catching. It ranked at the top of all the small demons and demonic beasts. Su Changxian closed his eyes and with a sweep of his divine sense, he realized that there were a few 9th-order demonic beasts coming, as well as more 7th and 8th-order ones. A lot of them he hadn't seen before. It should be the old occupants of the Spirit Vein Cave, and a few others, from the last few years. But there were also familiar ones, such as the big curly-haired lion, and the black bear Lunar Lang, and the golden tiger Li Xiaomao, and the dog Sneaky Probe's wolf Big Wolf too. It's kinda facetious. Without hiding it, he released his divine sense out and swept it over the demons. The pressure on his body was gradually revealed, to shock the entire room. It's not really necessary. With the intimidating power brought about by the roar of the robbing thunder from 3 months ago, coupled with his current massive snake body, the demonic beasts and lesser demons, all unconsciously, gathered their voices after approaching the valley. Gathering over, there were slightly submissive gestures. Su Changxian was satisfied with this. With such a listening attitude, better communication follows. All here? Sit down. He opened his mouth. It's like thunder. There were a few small demons with weak cultivation and small guts that were so frightened that they let out a shriek and flopped down on the ground. But luckily it was in the back and didn't attract much attention. When he fell, he simply stopped getting up and sat down on the ground. Rather good at improvising. Also, the ones that aren't smart, don't come along for the ride. There were a lot of guests, and there must have been hundreds of mouths to feed. Sitting down sparsely, pulling away from each other by strength, they also sat in a not-so-small area. Su Changxian, as a newly promoted great demon, still had the presence of 2 great demon companions, and his summoning, which was about alchemy and refining weapons. It wasn't surprising that he was able to attract so many demons. At this time, Dai, carrying the spirit plant on her back, also arrived. The great sage and the little sage stood on top, looking around with their hands behind their backs, seemingly checking out the growth of the spiritual plants. At once, it attracted a lot of attention. Some are looking at rats from a sinking ship. Some are looking at spiritual plants. Others are looking at deity. Everyone is busy with their cultivation, so I won't delay you much. Su Changxian said after everyone had pretty much watched. This time, the opening of the mouth to speak was changed to a divine sense transmission. The blood chi gushed slightly, condensing the aura in the divine sense to ensure that every future investor present could hear clearly. I've called everyone over to discuss something. My brother, Bai Lingyun, is proficient in alchemy and weaponry. You all know about this. We lack spirit plants. This is something you all should know as well. He said directly to the point. So this time, the main purpose is to ask you all if you have any spiritual plants in your hands? Why doesn't School Captain Su go to the Spirit Pavilion if he wants spirit plants? The black bear, Lunar Lang, spoke in a jarred voice. Can't afford it. Too expensive. Su Changxian said. The demons were silent. What does that mean? What's wrong with not wanting spirit stones in our hands? Is the school captain not going to buy it, and wants to rob it by force? Li Xiaomao, the golden tiger, stared up with a pair of tiger eyes. Of course not. Su Changxian shook his head. Just as everyone was about to relax, he suddenly picked up again. Of course, it would be even better if you could not pay for the spirit stones. Silence, again. Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to leave first. Actually, not paying the spirit stones will be beneficial to you guys as well. Su Changxian called them here, definitely not to give another scare away. So he continued. It's like this. We, the White House, are going to open a bank, Spirit Plant Bank. You can give us the spirit materials, on credit, to make pills. Then when you need to buy pills, use them to offset the spirit stones. As you can see, we can grow some spiritual plants on our own. So, those who have seeds, or seedlings of spiritual plants in their hands can also put them in and cultivate them together. When the spirit plant grows up, you can choose to sell it to us, and the same credit in purchase of pills, or share the spirit stones after it is refined into pills and sold. For these partners, most of whom were not spiritually intelligent, Su Chexian's strategy was to lay out the setup in plain sight. After all, he really wasn't trying to screw anyone over. It is very sincere to welcome partners. Gingerly, I'll take the bait. However, investment is risky and you need to be careful when entering. Of course, everyone understands that refining elixir is not successful every time. Therefore, within the King City to ask someone to refine elixir with spiritual materials, there is the rule that if the elixir is successful, pay the payment to share the elixir. And if the elixir is not successful, the spiritual materials will be empty and depleted. But with My Family's Spirit Plant Bank, the spirit plants you deposit can be deducted against spirit stones no matter when you exchange them. Although it has to be discounted at 60% of the market price, we guarantee that you'll get the elixir within 3 months after you offer to redeem it. 3 months is not long for a cultivator. Even if you cross the threshold, you can still suppress it. When Su Chengxian said earlier that spirit plants were exchanged for elixirs, there were only a few high-level demonic beasts that were somewhat interested. But when he said later that spirit seeds or seedlings could also be exchanged, all the demons got excited. Lieutenant! Lieutenant! A small demon in the back of the room shouted with a sharp voice. Seeds and seedlings, can they really be exchanged for pills? Chapter 96, can you identify pills with the heavenly Tao? Pills in 7 colors, and 9 spiritual patterns? It is! That's it! Is it possible to be serious? Picked and collected all? The lesser demons saw that the first one to speak was not heckled. Just one after another, they started to speak in groups. However, some valuable spiritual plants, no matter whether it is grass, leaves, flowers and branches, or roots and fruits, as long as it grows up. It is not the turn of these small demons of theirs. Either it had long been guarded by a foreign beast, or a stronger demon had gotten there first. Even if you run into one, you can't compete for it. More times than not, everyone has gone out of their minds to go out and look for it. Dangerous, not to mention not very rewarding. But if you only need some seeds and seedlings, you can still pick some up if you pay more attention to them. What's more, how can you exchange this for a potion? Is there such a thing as a good thing? The little demons were in a bit of disbelief. Of course you can. Su Chengxian nodded and transmitted his voice in response. But there are prerequisites. Spiritual plant seedlings grow slowly, long and time-consuming, and taking care of them is exhausting, not to mention consuming effort. But also many other spiritual substances. And there's also the inevitable risk of breakage. Therefore, if you fail to plant it, you can only consider yourself unlucky. If it is planted, the deductible spirit stones are also to be compared to the value of the mature spirit plant, 30 to 1. But the other redemption promises, unchanged. Now, the little demons reacted even more violently. One was so excited that he almost jumped out of his skin. The latter condition sounds a bit harsh. But on second thought, it's even more plausible. If it is a big demon's words, promising some marginal benefits, they still have to refuse to believe. It is so that the advantages and disadvantages are laid out, and it is showing that there is sincerity. For some of the lesser demons, there seemed to be those who resented the low price, and then there were the clever ones who scoffed and grunted. How could you be so stupid? If School Captain Su doesn't open his mouth, even if you dig up the seedling, who would be willing to take it? A fox demon flicked her big tail behind her, crossed her arms and scolded. I don't know enough. Besides, the price is lower. So what's to be afraid of? That is, the price is high. After selling the seedling, can you buy the elixir? That's it. Therefore, the most important thing in this matter is the promise of being able to redeem the elixir. How tough is it to purchase pills within the demon clan? Just by looking at Su Chengxian and his inability to buy all the alchemy spirit materials, one could get a glimpse of it. What's more, these small demons who were making a living in a place like Mount Luyang, so the smart ones among them, without further ado, know this thing, where they profit the most. And it was immediately clear that Su Chengxian's promise was one that he was capable of honoring. We are aware of Captain Ling Yun's alchemy, not to mention anything else, just the same as the transformation dan. 2 times the furnace was opened, and as many as possible have become several pills. In the White House, there is a Dan Master. Among the 3 great demons in their family, one of them was a Dan Master, School Captain Su, an even bolder little demon. with a twinkle in his eye, hid behind a bystander and yelled, "If the alchemy doesn't work out, can we exchange it for feats instead?" Upon this reminder, the other lesser demons also suddenly woke up. There were 3 great demons in the White Mansion, and not only did they know how to concoct pills, but there was also one who seemed to be well versed in many cultivation methods. They all looked at Su Chengxian, a complete set of cultivation techniques, including cultivation methods, battle techniques, and castable spells, just as the Dan formula not only includes a list of spiritual materials needed for alchemy. The biggest difference between the little demons and the demonic beasts was that they had a Dharma body that was closer to the innate Tao body. The one could not change between the main body and the Dharma body in a rounded way, and was much inconvenienced when fighting. However, when they enter into meditation and cultivate, they are able to use the posture of 5 hearts facing the sky to draw spiritual qi into their meridians and orifices. In other words, the feats they could cultivate, more of them, could also be learned faster. One of the most effective tricks Ling Xiao had used to enlist the lesser demons was this: teach them some feats, or minor spells, even a little bit of battle skill, or let Ling Yunzi refine some blades out, and he would be able to harvest a loyal subordinate. These Su Chengxian certainly knew, so he simply said directly, "Yes, and not only can you exchange feats, you can also exchange weapons, battle techniques, arts, and even body protection spells. Of course, in doing so, one would certainly have to develop a much better value exchange system." But then he didn't care. Just leave it to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. Su Chengxian immediately decided in his heart, these two definitely have experience. Can forces like holy dynasties and sects not have a program like merit exchange in existence? The empress and the Taoist monarch must not be made to feel uninvolved. The idea was his. How rude it would seem if he did all the work. The excitement of the lesser demons was to be expected. If anyone needs the elixir more, it's not them. There are good and bad things about early morphing. If there were sufficient pills and cultivation resources, then there would be only benefits and no harm. The Dan masters and spirit materials gathered in the king's city, except for the top ones that were for the demon kings and demon queens. The rest of the Dan masters, the pills they made, were purchased the most by the small demons, and aside from the lesser demons, the higher-ranked demonic beasts that were further ahead in the line were similarly intrigued after hearing Su Chengxian's words. Pills, battle techniques, feats. Surprisingly, there are spells. Every single one of them is a dead giveaway for cultivators. Su Chengxian clearly recognized that the high-level demonic beasts in front of him had changed the rhythm of their breathing. It shows that they are, likewise, agitated, just all waiting, the first to speak up. Not quite understanding the significance of this behavior of theirs, but Su Chengxian chose to respect it. Then he turned his gaze to them and asked first, "Do you all have anything to ask? All are important partners. It's not impossible to give a face. School Captain Su, I wonder if this elixir used for exchange might ensure quality." Sure enough, as soon as he opened his mouth, a demonic beast couldn't wait to speak. Surprisingly, it was the big curly-haired lion. Quality? Su Chengxian raised an eyebrow. Exactly. The great lion nodded. The spirit pavilion within the king's city would sometimes offer pills, but the good and bad of the elixir, compared to the spiritual plant species grade division, is even more uneven, determining the trouble. That's why you need a pandan connoisseur. That's another expense. Pills are expensive, and good pills are even more expensive. An elixir with the endorsement of the spirit object pavilion was expensive. Transformation Dan is what they need the most. High-level demonic beasts can sniff out the general quality, also generally know some judgment criteria, but other elixirs, it's harder. This question, Su Chengxian hesitated. The great lion asked this. Obviously it needed an elixir other than the transformation Dan. It's a potentially big client. When he hesitated, the big lion became nervous in turn and said, "If there is no Dan connoisseur, there is no harm." It wasn't like it was impossible to eat a Dan of poorer quality. Big deal. Have a few more. It's nothing more than a little more work to expel the Danmaku. It's better than nothing. No, I'm calling my brother over. Su Chengxian laughed. This matter of the quality of the elixir, we still have to let the Dan master respond. It's not like he understands. Believe it or not, it can't even be said. Simply divine sense transmission. Called Ling Yunzi. What need is there for any kind of Dan appraisal? Ling Yunzi came quickly, knowing that Su Chengxian was going to cause trouble today. How could he and Ling Xiao still have the heart to cultivate? Arriving in a few moments and standing with his arms folded, he threw down a cocky remark. No identification? What do you mean by that? The White Ape Duke, who knew a bit about alchemy, immediately stood up, so excited that the monkey hairs on his head buckled. Spirit pills come out of the furnace and generate their own spirit patterns. Have you heard of that? Ling Yunzi was arrogant. Heavenly Tao discerning pills. The White Ape Duke roared excitedly. The alchemy you're proficient in can Heaven's Path discriminate Dan? Not bad. Ling Yunzi nodded slightly. Tendo Gon Dan? Su Chengxian blinked. What the hell? Looking at this reaction, Daogun old brother's alchemy seems to be very bullish. You can Dan into 7 colors and 9 spirit patterns? A stout voice, also incredulous, said. Chapter 97 Elixir. Spiritual pill. Immortal pill. The one who spoke in the back was the black bear, Sukuru. Seeing that it was him, Su Chengxian's heart was clear. This guy, he knows something about where he's coming from. Overheard Ling Xiao and Cat 19 talking about it. Black Bear Spirit Lunar Lang, Golden Tiger Li Xiaomao. These two and their family, at the same time came to Mount Luyang. The 9th rank demonic beasts, their respective clans, were under the seat of the demon marshal. The clan was not small, but the two of them were side branches and their bloodlines were not too good. Instead of staying in the clan and competing with others for resources, it would be better to come out and find a spirit house, which is the same for the superior spirit house. There was also no need to be in the clan and be disturbed from practicing. There were also several other demonic beasts of such origin in the spirit vein cave of Mount Luyang. In reality, Su Chengxian's so-called bank was targeting them. The little demons, who go and pick them one by one, are not as fast as these guys, in the end, asking for a living wage from home. There are also mature spiritual plants, as well as other spiritual materials, most of which will have to land on these 9th order demonic beasts. First, they need the transformation pill. Moreover, for the matter of transformation, swallowing the transformation pill was not just a matter of one, it's about getting more. Ling Xiao, as well as Ling Yunzi, only ate one to refine it when they were transforming into forms because they were certain that they were cohesive and perfectly transformed. Other demonic beasts did not have this confidence. The best thing to do was to get a few more transformation pills. Refined medicinal power. The biggest role is within the sea of consciousness. Catalyzing the soul illusion outlines the phase of the human body, and temporarily let the demonic beast forget the memory of the demon body. It is unavoidable that too much of a potion will produce Danmu. However, if the transformation fails, especially if a 9th order demonic beast fails to transform, more than 80% will die. How to choose, apparently, is not difficult at all. Even if people like the Black Bear Spirits family would prepare transformation pills for them, how many of them could they prepare? Secondly, these guys, all of them belong to the category of those who have some ability potential and can ask for things from the clan. Otherwise, how could they happen to know that Mount Luyang was free for a superior cave? At the end of the day, the ones that make it out of the pack are the ones that are not happy with the status quo. It should be easy to accept the offer of partnership in alchemy. What's more, they were also more knowledgeable and knew the rules of alchemy in the King City. Preparing an alchemy ingredient doesn't always result in an elixir, and the reward must be paid. If the potion is practiced, the Dan Master gets half of whatever number of pills are practiced. Not only can the reward be demanded, but it is paid with the spiritual plants they need. There was no worry about selling the transformation pills that were obtained. Therefore, as long as the success rate of Ling Yunzi's alchemy was the same as before, or even half as much, this sum, Su Chengxian felt that his family would be able to make a huge profit. And now, he's even more confident. Listening to what the Black Bear Spirit is saying, Yunzi's alchemy, it can't be worse. Su Chengxian was secretly delighted in his heart. Sure enough, guys from big clans have a lot of insight. Just by looking at them in excitement, you can tell that this one is a sure thing. Having a Taoist monarch as his oldest brother saved him a lot of trouble. The old man had no trouble sitting back and waiting for the spiritual plants to be delivered to his door. But this heavenly Tao appraisal Dan, the Dan becomes 7 colors, and the spirit pattern has 9 channels. What exactly does it mean? He couldn't help but TSK. Isn't there anyone who can explain it? I'm the only one here who doesn't know what I'm talking about. As he was casting aspersions, he heard Ling Yunzi say in a loud voice, you can say that the Dan has become 7 colors and the spirit pattern has 9 channels. So I guess you have some insight. Not bad. The pills that this me refines can show the spirit pattern and prove their own grades, without the need for any kind of pills connoisseur. The words were so arrogant that Su Chengxian wanted to bristle at the sound of them. Nice guy. It was close to cursing. What kind of bull ***** Dan appraiser is worthy of appraising this seat's pills? This insubordination, I'm afraid, is the true face of the Tao Lord? In front of Ling Xiao and him, Ling Yunzi was considered very restrained, but Su Chengxian said in his heart, "Old man still unknown, what do you mean by this?" But the old man can't show it, so he kept his mouth shut. Bashfully, he sat and waited for someone to explain, and anyway, if it really wasn't possible, when it was over, he could still ask Ling Yunzi directly. He sort of realized that the information exposed in the midst of everyday life together was far more than he could have imagined. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, however, still hadn't been able to pick his vest so far. Obviously, one's own origin was beyond the knowledge of these two. It made him a little too lazy to hide it. Why make things difficult for yourself? But the black bear spirit golden hair big tiger and the white ape male, however, could not remain calm. Elixir. What's a potion? Anything that contains aura after successful refining can be called a dan. For this reason, elixirs are sometimes called elixirs. However, in reality this is a fallacy. Yet not all elixirs, however, could qualify to be called spirit elixirs. This alchemy, not only does it depend on how good the art of alchemy is, it also depends on the talent qualification. Alchemists are scarce and good ones are hard to find. Seeing that most of the demonic beasts and small demons were bewildered, the white ape male briefly explained in why he was excited. But this kind of natural talent could not be discovered unless it was alchemized. That is to say, the threshold of an alchemist is in the door. Talent qualifications are superior, and practicing high-level alchemy is the only way to make spirit pills. It's one or the other. You can't have one without the other. In other words, it was limited by the fact that the art of alchemy was mostly a secret method that was not transmitted much. Many people who are talented in alchemy may not have the opportunity to step into the door at all. And the Dan masters who stepped into the gate didn't necessarily have the talent to concoct spirit pills. So there were a lot of pills that didn't enter the rank. There was also the case of having the talent but not needing a good alchemy. Refining pills that could not attract the favor of the heaven and earth's aura to inscribe spirit patterns. The two favored the majority among alchemists, especially the demon realm. Those who could truly refine spirit elixirs were the guests of honor of the demon candidates and demon marshals within the king's city. What is a spirit pattern? A little demon couldn't wait to ask. One kind, aura branding. Spirit pattern is the most direct basis for judging the grade and quality of spirit pills. It was rumored that top-notch alchemy, being thoroughly performed, was able to reveal how many grades the Dan had become based on how many impurities were in it. Even if it was the most ordinary of pills, the Dan becomes 7 colors, and the spirit lines are 9. Speaking of the spirit lines, the 7 colors, white, green, yellow, red, orange and purple. It represents the grade of the elixir. White is low, violet is high. At the time of the completion of the Dan, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is induced, and on the surface of the body of the Dan, spiritual patterns ranging from 1 to 9 are condensed. The color of the spirit pattern is one of the 7 colors. The number of spirit lines represents the quality of the elixir. The 9 paths of the spirit patterns are also known as the 9 grades of Danchang. A spirit pattern is a first grade. The first grade is complete. The third grade is lower. The fifth grade is middle. The seventh grade is higher. And the ninth grade is extreme. And if it's the ninth grade of purple chi? Thousands of years ago, the human race had a dragon tiger Dan, which became the ninth grade of purple chi and directly transformed into a spirit. To become a spirit is to become spiritually intelligent. That's the elixir. Immortal medicine. Whether it was said little demon or demonic beast, their mouths grew in shock. Many of them were hearing for the first time that there were elixirs that could be called immortal medicines. It was even the first time that he knew that not all elixirs could be called spirit elixirs. Lieutenant Ling Yun, you can really refine spirit pills with spirit patterns. Is this true? When the crowd of demons were shocked, the curly-haired lion grabbed the opportunity to speak again. It stood up and looked up at Ling Yunzi in mid-air. Seriously? Ling Yunzi smiled. I said it here in public, and everyone will know about it in the future. Could it be that I, a great demon, am prepared to lie just once? That's a very true statement. If it's about cheating anyone out of their spiritual plans, why make a big deal out of it? Wouldn't it be better to trick them one by one and slip away? To know, nowadays, as long as Ling Yunzi fails once or twice, it is feared that there will no longer be any demons who believe in him. Roar! The great tiger, Li Xiaomao, let out a direct, excited roar. Following up, he got up and asked, spirit plants, seeds, seedlings, as many as you may have to have? Is there a limit to the variety of grades? Or, are there other requirements? Chapter 98, The Last Transformation Pill. It seems to have no spirit lines? Take the spirit materials needed for the transformation pill and the spirit replenishing pill and prioritize them. Ling Xiao appeared in midair and said, Su Changxian and Ling Yunzi certainly wouldn't have a problem with it, so neither of them opened their mouths. The three of them had long had a tacit understanding that Ling Xiao would step in and be responsible for managing and operating the cave, and the other two would not intervene at will. So, when Ling Xiao appeared, in the eyes of the demons, it was a tacit acceptance. They couldn't help but all of them had a happy face. The smart ones among them, of course, understood the reason why the three great demons of the Bai clan chose so. Two of the three demons, who had already transformed, were not using the transformation Dan. But isn't there another one here who hasn't crossed the transformation tribulation? Just one look at the flower snake's terrifying demonic body told him that it would not be easy for him to transform into his form. I'm afraid, there was still an old mother within the White House who had not yet reached the 9th rank. That's why the transformation pill. It's imperative to have it on hand. Another thing is that it is the transformation elixir, which is easier to get out. Since there was a lack of spirit materials needed for alchemy, one would need to accumulate more spirit stones. The refined transformation pills were either exchanged for spirit stones or for other spirit objects. Not to mention anything else, it is to refine the transformation pill with spiritual marks, and just put out the word for what spiritual materials you want to exchange. What's wrong with having a demon come to your door? What's the difference between this and a demon general's bounty? At that time, it should be very quick, and the other spirit elixirs that he wanted to refine could be put together with the spirit materials. As for the spirit tonic, some demons have heard of it, and some don't know about it. However, if one used their brains, they would understand that this was inevitably an elixir that was needed for cultivation and to enhance their cultivation level. With the three great demons of the White family, with their current momentum, the most important thing was to cultivate. You should go forward while the momentum is high. The spirit mending pill, I'm afraid, is the pill that these three really desperately want to refine. The black bear spirit Lunar Lang, who had a naive face in mind, came to a conclusion in his mind. In comparison, amongst alchemy, the spirit materials for the transformation pill were also the best to find. Before they became great demons, they were able to find the spiritual materials to refine 2 potions. It was impossible that they were all in the great demon realm, yet they couldn't find them all instead. Thus, the ingredients for the spiritual elixir are harder to find, aren't they? Our knowledge is shallow, but I don't know what the effects of this spirit repair pill are? As it thought of this, it asked, and what spiritual materials are needed to refine it? Not afraid that I shouldn't ask. It was both in public, talking about the matter of accumulating spiritual materials that could be exchanged for pills. It also said that the spirit materials of the 2 pills, the transformation pill and the spirit repair pill, were first, then they must be informed of the names of the spiritual materials. Otherwise, not to mention the small demons, even these high-level demonic beasts, how would they know what spiritual plants to seek first? Can't help it. Also need to be those spiritual plants grow what look like. Also ideas? Give them a look at Miles. The name of the Dan is complementary spirit, which takes the meaning of complementing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. I am so. Do you understand? Ling Xiao said in a clear voice. This Dan, but in ascending the cultivation level, there is a wonderful use? The golden-haired tiger Li Xiaomao asked. That's right. Ling Yun nodded. We, too, can be used? The curly-haired yellow-maned beast followed up with a question. Of course. Ling Xiao smiled. Pills were superior to spirit stones. It could be swallowed into the stomach and slowly refine the demonic power. Spirit stones are still needed, to draw the aura from them. Although it is easier and smoother than directly absorbing the aura of heaven and earth around you, and the speed of extraction can be faster, it is still one more step, isn't it? What's more, the spirit stones they used for cultivation were all lower-grade spirit stones. Where can I compare it to? Elixir a true elixir. Ling Yunzi promised that the elixir made would be one with a spirit pattern. A true spirit elixir. How could this not move the hearts of the demons? When the news spreads out, not only are they of Mount Luyang, they will be happy to send spiritual plants waiting to be exchanged for pills. Other places, maybe they'll come too. It's not just us, but Captain Wolf Green and Captain Tiger Tsunami, as well as General Yu. If they knew that Captain Ling Yun was refining the true spirit pill, would they also come to ask him to refine the pill? Tiger Demon Li Xiaomao whispered to Lunar Lang. We, then, must move faster. The black bear spirit glanced at Dai Dai and said with narrowed eyes. The back of this money-chasing turtle, looking at the place is not small. But spiritual plants are not ordinary crops that can be sown at will. That's to occupy the ground. What will happen when this kind is full? It is they who are overthinking it. Those that could be planted on Dai's back were bound to be selected spiritual plants. And it also depends on the spirit plant, whether it picks the environment in which it is planted. Just like the phantom mushroom that Su Chengxian later obtained. It was moved and picked by the great sage from Dai's shell to the depths of the cave. That thing? It likes dark, damp cave walls. It's not essential. It's not unneeded. Who would refuse? If they were in a position to do so, an elixir that boosted the speed of cultivation? So when next? Ling Xiao said, one by one, the names of the spiritual materials needed. They remembered them one by one, very attentive, worried that there were demons that still couldn't be recognized just by their names and features. She revealed a small hand. Having Ling Yunzi cast the water moon mirror technique with his magic power, he visualized the spiritual plants and materials in his memory and showed them to the demons. Ooh, Su Chengxian immediately brightened up and was quite interested. I wonder if the spell is good to learn and if there are any restrictions. If Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were willing to visualize their past life experiences as well, wouldn't he be able to watch the movie? It will also be a metaphysical masterpiece. Of course, the possibility. I can't say it's not there, right, but it's certainly not very likely. It's still more realistic to get it in your own head and get some random out to relieve the boredom. The white ape, male black bear spirit and other demonic beasts watched intently, carefully memorizing the appearance of the spiritual materials, especially the curly-haired great lion and the golden-haired tiger. Their eyes were round and not the least bit eye-catching as they stared. They say they're out looking for an opportunity, but they're actually kind of being kicked out half-forced. It was supposed to be even aggrieved. Besides, while the talent wasn't top-notch, it wasn't without the potential for a turnaround. In the words of Li Xiaomao, if I ask my family for some high-grade spirit grasses, I may not be able to get them, but as long as there are some seeds and seedlings, it's still possible. That's a modest statement. Spiritual grasses are harvested to make medicine when they mature, so seeds are hard to come by. However, the medicinal fields in their communities, which were specialized in cultivating spiritual plants, would definitely be left to grow. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it's all over. So seedling, definitely not a problem. And you can also take the opportunity to ask for some mature spiritual plants. Let's just say we met the Dan Master and had a consignment of alchemy. I can't say for more, but 1 or 2 for one person is certainly feasible. Those of us here, get together and maybe we can really get enough. The curly-haired great lion said, taking his eyes to look at the other demons around him. Lord White Ape thought for a moment and said, although I have no clan relatives, I do have some familiar friends. Since the idea is to make a concerted effort, the exact division will have to be discussed and negotiated. It wouldn't be good to talk about it in front of all the demons, solely in everyone's hands. There were more or less spiritual materials for the transformation pill. It could be put together and let Captain Lingyun refine a few stoves first. I have vaguely heard that more than 2 or 3 pills are made in one furnace by School Captain Lingyun. It is evident that the alchemy technique, however, is unique. The white ape duke's heart suddenly fluttered as he remembered something. After Ling Xiao finished speaking about all the spirit materials, he spoke. Only, the transformation pill I purchased last time didn't seem to have a spirit pattern? Chapter 99 Essence Blood Qi. Refined too slowly. Of course not. Ling Xiao replied for Ling Yunzi. She had anticipated that the white ape would inquire about this, so she said quite naturally, the previous time, my third brother had not yet transformed into his form, and when he was refining the pills, the means and magical power he could exert were limited, so it should be important to maximize the efficacy of the medicine. The others will have to be discarded first, probably due to the fact that she had been in a high position for many years. Even in the face of such inquiries that sounded like her side was at a disadvantage, Her Majesty was at ease. And, while clearly explaining the pushback, the sincerity of "we're doing it for the good of everyone" is stated. Finishing with a smile, he said, as for how effective the medicine really is, now that this lieutenant and third brother are standing here, you and others can deliberate on your own. This one sentence is worth 1,000 words. In terms of appearance and form alone, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's human forms were in a category that beckoned the eyes of human cultivators, not to mention amongst this demon race. Of course, it was mainly the temperament of the two that outshone the others, but it's enough to have a few human faces without this temperament. Moreover, when they transformed, was it smooth? A few ninth-order demonic beasts, seen from afar. At that moment, he was considered to have accepted Ling Zhao's statement. At this time, Ling Yunzi opened his mouth again and said, "Those who previously assisted with spiritual materials and later bought the transformation dan from us, if they have not taken it, they can send it over. When I refine the pills next time, I will just inscribe the spirit pattern on it." That's an understatement. It's almost atmospheric, as if to say a little thing. The group of demons who already knew that the spirit pattern was a rune branded by the heaven and earth discerning dan, were completely subdued. Ooh, learned. Su Changxian was secretly staggered. On the subject of being in the pretense, no. It should be called on the subject of being sanctified in front of people. But also this really has been a bigot. Just by looking at Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, at this point in time, he counted on knowing how to act in the future. Who here can tell that what the two men said was half true and half false? The real part, of course, was that Ling Yunzi's cultivation was indeed still low at that time, and he hadn't transformed into his form. So when he used his demon body to make pills, it was inevitable that his demonic power would be stained by the pill's fire. This makes his control take more energy to control the fire. However, this was not the main reason why the transformation dan did not have a spirit pattern. The real reason was that Ling Yunzi had, previously, never refined a transformation dan at all. Don't forget his last life and where he came from. Jinmu Mountain. In Ling Zhao's mouth, it was evaluated as a positive place to send evil. Their clan had always disliked disciples refining transformation pills. The fact that Ling Yunzi would know about the dan formula showed that he wasn't some disciple who followed the rules of the sect. But even though he knew about it, he didn't have much of a chance to refine it. So last time, it was his first attempt. Moreover, the techniques on the dan formula were not so different from refining other spirit elixirs. After all, it is refined to the demon race, and human cultivators to eat. The method is different is normal. With his strong alchemy talent and experience in his previous life, he was considered a success. However, Ling Yunzi was still a bit dissatisfied. Aside from the low rate of pills, the one thing that made him care was the lack of spirit pattern imprints. It's the same thing as if you've been taking excellent exams and then suddenly you get a good one. Even if there's an objective reason for it, the bully will still be upset. Su Changxian was unable to empathize, but he could understand. Self-demanding guy. That's what. But when he thought of Ling Yunzi's sentiments at that time, and then looked at this guy's current face, Su Changxian couldn't help but grin. And what's this about being able to go back to the furnace and make it again? Isn't that just trying to erase the evidence that you're not good enough? A surprisingly patronizing attitude. TSK. Then look at the reaction of the group of demons below. The benefit of having divine sense spread across the entire field was that the slightest expression of anyone's movements in the acre of land in front of him could not escape his senses. Therefore, as long as the group of demons hadn't reached the point where they all awakened their acting aptitude, he knew. It's a thing. It's a thing. Wolf too, who was shrinking between the 9th and 8th ranks, was already begging his brother, Wolf Big, to go back to the clan to ask the elders for spirit grass, and worrying about getting there late and being shortchanged by other wolves. That's the end of the matter. When all is said and done, Ling Yunzi said a few more. The techniques of picking spiritual plants. Then, Ling Xiao promised that he would organize the redemption matter and send someone to notify everyone in the last 2 or 3 days. The demons also dispersed. Then work hard, sister. And Unico, you two work hard. When the group of demons dispersed, Su Changxian hemmed and hawed and said, "Big brother, I'll be waiting to eat the spirit pills." "Good, old ghost, you're so calculating. It's all me and Ling Yunzi's job next, so you'll be able to have more leisure." She glanced at Su Changxian and tugged at the corner of her mouth. "You are the capable ones. The capable ones." Su Changxian stretched his head high. There's no point in being embarrassed. It's only by merit that he's taken up this yummy, lazy big brother role. Let's call it a division of labor. After saying that, he closed his eyes and slumped to the ground, not saying a word. Ling Xiao couldn't do anything with him, so he kicked him hard and turned to go. This kick didn't move the demonic power. The kick, it didn't hurt. The flower snake's massive body didn't move at all. Ling Yunzi paused for a moment, shook his head, and walked away as well. When they were gone, Flower Snake didn't open his eyes. It looked like it was really asleep. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Essence and blood key +0. 0001. Su Changxian hadn't completely fallen asleep yet, and when he heard this unusual phrase in the background sound, he couldn't help but have his eyelids jump and nearly woke up. Although 3 months had passed since the transmigration, the phrase that would occasionally ring out in his sleep still made it difficult for him to adapt. The main thing is that after getting used to huge blood and gas values, The contrast of seeing a 0.000 something increase is just too much, and suddenly there is an extra plus 0.000 in the plus 1. It's hard not to care, but now is not the time to think about that. After he had eaten his fill, he was not plagued by hunger for a maximum of 10 days. Must fight for sleep. So, after forcibly ignoring the dissimilarity and meditating, he fell soundly asleep. Blood and gas plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Blood and gas plus 1 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 plus 1. 1 month later, Su Changxian woke up again. This was the second time he had awakened since the day he gathered the group of demons and spoke about the spirit plant bank. The reason for this coincidence is, of course, deliberate timing. A cultivator of the great demon realm already had enough ability to control everything about himself. Which, of course, includes when to fall asleep and when to wake up. In fact, as early as when he was promoted to the 5th rank demonic beast, he could barely do it. This time when he woke up, Su Changxian transmitted his divine sense as usual and called for the little demons to cook. But there are no bystanders. Instead, his mind settled down and opened the system's data panel. Host, Su Changxian. Race, water snake. Grade, great demon realm. To promote to demon general realm, it is necessary to condense 10,000 points of essence blood chi. Blood gas, 13003320. Essence and blood chi, 691. Physical realm, essence realm, 10403/100000. Spiritual realm, essence realm, 10209/100000. Aptitude, devouring and refining, compulsive hissing, changing size, battle skills, snake bite, snake binding. Refining points, 11/20ths, compared to the blood chi, which was growing as fast as ever, and the physical body and divine soul, which naturally had a noticeable increase. The increase in essence and blood chi can be described as pitiful. Sure enough, it's still necessary to urge Yunzi to hurry up with the alchemy. Chapter 100 Reiki. Need a lot of Reiki. System. Host. Again. The way to refine blood chi into essence blood chi. Yes. 1. The host may choose, with refining points, to condense the blood chi into essence blood chi. 2. The host may choose, to refine the blood chi with a large amount of spiritual chi, for essence blood chi. Please note to the host that 10,000 points of blood chi can be transformed into 1 point of essence blood chi, which requires refining points *1. It wasn't the first time Su Changxian had heard this message, but it didn't stop him from marveling again. At the same time, it's not hard to compare observations over the past few months. Essence and blood chi, not so easy to grow. More than 4 months, in its natural state, that is, without going to active refining. In more than 4 months, Su Changxian had grown more than 1,000,000 blood chi, of which yet only 150,000 were slowly transformed into essence blood chi by breathing in and out of the aura. The system's data panel at a glance. A little math will tell you the exact 15 points. On average, it's less than 4 points a month. Su Changxian spat out the snake's letter and let out a few more hisses. After getting used to blood chi rising up in large quantities, it was quite disconcerting to see this pitifully low efficiency. Was it the place he was in that had too little aura? It's not. The spiritual chi of this valley was not comparable to that of a top-class spiritual vein cave, but it was comparable to a medium one. In addition, during this period of time, he had been refining the aura that had fallen from the sky after the lightning tribulation. This degree is already considered fast? He realized that without the heaven and earth aura from the transition, the speed of condensation of essence and blood chi would be even slower when he merely relied on his natural breathing and the ordinary aura that came in and out of his body. It sounds unbelievable, but on second thought, sleeping, essence and blood chi plus 0.0001, just be able to let go again. So 0.0001 up a 1 out, all have to be 10,000 times. When you think about it that way, 15 points of growth in just over 4 months has been a lot. TSK. Su Changxian's gaze, skimming over all of this, stopped at the only 1 point of refining points. The system releases tasks in a very casual manner. Previously, refining points couldn't be accumulated much yet, and the previously insurable cap was very low. Now it's a little better, and you can accumulate 20 points, but it's still too little, and there's no way to guarantee that refining points will be gained. All have to count on the system. Expecting the system that made the host try and take time to complete the quests at the beginning of the binding to turn around and send out quests like crazy? Forget it. Moreover, It would also be used to condense the divine soul with blood qi, quench the physical body, and enhance the realm. What's more, it's clearly more cost-effective to use it for both. In comparison, the same one refining point can take 10,000 points of blood qi and raise 100 points of body or soul. However, it can only condense a little bit of essence and blood qi. But the problem is, in order to break through the realm, one must again refine the blood qi to a sufficient amount of essence blood qi. Su Chengxian examined his own strength. He had considered this before, so he had kept the only one refinement point unused. There are also 10 points gained from later quests, so I'll keep them all for now. Adding to the fact that he had suffered a considerable amount of injuries under the 21 robberies and thunderbolts, the state in which his blood qi was fully released also required a gradual adaptation, and there was no rush to quickly raise his cultivation level. It was therefore put on hold for the time being. This time was also utilized to verify that it was impossible to want to be like the blood qi and allow the essence and blood qi to go and grow on its own. It's not even a matter of impossibility. It's a matter of not having the slightest expectation at all. Growth of less than 4 points of essence and blood qi in a single month. Breaking the realm, however, requires 10,000 points. Su Chengxian didn't even bother to calculate how much longer it would take to break through the realm again. How come it mustn't be a couple hundred years? Su Chengxian felt his scalp tingle just thinking about it. And then eat and sleep. Sleep and eat. If it takes a few hundred years. Hiss. No way. No way. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Similarly, it was unrealistic to try to condense essence blood qi by refining points. The Thunder Tribulation had passed to break the boundary successfully, and until now, the system had released a quest. Got 10 refining points. Looking at the inventory of only 11 points, Su Chengxian wanted to laugh. Not to mention the fact that all of it is a drop in the bucket when used to refine blood qi. If we do this, what about the body and soul? Both of them improved on their own, at a much faster rate than before they broke the boundary. Especially the realm of the physique. After all, the refinement of blood qi into essence blood qi was not dissipated, and none of it was missing. Rather, a higher level of power existed in his Su Chengxian's physical body. There was also the fact that because of the tribulation, more than 90 million blood qi, all of which melted into the flesh after counteracting the lightning and fire. The enhancements to the physique that this brings are not over. Completely letting go of the concealment, the tempering of the physical body under the huge blood qi would only be even better than before. If that's the case, the divine soul realm, it's time to pay attention. Su Chengxian, in the midst of combing through, discovered a situation that, previously, had been overlooked. The physical body was too powerful and the divine soul was relatively weak. The control over the physical body is then drastically diminished. My physical body is so strong now. If the power of the divine soul can't maintain absolute control over the demon body, the battle power is bound to be greatly reduced. Thinking this, he called out to the system without hesitation. In the host, use the refining points for the enhancement of the divine soul and physical body. Maximize and ensure that the realm of the divine soul is stronger. Here he played a careful game. Alright, host. After receiving a response, Su Chengxian's mind moved and put away the data panel, closing his eyes and waiting quietly. At the same time, it was also a matter of gazing and feeling that the power had increased. With his current divine soul power, he could clearly capture, on the snake's body, many changes that were previously undetectable. For example, the churning and steaming blood qi created a siphon-like effect on the surrounding aura. In a flash, the aura was refined and transformed into a silky spiritual mist that gathered above the sea of consciousness and floated around the divine soul. Integration. Su Chengxian only felt a surge of relief in his soul. There was also a faint burning sensation that was imperceptible relative to the massive flesh. A scarlet blood aura that was constantly rushing and curling in every direction. Dense and intense on the skin and flesh. Thin and slow on the lungs. There's only one very different spot. His gut. The scarlet is most prevalent there. This experience gave Su Chengxian some hints. It turns out that blood gas can be used in this way. He might try, when necessary, to do as he was told. Certainly not at the moment. Feeling inside his body, the blood churning gradually subsided. He checked the panel again. Physical realm, essence realm, 10703/1000000. Spiritual realm, essence realm, 11009/1000000. Around 400. Su Chengxian noted down the gap. This was the maximum extent to which his soul could be stronger than his body at his current cultivation level. After doing so, his attention then returned to resolving the refinement of essence blood qi, aura, I need a lot of it. Here's the conclusion. Same as what he had come up with a month ago. Swallowing spirit stones? However, in order to refine the spiritual chi within the spirit stone, it had to be shattered first. However, when the aura enters the body, if it is not immediately refined, it will begin to overflow. Although the talent avatar swallowed and refined, and also became much stronger with the breaking of the boundary, this problem still exists. The swallowing avatar was extremely effective at refining mana, that is, spiritual or demonic power and the like. But for Reiki, it's slow. So spirit stones, it's not that they can't be swallowed, it's that they're too wasteful and a non-optimal solution. Still, without being so bold as to be reckless, Su Chengxian chose to think again before there was another way. Then is there a way to release the aura relatively gently, so that he has enough time to swallow and refine it? Chapter 101, Becoming a Dan? There is. Elixir. Tonic elixir. Maybe the solution is this. The reasoning is simple. The system wouldn't, for no reason, send him an elixir recipe. Refer to the morphogenic grasses. This falls under the category of riddles right on the face of the riddle. Now, it's just a matter of waiting for Ling Yunzi to refine the pills and verify that what I'm thinking is right. After thoroughly combing through it, Su Chengxian did so with a clear picture in his heart and secretly said, he didn't think he should get the answer wrong. All we have to do now is to wait for the results with peace of mind. Ling Yunzi said that the Dan formula I gave him was different from what he knew and needed to be deliberated upon. I wonder how the deliberation went. Buzz was debating whether or not to send a message over and see how it goes. Suddenly, a faint aura fluctuation startled him. With a little attention, he recognized the scent, the direction it was coming from, near the spirit vein where the white mansion was located. Let me see. Since he was certain that he was in his own territory, Su Chengxian had no qualms about it and probed his divine sense into the past. As soon as it was close enough, it was probably clear what was causing the aura to vibrate. It turned out to be the elixir that Ling Yunzi was refining, and it was about to open the furnace to become an elixir. Of course, what was refined was not a spirit tonic. Instead, it's the transformation Dan. After hesitating for a split second, he still sent his divine sense, probing towards the top of the mountain. After moving into the new cave, this became Ling Yunzi's elixir room. Whether it was alchemy or weaponry, there was inevitably the danger of blowing up the furnace. That's why you have to set up a special formation defense at the place where you refine, both to prevent outsiders from interfering, but also to prevent blowing up the furnace and causing more damage. They don't have that right now. Ling Yunzi then simply chose the place of alchemy, the mountain peak. The surrounding area is only slightly arranged with means that have the effect of blocking the warning. A few peaceful, but loud little demons. Block them out again. Keep them from coming in at will, and all will be well. Mount Luyang is the residence of General Yu, a demon general. He is the greatest sheltering force for the demons that reside here. Then there was Ling Xiao and Su Chengxian. If the visitor could ignore all of this and rush straight to where Ling Yunzi was refining pills, then he wouldn't have to think about how to defend himself. Turning around and running is the way to go. Although it was detrimental to a Daelord's demeanor, he was now just a great demon. The loss of face is also the face of the demon race's Linjianzi. What does it have to do with the human race's Linjianzi Daelord? Cultivators? They just think outside the box. Su Chengxian probed his divine sense into the past, and couldn't help but recall Ling Yunzi's demeanor when he said this earlier, only to feel a great sense of recognition. At the top of the mountain, the first thing that came into view was a Dan furnace. A large Dan furnace more than one person high. TSK. This wasn't the first time Ling Yunzi had made pills, so it wasn't the first time Su Chengxian had seen this. But remembering that this thing, before it was infused with mana, was just a small ebony tripod, he still couldn't help but look at it a few more times. The Dan furnace in front of me. The appearance is not overly ornate carvings. There is a layer of faint traces of age, mottled with a knot to cause dust in the serenity. The body of the furnace was round and heavy, with 3 feet at the bottom, firmly supporting the entire furnace. Under the burning fire of the roaring furnace, it looked like it was covered with a layer of red light. And now still remember, with a low and long buzzing, the small tripod even in his stunned eyes, gradually expanding, transformed into a large tripod, standing in front of the picture. It's really quite amazing to see it in person. Ling Yunzi said that this Dan furnace was refined in a crude manner, with only a few simple or even rudimentary formations nested within it. Unlike some of the human race's Dan furnaces, there would be formations suitable for refining various pills to assist in controlling the fire. But the victory is that the whole body is made of pure ebony. when the Dan fire outside the furnace is ignited, the fire will quickly transfer to the inside of the furnace as the flame leaps. Moreover, the biggest benefit of the ebony gold was that it could isolate part of it, the bursting breath in the Dan fire. Maybe that's why it would appear in the demon clan's territory. Also, although the refining technique was rough, it didn't seem to be that the person who made the Dan furnace had poor refining attainments. Rather, it seemed like it was done on purpose, because above the furnace mouth, there was a circle of special runes. When refining pills, one only needed to pinch and release mana in a few places to stimulate the formation talisman. The activated rune formation could guide the outside world's heaven and earth aura to slowly converge, forming a swirl of aura that was visible to the naked eye, continuously surging into the furnace. Provide aura for alchemy. Although the aura that was introduced was scarce and slow, it was just enough to facilitate the mastery of the alchemist. No wonder Ling Yunzi regretted that there was no stove cover. Curious, Su Chexian's divine sense drifted into midair and looked down on the Dan furnace, and indeed, he could see wisps of aura, transformed into a faint glistening white mist, covering the mouth of the Dan furnace. It made it impossible to get a full view of the situation inside the Dan furnace. This Dan furnace that could induce aura was quite interesting. Makes you wonder what it would be like with a stovetop. But if it was a complete furnace, I guess it wouldn't be our turn to pick up the pieces. Sometimes one had to wonder if it was the two of them, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, who had brought down his luck. Female emperors and Taoists in high positions must have created quite a few killings in their previous lives. Compared to them, they themselves are just watery, well-behaved babies. In my last life, I rarely killed anything except flies and mosquitoes and cockroaches. Otherwise, as a traveler, you should have 3 steps to a little baby and 5 steps to a big baby. Unlike now, not a single heavenly material has been seen. Pick up a Danmaku that is still so unpretentious. At most, it was at the level of a top-grade magic weapon, not even close to the grade of a spirit weapon. However, the goodness of the solemn Dan furnace was not the key to determining whether or not the Dan would be formed. At least at the moment, none of the pills that Ling Yunzi was going to concoct were to the extent that they required a spiritual artifact, or a treasure artifact. Dan furnace. Buzz, buzz. Another wave of aura tremors. The spirit flame tossed and jumped inside the furnace, as if it had a spirit, precisely wrapping around each and every medicinal ingredient, carrying out the most delicate refining infusion. Ling Yunzi was dressed in a plain white robe. His face was as calm as water. His eyes were tightly closed. One hand was forming seals, and his fingertips were overflowing with a faint light from time to time. The light shoots into the furnace. With one hand, he pinched his fingers and guided the Dan fire, echoing each other remotely. From time to time, you also have to pinch a flame and send it into the Dan furnace. Su Changxian didn't know anything about alchemy, but he could roughly sense that this was at the end of what was going to be a Dan. All of the spiritual medicines and spiritual materials had been put into the Dan furnace according to the sequential maneuver. At this moment, then, he should be controlling the fire of the Dan flame for the final fusion of the medicinal power. Having secretly observed the process of alchemy several times, this he could still see. Moreover, within this month, Ling Yunzi had already practiced the transformation Dan once. It's only half a month from now. I have to say, their spirit plant bank program is going very well. The spirit materials for the transformation pill were gathered within a few days. I wonder how much the spirit materials for the spirit mending pill are still missing. Su Changxian secretly said, the last time he woke up and asked Ling Xiao. It seemed that he was still missing 2 spiritual plants, and a spiritual material. Another half a month has passed, so it should come together, right? At this time, a medicinal fragrance, from within the Dan furnace, emerged. The aroma is fresh and elegant, containing vitality, as if it can cleanse the dust in the human heart, so that people's spirits are invigorated. The spiritual power fluctuations in the air around them were also a bit larger. A few breaths later, finally, in a clear and pleasant buzzing sound, the flame inside the furnace slowly went out. A richer, purer aroma instantly filled the air. Going to become a Dan? Chapter 102, If you are brothers, you should stab each other. Buzz, buzz. Inside the Dan furnace, a silent metamorphosis was taking place. The flames inside had been extinguished, and the flames outside the medicine cauldron were still burning. The Dan fire was no longer blazing, nor was it weak as a firefly, but it was simmering the bottom of the Dan furnace with a just right fire. The color of the flames was changing rapidly. Ling Yunzi made several hand signals one after another, injecting mana into the Dan fire. He also collected a few spirits and threw them into the fire. The Dan flame then went orange and red at once, and then blue and purple. Different colors of flames, intertwining and rotating, and the power emitted was constantly changing. The rapidly changing Dan flame catalyzed the aura within the Dan furnace, the medicinal chi, and the essence of the spiritual materials, slowly fusing. Between the mingling of the medicinal power in the furnace, a strange and tantalizing fragrance was emitted. The aroma had the freshness of grass and trees, but also contained the thickness of the golden stone chi. This medicinal aura seemed to be able to make the soul go into a trance for a moment. Su Chexian's divine sense, however, was unaffected. He was only simply lured by the medicinal scent and couldn't help but stretch out his snake's letter. A little greedy. It would have been almost like waking up hungry. No food by this point, but there was no hurry in this moment. He had already seen the pills that were being refined. So, get ready to watch the whole thing. It was estimated that there were still a few more breaths to go before the complete success of the alchemy could be declared this time. At this moment, Ling Yunzi slowly opened his eyes, and within his eyes, a color of satisfaction flashed. With that, he flicked his sleeve and a spirit light was pointed out. Dan fire at the bottom of the furnace has not been completely extinguished, but only to see several crystal clear, full of medicinal power and thus the halo of self-generated pills. From the furnace jumped out, buzz, buzz, a buzzing sound that echoed throughout the alchemy room. The surrounding spiritual chi of the heavens and earth was suddenly given a steep jolt, as if it was being pulled by the medicinal power of the elixir, slowly rotating, forming a subtle vortex that slowly danced around the alchemy furnace. Seemingly slowly, but swiftly, a dazzling light erupted. It was a pure and flawless, warm and jade-like milky white color, and it instantly enveloped several pills. Some of the filth and impurities that were also attracted by the medicinal power were expelled and isolated. The light contained hints of spiritual energy, and they converged into a not-so-bright pillar of light. The elixir spun in the column of light. It's starting to appear on the surface. Dots and marks. Very quickly, dots of spiritual light, gradually branded, formed the white four spiritual lines, with a slight flash of light. Except for a few auras that were taken in by the aura pattern, the rest dissipated in a flash. Seeing this, Ling Yunzi made the hand sign to collect the elixir, and several channels of mana, wrapped around and around towards the elixir, trapped them. Then he took out a green jade bottle, and with a flip of his wrist, he took away all the pills. Show me, how many transformation pills are there this time? As he was about to put the cork on the jade bottle, Su Chexian's divine sense transmitted his voice. Went off on a tangent just now. Didn't see a couple of them. 8. The corner of Ling Yunzi's mouth twitched, and he thought, no wonder he had been feeling that someone was snooping around. So there really was. However, he still removed the cork from the bottle, allowing Su Chexian's divine sense to probe into the jade bottle. In the jade bottle, the medicinal fragrance was strong, and a pill with a warm color and luster flowed, lying quietly on it, flowing with a faint spiritual light. The brownish-red color on the elixir was indeed even more extraordinary when set off by the glistening creamy white spirit pattern. One has to admit that this does fit, more than anything else, the stereotype of an elixir. At least it fits Su Chexian's. Alright, Yunzi, it's improved this time. He praised Ling Yunzi in passing. It's called encouraging education. More encouragement, and then it's better to get him to work more. Besides, it's not exactly a hard boast. This time, the elixir that was successfully refined was one more than the last time. Last time, it was 7. There is refinement at every turn. That's why Su Chexian used the word again, since it was based on a 5:5 split to distribute the successfully refined elixir. Therefore, the more elixirs that came out of a single spiritual material, the more they earned. Ling Yunzi smiled non-committally, without any intention to humble himself. I've heard that for a furnace of spiritual materials, it's already remarkable to produce 3 or 4 pills of Dan. Su Chexian then went on to ask, old brother, these 8 pills of yours, what level is it? This is currently his 4th furnace. Not only was the number of finished pills high, but they were all standardized spirit pills with spirit lines. All of them are white order 3rd grade. Ling Yunzi, a past life Tao Lord, still had some ability. One must know that he didn't have much experience in refining transformation pills. Not just inexperienced, but even basically untouched by this type of elixir. In the Eastern Earthly Realm, many of the demons that cultivate will treat the human race as blood food, so the Xianmen sect has a tradition of hunting demons in many of its orthodox sects. The people of Jin Demon Mountain, on the other hand, advocated the elimination of all demonic races in order to put an end to future troubles. It was rumored that their law enforcement elder once pointed his nose at the same Xian sect, and called another elder a hypocrite. It's because of you guys, adhering to some bull asterisk about heaven having good virtue. You say that there are good and bad monsters. Kill some, spare some? Doing these pants-off farting things. That's why the demon race has come out every now and then for thousands of years. Bah! Shameless old thing. Humph. The asses of the disciples in my sect just aren't as thick as your cheeks. And that's why they can't stop that pig demon's tusks. It was probably because there were very few strong people who cursed like this. So these words were widely circulated among the Eastlander cultivators. When Ling Xiao related, he even brought in godly movements. I heard that it was the scolded elder who, during one of his rounds, was momentarily moved to compassion and not only spared a pig demon, but also gave the place a few pills to nurse his wounds. Later on, this pig demon became successful, and during the battle, it used its tusks to arch the butt of some disciple of Jinmu Mountain, so it angered their law enforcement elders. Ling Xiao suspected that this disciple was Ling Yunzi. The reason is that this happened within the last 100 years, and of the disciples taken in within 100 years of Jinmu Mountain, excellent enough to cause the law enforcement elder to be furious due to a hip injury. There were only a handful of junior disciples who loudly scolded their peers without regard to the occasion and didn't give a single bit of face. But Ling Yunzi wouldn't admit it, and she had no proof, so Su Chengxian didn't know who was telling the truth. However, it could also be seen from this that Jinmu Mountain's attitude towards the demon race. It could also be seen that disliked disciples refining elixirs that were beneficial to the demon race. To what extent this dislike went, Ling Yunzi hadn't even memorized the entire Dan formula at that time. Now with only 4 refining sessions, it was indeed impressive to reach the level in front of him. Su Chengxian was certainly happy about this. This meant that the next refinement, because of the difference in the formula and thus being considered an equally unfamiliar spirit replenishing pill, there was a high chance that older Daogun brother could also succeed. What level? Just, how awesome is it? Powerful to what extent? Ling Yunzi let out a light laugh. It's just bringing the medicinal power of the spiritual materials into play to the point of 98%. Oh, then isn't there room for this to rise? Unhappy that he had gotten mounted again, Su Chengxian hastened to commit an offense in a sincere tone. Ling Yunzi's face stiffened. Ha! Is it that you don't like it? Su Chengxian eyely swished. Then immediately afterward, he asked, when are you going to refine the spirit mending pill? I'm still waiting for a taste here. There is no rush. The spirit materials are already ready, but the Dan formula the seat still has a few more points to deliberate on. Ling Yunzi said with a leathery smile. It's you. When are you going to transform? Should I leave you 2 transformation pills? He raised an eyebrow and backhanded Su Chengxian. It's not possible, is it, that we won't be able to transform in the future? Chapter 103 Demon Waiter Recruiting Son-in-Law. A drop of Jiao Long essence blood? What? Old ghost, you won't be able to transform into a form in the future? As soon as Ling Yunzi's words fell, a tall figure appeared at the top of the mountain. Ling Xiao is here, and as soon as he came, he took the knife in his hand and sent it toward Su Chengxian's heart. Solid, old girl, neither is. Speaking of which, why didn't you take shape before? Without waiting for Su Chengxian to finish, Ling Xiao asked again. About this issue, Ling Yunzi was also curious. Su Chengxian was silent. He hadn't transformed. To be precise, he hadn't been able to complete his transformation altogether in the realm-breaking thunder tribulation. The reason is not really complicated. On the one hand, there is the question of the thunderbolt. The number of robberies and thunderbolts that completely exceeded the expectations made his crossing of the tribulation a series of twists and turns, never having faced the might of heaven and earth directly. So the first robbing thunderbolt, which began to fall on his body, he entered a state of, panic in his heart and mind, and then with that it had to become, with full concentration, a response to the thunderbolt. The entirety of his mind was immersed in the crossing. Thus, there is no desire to care for others. It also missed the best time to take shape. It was a little late to think about it when it came to the next couple of robberies. That's when another one came up. The factor that caused him to not take form, of the state of his own mind. On the matter of transformation, Su Chengxian had always been torn. In the meantime, there is another problem. To choose which type of morphing to do, it was to manifest an innate Dao body out like Ling Xiao, using the demonic cultivation method. But he didn't have a demonic elixir. What was he going to use as a dantian? Either that or remodel all the meridians and orifices of the body in the manner of Ling Yunzi and become completely human? But he has no mana. Here comes the more outrageous one. What is the dantian Shihai? Where is it? How should it be opened? This led to the moment when he was in the midst of his journey and suddenly realized that it was time to take form. A momentary panic appeared. From there, the mind is distracted. This is a big no-no in cultivation. The path of cultivation is full of forks. Choosing wrong is sure to kill you, but hesitation is often more deadly. If your mind is uncertain and unstable, and you are wandering in two directions, you will barely be able to take shape. Under the lightning of the robbery, it would be a head going to work actively looking for, to die. Therefore, Su Changxian had to simply choose to give up first. Not to mention that after the system completely let go of the blood chi covering, his snake body had changed tremendously under the tempering of the thunderfire. The difficulty of trying to morph is too high. If he were to forcefully manifest his human form, he was not at all sure. Of course, these problems, in fact, come down to thinking about it, mainly because he is not, once again, ready to be a human being. Or maybe he's a little repulsed by the idea of becoming a human being again. Why the hesitation? Even, there was the thought of changing the shape or being the same as in the previous life. Any serious contemplation of such a question is an absurdity, because making a decision is nothing more than a thought. Why get so hung up on it? So if one looked deeper, one would realize that it was Su Changxian himself, who hadn't yet thought about whether or not he wanted to become human again. This thing, when placed on Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, was impossible. Both of them have an obsession that must return. There are grudges to be avenged, and there are grudges to be avenged. There is more or less this attachment to the places, people and things of the past life. Su Changxian didn't. He felt that he should have no chance to return to his previous living environment. There was also a more important thought that he hadn't yet figured out what kind of person he wanted to be in this life. Taking shape, for him, was not just changing his appearance out. It was still a sudden awakening under the thunderbolt. Buried, previously unnoticed thoughts. Under the thunder churning, all of them emerged. Or maybe that's part of what's going to cross over itself. Shackles from memories of past lives, always subconsciously, trying to give some meaning to behavior, like the meaning of life. As soon as you think about such questions, you're done for, and it's especially easy to fall into loss and emptiness, loss of courage to continue living. Fortunately, Su Changxian didn't like to think about this. Reacting fairly quickly, he immediately discarded the distractions, but he also sensed, in the shadows, that if he had to take on a form, it was likely to breed demons in his mind. For cultivators, the state of mind is really important. Although he didn't have to cultivate, he had to cross the threshold. The demon of the heart may come from self-doubt. The thing that cultivators fear the most is the demon of the heart, because he comes from within you. How hard is it to beat yourself? He'd learned that the hard way long ago in the failure of trying to discipline himself in his last life. Didn't think about it, and didn't want to make it harder on myself, in the middle of the transition. Again. So, he didn't morph. I forgot. Su Changxian had no choice, nor did he want to tell these things to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. It's so humiliating to reveal your inner thoughts. He'd rather admit to being stupid. Anyway, these two guys, they either called him ugly or stupid. You forgot? Ling Xiao, faced with this answer, all froze for a moment and said offhandedly, "What did you forget?" "Forgot. Why didn't you take form? Or did you forget the reason you didn't morph?" "I forgot to morph." When the first time was exported and then said a second time, Su Changxian was much more righteous. "What's wrong?" "No, if you can't, hit me. If you don't dare, just say you don't dare." Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, saying that you've forgotten won't make you look brave. Instead it will look stupid. Old me just forgot. Su Changxian bit the dead horse. Anyway, you can't change your answer at this point or you'll just look dumber. Besides, there's nothing good about being human. Such as? Ling Xiao was curious. As a snake I can eat and sleep and eat. Not as a human. Why not? Ling Xiao was surprised. There will be guilt and boredom. When you are a man, you have to make some noise, and you want to do something meaningful. Think good, trying to get better. For decadence and depravity, fear and rejection. For wasted time, agitation and restlessness. From the heritage of the community in a previous life. Do not see how many people mouth shouting lying flat, and not willing to be mediocre. Salted fish on the table board, struggling to jump heartache. Who understands? Su Changxian understood, so not a word more. Say it again and you're going to cry. Then you need some wine. Hey, right. Little Saint's spirit wine. How is it brewing? Su Changxian remembered that the little brother that the great sage had taken in seemed to say that he would brew spirit wine. I'll see to it. Don't you run yet. Seeing that he was about to slip away, Ling Xiao hurriedly said, I still have things I haven't said. What is it? Su Changxian hesitated, not immediately withdrawing his divine sense. I'll go down to general you. Send this time's transformation Dan, and we'll try to ask about the chance. Ling Xiao said. Didn't I say? No? Su Chengxian remembers that last time Ling Xiao also said that this matter of recruiting a son-in-law involves the demon cultivator demon marshal, and it is not easy to end it afterwards, so he is prepared to politely refuse. Why does that sound like you're interested again now? I've heard news that in the hands of the water-avoiding Marquis, there is a drop of unrefined Zhao Dragon Essence blood. He will most likely use this treasure as a lottery. Zhao Long Essence Blood? Chapter 104, Spirit Tonic Pill. To be refined? Essence blood contains the Zhao Dragon's cultivation. If it is refined, not only can it enhance the mana, but it can also glimpse the true body of the Zhao Dragon's main body and observe the cultivation. Ling Xiao said. Essence blood is not just any drop of blood. Rather, it was the augur dragon's blood and flesh condensed out, the purest part. If you inspire the bloodline inheritance in it, it's even more likely that you'll get battle skill techniques and even awaken your natural aptitude. Is it useful for Xiao Chui's cultivation? Su Chengxian asked directly. He's a little too lazy to hide it now. Xiao Chui cultivated the way of dragon transformation. It is to become an augur before ascending. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. However, the refined augur blood can still be used for alchemy, and the rest can be used to irrigate the dragon blood tree. The pills refined by dragon blood were of great benefit to the cultivation of all the snake python clan. The three of them can eat too. It can also be used as an auxiliary material and added to the refining of some pills, which can enhance the potency of the pills by a lot. The blood of the dragon can be used as medicine. This point had occurred to Su Chengxian as well. That's a lot of danmaku that can be added to the mix. Demons, or things that had become elves, in the eyes of human cultivators, belong to the category of being heavenly treasures themselves. There are those who ponder how to eat to enhance their cultivation. Alchemy, as capable of effectively integrating spiritual material resources, more effective than directly swallowing, way of eating heavenly materials, was bound not to be ignored. And the blood of the dragon's essence sounds like a treasure that you'd love to try the medicine on. Not for alchemy? Thinking about it doesn't work. Through what he had heard from Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi earlier, the views of the human race regarding the resources of heaven and earth, Su Chengxian made a bit of a summary. What you can eat directly. It's not edible. It's in the medicine. What can't be eaten or used in medicine? Smithing. Those who can't build a house. This familiar style of doing things, I must say, really gave him a sense of being back in his happy old home. So he wasn't surprised to hear about watering the dragon blood tree. After a few years of hard work, mainly by the great sage, the dragon's blood tree had grown into a sapling. Unfortunately, it looks like it's nowhere near blooming. The leaves on the trees, as if they were bald, were sparse. The great sage did say that it needs to be watered by the blood of a fertilized snake and python. Although their family fit that bill, no one was stupid enough to give blood to a tree. Now looking at Ling Xiao's meaning, she should have asked the great sage, watering the tree with the blood of an augur will be more effective? Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. Of course, the best is still dragon blood. A drop of a true dragon's essence blood might be able to make the dragon's blood tree blossom directly. Let's find a real dragon. Hey! Seeing that the two were silent, Su Chengxian smiled sardonically. He also knew that it was delusional. It's not like that real dragon was a kingpin in a pool that could be pressed down and bled out one by one. Besides, you can't beat it if you catch it. Forget it, just let those dragons off the hook for now. The fruit of the dragon's blood tree has a similar demonic power as the pills refined with augur blood. Long-term consumption can warm the blood and drive away the evil thoughts that snakes and pythons, due to themselves, are prone to attract. Even more so, it could repair the dark wounds on the demon's body, left behind by the quenching of the mana. So, for the sake of this drop of Jiaolong blood, we have to make a trip as well. Ling Xiao said. This drop of essence blood in the hands of the water-avoiding Marquis was rumored to be from a demon martial-level battle-powered Jiaolong. When you have a chance to fight for such a treasure, of course you have to fight for it. Even if you can't compete, you have nothing to lose. As for how to end it after you get the essence blood, Ling Xiao had also already thought of a solution. Since we're going, it's a must. This seat, alone, is not yet safe. As soon as Ling Yunzi waited for her to just finish speaking, he immediately spoke up right away. Su Chengxian, you'd better transform quickly. You and I together. I just crossed the threshold a few months ago. Su Chengxian refused. Oh, give someone. No, a son-in-law to a snake? He didn't think so. Can't come. When I thought that I could still avoid this without transforming into a form, I felt that the old man was really wise. Demon race transformation are all one word. So the daughter of the demon waiter. The appearance may also be very, well, hunting. And, come to think of it, the other guy is a snake. Demonic beasts with cultivation levels would all have their bodies appear less terrifying due to the flushing of heaven and earth's aura, but instead had a very special beauty. Combined with several years of coexistence with snakes, Su Changxian was almost ready to look at his kind in a normal way, but the thought of taking a snake demon wife still doesn't feel right, so it's a blessing in disguise. It's not possible to take shape as soon as possible. He would absolutely, positively, not cross the threshold again until it was absolutely necessary. 21 thunderbolts almost blew him up, and whoever gets hit knows. With the strength of your current snake body and the magnificence of your blood qi, it is indeed not easy to manifest an innate Dao body. Ling Xiao laughed. But it's fine. It doesn't affect this matter. But before that, Su Changxian had to first cultivate into the great and small divine abilities. Shrink the snake to within 3 feet. Otherwise you can't board the ring. Doesn't it affect? Su Changxian wondered. Didn't General Yu say that the prerequisite for obtaining a chance was to transform? Just listen to my arrangements. Ling Xiao said with confidence. Okay. Su Changxian thought to himself. I haven't even transformed. Even if I win, can they recruit me as their son-in-law? If you can't get the dragon's blood at that time, you can't blame me. Then on second thought, doesn't that mean you don't have to marry the snake if you win? Gee, can. The matter is settled at this point. Next Ling Xiao took away 2 transformation pills from Ling Yunzi's hands. One of them was a gift for General Yu, and it was to be entrusted to the other party to send to the demon marshal. Su Chengxian's oddly named spiritual plant bank is going very well. Even General Yu had heard that Ling Yunzi was able to refine spirit pattern pills, and surprisingly, he had also sent over a few seeds, as well as a few types of spirit materials. There were also 2 concocted spirit herbs in it. Obviously happy about this. Su Chengxian's previous vague worry that they would be scorned by General Yu if their family became big had not happened at all. When you think about it, there it makes sense. General Yu was a demon general, and his power did not come from being granted by the demon race or from the obedience of his men. His cultivation battle power was the biggest dependence. So what if there are 3 great demons in the White family? There was a big realm difference in cultivation, but people were still afraid of you turning over a new leaf? What's more, getting the cultivation resources you deserve is fundamental. Station at Mount Luyang as a demon general for this, not to hold the so-called power. The latter serves the former. Smart as General Yu is, he will indeed not put the cart before the horse. Besides, Su Chengxian and the others couldn't threaten each other's interests. All the output of Mount Luyang has to pass through the hands of this demon general. That's the rule. As long as they don't violate it, everyone can live in harmony. Both sides were intelligent demons, so it was considered a very tacit understanding. Ling Yunzi had opened the furnace twice to refine pills, and there was bound to be a transformation pill that was sent to General Yu. And General Yu never takes anything for nothing. There is always a return gift. It was also good luck to meet such a demon general. When you really meet someone who eats raw rice, you only know how to shout and kill. Stupid people who can't see the slightest benefit in their eyes, or else their eyes would be red and they would want to take it for themselves, are the ones who are really troublesome. To kill and kill and kill when things go wrong is not killing indecisive. It's pure sickness. With Ling Xiao gone, Ling Yunzi proceeded to delve into the formula for the spirit mending pill. Su Chengxian withdrew his divine sense, ate a full meal, and then slept beautifully. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 plus. Essence and blood +0, 0001+. Until, again, he was awakened by a fluctuation in aura. It's the spirit mending pill? It's going to be refined? He steeply opened his eyes and sent his divine sense immediately probing towards the top of the mountain. Chapter 105, the Dan was completed, and the stream of light dazzled. Elder Daojun is really reliable in his endeavors. Su Chengxian felt the change in his blood qi and estimated that he had slept for less than 10 days this time. The spirit mending pill and the transformation pill were not pills of the same grade, so it was easy to tell from the fluctuations in the aura. Thinking about the last time, Ling Yunzi also said that there were a few places in the Dan formula that he didn't understand. Now, however, he was on the verge of refining the elixir. Ling Xiao, why are you here? As soon as he probed his divine sense into the mountaintop, he realized that apart from a Ling Yunzi who was fully immersed in alchemy, Ling Xiao was surprisingly guarding this place as well. Is something wrong? Ling Yunzi sent a message to me to come here to protect me. Ling Xiao said, you need a guardian to make pills? Su Changxian couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "It's the formula for the spirit mending pill. What's wrong with it?" "No." Ling Xiao shook his head. He didn't say exactly how. The reason why she ruled that it was not a problem with the Dan formula, or the Dan refining itself, was that she was clear that if that was the case, Ling Yunzi could have completely stopped refining the Dan first, so she guessed that it was probably a good thing. Otherwise, as proud as Ling Yunzi was, she wouldn't be able to give up and even take the initiative to let her help. "What brings you here?" Su Changxian asked next. "One incense stick ago. How much longer until it becomes a Dan?" "Tomorrow at sunrise." "Another day and night?" Su Changxian looked up at the sun, which had just come out not long ago. Ling Xiao smiled. "Old ghost, do you know how long Ling Yunzi has been refining this furnace of Dan?" "How long?" 7 days. 7 days is a long time? Normally for alchemy, pills are formed within 3 days. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Only the more difficult the elixir was to concoct would have to take more hours and days. Therefore, from this, it could also be seen that this furnace of Dan was certainly somewhat unusual." "Old devil, this Dan formula of yours, what's so unique about it?" she asked as she knew that the formula for the spirit mending pill was given to her by Su Changxian. "I'm told it's a different one than previously known. When Ling Yunzi got the Dan formula, he also had to deliberate on it again and again. It could make a proficient alchemist with a Downlord level cultivation think and ponder for many hours. It can be seen that this Dan formula must be more than average." "I don't know. It just came to me all of a sudden," Su Changxian answered bluntly. "How would he know? Let alone talking about alchemy. He doesn't even know how to make steel and oil. In my last life, I've only ever refined rice in a rice cooker, and several times I've gotten it stuck." That's why he was looking at Ling Yunzi with extraordinarily good eyes right now. How is having a competent old brother not considered an opening? When he thought of this, his divine sense couldn't help but glance at Ling Xiao again. This Empress sister, too, is great. The spirit materials used for alchemy were all manipulated by the other party. "I've heard that there's an idea for a storage treasure? Gee, that's nice." Other people who wanted spirit elixirs and magic weapons still had to hug their thighs. He wouldn't have to, as long as the cultivation strength is stronger and firmly occupies the name of Big Brother. He can nibble on the little of the Empress sister and the old Daogun brother. Hey, beautiful. This elixir will be refined soon, so let's take 2 shallow tastes first. Do you want me to come over and escort you as well? Su Changxian felt that he couldn't sit back and enjoy himself too much. Shouldn't we do something? He kind of reacted to that, too. Seeing that Ling Yunzi had called Ling Xiao to stand guard, this meant that it was a precautionary measure against someone who would come to snatch the spirit pill? How dare a monster try to take food from my snake's mouth? I'll eat you too. In Su Changxian's vertical pupils, a fierce light immediately emerged. You're coming over? How did you get here? Push all the way across? Ling Xiao hummed lightly. With Su Changxian's current size, rushing over to how much noise aside, even if it came. If a fight occurs, fight up this cave near the house, but not all to the destruction? This cave residence of theirs could be defended without refined formations. Let me ask you, how is the practice of the great and small avatars going? Su Changxian shrunk his neck knowing that Ling Xiao couldn't see it. Oops, forgot to practice. Quickly cultivate for me until I'm comfortable with size, or else we'll go to the King City and you'll stay home with Xiao Chui. 3 days, at most. Su Changxian, who wanted to go to the King City to sneak around, stated that they were threatened. That's more like it. Ling Xiao was satisfied. Then he rushed in to hurry back to his training. This way. Su Changxian replied back and was about to withdraw his divine sense. Since the elixir was still a day and a night away from being ready, he certainly wouldn't waste time here. Time is precious as time flies. Definitely. It can't go to waste. It all has to be used to sleep and save blood. However, before leaving, he remembered something and asked, by the way, Your Majesty, is there any way to walk around outside in the appearance of a human without transforming into a form? You don't want to take shape without transforming? Was trying to pick a favorite look. Oh, Ling Zhao's face becomes odd. Ugly flower snake. Is this unsatisfied with his last life's appearance? Disliking it for not being handsome enough, and wanting to change to a better looking one in this life? Or is a favorite? Could it be that, in your last life, you were a woman? Su Changxian was a bit regretful and casually blurted out a reason off the top of his head. I have heard that the Fox clan has a secret method. Ling Xiao came in the spirit and said with furrowed brows, when transforming into a form, you cannot follow your true form and not distinguish between men and women. Oops. It's just a pity that that secret method requires the bloodline of the Skyfox clan in order to cultivate it. Your Majesty, your death by beauty trick is really not at all unjust, Su Changxian lamented. Old me just wanted to try a few more skins. Skin? Like painted skin? Also, you manifest as a sister. I once collected a few portraits of immortal fairies in the immortal world. Ling Xiao is still interested. I'll manifest it and show you. It's not necessary. What about a picture of a fairy boy? The bathing kind. You know. Your Majesty can. Su Changxian firmly refused. Fortunately, at the end of the day, Ling Xiao still told him several ways that he could transform into a humanoid form without transforming. One way to practice the art of change is to barricade your eyes. There were quite a few change spells, and she knew several. However, it was difficult to cultivate, and once the changed appearance was fixed, it could not be changed. And when you meet a cultivator, it's easy to recognize. Unlike after transforming, to see through the main body, you still need a special talent aptitude, or the other party's divine soul power is stronger than yours. The good thing is that the general art of change is capable of illuminating at least 3 modalities. The bad thing is that the illusion looks like something you have to know very well, otherwise it's hard to practice. The other thing is to cultivate an out-of-body incarnation, or to condense a young Shandharma body, or, with the help of side means, like the painted ghosts she mentions, to put on a shell child. But the latter is more crude in its methods and is easily revealed to any ordinary person. Su Changxian withdrew his divine sense and took stock of them one by one, thinking that the art of change could perhaps be tried. Or, first, cultivate the great and small avatars. The next day, it was still light. Su Changxian then opened his eyes. With his head held high, his vertical pupils looked towards the mountain peak where Ling Yunzi was refining pills. That aura fluctuation had been getting more and more intense. At this point, it should have reached some sort of tipping point. Ever since the Divine Soul Realm, which was promoted along with the Broken Realm, this premonition that came from the underworld after the Divine Sense Probe had never been wrong. It seems that this time it's the Spirit Mending Pill, which is really going to become a pill, he muttered. In the next instant, a bright and dazzling light instantly emerged, shooting out from the top of the mountain and straight into the sky. It was dazzling in the darkness of the night. At the same time, Su Changxian also sensed that a very odd aura was approaching over. What is it? Chapter 106, 5. 7 Spirit Stripes. Fishy wind. The light of day is dimly lit. The still dim starry sky made the perfect backdrop. The light shot straight up into the sky and immediately dispersed, transforming into thousands of colors. Red to blue, blue to purple changes. Suddenly, a glimmer of sunlight appeared in the sky. A golden light appeared. Golden flare sunburst. Instantly colorful and intertwined. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful. Boy, Su Changxian's divine sense discerned that the glow was the mouth of the Dan furnace. The aura net retracted, in which the medicinal power of the pills overflowed some of it out, attracting the aura and transforming it into a bit of aura, converging into one. It wasn't actually a heaven and earth vision. Neither the aura nor the medicinal power could reach a point that was so amazing, but just in time, it hit the sunrise. There is nothing more splendid than the great sun. The light of the sun and the moon is the most spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The sun rises and sets. The yin and the yang meet. There is great fortune and great terror in it. When the sun rises, everything recovers and yang qi rises. At this time, if you exhale Reiki, you can have the opportunity to draw the light of the purple sun into the body. However, unusual cultivators could not withstand the sun essence flame. One slip up and its flames. What a time for Ling Yunzi's furnace of pills to be refined. Just happened to bump into the moment of the purple gas rising in the east, scattered medicinal power aura, by the sun so light, really a little bit of heaven and earth phenomenon feeling, and it eventually manifested a purple halo before dissipating. Purple energy rises from the east, it's an auspicious omen. Good sign. Next moment, in the sky, the original clouds, too, were dyed with splashes of color by this sudden sunlight, as if the entire sky was set ablaze. All of a sudden, it was streaming with color and splendor. Su Changxian clearly felt that the aura of heaven and earth, between these breaths, seemed to have become extremely active. It's a feeling that's fleeting. It is also in this fleeting moment. Under the Dan furnace at the top of the mountain, the fire was roaring and fiercely bright. Leaping flames, its color blazing red, as if the sun rises in the East China Sea, reflecting the surrounding space are distorted light and shadow. As Ling Yunzi's last, complicated hand seals fell quickly, the lid of the already non-existent furnace seemed to be gently lifted by an invisible force, and a faint white mist rose up from the cauldron. The indescribable aroma fills the room instantly and is delightful. Then a breeze suddenly picked up at the top of the hill. The wind, swirling with aura, converged. Maelstrom. At the mouth of the Dan furnace, a swirl of aura appeared. Countless amounts of aura rushed into the Dan furnace. Within the spiritual light, the sound of dragons and phoenixes faintly echoed. Buzz, buzz. Then, there were aura fluctuations that transmitted a wider range and vibrated even more obviously. The aura swirled and formed a pillar of light. The pillar of light lifted out several spirit pills from the Dan furnace. One could only see a single elixir. In the spiritual light, appearing more and more crystal clear and flowing with a dreamy luster. The elixir was undergoing a slight tremor due to the large amount of spiritual chi sinking into it. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. After leaping out of the furnace, it was like the rising sun, violently breaking through the silence, and with a whistling sound, helicoptered up into the mid-air. The moment the elixir leapt up, more heaven and earth aura pulled and surged away like a tidal wave, leaving behind a faint ripple. The aura converged towards the spirit pills, wrapping them up like a cloud. The sun's rays are shining on it. The wind was still blowing at the top of the mountain, and the spiritual mist tumbled in the wind and the draw of the elixir. It looked as if the wind was rising, and between the tumbling clouds, the haze poured down from the sky, shrouding the area in splendor. Each of the haze lights contained pure spiritual energy, and they converged on the elixir in the pillar of light. His Su Chengxian narrowed his eyes. He wasn't sure if it was just his eyesight, or if he really sensed that the spirit mist seemed to be vaguely more than a few shreds of scorching heat under the sunlight. Sun essence fire? You don't think so? Perhaps it was because of this thought. Looking at those pills again, in this diffuse haze of light, they looked even more different, and he was still close enough, and with his divine sense probing, to know exactly what was happening. So he won't know. Those who don't know the inside story are in the eyes of the stupidly watching, demonic beasts and small demons. At this time what has happened? All they could see was that a halo of light suddenly emerged from the top of the White Mansion mountain. Then the sky opened up, and 10,000 rays of haze broke out of the void, like the hand of a god gently plucking away the mists of the earthly world. These haze lights, colorful, intertwined into a picture scroll of light and weirdness, each strand, as if implying the greatness of heaven and earth. It's awe-inspiring. There are 10,000 paths of gorgeous light and 1,000 streaks of rays of color. Dropping down from the clouds, it brushes lightly over the earth, and wherever it goes, everything comes to life. Then he thought of Ling Yunzi refining pills at the top of the mountain. It's a miracle. It's a vision of heaven and earth. You said it was just in time for the sunrise? Then what is this aura fluctuation? They could clearly feel that the aura had become thicker between breathing in and out. We have watched sunrise in the past, but where is it as gorgeous as this? It must be School Captain Ling Yun, who has refined an extraordinary spirit elixir. I heard it's a good medicine called spirit mending pill. It can raise your cultivation level. Some of the little demons began to whoop and holler with their hands. It was not long ago that it picked a seedling and sent it to the White Mansion. The second great king of the Ling Shao said that when you want to exchange pills, just go to her. Captain Ling Yun's alchemy was so powerful, it was still worried that the elixir could not be honored. Perhaps Captain Ling Yun, in the future, will be able to refine an elixir that will allow the little demon to transform smoothly. Even the spiritually intelligent little demons are like this. The sea monsters that came from the sea and didn't have much spiritual intelligence thought that they had seen a good treasure even more. Hiding his head, he felt his way down the big river, trying to get closer and see what's going on. Su Chengxian had a sense of that odd aura that he had sensed just a short while ago. I say odd because of the scent. It didn't look like it was from a demon. No demonic power. It doesn't look like psychic energy either. Something like demonic power, but not quite the same. More chaotic and muddy, bursting with disorder. He was about to go and carefully probe and investigate, when he saw that on the top of the mountain, the spirit Dan in midair, suddenly changed again. In a moment, those few spirit pills were already in a state of being completely filled with aura. The aura was so full that it even gave off a burst of precious light. There was more than just an infusion of aura in the pillar of aura light. In the lower Dan furnace, there was also medicinal power, in a steady stream, following the light pillar, sinking into the spirit Dan. Those were the essence of the spiritual materials that hadn't been fully incorporated during the refining process of the elixir. With the integration of the last strand of essence, the halo on the elixir converged for a split second and then steeply blossomed again. The rush of medicinal power and aura caused the unusually full spirit Dan to pulsate. Buzz, buzz. The aura of heaven and earth was once again shaken with a humming sound. The pillar of light that enveloped the spirit-mending elixir appeared flamboyantly as the halo of the spirit elixir was greatly lowered. It's like a rainbow. Among them, the green and yellow channels were the most dazzling. Within a few breaths, the other rays of light dissipated, and only these two, like dragons and snakes, wrapped around the surface of the spirit elixir. They are not just a display of color, but also a manifestation of the purest wood aura and earth aura. In heaven and earth, these two rays of light slowly traveled across the surface of the elixir, leaving behind, with each touch, a little stream of aura. During this process, the spirit elixir was spinning rapidly, and with it, the spirit mist was drawn in more quickly. Gradually, the spinning began to slow. The two rays of green and yellow light, the branding left behind, also gradually became clear. Buzz, buzz. The surface of the elixir was flooded with strange fluctuations, and the green and yellow light intermingled, as if leaving behind an arcane and inexplicable imprint, which flickered with a faint spiritual light. However, when the spiritual mist dispersed and everything returned to calm, leaving only those few spirit pills that emitted a halo of light, it would be realized that the original imprint was only a simple few spirit lines, 5 pills, all with 7 spirit lines. Su Changxian immediately did a heartfelt job on this output of this field named Tao Lord Elder Brother, and calculating how much rent should be charged appropriately. Other than that, these 5 pills in the sunlight, flowing light, aura dense, really as if just out of the world treasure. Sells great. He couldn't wait to try it. Of course, he wasn't the only one who couldn't wait to try it. Boo! A huge column of water rose up from the large river on the side of Mount Luyang. Fishy winds that pounce. Chapter 107, and a sea serpent monster. Wow! Boom! The wide river surface, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, lifted up layers of huge waves. Immediately afterward, a behemoth of a thing came barreling out from the depths of the murky river bottom, bringing up a huge column of water, and a majestic vapor. It swooped straight towards the elixir at the top of the mountain. The air was instantly filled with the characteristic saltiness of seawater, mixed with an oddly rich bloodbath aura, nauseating, and at the same time, there was a flavor that, at the same time, made Su Changxian feel familiar. It seems, it's a bit similar to the sea beast meat that I've been eating a lot lately. This thought flashed through his mind, and the next moment, he knew that what he felt was not wrong at all. Here comes the sea monster of the endless sea. Click, click. It was a huge and incomparable crab sea monster great demon, thoroughly exposed to the light of an already brightening sky. Its body was comparable to a small mountain, covered with armor as hard as iron, flashing with a cold aura mixed with scarlet and ghostly blue. Holding his hideous, ghastly crab pincers aloft, he opened and closed them with a clicking sound. The sound was odd, and could be distracting. Ling Yunzi, who had his back to the sea monster, spoke out to remind Ling Xiao. He can't move now. The elixir reached the critical moment of collection. It can't be foregone. It's the Chelone monster. Ling Xiao calmly returned, not terribly surprised to be confronted with the sudden appearance of a terrifying sea monster. It should have been expected. During the day and night of guarding Ling Yunzi's alchemy, she had long thought carefully about the enemies that might come her way. Human? It was that when some human cultivators entered the northern wasteland mountain range, they wouldn't come to seek death for the spirit replenishing pill. Demons? The surrounding demon clans won't be blatant and go against the demon kingdom. Besides, with General Yu here, the nearby demon generals will not come. The demon generals that could be stationed at the edge of the mountain range had the duty of having to defend themselves against 3 external enemies in their own right. That's why most of them were specially selected from above. It's more of a belief that the strongest is the best, and it carries the day. It's unlikely that it will happen. To come and rob in the open for a bit of elixir. Even if they were to rob, they would only go for General Yu. Instead, he made a direct move towards Ling Yunzi, who was refining pills. On the contrary, it will be very polite to him. It was still difficult for a fool who only knew how to fish with all his might to advance to the level of a demon general. So, the most likely incoming enemy is the sea monster. Mount Luyang was close to the endless sea, and at its closest point, it was no more than 1,000 miles away from each other. Although sea monsters rarely would leave the seawater and go deep into the northern wasteland mountain range, there would occasionally be sea monsters that mistakenly or intentionally sneak in to hunt demonic beasts. The route most often traveled was the one the family had taken to come over on Dai Dai, the great river that led straight to the endless sea. If there were sea monsters that were hiding in the river, it was highly likely that they would be attracted by the sight of Naruto and attack. Therefore Ling Zhao's divine sense was always keeping an eye on the river. Thus, Even though the sea monster's move was wrapped in water mist and flaunted to kill, with a speed as fast as running thunder, it was still stopped by her raising her hand with a whip, stopping the attack. Snap! Boo! The whip refined from snake molting was like a spirit snake under the infusion of mana, lashing at the sea monster's chest and abdomen. It made a dull buzzing sound, although it caused it to stop. It was clear that it failed to injure it, not to mention getting rid of it. The eyes of the Colonian monster were like two burning lanterns, flashing with the colors of greed and violence. Looking at Ling Xiao who was blocking in front of him, he then stared straight back at the mid-air. The several spirit pills that were emitting a faint fluorescent light and had not yet been taken away. It was as if these few elixirs were rare treasures in heaven and earth. This guy is compelled. But although it didn't have much spiritual intelligence, its instinctive senses were still there. These current spirit replenishing pills not only contained extremely strong spiritual chi, but also showed vitality due to the presence of the medicinal power and the spirit pattern, enough to make any being who desires aura salivate. Click, click. The attitude of the Colonian monster was obvious. This spirit elixir it would eat. Kill the one in the way first. Then he held up his pincers, which were bigger than a millstone, and rushed at Ling Xiao to kill him. Humph! Ling Xiao snorted coldly. The snake whip shook and battled with it. Seeing that Ling Xiao had blocked the big crab, Su Changxian was relieved. It looks like it won't take him storming over there. Sea monsters didn't have demonic pills. Their demonic power was disorganized, and thus they didn't have natural aptitudes or battle skills to speak of. Their flesh, however, is very strong. Just like the large crab in front of him, its two large pincers, and the crab shells all over its body. The hardness was comparable to that of a superb magic weapon. However, this guy's battle power was equivalent to a great demon's early stage. It took a bit of effort for Ling Xiao to kill it, but blocking it for a moment wasn't a problem. When Ling Yunzi collected the pills, it would be much easier for the two of them to deal with this big guy together. Not bad. Before you eat the spirit elixir, you can also eat a roasted big crab. Su Changxian immediately felt that the smell of the sea wasn't even unpleasant anymore. Many neat dishes, in fact, don't taste great until they are served. To be precise, the moment it's fresh off the pan, it emits an odor that's much weirder. But so what? Make them cooked and tasty, and the old man will be able to forgive them. What's more, after turning into a snake, the tolerance for raw flesh and blood was even more significantly increased. So, grilled or raw is fine, with a little wine. Little Saint's spirit wine. Has it been brewed yet? While he was secretly thinking, he turned his attention back to Ling Yunzi at the river. One could only see Ling Yunzi's large sleeves swinging in his hands, changing hand techniques. In collecting Dan, this Dan has been collected for a little too long. He couldn't help but remind Su Changxian of the neighbor who used to go out and walk his dog. It's also such a struggle every time I try to collect my big doggy home. Of course, it can't be helped. Now that these spirit replenishing pills, which were of excellent quality themselves, had been branded with spirit patterns by the heaven and earth aura, it made sense that they would not be willing to be put away. Everything has a spirit, and this spirit is not necessarily spiritual intelligence. Ling Yunzi had previously told that many Dan masters were unwilling to allow heaven and earth to identify the Dan because when the Dan was born with spirituality, it refused to be obediently collected and would instead attempt to break free and fly away. This is inevitably the case especially with some of the higher order elixirs. Some of them were even able to manifest the appearance of divine beasts and fight with the Dan masters. When collecting the elixir, it was preferred that one could not use offensive means so as not to injure the elixir itself. It could only be summoned back together slowly by casting mana. However, the spirit replenishing pill was still only a green rank 7 spirit stripe, and it wasn't even yellow rank. It was Ling Yunzi's current cultivation level that was a bit low, which was why it was a bit slow to put it away. Therefore, Su Changxian wasn't worried about any discrepancies. Just wait in peace. Sure enough, a few breaths later, the spirit pill moved. Ling Yunzi took out a jade bottle and tugged on the spirit elixir, dropping it towards the mouth of the bottle. And it was at this moment that the tension reached its peak. Click! The big crab suddenly leapt up violently, its huge body erupting a stream of water vapor, carrying an unstoppable might as it pounced straight at the spirit elixir. Its movements seemed to be accompanied by a violent surge of seawater and a foul odor. Looking for death, Ling Xiao coldly snorted with disdain. The whip in his hand lashed hard. Sea monsters have thick skin and no intelligence. To kill them, the best way is actually close combat. To find the key points to start. The reason why she was blocking it was that with her current cultivation, she didn't have the means to kill it with a single blow, and in order to prevent it from jumping over the wall in a hurry and disturbing Ling Yunzi's Dan collection, she could only drive it away a bit. But she was careless. Hiss! Taking advantage of this opportunity, a sea serpent monster cut through the sky and attacked with lightning speed. Chapter 108, Sea Serpent? Swallowed. Big crab. Still want to run? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Changxian couldn't help but shout out. It wasn't that this sea serpent, how powerful and terrifying it was. Rather, it's weird looking. Its body was sinuous and covered in scales with a reddish-blue sheen. It's kind of similar to a big crab. Blue and purple, honestly, are really two colors that affect your appetite. Of course, that's not the point either. The point is, this little sea serpent has a pair of wings. Being a snake, it was surprising that it had wings. When you grew your ing wings, did you ever consider how a snake without wings would feel after seeing it? That taste. Su Changxian sour. He watched the little wings unfurl, and little flames of jealousy. Swish, 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 swish. The wings, though no more than 2 meters wide and 3 meters long, looked comical on the small, rounded body of a teeny sea serpent. But that's the wings. It can fly. To grow a pair of wings large enough to cover half the sky, to stir up the wind and the clouds with every beat, is certainly desirable. If you don't have it, it's nice to have a little pair of wings like that. The key is being able to fly. Su Changxian now knew that whether it was a flying technique or a recluse technique, if he relied solely on himself, it would cost him mana to perform it. The stronger the physical body was, the more mana it consumed. So short distances are fine. Long distances can be deadly. What if you have too much mana to spend and you meet an enemy? And so it came to pass. The more labor-saving art of flying. There are roughly 3 categories: riding the wind, getting the clouds, and the imperial weapon. There was also on the magic weapon, branding formations and using spirit stones instead of mana consumption. In other words, it's not physically demanding and burns money. Finally, one of the least labor-intensive is to grab a mount. Some beings were born with the natural aptitude of flying. You still have to practice. People bring their own. Where's the justification for this? Su Changxian took a look at the sea serpent in the air, cheerfully flapping its tiny wings, and then looked at his own enormous snake body, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. With wings that small, they certainly couldn't carry the body of a sea serpent. So the wings were just a sign of the bastard's bloodline talent. Damn it! In comparison, not only did he not have the aptitude for flight, but also because of his overly large size, it was much more costly to fly. Therefore, Ling Xiao had been urging him to cultivate the great and small divine abilities. The size change avatar not only made the body smaller, but on top of the body, it imposed a layer of confinement on its own as a way to reduce the weight of the demon's body. Performing another flying technique or recluse technique would also reduce mana depletion, but it doesn't feel good at all to actively shackle yourself. Su Changxian was the one who was so repulsed. Yet it was indeed inconvenient to travel with his huge snake body, and he could only practice with gritted teeth. Reviewing the maneuvers in his sleep went well enough, and with only a few casts, he should be able to round out the changes. When this same practice was almost complete, next, only then could one begin to cultivate the art of flying. He coveted the fact that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi could fly, and it had been months since they had been able to leave the ground. Now seeing an ugly-looking sea serpent with small wings flying in front of his eyes, could he not be angry? I wanted to go up in one bite and give this guy a swallow. Pity, it won't fly. Moreover, this little sea serpent, too, was hitting on the idea of the spirit mending pill. The big crab in front of it was obviously giving it cover. Mother asterisk 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 error. Su Changxian gritted his teeth, a tail wag and a rumble, and he leapt out. You can't fly. You're slow to get there, and you have to go. Punch, charge it, and the old man can give it a bite with a catapult start, but counting on him to arrive. The spirit elixir must have fallen into the sea serpent's mouth long ago. This guy came prepared. It seems to have a unique method of communication between it and the Colonian monster. Not only did the latter charge first, attracting Ling Xiao's attention, but he also used a sudden onslaught of attacks to give the former a chance to sneak in. Damn it! Ling Xiao cursed. It was she who had been surprisingly careless, not realizing that sea monsters could play with their minds as well, and not one, but two on the other side. Although they are not spiritually intelligent, they also have to hunt for food at the bottom of the sea and hide from natural enemies. There must be ways of fighting that tend to be instinctive. It was she who underestimated the sea monster. They concealed their scent with the help of the watery air. So much so that she didn't expect that the sea monsters, which were used to being alone, would be the two traveling with them this time. This sea serpent that came from behind looked like it was still above the Colonian monster in strength. Otherwise, it could not be driven, so to lay down its life. And she was now too wrapped up in the Colonian monster to stop the sea serpent. Hiss! Wings flapping, the sea serpent was like an arrow off the string, transforming into a stream of light as it shot towards the spirit mending pill. It had been building up momentum in the river for a long time, and this move was, of course, imperative. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but turn cold when he sensed an unfamiliar aura coming his way. He was still a bit short of taking away the spirit elixir. Should we give up collecting the elixir and take on the enemy first? However, if the elixir was not collected in time, even if the elixir did not fly away immediately, the medicinal power would still overflow. The reason why the elixir had to be put into the jade bottle after the dam was completed was to impose a mana seal to avoid this matter, and be at ease. This will be, just in the nick of time, a figure instantly arrived, and with a lift of his hand, a powerful force surged from around the spirit Dan, forming a barrier. Stopped that sea serpent in its tracks. Boo! Hiss! Caught off guard, the sea serpent slammed into the light screen and tumbled backwards. A reluctant hiss escaped his mouth. It opened its mouth and spewed out several jets of water that hit the light curtain. Wow! The water splashed, but the light curtain was undamaged, just casually laying down a defense cover that could block the impact of the sea serpent without damaging the points well. There was only one person within Mount Luyang who could do it. General Yu is here. Hiss! The sea serpent was still unaware of his death, letting out bursts of angry hissing. Without even knowing who was in the face, it once again mobilized its entire body in an attempt to break through that barrier. Boo! 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 Under the three impacts, the curtain of light around the spirit elixir instantly became more and more dazzling. It also finally shattered, and the sea serpent, by now, had long since knocked himself out of his head. General Yu lightly grunted, before he flicked his sleeve again and raised his hand towards it with a slap. Snap! The demonic power that erupted from his palm transformed into a large hand that landed on top of the sea serpent's head. It has no room to hide. In a flash, the demonic power shattered his skull and dispersed his most fragile sea of consciousness. With a stiffening of his wings, he fell from mid-air, down. And at this time, a huge flower snake was charging across the room to get closer. Seeing this, it is a waist and abdomen C-force. Tail support body erect. Open your mouth with your head high. Hiss! I suck! Shoo! The sea serpent landed right in the middle of this open, bloody mouth. Very silky and it was sucked right into the belly. Smooth as can be. Hey! Su Chengxian immediately let out a smug playful laugh. How about swallowing you when you say so? It's not blowing. He's got this snake's mouth open, 7 or 8 meters in size. Swallowing a small snake 2 or 3 meters thick is not a handful? Then he transmitted his voice to General Yu to thank him. And no matter how strange General Yu's face was, he turned around and fixed his eyes on, again, the crabs at the top of the hill. Seeing that the sea serpent is dead, this big crab seems to be trying to run? How's that gonna work? Hiss! Compulsion hissing, divine sense is like a sword. This big crab, old man will eat it. Chapter 109 Give me one first. I'll taste how it tastes. The big crab is dead. Dead. Miserable. Not to mention that there was still a demon general present. There was no way Ling Xiao would let it escape. Surprisingly, she was almost tricked by 2 sea monsters, and her mood at that moment could be imagined. What's more, Su Chengxian had intervened. With little effort, the crab was a mouthful. At this time, Ling Yunzi also put all the pills into the bottle. Ling Xiao then reached him first, and the two of them glanced at each other. Ling Yunzi understood, and immediately and imperceptibly took a jade bottle and gave it to her. Then the two of them flew up close to General Yu. Thank you General Yu for your help. Ling Xiao arched his hand and said, many thanks to General Yu for his help. Ling Yunzi also said, where do I need you guys to give me thanks? General Yu laughed. Killing sea monsters is my job. How is it? Is the alchemy still going well? Thanks to General's blessing, it went very smoothly. Ling Xiao said, sending over the jade bottle in his hand, holding it in vain with his mana, and smiled. Here's one. It's a little token of our appreciation. Please accept it with a smile. General Yu looked at her, and then at Su Chengxian, who had swallowed the sea serpent in a flash, and was now perched on the side with a large crab in his mouth. With a meaningful smile, he said, this elixir of yours, it's not good to take it. If I don't take it, it's not in line with the rules of the demon race. If you take it, it's me taking advantage of you again. He had watched the sight of Feng Cheng Dan, this spirit replenishment Dan although not yet in the hands, carefully feel, but just look at the green light yellow halo. Dan into the 7 spiritual lines. Also know that cannot be wrong. Such an elixir, when put on sale in the King City, would not be cheaper than the transformation Dan. The point was that during this period of time, he could have already received pills from the White Mansion several times. Although the main general of the garrison, there is a rule of receiving offerings from his subordinates, but elsewhere, how has there ever been a direct offering of elixir? As the saying goes, the hand that takes the hand is short, and the mouth that eats the hand is short. He is not that kind of master who only eats and does not vomit, cannot do peace of mind only to take the benefits not to do things. That's a lot of favors to take, and you always have to return the favor a little bit. Otherwise, if Ling Yunzi was refining pills and the sea monster was attacking, why did he come so quickly? General is joking. Ling Xiao smiled with a sincere face. General is the lord of Luyang Mountain. Since we rely on General's blessing, this elixir is what General deserves. Which is to say that we are taking advantage of the words? Oh, also, this General knows. General Yu smiled, brushed his sleeve, and still collected the elixir. He was also looking forward to the spirit replenishing pill that this Ling Yunzi had refined. Knowing that it was refined for the purpose of enhancing cultivation, there was even no reason not to want it. Good or bad, take it. What the White Mansion was asking for when they sent him the spirit pill, Ling Xiao also made it very clear. Look to him for blessing. To put it bluntly, it's just that if he encounters today's incident again in the future, let him come in time like this time. Do not collect pills, meet the sea monster or other ungrateful. Come to Mount Luyang to stir up trouble. He should come. Do not still have to come? Of course, there is a difference between faster and slower. Little ones, hurry, hurry, roast this crab for me. Su Chengxian returned to the valley and immediately yelled with divine sense transmission. When General Yu collected the elixir and left, he immediately rushed back. Follow the road that you hit hard on the way in and go back the way you came. This crab is dead. Don't spoil the flavor if you don't eat it in time. An ordinary crab, if it's dead, then it's basically inedible. But this one was a sea monster, and there was weird demonic power present in its flesh and blood, so it should be edible. Yes, my lord. Understood, my lord. Quickly, carry the great king's skillet quickly. The lesser demons whimpered and shouted in response. There was also a small demon who asked with a sharp voice, Great king, this monster is so ugly. Can it be eaten? Of course, Su Chengxian said. It's delicious. I'll let you try the soup later. It's delicious. It wasn't that he was stingy. These little demons had weak divine soul strength and couldn't eat too much blood food. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi also followed. Seeing Su Chengxian messing around with the little demons, all of them sat to the side speechlessly, but neither left. Not that I'm curious about the flavor of the crab, the produce from the endless sea that tasted good. Most of them had eaten it in their previous lives. So, came by to say something. You can still eat? Su Chengxian waited for the crabs to be roasted and also swam over in silence. When Ling Xiao saw him, he opened his mouth and teased. This guy just ate a sea serpent. That's at least 1,000 pounds of meat. It was still flesh and blood that contained chaotic demonic power. Chaotic demonic power? Although it has decayed and mottled and is very rare. Ling Xiao snorted. But the sea monsters in the Chaos Sea do have chaos demonic power in their bodies. The most terrifying thing about chaotic demonic power is that it will cause sea monsters to be unable to give birth to a spirit. Generally the demon race is shallow, and, when they can be taken out and sold, they are treated. So this guy Su Chengxian, what kind of technique did he refine? Or is it something else? Even if you dare to swallow everything in your stomach, you're still fine. What I ate before, was it processed? Su Chengxian only grasped the point and nodded. No wonder. This time, it feels more energized. Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi, have energy? What kind of description is that? With his insight and talent, he could not comprehend, for a moment, the meaning of it. It just feels a little exciting. Su Chengxian said perfunctorily. He had long since activated his innate aptitude, swallowing and refining, in order to take the big crab as soon as possible, and to be able to give it a clean meal as well. Smart as he was, of course he had to vacate his stomach and advance off. Although he had blocked the system alerts in order not to be seen as abnormal, there were a few strange things coming from within his intestines and stomach that he couldn't ignore. If I had to describe it, it would probably be a little spicy? Heartburn from eating too spicy, probably something like that. As the sea serpent's flesh and blood continued to be refined, he felt a bit restless. I had thought that the food was too fresh and the sea serpent was winged, so it was refined a little differently. It was only when Ling Xiao said it that Su Chengxian realized that what gave him this feeling was probably the chaotic demon power. Perhaps it was because of this demonic power, which was more violent and disorderly. Refining it, the blood she gained was a bit of a rush, but it's within tolerable limits. It's fine. Eat as usual. He sensed the state of his divine soul and physical body and said with certainty, although the sea serpent hadn't been completely refined because the time was still short, but the system didn't warn of a problem, so it should be a minor problem. No. Then it seems that there is no need to think of a way to help you deal with that crab? Ling Xiao asked. No, I just love a little excitement. Getting down to business. Ling Xiao gave up on discussing the matter of eating crabs with Su Chengxian, and instead discussed the matter of eating pills. This remaining 4 spirit mending pills, how will they be divided? Can all 4 stay? Su Chengxian asked. This time it's okay. The spirit materials required for the spirit mending pill were put together by all parties. No one has contributed enough to trade away an elixir, and no one has offered to buy it, so the rest of the spirit replenishing elixir could be at their disposal. Next time, though, it's definitely time to share some of it. After the commotion just now, there would definitely be demons who would be interested in the spirit mending pill. Then how else do we divide it? Su Chengxian said strangely. The 4 of us in the family, 1 each. There are exactly 4 spirit mending pills. They have exactly 4 snakes in the White House. What's the point of this? Xiao Chui can't eat a whole one. Seeing him say it so dryly, Ling Xiao could not help but raise an eyebrow. This guy, Flower Snake, is really never cheap. Then let it share a portion with the great sage Dai Dai? Su Chengxian wasn't very sure. Yunzi, pills can be divided, right? Can. Then let's do it. Su Chengxian clapped his hands. This way, give me one first, I'll taste how it tastes. Chapter 110. I have to trouble General Yu again. Tonic elixir. Su Chengxian had a full meal. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi ate a few bites under his enthusiasm and then went back to cultivate successively. The lesser demons also cleaned up the ground and left. In the valley, he was left as a snake again. He took out his share of the spirit replenishing pill and watched the pill float in front of him, curiously taking a few glances. Amidst the dense spiritual light was an elixir the size of a child's fist. It's pretty. That's a big head. Man, if a normal person ate this, they'd choke to death. Perhaps a human cultivator's spirit elixir wouldn't be refined to such a large size? Whatever. Eat first. Su Chengxian opened his mouth, spat out a letter, and swallowed the spirit mending pill. The elixir went straight into the stomach. Didn't taste anything at all. After all, the elixir had an aura wrapped around it, and in order to prevent the medicinal power from dissipating, the seal of blockade was imposed in the technique of collecting the elixir. So between the mouth and tongue, you can't feel any odor. All you could feel was a little coolness slipping through and a little warmth flooding back. It was the taste of aura and medicinal power entering the body. Aha! Su Chengxian yawned. He's pretty used to going to sleep when he's full. So, all a bit sleepy. Without the slightest hesitation, get right down, but can't fall asleep yet. System. Host. Pills. How do you refine them? He asked. It's like a blood meal that you eat and wait for the blood to refine itself. Or did he need to activate his natural aptitude to swallow and refine? Though intuitively, it should be the latter. But to play it safe, Su Chengxian still chose to inquire about it. In response to his questions, the system sometimes had an answer. Sometimes it was silent. But this time there is an answer. Please urge the host to exert the swallowing and refining avatar to refine the spirit mending elixir. Got it. Since he got an accurate answer, he didn't waste any more time and then urged his blood chi to perform his natural divine ability, swallowing and refining. The blood chi on his body instantly vaporized and surged towards the spirit elixir that had been swallowed. When the blood chi wrapped the spirit dan and began to refine the medicinal power and aura within, Su Chengxian's eyelids drank on. He put his head on his tail. Slumber. The divine soul power was strong now, and casting divine abilities to catalyze blood chi would not affect his sleep for a long time. It even helps with sleep. At the same time, he was able to use 2 things at once, and continue to study the great and small divine abilities, and the art of change in his mind. He felt that with a little more rehearsal time, he should be almost able to change right back to his previous size after that. As for what happens when it fails, keep practicing. It's not like I'm in a hurry anyway. Congratulations to the host. Refining aura +1+1+1+1. Well, before completely falling asleep, Su Chengxian heard the system reminder, and also sensed that wisps of aura, mixed with the medicinal power, spread from the stomach towards the lungs, followed by the entire snake body. It's cozy. He was so comfortable he didn't even want to bother checking to see what was going on inside him. The next instant, it sank into a dream. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Physical realm +3. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +. Divine soul realm +1. Essence. Blood and chi +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Congratulations to the host, refining the spirit mending elixir *1, gaining a total of Divine Soul Realm +140, Physical Realm +109, Essence and Blood Chi +223. 2 months later, Su Chengxian heard the systematic reminder of the spirit mending pill, being completely refined, eyes open. During this time, he woke up every 10 days or so, have a meal. The spirit mending pill's aura and medicinal power could make him eat less frequently, but it couldn't make him stop eating all the time. Moreover, since it was the first time he had refined an elixir, Su Chengxian had deliberately slowed down his speed. If it's normal, the speed at which a spirit replenishing pill is swallowed and refined should be around 40 days. He stretched greatly. There was a rumbling underneath the flesh. It made his body stiffen. Oops. It seems like I forgot to practice the art of the great and small avatar again. Humbly, he let go of his divine sense and checked it out first. Seeing that Ling Xiao was practicing in seclusion within his cave, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's not that I'm afraid of this Empress sister. It's mainly because I promised and couldn't do it, and I'm a little bit weak. It was just as well that he took advantage of Ling Xiao's absence and hurriedly sent a divine sense transmission to Ling Yunzi. Yunzi, send another spirit replenishing pill to Big Brother. Within these 2 months, Ling Yunzi opened his furnace one after another and refined a few more pills. In addition to the transformation pill, 2 more spirit replenishing pills were concocted. Having exchanged out 2 and given General Yu 2, there should be 5 left on hand. Here, in less than a moment, Ling Yunzi flew in, threw down a jade bottle, and turned to leave. Why are you going? Su Chengxian wondered. Why did he walk so fast? Not even a word more. It's able to send messages by divine sense. But your attitude. Big Brother dislikes it. Alchemy. Ling Yunzi said with a flutter of his sleeve. Oh, that's okay. Alchemy is good. Alchemy is the right thing to do. Big Brother is happy that third brother is working so hard. Su Chengxian used his blood chi to conjure up a palm and took out the spirit repair pill from the jade bottle. Having only eaten a few days ago, he wasn't hungry yet and felt like he could use another nap, just in time to eat the elixir and refine it while sleeping. 2 without delay. This fellow, Yunzi, his cultivation seems to have grown a lot. He tilted his head and swallowed the elixir, thinking, it seems that alchemy is also a means of refining cultivation for Ling Yunzi. No wonder he also has the frame of mind to enjoy it. In addition, the benefits that the spirit mending pill brought to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi should also be great. Su Chengxian could clearly sense that both of their cultivation levels were progressing very rapidly. I'm afraid it won't be long before another little hurdle is crossed. 6 months at the most. Great Demon Middle Realm? TSK. Truly worthy of being a self-hung Big Brother. My words. Hiss. He finished his exclamation and was just about to take a disc of his own situation when he only felt a familiar, intoxicating sensation fill him. Couldn't help but take a deep breath. Nice guy. Ling Yunzi didn't add anything that shouldn't be added to the undying pill. Did he? The feeling is addictive. It was as if a fresh and slightly sweet scent filled his nostrils. It was like the scent of flowers from far away, the freshness of grass and trees, and the unique medicinal power of the spirit mending pill, as well as the vigorous spiritual chi contained in it. At this point, however, it was early winter. Even with the nourishment of aura, flowers could not bloom, much less the fresh scent of grass. A few old plums, and yellowed grass, don't have that flavor. Therefore, it was the medicinal power and aura of the spirit mending pill that caused Su Chengxian to have a lucid hallucination. They were intertwined, reverberating in the tip of the nose, the mouth, the chest, the stomach, the gut, then, slowly seeping into every part of the body, flesh, and soul. It all gradually sinks in. It's certainly a wonderful experience that you can't help but be mesmerized by. So, blood and gas +1 +1 +1 +1 plus, essence, blood and chi +1 +1 +1 +1. Phew, the valley where the snow has fallen. After Su Chengxian woke up, he still felt relieved all over. Refining the second elixir, he wasn't as careful as before. So, with this little sleep, he had already almost refined a quarter of it. The feeling is also better than last time. Ha, He was about to let go of his divine sense and call the little demons who had come to deliver the food when he sensed that the sea monsters of the endless sea seemed to have dived into the great river again. Then he sent his divine sense toward the top of the mountain. Sure enough, this furnace of Ling Yunzi's dam was on the verge of coming to fruition again. There's another sea monster that wants to go blind and wants to come and rob my old Daogun brother of his dan, Su Changxian muttered secretly. But he wasn't the least bit worried, much less thinking about rushing over to help, just pretending to sigh. Hey, it looks like we have to bother General Yu again. It's really embarrassing. Sure, going. Living sea monsters are certainly abominable. The sea monster that was killed, however, was still pretty good. At least, very tasty. Chapter 111 Laboring on this general. Just to save your ration money? Winter to spring. It's March again. Sunshine. That's nice. The valley is fragrant with grass and flowers. The aura nourishes the earth. And occasionally a small breeze rises. The blowing morning mist. The mist is silky and wispy, as if it were the realm of the gods. General Yu. So busy. Su Changxian lay in the picturesque scenery, stealing a smile. He had just refined the fourth spirit replenishing elixir before waking up. Not hungry yet. Ling Yunzi's new furnace of pills was at a critical juncture of refining. He couldn't be bothered. I guess there are a few hours. It should be a dan. There's no rush. So it was time to get ready to fake sleep and wait it out for a while. When that became a dan, those few sea monsters hiding in the river rushed out and were killed by General Yu. He rushes over again, picking up ingredients and asking for potions, all busy together. In fact, Ling Yunzi, not every time he refined pills, he was able to encounter an incoming sea monster, but out of 3 times, 2 must come. Su Changxian and Ling Xiao, including the alchemist Ling Yunzi, didn't feel anything. It was just a bit of trouble for General Yu. General Yu is also a demon general who speaks his mind. Su Changxian muttered secretly. Every now and then it's bound to be there. Whether they can handle it or not, they will make the trip. So every time he made an elixir, Ling Xiao would immediately ask Ling Yunzi to separate out an elixir and send it over. You can't bother the demon general for nothing. Su Changxian, wake up. Who? He was just thinking about it when a voice suddenly called out to him. The voice sounds a little familiar. Not the most familiar ones though. It is this general who summons you. Good morning, General. Su Changxian opened his eyes and saw, standing in midair in front of him, General Yu. Almost got off a. It's really hard not to be vain when you open your eyes and see the object of your belly aching. What's more, the other party was also a demon general with great battle power now. It's not early. General Yu smiled. In a few hours, the sun will set. He looked at the flowery snake in front of him, and was quite in tears. This guy, for the past 8 months, has literally done his job, playing the role of a good-for-nothing. All those sea monsters that were killed by themselves went into each other's mouths. There have been a dozen or so heads so far. These, however, would not pull down his evaluation of Su Changxian. A sea monster that can be swallowed directly, without treatment, represents, in itself, a competence. The other side didn't seem to have spent much effort. As a result, even have the leisure to pick at the flavors every time. So many sea monsters have eaten it. Their cultivation should have risen a lot, right, General? Looking for me for something? Su Changxian's heart fluttered as he sized him up, thinking, I shouldn't have said what was on my mind just now. The other side shouldn't be so calm if they were heard. So, something else? But if there was something wrong, he should have gone to Ling Xiao. Why would he come to him? I'm obviously the big loser in the family. It's no big deal. General Yu smiled again. This general is just stopping by to see you. On your way? Down what road? That's creepy to hear. Su Changxian saw him turn slightly sideways as he spoke and glanced behind him. That's the direction of the White House. At the top of the mountain. That's where Ling Yunzi alchemized his pills. He. I'm sorry to trouble the general. The other party had acted so clearly. There was no way for Su Changxian to completely play dumb. Laboring? Ha! General Yu let out a meaningful humming laugh. Su Changxian's words reminded him of the first time he received what Ling Xiao had given him. The first spirit mending pill. So the laborious in that green snake's mouth really wasn't watered down at all. He received the elixir. And when people said the words of labor, they were promising. If you've promised, how can you not keep your word? It still has to be a walk in the park every time. It's not just about coming, it's about making a move. His hallowed resident demon general was almost on the verge of becoming their white family's escort. And it's one that comes to the door without being summoned. It's really outrageous. General, it's all because those sea monsters don't know any better. After these few encounters, Su Chengxian also roughly knew that General Yu's temperament was not a difficult demon to get along with. Then he laughed. Otherwise, I'll ask Yunzi to refine pills less in the future? Humph. That's easy to say. General Yu looked at him askance without any good humor. If your brother refines less pills, how will this general explain to Marshal Fu Li? This flower snake is also a slippery one. How could he not know where some of the pills that came into his hands went? Furthermore, half of the transformation pills and spirit replenishing pills that Bai Lingyun had refined, in addition to the ones he had left behind for his own use, and the ones he had exchanged out, had passed through his hands, and had been sent to where the Fu Li demon commander's tent was located. It was exchanged for spiritual materials for refining weapons and alchemy. Otherwise, relying only on those small demons and demonic beasts, how could they afford to open the furnace for alchemy for more than 20 times in these 7 or 8 months? That third brother of yours, he is indeed gifted in alchemy. Since the opening of the furnace for alchemy, there has not been a single failure of the pills. As a result, it also pulled in the other demon generals in the neighborhood, and the large demons, small demons, and demonic beasts under their command. But the spiritual materials are still not enough. Most of what these demons sent, on the contrary, were spirit seeds and spirit seedlings. The demon generals were able to afford it and had bought away quite a few spirit replenishing pills and transformation pills. But they couldn't help that Bai Lingyun had refined more. With such a powerful man under his command, there's no hiding it. Therefore, General Yu reported the matter to the demon commander, as it were, and then had the elixir taken to the marshal's tent. Marshal Fu Li has always been clear in his rewards and punishments. When he received the elixir, not only did he give back the corresponding value of spiritual materials, but he also gave an additional 20%. Tell directly, in the future, as many such pills as you want, to exchange for spirit stones or spirit materials. It's all good. Since it's in front of the demon commander, can you just say it's gone? If Fu Li Shui knew that it was because of this general's words that this elixir would be gone in the future, would this general still go to Wangyun Mountain? What can we do then? Su Chengxian said with seeming chagrin. The few of us can't make a decision if this sea monster comes or not. It's also my fault. Never learned the art of flying. Going late. I'm worried that Ling Xiao won't be able to protect me. You are less likely to make up in front of this general. General Yu snorted and said. Except for the first sea monster. Maybe it was a coincidence. The sea monster's in the back. I'm afraid that half of the cause, things you deliberately invited. That ebony gold furnace has to be cleaned on the river? Bai Lingxiao of the White House is a good housekeeper and administrator. The alchemy after the furnace. Cook a pot of broth. Distributed to those small demons to drink. Attracted the whole Luyang Mountain small demons. Demonic beasts. All love to run to this side. The aura and medicinal power inside was more than suitable for these demons with low cultivation and weak divine souls. Taking it for a long period of time has great benefits. There was even less reason for the bystanders to block it. But what was she doing pouring it all into the river when she had to cook it again after cooking the broth in the pot, and to wash up at the river? That residual medicinal power and aura was already very weak, but it was enough to show those sea monsters the way. Sea monsters with no brains at all, smelling a bit of goodness, are bound to come along looking for it. Whenever Ling Yunzi became a Dan, it was either at sunrise or just before the sunset. The sky was filled with flamboyant colors, and the aura tumbled. Not to mention sea monsters. Even some demonic beasts would be attracted and come to see the fun. In the last time of Chengdan, there was an evil demon that did evil things, couldn't help but be tempted to show its head, and was killed by his hand. The blood and flesh went into the belly of the flower snake in front of him, just like those sea monsters that had been subdued. Speaking of this, General, you couldn't help but smile. They didn't do this just to save your ration money, did they? Chapter 112, send you all away earlier so that you can cultivate in peace and quiet. Hey, Su Chengxian thought to himself, how do you expect me to answer that? Although this is the truth, how embarrassing it is for you to say it out loud to the old man. After the last time he ate a big crab, Ling Xiao said that instead of spending spirit stones and buying it from somewhere else, it would be better to just eat it fresh. He didn't think there was anything wrong with that either. Anyway, it's just water from the shabu shabu furnace, pour it into the river, and if it doesn't attract sea monsters, it's not bad to raise fish and give them to die to eat. I didn't think it would work. Those sea monsters should have been hiding at the bottom of the river before, or occasionally just slipped in along the river to hunt for food. That's why they were so easily lured, smelled it and slipped over. And every time it comes, it's not just one, sometimes two, sometimes three. It could be that the ones in front of them are dead and these things know to buddy up. So every time Su Chengxian was able to eat a lot and last for more than half a month. With the time saved, you can also sleep more and grow your blood. Hey, if you look at it from this perspective, if they do this, it is also considered to be a hidden danger to the northern wasteland mountain range, right? Then in that case, this general still has to thank you? General Yu was on the verge of laughing with anger. That won't be necessary. The general is welcome. Humph. Your family's elixir. It's really not good to get it. He. The general is joking. Su Chengxian compensated with a couple of laughs. What was on my mind was, what kind of characters are my second sister and third brother? What kind of characters are they? That was the last life. Because of being too bad. The cultivation status is so powerful to the point of becoming a female emperor. To be a Daojun, are still killed the existence of Ah. It would be strange to take the favors they give. That would be good to take. Presumably, it had already been calculated when Ling Xiao was delivering the first elixir. And General Yu said broken. But the duty is there. The time to get there is still to get. The time to make a move is still to make a move. For the sake of not being embarrassed on either side, he still spoke to Su Chengxian instead of Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. The difference is, well, wonderful. This general doesn't have time to joke with you. General Yu said. Bai Ling Xiao reached the Great Demon Middle Realm last month. Bai Ling Yun has also succeeded in building his foundation and has quickly entered the middle stage of foundation building. So his cultivation strength can also be considered to have reached the Great Demon Middle Realm. There are also cases in the demon race where there are different designations on the cultivation realm due to special bloodline inheritance or gong methods. At this point, it is divided according to strength. According to the most common realm system, strength included cultivation, natural aptitude, battle power, and so on. Therefore, the foundation establishment stage cultivator of the human race was equivalent to the great demon level of the demon race. This general would like to know to what realm is your battle power nowadays. Bai Ling Xiao and Bai Ling Yun hadn't concealed their cultivation progress. In the past 7 months or so, General Yu had often interacted with them, so he was relatively clear about the cultivation progress of these two people. Beyond being surprised at the speed at which their cultivation had risen, it made him even more curious about the strength of the flower snake. Although Su Chengxian hadn't deliberately concealed his cultivation either, there was no fluctuation of mana on his body, and the power emanating from his blood chi when it was bulging was quite inconsistent with his strength. After the last lightning tribulation, the flower snake's physical body and divine soul power must have reached the strength of a great demon. However, the strength of the blood chi sensed from his body was far lower than the might that had been emitted under the previous robbery thunder. This makes it somewhat difficult to determine his exact strength. It couldn't be that, after a successful transmigration, his cultivation had regressed? It won't. Viewing Su Chengxian's state at this moment, there wasn't a trace of decadence. General Yu hadn't seen one before. A demon that possessed the strength of a great demon, but had no magical power. So he simply came to ask the rightful owner directly. Me? Su Chengxian was stunned by the question, then thought for a moment and said, I should have reached the Great Demon Middle Realm as well. What is this should? This should made General Yu's eyebrows jump when he heard it. It seems that he has never seen this kind of confused guy who can't even make a judgment about his own cultivation. I can sense it when Ling Xiao breaks through. Su Chengxian said, and the two of them, they still shouldn't be able to beat me. Although he hadn't fought recently, Ling Xiao was definitely unsure when he didn't offer to fight again. This is a determination from the Empress. So it is. General Yu was silent for an instant and nodded. One had to admit that from these 2 points, Su Chengxian's divine soul power, as well as his battle prowess, had definitely reached the Great Demon Middle Realm. And he couldn't pursue the question of what kind of technique the flower serpent had practiced, or what special bloodline it had, which was beyond the scope of what could be probed. And there's no need to ask, because it has nothing to do with what he came for. So he directly said, Su Chengxian, this general would also like to know, when are you going to transform? This well. Su Chengxian wondered, how come everyone was concerned about when he would take shape, but he immediately knew why. I only heard General Yu say, if you are not able to transform into a form within 2 months, I'm afraid that you will have no chance with that chance that this general has mentioned. Sure enough, that's what this is about. It's okay, there's still my third brother. Su Chengxian immediately said, if my brother has it, I have it. Just give it to him. Very much a good big brother. Bai Ling Yun is indeed good, but he may not come out on top. General Yu looked at the flower snake again, and his intuition told him that the strongest of the white family was still this flower snake. The blood chi in the opponent's body seemed to be transformed into other powers when it grew to a certain level. Otherwise, there's no way to explain. the sea monsters he swallowed. Also, there's more than one tonic elixir. The spirit replenishing pill that Bai Lingyun had refined contained an astonishing amount of spiritual qi. By the way, how many spirit mending pills have you refined? He opened his mouth and asked. 4. Su Changxian answered honestly. It hasn't been hidden from anyone. Is there anything wrong? General Yu asked again. No. Su Changxian shook his head. It's good that there aren't any. General Yu said with a straight face. Spiritual elixirs, especially those that enhance cultivation. One should never be greedy for more. If one were to take too much of it, the Dan poison would be secondary. And for the cultivator, too much of the aura entering the body would have the danger of making the divine soul engrossed in it, and thus the gods wandering beyond the sea of consciousness. God travels beyond the heavens and turns 1,000 miles. Corruption of the flesh and death of the body. The gods will not be able to save us when the time comes. Thanks for teaching me, General. I remember. Su Changxian wasn't someone who didn't know what was good and bad. Knowing that people reminded him of their good intentions, he hurriedly thanked them. Are you really not prepared to transform into a form as soon as possible? General Yu looked at Su Changxian, hardly moved to love his talent. Refining 4 spirit replenishing pills in 8 months. This speed, not much slower than himself. Critically, he did not perceive that the other party had any signs of their divine souls wandering away, suspected to be out of their bodies. This son, he is extraordinary. If he was able to transform into a form, this chance would be secure in all likelihood. Even if it doesn't work out this time, it will still be in the eyes of the water-shielded Marquis. But not transforming into a form, amongst the demon race, often meant an uncertain future. He not only broke the precedent of advising, what the others have is not as good as what you have. Could it be that you are willing to fall behind the third brother? I know that General is well-intentioned, but we, brothers, don't distinguish between us. Su Changxian put on his brotherly face and said, this chance should be my third brother's. Who made me fail to transform? I believe that my family's third brother is not the kind of demon who has a wolf's heart and disregards his big brother. He will be good and filial to me as his big brother. Ha! General Yu tugged at the corner of his mouth. Hearing that this fellow, Su Changxian, had something to say, he simply flung his sleeves and walked away. All right, you White House brothers are on your own. I will send you away earlier, so that you can also practice in a clean way. Chapter 113, Your Skin? Later that evening, Ling Yunzi became another furnace of pills. This time, however, there were no sea monsters to attack and disturb him. This was because General Yu had gone to walk along the Great River after he had finished speaking with Su Changxian. The 3 sea monsters that had prematurely exposed their scent were all put to death. Boom! 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 3 voices. All of them were thrown at Su Changxian's side. Then with a cold grunt, he flew away. In fact, General Yu, people are still strange good Lu. Su Changxian didn't, at all, have the unpleasantness of being disturbed while sleeping soundly. Joking, this good Tu Zhang Lone lobster, or real demon, not to mention smashed in the body, is smashed on him. He does not bring grin unhappy. In addition to the large lobster, there were 2 other things that were ugly and odd looking. One looked like a starfish, and the other could be seen in front of it in the shape of a fish. On the outside, they all look equally unappetizing. Blue wow wow. But that's okay, it tastes pretty good when it's cooked. Little ones, start the bonfire. Su Changxian wasn't ambiguous and immediately transmitted his divine sense to summon the little demons. Such a big lobster. He didn't have the chance to eat it in his last life. Now he can eat until he throws up. Not hungry? That has nothing to do with it. You can still have 2 bites without being hungry. The big deal is that you can't keep any of it left over if you eat it while activating your devouring talent. Of course, 3, in the end, is more than enough. When Ling Yunzi collected the pills and, together with Ling Xiao, sought out Su Changxian as usual, he opened his mouth and asked, Yunzi, the storage artifact, how's the refining going? A lot of spirit pills were refined in one furnace. Why are you so unmotivated to smith? Until now, a single magic weapon for storage hadn't even come out. How inconvenient. Although Su Changxian felt that his intestines could barely be used as a storage bag, but everything was shelled inside. What if it was accidentally refined? It's easy to get yourself into trouble. There are no suitable spirit materials. Ling Yunzi's eyelids jumped, and with a sullen face, he took a freshly refined spirit replenishing pill, and with a push of his fingers, he sent it to the mouth of the gigantic flower snake. No spirit materials? Su Changxian opened his mouth and nonchalantly swallowed the elixir. Aha! Artifact refining is different from alchemy. relying on tedious forging efforts. Ling Xiao spoke. The two of them found a place and sat down. Whenever Ling Yunzi made a new elixir, they would gather in one place like this and the three of them would chat for a few moments. It is not about what cultivation tips, but even more so, there is no chapter and verse. Just randomly say something about the recent situation, then each dispersed. Since there is no fixed content, it is a case of whoever speaks on a topic, the others will follow suit and talk about it. So, even though they didn't know why Su Chengxian, again, brought up the storage spells, the two of them still naturally explained. The difference between the two, roughly speaking, is that one weighs coincidence and the other gravity. Alchemy is much more skillful, and the techniques, hand techniques, fire, etc., all require careful control of the force. After all, the main medicine, the adjuvant, and the various spiritual materials in it should be fused into one. And if there was a single mistake or omission, it would easily affect the formation of the Dan. And weapon refining is more heavy on the exertion of power, constantly forging and quenching, refining impurities, fusing spiritual materials, and branding formation runes. Simply put, it's a refinery that requires a main body of spirit material that can withstand constant hardening, because in the process of refining a weapon, it was to add additionally refined spiritual materials continuously into the main body. Each addition requires a forging to integrate the auxiliary materials into the main body. In the meantime, there are still runes to be branded, and even various, different attributes of treasure beads to be inlaid. If it could not withstand the hardening, and during the forging process, cracks appeared and were not repaired even though, it would be a lost cause. After the forge is formed, the runes that are branded should be able to form a complete formation and be able to instill mana to catalyze it. Otherwise, it is also a failure. Any crack on the main body, even if it's so small that it's easy for divine sense to overlook, will lead to incomplete runes at this step. The runes are incomplete and the array is not working. Spiritual energy was injected and could not be catalyzed. Is that still a magic weapon? If it doesn't work out, it's just a waste of effort. What's more, it's difficult to melt in the spirit materials consumed in it, and even more difficult to take them out. The meaning of Ling Yunzi's words was simple. That is, the family is not thick enough. It's better not to toss it. Then you can't reduce the steps of forging a bit? Su Chengxian asked. Alchemy, he doesn't understand. But according to common sense, if one treats smithing as the ancient method of iron smithing, then if the iron isn't good enough to create a supreme sword, so let's start with a cleaver. You can cut anyone with an open blade anyway. This seat doesn't want to. Ling Yunzi's face darkened. Oops, the art of refining that he knows, little white, covers formations that are nested in layers. Ling Xiao took over and said, the art of refining artifacts of the Xinmen sect's authenticity had been refined and passed down in an orderly manner from generation to generation. How can you just say you're going to cut something? It's a one-shot deal. It's not completely impossible to make a real hard reduction, but it takes time and deduction. What's more, the array has to be subtracted in sets. That would be at the expense of the array itself, the efficacy that was added to it, to refine this kind of magic weapon. Not to mention Ling Yunzi, she didn't have much interest in bringing it to use when she heard about it. Moreover, even if it is to be abetted, the requirement for the main spiritual material still exists. Understood. Su Chengxian nodded. So, the bottom line is, there is no subject spiritual material that will stand up. No wonder, the magic weapons that Ling Yunzi had refined up to now, apart from the pots and pans for himself, were the swords and guns for the little demons. I guess it's all the trimmings that come out of one oven. Speaking of which, Ling Yunzi's furnace for refining weapons was still the same ebony gold alchemy furnace. Nope, there were two okay magic weapons that he had refined. One was his own one, which looked like a duster but was actually a sword weapon. There was another one, the long whip in Ling Zhao's hand. Your eyes aren't bad, you finally saw it, Ling Xiao said without mockery. Then he smiled again and asked, then can you see what was used as the main spiritual material? It's the snake molts of you too? Su Chengxian wasn't blind, not to mention he had divine sense to probe. It was vaguely palpable the last time we played one. There should be something else besides snake molts. Should they all be a bone from Yusen? Not bad. Knows to say a sentence about snake molting. Ling Xiao raises an eyebrow. Didn't say anything like your skins or something like that. It's considered an improvement. TSK. Su Chengxian didn't want to admit that he had spoken harshly. It's just that in his previous life, he was accustomed to speaking casually, and some of the words he said, he felt nothing, but in other people's ears, it was exceptionally difficult to hear. Of course, he couldn't change this fault, so he just casually disliked Ling Xiao back. Then to refine storage spells, can I use my skin? He turned his head and asked Ling Yunzi. Your skin? Chapter 114, sure enough. Being a big brother to the Empress and the Tao Lord is just awesome. It's not like it's not. When he heard Su Changxian say that, Ling Yunzi's eyes swept towards his massive snake. It seems to be trying to see which piece of skin fits better. Su Changxian, confused face? I'm talking about snake molts. Nice one. Bro, what are you looking at? You really want to take some skin off me? He was trying to see what the storage bag looked like, but not, however, to the point of having to trade your own skin for it. Naturally, it is best if it is possible and intact. Ling Yunzi seemed to be rather regretful and retracted his gaze, saying, the main spirit material of the storage magic weapon. The first choice is to bring their own or can be wrapped in space. For example, some demonic beasts have stomachs, or skins, the size of the space in it. Once refined, determined the storage spell, how much it could hold. If it has some special features of its own, it can still be retained in the refining. It made the storage spells, too, have the same efficacy. So, little flower your stomach. If it is refined into a storage bag, it is bound to be. Shut up. You quickly stop talking. Su Changxian hurriedly shouted to stop. Snake molts. Only snake molts. Only snake molts. Nothing else. He has only one stomach. There's a great use for keeping it. He was afraid that Ling Yunzi's words would be too tantalizing, and that he would get some dangerous ideas from them. Why don't you let it be said? Ling Yunzi was surprised. If you refine weapons with your stomach, you might be able to refine an extremely high-grade magic weapon-grade storage bag. Extreme magic weapon? Su Changxian froze and asked with a bit of anticipation. Can it hold living things? Can't. Ling Yunzi shook his head. Can you open a spiritual field? Can't. Ling Yunzi shook his head even more. Can it hold living things? Can you even open up a spiritual field? What kind of treasure would that have to be? The former was a bit simpler, and certain lower-grade spirit artifact-level storage treasures were able to do it, but it's just enough to pretend, and to impose a ceiling restriction. The living thing that enters it must be half dead. If you want to let the living spirit walk at ease, then I'm afraid that it would have to be an innate spiritual treasure in the magic treasure class to be able to do it. Being able to raise living things and open up spiritual fields. Are you talking about world seeds? Ling Xiao asked with a raised eyebrow. Anan. Su Changxian recognized. He, in fact, just said it in passing. However, when Ling Xiao exited one of the world seeds, he knew that he had overstated his case again. It seems that ordinary babies can't even get to this level. Then let's refine one that can hold something and use it first. With my snake molt, when will you be able to refine the storage spell? Out of it? He asked Ling Yunzi. In less than 3 days, it will be refined. Ling Yunzi said indifferently. Storage spells? Apart from the main body spirit material that was hard to find, the other spirit materials that were available were extremely widespread. It's still extremely easy to find all of them if you don't ask for too much. They had this in mind before. If you are going to the King's City, you are bound to need something, or have a storage magic weapon. It is more convenient. So he was prepared. Just waiting for the main body spirit materials to be in place, the refining could begin at any time. Besides, the most difficult part of refining storage devices was in the array stacking, and he was still very sure of his refining skills. The cultivation of the middle stage of foundation establishment was enough to deal with it. Alright then, in the next 2 days, I'll find a way to molt my skin. Su Changxian was prepared to make an effort. Ling Xiao had said before that they had an eyebrow on the matter of their storage bag, so it should just be stuck on the main material. So there was not the slightest doubt in Ling Yunzi's words. So urgent? Ling Yunzi felt a little strange. There must be a reason for the flowering serpent's sudden aggressiveness. It's General Yu. What did he tell you? Ling Xiao asked. General Yu had come to see Su Changxian, and they had all noticed. Aha! Su Changxian answered. The words that had been spoken before, with General Yu, were briefly and succinctly stated. Then it looks like we'll soon have to set off for the main city where the marshal's tent is located. Ling Xiao immediately grasped the point. General Yu's words were 2 months. Then they would inevitably have to leave early and go to the main city first, and then to the King's City afterward. Otherwise, if they were to go to the King's City in a swarm, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to enter the city gates. So, about half a month in advance, departure. That leaves them with just over a month to prepare. After understanding this, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi didn't say much more to Su Changxian. Together they all left. They have a lot to do in that time. Especially Ling Xiao. Almost everything in the cave was handled by her in principle. This time, when he went to the king's city, he didn't know how long he was going to stay, and he definitely had to arrange things at home. The drills for the lesser demons, as well as several spirit veins for mining spirit stones, all needed to be set up in advance. Also, whether or not to leave MS-2A at home, along with Dai Dai and Deshang, should be discussed. Then there's the matter of homing in on your family and bringing along as many spirit stones as possible. The things that Ling Yunzi had to be busy with were refining weapons and alchemy. He had to be as quick as possible and refine the transformation den at least 2 or 3 more times. It's best to become an elixir tonic once more. The spirit replenishing pill was for his own use, while the transformation pill was for the same purpose as Ling Zhao's gathering of spirit stones in order to be able to buy or exchange them into his hands if he encountered eye-catching spirit materials and magic weapons, or other treasures when he arrived at the main city and the king's city. And then there's cultivation. Enhancing cultivation is the most urgent. The strength of the Great Demon Middle Realm was still a bit unsteady. The competitors this time were limited to the Great Demon Realm, but the Great Demon Peak and Great Demon High Rank were also Great Demon Realms. Still, since he had gone there, the Augur Essence Blood was definitely something that he would do his best to capture. After the two left, Su Changxian wasn't idle. He first activated his innate divine ability, Swallowing Refinement. This time, without any distinction, the spirit replenishing elixir that he had just eaten, as well as the sea monsters, began to be refined together. Before, he was still only drumming up his blood chi and refining the elixir. Follow the demonic power contained in the swallowed sea monster's blood and flesh. Keep the flesh and blood itself and digest it slowly. In the last 6 months, especially in the last 3 or 4 months, due to the frequency of the sea monsters coming, he got a little used to refining even together. Otherwise there's no way to finish it. The remaining month or so, with 3 sea monsters, was almost enough. Feeling the blood chi rushing all scorching hot, Su Changxian opened the system's data panel. Look at what you've gotten in the last 8 months. Host, Su Changxian. Race, Water Snake. Grade, Great Demon Realm. To promote to Demon General Realm, it is necessary to condense 10,000 points of Essence Blood Chi. Blood Gas, 132033320. Essence and Blood Chi, 1791. Physical Realm, Essence Realm, 11814/100000. Spiritual Realm, Essence Realm, 12109/100000. Aptitude, Devouring and Refining, Compulsive Hissing, Size Changing, Battle Skills, Snake Bite, Snake Binding. Refining points, 0/20. In about 4 months, it can grow millions of blood. 8 months, that's $20 million of blood chi. Su Changxian estimated in his heart. Around 10 million of these blood chi were refined during this 8-month period. Why hadn't the spirit replenishing pill that he had consumed caused the problem of the divine soul becoming engrossed and thus drifting and wandering out of the sea of consciousness? Of course it was because most of the aura within the elixir had been used to refine the blood chi. There was only a small amount of aura and also medicinal power that had been used to elevate the realms of the divine soul and body, and the flesh and blood and demonic power of the sea monsters. Overall, the growth in cultivation strength is very welcome. Whatever else, a little bit of essence blood chi is 10,000 blood chi. If he released his essence blood chi in the middle of a battle, it was an instantaneous burst of 10,000 points of blood chi. Conservatively estimated, it was equivalent to the power of 10 heavenly thunderbolts, falling at the same time. Is it enough to kill a great demon? It's not a one-way drop. Added together, the killing power is multiplied. Of course, it would still be a bit of a struggle to kill the demon general, but with good timing, a sneak attack may not be out of the question. Su Changxian couldn't help but jump a little towards finding someone to practice on. But then again, he seemed to know just one demon general. Forget it, General Yu is good, so I won't scourge him. Besides, it wasn't easy to save up this bit of one's essence and blood chi. In 8 months, Su Changxian had lavishly consumed 4 spirit repair pills. A spiritual elixir has a minimum of 700 to 800 lower-grade spirit stones. The pills refined by Ling Yunzi were of better quality and could be sold at a higher price. Therefore, he ate around 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones. 6 or 7 years of output without eating or drinking when a 7th-order demonic beast is in cultivation. Of course, it would be much easier for a great demon to mine spirit stones. But 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones. That's more than a year to save up, right? Sure enough, being a big brother to the Empress and Downlord is just awesome. These two people cooperated and worked well together to have the spiritual materials to refine these pills. And the pills themselves. feeling the aura and medicinal chi in the elixir, which began to be refined. Su Changxian slumped to the ground and closed his eyes. It had to be said that the taste of refining after consuming the spirit-replenishing pill still felt irresistible even after tasting it several times. He was already looking forward to what kind of surprise the spirit tonic pill with the addition of augur dragon blood would bring. Chapter 115 Molting. Great and Small Divine Powers. Becoming. 2 days later, Su Changxian is going to molt. In the valley, the air is fragrant with earth and flowers. There was an imperceptible hint of fishy sweetness interspersed with it, signaling that something was about to happen. More than a year had passed since Su Changxian had crossed the threshold. During this period of time, as several unformed spiritual veins continued to gather towards the valley, making the spiritual chi in it more and more dense, together with swallowing the spirit-mending pill, drumming up and refining his blood chi, the rush of blood chi rushing through his massive snake body. This itself would in turn stir up the auras of heaven and earth, drawing them toward this place. So, this valley, it's quite a little secret place. In the long run, it might not be impossible to actually form a secret realm. In this picturesque place lay a huge flowery serpent. It's swimming slowly, its massive body snaked, in a very stretched out position, lying in the middle of the valley. Hiss, feeling the blood chi within his body begin to surge vigorously, like a mountain stream torrent, rushing and rushing, washing over the snake's body. Su Changxian couldn't help but let out a low and long hiss. Giving in to instinct, he wriggled his body a few times. Then there was a violent struggle and twisting. His body began to tremble, and the blood chi around him was like boiling magma, surging and spewing out, coloring the surrounding air with a touch of scarlet. Rumble. The body of the snake, which was too large to be a snake, churned from time to time, and it would bring up an audible tremor on the ground as well. The process, however, is not painful to talk about. The blood chi seemed to whip up a storm within the demonic body, swirling ferociously, but Su Changxian's physical body had long been tough enough to withstand it, so it only stung slightly, but instead it flowed more freely. As a result, the ruckus wasn't too big. Blood chi, of all the powers, is the most primitive. Su Changxian had an inexplicable sense in the underworld. Bloodline, to the demon race, had a very special meaning. It's where the demon clan's heritage lies. It contained talents, aptitudes, techniques, and everything that originated from the ancient times, the legacies of the ancient demons who had created infinite glory. From the time Ling Xiao entered the great demon realm, he has been quenching his body with demonic power, stimulating the power of his bloodline, and tracing the inheritance of the ancient demon race, blood chi, born from the bloodline. Therefore, if he puffed up his blood chi, would he be more able to stimulate the power of his bloodline? Catalyzing 10 million blood chi should be enough, right? Su Changxian mused in his heart. At the same time, the divine sense was liberalized, watching for changes in itself, anywhere. His purpose was different from Ling Xiao using this to stimulate his potential to cultivate, just trying to successfully molt, and make the process easy. During the last thunderbolt, his snake molt was burned, and it doesn't feel like it's going to molt now, but it doesn't matter. He needs snake molts. Su Changxian was confident that he could do it, and, this time, he was more than just going to finish molting, and also, by the way, to refine the great and small divine powers, together. Molting. It is a type of snake in Python, originating from the ancient bloodline, which was given the brand of the rules of heaven and earth by the heavenly Tao for its growth and metamorphosis. Then it shouldn't be difficult to use this to inspire the same bloodline aptitude as the size change. Buzz. Buzz. Coming. Suddenly, he sensed a buzz, a long, distant response from the depths of his own blood. It's very subtle. In this response, a number of blood chi seemed to be summoned towards the snake's body surface, violently rushing and reverberating, then scattered as wisps. In every scale of the demon's body, and the cracks in the scales, a small storm of strands formed. Vibrate. Gyrate. Su Changxian's divine soul power was strong enough, so with his divine senses, he was able to perceive very clearly that the epidermis of the various places around his body were becoming dry, and underneath the dry epidermis, the scales are undergoing some subtle changes. There was some familiar itch that bubbled up, a little bit, from all over the body. It's done! Su Changxian was overjoyed. It's now! Seeing this, he immediately began. The next move, mobilize your blood and gush out. The natural aptitude at size change was activated. All of a sudden, the surrounding area was just a faint, almost invisible layer of power fluctuations just a moment ago. It suddenly became violent. the fishy odor of blood, almost instantly, erupted. A scarlet blood aura rose to the sky. Phew! A gust of wind sprang up, stirring up the storm. The aura was invoked. It blew the grass in the valley and clattered. The majestic blood chi within Su Chengxian's body and the aura of heaven and earth quickly intertwined. Countless auras, hooked and wrapped by the blood aura. It is then refined and incorporated into the body of the snake. Again, driven by the gift of the bloodline to coalesce. Thus, on the surface of the flower snake's body, there gradually emerged, one by one, a complex runic pattern. The runes may seem unrelated, but they are connected to each other. Branded under the scales, they were like ancient words and star trails, shimmering with a milky halo, deep and mysterious. It contains the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was said that all the runes in the barbarian continent had evolved from the heavenly Tao runes. These runes, in turn, became the foundation of all the arts. Su Chengxian's huge vertical pupils flickered with astonishment. But right now, he didn't have the time to scrutinize it. In fact, within the past few months, these runes had, long ago, been memorized in his mind, back and forth, countless times. That's why outlining it at this point ensures that the grain is not in the right place. Phew! At this moment, Su Chengxian didn't dare to slack off at all. His countless divine senses were paying close attention to the changes in the snake's body. In case of bias, after attempting and successfully activating a talent avatar, another one was cast, one that hadn't been fully activated yet. Definitely an adventure. However, the two phases stack extremely well. Sensing, the runes gradually manifested. Then, little by little, it became complete. He couldn't help but be relieved. It's almost done. It seems that casting two innate divine abilities at the same time is feasible. This showed that his intuition was correct. The key to the great and small avatars lay in the imprinting of these runes. As long as it succeeds, the formation is composed and can be opened smoothly. And to change the size afterward, all it takes is a thought. Because it was all bloodline instinct that was manipulating it. But branding the runes and molting the skin together didn't interfere with each other. And also because of the molting, it made the latter go on, inexplicably, much smoother. So while the runes were branded, there was a layer of old skin that seemed to be covered with the traces of years, and the accumulation of power, starting from the top of his head, slowly cracking open. A subtle, crisp sound rang out in the silence of the morning. Gulp! Gulp! Like a bell ringing in the distant past, Su Chengxian kept puffing out his chest and stomach, swimming slowly to accelerate the speed at which the snake's skin faded away. Buzz! Buzz! Phew! Rune branding complete. The aura of heaven and earth hummed. The blood chi that enveloped the snake's body was withdrawn from its body. Then on his body, the blood chi in his body bulged. As the scales flashed with light under the morning sun, the aura of heaven and earth shook slightly. The huge flower snake's body then shrunk at a speed that seemed slow but was actually extremely fast. In a few breaths, it became less than 10 meters long and no thicker than the size of a bull. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, who has successfully inspired the natural aptitude snake molt. Ha ha! Su Chengxian let out a loud laugh. A quick flick of the snake's tail. It's done. He's refined it. Chapter 116, Departure. Mount Wang Yun. Woohoo! The molting process is both painful and soothing. Every inch of the body is undergoing a metamorphosis from old to new. Each twist was accompanied by the surface of the demon's body, a tremor of blood chi, as if waves were lapping at the reef. The moment the molt was complete, the rune branding was also complete. As the old skin peeled away, a stream of aura, visible to the naked eye, converged towards the snake's body, coloring the surrounding air with a faint fluorescence. And then this moment, hiss! A large flower snake leapt out from amongst the huge snake molt, hissing with his head held high. The flowers and plants seemed to be infected, and immediately they all came to life. It seemed as if the whole valley was cheering the success of the moment. Of course, this was from Su Chengxian's self-consciousness. In fact, the only one who let out a cheer was himself. Avatars, avatars, devouring and refining, compulsive hissing, size changing, snake shedding, battle skills, snake bite, snake entanglement. Opening the data panel, I saw that in the avatar battle skills, there was an additional snake shed. It's a lot more than just, well, being able to shed an old skin. The greatest benefit of this natural aptitude lay in the fact that he could use it to quickly nourish some unnoticeable dark injuries with the help of the molting process. Of course, the prerequisite was necessarily the consumption of a large amount of blood chi. But would Su Chengxian be afraid of consuming blood chi? For him, the one thing he's not afraid of is this. A snake molting is a new birth. But, of course, it can't be done yet. And, cultivation of the avatar of great and small changes. Thoroughly practiced. It went well. Beyond expectations. Looks like I was right in thinking that. Su Changxian coiled up and sensed the changes in his body. Large and small divine abilities. Need to use blood chi on top of the demon body. Branding to generate countless runes. These runes were hooked up to each other and spread all over the place. If it was to be performed, it would require a simultaneous infusion of blood chi and the prodding of divine sense power. Moreover, once it was cast, it would only require a little bit of blood chi as a base, and the runic formation would draw on the aura of heaven and earth to maintain the seal on the snake's flesh and blood. It was hard not to let him, by association. Smith, if the body of the snake is used as the main spiritual material, tempering the flesh, branding runes, forming formations, isn't this refining weapons? Especially knowing that the flight technique, the technique of change, was pretty much the same way. Su Changxian was even more determined that this was the case. Once you have that knowledge, things get easier. Simply put, as long as his body can withstand the tossing and turning, then theoretically, he can toss and turn all he wants. And his snake body, does it stand up to it? Su Changxian felt no problem with his ego. Not to mention, he also had the power of his divine soul, which was even more powerful than his physical body, as an insurance cord, so he dared to have all the runes, at the same time, branded. There was no need to complete the runes little by little like other demons who practiced size change techniques, or divine abilities. Why was he certain that he could brand all the runes, in a very short period of time, and still be able to ensure that there are no mistakes? On the one hand, he had millions of disposable blood chi, enough to support such consumption. The other aspect, and the most crucial point, was his incomparable knowledge and familiarity with runes after a long period of sleeping and memorizing. Moreover, a solidified divine soul, a huge divine sense. It would allow him to correct, in a timely manner, any mistakes or omissions that might occur. The most feared thing about a formation rune branding was that it could not be done in one go, regardless of what caused it. As long as there was a little bit of delay, omission, deviation, and other manifestations in the process of branding the spirit pattern, the rune would dissipate. One can only start from scratch. What was even more outrageous was that the formation runes were linked to each other, and some of them were even more crucial, and if they were to dissipate, they would be unable to coalesce, along with the surrounding piece. Even if it's not a key rune, it may not stand alone. Simply put, it's branding runes that must be advanced little by little. Of course, like Su Changxian, natural aptitudes that came from the bloodline would be relatively easy to cultivate. That was why Ling Xiao felt that it was a sign of some waste that he hadn't practiced for 3 months. And now it's taken him even more than a year to reduce his size to. Su Changxian looked at the current snake body. Guess it's going to have to be a little smaller than that. How small did Ling Xiao say he wanted me to get yesterday? He raised the tip of his tail to scratch the top of his head, and then there was a freeze. It's been a long time since I've done this maneuver. It felt like a 500-pound fat man, suddenly subjected to 200 pounds, touching his toes again. It's kinda amazing. Su Changxian swam to the side of the huge snake molt, his tail nodding upwards a little. Under the infusion of scarlet blood chi, the old translucent skin that had just been removed flashed red and became over a foot long. Hey! He couldn't help but feel smug as his blood aura transformed into a hand that picked up the skin. Can't wait to go and show off to Ling Xiao and the others. Within 2 feet, Ling Xiao said. This was the length of the size she had earlier told Su Changxian that she needed to transform her body into, in order to show that she did not mean to be difficult. There was also an accompanying explanation. The guards of the royal city will not release a demon with a body size of more than 2 zhang into the city. Understood. Su Changxian nodded. 2 feet, that's less than 7 meters. There's about a month left. Not much of a problem. So he tilted his tail again and tilted his head towards Ling Yunzi. Yunzi, this snake molt of your big brother's me. How is it? Not bad, right? According to this seat, it's more than not bad? There's no need to refine it. So you can just take it and use it. Ling Yunzi said as his divine sense swept over the snake molt in front of him. The snake skin that was molted at the moment the formation runes of the great and small avatars, branded successfully, could be considered a rudimentary storage bag in and of itself. Those runes, which made up the formation, were themselves borrowing the aura of heaven and earth to seal the weight and size. The interior space is there. What's packed in will be sealed together, and it can also be big and small. Moreover, this was the old skin that had been molted off by casting divine powers, and in terms of quality, It was much better than the normal faded ones. Su Chengxian's equivalent was that he had already done all of the forging that he wanted to do to the main spirit material, and the basic array branding. When it came to him, it only needed to be simply forged. Just add a few more, such as stereotyping, ingestion, and recognition formations. Originally it took 2 or 3 years to refine, but now it only takes 1 day instantly. Ling Yunzi, who had saved his efforts, didn't mind, and said a few words that Su Chengxian loved to hear. Ha ha, that's good. Su Chengxian was delighted. Unable to resist, he manifested 2 large hands of blood qi and rubbed them together in midair, to express feelings of anticipation. After delivering the snake molt, he ran off to take a look at Ms. by Xiao Chui, who was cultivating. Then he went to Dai Dai's cave, and together with the great sage, he checked out the spiritual plants that had been planted. It's growing as well as the divine sense viewed it. Then, it was time to go back inside the cave where he had been away for so long and continue sleeping. 1 month later, Su Chengxian was not only able to reduce his body size to within 2 feet, he can even become less than 3 feet in size and hang around the great sage's neck now. That day, General Yu sent a message to Ling Xiao to go to his cave. When Ling Xiao returned, he informed Ling Yunzi and also Su Chengxian. We're leaving in 2 days for Mount Wanyun. Chapter 117, the whole family goes out to the demon commander's tent. A mountain path. A tall, red horse was pulling a cart and galloping. If you take a closer look, you'll see that there's something odd about this car. Neither the horse's hooves, nor the wheels, were next to the ground. The horse's posture is so divine that it looks like it is almost going to break through the boundaries of this mortal world and run straight up to the 9 heavens. Its mane danced wildly in the brisk wind, like billowing red silk. The horse's hooves stepped down without making the slightest sound, but shook the air around them, and each landing seemed to have a mysterious resonance with the earth, leaving a trail, a faint aura. Not bad, pony. At the very front of the cart, crouched a monkey, in furry paws, tugging at the reins. But it was not it that spoke, but a flowery serpent coiled on the carriage. The flower snake rose up, stretching its snakes, feeling with interest the pleasure of driving the horse, and opened his mouth and praised the horse pulling the cart, eliciting the stallion to tilt his head back in delight and whinny a few times. The great king, great king. Seeing this, the golden-haired, blue-faced monkey shook the reins in his hand, which meant, why does the king only praise this horse pulling the cart, but not me, the monkey driving the cart? Great sage, also great. Without the slightest hesitation, Flower Snake opened his mouth to boast. For those who work for us, it's just a compliment, so you can give it to them. Su Chengxian was never stingy. Great king. Then we run faster? The great sage asked with blinking eyes. Good. Run faster. Speed up. Su Chengxian immediately agreed, yelling, woohoo! So the car. Faster. Su Chengxian, if you're fine, go ahead and sleep. Ling Zhao's voice came from the carriage. The wagon run was accelerating, though there were no bumps. After all, this was a lower-grade magic weapon-level carriage. There are formations embedded in it that can leave the ground and travel forward, and of course keep the body smooth. Therefore, she purely resented Su Chengxian's strange screams for being too noisy. No sleep. I won't be able to sleep for long before I have to wake up again. Su Chengxian swam down from the carriage and bared his soul, burrowing into the carriage. Previously, Ling Xiao had said that with the pony's footsteps, rushing to Wangyun Mountain would only be a in other words, about 10 to 15 minutes. In the blink of an eye, a few thousand points of blood and gas can be wasted. He'd slept all the way through it, so he might as well feel the rush of a fast horse while he had the chance. Wagon. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi sat opposite each other, leaving Xiao Chui and Dai Dai at the ferry. Won't be a problem, right? Su Chengxian came in and sat on the main seat in the center, somewhat uneasy. On their trip, more than just the 3 of them had come, as well as a great saint, and the demonic beast pony that pulled the cart. Dai Dai and Bai Xiao Chui also came. In addition, there are 2 other little demons, Cat 19 and Mouse Laipa. It was just all left at the crossing of the Grand River closest to Lookout Mountain. That's right, this time, they're kind of a family affair. However, Dai Dai is too big and doesn't practice the art of size change, and Bai Xiao Chui broke through to the 8th rank not long ago, so she is probably about to molt and is too lazy to move, so they just didn't come ashore. What's the problem? Ling Xiao hummed lightly, as long as we are fine, they will be fine. Also, Su Chengxian thought about it. When you come, it's by water. The northern wasteland mountain range was never a peaceful place. On the contrary, It would not be an exaggeration to say that there are hidden killings everywhere here, and fights may break out at any time. Killing is everywhere. Battles over cultivation resources were just as brutal and bloody no matter where they were. The land of the demons is just more naked and direct. The spirit stones contained in Ling Zhao's storage bag, and the spirit pills refined by Ling Yunzi, as well as the spirit plants on Dai Dai's back, and even Su Chengxian's family, their own flesh and blood, were all things that were worth grabbing up. Especially the spirit-replenishing pill produced by the White Mansion. I'm afraid it's already famous. Had to be careful this time out. Because of the sea monsters that would sneak in, the Great River was a key place of concern for demon generals everywhere. Relatively speaking, it is also less susceptible to attacks from unknown enemies. Moreover, the bloodline of Dai Dai's purple gold wind-chasing turtle was also considered an insurance policy. Therefore, it is safest and fastest to take the waterway to go against the current in the big river. Along the way, I really didn't run into any trouble, since it was fine on the way here. The chances of something happening to the ferry near Wangyan Mountain were even smaller. Sister, are you so confident that we will definitely be able to capture the Jiaolong essence blood? Su Chengxian suddenly thought of Ling Zhao's reason for bringing Dai Dai and Xiao Chui along, and couldn't help but ask again. The reason for the family outing is simple. Ling Xiao thought that the journey back after getting the Jiaolong essence blood might be even more treacherous than even the process of fighting for it. It would be better to get it and then refine it in the King City where the Demon King was. In addition to the Jiaolong essence blood, the other spiritual objects obtained were intended to be treated in the same manner. It's all about a bag of tricks. People as powerful as the Demon Cultivator Demon King would not make a move against them just because of such a drop of essence blood, and with them pressing down from above, those existences that would covet the essence blood wouldn't dare to make a blatant move. In that case, of course, Dai Dai and Bai Xiao Chui must be brought along. The reason for bringing Cat 19 and Mouse Lai Bao was because they were from the King City, so they might be useful when the time came. It's good to run errands, because almost the whole family had come, in order to reassure the demonic beasts and small demons of Mount Luyang. They had also left a few transformation pills behind, placing them in general use hands to settle everyone's hearts. Word-of-mouth reputation is something that must be preserved. It's hard to do the same thing later when you've gotten a bad reputation. With such an exuberant crowd, Su Chengxian was really curious as to just how certain the Empress sister was. Humph. Don't worry. I have my own plans. Ling Xiao is confident. As long as we follow my arrangements, this Jiaolong essence blood, we'll get it 9 times out of 10. Your Majesty, you promised that you wouldn't let this seat get caught up in trouble. Ling Yunzi, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, spoke at this time. Of course. Ling Xiao raises his eyebrows and smiles. I have a golden tongue and have always been true to my word. Then this seat also promises to be at your Majesty's disposal in this matter. Ling Yunzi said. Okay, it's a deal. Ling Xiao nodded. Then she looked at Su Chengxian. Old devil. What about you? Me? Su Chengxian blinked. There's still something in here for me? The old man doesn't even have a human form. What could be his business here? Whether or not there's anything about you, I say so. Ling Xiao said. Do you listen? Or not? Listen. Su Chengxian nodded. In his heart, he said, we are just a small flower snake now, so it's not his turn to be a son-in-law, right? Even if he wants to be, the water marquis won't recognize him. So the big deal was to escort Ling Yunzi. Everyone benefits from getting the augur essence blood, and it's only right to contribute. So the promise was a quick one. Very well, then it's a deal. Ling Xiao said with a satisfied smile. Nay dash. Squeak. At that moment, the voices of Pony and Great Sage came from outside. The wagon's speed slowed. Lookout Mountain has arrived. Chapter 118. The first thing. Closed door cultivation. So fast. Su Chengxian marveled. It felt like a few sentences away. Then, curious, he picked the window open with his tail and peered out into the scenery, very different from the outside of Mount Luyang, the kind of deep forest eerie. It's rather like the openness of an earthly paradise. It's only 50 to 60 miles. How much longer do you want to walk? Horse multiplying wind is a demonic beast. This distance is not a hoof flip. Urge the horse will be able to arrive? After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he also looked out. Elk, woodlands, finches, and long grass, butterflies, flowers, bees, fragrant and colorful. Sure enough, it was a look of immortal bliss. Demon Marshal. It's a party commander in the demon clan now. It is not surprising that the place where the big tent is located has such weather. Seeing such a view, Su Chengxian couldn't help but turn around and ask, let's go to the King's City. Or take the waterway? Ling Xiao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at his words. Or what are you going to do? Do you still want to go in a carriage? To which there is only one answer. Don't even think about it. The footwork of the 7th order demonic beast horse rides the wind was fast, but it's still a lot worse than Didi. Besides, it couldn't carry that many people. It had to work with this carriage. Not to mention the fact that the carriage would certainly not accommodate Didi. And if she must ride, she would have to be split in two. It just won't work if it's tolerated. Because this carriage, in order to be smooth all the time, and without affecting the speed of the horse riding the wind, is to consume spirit stones, restricted by the spiritual materials. The carriages that Ling Yunzi had refined were arranged with extremely simple formations. A lower grade spirit stone can travel a distance of 300 miles. It's a rugged mountain road, more than a few thousand miles from Mount Luyan to Mount Wanyuan, and from Wangyun Mountain to the King's City. It's even farther. Consuming spirit stones to catch up is too extravagant. Ling Xiao hummed. This flower snake has also not seen anything in the world. To be my empress return to the throne. Let you sit in the dragon horse-drawn gold phoenix car. See what is called the real speed like running thunder. Taking a carriage not only consumed spirit stones, it was also dangerous. Not only is it not safe on the road, it's not safe outside of the King's City. Maybe we'll meet a vicious renegade evil demon. Also, at this time, a great demon whose body is of the snake python clan, and who enters the King's City, are all living targets. Ling Yunzi directly pointed it out and said. Su Changxian understood the meaning of the words, so he immediately laughed out loud. Then Yunzi, you'll have to be careful. It is said that in the King's City of the demon race, Ling Yunzi's kind of clear and cool Taoist appearance is particularly liked by female demons. When you enter the royal city, you will surely be regarded as a formidable opponent by the adoring fans of those banshees. The daughter of the water-sheltering marquis, if she fell in love with him at a glance and was not married to the ruler, would not the other great demons involved in the competition be infuriated to death? The two of us, Ling Xiao and I, with one being a flower snake and the other a banshee, are much safer. Surely no one will lay a hand on them. However, he didn't expect to see Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, the two of them glancing at each other after he finished speaking. One raised eyebrow, one smiled. Couldn't help but feel a little bad. But no matter how I thought about it, I didn't feel anything wrong, so I just didn't think about it. The guys were probably playing him on purpose, just to make him think more. I'm not going to fall for it. Ascending Dragon Ridge. Lookout Cloud Mountain. It was the 8th day of April. It is the day when the demon generals from all over the world come to make offerings to the demon marshal. Ling Yunzi and Su Changxian, following Ling Zhao's lead, stood in front of the great demon in charge of collecting this place, and the other party laughed. A pair of narrow fox eyes only looked towards Ling Yunzi's body. Several times. That was from the head to the feet, and from the feet to the head. At the end of the nod, then collected their things, beckoned over a small demon, and let take them to settle down within the spirit house. We have some pills that we still want to offer to Demon Commander Fuli. Ling Xiao said. There's no rush. You and others stay for now. The beautiful female demon laughed. Wait until I report back to the marshal before making a decision. Yes. Ling Xiao responded, arching his hand in farewell. The group came out, followed by the small demon with the hawk's beak, and descended halfway down the mountain again. Lookout Cloud Mountain is extremely large. There was a special arrangement for them, the subordinates of the demon generals from all over the world, to live temporarily. Not an excavated spiritual cave though. Instead, it was a place with elegant surroundings, with stone bridges, flowing water, birds of prey, and so on. While inside there were several small huts. It's fun to be clean and elegant. There are some fruit trees planted inside the garden and countless flowers. The flowers and plants are fragrant, just like a paradise. Lieutenant, this is the place. When they reached the place, the little demon pointed to a small compound and said, on the way. Ling Xiao asked if he could find a place that was the most secluded to accommodate them. So the other party took them, directly, to the far corner. If the lieutenants want to go to the spirit house to practice, they can go 3 miles ahead. Perhaps it is to see Ling Xiao a few faces. The little demon is afraid that they don't know what's going on here. Before leaving, and then opened his mouth and said, the spirit vein cave there is dedicated to the demon race that came here from the outside to cultivate with. They're all top quality caves. It's just that if you go over an hour, you'll have to spend some spirit stones. Got it. Thanks a lot. Ling Xiao nodded. The great sage stepped forward and slipped at a peach. It was on Didi's back. One of the 2 peach trees that had just produced fruit, because it was the first year of blossoming and hanging fruit. The peach tree itself had not yet fully grown, so the dozen or so green peaches that came out could only barely be considered spirit fruits. It didn't get into Ling Yunzi's eyes and couldn't be refined, so everyone shared it. The few that are still left are in the hands of the great sage. When he saw Ling Xiao nod, he pulled it out and gave it to the little demon. It was probably because he had watched Cat 19 do this before. Many thanks, school captain. That little demon also knew what was good and bad, and accepted the fruit, bowing repeatedly. When it was gone, Ling Xiao complimented it loudly. It's really smart. She was used to having people following her around, and it occurred to her just now, after nodding, that Cat 19 wasn't in sight. But I didn't want the great sage to catch it tightly. This monkey is not only smart, he can read people's eyes. What's the point of following the flowering serpent? Rather than, you stop your brain. As soon as Su Chengxian took one look at her raised eyebrows, he knew what she was thinking and immediately said, don't hit on the great sage. I'm not going to let it be the grand master for you. Squeak! The great sage exploded early on. It had long ago learned from the great king's mouth that to be the chief of the great household, one had to remove the monkey's peach first. So hurry up and cover your hands, leap up and run. Stupid flower snake, what have you been babbling to it about? Ling Xiao knew what Su Chengxian had said as soon as he took a look at the great sage's movements and couldn't help but snicker. You know quite a lot. Humph. That's right. In terms of being knowledgeable, old me is no worse than you guys. Su Chengxian held his head high. Alright, not going to bother with you on this. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, remember what you guys promised on the carriage. Got to be the arrangement I listened to. So let me say the first thing. What is it? From this point on, close the door and cultivate. Chapter 119 Fuli, Fox, Wang Yun Mountain, Tsunami Cave. Inside a stone room deep inside the cave, within the formation, demonic power flourished and raged. Pounds of power surged quietly. Wisps of aura, from the depths of the cave, converged. It converged into the spirit stone spell formation, forming a cloud of aura. Between the milky white clouds, there was a huge black wolf coiled up. As the giant wolf continued to exhale, countless auras, churning, coalesced towards a golden pearl that shimmered with red light. Buzz, buzz. The golden bead was the size of a bowl, slightly vibrating and spinning with a red light, to wrap and refine the aura that keeps coming in. This golden bead is not a treasure bead. It's a demonic elixir. This giant wolf is practicing. The giant wolf exhaled and swallowed the demonic power refined by the demonic pills into its body. It breathed long and hard, and every time it exhaled, it was invoking the four directions of spiritual qi, and exhaling the turbid qi that had been forced out under the quenching of demonic power. I don't know how much time has passed. Inside the cave, the converging spiritual qi gradually formed a circle of faint spiritual power cyclone, and the demonic Dan in the cyclone was as bright as a star, and later coalesced into a pillar of light. In the end, the giant wolf tilted its head and swallowed the demonic pills into its belly as well. Then, inside the stone room, a light flashed. The giant wolf disappeared. A woman appeared in the original place, sitting on her knees, with a slender figure and jade-like skin with a warm luster. Her eyes were tightly closed, and between her eyebrows there were a few points, the aura of the superior. When she opened her eyes, she was even more brash, seemingly sensing a disturbance outside. He frowned slightly. Then she ran her gong method, and the pillar of light dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye as the aura was absorbed. With that done, the woman withdrew her momentum. Out of the stone room, Dodge appeared in the council chamber of the cave, settled down on a high seat. My lord, seeing her appear, the beautiful-faced female demon waiting in the front hall, smiled and came forward to bow. False rights are exempted. The woman was none other than the owner of the Ascending Dragon Territory, Demon Marshal Fu Li. Her long hair was like ink, with a few strands of silver and white in between, casually draped over her shoulders, and with a wave of her hand towards the demoness, she said, what is it that you have to do? Coming to see me at this time? The voice was a little husky, with some diffidence. The female demon, however, shook her petite body and hurriedly reported, Great King, it's the various demon generals that have sent in all of last year's offerings. Has it ever been inventoried? I have counted them, and there is no mistake. In that case, leave it to the great demon in charge of this matter. Fu Li frowned slightly and said, he will take care of it himself. What are you doing here looking for this marshal? Great King, it's the family of water-avoiding snakes under the command of General Yu of that Luyang mountain, surnamed Bai, who have also arrived. The female demon smiled lightly and said, earlier you instructed that if they arrived, they would come and report. How many days have we been here? It has been more than 3 days. The female demon explained, knowing that the great king was cultivating. I didn't come to report until today. Well, you saw it. How was it? Very somewhat interesting. The one who is the master, as general you said, is indeed his family's second sister, Bai Lingxiao, but offer to see me? Yes, Lingxiao wants to see the great king, saying that he has pills to offer. The female demon said. The other thing is, he wants to ask for a token to go all the way to the king's city alone. Why? He said he was worried that if he was paired with others and had a friendship on the way, when he got to the ring, he wouldn't be able to lay a heavy hand on them instead. Oh, this cause, Fu Li indeed did not expect. Great king, a few of them are young and haven't gone through anything. Perhaps they are thin-skinned. The female demon said with a cheeky smile. I looked at them, not like they were faking. I'm afraid that I'm really worried that if they traveled together on the road and bumped into each other in the ring, they wouldn't be able to wipe their faces. Well, just that. Then you will fetch a token and give it to her. Fu Li had no intention of delving deeper into the matter and said directly, as for worshipping me, there's no need. They have come from that monkey's Mount Luoyang, and they are going to the king's city again. In answer to the call of the husband of the evasive waters, it is not beautiful for me to see them at this time. Don't look at the big monkey complaining, saying that these few are the root of trouble, unlike what is said. Surprisingly, he, a hallowed demon general, was used as a protector of his own alchemy. The truth is that the words are intimate and show off that there are capable people under their command. As a general, who doesn't want to have a capable subordinate? Nearby water appears to be the moon. Just look at the White House, this family of water-avoiding snakes, not to mention other things. Luoyang Mountain's transformation Dan. I'm afraid that there is no shortage. This trip, if it can be accomplished, the monkeys take this opportunity, and the water marquis to take advantage of the relationship is also good. The white-fronted hose cultivation method consumed too much cultivation resources. Big hairy monkeys don't have the pack to back them up. In contrast, the cultivation path taken by the water-avoiding marquis, who had a similar experience as him, was more referable. So Fu Li waved his hand and said, you collect her pills, and as usual, give more spirit materials, then let them go their own way. Yes, great king. The female demon bowed and led the order, then raised her head again. Great king, that Ling Yunzi is quite a bit of a human being. Is the great king really not going to see him? What's the point of seeing him? Fu Li laughed softly. If he is in the demon general realm, with his skill in alchemy, this marshal is saying that he wants to see him. Cultivation is not enough. The skill of alchemy is no longer good, and the elixir that is refined is also useless to her. However, elixirs, especially elixirs with their own spirit patterns, were good things to have in the demon race. It would be good to give it to the descendants of the clan, as well as the young demons under his command. Great king, that Ling Xiao is still quite a bit like you. The female demon's eyes twinkled and she added, not only does she look like a flower, her aura is extraordinary. Fu Li felt strange. Red Fox child, what's wrong with you today? Great king, that big brother of the White House, when he came to see me, came in the original form of a flowery serpent. The female demon Red Fox Air's very beautiful and bright face smiled a 7-minute good-natured smile. I just want to see what his illusory human form will look like, since the snakes came out of a nest. In terms of cultivation strength, there was also not much difference. I heard that the flower snake, who is the elder brother, is the strongest among the three if we talk about the combat power. That's more than Brother Rua's sister and brother, all of whom grew up well. How could my brother be worse? Perhaps, it is even more handsome than that Jilan Yushu's by Ling Yun. Great king, think about it, if that Su Changxian is really a great-looking demon with a great wind standard, when I see it, I'll make a careful note of it. I'll send a letter to the good sisters in the king's city to have a good craving. What's there to fear if you're not of the same race? We have quite a few running around having babies. It's not like that's a great thing to ask for. If he is really good looking, I will eat him. Hey, great king. Fu Li didn't wait for her to finish. He flung his sleeve and slapped out a clear wind. The clear wind covered the banshee and knocked her out of her original form, sent out of the cave again. Thus, the little demons outside saw that the original voluptuous female demon, who entered the cave and then came out again, turned into a red fox with brilliant fur color. Great king. The red fox wagged its large tail and snapped at the stone door. Then there was another breeze that sent her out even farther. Half an hour later, Ling Xiao and the others got it. A token engraved with the Fu Li martial seal. Riding on the carriage he came in, he left Wang Yun Mountain. Go to the ferry. Your Majesty, the Fully Demon Commander was just as you expected and did not summon us. Ling Yunzi said. Humph. I am so predictable. Ling Xiao threw on the token and laughed. Then seeing Su Chengxian keep probing and looking out the window, he couldn't help but wonder. Old ghost, what are you looking at? I saw a big red fox. It was quite pretty, Su Chengxian said. The color of that fur, in the sunlight, was all glowing, especially that big, fluffy, soft tail. Then he suddenly remembered one thing, and turned back to ask, by the way, the body of the Fully Demon Marshal, is it a fox? Fox. Fully? Demons have harmonic stems too? Chapter 120, Departure. King City. Hush. No. Ling Zhao's expression. A bit of a one-liner. The demon commander's original body is a wolf. Oh. Su Chengxian could see that this was something he hadn't expected. That he would react so ignorantly. But he was fearless. Still expressing doubts. The Tsunami Kangwolf clan, the strongest she-wolf, carries on the name of Fully. Ling Yunzi said. The first-generation patriarch of the Whistling Moon Kangwolf clan was once one of the 12 guards of the ancient demon emperor. He is known for his loyalty and courage. Oh, Su Chengxian nodded repeatedly. At the same time, in his heart, he was relieved. The Rune Demon Marshal's original body. If it was really a fox, well, that's not just a harmonic terrier. It's a somewhat accented harmonic terrier. Then you have to think about the possibility of bumping into an old-timer. Big brother. Ling Xiao looked at him and took a deep breath. Su Chengxian was startled. Hiss. Immediately, he couldn't help himself and opened his mouth to spit out the snake's letter. What's going on? Why are you calling me big brother? Brother, I'm a bit scared. Promise me. As if Ling Xiao was hurt by his stupidity, he took another deep breath and said, once you enter the king's city, keep your mouth shut, okay? Okay, sister. Su Chengxian's intuition told him that at this time, saying yes was the best answer. Otherwise, there was a possibility that Ling Xiao would have to commit fratricide. Fighting, of course, he wasn't afraid of, but it's almost time to meet Mess. Bai Xiaotue. If Ling Xiao complained, Ms. Bai Xiaochui would guard him and cry. Don't want to be pierced by a magic voice. Ling Yunzi sat on one side and revealed a smile, with undisguised gloating, but just before he could confiscate his smile back, Ling Xiao turned his head to him and said, little brother Bai, like little flower, you'd better not open your mouth to speak freely. Ha! It was Su Chengxian's turn to laugh. What are you laughing at? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Not letting him open his mouth is not the same as not letting you open your mouth. Oh, what's different? This one was asked by Ling Yunzi, because Su Chengxian, even if he wasn't smart, he could hear that he was a self-serving victim if he asked. Don't talk too much as a rule that everyone has to follow. Try not to even make contact with any outsiders, Ling Xiao said, so as not to cause trouble. What exactly was the trouble? She didn't say. Then he turned to Ling Yunzi and said, but I won't let you open your mouth because I want you, with an air of purity and solitude, to walk within the king's city. What about the purpose? Su Chengxian asked. The purpose is of course to draw the attention of many female demons within the king's city. Ling Xiao hummed and laughed, and in turn, to bring the attention of more opponents, as well. It's best to view you as a hands-on that must be fought and won. Why? You'll see when the time comes. TSK. Su Chengxian could understand that this meant, don't ask. You won't say anything even if you ask. So, after thinking about it, he simply changed the question. He asked Ling Xiao, how can you be sure that the female demons will like the, mute version of Yunzi? Besides, Yunjia's speaking voice, is it hard to hear? His voice isn't unpleasant, but his speech won't be very good. Ling Xiao said with a I understand expression. As for why did you let Ling Yunzi pretend to be innocent? Because, of course, demons are mostly straightforward and passionate. Pretending to be a cold, handsome and unassuming acolyte of the human race would make it easier to attract the attention of the female demons. Su Chengxian understood. It's when there's suddenly an extra pear in a basket of apples, and everyone definitely wants to taste it first, without having eaten much of it. Of course, the premise was that Ling Yunzi's looks weren't bad. Therefore, Ling Xiao used the word more. Sister, you know a lot. He couldn't help but lament. Is the Empress's store of knowledge that diverse? What does this count for? Eating, color and sex, no matter if it's the human or demon race, even if their spiritual wisdom has been opened, they still can't get rid of these three words. Preferring beauty is the same for both men and women. Those who have seen the rich peonies want to see the small family. Having seen many smiling faces like flowers, I love to chase a cold and unfeeling. To put it bluntly, it's just greed for freshness. Ling Xiao hummed and laughed. Also, dirty mind. Persuading prostitutes to go to the good side. Pulling good families down. And it's more exciting to dirty the clean ones than to play compassionate in front of the poor ones. Cat 19 said that there are quite a few female demons in the King City who like handsome monks. Where is our Taoist master worse off? I'll just have to give them a long look. Su Chengxian looked towards, as the seeing itself, Ling Yunzi, and saw that he wore a hair crown on his head and a plain white robe. A good black hair and white clothes. Not by a grin. Ha ha. No wonder Ling Xiao had purposely made him change his costume in the past 2 days. So, that's what this is about. Ling Yunzi lowered his eyes and didn't bother with him. This made Su Chengxian feel wrong. Nope. Surprisingly, Yunzi didn't retort back. Suddenly, his mind wandered. Come to think of it, it seems like a long time since I've heard the hearts of two people. At this point, he'd love to hear about it. Besides Ling Yunzi's, there was also Ling Xiao's. He was very curious to know what kind of arrangements Ling Xiao had for the scramble for the Jiao Long essence blood. It seemed that ever since he was promoted to Great Demon and both of them had transformed into forms, he seemed to be unable to hear it anymore. Couldn't help but murmur. The system. Host. Remove the mind block on Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. Alright, host. However, after turning it on, there was still no sound heard whatsoever. What's going on? He asked in his mind. Host, wait a moment. After a few moments, the system gave an answer. According to the system, it was the Great Demon Realm. Under the Divine Soul condensation, the power of the Divine Soul blocked the spiritual platform and sea of consciousness. This blocked him from prying into the minds of the two. Moreover, as the cultivation level rises, most of the time, the cultivator is able to keep a tight grip on the mind and concentrate on meditation. Easily won't give away what's on your mind. That's why Su Chengxian couldn't hear their hearts often. In the future, the chances of hearing it, too, will turn out to be less and less, unless his divine soul power was far stronger than the other party. TSK. Su Chengxian sighed with some regret. Then there's nothing to be done. It'll just have to wait. Soon, the ferry was reached. Finding where Dai Dai was, Ling Yunzi collected the carriage. The three people, even the great sage, and the demonic beast, Ma Yifeng, got onto the back of the wind-chasing violet gold tortoise. In these few days, nothing happened, right? Ling Xiao asked. Cat 19 replied no. Everything was fine. The group then set out to follow the great river up to where the king's city was located. A few days later, it was gradually approaching the royal city. Before even arriving at the place, Ling Xiao woke up the sleeping Su Chengxian, rushed at him, stretched out a finger, put it to his mouth, and let out a shoo. Su Chengxian, when he waited until he was within the royal city and enrolled, he realized that Ling Xiao was doing this for a purpose. What did you say? His divine sense transmission was a little unsteady from surprise. You're signing up too. Chapter 121, Southern King City. Water sheltering Marquee Mansion. The group went first to the nearest ferry in King City. There was no rush to go straight into town. Dai Dai and Bai Xiao Chui have to stay outside the city. Ms. Xiao Chui, who was already an 8th stage demonic beast, had a size of more than 4 zhang. Dai Dai is even more like a, movable spiritual field these days. There were also quite a few spiritual plants planted on it. They definitely can't get into the king's city. Cat 19 came in handy at this point. It quickly got a little demon to come over, the one that runs the inn on this shore. There were quite a few demonic beasts and small demons living outside of the king's city, and there were also a dozen or so spirit mansions in the surrounding area for the incoming guest demons to rent. Of course, the rent would be much more expensive than under the banner of a great demon. Ling Xiao's several people followed the little demon to the inn, looked around, and found no problem, so they arranged Dai Dai and Ms. Xiao Chui to stay here. The inn itself was mostly entertaining the demons who couldn't get into the city, and this one small courtyard was the largest of them all, so it was extraordinarily spacious. Neither demon had much of a problem with that. The array laid down by the spirit gathering grass and the spirit locking grass, which gathered the dense spiritual qi, was comparable to a lower grade spirit mansion. Along the way Xiao Chui stayed in it and didn't delay her cultivation. Didi is more like wherever she is as long as she can sleep, especially with the many spiritual plants on its back. The spiritual qi of the heavens and earth that it induced coalesced in the demon's body in wisps, making it hate to indulge in dreams every moment. It's all about being half asleep while you're in a hurry. now that I'm in the place, I can't wait to pass out. Ling Xiao arranged for the little demons to bring them food at regular intervals. You don't have to go out until we return either. Just cultivate and sleep here. Ling Xiao gave the little demon a spirit stone and told it to prepare the blood food on time and send it over. The king's city had the demon king in it, though it was more orderly than other places. But everywhere there is a shortage of people who are right and wrong. With Dai Dai and Xiao Chui's spirituality, going out might be a trick. It would be better to stay in the inn and seek peace. In order to avoid this worry, Ling Xiao hoped that it would be best for the two demons not to go out of the inn if they were fine. Solely these two are not demons who love to get together. And outside of the royal city, there is no worry about not being able to buy blood food. So the matter was settled. After settling Dai Dai and Xiao Chui, Ling Xiao decided not to delay in the outer city. Go straight into King City and sign up first. Mousy and Sage stay. Cat 19 had to catch the car and lead the way. The three of them rode in the carriage pulled by Maifeng. When he urged his horse to drive, he entered the city of the Southern King. At the entrance of this city, there are just a few lesser demons in. Su Chuxian's divine sense transmitted. When he entered the city, he paid attention to the several small demons guarding the gate, all of which were demonic beasts of 7th or 8th rank cultivation. They're on guard duty. Who can they stop? And they won't let anyone over 2 feet tall into the city? If you really run into someone who tries to break in, you'll still be killed in one move. There are great demons sitting on top of the city. And also, the king's city has a defense array. Ling Xiao said. In their hands, there should still be magic weapons that can tell the archetypes of the demon race. Ling Yunzi's divine sense, with Su Chuxian's consent, cut in. That little demon seems to see where we're coming from. Ling Yunzi saw the other exchange glances with his companion after they entered the city. I don't know if this spell has always been available or just in recent days. It would be fine if it was always there. If it was only in the last few days, I'm afraid that someone is staring at the great demons of the snake and python clan type that are entering the city at this time. A magic weapon that can see through a great demon's true body. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and laughed. It should have been there originally. Everything that happened within the king's city could definitely not be hidden from the demon king's eyes. It is taboo to meddle with the setup of the city gates without authorization. She's been an empress and still doesn't know it? And the demon king wouldn't make an exception and grant it for the sake of anyone. The city gate is one of the array formations of the city guard array. It's all trouble when that mouth is open. What if someone is tampering with the spells? Not to mention, there certainly weren't many great powers in the demon race who were simultaneously proficient in the art of refining weapons, as well as the ability to set up formations. And who could make the demon king trust them? Do we have to let the other side check every time? Rising to the occasion. So someone bought off the little demon guarding the city? It's possible. If it were me, I wouldn't have been bought off. Su Changxian couldn't help but say at this time, I'll keep an eye out and write it down. Then take it and sell it. Know your enemy and know yourself. There must be a great demon who understands this and is willing to buy advance information about his opponents. As long as one person bought it, they could use it as an excuse to sell it to other great demons. Isn't it better than selling to just one? You'd better shut up. Ling Xiao snorted, laughing at Su Chunxian's naive thinking. Those who could bribe the city gate demon were bound to be the powerful people in the city. Give them the news to collect some reward, and they won't be held accountable from above. It's not classified anyway. It would be a sin for you, a little demon, to privately leak out the information. It all depends on the mood of the superior officer whether he takes the sentence or not. But the money from selling the news will certainly not be kept. It's just a lot of work for someone else. Then being bribed. The superior officer doesn't care? Su Changxian was unconvinced. Leaving aside the fact that this is mostly the tacit approval of the superior officer, it is he who will take the question and buy your power to bail you out. The powerful would still care about the death of a small demon? Su Changxian didn't believe it. May not care about the death or life of a small demon. He cares about his face and power. Anyone who is a powerful person with some ability will not ignore the fact that they are being questioned for doing what they were told to do. Otherwise, who will listen to you in the future? It's not like there's only one powerful man in town. If you can't rely on him, there are others. When power is present, money rolls in. Lose the power, and those who send money don't come to the door. The sacred dynasty was like that, and the demon race thought it was similar. Old ghost, where you live, are there no powerful people? Ling Yunzi asked in disbelief. I can't believe you don't even know that? Well, there is, isn't there? Su Changxian hesitated. This hesitation, in turn, caused Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi to become even more puzzled. What do you mean there is a bar? Yes is yes, no is no. They could tell that Su Chengxian wasn't lying. Like so many times before, they couldn't imagine any place where the powers that be would be in a might have state. Isn't there such a thing as power and wealth? Like a hawk. Everywhere? The two men did not pursue the matter. Also like before. In fact, if they pressed, Su Chengxian wouldn't know what to say. Mainly because in his last life, there wasn't much access to the power elite. It was a relief not to ask. Spare me the embarrassment. Inside the southern king city, the roads were spacious. The carriage traveled down the main road, 5 feet wide, and gradually came to a lively place. Probably due to the restrictions on entering the city, most of the residents in this city were small demons, and smaller-sized demonic beasts. At first glance, it was similar to entering a human city. Of course, Su Chengxian hadn't been able to enter the human city of the manhwa continent, so this almost referred to the fact that more than 80% of the people inside the city had a human form. But a closer look reveals that they carry, more or less, the characteristics of the pack to which they belong. For example, hair all over the body, animal ears on the head, and so on. That's not so bad. There are also demons with a rabbit head, or a chicken claw for the lower half of their body. Looking at Su Chengxian's vertical pupils staring up, he called out in his heart that it was interesting. There are some banshees in particular where beauty is real, and the ring is fat and thin. Strange clothes, each with its own flavor. Just associating the traits that remained on the other person with their original body felt a bit exciting. However, not being able to probe with his divine sense left him somewhat only able to hold back his curiosity. He surveyed the banshees curiously, and there were quite a few of them, too. Looking at them, again, I saw that there were a few, surprisingly, following in the direction the wagon had gone. After a few moments, Cat 19, who was driving ahead, turned around. Great King, just ahead is the water-avoiding marquee residence. Chapter 122, Sister. What the hell? The water-sheltering marquee mansion. The door was closed. In front of the marquee gate, there was a large open space, paved with patterned green bricks. There was a shadow wall between the clearing and the main road of South King City. This wall of illumination, about 2 feet high, had its back to the main road. At this time the sun has slanted to the west. The sunlight sprinkled on the green and red walls was reflected by the glazed tiles, Dao or haze. It's very pretty and wobbly, and the imposing gate of the marquee, mirroring each other. Ooh, it's worthy of being a marquee residence. There's even a wall covering the entrance. Su Chengxian swam from the carriage to Ma Yifeng's back. The carriage stopped just before the dismounting stone to the left of the shadow wall, facing the 6-meter-high shadow wall. He made such a statement. Of course, he hadn't forgotten that he had promised Ling Xiao that it would be best to enter the king's city without a word. So for this sentence, it was still a divine sense transmission. Ling Xiao cast a sidelong glance at him and ignored him when he saw that this guy was feigning ignorance. And Ling Yunzi also got off the carriage one after the other. Yo, there's writing on this wall? After Su Chengxian finished lamenting, he didn't care if anyone responded, and moved towards the photo wall again. Someone seems to have written something on it. He wanted to see it clearly. It's all a fallout from traveling in a previous life. Whenever I saw a handwriting, I had to go over and recognize what was written. Is it the calligraphy of the literati? Or is it just a place left by people who are interested in elegance? Let's see. What's written? Anyway, if it's a word, we have to look at it. Even when it came to the place of the demon race, there was no exception. Anyone who writes on a wall has to be somewhat literate. Is it possible that the demon race is also interested in this kind of elegant thing? And demons can write poetry? Or is it a couplet? Waiting to get close enough to take a look. Good lord. It doesn't seem to be a verse article. It's the name and where it came from. Climbing mountain python. Clearwater mountain Yanagisawa? Water avoiding snake. Lakeshore mountain black jiao? With a glance, Su Chengxian saw, first, 2 of his more familiar cohorts. This climbing python in front of him. He ate it. This water avoiding snake in the back. He is himself. So that's bound to be the name and the race it belongs to, right? What the hell? His mind wandered, and he couldn't help but look high above the shining wall. This shadow wall is an external photo wall. There are 3 sides, in the shape of a figure 8. The main wall in the center is a hair higher than the ones on either side. It consists of 3 parts, the seat, the body and the top, which is very elaborate. 2 walls, slanted twice, were carved with runes, and in the center, 2 words each, one to avoid, one to water, connected together. It is the water avoidance of the water-avoiding Houston and the water-avoiding serpent. This highest wall in the center. It's smooth, There's nothing there. It seems to be reserved for writing. The highest out has 4 large letters, those who come stay. Su Chengxian thought to himself. Could it be that all those who came to apply for a son-in-law had to leave their names on it? Probing his divine sense over, he indeed encountered a layer of obstruction. There's something strange about this wall of illumination. The material itself seemed to be some sort of forged spirit material. There are also formations nested on top. Don't look at it. It's a shadow wall forged with green gold stay stone. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice. The meaning of the visitor's name at the highest point of the photo wall is clear enough. This is where great demons who are interested in participating in the marquee guard selection sign up. Those who leave their names on this wall will be allowed to enter the marquee residence to enter the ring on April 19th. A few days later. And tomorrow is April 19th. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth couldn't help but curl up. By the time they left their names behind, even if the marquee reacted, it would be too late to stop them. At this point, the first half of what is being planned, whether or not it can come to fruition depends on the name. Whether or not it can stay on this wall. Old ghost, come forward quickly. She greeted Su Chengxian with a sideways glance and said, follow the example of those great demons up there and leave your name water-avoiding snake. Su Chengxian of Mount Luyang. Stay done. Let's go back quickly. Don't be reported to the Marquis of Water Avoidance to stop them. So urgent? Su Chengxian was a bit strange. Why did he feel that Ling Xiao's words had a strong hint of urgency? Anything particularly urgent? Could it be that the gates will be closed at sunset? So you're afraid you won't be able to get out in time? But it's okay if you can't get out, right? The big deal is to find an inn and stay in the city. It also didn't say that demons from out of town couldn't stay in the king city. Worried about Dai Dai and Bai Xiaochui outside the city? Not so much. There's definitely something going on in there. He was still curious about Ling Xiao's calculations in the past few days, so he couldn't help but think about it after the other party had merely said so. But I can't figure it out. Why? Seeing this, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and transmitted, old devil, don't forget that you promised to listen to my arrangements. Got it. Got it. Once Su Chengxian heard that, he didn't delay any longer. We have to keep our word. A promise is a promise. Go up and leave your name. At the same time, in his heart, he said, it is true that I want old me to escort Ling Yunzi. Just sign up. He's a flower snake anyway. What's he afraid of? He swam forward, and Ling Yunzi took a step forward as well. Yunzi. Su Chengxian swam to the front of the shining wall, looked around, and finally stretched his tail and nudged Ling Yunzi. What is it? Ling Yunzi looked at him sideways. There's no pen. Su Chengxian wagged his tail and gestured to hold a pen. Enroll here. No need to use a pen. Ling Yunzi guessed that he probably did not know. Stay stone is what? Simply save the explanation. Directly said. Utamana infused in the shadow wall. Divine sense branding stay shadow can be. Oh. Su Chengxian nodded. Then he faced the wall of illumination. His eyes narrowed slightly as he drummed up his chi and blood. The tip of his tail made a point on the stone wall and a stream of red light landed on it. Then with a movement of his mind, he drove the Dharma blood chi with his divine sense and wrote down a line. Mind branding. Extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the words appeared above the stone wall. Appeared right behind last place. Ling Xiao could not help but raise an eyebrow when he saw that what Su Chengxian had left behind was word for word as she had said. Things are half done. At this time, Ling Yunzi also raised his hand. A finger pointed out, and in a flash of white light, a line was also left behind. Exactly, avoiding water snakes. White lingering clouds on MT. Lu Yan. The line appeared behind Su Chengxian. This thing is really convenient. Su Chengxian grinned, finishing at once, much faster than even writing. Now that you've left your name, don't stand in front of this wall. The snake's body moved, and just after leaving for an instant, he saw a figure that came to the place where he was before. Ling Xiao? Su Chengxian froze. Ling Yunzi was also stunned. Ling Xiao just left her own name, water-avoiding snake. Mount Luyang by Ling Xiao on the shadow wall while the two froze. See that the handwriting is successfully revealed and shows no signs of being erased. She couldn't help but smile. That's what makes it a done deal. Let's go. She got on the carriage with a flutter of her sleeve. Hurry up and get out of the city, or the gates will be closed. The words were not transmitted with divine sense, obviously not just spoken to the two people present. Ling Yunzi immediately said nothing and got into the car. Su Chengxian took a look and hurriedly followed suit. When the two were on the wagon, Cat 19 urged his horse toward the gates of the city. On the way. No one spoke. Out of town. Su Chengxian really couldn't hold it in, but he didn't forget to transmit his divine sense and said, Sister. What is this? I didn't want a brother-in-law, though, but I don't want a sister-in-law either. Chapter 123, He Who Does Not Know, Is Not Guilty, April 19th. The water-sheltering marquee mansion. The center door was wide open. 25 great demons, whose names were left on the shadow wall, were welcomed into the front yard of the mansion. The schoolyard in the front yard had long since been set up with everything in place. On top of the high platform, there was a chair. Apparently it's a seat to avoid the water husband later. There is a circular ring in the center. The ring wasn't far away. With some chairs set up, the little demon who introduced the group of big demons into the courtyard respectfully invited everyone to take their seats. The seats are placed in the order in which the names were left, on the shadow wall, not in terms of cultivation, but only in terms of first come, first served, obviously not wanting to make the scene too ugly. None of the great demons here were stupid, and from this arrangement they could also see the attitude of the water-avoiding marquis. So in the grand scheme of things, with each other, there was no animosity shown. On the contrary, both being of the snake and python clan, there were very some things to exchange in terms of cultivation. For a while, there were a few, surprisingly, talking to each other. There were only 3 guys in the field that were more special. A man dressed as a Taoist, a flower snake. There's also a woman with a phoenix hairpin and a dress. Although not many people climbed into conversation with them, it was the eyes that fell on them that were the most numerous. That is, I don't know the roots and don't want to make enemies for no reason. Otherwise, a divine sense would have greeted over, probing clearly. TSK. Su Chengxian plopped down in his seat and narrowed his eyes. It can be so much fun to sweep those eyes over. What fell upon him was more curiosity than defensiveness, and a few moments of derision and mockery. The ones that looked towards Ling Yunzi were not so friendly, and the ferocious kind carried obvious hostility. That which glanced at Ling Xiao, some of them were filled with disbelief and astonishment. What about the other part? It was the same as the one that looked at Su Chengxian. It's mocking, disdainful, worthy of being an empress. After carefully observing it, Su Chengxian had to admit it. In terms of grasping the human heart, Ling Xiao's was quite good. She's got it all figured out. Even if a demon, with the same spiritual intelligence as the human race, was born with a human heart, there will always be similarities. Therefore, they would treat demons from the countryside with contempt and disdain, as the despised uneducated countryside demon. Su Chengxian was not only not unhappy, but also a little snickering. If all goes well, your own side will have an advantage as a result. Luckily, he was a snake now, and didn't have to worry about giving away the end of the story and being seen because of his expression. These great demons, one by one, are not weak in cultivation and have excellent qualifications, but in some ways, it is really a bundle of a piece that is no match for Ling Xiao to move his brain a bit. Thinking of this, Su Chengxian couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ling Xiao. Then he was warned by Ling Xiao with a look. It's not a warning not to look around. It's a warning not to look at his own people. In fact, curiously looking around is good for maintaining a good seen the world status. And of course, she could see the admiration in the other woman's eyes from the way Flower Snake looked over. I can't help but feel a little self-congratulatory. But then he sighed on second thought. He said to himself, if it were in the Eastern earthly realm, why would I bother? Of course, when it is said to be a lot of effort, it is really just a bit of arrangement to take advantage of the situation and go with the flow. The process is not complicated either. The first thing is to get the timing right, in trying to eliminate the possibility of knowing the truth. Then pinpoint the time to enroll within the king's city. The outer shadow wall outside the marquee gate was considered a special spell in itself. It could sense the infusion of mana, and the branding of divine sense. But other than that, there's no other use for it. As long as the water-avoiding marquis left some restrictions on it, he would be able to only allow the great demons that were attached to the conditions to leave their names and surnames. For example, only if one was a cultivator of the great demon realm could one leave a name sent on it with divine sense. But whether he had placed other restrictions, Ling Xiao did not know. But based on her assumptions, 90% out of 10 didn't. Yesterday's success in keeping her name and surname confirmed her prediction. Ling Xiao, who was a female demon, and Su Chengxian, who hadn't transformed into a human form, had left behind a brand of divine sense that hadn't been erased. After all, the water-avoiding marquis move does have the intention of recruiting a son-in-law, but he surely also has the intention of using this to recruit a great demon with the same bloodline and potential to be used for himself. Just looking at the seating arrangement, you can tell. So, he most likely won't, and will only use the criteria of son-in-law to screen the finalists. This demon race, that is, the Marquis, still lacks the proper skills to do these things. The Lingxiao Empress gave the water-avoiding Marquis a low rating for his skill in scheming. If it was in the Holy Dynasty, some powerful people who are not well established, or who have other ambitions, will also use this to recruit talents. It's more exciting to play. They will use the name of their daughters throwing embroidered balls to recruit son-in-laws to lure talents to join them. When you put out a message, you secretly go through the sieve first. Those who are interested in being son-in-laws to powerful people are all greedy for wealth and riches. But these people are ambitious, want to climb up the ladder, and are willing to bend over. If you have a little more skill, you are the favorite talent of the higher-ups to use. Pull in the ones that have potential, but aren't very good, first, and then the ones that don't fit, that aren't good enough. Find a way to block them out. Custody of the time, the embroidery building below, are all multiplied, no matter who it hit. That's within the boundaries of the delineation. Those who are not smashed, as long as they enter the house, 70% of them can also be used for themselves. And that daughter on the embroidery floor, taught in the boudoir, unseen by outsiders. No one cares who it is that covers the head and who it is that lifts the head. Besides, the status is mostly that of an adopted daughter. Powerful people have to have a face, too. This move is not really for the purpose of recruiting a son-in-law. Rather, it is the selection of talent. After all, on the bright side, all the talent, it has to be the state's. The only people who have the power to select talent are the masters of the country. It's okay for you to recruit one or two privately, but you dare to choose talents. Are you trying to rebel? Those powerful people with roots can't use this. Those who don't have roots, or are forced to have to do so, are also pulling the wool over their eyes. The higher-ups may not see through it, they just mostly acquiesce. In the eye of the beholder, no waves can be turned. Yesterday, when I told this to Su Chengxian, he said a word. What was it called? A small two-way run to talent acquisition? It seems to be said so. Ling Xiao found this statement interesting. The water-avoiding Ho should have learned this trick. It's just ed up and a little rough. There are holes everywhere. Gave them the opportunity to exploit the loopholes. The demon race is still scribbling when it comes to doing things. Ling Xiao couldn't help but hum and laugh as he thought of this. Because the water-sheltering Marquis, what has always been said outwardly, is to recruit guards, not son-in-laws, may not be aware of the human powers that be, operating in the shadows. It's seeing them recruiting son-in-laws and recruiting son-in-laws who are talented. Or maybe they're just too lazy to bother with that. Just think of recruiting the best one as a son-in-law and take the opportunity to keep a few more nice ones. Therefore, he expected the arrival of great demons. The more the better. But those who do not fit properly into his son-in-law, but insist on coming along, will also certainly be displeased. There have been demonic candidates who have done this before, but I've never heard of a bad scene. It was evident that no one risked upsetting the demonic candidate. So play ignorant. Those who do not know are not guilty, and stay ignorant all the time. You can't give other good people a chance to persuade you. There's another advantage to feigning ignorance. This matter, up to here, the first half of it is a done deal. No, I should say, the bottom half became half as well. To despise your opponent is to suffer. There are a lot of people who know this truth, but I am afraid that not many people really understand it. There are even fewer who are still sober when it comes down to it. And no, it's not necessary. They're all fooled. And anyway, if you fool one, you'll take one more point of advantage. We're all in competition now, and even if anyone sees it, they won't be kind enough to warn us. The remaining half would have to be either Ling Yunzi or Su Chengxian, winning the ultimate victory in this fight. Chapter 124. This Marquis also did not expect to meet a spoiler. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to take over, the leader of this ring. Otherwise, it would be completely offending the water-avoiding Marquis. Not to mention that with her cultivation level, she could only be medium among the great demons. Add in battle skills and experience and maybe break into the top 5. But it certainly won't do to take down first place. If I were the water-avoiding Marquis, I would definitely put an insider in this scene. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. This internal response serves to weed out those who should not come into existence. The results of the tournament ring will be out within a day. Since the water-avoiding Marquis had let them in, it was impossible to just find a reason to send them away. And if you are stopped from entering, there has to be even more of a justifiable reason. Otherwise, how can we convince the public? Even if the demon waiter didn't care, he wouldn't want to be looked at as a joke. This is the time when the usefulness of an insider with a good war chest, is great. A simple bit of tinkering on the part of the demon cultivator can weed out the big demons that he doesn't like. So, it's up to Su Chengxian next. What's there to be afraid of with an insider? Just fight your way through. Won't that be enough? My cultivation level today is still short of the critical step to enter the Great Demon Middle Realm. When Ling Xiao thought of this, he couldn't help but secretly clench his teeth and cursed. Damn it! Still one step too slow. She was a step behind Ling Yunzi. The other party was now in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Su Chengxian, only stronger. Although the fluctuation of blood qi in his body was, well, weak, faint compared to the majestic vastness under the thunderbolt. His cultivation level is definitely more than the Great Demon Middle Realm, and the battle power, it will only be stronger. This, she was very certain of. After transforming into a form, his cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds. Ling Zhao's divine soul power became stronger and his divine senses sharp. She had seen too many strong people in her last life and deeply understood that being special often meant being powerful. Frequent divine transmissions can perceive many things. Besides, Su Chengxian wasn't good at hiding it, or maybe he didn't cover it up at all. Damn it! Ling Xiao cursed again. One could not help but feel dissatisfied with one's own cultivation speed. Her cultivation battle power was still too low. As an empress of a generation, the secret vaults of the Holy Dynasty were at her disposal for rummaging and touring. The manhwa continent, the location of those large and small secret realms, the caves of great powers, and the homelands of the immortals, the methods of opening them, and how to obtain the qualifications to enter them. She knew. She didn't know how many of them. Even in the northern wasteland mountain range and the demon clan's territory. If her cultivation level wasn't still low, she wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble for a single drop of Jiaolong blood. But the cultivation level is too low. Going in is seeking death. Even if you survive, you won't get the good stuff. Right. Ling Yunzi. Ling Xiao suddenly remembered something. Ling Yunzi seems to have mentioned that he was forced to dissipate his power and recultivate, and as a result, something went wrong and his physical body was not protected, and under the military dissolution, he somehow became reincarnated without being reincarnated. The art of dispersing and recultivating is not something that can be performed when it comes to the forefront and is said to be performed. So, this guy might have been prepared. So he'll leave himself out of it? Cunning. With his character, would he not store some magic treasures in a few places and leave them to be opened in the future? Humph. So it's the same as me, trapped in the land of the demon race. Ling Xiao was secretly happy in his heart. Ling Yunzi must be suffocating as well. Maybe even more depressed than her. No wonder this guy never mentioned his big black streamer that was most criticized by the Xianmen proper. If I were him, even if I couldn't keep the original one, I would refine a smaller one and hide it. She decided that when the time was ripe and she returned to the Eastern Earthly Realm, she would definitely follow Ling Yunzi to see if he had hidden any treasures and old ghosts. Ling Xiao was nagging about not being able to guess Su Chengxian's origin. I'd like to see when you show your true colors. Sorry sister, my face has never been hidden. It's all exposed like this, you just can't guess. Su Chengxian was on the chair, twisting his body a few times, suddenly able to hear Ling Xiao's heart. It was only with great perseverance that he did not turn back to look at this. The Empress sister who, from resuming her plotting and scheming, associated Ling Yunzi with the possibility of having a secret vault. It might be that in the middle of the marquee, all the great demons were paying attention and converging their divine sense. Ling Xiao was no exception, and her mind, in a state of relative relaxation. Thus, Su Chengxian would be able to hear again. This made him, who was attempting to eavesdrop on the other great demon's heart, also not expect that there would be unexpected gains, especially the last part. Ling Xiao, whose heart and mind were stirred, showed clearly. Even Ling Yunzi sensed her unusualness and frowned slightly and unnoticeably. However, at this time, there was a movement on the high platform that attracted everyone's attention. Shun Shui Hao, here we go. The crowd met the salute. The water-avoiding marquis took his seat. He was in a mood, but it wasn't a very happy one. Would have been a doting daughter. How else would you be willing to recruit your son-in-law with the blood of a dragon? The reason why the date is set in April is all stated. April brings warmer temperatures, also known as locust summer. Mang Xia, Jian Si month, also known as snake moon. Great luck and good fortune for the snake and python clan. Therefore, the water-sheltering marquis purposely set the date for his daughter's son-in-law on the last day of mid-April. It was possible for the bloodline of a strong person to have a powerful talent since birth. But the more powerful the demon race, the more difficult it is to give birth to an heir. So there are trade-offs to be made. However, most of them would choose to, after refining their bloodline to a certain degree and cultivating, give birth to heirs. A powerful demon race that gives birth to descendants will not have too many. As a result, every child that is born is treated as a treasure. Like him, there are only 3 daughters. Even if there is the idea of using this to enlist the younger generation, the premise is that the daughter can look at it. I didn't explicitly say that I was looking for a son-in-law because I was worried that if my daughter really didn't like it, there would be room for maneuver. It only says that when a great demon fights, the winner gives a drop of augur blood. The name used was also that of the recruiting marquee guards. In reality, however, we all know what's going on. So what doesn't fit, doesn't come forward. First of all, those with low cultivation will not come. My daughter is already a great demon, and a cultivation level that is too low will definitely not work. Secondly, the ones that are too old will not come. When one is older than 3 eons and is still in the great demon realm, they basically have no future. No matter how good the cultivation qualification is, no matter what the reason for the delay. In short, to this point, and then to move forward a step, I am afraid that it is difficult. The lifespan limit of the great demon realm was 200 years. It wasn't that when you reached 200 years old, you would definitely die, but the closer you got to the longevity line, the harder it was to raise your cultivation. The crossing will also be more treacherous. In 9 deaths, but if you add a tiny bit, it could be 10 deaths. The water-sheltering marquis didn't want to invite a deadbeat for his daughter. His daughter was in her prime, now less than 100 years old, and could not see this old age. Then there are the ones with families that won't come. Full of thought, nothing can go wrong. I didn't expect that this marquis had really met a spoiler. Looking at the stage, a flowery snake on the chair, and the woman on his side, the water-avoiding marquis was about to be exasperated and laugh. This family surnamed by from his old hometown Luyang Mountain in the middle of the ascending dragon ridge could be too much of a face for him. 1. Despite being in the great demon realm, had surprisingly not transformed into a form, or a colorful flower snake. 1 is simply a woman. There's also a. That's okay. There are some molds, and I heard that they can also make pills and weapons. If it wasn't for this latter one, he would have thrown up his sleeve and knocked all 3 out by now. Marquis! Marquis! The turtle prime minister behind him, sensing the marquis's signs of anger, hurriedly advised, "You can't have a seizure on them at this time. We didn't say that the ones who came had to be young, transformed male demons, since we are talking about recruiting guards, and we only said that we want the great demon realm. Then if people really don't know that we are recruiting a son-in-law for a young lady, it's not a sin." That big hairy monkey. Hearing the turtle prime minister's voice transmission, the water-avoiding marquis secretly gritted his teeth. This marquis must find an opportunity to beat him up again. Chapter 125, Female Emperor Ling Xiao. Terrifying as hell. The husband of avoiding water put the blame on General Yu, although he knew that this matter had little to do with him. But who let this family surnamed by, from Mount Luyang? This marquis is going to blame him for a poor errand. Is it still not okay? The water-avoiding marquis thought to himself. That big hairy monkey, once upon a time, was high-minded and proud. Cultivate with one mind and no distractions. Today, it's probably no better. It must have been because he hadn't explained things clearly that the misunderstanding in front of him had occurred. Marquis, what we have been saying to the public is that we are recruiting guards. The turtle prime minister had to remind the water-sheltering marquis that he had to think of a good reason for his anger. This won't work at the moment. Untenable. I've checked the White family's background. This family had come from the edge of the northern wasteland mountains. No roots, no background. All depends on their own qualification luck. A family of 3 great demons, all not very old. That said, if he hadn't been bent on cultivating and ignoring external objects, he wouldn't have his current cultivation level. Hearing all the way here, he didn't forget to practice. Under the tent of Fu Li Shui, a few days of work were to be closed. When he arrived at the king's city, he didn't know to inquire clearly and didn't bother to keep an eye out for other rival great demons, and left his name surprisingly and immediately went out of the city. It's also pathetic, but if there's an old friend or relative, there won't be no one to give a heads up. Turtle Prime Minister shook his head. Therefore, it was justifiable not to know that the marquis name was recruiting guards, but it was actually recruiting a son-in-law. Besides, apart from the flower snake that hadn't transformed into a form, the remaining 2 were sure to have a promising future. There was also no involvement with the other forces within the king's city, whatsoever. How can you drive them away when you can't even enlist them? It was also why he advised the marquis to just pretend he didn't know and go along with it and proceed with the ring fight. Marquis, relax. Their cultivation is only in the middle of the great demon realm. During the fight, Look for an opportunity to have Black Jiao and Jade Flying Dragon knock that female demon and flower snake out of the ring. It was a ploy that had been set in motion before. When the matter is finished, he will then call the people to him and tell them the cause and effect. Will this Bai Ling Xiao not be so grateful that he'll come under our Marquis tutelage? Therefore, if the Marquis wants to take his anger out, it's just a matter of taking it out on General Yu. Never suppress your temper and don't bother with the juniors. Alright, this Marquis knows. Marquis of Water Avoidance waved his hand and said, those who should be here, are they all here? Marquis, the 25 great demons are all here, Turtle Prime Minister said. Well, then you will come forward and arrange for them to begin. Lead the way. Coming. When Su Chengxian saw that the Turtle Prime Minister had taken 2 steps forward and stood in front of the side of the high platform, he knew that it should be time to begin. Before we begin, of course, the rules are announced. As for how he knew the other guy was the Turtle Prime Minister? Old, short turtle demon with a turtle shell right behind his back. It doesn't look like a small demon, so why does it still have a shell? There were some demons in the demon race, even if they were perfectly transformed. They still liked to reveal the characteristics of their clan, especially the males. On the humanoid Dharma, it's a little strange that this Turtle Prime Minister is so old and still has such a personality. Prime Minister Turtle is not a real Prime Minister. He's the head butler of the water shelter Holy. His main body, however, was a Sakusan turtle. During the period of the ancient demon race, since the establishment of the demon royal court, successive generations of demon emperors would be followed by a Zhuoxiang turtle, known as the Turtle Prime Minister. Later on, whenever you meet the management of the Prime Minister's tortoise, you are also used to call on a Turtle Prime Minister. The OP won't pursue it either. There was only one rule taboo within the demon clan, honoring cultivation strength. As long as it doesn't involve competition for cultivation resources, the difference between superior and inferior is not that strong. Or rather, the idea of honor and inferiority among cultivators was overall more lenient than that of the ordinary human race. Therefore, when the great demons saluted the water-avoiding Marquis, they merely rose and clasped their fists and arched their hands. It was the same when he met the Demon King, the Demon Emperor. Su Chengxian is even better. He just needs to get out of his chair. That's all. An additional benefit of not taking shape. In the order of the strongest, the etiquette of honor and inferiority up and down is simple, and all the rules are even more lofty and simple. The simpler and more direct it is, the better. Thus, the rules announced by the Turtle Prime Minister are summarized in one sentence. 4 words, draws, matchups. Of course, the draw isn't just from the draw box, out words. Only the Turtle Prime Minister took out a jade tube brush from his sleeve, gently tossed it into the air, said something like, "Gentlemen, please look." Then, when the brush reached the air, it transformed into half a man's height. This pen is called the Pointing General. Su Chengxian heard a great demon say. There was a flash of flashy light, pointing from the tip of the pen to the outside of the marquee. Then, a pillar of light appeared in midair outside the marquee gate. The pillar of light crashed into the brush, invoking the aura of heaven and earth and transforming into a wall of light. The brush made another point on the light wall. The wall of flowing light then appeared as a line. Su Chengxian saw his name and place of origin at a glance. It was the same name they had left on the outer shadow wall. Before, the brush then nudged one of the lines. The moment the line was tapped, it was flooded with a red light. At the same time, there was another line of words that flashed with a halo. In an instant, the brushes clicked past one by one, pointed 13 times. The words on the light wall are then divided into 2 parts, top and bottom. The ones that are lit up and the ones below them that light up together with them, split up and down. As it happens, there's a line underneath that's empty, and on that line, it reads, White Lingyun, the water-avoiding serpent, MT, Lu Yan. Ooh, the great demon still had some temperament and didn't clamor because of it, but with the eyes, looking up, who this guy really is. Su Chengxian, however, was already happy in his heart. Good guy. He called out good guys in his heart. Ling Xiao said that Ling Yunzi is bound to be a thorn in the side of everyone. This can even be said by her? If before, these great demons towards Ling Yunzi, they were still just looking at him with disdain, then wait until they knew that the guy they looked at with disdain, in the first round, was very fortunate to have a short turn. I guess this looking away turns into anger. Ling Xiao, it's not possible that even this has been calculated, right? Su Chengxian looked at the wall of light in midair, and the pointing pen. Speculate on the possibility of getting your hands dirty in it. He had reason to suspect that the water-avoiding marquis had interfered with the choice. But on second thought, not so much, right? Did they give Ling Yunzi a wide berth just because he was good looking? No. Ling Yunzi can also refine pills and weapons. Already knowing that the art of alchemy and weaponry was promising in the demon race, it was easy for him to think that, perhaps, the water-avoiding Marquis might not necessarily want Ling Yunzi to be his son-in-law, yet he's likely to release some goodwill to be pulled in later. TSK. Su Chengxian glanced at Ling Yunzi and then at Ling Xiao. The female imperial Lord was as terrifying as this. Then he remembered that Ling Xiao had also said that he should do his best because the one most likely to win the championship was him. She and Ling Yunzi, on the other hand, would share the pressure for him? As long as we don't run into each other right up front, this plan will work. If we can think of it, so can others. But it's not that easy to implement. Most importantly, Ling Yunzi doesn't want to be the son-in-law. He remembered that Ling Xiao had said so. The three trusted each other, and even if they bumped into each other, they would admit defeat to protect him first. Previously, when they went to the Spirit Mansion Ring on Mount Luyang and took the lower-grade Spirit Vein Cave, that was what they did. Ensure that Bai Xiaochui gets the qualification to stay. However, this time is slightly different from last time. With the presence of a water-avoiding Marquis, the plan may go more smoothly. In order to kick me and you out of the game, we will certainly be assigned stronger opponents than you and I. But you can't make it too obvious, and the further you go the more trouble you'll get into. So it's best to get the trouble out of the way with the first two sentences. So, every game I win, not only do I help you kick out a strong enemy, but I also help you win by a few more points. When we bump into each other at the back, I and Ling Yunzi will simply admit defeat. The other great demons would not let their opponents off so easily. Ling Zhao's words yesterday were still ringing in his ears. Su Chengxian couldn't help but have a jolt as he looked at the line opposite his name. Shui Pan Shan read fiery venomous. At this time, he sensed that there was a divine sense that landed on his body. It doesn't take a lot of thinking to realize who the other person is. Can't help but sigh. Empress, terrifying as hell. Chapter 126. How dare you hit me with demon pills? Well, good. All good. The water-avoiding Marquis looked at the great demon under the high stage and nodded. Ling Yunzi's turn was indeed intentional on his part. Looking at the faces of these conscripts, they should also be aware of this. Otherwise there wouldn't be frowns and glares. No one, of course, roared out with a big grin. This determination. It's good. Most of the demon race were reckless and straightforward, and he also extremely appreciated the juniors who dared to fight against injustice. But this is where he chooses his material and where he recruits his son-in-law. Who would like a guy who doesn't know how to assess the situation, who only knows how to fight and win, and who wants to be happy for himself? To be his son-in-law? To jump out and contradict a higher power without proof? It is unwise. Besides, this is only the first round. If you're full of yourself, you'll eventually run into it. At that time, everything will be known. Cultivation path. In order to go a long way, righteousness and courage cannot be lost, but also cannot just let these two. Filled with the mind. In addition to Jade Flying Dragon, two other demons, Lu Zhe from Clearwater Mountain and Jin Hong from Sleepy Immortal Lake, have also reached the Great Demon Realm back realm. The water-avoiding Marquis just from the breath on the shadow-retaining wall. He judged the cultivation of the great demons to be about 8 or 9. At this point, then one by one, compared to those who came, they feel quite satisfied. These were the ones that had the opportunity to, within 2 Aeon years, impact the demon general realm. Only, it was still inferior to that big hairy monkey. Humph, that guy was blessed with deep fortune, reaching the demon general realm early on, and even becoming a party resident. He couldn't help but sigh. Too bad it's a monkey, not their snake and python clan. Moreover, recruiting a demon general and a great demon are not comparable. Otherwise, why didn't he just invite the demon to come here? The demon general realm and the great demon realm were two completely different power existences. Demon generals have at least 300 to 500 years to live, and on this point, it is possible to glimpse that there is a world of difference between the two. The demon general's divine soul was solidified, and even if his physical body died, he could still live on. As long as you don't die, everything has a chance of turning around. The demon general's domain is first opened and he is able to canton his troops. Already at the demon general tier of existence, 90% of them were resident general masters, directly belonging to the demon martial commander. He is a demon waiter, not to mention the cost of pulling together. Can he afford to pay? Even if he can afford it, 1 or 2 won't hurt, but more will anger the demon king. What's more, a demon who has become a demon general, but where there is a possibility of promotion. Who is willing to be subordinate to a human being? It appears to be under the control of the demon marshal, but it is actually under the orders of the demon king. Outside, it's also a party king. Unless the demon clan was invaded by a foreign enemy, the orders of the demon marshal would also be difficult to mobilize on them. Befriending is fine. Adopting them as your own is better left out of the equation. If you can recruit as a son-in-law, then of course, that's just it. Don't mention it. The water-avoiding Marquis couldn't help but shake his head. If we really recruited a hairy monkey as a son-in-law, when will there be a third generation of heirs? It's better to see if you can pick one this time that will please your oldest daughter. At this time, the turtle prime minister was already letting the great demons enter the ring. The ring inside the Marquis is very different. Surprisingly, they weren't allowed to, 2 by 2, get in the ring and then switch groups a bit after the fight. Instead, enter the middle of the ring at the same time. Because of this ring, it turned out to be the entrance to a secret illusion formation altogether. A circular ring with 8 portals. The 2 great demons who were divided into the same group and were rivals to each other would enter the same illusion by simply walking into the portal in the same direction. Although there were only 8 portals, there were 12 pairs of great demons that had to be caught in pairs to fight, but there was no need to worry at all, because there were more than 8 small secret areas within the portal only that could be used as fighting places. Shoo! When the 8 pairs of great demons in front of him stepped onto the ring in turn, they disappeared with a flash of gorgeous light, only to see the turtle prime minister wave his sleeve and a flash of spiritual light hit the ring. When it landed on it, it unexpectedly stirred up a burst of light. As if it were a large inverted sea bowl-like shroud of light appeared in the ring. It looks a bit like a tent. The big tent has 8 portals. Then the tent, a large bowl-like tent with the bottom of the bowl facing the sky, moved slightly. Spun in place for a good half circle. Only after it stopped, did the turtle prime minister then turn to the remaining great demons and smiled. All of you, please also follow the order and enter it. Su Changxian was amongst these 4 remaining groups of great demons. With a sniff, he slides to the edge of the ring. Just as he reached the place, he heard the wind behind himself. A sentence came out of the wind. Red Lai of Shui Pan Mountain. 1 step ahead. Waiting for you. At the same time the words came. An angsty hunk of a man, who was 1 step ahead of him, bent down and stepped into the portal. Ooh, Su Changxian blinked. Mind you, it's still a rush. However, twisting his head to see that the other great demons, too, had already stepped onto the ring one after another, he then also swam over towards the portal where Red Lai had disappeared. The moment you enter the portal, there is nothing strange about it. All I felt was a blur before my eyes, and I was in a somewhat empty place. Before he could look around more, he heard a reminder. Ding dong, host, you have a new assignment. Congratulations to the host. You can open the series of quests to defeat the competitors and capture the blood of the dragon essence. Quest content, for every opponent great demon you defeat and win, you will be rewarded, refining points *8, flesh spirit seeds *1. Completing this series of quests, you will also receive, additionally, refining points *12. Ooh, I can't believe there's a mission. Su Changxian was a little excited and almost wanted to whistle in celebration. The eyes that looked at the opposite side of the Red Lai were instantly more than a little hot. This wasn't a competitor. These were NPCs who were giving him refining points. And the other great demons. They're all good demons. Of course, winning the fight isn't that easy. All of them were in the Great Demon realm, and a few were in the Great Demon rear realm. Su Changxian was very short of refining points right now, but the system's motivation to release tasks was low. Lower than his motivation to do them. The quest given this time is still a series of quests. The refining points given are considered the most generous ever. Originally, I thought, just do your best. Fight if you can. Admit defeat if you can't. It's not going to die anyway. And now, he was ready to listen to Ling Xiao and go all out. And a good stamp of one's own battle prowess. 25 people. Ling Yunzi's turn is empty. Not counting him, that's 24 great demons. There will be 12 left after this match. After the next match, it's 6 great demons, going into the 3rd round, and then there were 3. In every game, there will be 1 person's turn. Then when it comes to the 4th, it's 4 guys fighting for the top 2. That means he can play 5 games at most. Su Changxian quickly, in his mind, did some math, and if he could win all the way, he would be able to fight at most a few times, as well as, how many refining points can be gained. The final answer is that winning all 5 will give you 40 of the refinement points, and an extra 12 points. It's okay. It's quite okay. With a sharp turn in his mind, The eyes he looked at Red Lie had a few moments of salivation in them, and the other man's movements almost made him drool his mouth off. Nice guy. How desperate is this guy to sacrifice a demonic elixir to hit me? Chapter 127, Red Lie, Where's My Demon Dan? My name is Red Blaze. Su Chengxian. The Secret Realm. The Fighting Arena. Both sides of the fight were previously unknown to each other. When we first met in the Marquee Ring, we were rivals. Now, there is even less to say. Skip even the pleasantries. After communicating their names, each of them drummed up their mana, hooked up their spiritual energy, and let go of their divine sense. It's going to be a big fight. Red Lie shook his hand and flashed a long spear. The tip of the gun flashed coldly, a ball of flame, and it struck towards Su Chengxian. Whoosh! For the sake of fairness, for both sides of the fight, the Great Demon Beginning Realm could carry 2 magic weapons, while the Middle Realm could only carry 1. As for the Great Demon Realm, Back Realm and Peak Realm, they could only use their bare hands. The storage bag that you carry with you will also be sealed at the same time you enter the portal. Red Lie and Su Chengxian, both of whom were recognized as having the strength of the Great Demon Middle Realm, could each only bring 1 magic weapon inside. This flaming great spear should be Red Lie's magic weapon, and Su Chengxian came in empty-handed. He didn't have an innate magic weapon, and the snakeskin he molted off was refined into a storage bag, which he returned to Ling Xiao to use. It contained most of their old white family's belongings, so when faced with the flames coming at him, his first reaction was to dodge. The old man is not a rash now, knowing that you don't know the bottom of an attack, not taking it hard. More than that, I know that you should never pick up something with your mouth if you can't be sure if it's edible or not. Then just then, the system reminded him, host, try swallowing the red sun flame. Red Young Fire is the evolution of the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, and is the top grade for alchemy, refining weapons and quenching the body. Ooh! As soon as Su Chengxian heard this, he decided, at once, to pick it up. Since the system said it could be swallowed, it shouldn't be a problem, and the speed of the flames, extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was close. It was too late to hide. Immediately, it was decided. Open mouth. Swallow. Roar. His snake's mouth opened wide, about to swallow the incoming fireball. That fire mass, however, was not that simple. This strike was Red Lie testing his opponent's bottom. So, although it wasn't a full force blow, it made 6 points of force. Out of the blue was a strand of the native flame. It may look flat, but it's a hidden killer. Especially when, upon seeing that the flower snake didn't not only dodge, but also seemed to attempt to open its mouth to swallow the flames, a hint of joy flashed through his eyes, only to see the flames suddenly explode the moment they were near. Phew! It turned into a bit of fire. Crimson. The red sun flame is capable of igniting all things. Once it touches your body, it is difficult to extinguish. Hong Lai secretly said. This time, if the flower snake didn't die, it would be half crippled. However, when he was about to shake his spear and go up, laying claim to his side's victory, he felt a huge fluctuation of blood chi. Then he saw in front of him, all of a sudden, a great red light. The flower snake's demonic body steeply became immense. Then his open snake mouth, violently sucked. Surprisingly, after bursting open, densely covered in midair, hundreds of clusters of flames, suppressed back to within 2 feet. Swallow as much as you can. Hiss! Su Chengxian swung his tail in triumph. You're just a little flame, and you still want to escape from my mouth? Since they're coming for us and can be swallowed, there's no reason to let them go. There's a bargain to be made. Then, not waiting long for him to be complacent, another ball of flame struck. Good timing. The flames that were swallowed and entered the belly only felt burning. Hot is very hot, but within tolerable limits. And, for some reason, the rolling sensation also gave him a touch of soothing relief. Kind of like a bowl of hot soup in the dead of fall in the south. So without hesitation, Su Chengxian took this mass and opened his mouth to swallow it as well. It'll hold up. More. At the same time, there was also a flick of the tail, a wave of blood gas and red light, which rolled Red Lie, who was stabbing with his spear, flying backwards. Shoo! Shoo! Red Lie, who flew out backwards, threw out several more flames in succession. Aren't you going to devour it? Then you'll eat more. I'd like to see how many strands of this spirit fire, which can forge artifacts, your lungs can withstand. He was waiting for the moment when Su Chengxian couldn't defend himself and dodge, and then he took the opportunity to attack again. But what he didn't expect was for the flowering serpent to take the flames at face value, and it didn't show the slightest hint of impropriety. Red Lie was immediately stunned. Growing up next to the red sun fire since childhood, He also didn't dare to directly gulp flames with his mouth. But this flower snake, which should have practiced the art of water control, was able to eat it with an empty mouth. It could be seen that his physical body must be very strong. It would be unwise to transform into the original body and clash with it. It seems that this way is not possible. This is only the first round of the bout. If you consume too much here, even if you win, you will lose the next game. Must think of a way to do it quickly. His mind moved, sweeping his divine sense across the massive snake's body, which was blocked by the other party's thick blood aura. But he didn't sense much divine sense protecting his body. Immediately, eyes lit up. The flesh is so strong, yet it does not meet people in person. It seemed that the divine soul power of the flowering serpent was definitely not strong, and even the protective divine sense was missing. It was thought that even if the divine soul was not weak, it should have all been used to fully control the demon body. With such a huge snake body, the consumption must be extremely great. If you add a fire at this time, you may be able to win over the enemy without any effort. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. The lance in his hand swung, then he opened his mouth and spat. A blazing sun-like pearl was hidden among the dolorous flames. It hit Su Changxian. Whoosh! Ha! Again! Su Changxian was happy to see this. Immediately, he was not polite, and opened his mouth to eat one. A precious pearl, smashed head-on. An extraordinary aura of demonic power emanated from it. It certainly couldn't escape his divine sense, but he didn't hesitate and swallowed it along with the beads. It is different from swallowing a flame and then placing it in the stomach to ignore it. For this bead, he directly activated his innate divine ability, swallowing and refining. Ding dong! Attention of the host. With the host's current cultivation level, swallowing the demonic pills of a great demon will require closed-door meditation if it is to be refined. I know. Could Su Changxian still not see that this was a demonic elixir? At least it is a great demon realm, and had eaten a few of them before. So how can it not have this discernment? And he had a good idea of his own strength. With the current divine soul and body realm, without completely refining the demonic Dan and only drawing on the demonic power in it, for a moment, it would be fine. If you can't hold it in, spit it out. It's not like he can't do that. Wasn't the demonic elixir that swallowed the curly-haired great lion before taken out by General Yu? Just drive a stream of blood chi to curl around the demonic pills and push them out. No one knew the entire process of taking the Dan better than Su Changxian. He was now at the great demon realm cultivation level and could easily do it. So this demonic elixir, he didn't think of chewing it all up. When it's a large candy ball, a couple licks, okay? Hey! A surge of raging demonic power was drawn from the demonic Dan and swallowed and refined. Su Changxian's mood couldn't help but feel great. It's been a long time since I've felt, so clearly, a growth in strength. He's happy. On the opposite side of the table, Red Lai, however, was in a rage. He stared up, incredulously, at the flower snake, hissing with its head held high. Why couldn't he sense his own demonic Dan anymore? Chapter 128, Hey, brothers, quickly collect the demon pills and let's fight again. Blood and gas plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10. Essence, blood and chi plus 0. 1 plus 0. 1 plus 0. 1 plus 0. 1 plus. Congratulations to the host, who has successfully refined a strand of great demon mana. Blood chi plus 100. Essence blood chi plus 1. Physical realm plus 12. Divine soul power plus 8. Blood and gas plus 10 plus 10 plus. That's what it feels like. Cozy. Refining demonic power with blood chi, and at the same time refining one's own blood chi with the refined demonic power. Wisps of demonic power were being drawn from the demonic pills, not much less effective than refining the spirit mending pill. This demonic power, of course, was certainly not as gentle as the power of a spirit elixir. Demonic power was already violent, especially Red Lai's demonic Dan, which also carried a strong aura of spirit fire. But the taste of refining is not only completely acceptable, but it also feels, kind of, like pouring hot water on your back after you've finished scrubbing Moncler Outlet online. It's hot and it hurts a little, but it's cool. Su Changxian was simply going to revel in this pleasure. Almost forgot about the presence of Red Lai across the room. Fortunately, the other side, too, did not strike again. What's the situation? How can that be? In his extreme shock, Red Lai forgot to strike. Originally, he had watched Su Changxian and swallowed the demonic elixir. The heart was still a joy. Secretly, it was really a demon from the edge of the mountain range that didn't know the heights of heaven. He looked at Su Changxian's place of origin, which was Luyang Mountain, and knew that he was afraid that it was a loose demon without a root community. like the water-avoiding Marquis. In the water-avoiding snake clan, the strongest existence was the current water-avoiding demon candidate, and the flowering serpent does not show himself in his human dharma form, or at the time of the demon waiter's son-in-law recruitment. What's more, there was a banshee who had even signed up. Isn't this to add to the problem? So he expected the 3 demons, and the water-avoiding demon candidate should have no connection. In that case, seriously injuring the flower snake wouldn't cause much trouble. Thus, it was immediately decided that the demon pill would be sacrificed. Attack its weakest point, the divine soul. Demon elixir, containing 80% of the demon race's cultivation. When he strikes, it is a killing opportunity that emerges. The only concern was whether or not the demonic Dan could get close. Flower snake. Su Changxian. Not having taken form, there is no mana in the body. I'm afraid I haven't even seen a few demon pills. So Red Lie did some maneuvering. Sure enough, just by wrapping it with a layer of spiritual power. The other party had no qualms, allowing the demonic Dan to come closer. Moreover, the demonic Dan was also swallowed, along with the red sun flame, simply looking for death. The demonic elixir, in its own life, is connected to the divine soul. Is it that easy to eat? This flower snake would not think that, like the spirit fire, swallowing the belly to go, will be able to take it for himself, right? Could it be that he was still thinking that he was going to refine his demon pills? His demon body is strong. That is, the flesh and internal organs can withstand demonic power. Do not think that the soul can withstand it. Among the physical bodies, the internal organs were the most difficult to quench. On the path of cultivation, the divine soul is the most critical. Ignorant and daydreaming. In the instant Su Changxian swallowed the demonic elixir, Hong Lai's mind was racing and he was already ready to put away his gun and see how the flower snake would end up in a sorry state. A great demon to refine the demon pills of another great demon of the same rank. Leaving aside the fact that this demonic elixir is a treasure that he sacrifices day and night, it is not easy to erase the divine sense in it. Nor did he mention the danger if the demonic power that didn't belong to him was uncontrolled and impacted his physical body and divine soul. Even if he had some means to turn the demonic power into his own, it was too late. If it was refined over a long period of time, it would still be fine. If you swallow it into your stomach like this, you will need to refine it in a very short period of time. Otherwise, the overflowing demonic power would be in the physical body and spirit platform, impacting and overturning. And if it is forcibly refined, such a huge demonic power, refined, for a moment, where to put it? A bucket that has to be filled with 2 buckets of water can only end up with a bursting body. Moreover, being in the same great demon middle realm, his cultivation level was still slightly higher than the other parties by a thread. Can't even see that? The blood aura on the flower snake was indeed amazing. But, so what? It is also because of this kind of blood chi that one can cultivate to the great demon realm, right? Red Lie sensed his demonic Dan, which was swallowed by Su Changxian, being wrapped by the surging thick blood chi, the demonic chi in it, constantly overflowing out. Instead of being in a hurry, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. With a swing of his gun, he stowed it at his side and stood in midair, looking down at the huge flower snake in front of him. In this moment, the divine mind moved, even hesitated, to pull back a little further, save the flower snake's flesh from getting out of control and tumbling up again, raising dust and dirtying your shoes. Don't worry about the demon pills that were swallowed. Pretty soon, the other guy's gonna spit it out. It doesn't hurt to not spit it out. When the divine soul of the flower snake could not restrain the demon body, it would not be wrong to go up and get it yourself, until he completely lost his sense of the demon pill. That's what Red Lie thought. The moment he lost his senses, he didn't let his surprise give birth to panic. After all, Su Changxian was at least a great demon. If you dare to swallow it, you should have something to fall back on. The divine sense that was attached to the outer layer of the demonic Dan was justifiably worn out. No panic, no panic. The surface layer of divine sense was worn away, and the brand in the demon Dan was still there. It can still be summoned for invocation. Even before he lost his sense of the demonic Dan, he still noticed that the demonic power in the demonic Dan suddenly began to flow away in a single strand. He still thought so, but a few breaths later, he began to panic, trying to summon a demonic elixir. Failed. His divine sense was unable to penetrate Su Changxian's defense. The demonic power wrapped the divine sense, and under the vibration, it hooked the aura of heaven and earth, and was unable to get in touch with the demonic Dan. The flower snake, after all, sealed his demonic elixir. At this time, not to mention retaking it back, even if he wanted to blow up his own demon pills, he couldn't do it. Although the thought hadn't moved him, the realization alarmed him. No, maybe he's faking it. A thought flashed through Red Lai. Waited a few more breaths. Several breaths can pass. Su Chengxian still couldn't see the slightest difference. He was really able to refine his demonic pills. How is that possible? Red Lai was stunned. A few moments of horror bubbled up in the midst of the shock. Not good. If he really refined the demonic elixir, 80% of his own cultivation was destroyed. The effort it took to cultivate cohesion from scratch. I don't know how long it would take. It would greatly delay the speed of his cultivation enhancement. A bad one would be no hope for the demon general realm in this life. The future is ruined. No, the demon pill. It must be recaptured. Maybe if we wait a few more breaths, or 10, the flower snake won't be able to hold out. But he didn't dare to bet on it. Red Lai's eyes were crimson. From the time Su Changxian swallowed the demon pill to this point, it was only a matter of 10 or so breaths, and his state of mind had risen and fallen greatly. At this point, the thought of fighting to the death arose. It would be no less than taking his life if his promising career was ruined. And if we fight it this time, we might be able to retrieve the demonic elixir. Roar! He raised his lance up and his body's demonic power instantly erupted. It was at this time that Su Chengxian on the opposite side opened his mouth and spat out a crimson bead. Hiss! The beads, in an instant, made his eyes unable to move. Just watch the bead wiggle its way to the front. Demon elixir. It's his demon pills. It was the demonic elixir that he had sacrificed to strike the flower snake. It was the demonic elixir he thought he'd have to fight to get back. Red Lai was stunned. The demonic elixir, surprisingly, was returned? Hey! At that moment, in his ear, there was a chuckle. The other party said, "Brother, you should have been careless for a moment and been taken advantage of by me. Quickly collect the demonic pills and let's fight again." Chapter 129, Suffocating. It's so suffocating. Dude, don't just stand there. Hurry up and collect the demon pills. Fight again. Su Chengxian took Red Lai's demonic dan and spat it out. Not only did he spit it out, but he graciously returned it to its rightful owner. It seems bright and very gentlemanly. It certainly wasn't that he was magnanimous and kind. Rather, they can't hold it. In other words, eat up. Not just full, but a bit stuffed. If he put it in his stomach again, the demonic chi spilling out from the demonic pills should make him feel bad. So, he rightfully took the demonic elixir and spat it out. Boy, a great demon's demonic pills are really extraordinary. Su Chengxian felt the harvest and couldn't help but marvel. The last time he fought a great demon was during the time of demonic beasts. The opponent was a crippled poison python. The opponent had lost his demonic pills and his original magic weapon, and was also injured. Just swallowing the other party's flesh and blood and demonic power benefited him greatly. It was said that the demon pill was the root of the demon race's cultivation. The name is not false. From the time he swallowed it to the time he spat it out, it was only a dozen breaths of effort before and after, and he sensed that there was an obvious increase in his cultivation level. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't eat anymore, the grandson would have returned it. Su Chengxian was a little reluctant. Watching his Han Lai put the demonic pills back, the swallowing and refining avatar could directly refine demonic power and use it to enhance the physical and divine soul realms. It can also be used to refine the blood. However, the process requires a lot of blood and gas. If one was in a sleeping state, the divine soul and blood chi at full strength would be able to dissipate while refining. Unfortunately, it can't be done now. Moreover, he was almost doing everything he could to draw on and refine the demonic power of the demonic pills in order to swallow as much of it as possible. Invoking and tumbling blood chi would undoubtedly bring great pressure to both the divine soul and the demonic body. Alike, the refined demonic power, too, needed time to be dispersed all over the body as the blood chi bulged. Otherwise it all piles up in the internal organs and something is bound to happen. Even if Su Chengxian's physical body and divine soul were strong, there was an upper limit to what they could withstand. So, he needs to slow down a bit. Of course, it was still returned, but that didn't mean that he didn't want to proceed to devour it. This is a stopgap measure. I'll let you hold it for a while I digest it. How dare you lick the lightning, and not just one lick. Demon pills, how can they be shallow? Even if I couldn't feast on it, I had to have a couple more bites. However, the demonic pills stayed with him. He had to find a way to control them, and he also had to guard against Han Lai desperately snatching them. Just might as well let the other guy hold it first. This would allow him to fully digest the mana that had been refined. Su Chengxian's idea was to wait until he was able to continue refining again, and then trick the demonic pills over. It doesn't take long. Even, it doesn't affect the fight. Or maybe the fight was more in his favor instead. The blood vapor steams and churns in drums, and can spread all over the flesh faster. Brother, come on, keep fighting. He rushed at Red Lie and transmitted his voice. Just a couple rounds. He would be able to disperse the accumulated blood energy. The advantage of having a fleshly body and divine soul strong enough was that as long as the blood chi was dispersed, it wouldn't add much of a burden. There was absolutely no need to worry that the growth of flesh and blood and divine soul would not be able to withstand the steep increase in power. According to this harvest, a few more times won't be a problem. Su Changxian estimated in his heart. The pupils of his eyes that looked towards Red Lie were filled with boundless battle intent, and salivating. Just do it again. When the guy on the other side realized that he couldn't do anything about himself, he would definitely still want to use the demonic elixir, because he'll still suspect that I couldn't hold out any longer before I gave him back the demon pill. At this point, one should think that sacrificing the demonic elixir and doing it again would be enough to win. Su Changxian didn't pretend that he couldn't hold out. For one thing, he was worried that he would be seen to be broken, and for another, he didn't know how to pretend. So, he chose to play the empty city. The brains of the demon race are all relatively straight. It's also better to be strong. The more he acted as if nothing had happened, the opposite side, Red Lie, might think that the more he swallowed the demon pills as a show of strength, and then he'll take the demonic elixir again, and spit it out and hit me. What to do in the next battle? He had thought about it. Dodge, take a beating, and try not to fight back. Simply put, it was relying on a strong demon body to delay resisting. Buy yourself time to digest. It also had to make Red Lie feel that he had to start with the divine soul aspect. When he makes his move later, I'll act like my movements aren't too flexible. Su Changxian formulated a battle plan. As long as you don't hurt the root, it's okay to take a few pokes and stabs from the lance and bleed a little. It's just as well as a massage to unclog the meridians. Of course, the other party, after all, and their own cultivation strength is equal, should be careful or must be careful. However, he planned it well. But things didn't go the way he had planned. Only Red Lie hesitated for a split second before putting away the demonic pills. But holding his lance, he hesitated to make a move. It made Su Changxian wonder what was wrong with this guy. It's not a pain in the ass. The demon pills have been returned to you. Why don't you do it, brother? He spoke, and was just about to urge again when he saw Red Lie put away his gun and bow to him. Lord Su, thank you, great King Su, for giving back the demonic pills of the little demon. Red Lie was in mid-air, his face solemn as he solemnly arched his hand in thanks. Bro, are you okay? What do you mean by this? Su Changxian had a bad feeling. He paused before he then asked in a confirmatory manner. You don't, by any chance, want to fight, do you? Little demon feels grateful for great King Su's high righteousness. How can he still make a move against the great king? Hong Lai arched his hand. Su Changxian hadn't expected this at all. And Goi? If it wasn't for Hong Lai's attitude, which carried some respect, Su Changxian would have thought that he was mocking himself. Straight away, he won't be able to straighten him out. Dude, what do you mean? No more fighting? It gave the old man a near flash in the back. I'm all set to get poked a few bloody holes in you. Save it for when I get out and sell my misery while pitting one more time for the next round of big sugar balls vendors. The key thing is, if you don't fight anymore, then your demon pills, is it true that old man can't lick them either? You can't do that. Su Changxian leaned down slightly, his huge body, slowly moving, lowering his sight to a position level with Hong Lai. Somewhat reluctantly, he pursued. Brother, are you really not going to fight? Great King Su, Hong Lai, am not a demon who doesn't know what's good and bad. Red Lie laughed. You let me off the hook, so I should return the favor and help you out. The demonic elixir is lost and found. Great ups and downs, great joys and sorrows. His state of mind, with it, changed. It's as if the fog in front of me is being blown away by a gale. God's thoughts are becoming clear. So he decided that he would just admit defeat. If there's no chance of winning, why bother? Might as well pull out early. Su Changxian fell silent. By throwing in the towel, Red Lie should have meant that he would no longer consume his power, so that he could conserve his strength and save it for the next round. Then he couldn't say, it's okay for you to admit defeat. Give me the demonic elixir to swallow once more, right? Mother *********. An amazing battle, and it's just gone? That's not right. It should be a good battle. War at a wind-swept clouds, sun and moon, blood and rain, demonic fog, the ground shaking, the mountains and rivers broken. But now, before he even makes a move, his opponent admits defeat? Su Changxian had a feeling that this victory was a stifling one. What the is going on here? But, fortunately, and the next round, Chapter 130 Nail in the Eyes, Ling Yunzi. Above the ring, there was a flash of light. Su Changxian and Hong Lai walked out of the portal one after the other. Under the ring, it was empty of demons. And seeing that a great demon split the victory so quickly, the Turtle Prime Minister seemed to be surprised as well. He froze for a split second before saying, "Gentlemen, it would be better if you would please take your seats in the lower ring first." At this point, on the light screen, Su Chengxian's name was still emanating a shimmering light. The line where Red Flame's name was on went dark. It's a very visual display, with both sides winning and losing. Great King Su, please. Hong Lai made a gesture of invitation. No need to be polite, Su Chengxian said somewhat helplessly. The more polite the guy was, the more he was pissed off. It's not good enough to send it out. As the saying goes, you can't reach out. The other party is also a great demon. It felt really weird to lower myself so low to honor him. Old ghost? Ling Yunzi sent a skeptical inquiry. How did the battle end so quickly? Red Lai even gave him a slight nod of goodwill as he passed by. What had Flowering Serpent done to make the other side so convinced? Don't ask. Ask is I don't know. Su Changxian flicked his tail. I swallowed his demonic pills and drew a lot of demonic power. Not only did he not hate me or fight me, he thanked me. Difficult to understand. It's really hard to understand. So he chose to stay away. As soon as he returned to his original seat, he plopped down and began to digest the demonic power he had refined earlier. At the same time, keeping an eye on the results of the other great demons' bouts. Wait for Ling Xiao to come out. Red Lai didn't return to where he was initially. He didn't choose to leave right away either. Instead, he took the chair in the far corner of the last row. Closing his eyes slightly, he contemplated his decision. As his eyes swept over where Su Changxian was, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. Defeated. Still defeated. Although he knew that this fight, he was afraid that there was little hope of winning the championship. But it's still a bit disheartening to lose the first one. But, I lost. Yet I may not be the one who lost the most. Red Lai said in his heart. I don't know how much time has passed. It was only then that the great demons, again, appeared in the ring. Seeing that there were already demons present in the seats on the stage, they were all visibly stunned. Seems to be surprised how any of them came out before them. The reason for their surprise, too, was simple. Su Changxian lifted his eyelids and took a look. The two players in this group, one was in the latter realm of the Great Demon Realm while the other was only at the beginning of the Great Demon Realm. Moreover, this one in the back had only brought one magic weapon with him to the entrance. A large ring blade of about the same grade as Ling Xiao's whip. The gap in cultivation strength was too great. It was estimated that this one at the Great Demon Beginning Realm did not have a special bloodline talent to make up for the strength of the battle power between the two with battle techniques or divine abilities. But even so, the battle between the two great demons took a marigold's time. Therefore, they did not expect that there would be another group that could have been divided even faster. Don't say you guys didn't think of it. I didn't even think of it myself, Su Changxian said darkly. At the same time, he felt a little strange. These two entered the secret fighting arena. Did they go for a fight? The big fight? Did you fight? What's with all the hooking up? Going in. He remembered these two, clearly still unknown and strange demons. With today's Su Changxian Divine Soul Realm, it was impossible for him to misremember, just like all the great demons. Before, the pointing pen points in the name, and then as everyone corresponds 2 by 2, into the light curtain, to now come out again, will be able to basically remember who each great demon is, not just the name, but their scent. This was also a side manifestation of the power of the Divine Soul. What's going on? Recognizing a relative in the middle of a duel? A bunch of grasping and dogged speculations popped up in Su Chengxian's mind. You don't say. You don't say. Those present were all of the Snake Python clan. Bloodline-wise, it is possible to be related. The thought came to him and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. How is that possible? But when the groups of great demons behind him came out, he kind of laughed out loud. Knee go? The vertical pupils rounded and rounded. Hooked up. Surprisingly enough, the first few pairs of great demons that came out on the stage were very close, with a smile on his face. The middle groups, too, were fairly mild. Only the two groups in the back, the four great demons, didn't look too good, but they were even courteous to each other and divided the order of precedence. Coming down from the ring. Nice guy. It's not like the fights are all about relatives, is it? Though this time, in Su Chengxian's case, felt long, and he took a nap in the middle of it. But in reality, It shouldn't take long. What's going on? Nothing happened. This scene was, in fact, expected. Cultivation strengths were equal. And when fighting, it was not so easy to have one side willingly admit defeat. Everyone just wants to share the victory and defeat, not life and death. What's more, there's a fight behind it. So, the very first start was all trial and error. It was just like when Honlai struck the red sun flame to test Su Chengxian. This process should, at least, go back and forth a couple times. Both sides went back and forth, constantly improving the battle power displayed. Test each other's strength. Then use some more moves that the opponent may not be able to catch. But mentally, both want to avoid playing with real fire. Once the battlefield of the fight is fought out of true fire, it can't be put away. At that time, even if he won, he would inevitably lose in the subsequent battles. Therefore, it's best if one side can display a power that makes the opponent feel invincible, without consuming too much. In the end, his opponent had the good sense to admit defeat. In other words, it is better not to fight if you can do it without fighting. Having become a great demon, and also being able to appear at this time, in the water-avoiding demon candidate's mansion, meant that everyone had the qualifications to be a party's resident demon general. It is better to make friends than to make good. Demons act like they like to follow their nature, but they're not stupid. In the center back seat, Ling Xiao, who had come out of the ring, answered Su Chengxian's doubts. Why is it that these great demons present, their complexions, with only a few scattered ones, were tinged with sulkiness, and more, in a familiar clime? It was because the purpose of everyone fighting was not to make enemies or life-related heavenly materials. The Jiaolong essence blood was certainly precious, and the identity of the demon waiter's son-in-law was also intriguing, but nowhere near enough to sway everyone's cultivation prospects. If it was replaced with, for sure, a true dragon's essence blood that could awaken the bloodline inheritance, the scene would certainly be different. So it is. Su Chengxian nodded. No wonder. The harmony of the atmosphere was a bit puzzling to him. At this time, the great demons all returned. And then, no one's time was wasted. The pointing pen, straight away, started the second round. In the second round, Ling Yunzi had another empty turn. Another turn? The water-avoiding demon candidate was actually willing to go to this extent for Ling Yunzi? Ooh, ha ha, Su Chengxian laughed. Ling Yunzi, the realm of being a thorn in the side. This was considered a great accomplishment. Chapter 131. This guy, Hong Lai, is actually trying to help me. Congratulations to the host for defeating an opponent. Reward, refining points *8. Flesh spirit seeds *1. The rewards have been issued. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. After all the great demons had exited the ring and taken their seats, the system sent out a message alerting that the reward had arrived. Use the cultivation points, all of them, to enhance the divine soul and physique realms, Su Chengxian said without hesitation, while sensing the blood chi rising from the snake's body. Inside his stomach, a alabaster-like orb appeared. Seeds? Or eggs? It's called a seed. Should it be the seed of some kind of thing? Or the egg of an animal? Su Chengxian condensed a finger with his blood chi and pushed it. The divine sense swept through and confirmed that it should be a seed. Or a fruit. There was no time to explore it more, so it was placed inside the stomach for the time being, isolated by blood, lest you accidentally refine it. For it was at this time that the pointing pan ended the selection of opponents for the next fight on top of the wall of light. Ling Yunzi, another turn. The handsome Taoist attracted everyone's attention. There was unkindness, malice, and dislike and anger in the eyes. There is also a dislike of the unproductive and anger at the injustice of those in power. But the Taoist was unperturbed, and remained in a state of serene candor. The water-avoiding demon candidate on the high platform was also a bit surprised by the result. This time, he didn't arrange it. Couldn't help but look at the Turtle Prime Minister. The Turtle Prime Minister shook his head slightly at him. A master and a servant could not help but be surprised that this was a coincidence. Neither of them had moved their hands, and the pointing pen was unhinged, so it would have to be God's will. It is unlikely that the water-avoiding Marquis will testify against himself, nor will he overturn the existing allocations and redo the points. Otherwise, where is His Majesty? And not all great demons, either, were outraged by this. The few who had the strength were surprised but were able to take it in stride. There were also a few smart guys who were obviously able to figure out that the water-avoiding demon Marquis, who was interested in recruiting the group of sages, after releasing his goodwill, did not need to risk annoying the premise of the great demons present, and do it again. It would not be good for either him or Ling Yunzi to have it spread out. So this time, it mostly really happened. Is it really a coincidence? Older brother, did you do something? Su Changxian asked Ling Yunzi in a sneaky voice transmission. He didn't believe it would be any kind of coincidence. Ling Yunzi, this guy's previous life Taoist monarch cultivation, might have some secret method that can affect the point pen. This seed is practicing a sect that is said to increase chi luck. Ling Yunzi said without hiding anything. The reason why he practiced this dharma was because he was haunted by his previous life, his own fall. He thought he had excellent qualifications and did not slack off in his cultivation. But in the end he ended up with a dead body and a dead road. It can be said that God is jealous of his talent. Therefore, after transforming into his form, he practiced the heaven and earth purple Qi Tong Xin Jing, which he had disdained in his previous life, in between refining pills. But it was surprising to him that it actually worked. When the pointing pen was pointing down, he was having a trace of a subtle sensation, very much like the whims that would occur in his previous life when his cultivation had reached the realm of the Tao Sovereign, only to occasionally have things happen that touched him. The matter of qi is truly inscrutable. Ling Xiao raises an eyebrow and speaks directly to Ling Yunzi, asking if he can also follow suit and cultivate the heaven and earth purple Qi Tongxian scripture. And me, I want to try too. Su Changxian followed suit. Although in this day and age, there is no lottery, but who can be too lucky? It's simply wonderful to be able to turn things around when things go wrong. It's cultivation. Ling Yunzi said. Cultivation. Cultivation. What's the difference? One is to exhale aura and grow mana. One is to cultivate the state of mind and emphasize perception. Oh, normally. Su Changxian gave a somewhat hesitant oh, just not listening. Ling Yunzi also knew that. So he only said, that's just it. You only need to know that to cultivate this sutra, you need to meditate and concentrate on the recitation. Oh, that'll get it. The three agreed that when they returned, they would pass on the scriptural law. At this time, Su Changxian noticed that since a moment ago, there was a pair of eyes behind him that swept over him from time to time, with a look tinged with hostility and resignation. Red blaze? Surprisingly, it's red flame? What's wrong with this guy? He was grateful and courteous to him before. Why are you defying him now? What were you doing earlier? You didn't fight when I asked you to before, but now you're looking at me like that. What do you mean? Then, he received a divine sense transmission from Red Lai. There was only one sentence. Don't be annoyed. Great King Su, can you say a few words? Since the other party's divine sense was weaker than his, he couldn't transmit his voice without being initialed. After Su Changxian hesitated, he still probed his divine sense over. At this time in the field, the fluctuation of divine sense was complicated, and it was visible that many great demons were secretly communicating with divine sense. It should be inquiring as to the strength of the previous brawler who will be his next opponent. What does Hong Lai want with me at this time? Su Changxian said darkly as he glanced at the light curtain. It showed that his next opponent was the water-avoiding serpent, the Black Jiao of Lake Goat Mountain. Unsurprisingly, it was the great demon Rear Realm, and Ling Zhao's opponent, surprisingly, was Cloud Mist Mountain, Jade Flying Dragon, Peak Great Demon Realm. It seems that the water-avoiding demon Marquis is going to make up his mind to chuck Ling Xiao and I out of the game in this round. The fact that Su Changxian hadn't transformed into his form couldn't be hidden from the demon Marquis. But it seems like his battle prowess in the eyes of the Marquis isn't as good as Ling Xiao? Or was the demon Marquis more interested in sending Ling Xiao out first than him? I'm afraid I'm going to lose this round. Ling Xiao's voice transmission arrived at this time. She wasn't arrogant enough to cross two small realms and win a battle against a peak great demon realm. What's more, the Jade Flying Dragon's original body had the Yinglong bloodline. Yinglong is a true dragon. The true dragons spoken of by the demon race are not the ones that fly up to the heavenly realm and pass through the dragon transformation pool in order to metamorphose into dragons. Rather, it was the true dragon clan that was born and raised in heaven and earth, and which occupied a corner among the great demons and ancient devil gods of the past. But even if it's the dragon seed, it's not that easy to outsmart me. The dragons are the green dragon and the golden dragon, the Ying dragon and the Lishi dragon, the gnarled dragon, the Qi dragon, the Jiao dragon, the coiled dragon, the clouded dragon, and the ichthyosaurus. Only the first four could be called true dragons by the demon race. From the Pendragon downwards, they are all small dragons, dragon seeds. Among them, the fish transformation dragons were those dragon immortals who cultivated the dragon transformation skill and ascended into the dragon transformation pool today. Ling Xiao had made up her mind that even if she couldn't win, she wouldn't let Yu Feilong win too easily. This will undoubtedly greatly reduce the likelihood of the other team winning. The stronger the opponent, the more depleted the better. Of course, Great King Su, that Black Jiao asked me how strong you are. I know that you, Great King Su, intend to swallow the demon pills and draw on demonic power to cultivate. After Ling Zhao's divine sense transmission, Red Lie's divine sense, also with permission, hitched up. The content that came from it caused Su Chengxian's heart to instantly tighten, and he secretly said, "It's over. How to be seen through." No wonder the guy conceded so quickly. All sought his schemes and of course refused to fall for them. And what does he mean by sending me a message now? Tell me, is he going to badger me? Tell Black Zhao not to fall for my tricks? Immediately, though, he laughed again. This Red Lie was actually trying to help him. Chapter 132, This Snake owes a beating. Great King Su, I see that Black Zhao is arrogant and as foolish as I am. I can't believe I have eyes that don't recognize gold and jade. I don't know how powerful King Su is. I then informed him that your flesh was very strong, and when you were fighting, you even held yourself strong and swallowed my demonic pills. I was greatly disorganized due to the demonic pills being swallowed. Even if you, Great King, would return the demonic pills to me later, I wouldn't dare to fight again. So I admitted defeat first. So it's very upsetting to think about it at this point. Since that Black Zhao underestimates you, Great King, and is eager to win, listening to my words, it will definitely choose to sacrifice its demonic pills in the fight to lure you, Great King, into repeating the same trick, and it won't be like me, recovering the demon pills and then not daring to fight again. At that time, the Great King will be able to go with the flow and do as he pleases. It's just that Great King Su should also be careful. The Black Zhao's demonic power is deep and its demonic pills are not trivial. This is my way of honoring Great King Su's noble act of helping the Great King. Is the king still satisfied? Satisfaction. Of course I'm satisfied. Su Chengxian narrowed his vertical pupils slightly, his tail on the back of the chair a little, directly relaying what Red Lie had said to Ling Xiao. He asked for the Empress sister's opinion. The current him had 12% trust in Ling Zhao's judgment, and Ling Zhao's view on this was to not respond and deal with it carefully. The worst outcome was nothing more than Red Lie and Black Zhao colluding. But even so, all that could be done was to make some traps on the demon pills, but it was a demonic elixir, and it was his own. There is a real limit to the means that can be exerted without damage. After confirming that Su Chengxian had the certainty that the demonic dance swallowed into his abdomen would be isolated from the other party's divine senses in a flash, Ling Xiao understood that if the other party really had this idea, they would be destined to steal the chicken but not the rice. At the same time, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be a little staggered. This old ghost fellow, even the demon pills of great demons can be swallowed and refined. And listening to his words, not only the demonic pills, but also the divine sense attached to the surface layer of the demonic pills, and the will of the divine soul within the demonic pills, he was able to accept them all. She looked at the joyful to the point of leaping into action Su Chengxian. Doubts once again surfaced in her mind. Where the hell did this come from? It's really getting more and more impenetrable. Rear, corner. Hong Lai sat alone in a corner, looking remorseful and unhappy. Divine sense transmission. Unlike speaking directly with the mouth and tongue, with a single thought, you can transmit all your thoughts to the other party. Therefore, after he received permission, he told Su Chengxian all about his schemes in his head. Then an easy conclusion was drawn based on the other's reaction. Great King Su, it is indeed intentional. Repeatedly swallowing my demonic pills and drawing demonic power from them, deliberately stuffing all of what he was thinking, all of it, just to observe the other person's instantaneous reaction. Su Chengxian's momentary nervousness did not escape his senses. Fortunately, luckily, he was quick to see the light, and at this moment, the Turtle Prime Minister waved his sleeve, causing the ring formation, once again, to change where the portal was. It signaled that the great demons who had won in the previous round could enter the secret fighting arena again. It's on. Looking at the unruly Black Zhao, he took a step and jumped onto the ring, turning back and rushing at Su Chengxian with a lift of his chin, sending out an unruly provocation. Red Lie knew that this guy would definitely end up worse off than himself. So what if you're in the great demon queen realm? I'd like to see how long you can be arrogant. Under the aptitude of being able to swallow and refine a demonic dan, there was no essential difference between the back realm and the middle realm. I'm just a few points short of the fire, then I can also advance to the great demon after realm. If not, as arrogant as Black Zhao, how could he have transmitted his voice to inquire about him? But this guy, that is, begged to ask him, but the little disdain, hide even refused to hide properly, arrogant and rude, asking for trouble. He hadn't intended to punk anyone. The idea is to wait until this battle camp division is completed, and will be in the last secret realm fighting reality. looking for an opportunity to inform Su Chengxian this time the opponent. Multiple parties will more than likely not believe him, because it's outrageous. Who would believe that someone could directly start drawing and refining the demonic pills right after swallowing them into their stomach? But believe it or not, there is no letting go of this, the opportunity to win easily. This gave the flower snake a chance to swallow the demonic elixir. He also counted on repaying Su Chengxian's karma for letting him off the hook, but that black augur hardened him and made him change his mind. It's still the truth, but with a lot of innuendo mixed in. To summarize, don't be alarmed when you are swallowed by the demonic elixir and have your demonic power drawn from it. If the flower snake returns the demonic elixir, you must not learn from me, or it will be too late to regret. You have to continue to sacrifice the demonic pills, but how long can he last? As for the Black Jiao taking a loss, coming back to his senses and finding trouble with him, Humph planted his head and came to seek bad luck. I'm not afraid of him either. Without the restrictions of the ring rules, in terms of actual battle power, Black Jiao might not be much stronger than him. Red Lai watched as the light screen flickered, and Black Jiao and Flower Snake, dressed in Xian clothes, entered the secret realm portal, one after the other. I can't help but think. I just don't know when arrogant as Black Jiao will realize that he's been fooled. When would Black Jiao realize that he had been duped? Su Chengxian hoped that the later he found out, the better. This guy wants to win so badly, would very much like to beat him immediately and easily. And very beaten. Like Red Lai said, this snake was arrogant, striding along with their heads held high, like big roosters, into the secret fighting arena. Both sides have just been set in a battle. Su Chengxian was wondering if he had to inform him of his name as he had done last time, when he had fought with Hom Lai. He said that he saw the other party fly into mid-air, crossed his arms with one hand, and with the other hand, he put the middle finger of his index finger together, and the remaining 3 fingers were closed up, and pinched a sword trick, pointing at him. The opening words were, "That flowery snake. Listen, my name is Black Jiao, with a great demon back realm cultivation. You, a great demon middle realm, are no match for me. Don't think that just because you got a lucky win, that's how it's going to be. You don't even have an original magic weapon, so it's obvious that you're not having a good time. Considering that you are also of the water-avoiding snake clan, I will give you a chance now. If you're willing to admit defeat directly, I won't injure you, and I'll even give you 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones." How? Not how. Su Chengxian experienced what it meant to want to laugh when one was speechless. What a toad to beat the air. What a mouthful. 1,000 inferior spirit stones? What's the point of sending out the callers? My name is Su Chengxian. Su Chengxian rolled over, releasing the seal of the great and small avatars and transforming into a huge snake body. Condescendingly, he looked at the black augur, his voice like thunder. I can also give you a chance for the sake of your kindred. If you admit defeat now, although I won't give you the spirit stones, I can guarantee that I will forget about what you just said about me being poor. Do you understand that it's better to scold a person than to expose his shortcomings and hit him in the face? You're poking me in the lungs. You know that? Humph. Since we're talking about whatever, let's cut the crap. Straight up battle. Then he didn't even try. He just opened his mouth. A green-colored pearl was spat out. Shouted, "Flower snake, watch the fight."